100 years ago, a game called Divine Domain was fully integrated into reality. Countless secret dungeons emerged, and flora and fauna underwent transformations. The world entered a new era of universal class advancement. Anyone 18 years of age or older could ascend to the Awakening platform and begin their own career path. Some, with questionable academic performance, burst into dazzling golden light the moment they step onto the Awakening platform, awakening an A-rank combat class, instantly attracting widespread attention and embarking on a path to success. Others, with mediocre talents and ordinary looks, ultimately awaken only a mundane B-rank class. Even if they're reluctant, they simply accept their fate. Even before his awakening, Leo was already a prominent figure on campus. He was a top student in the eyes of his classmates and a favorite of his teachers. Almost everyone believed he would awaken to an unprecedented S-rank class, become the hope of humanity, and lead the race to reclaim its lost territory. However, Leah awakened a D-rank class considered useless, the Necromancer. This result was shocking. His classmates laughed at him, and his teacher could only shake his head in disappointment. But no one expected that the skeleton spearmen summoned by Leo were not holding traditional spears, but six-barreled Gatling guns with dark blue flames and black muzzles, and their firepower was as violent as a storm. The undead bone dragon is no longer a flying skeleton dragon, but has transformed into an aerospace mothership with astonishing momentum. All of this stems from Leah's gift, surpassing S-rank, industrialized undead. All of his summons come from the undead realm of a future timeline. In that era, the undead had already achieved a preliminary level of industrialization, where magic and technology merged to unleash unimaginable, terrifying power. Inside the library, Leah successfully entered the third floor with his newly acquired professional identity card. Unlike the previous two floors, this floor was filled with skill scrolls exclusive to professionals. Simply opening a scroll allowed one to directly learn the skills contained within. Leah quickly found the Necromancer section, but there were only two scrolls before him, both of which dealt with basic skills. Something is better than nothing, he muttered to himself, flipping open the scroll and quickly grasping its contents. Name, Skeleton Lancer category, Ordinary Mage, Summoning Class Skill Learning Limit. Level 1 effect. Summons an ordinary level Skeleton Lancer. Lasts 10 minutes cost. 10 energy points. Name, Undead Death Knight category. Elite Mage Summoning Class Skill Learning Limit. Level 1 effect. Summons a rampaging Undead Death Knight, lasting 10 minutes cost, 30 energy. The two new skills added to the skill panel prompted Leah to summon Skeleton Lancers without hesitation. For a moment, he felt as if he were in a realm of the dead, shrouded in black mist and filled with the wailing of evil spirits, a terrifying sight. Fortunately, the Necromancer was completely immune to these negative effects, and the illusion soon dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, a skeleton suddenly appeared before him. Its bones were as white as snow, its posture twisted, and it looked like nothing more than an extremely fragile cannon fodder, not even qualified to be a human shield, as if it was only there to make up the numbers. Wait, what's that thing behind it? With a thought, the skeleton suddenly pulled out the weapon from behind with extremely nimble movements. It was a six-barreled Gatling gun, the barrel glowing with a faint blue flame, the muzzle deep, revealing the coldness of death. Leo was stunned, his mouth slightly open, his expression dazed. He finally understood the true meaning of industrialization. Is this industrialization? Skeleton Lancers wielding Gatling guns. Does that make sense? It does. Gatling guns are guns, and skeletons holding them are naturally called Skeleton Lancers. So what about the blue flames? That's the unique industrial style of the undead realm. He immediately checked the Skeleton Lancer's detailed information. Skeleton Lancer. Type. Summon creature. Undead. Level. HP. 200 attack. 300 defense. 5 agility. 5 spirit. 0 introduction. Originally used only for filling lines on the battlefield. The Skeleton Lancer one day put down his spear and chose a more violent weapon. Although it was a poor match for his size and often accidentally injured his teammates, the Skeleton Lancer sincerely loved this gun. 300 attack power. Leah's Adam's apple rolled up and down, his heart awestruck. After all, a normal level 10 character with no equipment or skill bonuses only barely cracked 200 attack power. and some support classes, like healers and exorcists, barely broke 200 until level 15. And this skeleton lancer had already reached 300 attacks. Pure numerical crushing, just what I want, he exclaimed. Although its defense and agility were almost zero, as a summon, it only needed to deal damage from the rear. Even if it was destroyed, it would only cost 10 points of energy, which Leah could fully withstand. After his energy bar recovered, he couldn't wait to turn his attention to his second skill. Even the skeleton lancers were so impressive. How could the undead death knights be any less impressively yet activated his skill and began to summon? His energy bar emptied instantly, and he felt a wave of dizziness, stumbling, and nearly losing his balance. At the same time, a heavy-duty semi-truck, replete with a modern, industrial feel, appeared before him. In the driver's seat sat an undead, his eyes glowing red, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Ah, a death knight has become a driver," Liam muttered to himself, and immediately brought up the following attributes. Death Knight. Type: summon creature, undead. Level: HP. 400 attack, 500 defense, 180 agility, 200 spirit. 0. Introduction. No one knows why. Whenever the undead grip the steering wheel, they always hear a passionate melody. We are all trying our best to live. Leah couldn't help but swallow when he saw the undead Death Knight's four-dimensional attributes. The numbers were even more outrageous than those of the Skeleton Lancer. He loved this straightforward, unpretentious, violent aesthetic. What tactical coordination, what operational skills. First, ask my semi-truck if it's willing. Leah's lips curled up slowly, and the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart finally fell to the ground. In fact, when he saw on the awakening platform that he had awakened to a D-level profession, he was indeed panicked for a moment. Having spent half his life toiling away at the bottom of society in his previous life, could it be that after traveling through time, he still couldn't escape the fate of being a slave? After all, the necromancer class was generally considered the weakest, and his summons were basically useless except for resisting damage. Unless they reach level 100 and unlock the god-level passive Scourge of the Undead, granting them the ability to summon an unlimited number of creatures and swarming their enemies with a horde of undead, they are destined to be a blank slate. Furthermore, the necromancer has virtually no monster-killing abilities in the early stages, making reaching level 100 incredibly difficult. Their slow development and long lifespan are the fundamental reasons they are rated a D-tier class. But that's someone else's necromancer, Leah said confidently. With the talent for industrialization, my summons are stat monsters. My upgrade speed is destined to surpass everyone else's. With only 1 month left until the college entrance exam, he had to level up as much as possible and become powerful enough. He went to the on-campus professional store and bought 3 bottles of primary health recovery potions and 6 bottles of primary energy recovery potions. After everything was ready, Leah was full of confidence and immediately set out on the road to the nearest novice leveling dungeon. Leah arrived in the suburbs south of Tianan City and, following the instructions of the guards outside the city, arrived at a dungeon entrance. Wild Boar Canyon. Dungeon level. LV1, LV10. Introduction. The canyon's terrain is complex, and it gets its name from the fact that most of the monsters are wild boars. The primary dungeon was perfect for those who had just changed their professions to level up by killing monsters. At this time, the awakening ceremonies of the major high schools were almost over, and many people, unable to contain their excitement, rushed here, shouting loudly at the dungeon entrance, looking for a team. Dark Mage, skills Black Flame, and Imprison. Level 1 newbie looking for a team. Please be kind enough to guide me. We have healers, mages, archers, and warriors in our team, but we're missing a tanky class that can handle damage, so if you're interested, come quickly. Level 4 Shadow Assassin looking for teammates. 55% of the loot will be split equally. A sudden thought flashed through Leah's mind, and he decided to skip the group and enter the dungeon alone. With the incredible stats of his skeleton lancers and undead death knights, farming monsters in this Wild Boar Canyon would be easy or just casual without any pressure. Teammates? They would only share his experience and loot. Just as Leo was about to enter the dungeon, a sharp, sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Hey, isn't this the theoretical genius, Leah? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you. Leah turned around and saw a burly boy with an unfamiliar face, wearing the uniform of 6th High School. Who are you? Who are you? The word stuck in Lu Yidao's throat like a peach pit, choking him for a moment. Lu Yidao thought that although he was not as well known as Li Ye, he was still a big shot, and all the students around him were afraid of him. Moreover, only 8 A-rank classes had awakened in this class, and he was one of them. In just half a day, countless people came to him to offer their affection, and even previously unapproachable girls came to him. It could be said that Lu Yidao was beaming with pride at the moment. But Li Ye's question, "Who are you?" made Lu Yidao lose his composure. There are still people who don't know my brother Dao. He just awakened the A-level berserker class today. The younger brother beside him observed the situation and quickly stood up to echo. Upon hearing this, the crowd who had been shouting loudly just now immediately surrounded him, and they all spoke up to recruit Lu Yidao into their team. The berserker was a mid to high tier class within the A tier, capable of both fighting and defending, and crucially, unlocking the basic skill of automatic health regeneration upon reaching level 5. Although he was only level 1, the class's advantages were there, and he could level up quickly. Enjoying the attention of those around him, Lu Yidao smiled smugly, his frustration vanishing as he laughed and said loudly, "Look, this is our 6th high school genius, the top student who always gets full marks in theory, Li Ye. Guess what profession he awakened to?" Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with laughter, their ears perked up as they listened intently. "It's the necromancer, that D-rank class." Everyone was stunned, and then someone laughed out loud, like a lit fuse, causing an immediate burst of laughter. Is this true? Is it that Li Yui in the 2nd high school have all heard of him, but his awakened profession is such a rubbish? He still dares to come here. Could it be that he hasn't given up yet and wants to kill monsters and level up to make a comeback? Our team doesn't need a burden like the necromancer, so let you guys give him to him. We don't want him either. Whoever wants him can have him. He can't even clear the dungeon by himself, and he might even be eaten by a wild boar. Haha. Lu Yidao grew even more complacent, his gaze scanning Li Ye's face, hoping to detect an awkward smile, irritation, or resigned frustration. But Li Ye's expression didn't change as he expected, remaining calm, as if the person everyone was talking about wasn't him. Lu Yidao felt like he'd been punched in the face, his frustration instantly turning to rage. He stared at Li Ye and said coldly, "Today I'm going to teach you that useless people like you should just stay put and stop getting in the way." He slowly approached, his fists clenched and crackling. The school strictly forbids private fighting among students. Violators face public criticism at the very least, and expulsion at the worst. But Lu Yidao is now considered the future by his teachers, with a promising future. Beating up an ordinary D-class student would have been easy for the school, with only a few verbal reprimands at best. Simply put, it was done. No one cared about Li Ye right now. Thinking of this, Lu Yidao sneered, completely oblivious to the change in Li Ye's expression. Li Ye suddenly took a step forward, his hand at his waist clenched into a fist, and he struck Lu Yidao in the face with lightning speed. Lu Yidao had never expected Li Ye to strike first, and so quickly and decisively. After a moment of distraction, the fist filled his entire field of vision. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Lu Yidao fell face down to the ground, the smell of blood filling his nostrils. Li Ye, taking advantage of the situation, strode forward, directly straddling Lu Yidao, his fists raining down like raindrops. In a few breaths, Lu Yidao was smashed into a bloody mess. At this moment, the others finally woke up and rushed forward to pull Li Ye away. "Lu Yidao, right? Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Li Ye's voice was cold and without any threat. But when those words reached the ears of everyone present, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. He was serious. No one doubted that if Li Ye saw Lu Yidao again, he would definitely go for it. A ruthless man, a truly ruthless man. No threats, just actions. Compared to that, Lu Yidao's actions just now were like a circus clown, making everyone laugh. Lu Yidao recovered, his voice changing tone, whether out of fear or anger, as he yelled at Li Ye. "Li Ye, you dare to hit me, I'm an A-level professional, and you dare to hit me. Just wait, I'm going to tell the principal, and you can expect to be expelled." Li Ye sneered, "Me waiting." Without even turning back, he turned and entered the dungeon. After a while, someone whispered, "It seems he went in alone." Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. After helping Lu Ye up, they comforted him, saying, "That kid definitely can't level up. It's a waste of effort if he goes in. He's destined to be a lackey and won't be able to get out." Lu Yidao looked disheveled, but in reality, he had only suffered minor skin injuries, which he recovered after taking a bottle of medicine. The injuries could be healed, but the anger in his heart could not be extinguished. Leah, I will make you regret what you did today. Leah's expression remained calm, unperturbed by the recent incident. At this moment, his only concern was to focus on leveling up and killing monsters. After summoning 3 skeleton lancers, Leah headed deeper into the canyon. Roar! A threatening roar suddenly rang out after a few steps. 3 massive wild boars emerged from the darkness, their thick, raised tusks flashing a chilling light. Ordinary wild boar, level 1, skill, charge. Leah remainit unfazit. He commanded his skeleton spearmen to aim their dark muzzles at the 3 wild boars and pulled the trigger. Da, da 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 da. The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun continuously spewed out a faint blue flame, and bullets rained down like a dense rain. The 3 level 1 wild boars had no time to react before being riddled with sieves by the volley. The several ancient trees behind them were also severed in half by the terrifying firepower, collapsing with a loud bang. Congratulations on killing 3 level 1 common wild boars, gaining 30 experience points. As the system prompt sounded, Leah nodded slightly and continued to advance deeper into the canyon. Congratulations on killing 6 level 1 common wild boars, gaining 60 experience points. Congratulations on killing 2 level 2 common wild boars, gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on your level up. Current level 2. Each time Leah levels up, he gains 10 free attribute points, which he can allocate as he pleases. After a moment's thought, he allocated all of them to stamina. For mages, stamina is the so-called mana bar. Once the mana bar is depleted, not only will skills be unavailable, but a weak debuff will also be automatically triggered. In addition, upgrading also has another benefit. The level of the summon creature will also increase. The Skeleton Lancer will immediately upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and its attack power will increase to 320 points, while the other attributes will remain unchanged. Continuing deeper into the canyon, Leah's 3 Skeleton Lancers formed a triangular formation around him, ensuring that no matter which direction the enemy attacked from, the Gatling guns would be able to immediately target and kill them. Before he knew it, the sun had set. Leah's level had also increased to level 4. This leveling speed is amazing. Leah was quite excited. As usual, he continued to invest his free attribute points in his energy and then made a decision to kill monsters all night long without rest. At this rate, I can reach level 8 by daybreak. After making up his mind, he continued to move towards the side of the canyon. The canyon's terrain was complex, like a huge maze. Even Leah, who always had a keen sense of direction, couldn't tell where he was at this moment. Although the Wild Boar Canyon has been transformed by high-level professionals, you can exit the dungeon with one click by just being out of combat for 10 seconds, without having to worry about getting lost. However, without a map, the feeling of being in the dark and not knowing whether you're on the edge or deep in it is still uncomfortable. He couldn't help but think to himself, if I'm unlucky and run into a boss, that'll be troublesome. After I get out, I have to go to the trading house and buy all the maps of the nearby dungeons. Just as Leah's thoughts were swirling, roar. A deafening roar of a beast suddenly rang out, so powerful that it shook the leaves of the surrounding trees. Then, the ground trembled slightly, and tree trunks broke and fell one after another. A high-level monster was approaching. Leah immediately commanded the skeleton spearmen to prepare for battle. Then, a gigantic creature slowly emerged from the depths of the dense forest. It was a wild boar, 3 meters tall, emitting a visible white mist from its nostrils. Its green eyes, gleaming with light, stared intently at the invader before it. Wild Boar King level, 10 status, boss HP, 5600 attack, 400 defense, 300 agility, 300 skills, brutal charge, tough skin, summon kindred introduction. The level boss in the Wild Boar Canyon dungeon, the king of wild boars. You've entered its territory, and it's targeting you. You said you'd come, and you really did, Leah gasped, but he didn't turn and run. Shoot! With a single command, a furious firepower poured out, raining bullets down upon the Wild Boar King. The bullets ripped through the air, leaving the Wild Boar King's body covered in bloody holes. The Boar King roared in pain, then activated his thick-skin skill, boosting his defense to 600 points. Even so, facing the relentless firepower of the skeleton spearmen, He gave up the idea of charging headfirst, instead maneuvering through the dense forest, using tree trunks to block the attacks. At the same time, it opened its mouth and let out a resounding roar, the summon kind skill. Immediately afterwards, pairs of dark green eyes lit up in the forest, and the heavy grunts of wild boars rose and fell. Lee was highly focused, commanding the skeleton spearmen to tightly guard the surroundings, and decided to strike first. Da-da-da-da-da. Amidst the dense gunfire, a large number of wild boars wailed and fell, and the smell of blood quickly filled the air. At that moment, the wild boar king, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly moved. Its hind legs exerted force, creating two small pits in the ground. Its massive body roared towards them like a mountain, its speed twice as fast as before. Lee was prepared. He controlled a skeleton spearman, aimed at the wild boar king, and pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down, but the wild boar king didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he raised his tusks and directly picked up the corpse of an ordinary wild boar, blocking the rain of bullets. In a few breaths, it had already approached Lee. This is the boss of Wild Boar Canyon. Absurdly strong, but most importantly, he has intelligence. The pig stench hit him in the face, but Lee remained calm and said softly, "Unfortunately, this time I am more skilled. Undead Death Knight." As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy-duty semi-truck, brimming with mechanical violence, materialized from nowhere, its engine roaring to life. Seeing this, the Wild Boar King's pupils constricted. His animal instincts made him realize the immense danger of this mechanical monstrosity before him. He immediately tensed his muscles, attempting to abort his charge, but it was too late. The undead Death Knight's eyes flashed red, and he slammed on the accelerator. With a resounding roar, the heavy truck slammed into the Wild Boar King like a wild horse. This boss had a defense of 300, and the Skeleton Lancer's Gatling gun only dealt 10 points of damage per round. But the undead Death Knight was different. Not only did it have an attack power of over 500, but it also had the ability to surprise. After the collision, a striking red number appeared above the Wild Boar King's head. Minus 1,500. Ouch! The Wild Boar King howled in pain and struggled to escape. But unexpectedly, his fangs had been deeply embedded in the heavy truck body in the previous collision and could not be pulled out at all. So, the semi-truck dragged the Boar King while clearing out the surrounding monsters, dealing heavy damage. Once the monsters were cleared, the undead Death Knight dragged the dying Boar King to Leah. The boss still had over 100 drops of health left. "I'm trying so hard. How come you're still alive?" Leah teased, casually delivering another blow, ending its life. A system notification chimed, and his experience points skyrocketed, reaching level 8. A smile played on his face. He had only been level 4 just now, but after a few battles, he had directly increased by 4 levels. His efficiency was terrifying. If he continued at this rate, he might reach level 10 before dawn and successfully complete the Wild Boar Canyon Challenge. Leah, feeling elated, immediately opened the attribute interface and evenly distributed the 40 free attribute points awarded by the system, adding 10 points to each attribute. He quickly scanned his data panel, confirming his current status and growth results, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. His name was Leah, and he was a necromancer at level 8. He had no equipment, but his attributes had been comprehensively upgraded. His attack, defense, and agility were all far superior to those of ordinary people. His most important attribute, Spirit, had reached a staggering 70 points, and he had also unlocked 2 summoning skills. What Leah cared about most was the future industrialization talent, which automatically upgraded after killing 10,000 wild monsters. Although his current progress was only a little over 200, Leah saw it as just the beginning, and upgrades were just around the corner. Just as he was checking his stats, the Wild Boar King's corpse suddenly glowed with a faint blue light, and several items slowly emerged from the ground. Seeing the drops, Leah's eyes lit up, and he almost cried out in surprise. Primary dungeons generally didn't drop any equipment. He had previously checked some monster corpses but found nothing, so he had long since given up on the idea of picking up any spoils. Unexpectedly, this Wild Boar King had a surprise for him. Leah's spirits immediately soared, and he couldn't wait to pick up the items. The first item he picked up was the Wild Boar King's tusk, a premium material. Collecting 10 of them could craft a pig's tusk necklace. But Leah wasn't interested in killing the same boss 10 times just to get some unknown item. He'd rather spend that time playing higher-level dungeons. However, since it was a premium material, it should fetch a good price at the exchange. Leah nodded silently. The second item dropped was the Furious Horn, an equipment item that boosts all summons 4-dimensional attributes by 20 for 10 minutes. Leah was stunned for a moment when he saw this item. Then his eyes flashed with surprise, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The Skeleton Lancer's attack power jumped from 380 to 456, while the Undead Death Knight's increased from 580 to 696. The magnitude of the increase was staggering. There were no fancy special effects, but it was this kind of substantial attribute increase that made the equipment most suitable for him. The last item dropped was a skill book, Barbarian Charge, a warrior class skill. Although he had no use for it, skill books were considered one of the most valuable items in the eyes of professionals, and selling them would definitely bring in a profit. A Wild Boar King dropped 3 exquisite items. This was incredible luck, and Leah felt quite satisfied. After collecting the spoils, he continued to advance deeper into the canyon. He blew the Berserker Horn, which increased the combat power of his summons and significantly increased his monster clearing speed. His experience point soared, and soon he broke through the leveling threshold, finally reaching level 10 before dawn, completing his stage goal. Leah looked at the slightly whitening sky in the east and couldn't help but feel excited, and a sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. Even if a normal professional sprinted at full speed, 3 days to reach level 10 was considered fast, and a genius-level professional would take 2 days. But he had only taken less than 20 hours to reach level 10 from the awakening profession, which was almost the maximum compression. Leah could imagine the shock on the faces of those who had once mocked him if they were to learn of his rank. However, he quickly calmed down, secretly reminding himself not to be proud and to keep moving forward with a down-to-earth attitude. Leah knew that the Wild Boar Canyon dungeon level cap was exactly level 10. If he wanted to continue leveling up, he would have to move to a higher level area. The system was very user-friendly, as players who exceeded their level would not be able to gain experience in lower-level dungeons, to prevent high-level players from maliciously farming monsters. He recalled the map and didn't recall any dungeons between levels 10 and 20 in the city, but there was one in the mountains behind the school that met the requirements. So he made a quick decision. He'd go to the exchange, first to cash in the items he'd just acquired or exchange them for more useful resources before heading back to the mountains. Leah exited the dungeon and headed straight for Tianhai City's only exchange, the central hub for all professionals buying and selling goods. As soon as he entered the trading hall, a receptionist in a neat business suit and short black hair came to greet him. Her voice was gentle and professional. Leah stated his purpose directly and took out the Wild Boar King's tusk and the skill book, ready to sell. The other party skillfully used detection skills to examine the items. After confirming them, his tone was a little more respectful, and he quoted a buy-in price of 3,000 Yanxia coins. Leah thought the price was reasonable, so he nodded in acceptance. The young lady then looked at the skill book. After a slight pause, she whispered, "There's a warrior class that's in urgent need of this skill book, and the price is 5,000 Yanxia coins." However, she added that they could also exchange it for a skill book of the same quality and level, which would be more suitable for Leah's profession. This intrigued Leah. While money was important, improving his strength was his top priority right now. Especially with a skill book, a good one was far more valuable than 5,000 coins. He immediately expressed his willingness to exchange. The staff nodded in response, saying he could choose the skill book he needed, but he would need to provide his occupation information for screening. When Leah listed his occupation as necromancer, the young lady was visibly taken aback, as if a sudden thought occurred to her. She asked softly, "Are you the Leah from 6 High School?" Leah raised his eyebrows after hearing that sudden remark. While it was unexpected, it was also within his expectations. The matter of job transfers had already become a major event that attracted widespread attention. Many schools even invited media to broadcast live events to earn attention and gifts. Especially for a figure like Leah, he was not only the pride of 6 High School, but also a well-known name in Tianhai City. Because of this, even before he changed his job, he was already specially recruited by Fonlan University, locking in his future. But he didn't expect that the short-haired receptionist's next words would freeze him in his tracks. "Didn't you see the announcement Fonlan University has revoked your special enrollment quota? It seems they're going to give it to someone else." Leah's face darkened instantly, but a hint of a sneer played at the corner of his mouth. As expected, when things are going smoothly, There are always people who come close to show their affection, but once they lose power, these same people are the first to step on them. He still remembered how, when the Folon University staff first arrived, they treated him like the god of wealth, calling him Student Lee with overwhelming enthusiasm. Once the contract was signed, they immediately switched to calling him Junior, praising him to the skies. But now, with the tide turning, they'd cut ties without a second thought. That's fine, Lee said calmly. This way I can freely choose other universities. In the past, if he could get into Folon University, it would definitely be a matter of pride. But now his vision has long since expanded beyond that. Folon University is no longer worth pursuing. Take me to the skill books, he said calmly, without a trace of emotion. The short-haired girl realized she had been too talkative and quickly calmed down, focusing on leading the way. But inwardly, she was still shocked by Leah's calmness, and she actually felt a little admiration for him. For specially recruited students, that meant more resources, no need to take the college entrance exam, and the ability to directly enter a top university. But when Leah heard the quota had been withdrawn, he didn't even frown, truly demonstrating his composure. They took the elevator to the basement of the exchange. A gentle hum of machinery revealed the basement. A single incandescent light bulb hung high in the air, illuminating the bookshelves filled with a dazzling array of skill books neatly arranged. Is this the foundation of the city-level exchange? Leah nodded secretly and followed the short-haired girl to the necromancer area. She introduced and instructed, "This floor is for summoning, and that floor is for direct damage." Leah picked and chose, feeling that each book was not perfect, like finding a mountain of treasure, but being penniless. After a while, he finally stopped in front of skill book, Dead Raven. This book is a summoning skill exclusive to the necromancer, available at level 10. It summons a decayed raven that flies overhead, monitoring the surroundings and sounding a sharp alarm if it detects any anomaly. This lasts for 10 minutes and consumes 100 stamina points. Leah's eyes lit up as he recalled how he had gotten lost in Wild Boar Canyon before. It was because he had no means of reconnaissance that he had stumbled into the Wild Boar King's territory. Although the Wild Boar King wasn't a threat, he remembered the lesson clearly. Professional players shouldn't wander into dungeons recklessly. I have no shortage of offense, with skeleton lancers and death knights to support me. What I really lack is reconnaissance and defense. He nodded subconsciously and then selected a skill book called Bone Barrier. This book is also exclusive to the necromancer and can summon a bone shield to resist a small amount of physical damage, consuming 50 points of energy. The price wasn't expensive, and it was within his current budget. "How much is this?" "I'll buy it," he said simply. He then looked at the short-haired girl and asked, "Do you have a skill testing site?" "Of course, please follow me." Under her guidance, Leah walked into a white semicircular space, which was extremely empty. There were several rows of dummies standing in the distance, which were obviously used to test skill values. Leah nodded in satisfaction and immediately activated his skill, summoning a death raven. Buzz! A humming sound echoed, and before the creature could be seen, it was heard first. Then, a strangely shaped raven appeared in the air, but it wasn't a raven. It was clearly a six-winged drone. Leah stared at the summoned creature, in shock, and quickly checked its information panel. The raven's agility was as high as 400, and it also had functions such as remote monitoring and real-time image feedback. It was like equipment that could only be seen in science fiction movies. It can also be remotely controlled via screen, offering a smarter and safer viewing angle than the original raven. "This is so much better than the original," Leah couldn't help but exclaim. The drone let out a hoarse crow cry and flew in front of him, guiding him to remove the attached small screen. Leah controlled the screen, slowly raising the drone until it neared the ceiling, revealing the entire space. Satisfied, he nodded, his mind filled with wonder. "I thought the system's limit was semi-mechanized spearmen, but I didn't expect it could even ascend to drones." He began to imagine. If the necromancer raven could be transformed into high-tech equipment, what would summon creatures like the bone dragon and the necromancer look like? Would they be completely mechanized, or perhaps a terrifying fusion of undead and machine? The thought flashed through Leah's mind. Although he wanted to learn all the skills on the bookshelf in one go, he felt his pocket and sighed, "I'm broke." Then, he unleashed his second skill, summoning a bone barrier. A white bone shield glowing with blue fire appeared in his hand, cold and heavy. Bone barrier has a defense of 600 points and also has a 10 necromancer damage counter effect, which can rebound damage while striking the enemy. Good stuff. Leah's eyes lit up. As a necromancer, he knew all too well the summoner's greatest weakness, their own fragility. Injury not only affected the summoned creature's status, but could even cause it to lose control or vanish. But now, with this temporary, high-defense shield, he had an added layer of security. Most importantly, it could be summoned infinitely. Even if it was damaged, it could be recreated with a little effort. It's okay, it smells so good. Leah smiled from ear to ear. He also bought a few bottles of blue potions and picked out a few low-level dungeon maps as a backup. After paying, the short-haired girl said respectfully, "You have 600 Yinsha coins left. They have been transferred to your account. Please check them." She bowed as she saw him off in the exchange, her eyes filled with awe as she watched him from behind. Leah bought some snacks and hurried home. Staying up all night to kill monsters was certainly enjoyable, but as the sun rose, exhaustion began to creep in. Besides, he hadn't returned home all night. His family must have been worried. It's like staying up all night playing games in the internet cafe. I'd have a blast, but I'd regret it the moment I left. He chuckled. In his original world, he was also a big sleeper, and now that he'd moved on, his habits hadn't changed at all. But now he knew this wasn't a game world. In this world, only the highest ranked have the final say, and the strongest are the best. He silently made up his mind. Professionals are the nobility of this world. Only by becoming stronger can they avoid being trampled underfoot. For myself, and for my future, I must do my best. As he pondered these thoughts, the hour-long journey seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and he was already at his doorstep. Yonla Street, nestled on the edge of Tianhai City's second ring road, is a network of low, old buildings, their walls mottled and stained by vines and rain. Amidst the towering modern metropolis, this decrepit area stands out like a patch of mold on the city's surface. Leah walked down the familiar street. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard a burst of cheerful shouting from the park. He saw a little girl with twin ponytails and a pink dress reading a book on a bench. She stood up immediately when she saw him. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she snapped the occupational guide shut. She ran happily towards Leah. "Brother, you're back." She laughed as she ran, her voice soft and full of dependence. Leah caressed her head lovingly, a smile on his face. "How old are you? You can already understand this book." Her name was Li Kai-bai, Leah's younger sister, 6 years his junior. She was as smart as a little adult, but in front of him, she was always a child. In his previous life, Leah was an orphan without any relatives. But in this life, he had a complete family, parents, an older sister, and this sensible sister. Li Kai-bai pouted and looked at her brother aggrievedly. "There was no news from you last night. I was so worried about you. People on the internet said that you awakened a strange profession, and they are still laughing at you." Her eyes were red, and her little hands tightly grasped the profession illustration book, as if she was standing up for her brother. Leah sighed softly, realizing that even though the child was young, she already understood the importance of protection. He smiled and rubbed his sister's head, then pulled out a few bags of snacks from behind him like magic. "I brought you some delicious food." Li Kai-bai's eyes lit up immediately, and she carefully hugged the bag of snacks. Tears still welled up in the corners of her eyes, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but smile. They walked into the old building together, climbed the stairs, and went up to the 5th floor in one breath. Before he could even knock, he heard familiar footsteps. The door opened, revealing his mother, Zhang Xiumei. The fatigue and wrinkles on her face couldn't hide her worry. "Finally, you're back, and you didn't even call," she complained, but she had already pulled her son into the house. "Dinner isn't ready yet. Wait a little longer." "Mom, I'm not hungry." Leah's stomach rumbled before he could finish his words. Zhang Xiumei smiled and said, "Wait until your dad comes back, and we'll have dinner together." He sat helplessly on the sofa and played a game of grabbing snacks with his sister. The room was soon filled with the aroma of food. The door creaked open, and Father Li Jingye returned home. Seeing the two children interacting, a smile of relief appeared on his face. "Leah, don't just eat by yourself. Give some to your sister." "I know, Dad. I was just teasing her," Leah replied with a smile. Zhang Xiumei brought out a plate of stir-fried potatoes with beans. "Go wash your hands. It's time to eat." Leah was very satisfied with his home-cooked meal. His belly was full, and he felt the warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. Li Kai-bai took only a few bites before eagerly jumping off her chair, only to be yanked back down by her mother. "No more snacks until you've finished your meal," Zhang Xiumei sternly said. The little girl pouted and looked at her brother with a pleading look, as if to say, I'm really full. Leah suppressed a smile and agreed with a straight face. Mom's right. Let's talk after we finish eating. Oomph. Li Kaibai reluctantly resumed his meal, looking obedient but aggrieved. After the meal, his father coughed, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Tang, called yesterday. He said the results of your job transfer are out. The room suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere tense and tense, the air seemingly frozen. You know, professionals have two paths to choose from, Li Jingye continued. One is to level up in dungeons, then join a guild or take the college entrance exam. The other is to find a job like me and earn money to support my family. Lia nodded. He understood that not every profession was suitable for leveling up by killing monsters. Some professions could only survive in the real world, like his father's forger. Although he didn't earn much, he could at least support his family. At this moment, Li Jingye felt in his pocket and wanted to smoke, but seeing the children there, he had to put it away. Now that the result is out, don't look back. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw Zhang Xiumei had quietly stepped on him, her face still smiling. Old Li, your son just got a new job, so stop saying those discouraging things, she said calmly. But her footwork remained firm. Li Jingye felt pain, but he didn't argue. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm not forcing him to take the second path. I know it's hard, with the cold stares and low wages, but I don't want him to be like me, giving up his dreams for the rest of his life. He turned to look at his son and said, Leah, tell me what's on your mind. Dad supports all your decisions. At that moment, Leah's heart felt like it had been struck hard, and his nose felt sore. He nodded solemnly. I want to join the guild and go to university. I don't want to just accept my fate. Good job. Li Jingye patted his son's shoulder, his face full of satisfaction. Then he took out a bank card from his pocket and stuffed it into Leah's hand. Here you go. This is the 56,000 I've saved over the years. What do professionals lack the most? Money. Dad understands. Take it. Leah was speechless for a moment, his eyes slightly red, and he just silently clenched the card. Family members not only support you, but also have your back. His father's tone was calm, yet incredibly warm. Just as this feeling of gratitude was slowly fermenting in his heart, Zhang Xiumei's voice suddenly came from the kitchen. Son, your homeroom teacher just called and asked you to return to school. They said there's something important. Leah pushed open the door to the office in the 6th high school building. A glance revealed familiar faces one after another. Kang Shiyao, the 6th high school principal, and Jiang Zhenhai, the overly enthusiastic senior from Fenlan University. But he frowned slightly at the unexpected presence of Lu Yidao. When Lu Yidao saw Leo appear, a smug smile appeared on his face, as if he had been waiting to see his surprised expression. Jiang Zhenhai coughed twice, breaking the silence, and said, Student Li, please take a seat. His tone was calm, but he got straight to the point. The reason Fenlan University has consistently ranked among the best is because it prefers to have few students rather than unqualified ones. We originally had high hopes for you, Leah, and that's why we granted you special admission, but now the situation has changed, so we have to cancel it. Leah looked calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He nodded gently, but secretly pondered in his heart. This matter could actually be settled with a phone call, so why invite him to the school? His eyes fell on Lu Yidao, and a vague answer came to his mind. Sure enough, Jiang Zhenhai then changed the subject. We're planning to add Lu Yidao as a new special admission student. What do you think, Principal Chun? Chun Luming grinned from ear to ear, nodding repeatedly with a look of course I agree. To him, it didn't matter who was a special admission student. As long as a student was admitted, he, as the principal, would receive a reward. Kang Shiyao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't. Leah frowned slightly, his tone indifferent. If that's all, then I'll leave first. He had long since given up hope on his status as a special recruit. Now, he saw only upgrading and becoming stronger as the only way to provide a good life for his family. He was certain that with the system at his disposal, Fenlan University was nothing. Leah stood up and was about to leave when a voice stopped him. Wait, Lu Yidao said, a smirk on his face as he stepped forward. Are you upset that I stole your special enrollment spot? Seeing him silent, Lu Yidao became even more convinced that he had the upper hand, and his tone became even more arrogant. If you're not convinced, let's have a competition. If you lose, I'll give you the spot. As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone in the room froze, their expressions varying. Jiang Zhenhai's face darkened, his heart displeased. Special admissions spots weren't cheap. How could they just give them up? Kong Shuriao and Chun Luming exchanged glances, remembering yesterday's battle in the Wild Boar Canyon dungeon, where Leah had severely disciplined Lu Yidao. The incident had already spread online, with many people mocking Lu Yidao as a loser. Others speculated that since they were at the same initial level, Leah simply took advantage by striking first. Either way, it was a disgrace for Lu Yidao. Clearly, he was trying to redeem himself through the competition. Kong Shuriao couldn't help but advise, "Student Lu, you're an A-class warrior. There's no need to waste time on this. The college entrance exam is next month. You should focus on leveling up." But Lu Yidao didn't listen at all. He stared at Leah, sneering and provoking him. "What? You don't dare? Are you scared?" Leah remained unmoved, his tone calm. "Whatever you want to think is up to you." Having experienced 2 lives, he was no longer the brat who would get angry at the slightest provocation. He knew that wasting time fighting Lu Yi's sword would be better spent leveling up in dungeons by killing monsters. He knew full well that adults valued profit, not victory or defeat. And in his eyes, Lu Yidao was nothing more than a worthless clown. When he ascended to a higher stage in the future, people like him wouldn't even be worthy of meeting him. "I'll be leaving if I'm fine," Leah said, and started to leave again. But then Lu Yidao suddenly said in a cold voice, "Do you live on Yongle Street? You have a younger sister who's in elementary school, right?" This sentence made Leah stop in his tracks and slowly turn around. Lu Yidao's eyes were filled with naked threats, and the meaning was self-evident. "If you don't fight this, don't blame me for attacking your family." Leah's face suddenly turned cold. He wasn't one to shy away from trouble, but what he couldn't stand the most was having his family implicated. Lu Yidao's family was well-connected. His father was the vice president of a guild in Tianhai City, a powerful figure. And he, Leah, was just an ordinary student from a humble family. This fight had to happen. Leah's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Okay then, let's go to the gymnasium lobby right away." Lu Yidao's face lit up with a smile of triumph, and he nodded excitedly. Principal Chun Luming opened his mouth, wanting to say that school rules forbid private fighting. But seeing Jiang Zhenhai's calm expression, he swallowed his words. Tang Shuriao stood up abruptly, hurriedly walked over to Leah, and whispered to him, "Lu Yidao is already level 5, and he's also learned a premium warrior skill. You can't beat him right now, so don't be impulsive. Teacher, go and persuade him. He won't really do anything to your family." Hearing these words, Leah felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Even in his most difficult times, someone was still willing to stand by him. "Don't worry, I will win," he said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Tang Shuriao wanted to offer some more advice, but seeing his calm and confident expression, she fell silent. She had seen this expression countless times before exams. But today, this composure was present in the face of a life-or-death duel. Suddenly, a crazy thought arose in her mind. Leah, could he really win? Leah was going to fight Lu Yidao? As soon as the news broke, the 6th high school campus erupted in excitement. Really? The college entrance exams are only a month away, and they're still stirring up trouble? Look at the forums. They even spell out the time and location. It turned out that the two had already had a conflict at the entrance of the copy yesterday, and today they were going to have a head-on confrontation on campus. Everyone was suddenly very excited and rushed to the gymnasium to watch a good show. One is the newly promoted A-rank berserker, Lu Yidao, who has immediately become a household name. The other is the useless necromancer, Leah, who has fallen from grace to glory. A clash between these two is undoubtedly a real-life king versus bronze showdown. This contrast alone is captivating enough. The gymnasium was already packed, with every seat taken and even the stairwells crammed to the brim. Meanwhile, Principal Chun Luming stood on the podium, his brow furrowed. He had originally intended to handle the competition quietly, but after the post was posted on the school forum, the situation spiraled out of control. "Teacher Tang, have you figured out who posted this?" Tang Shuriao looked embarrassed. "We found out. It's Lu Yidao's alias." Chun Luming was speechless. If it were any other student, they would have been criticized and placed on probation. But Lu Yidao was a special admission student at Fonlon University, with a bright future ahead of him. As a junior principal, he couldn't afford to offend. He turned to look at Leah in the audience and sighed. Leah was actually more composed than many of his peers. Unfortunately, his profession wasn't popular. The necromancer was naturally countered by the berserker. Lu Yidao reached level 5 in a single day and even formed a team, his combat power skyrocketing. Meanwhile, Leah, standing in the audience, yawned, looking like he'd been up all night and hadn't slept well. His condition was indescribable. Teacher Tang, notify the school medical team and prepare the stretcher. Shen Luming had already prepared for the worst. Tang Shiyao's face changed, and she quickly took out her cell phone and dialed. She knew that Lu Yidao was a man of his time and would show no mercy. If Liu was truly crippled, the young man would be completely ruined. She was determined to rush to the rescue, even if it meant breaking the rules. The referee stood in the middle of the ring and shouted, "Get ready, both sides. Enter the ring." Lu Yidao's body shook, and with a powerful kick, he leaped 2 meters high, landing handsomely on the ring, drawing screams from the girls. He spread his arms, tilted his head back, and relished the clamor of the spotlight. Leah, on the other hand, walked steadily onto the stage, his words uttered without a trace, his eyes coldly fixed on his opponent. "I told you before, I'll make you regret this," Lu Yidao said, gritting his teeth and sneering. "Originally, I wanted the principal to expel you, but since you're not going to get into university anyway, I might as well just beat you up and ruin your reputation." Leah replied calmly, "Let's fight, so much nonsense." This sentence directly choked Lu Yidao. Seeing that the two were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. Lu Yidao roared, and his body was ablaze with crimson flames. This is the berserker's signature skill, Burning Blood. It temporarily improves all 4 attributes, but then falls into a weakened state. He wanted to end the battle quickly. He then activated his charge skill, his agility skyrocketing, and he shot out like a cannonball. However, just as he was halfway through the sprint, his eyes blurred. A flash of white light passed by, instantly blinding him. Boom! The next second, a terrifying force crashed into his chest. He was like being struck by a high-speed hammer, sent flying through the air, slamming into the edge of the arena and tumbling to the ground. The entire audience fell silent. Thousands of students stared in disbelief. Lu Yidao, so imposing just a moment ago, collapsed so quickly. Wasn't this the wrong script? At Lia's feet, a heavy truck emerged from the ground and slowly drove by, its tires emitting blue flames. In the driver's seat sat a ghost. Holy crap, is this summoning a ghost? Isn't this the Hell Chariot? It's incredible. Even this can be summoned. Initially, no one was optimistic about Leah. Some even bet that he wouldn't even survive the first round. After all, a berserker versus a necromancer should have been a crushing victory. But in reality, Leah defeated the enemy with a single move, sending Lu Yi's blade flying. Everyone was completely shocked. Shen Luming on the stage suddenly stood up, staring intently at the necromancer truck. "Teacher Tang, what's the data rating for this thing?" Tang Shiyao's face turned pale. "Peak F level, even close to S level. But Leah is only level 3. This is totally unreasonable. He didn't level up. He was summoning a higher level." The discussion in the audience had not yet ended, and the battle on the stage escalated again. Lu Yidao struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared as he ignited his blood again. The flames grew stronger, and his body became stronger. 3-stage charge. He unleashed his skills like crazy, rushing towards Liu with rage, his speed almost tearing through the air. "See how you can block this time." But Liu remained standing, his expression calm, his lips curled slightly. "Enough." He raised his right hand, a dark crack opening in his palm, and a pale arm emerged from it, followed by a second and a third. Undead soldiers in tattered uniforms, wielding old rifles, slowly emerged. Tens, hundreds, lined up neatly, their guns pointed outward. They looked like a legion from another world. This isn't a summoning spell. This is an army of the undead. Is Leah cheating? What level is he at? Look, that undead with the helmet and flamethrower has a number on his body. Lu Yidao's eyes widened, his entire body frozen as he stared at the legion of undead behind Leah, his lips trembling. His throat dry, he muttered, This isn't something a worthless person can summon. This is a monster." He was halfway through his charge when he abruptly stopped, cold sweat drenching his back. He tried to run, but his legs felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. "Ew, what the hell did you summon?" His voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Leah's expression was indifferent as he slowly stepped forward, his eyes cold. Didn't I warn you long ago? You'll regret this. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-man undead army raised their weapons in unison. Flamethrowers began to heat up, their muzzles already pointed in the direction of Lu Yi's sword. Even the undead heavy truck slowly pulled out, the scraping sound of its tires against the ground as sharp as a knife. This is impossible. Lu Yidao roared uncontrollably, turning to look at the referee's seat, his voice shrill. This is beyond our level. It's simply not a skill suitable for our level. His face was ashen, and he desperately sought support and explanation. The referee's face was frozen as he helplessly threw up his hands. It's not written in the rules. As long as it doesn't cause fatal consequences, it's a legal skill. You call that legal? Lu Yidao was practically going crazy. How could he summon F-level undead, and an entire army of them? Leah spoke softly, his voice was not loud, but made people feel heavy. You are too weak. Then, he waved his arm. Open fire. Boom! Intensive gunshots, flames, and the blue light of the undead heavy truck's headlights all broke out in an instant. Lu Yidao subconsciously activated his defensive skills, crossing his arms to shield his head and forcing all his energy to burst out to the limit. However, the next second, bang, he was directly blown away, like a broken sack hitting the protective shield, and then fell heavily to the ground, twitching all over. The scene fell silent for a moment. 3 seconds later, a thunderous roar erupted. Lu Yi's sword was instantly destroyed. That last attack must have dealt at least 3,000 points of damage, right? He only has 800 HP. How could he possibly withstand it? And you call him useless? Leah is a hidden genius. I'm not going to be a berserker anymore. I'm applying to be a necromancer. The audience erupted in excitement. Students stood up and waved excitedly, some even pulling out their phones to start live streaming. Look, 6 High School has an undead war god. He's blasting the berserker. Offstage, Leah quietly gathered up his undead army. The heavy truck hummed softly and sank into the ground, the soldiers retreating neatly into the void. Without even a glance at Lu Yidao lying on the ground, he turned and left the arena. The live streamer could only capture his blurry yet frightening back. In the referee's booth, Jiang Jinhai's expression was blank, as if he were dumbfounded. The specially recruited student he had worked so hard to recruit was just being crushed by a disqualified D-level student. Impossible. He moved his lips slightly, as if denying reality. Tang Xia, standing by, beamed with pride. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong about you, Leah replied softly. It's the teacher who taught me well. At that moment, Principal Chun Luming came over with a smile, his eyes filled with unconcealed joy. Great. Excellent. You are truly the pride of our 6th high school. Leah was a little embarrassed, having not expected such praise. Chun Luming patted him on the shoulder and said, The school will give you a reward. Leah immediately thanked him. Thank you, Principal. After all, it was a free reward, so why not take it? Principal Chen laughed heartily. Good boy. I believe you have a bright future. But at this point, his face froze, as if he had something else to say. Alas, I hope I'm overthinking it. You're a good student, and Teacher Tang is a good teacher, too. After a few pleasantries, the principal turned and walked towards Lu Yidao. Leah was a little confused and asked Tang Xia in a low voice, Does the principal have anything else to say? Tang Xia nodded. Maybe he is a little worried. You don't have to worry too much. Those things haven't happened yet. Yeah, Leah nodded. The most important thing now was to continue leveling up and improving his strength. Although he had a vague sense of foreboding, it might just be an illusion. With Lu Yidao's troubles resolved, he could finally focus on clearing dungeons. A pure smile appeared on Leah's face. Showing off in front of the whole school felt so good. A few days later, the clear sky suddenly became overcast. A figure rushed out of the teaching building. Is that all the reward? Leah held the prize in his hand, 5,000 Yinxia coins and a few bottles of potion. He curled his lips in disappointment. He also knew that the 6th high school didn't have much money, so this was a good offer. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if a sense of unease was spreading. He looked up at the sky, and it was already raining. What bad luck. I didn't bring an umbrella. The weather has changed so quickly. Just as he was about to leave in the rain, he heard an urgent shout from behind. Leah, wait. He stopped and looked back, only to see Principal Chun Luming running down the stairs with an anxious look on his face. Leah's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling grew stronger. No way. Isn't the Lu Yidao incident over? He couldn't help but take a half step back, his whole body tense. Leah, Principal Chin said breathlessly. Teacher Tang just called. He paused, as if to prepare Leah mentally. Go ahead, I can handle it, Leah said through gritted teeth. Chen Luming's eyes were heavy. Your sister, Kaibai. Something's happened to her. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, as if the very sky itself had been torn apart, illuminating Li Ya's stunned face. His gaze instantly collapsed, and his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Kaibai, something happened? In that instant, he felt like the world had collapsed. His head was buzzing, and his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Pain like never before. Tears flowed unconsciously, and he walked out without saying a word. She's in the hospital right now, the principal added in a low voice. Yeah. Leah's voice was so soft it seemed to float on the wind, and his eyes were already confused. Umbrella, Principal Chin called out, but Leah shook his head and rushed into the rain. There was a taxi parked outside the school gate. Before getting in, Chun Luming threw out 10 yin-xia coins and said, Tianai Hospital, hurry. The driver looked at Leah, who was stiff in the back seat, and immediately became serious. The car sped through the rain, and Leah leaned against the window, his eyes empty. Faster, faster. Finally, the car screeched to a halt. Leah pushed open the door and bolted. His soaking wet appearance drew the attention of many passers-by. This way, Tang Xia appeared at the hospital entrance at the right moment and pointed him in the direction. Leah had only one thought in his mind. Kaibai, who hurt you? Are you still alive? Leah's heart was burning with anxiety. Things were about to improve, and thanks to the potential of that special undead, he had believed his future was bright. But the sudden news of his sister's death was like a bolt from the blue, catching him off guard. The image of Lu Yidao slumped on the ground flashed through his mind. The confidence and pride he'd felt at that moment had vanished. He'd thought that defeating Lu Yidao would be a victory against all odds. Even if his parents had ordinary jobs, as long as he was strong enough, he could change his fate. But reality reminded him once again that even with talent, without strength, he couldn't even protect those closest to him. Seeing Leah's expression losing control, Tang Shuriao quickly reached out and put her hand on his shoulder, her voice low and worried. Calm down, Leah. Impulsiveness won't solve the problem. Leah took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and nodded, but his eyes were as sharp as a blade as he looked at Tang Shuriao. Teacher, tell me, was it Lu Yidao who did it? Tang Shuriao didn't answer immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds. It's not confirmed yet. Witnesses say they suffered an unidentified attack. Before she could finish her words, the side door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open. A shrill, manic laugh echoed, a voice Leah was all too familiar with. Ha ha! Why are you acting so high and mighty? This time, I'll teach you a lesson about despair. Seeing Lu Yidao's complacent expression, Leah's face twisted instantly, his rage threatening to burst forth. Principal Chun and Teacher Tang, standing by, hurriedly held his shoulders, fearing he might do something irrational. Lu Yidao, this is a hospital. Please remain quiet. Principal Chun said sternly, trying to maintain order. But even if he disliked Lu Yidao, he didn't dare actually attack this student with such a powerful background. Although Lu Yidao lost, he remained a special admission student, while Leah, despite winning, was still stripped of his special admission status. This is reality. The arrogance of higher education institutions is irresistible, and admissions teachers would rather insist they didn't choose the wrong person. Moreover, this is just the starting point. Lu Yidao had a strong family background to back him up, so even if he suffered a temporary setback, he wouldn't fall to the bottom. But what about Leah? He had no family to lean on, only a heavy burden of responsibilities and the pain of his family members' illnesses. Did you do this to my sister? Leah gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Haha, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Lu Yidao sneered, his eyes filled with provocation and malice. He seemed to be saying, yes, I did it. What can you do to me? He even added with a smile, I heard your sister's medical bills are quite high. The loan will take a long time to pay. He then revealed a triumphant expression, his eyes filled with contempt for Leah. At that moment, he finally saw what he wanted in Leah's expression, the feeling of powerlessness, anger, and despair. He knew Leah wouldn't dare to make a move. His father had already arranged a personal bodyguard for him, a level 20B class professional. If Leah made a move, he would have a reason to fight back. Go ahead, come on. Louis Dao whispered in Leah's ear, his tone malicious and sarcastic. Even if you know who did it, without evidence, you can never implicate me. A little flaw? Huh. My dad can erase it with just one word. Tang Shuriao couldn't bear it any longer and was about to stop him, but Leah gently grabbed her hand. He shook his head, his eyes expressionless, like a pool of deeply suppressed water. You're forcing me to do it, aren't you? His tone was eerily calm, but the pent-up anger in his chest was already boiling over like a tide. Louis Dao froze for a moment, swallowing hard. A strange fear welled up in his heart. He didn't want to admit it, but Leah at this moment was truly making him panic. Stop pretending to be so profound. He managed to maintain his composure and uttered a harsh remark. You're just a coward. With that, he turned and walked away, followed by his bodyguards, but his steps seemed to be fleeing. Are you okay? Teacher Tang asked softly. Principal Chun said earnestly, Leah, remember, as long as you're alive, there's hope. Don't rush for revenge. I'm fine. Thank you, teacher. Leah nodded in response, but his eyes never left the emergency room door. Tang Shuriao couldn't help but look at Principal Chun. Is there really no way to deal with him? It's not that there's no way, but the cost is too high. Principal Chen's face was embarrassed, and his words were full of helplessness. It's not that he didn't want to, but Li Ye's identity couldn't shake the power behind Louis Dao. Even a symbolic punishment isn't enough. Tang Shuriao refused to give up. Principal Chun smiled wryly and shook his head. There's no evidence. It's just a provocation. The law can't do anything about it. To make a point and save some of his image, he offered, Leah, I'll cover your sister's emergency room bills. The school can partially reimburse. Thank you, Principal Chun. Leah's tone was tinged with gratitude, but he knew what it meant. This proved that he still had value to the principal, that he could be used, and therefore worthy of being recruited. In this world, power is fundamental. No matter how great one's potential is, it must be transformed into actual strength to have a say. After Principal Chun left, Teacher Tang, with a look of guilt on his face, whispered, I didn't see Lu Yi Dao's true face clearly. If I had discovered it earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's not your fault, Li said in a low but firm voice. He knew that Teacher Tang was truly concerned about him, unlike those who only looked at his background. You've done enough, he said. I'm too weak. If I had enough strength, if I could have been above Lu Yi's knife. At that moment, the red light in the hospital's emergency room finally went out, turning green. Family members can come in, the doctor's voice rang out. Leah practically rushed in, scurrying to the bedside. Brother, Li Kai-bai, lying on the bed, looked pale and her voice was weak, but she managed to smile. I'm Fina. At that moment, her voice was like a knife, piercing Leah's heart. He felt a tearing pain, and the blazing rage gradually brewed into a deeper power in the darkness. He understood that this world never believed in the word fairness. Without evidence, he could do whatever he wanted. Then, one day, he would let these people know. He wasn't weak, he just wasn't strong enough. At that moment, a different light ignited in his eyes. A dark will quietly sprouted in his heart. Leah accepted this lesson. His pre-transmigration cognitive inertia, coupled with his long life as an ordinary person, had prevented him from truly experiencing the world of professionals, particularly the hidden double standards of school. Before awakening his profession, he'd always felt like he'd been transported back to high school in his previous life, but now, meaningful simile Juliet Liaslips. So, these are the rules for professionals? Teacher Tang stayed by Li Saibai's bedside until she fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, Principal Chun entered, his tone thoughtful. The school has already covered the emergency room costs, but if Kai-bai wants to fully recover, the subsequent expenses will probably be substantial. The school can provide you with a 5-year, interest-free loan. Leah thanked him again. After Principal Chun and Teacher Tang left, the ward finally quieted down. Teacher Tang had wanted to stay longer, but seeing the genuine smile on Leah's face, she felt relieved. What she didn't know was that within that smile, while he was relieved that his sister had escaped danger, there was also a hint of coldness. He had finally seen another possibility, a possibility that those who hurt his family would pay the price. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was his father. Hello, Dad. What? You quit your job? Leah paused, then quickly regained his composure. Kai-bai isn't home. She's a little sick and in the hospital now. Don't worry. And don't worry about the money. The school has already covered it. Well, I know my limits. Just take care of yourself. After hanging up the phone, the warmth in Li Yu's eyes completely faded. How quick! He'd attacked his sister that morning, and in the afternoon, he'd forced his father out of work. This was completely breaking the backbone of their family. His sister, who needed long-term care, his father, who had lost his income, and his father's secret warnings about the guild leader had deterred anyone from teaming up with him, effectively slowing his growth. One thing led to another, a truly masterful scheme. The clown, who had once slowed down his dungeon run and leveling, was now slowly destroying everything he had. Leah tapped his fingertips lightly on the edge of the bed, his mind already forming an answer. This wasn't something Lu Yidao could have imagined himself. It was most likely the work of his father, the vice president. The vice president of the city-level guild, a long-established figure, was at least level 40, perhaps even 50. You know, every time a professional passes 10 levels, the difficulty of upgrading increases dramatically, and breaking through is extremely difficult. Just like him now, if he wants to break through to level 11, he must first complete the profession-specific trial. Level 11 Necromancer Trial. Kill 3 monsters far above your level / kill 1,000 monsters with summons. Reminder. The number and level of monsters will directly affect the final result of the trial. This is just the minimum requirement. During the trial, the system will comprehensively evaluate his every action. Commonly used skills, types of monsters killed, and even combat methods will affect the rewards after breaking through level 11. More importantly, there are hidden rules here. Completing special conditions may trigger a job change, and meeting certain requirements may bring about a qualitative change in the profession. Adding a new talent, upgrading the original talent, or even a significant improvement in the corresponding attributes of the profession. Each one is enough to make countless people envious. Because of this, he reached level 8 a few days ago, but still hasn't broken through to level 10. His goal has never been meeting the standard, but more. Since industrialization can transform the undead, what if one could obtain talents that are highly compatible with their profession? After all, talents gained through trials are deeply tied to the user's behavior, meaning they would be the most suitable abilities for him. This is by no means a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. Once this is linked to his planned undead industrialization, his power will likely increase exponentially. If I had gone to the level 10 to 20 dungeons earlier, I might have been more confident when dealing with it now. Leah looked out the window. In order to get the reward promised by Principal Chun, he had not been to the back mountain in the past few days, and he was also secretly wary of Lu Yidao, but he did not expect that the other party would directly kill his family. Outside the window, a light rain soaked the streets, and the rustling of leaves sang a mournful melody. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, disrupting the rain's rhythm and forcing it to stop. But the dark clouds covering the sky remained thick, completely blocking out the hazy moonlight, as if trapping the entire city of Tianhai in this darkness. Several undead ravens flapped their wings and flew into the night sky, like messengers of death. From the shadows, a skeleton, armed with a sniper rifle, quietly emerged and landed beside Leah. It was the summon he had meticulously prepared over the past few days. Undead Assassin Ember. Undead Assassin, Ember type. Summon creature, undead level. 10 health, 300 attack, 600 defense, 10 agility, 100 spirit, 10 skills, stealth, 1-hit kill introduction. In the tide of industrialization, the undead assassin has shed the shackles of tradition. Its eye sockets are embedded with prosthetic eyes, which can mark enemy weaknesses and analyze their movements. Its skeleton is infused with invisible material, and it is equipped with a sniper rifle that can concentrate its power. From then on, killing is silent. Cost, 200 energy upgrade. This is a unique individual. Once destroyed, it cannot be resurrected. Brother stats, boss level mechanics. This was Li Yu's assessment of Jin. Judging solely by its panel, it's not much different from the Undead Raven or Undead Knight, but those two core skills make it a uniquely lethal weapon. Stealth, with the blessing of invisible materials, can achieve complete invisibility in the dark, not only without casting a shadow, but also blocking the detection of most auxiliary professions. One-shot fatality, combined with the weakness marks of sniper rifles and artificial eyes, it can not only hit the vital points to cause high damage, but also has the probability of instant kill. Leah had tried before. Not even his undead raven could escape Jin's lock. Lia's gaze fell on the night outside the window, a single thought in his mind. Lu Yi's retribution for the sword need not wait until tomorrow. Tonight he must die, and those who had severely injured Kai Bai, none of them would escape. As for Vice President Liu, he couldn't compete with him with his current strength, but he had taken note of the other party's tactics today. One day, he would return this trick of using family members as weapons to the vice president he had never met. Also, we must root out the weeds. Lia muttered to himself, without a trace of hesitation in his eyes. When facing an enemy, as long as we have the ability to kill him, we must not hold back. A dead enemy is a good enemy. Elsewhere, at a deserted barbecue stall on the outskirts of the city, Lu Yidao was laughing heartily, his beer mug raised, his face brimming with smug pride. You didn't see how Lia looked today. He wanted to eat me alive, but he didn't dare to. That frustration was simply unbearable. Today's events had completely buoyed him. Why? Before, Lia was someone else's kid, and he'd accepted him. But now that Lia had awakened a crappy necromancer, lost his special recruitment credentials, and fallen from grace, why was he still so nonchalant? Why was he such a thorn in his side? Yet he couldn't even remember his own name. Why was Lia sentenced to death by the school and everyone else, destined for a lifetime of invincibility, able to easily defeat him? The more Lu Yidao thought about it, the more he felt dissatisfied and frustrated. It was as if the entire world favored Lia, while working against him at every turn. After being crushed by Lia last time, he became a laughingstock in Tianhai City's professional community, and his father was furious, feeling that he had lost face. So he had to win. He had to conquer everything Lia had and reclaim his lost dignity. Brother Lu. So, Lia is completely ruined now? The henchman leaned over and flattered. Of course. Lu Yidao tilted his head back, took a long gulp of beer, exhaled freely, and looked up at the night sky. He's like this darkness now. He can no longer find his own light. He has no future at all, even if... The words stopped abruptly. He suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the night sky, blending into the darkness. It looked like it had 6 pairs of wings. But before he could see what it was, a scarlet of light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Kill, kill. You must aim at the head. Jean stumbled, mimicking Lia's words. His bony fingers gently squeezed the trigger. A barely perceptible click, remarkably clear in the silent night, sounded the death knell for Lu Yidao. A resounding boom pierced the darkness, followed by a burst of fireworks made of flesh and blood, eerily blooming in the air. This was the effect of a special ammunition in the Jean sniper rifle. Upon impact, it not only killed, but also exploded around the enemy. The few people following closely behind him didn't even have time to scream before they were engulfed in the storm of blood and flesh, instantly dying. It was too brutal, too terrifying. Lu Yidao's physical strength was already quite strong. In a sparring match, he had endured several heavy blows and still managed to stand up, all thanks to the automatic health recovery mechanism of his berserker physique. The berserker, this class, is a monster born for battle. With explosive attacks, formidable defense, incredible recovery, and even decent agility. You think a necromancer could be his match? You're kidding. In the early stages, ordinary necromancers were nothing to him, not even a threat. The skeletons he summoned seemed like a tickle to him. Even with industrialized summoning in the later stages, it would take a large-scale effort to suppress the berserkers, but unfortunately, they never got to that stage. Now a blood-red lotus slowly blossomed in the air, a scene left behind by the tragic deaths of Lu Yidao and his followers. Lia silently watched the scene transmitted back by the undead raven, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or calm. Should he be overjoyed now that his enemy was dead? No. Lia's expression was more one of relief and indifference. Lu Yidao had never been a particularly important person in his heart. He was more concerned with the darker shadow behind him. Even Principal Chen's attitude towards Lu Yidao's background was enough to make Lia wary. There was more to this than meets the eye. Jean, come back. Lia issued a remote command through the undead raven, and a thought penetrated Jin's mind. Yes. Jin nodded gently in response, but did not leave immediately. Instead, his red artificial eye suddenly lit up and stared intently at the center of the blood lotus. Lia's eyes widened in surprise as several illusory figures emerged from the lotus, their faces still retaining the painful expressions of life and death. Wasn't that Lu Yidao and his men? Their souls still lingered in this world. Others naturally couldn't see it, but Leah, a necromancer and Jin summoner, and with the help of his raven perspective, was able to glimpse this scene, as if drawn by some suction force. Those souls were devoured by Jin's artificial eye, silently and horribly. The soul was taken away, and the bullet dissipated into the air. Who could track Leah's whereabouts next? In this world, although some extraordinary auxiliary professions did exist, how could they easily possess such resources in Tianhai City? Leah recalled what Louis Dao had said when he was so arrogant. "You have no evidence. What can you do to me?" Now, he used the same words in response. Taking away souls, leaving no trace. Even for professions specializing in soul research, it would be difficult to trace the truth. It couldn't be more perfect. At that moment, Leah felt that Jin had grown stronger, a transformation that resembled a transformation after consuming a soul. This self-aware summon had been exceptional from the start, not only able to understand commands, but also autonomously optimizing plans during battle. For other summons, the farther away they were, the more energy they would require to control. However, Jin could move freely within a large area with almost no mental effort. This was Jin, Leah knew in his heart. This creature was no longer just a tool, but a growing individual, perhaps holding even more secrets. Jin's voice murmured, sporadically, soul, trade, transformation, as if explaining the purpose of his actions. Trade? Transformation? Leah fell into deep thought. Could Jin be the product of some kind of soul trade? This was unbelievable. But these questions had to be put aside for the time being. Now is not the time to dig deep into the truth. He had a more important goal, revenge for his sister. Li Kaibai was seriously injured and still lying in bed. Every time Leah saw his sister's frail appearance, the anger in his heart burned again. From his sister, he learned the appearance of the assailant. Tall and burly, covered in thick hair, like a wild animal, with a feral, oppressive aura. This was no ordinary person, but most likely a member of the legendary ancient and mysterious cult, a being neither human nor ghost. Textbooks contain very few records of this organization, and most of them exist only in rumors, but their characteristics are very clear. If this is indeed that organization, then this incident goes far beyond the scope of ordinary revenge. Leah's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "The most important thing now is to find that guy." Just at this moment, the dark clouds in the night sky quietly dispersed, and a corner of the moonlight appeared, sprinkling in front of Leah, pointing out the direction for him to move forward. Li Kaibai slept soundly in the hospital bed. Leah quietly closed the window, drew the curtains, tucked a blanket around his sister, and left the ward. The rain had just stopped outside, and the air was exceptionally fresh, a mixture of dampness and the night air, as if foreshadowing something about to happen. At this time, Jin's voice came, "Found the target." Leah raised his eyebrows and his eyes moved slightly. "Found it so quickly? Mr. Wolf, you are really unlucky." At the same time, a hooded man was walking quietly in the darkness. He stopped and sniffed the air warily. The breath of the undead. His brows furrowed, sensing the presence of someone watching. Could it be that yesterday's incident was leaked? Didn't Vice President Liu say he'd handle it properly? These native species are truly unreliable. He recalled the intelligence he'd received. Li Caibai's brother was a newly awakened necromancer who had actually crushed a level 5 berserker with a single blow. He sneered, his eyes gleaming with contempt. "You're so arrogant just after awakening. How naive." He suddenly raised his head and gazed at the night sky, a smile playing on his lips. "Then I'll let you experience what despair is." He spread his 5 fingers slightly and flicked them casually, sending a crescent-shaped beam of energy shooting towards the undead raven in the air. His movements were crisp and clear, but in the next second, the raven moved sideways, easily dodging the attack. The speed was so fast that his eyelids jumped. That speed, he was slightly surprised. Then, in disbelief, he fired several crescent-shaped blasts, all of which were easily dodged by the raven. Even more shocking was that the undead raven actually shook its body provocatively, as if mocking him. "Are you kidding me?" The man's pupils shrank sharply. In his eyes, the undead raven was nothing more than a low-level scout. How could it have such quick reactions? He launched attacks repeatedly, but the raven seemed to have the ability to predict the situation, always dodging at the most critical moment, making even its shadow difficult to catch. The scene before him completely overturned his understanding. How could this be a creature summoned by the undead? It was simply some unknown technological product. If Leah were here at this moment, he would probably shrug and say, "Future technology, kid." But now, he could only watch helplessly as the raven continued to circle in the air, his heart filled with shock and confusion. Leah looked through the screen at the figure in the tattered cloak, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. The man's face was covered in thick hair, and his eyes shone coldly, making him look like a wolf. When he removed his hood, a pair of sharp wolf ears were revealed, further confirming to him that this person was not a normal human at all. His identity bar clearly displayed: Werewolf Warrior, level 15, with a string of garbled characters below, as if a system had misidentified him. Leah's heart skipped a beat. This half-human, half-beast appearance reminded him of unpleasant memories from his past life, and he shook his head involuntarily. He whispered to himself, "Abyss cultists?" This creature, a fusion of the characteristics of dungeon monsters and Blue Star's native creatures, was a perfect example of the Abyss cultists. These creatures possessed the advantages of both worlds, though also the disadvantages of both. However, in battle, they were undoubtedly formidable foes. Leah hadn't expected to actually encounter one. The time traveler's golden finger aura wasn't given for nothing. As he sighed, his undead companion, Jean, remained in stealth mode, its artificial eye constantly reflecting the movements on the screen. Leah narrowed his eyes. It seems my plan can be executed ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, the werewolf warrior no longer paid attention to the annoying undead raven in midair. It was as agile as a fly, always hovering just outside his attack range. "Get down!" He gritted his teeth, staring at the raven, which circled provocatively, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and howled, his voice piercing the night air. His awakened wolf instincts began to dominate his violent body. He knew that no matter how powerful his summons were, they couldn't change one fact: the necromancer was still fragile. He was no ordinary warrior. As a werewolf, he had a strong physique. Coupled with the level advantage, he was fully confident that he could tear the necromancer into pieces. As the moonlight streamed down, the werewolf warrior's hair grew thicker, his limbs arched, fangs jutted from his mouth, and his claws were thick enough to rip through armor. In the alley, his figure flashed and vanished, leaving only a scrawny, beast-like creature sniffing the air in the corner. "Where is it?" He snorted softly, his nose twitching suddenly, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. "I found it." But Leah's expression remained calm, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. He turned to Jean and said, "Do you know what a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall means?" Jin shook his head and answered directly, "Why am I still here if I know the danger?" The werewolf warrior did not delay any longer and instantly pounced on a shadow hidden in the garbage dump, slashing at it with his claws, excitement and ferocity in his movements. He expected blood to splatter and bones to crack, but there was nothing. Instead, there was a sudden, loud bang in the distance. A truck driven by an undead death knight slammed into him. With a loud bang, the front of the car crashed into the werewolf warrior. But the next scene made Leah's eyes widen. The werewolf warrior held the front of the car tightly with both hands, his feet not moving at all. Even if the death knight stepped on the accelerator frantically, the whole car could not move at all. How interesting! His eyes blazed with excitement, white, hot air emanating from his nose, his eyes turning red. Tried again. In his fury, he dug his claws deep into the front of the car, veins bulging. With a few crisp cracks, the entire front of the car was ripped apart, sending parts raining down into the air. As for the undead death knight, it had already been reclaimed by Leah, leaving him no chance to fight back. The werewolf warrior stood among the scattered parts, his arms outstretched, his body leaning back, his mouth wide open, yet he suppressed a howl. He wasn't stupid. Loud howling could easily attract others. He didn't want to be surrounded. He wanted a quick victory. However, a mechanical roar erupted from the other end of the alley. Skeleton spearmen appeared in formation, each carrying a Gatling gun on their shoulder. Even more outrageous, the skeletons in the back row actually stood on the shoulders of the front row, forming a wall of bones. A Gatling wall. Open fire. Leah ordered, and gunfire rained down like raindrops, bullets poured out, and flames flashed. Two undead death knights surrounded the werewolf warrior from both sides, trapping him in the alley, forming a perfect encirclement. He hadn't intended to keep the truck in the first place. The driver's soul returned to its original state, leaving the vehicle to be destroyed. He knew the werewolf warrior was incredibly powerful, and he couldn't expect the truck to effectively destroy it. But interference and suppression were enough. The werewolf warrior's eyes were filled with confusion and anger. He simply couldn't understand what was going on with these undead units. He knew what they were, and he could tell at a glance that they were undead lancers. Those vehicles were undead death knights, and the undead ravens flying in the sky looked like drones. But when had the undead summons become like this? Gatling guns? Semi-trucks? Was he dreaming? Over 100 skeleton lancers frantically pulled their triggers, a dense hail of bullets like a violent storm. Although most of the damage was almost ineffective against the werewolf warrior, the overwhelming pressure from numbers still made it difficult for him to completely avoid it. At that moment, in a nearby unfinished building, Liu was drinking a bottle of energy potion and observing the battle with a cold eye. Sadly, the wound he had just inflicted with great difficulty had healed in the blink of an eye. Werewolf's self-healing abilities were truly extraordinary. It's time for the assassins. Undead Assassin. This was Lia's newly summoned unit. While not as powerful as top-tier units like Jin, it had the advantage of lower cost and higher burst damage. While the Undead Assassin, equipped with a sniper rifle, lacked high concealment, its deadly instinct remained. Gatling can only suppress him, but it can't kill him. Lia knew this. Come on, is that all you can do? The werewolf warrior continued to roar, unaware of the fatal danger approaching. Bang, bang, bang. 3 faint gunshots rang out from the Gatling rain, barely audible. A sharp, piercing pain suddenly struck him, and blood spurted from his mouth. His knees gave way, and he fell to the ground. He looked down at his chest, where hot blood was gushing out, a fatal wound. No matter how fast he healed, it would be difficult to instantly repair such a severe injury. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Then, 3 more bullets hit him, hitting his arm joints and heart with precision. He was hit once more. With his knees shattered, he could no longer dodge. His body fell stiffly to the ground, his blood quickly staining the ground red. How could this happen? Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire stopped, and footsteps slowly approached. Chapter 15. Something happened. You're here. The werewolf warrior reluctantly turned his head. It was a figure that was extremely young. It's him, the sister who was attacked. Really? Seeing his sudden realization, Leah felt very confused. I know what you want to ask. Leah was interrupted before he could even open his mouth. I did it to your sister. However, it's not just President Liu who has the intention. There's also a certain envoy involved. What? The Abyss cult has set its sights on your sister. How was that possible? Leah's body was trembling, his face full of disbelief. Why? He asked a question. Why would the messenger of the Abyss cult stare at his own sister? Ahem. Who knows? Just like me, a warrior stuck at level 10 for years was invited to join the Abyss cult. Do you know? This is the first time I've done something for the cult after merging. How was that possible? Leah's face was full of confusion. Yes. How was that possible? The monster that merged into my body has affected me. Sometimes I find that I would rather live as a werewolf. I don't dare to upgrade anymore. Then I slowly immerse myself in that feeling and slowly turned into a wolf. This is the price. The wolf characteristics of the werewolf warriors are slowly degenerating. But it's been 10 years. I can't complete the trial at all and can only be stuck at level 10. Do you want to stay at level 10 forever? He practically growled it out. I'm a C-rank professional fighter, but I have no talent. God is playing a joke on me. The school that had planned to recruit me gave up on me, and the teachers who had cared about me treated me coldly. Family, they lost the light in their eyes. I was their hope, but in the end, I was ruined. I won't give up. I don't believe in fate. I've been trying for 10 years, trying to gain a past, trying to gain a talent, but I can't do it. After shedding his werewolf appearance, he was revealed to be a man with a distressed look. His eyes were filled with resentment. I didn't want to seriously injure your sister, because I see myself in you. I don't want to hurt the other me, but I can't refuse. He laughed twice. You defeated me. I, who was corrupted by the wolf, actually managed to break free from that guy's influence at the last moment. There was joy and helplessness in his words. What happened to my sister? Lee asked the question that concerned him most. I have no idea. How could you not know? I don't understand their methods. After I severely injured your sister, the messenger suddenly appeared and left something on her body. But the hospital couldn't find anything, and I couldn't feel anything when I took the test. Who knows? The Abyss cult itself was the first group to awaken. Yes, they're the first awakeners and are also half monsters. Perhaps a complete advent is a good thing. According to them, those people possessed knowledge from both sides. They ultimately chose to descend. They once stood alongside us, the original professionals. Maybe it's right to come. What's the difference between our world now and that copy? It's not bad to be a dungeon wolf, reappearing in the daily refresh and living in a daze. As he was speaking, he lost his breath. Is it pitiful? Every hateful person has something pitiful about him. They're all low-class people. Do they have any extra options? A competition. Their sister was seriously injured and their father lost his job. Others just say a word. It determined the fate of their family. If he had not awakened his talent for industrialization, would he really have had any room to resist? There is no awakening system. What's the difference between him and him? Maybe it's family. He still has an older sister, a younger sister, and parents. Maybe he will return to an ordinary life. Working in logistics command undead. 10 years. So what if he's a warrior? Without talent, it is basically impossible to gain talent through trials. Trials are personal. It can be accomplished with the help of others, but the final reward will also be affected. The Abyss cult. He doesn't care whether it comes or not. This is why he attacked his sister. But what did the messenger leave on Kai Bai? Besides, in Tianhai City, what is the Abyss cult planning? According to the statement, they have been lurking in secret for many years. Under the attack of Yinxia country, only some big cities still have their members, and most other cities have cleared them out. Now they reappear. Leah doesn't care what will happen to Tianhai City, but will it affect him, his family, and the people he cares about? Now Li Kaibai has been affected. Don't know what it is yet, but is it a good thing to be associated with the Abyss cult? It's like a group that is not recognized by the mainstream. As a person living in mainstream society, if you get involved with it, what do you think will happen? Especially, it is an extraordinary world. Suspect. You can start now. For some people, Jin, who had just been sniping from a distance, walked over and sucked out his soul with his red eyes. Lee did not stop him. Just because he understands doesn't mean he forgives. The final repentance is nothing more than a confession in words. The damage has already been done. Then you have to pay the price. Clean up simply and caress the environment for you and me. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. A man came in with his undead spirit, carrying the corpse. The sheriffs rubbed their eyes. Are they not awake yet? Who is so bold as to bring a corpse to the police station in the middle of the night? Put the body down. Put the undead away. Leah copy them one by one. The sheriffs still mainly use pistols. Their strength is above level 10, and most of them are not as physically fit as the werewolf warriors. A high level does not mean strong strength. At low levels, guns are still useful, especially instant. Tell me, what's going on? That's an Abyss cultist. Abyss cultist? What? Young man, are you kidding me? How could he be a cultist of the Abyss? Look at his ears and nails. The werewolf talk had faded, but there were still some residual effects. Look at him while I check him out. The sheriff checked for a while, and then came back with a sullen face. It seems to be a cultist of the Abyss. Grass. Those guys are back again. Call the director. Send the body to the corpse collector and see what happens. Little brother, I'm going to take up some of your time. Just as the Public Security Bureau was bustling with activity, a phone call rang in a villa in the city center. President Liu, something happened to Liu Yidao. Chapter 16, are you a legal undead? What? His pupils shrank. It was the barbecue restaurant owner who called. Say yes. Your young master has reserved the entire place. After finishing the barbecue, the boss went to the back room to avoid disturbing your young master's interest. I heard a sound. Suddenly, there was no sound outside. The boss realized something was wrong and came out to check. It's nothing to worry about at first glance. The flesh and blood were all in one piece. It was right where Liu Yidao was having his barbecue. There wasn't a single living person in the place. It was just bits and pieces of human remains. It's uncertain now whether he's dead or alive. Yeah, I know. I'll be there. Good. It's better to go to the scene and take a look. Liu Shandao put down the phone and remained silent for a long time. Who is it? He has many enemies. But people as cruel as this are definitely a minority. Or, what a coincidence. He couldn't help but suspect that it was his son's classmate who did it. Impossible. Can even a 10th level necromancer do it? It's impossible. If a level 10 necromancer could achieve this level, he would not be rated as a D-level profession. Is the necromancer strong? It is indeed strong, but only in the late stage. Especially in Legion battles, they are simply the first echelon, but in a one-on-one strength competition, the necromancer is not considered strong. Summarize. A master at bullying weak ones. That person is strong. First, his level is higher than Yi Dao, and second, his undead spirit is special. My stupid son. Liu shunned outside. To be honest, in his eyes, Liu was definitely an object to be won over, and their guild really needed a necromancer. However, his son had already offended him, and his son's faith in Taoism was somewhat broken, and he suffered from psychological trauma. For him, this undoubtedly cut off his son's past and future, who would inherit his position as vice president. Whether their family could move forward depended on his son. Now my son is useless. As a father, it is reasonable for me to help him vent his anger. But I vented my anger the next day. Not even 24 hours had passed when his son, whose spirit had been somewhat relieved, died. He knocked on the table twice. Whoever did this will make you pay. Are you really a cultist of the abyss? Wang Yang was also shocked when he saw the conclusion of the corpse collector. Abyss cultist. This name has not appeared for almost 10 years. Then, when he was still a young sheriff, he met guys who had merged with monsters. They not only possessed the power of professionals, but also the abilities of monsters in dungeons. He was impressed by the guy. That was his nightmare. Yes, level 15, fused with a wild wolf. Compared to a decade ago, this guy's fusion is quite good. He basically won't go crazy or lose control. He may have some influence from his mental and monster instincts. The corpse collector told the story. So, their technology has been enhanced? Wang Yang finished speaking. I feel like what I said was in vain. The Abyss cult, which had disappeared for so many years, had definitely reappeared after a long period of preparation. That's right. You could say, this technology is absolutely a ray of light. Snort. The light that destroys order. Wang Yang snorted coldly, and the corpse collector shut up in time. This thing is a fatal temptation for those hopeless people at the bottom, especially those who have been stuck at a certain level for many years. It's not just the lower class. As long as they can reach that level of technology, then those who are stuck at level 30 or 40, who are considered the backbone of the Insha Nation, will also be a fatal temptation, right? Go one step further. Everything will be bright and clear. Status, money, power, as long as you get over that hurdle. He was a little moved. But what's the price? The stronger the monster, the stronger its wisdom, soul, and spirit become. Also, those bosses have special bonuses. Once integrated, it would become two consciousnesses fighting for this body. As long as you don't completely transform the monster into your own power, this power will always accompany you until something devours you. As for the Abyss cult, they both won't lose. The one who killed the Abyss cult is only 10 years old. Hasn't he even broken through to level 10 yet, right? It seems heroes emerge young. What's his occupation? Well, to be honest, we don't engage in occupational discrimination. Necromancer. I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? Necromancer. That rubbish class? Isn't it said that the early stages are rubbish? That Abyss cultist is a warrior. A warrior fused with a wild wolf monster. If they rush towards him, how can he resist? We don't know either. Well, it is said to be a special undead spirit. When Wang Yang listened to his subordinates' reports, he always felt that he was influenced by the Abyss cult. How could there be such an outrageous guy? Let me go check it out, young hero. No. How come you, an undead, have a Gatling gun? The sheriff also looked at his pistol, and then at the skeleton spearman beside Leah. This is a gun. That's a gun. Fuck. A single undead being is better than his gun. This is the key to your defeat of the Abyss cultists. Another sheriff was touching the undead Death Knight's mount with a perverted look on his face. He already imagined himself driving this truck and running those guys over. If we add the power of professionals and build an extraordinary truck, a police car, we can directly knock down those criminals. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. Noifs. The sheriffs who were observing Leah's ghost were all shocked. Look at the people coming. Sir. Wang Yang nodded in response. That's how you were able to beat that guy. Leah nodded. That's about right. Mainly undead assassins. He waved his hand, and a figure holding a sniper rifle appeared. Wang Yang es mo tweetchet. You undead are really keeping up with the times. All of these things are illegal. Leah touched his head. No, no. Do you really think I'm praising you? However, Leah should not have concealed anything. The Abyss cultist had bone bullets in his heart and joints. With the help of the truck and the Gatling gun, there was a chance to kill an Abyss cultist of level 10 or so. You undead, is it legal? Wang Yang rubbed it left and touched it right. Why is it illegal? Leah asked back. Can't the dead live a modern life? This is pure discrimination against the dead. That's not what I meant. I was just so surprised. Now the combination of weapons and undead is a perfect match. But he didn't know. There are also the drone undead raven and the cyborg undead assassin Jin. These two are Leah's trump cards. Dinkling. Hello, Mediocre. What's going on? Liu Shandao's son is dead. One of the suspects is Leah. Chapter 17, Director Wang? Uncle Wang, this Leah is right here with me. Okay. We'll be right there. Wang Yang hung up the phone and looked at Leah with a strange expression. You kid. That's fucking awesome. Leah nodded. Director Wang, what's going on? Wang Yang was straightforward. They said you killed Liu Shandao's son. He saw Leah's confusion. Leah was not pretending. He really didn't know who Liu Shandao was. The vice president of the Dazzling Guild is one of the top 10 guilds in Tianhai City. His son is Liu Yidao, who is said to have died in a barbecue stall. Is in the top 10, obviously. It seems that there are also hidden dragons and crouching tigers in their Tianhai City. Dazzling Guild. It is considered the third largest guild among them, and the vice president is only in the top 10 on the surface. So what about him in secret? You're his classmate and have some conflicts with him? Wang Yang. He first threatened me with a fight, and when he lost, he resorted to some trickery. My sister came to provoke me during emergency treatment, and my father was fired from his job. By the way, that Abyss cultist is the murderer who hurt my sister. Leah seemed to have no idea who the murderer was behind the scenes. It's also good luck. My sister fell asleep, and I was feeling depressed, so I decided to go out for a walk. I ran into that guy unexpectedly. My sister told me what he looked like, so I followed him all the way and finally killed him. Then it's none of your business? Yes. Although I'm ruthless towards him, everyone knows his background. He's the vice president of a major guild. How could a commoner like me afford to offend him? And it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Director Wang, you've seen my strength, right? No matter what, I'm still stronger than Liu Shandao. These words dispelled Wang Yang's doubts. A noble son from a poor family. Be proud and know when to advance and retreat. Killing an Abyss cultist is also a bonus. This is killing someone above your level. Don't call me Director Wang anymore. Calculate your age. Just call me Uncle Wang. You, a disciple of the Abyss, are enough for us to gain great credit. Once the credit comes, in addition to the public reward, we will give you another reward privately. Wang Yang Patria solar like an elder. An expression that says I'm optimistic about you. Okay, thank you, Wang Jie. No, thank you, Uncle Wang. Li is quick to follow advice. You can't just kill monsters alone. This time, just teach him a lesson. Even if he was just killing monsters, there were still people who took the initiative to cause trouble for him. So, he wants to show himself. Just like before, all the ordinary sheriffs saw were skeleton spearmen and undead death knights. As soon as Director Wang arrived, isn't this the undead assassin? Then, tell the truth. Liu Yidao really couldn't afford to offend him, but he could kill him. Talk. It's all true. It's just that I didn't tell the whole story. You know, killing the Abyss cultist is also a display of potential. Reveal family background. Liya. He has a clean background, is clear about gratitude and grudges, and is not someone who is controlled by emotions. There is still huge potential. A level 10 necromancer fought against a level 10 werewolf warrior. This is simply the perfect candidate for investment, especially since the Public Security Bureau and the Guild are already somewhat at odds with each other, and Leo allowed him to take credit for nothing. He felt very comfortable responding to the call of Uncle. Come on, Uncle will take you to see what that Liu Shandao guy is up to. Wang Yang waved his hand. As long as it's just this matter, it really doesn't matter. Then I will definitely protect you. Even if Liu Shandao begs, it won't work. Leah said hesitantly. That's not good. After all, it is. Oh, Leah, you don't know that our director is the third most powerful master in Tianhai City. Liu Shandao, who the hell is he? Yes. What kind of person is that guy? Our Public Security Bureau is the best. For a moment, The Public Security Bureau was filled with joy. The third most powerful master? But if you want to make a living, you need power. Dowling Guild. I heard that there are quite a few level 40 experts among them. And what about the Sheriff's Bureau? There are almost no masters at level 40. However, he has found a backer, so he can develop steadily until he can kill all the enemies. In front of the barbecue stall. It's really scary. I heard that the son of the vice chairman of the Dowling Guild died. He hasn't come home yet so late. I think his son is probably not a good person either. The residents around were whispering to each other. What are you doing? What are you gathering around for? Wang Yang arrived in time with the sheriff. Everyone go home and get some sleep. It's late. Our sheriff will take care of it. Finished. The residents who were watching the excitement dispersed. Lu Shandao's face was gloomy. He was ready to take action just now. A bunch of untouchables. He cursed under his breath. So what if a few of them were seriously injured? His son is dead, and these guys are still making fun of him. Chun Chun has a way to die. His Lu family bloodline is not something these guys can insult. Director Wang. Vice President Lu. The two said they were shaking hands, but in fact they just touched their hands. Wang Yang saw the person next to him again. Oh, Mayor Mu, you're here too? He was an elegant man of medium build wearing a suit, and next to him was a girl with an impatient look on her face. This is your daughter. Director Wang, please forgive me. This is not the awakening profession, but also to bring my daughter here to broaden her horizons. Another reason why Lu Shandao did not take action was that the mayor was still there. Mu Vanqing. He is one of the top students in their number 6 middle school. I've always heard that their family has some influence in Tianhai City, but I never thought she would be the mayor's daughter. The girl seemed to have noticed Lia's gaze. Lia, the top student who awakened to a D-level profession, heard that his special recruitment qualification was revoked, but he still defeated Louis Dao. Could it be that a pair of beautiful eyes showed some excitement? But Lia felt bad. Isn't this the look of a bystander? Our bureau discovered traces of the Abyss cult, so we arrived a little late. Wang Yang got to the point. He pointed to the artwork made of corpses and said to the mayor, Mayor, do you think this was done by the Abyss cult? Impossible. Lu Shandao interrupted. How? Is it impossible? It's impossible. That cult has been gone for who knows how long. How could they suddenly appear in Tianhai City and kill a group of high school students so brutally? But this high school student is your son. So what? Lu Shandao suddenly looked at Lia. I think this one is more suspicious. Mayor Mu also looked at Lia. Who is this? He is my son's classmate, and there were some minor frictions between them. Puff. Lu Shandao stared at Lia fiercely, but he didn't dare to laugh at the other mayor's daughter. During the day, my son said a few extreme words and used some tricks to make his father lose his job. At night, my son died here. Lu Shandao avoided the important issues. Is this all a coincidence? I think the murderer is you. Chapter 18, A Blessing in Disguise. Vice President Lu, please stop slandering me. Lia remained calm and composed. I had some conflicts with your son, but it wasn't enough to kill him. And with my strength, could I have caused such a scene? Oh, Lu Shandao sneered. Who knows? He didn't have much doubt in his mind that Lia was the murderer. But the son died. Someone has to pay the price. What if it was really done by the Abyss cult? Given his current relationship with the Abyss cult, could he reason with them and make their mother pay the price? They are one-way connections. So, one has a grudge against his son and his family, but he has a good talent. Now add to that. Liu Shando glanced at Wang Yang. How long has it been? Lia came into the eyes of the upper class. If he grows up for a while and enters the eyes of more advanced people, will he still have a way to survive? Lia doesn't need to do it himself at all. Naturally, someone would help him solve it. Maybe even the president of his guild or the members who are eyeing his position. Who knows? Wang Yang was very angry. President Lu, this is not the Sword Wolf Guild. Just because someone knows something doesn't mean they should be labeled a suspect, and without any evidence, they should be deemed the murderer. He looked at the mayor. If I think that President Lu killed his own son, Lu Shandao retorted with a cold face. As a father, would I kill my own son? Who knows? Wang Yang Sruget. I heard that the relationship between you and your father is not good. What kind of reason is that? Lu Shandao. Isn't that what you just said? Wang Yang was speechless. Does this case have the final say from you, President Lu? Whatever you say is the final word. Do you take the mayor, the Public Security Bureau, and the laws of Yinxia country seriously? Wang Yang asked several questions in a row, which made Lu Shandao's face turn black. This hat is buckled. How many of these guilds take the laws of Yinxia seriously? The mayor and the sheriff's department. They're the ones who control the rules, so naturally they hope that as many people as possible will follow them. They themselves are the beneficiaries of the rules. And what about the guild? Most guilds are private guilds. According to the saying 100 years ago, they are the gentry and landlords, the local tyrants who control power and resources. Like their Dazzling guild, they have penetrated into every aspect of Tianhai City. Many companies and shops have their shares, especially in the areas where their guild is stationed, where they're the local tyrants. You can say that. I have extraordinary abilities. Why should I follow the rules? Especially for ordinary people. I didn't mean that, Lu Shandao said coldly. Mayor Mu also came out to smooth things over. Director Wang, President Liu has also experienced the pain of losing a son, so I understand why he can't control his emotions. So you just accuse people casually? Wang Yang suddenly said. You. Lu Shandao clenched his fists and his eyes turned into vertical pupils. Oh, woo. Leah's head buzzed. What you doing? Wang Yang took a step forward. What's this? A moment. Leah's back was wet with cold sweat. A strange mark was engraved in his mind. It was a wolf king who commanded countless giant wolves, with a scarlet aura wrapped around him, and he looked at him coldly under the red moon. Just one glance. It felt like having my flesh and blood torn apart by the pack of wolves and my soul being devoured by the Wolf King. The Abyss Cult? No, absolutely not. This is not a wild feeling, but an inexplicable artistic conception. Is this the existence that has broken through level 30? According to the textbooks, only after breaking through level 30 can one be considered a true professional and a true extraordinary person, and the level of life is completely different from the initial 30 levels. Just a glance. I'm afraid this is not a skill. It's just mental pressure. Huff, huff, huff. The pressure was blocked by Wang Yang, and Liu was breathing heavily. Meng was reckless. Fortunately, Lu Shandao didn't take it seriously. His mental strength was pretty good, and Wang Yang took action in time. He had anticipated such a situation. If you want to deal with someone who is countless times stronger than you, how can you not take some risks? Even if you just want to get some protection. Ding dong. Spirit +5. Your spirit is tempered. Wang Yang and Mayor Mu both looked at Leah strangely. And what about Leah? He looked at the prompt in confusion. Own. Seems like a blessing in disguise. Lucky guy. Lu Shandao snorted again. Not buddy. You just like to snort coldly. Leah felt Lu Shandao's nose was about to smoke with anger. If Wang Yang and Mayor Mu were not there, this guy would definitely attack him. In those eyes, there was not only hatred but also jealousy. He is worthy of being Lu Yidao's father. I'll just say it straight. My son is dead. Someone must give me an explanation. Lu Shandao stared at Leah coldly, as if he would never give up. Tisk, it's really President Liu, so arrogant. Do you know? Wang Yang bought that Leah. He looked like he was talking to Lu Shandao, but actually he was looking at Mayor Mu. He's a hero who killed the Abyss cultists. The matter has been reported. If he becomes your price now, what do you think the higher-ups will do? Mayor Mu's brows jumped, and Leah has a perfect alibi. According to the corpse collector, Liu was staying in the hospital when your son died. He left the hospital sometime after your son's death and encountered the Abyss cultists. Do you still think he's the murderer? You have to know that he was a werewolf warrior of level 10, while Liu was only a level 10 necromancer. After Wang Yang finished speaking, Mayor Mu had an idea. He himself got some information on the way. After all, he still takes Lu Yidao's death very seriously. Unexpected. Has his strength reached this point? A necromancer who can defeat a level 5 berserker can be a little bit more noteworthy. But it's different for the necromancer who defeated the werewolf warrior by surpassing his level. Wang Yang, are you going to go against me in every way? Lu Shandao, my son is dead. I'm the vice president of Dazzling. Don't I have a little power to exercise my will? Is a necromancer from an ordinary family with a special personality worthy of your protection? His tone was already somewhat exasperated. I'm enforcing the law impartially, but some people are defying the law. Wang Yang said righteously. Mayor Mu had already made a decision at this time. All right, President Liu, I know you've just experienced the pain of losing your son, but please don't be unreasonable. Director Wang, you should also speak according to the facts. Besides, Li is also a heroic young man. There is no evidence that he killed your son, and he is not capable of causing such a scene. In my opinion, It's the Abyss cult. Only they would act like this. I will issue a wanted order and will definitely give President Liu an explanation. Chapter 19, Mayor's Reward. Gulps explosion. Snort. Liu Shandao snorted again. Do you really think he is a fool? He has already determined that Li Ye, who killed the Abyss cultists, is the murderer. He had no doubts at first. But what about now? He can kill the Abyss cultist and also his son. This child must not be kept. That's why he seemed a little impatient later, wanting to force Wang Yang and the mayor to make a choice. Unexpectedly, the mayor and Wang Yang chose Li Ye. As the vice president of the Third Guild, how could his reputation not be compared to that of a necromancer who had not yet grown up? Liu Shandao didn't understand. As the vice president, he has enough influence in Tianhai City. For Wang Yang and Mayor Mu, the exchange of interests contained therein will definitely tempt them. But the result is still the same. I hope so. Liu Shandao left after saying a few words. This guy is used to being arrogant. Wang Yang looked at Liu Shandao's background and said sarcastically, "Well, don't say anything that's not conducive to unity." Mayor Mu winked at Wang Yang. Liu Shandao hasn't gone far yet. Be careful. Li Ye, you and Qinghan are both in grade 6 high school, right? Seeing that Wang Yang wanted to say something else, Mayor Mu quickly changed the subject. Mu Qinghan crossed his arms and nodded. Li Ye is a famous figure in Class 7. Li Ye similit Cieli. No. Student Mu is the real celebrity in school. I was wondering why Student Mu is so outstanding in school. It seems that everything is due to your guidance, Mayor Mu. Everyone carries the colorful sedan chair. It is only right for Li Ye to say something nice, especially when someone has just helped him. Ha! You are too kind, young friend. Look, this means that Li Ye has become Xiaoyu. He doesn't have any teachings at all. He's so busy every day that I can't even find him when I get home. Mu Qinghan didn't give the mayor any face at all. He curled his lips, his little face full of unhappiness. Yes. There's no little princess to accompany me. Mayor Mu laughed heartily, without a trace of embarrassment on his face. The mayor is working hard for the entire Tianhai City. He is busy, which shows that the mayor really cares about Tianhai City. Li Ye flattered it. Mayor Mu, my dear, you are so sweet. It seems that you're not only strong, but also have a great mouth. Flatterer. Mu Qinghan muttered softly. Li Ye heard it, but his expression remained unchanged. He just licks. What's wrong? He said that there are so many people in Tianhai City that he doesn't even have a chance to lick them. Lick, I'm proud. Mayor, look, Vice Chairman Liu. Li said with a licking face. Mayor Mu was obviously stunned. Ha! You kid. There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. So soon, you're asking for benefits? Li wanted to explain a few more words, but Mayor Mu spoke up. Rest assured, I understand your concern. We've blocked all the overt threats for you, but as for the covert ones, it's up to you. But you've definitely caught the attention of the higher-ups regarding the Abyss cult incident. He doesn't dare to gamble. They'll probably find some people to do something unrelated to you and destroy you. It's still possible that this will happen. After hearing what Mayor Mu said, Leah felt relieved. But my strength is still too weak, and my family's financial situation is not healthy. I don't know when the reward from the Abyss cult will be issued. The school has helped me so much, and I'm embarrassed to ask them for more funding. Leah's words and actions showed how pitiful he was. Puff! Mu Qinghan smiled embarrassedly. What a provocative behavior. Yeah, I don't know when the reward will come out. Wang Yang added at the right time. My dear, I think we should help. Our city has so many talented young people. We can't let all of them be snatched away by private guilds. Besides, we can also make Leah a benchmark. You know about the discussion among the major guilds before the college entrance examination. Our city guild is also aware of the situation. Why don't we support Leah and improve the morale of the guild? Mayor Mu touched his chin. That's fine. I originally wanted to reward Leah personally. From what you said, our official guild really needs a benchmark. What do you think, Leah? Looking at Leah in confusion. Forget it. This matter has not been decided yet. Seeing Wang Yang was about to explain, Mayor Mu waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll tell you about this later. Your main focus right now is improving your strength. Leah nodded. Let me think about what I can help you with. Mayor Mu thought for a while. 2 undead skill scrolls and a small spirit fruit. What? Mu Qinghan let out a cry of surprise. A little spiritual fruit? Dad, you're really willing to give it away. Leah couldn't hide his surprise. Small spiritual fruit. It is a fruit that can enhance spiritual attributes. It is produced in special copies and can only be eaten before level 10. The first time has the best effect. He is now fully upgraded. Like the spiritual improvement just now, it is probably not something that can be achieved easily. And the small spiritual fruit. This is another point he can improve. Were those two skills? Via asket vikli. Corpse explosion and bone armor. Is it the corpse explosion technique, known as the forbidden technique of the necromancer? Wang Yang exclaimed. He didn't expect Mayor Mu to be so willing to do so. Corpse explosion is a skill that is officially regulated. Want to get it? Join the official. To join the official team, certain requirements must be met before one can acquire skills. At least those who use corpse explosion techniques openly rely on the official necromancer. Dad, you... Mu Qinghan's face was full of question marks. Am I your daughter, or is he your son? What's going on? Corpse explosion can be said to be the magical skill of a necromancer. It is a skill that can be developed. The power of the explosion is converted from the life of the summoned creature. The higher the vitality and the stronger the negative energy of the undead, the stronger the explosion power. In the later period, it works just as well. Not to mention in the early stage, it makes up for the weakness of the necromancer's weak attack. Leah's smile froze on his face. He was ecstatic inside, not to mention bone armor. Add another layer of protection to his body. Corpse explosion technique. Make the necromancer lose one of the weakest professions in the early stage. He said if. What a scene it is when Undead Death Knight is combined with corpse explosion. We are all living hard. Become. Brothers, I am dying this time. If the undead raven consumes less, wouldn't it be a cruise missile? Pity. A bit too expensive. Isn't this just a joy to see the prey? It's been so long since Tianhai City has seen such a gifted necromancer. Mayor Mu. Thank you so much, Mayor Mu. Leah even said in a strange tone, I will go through fire and water and be at your service at any time. Wang Yang interrupted. Mayor Mu, you're making it very difficult for me. Chapter 20 Exaggeration. And more. How? The mayor looked at Wang Yang with a smile. If you give like this, what should I give? Wang Yang touched his head awkwardly. Oh, exaggerate. Is there anything else? If his sister hadn't been seriously injured, this trip would have been totally worth it. Mu Qinghan was sulking. His father and Uncle Wang are so nice to Leah. Is he really that good? Isn't it just good luck that I killed an abyss cultist? Just a werewolf warrior. After defeating Lu Yidao, that playboy disciple had nothing to say. Level 5 berserker? It's complete garbage. In her circle, Lu Yidao is not allowed on the table. Wang Yang thought for a while. How about this? Your father is a blacksmith, right? Yes. The hospital your sister is staying in is Tianhai First Hospital, right? Yes. After getting the information he wanted, Wang Yang smiled. Your father will come to my public security bureau and continue to help with forging and repairing equipment. Your mother will go to the first hospital. I will arrange for your mother to be your sister's exclusive nurse. Finding a job for your parents is also a way of protecting them. Leah's eyes lit up. Before he dealt with Lu Shandao, he was probably off and away from home. Then there are the issues of his parents' safety, his younger sister who needs to be taken care of, and the family's lack of financial resources. It's okay now. My father was taken to the police station. My mother works in a hospital, earning a salary while also taking care of my younger sister. More important, these are all protected by the government. As long as his parents stayed in these two places, Lu Shandao was not arrogant enough to attack such facilities. As for colluding with the Abyss cult, don't his parents collude at home? If Lu Shandao instructs the Abyss cult to attack these two places, and there are tall people watching, does he have the courage to do so? Once attacked, he, Lu Shandao, will be directly put on the suspicion list. Deal with traitors. But we don't need so much evidence, especially since they are not one of us. Thank you. Thank you. Uncle Wang, Mayor Mu. Thank you so much. Leah expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, Mayor Mu's reward is not as good as Wang Yang's. His family is his Achilles heel in this life. He didn't travel here just before awakening his profession. He has been in this world for 18 years, and the feelings of his family are engraved in his heart. Hey, call me Wang Yang, Uncle Wang, or call me Mayor Mu. Leah said tentatively. Uncle Mu. That's right. Mayor Munadith. Mu Qinghan added in a sarcastic tone. Uncle Mu is here. So corny. All right. Mayor Mu rubbed Mu Qinghan's head hard twice. I really don't know how to thank you, Uncle Mu and Uncle Wang. Leah felt that he had received too much favor. This solved most of his worries. Let's go further. This is the best reward you can give us. After Mayor Mu finished speaking, Wang Yang nodded. As long as you don't go astray and go further, that will be the best reward for us. At this moment, Leah felt warm in his heart. The mayor's reward and Director Wang's reward will not be issued immediately. Reality is not a game. It was late at night, and all the staff had gone off work. Leah pushed open the door carefully. The room was brightly lit. His parents were sitting on the sofa, seemingly having been waiting for a long time. Li Jingye was about to say something. Zhang Xiumei pulled her back, and she shook her head at him. I'm glad you're back. Go and rest first, and tell us about it tomorrow. Leah nodded. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. What happened tonight still made his mind a little confused. He didn't know which things he could tell his parents, and which things he couldn't tell them. I can't say, how can I make it work? This was enough to kill countless cells. And he went to the hospital, killed Lu Yidao, killed the werewolf warrior, went to the Public Security Bureau, and confronted Lu Shandao. Which of these did not consume energy? There is now a dim light on the horizon. A busy day and night. Finally able to sleep, Leah pushed open the door of his room. He no longer wanted to think. Without taking off clothes, he fell into bed and fell asleep. Look, after he fell asleep, the room opened a little. Xiaoya is already tired enough, and you still want to get something clear. Do you know if it can be solved? Zhang Xiumei said in a low voice. Li Jingye clenched his fists. I see. Now that my son is grown up, he is able to handle things that we cannot handle. Have you grown up? Li Jingye and Zhang Xiumei looked at each other. A trace of weakness. A little relief. The sun is shining brightly. It's like summer has arrived early. Boom, boom, boom. Here I come. The sound outside the door woke up Leah, who had just had a good sleep. What time is it? The glaring sunlight came through the window and hit his eyes directly. Let him just open his eyes. Everything in front of me was blurry. Are you a teacher from Fonlon Academy? My name is Jiang Jinhai, and I'm here to look for classmate Leah. Teacher Jiang. I'll wake Leah up right away. It's rare for this guy to sleep in. Bang, bang, bang. After a few knocks on the door, Zhang Xiumei called out from outside. Xiaoya, get up. Teacher Jiang from Fonlon School is here to see you. Good. Immediately, Leah responded with a sleepy look. Teacher Jiang, please sit down for a moment. Leah will be out soon. Would you like something to drink? Mother was greeting people outside. Fonlon University? Why is Jiang Jinhai here? While changing clothes, I sorted out my thoughts in my mind. My mind is becoming clearer and clearer. It can't be. Leah narrowed his eyes. That guy must have gotten some news. Lu Yi's knife is gone. Now prepare to change my mind. Moreover, he judged from what happened yesterday that the necromancer was weak, but the necromancer who showed potential in the early stage was definitely what the higher-ups needed. One-on-one. Necromancers are garbage. But what about the guards? A high-level necromancer can guard a city. One man makes an army. It's just that ordinary necromancers can't grow to that level. Most necromancers are stuck at level 10, and their summoning time, which is already short enough, further limits their further development. Like his father, D-level is D-level, but he is a blacksmith. It's a handcrafted meal, the kind where one person supports the whole family. His fighting ability is not strong, but he is good at making money stably. If it weren't for this incident, maybe his father would have had a chance to break through to level 10. From this point of view, the necromancer is pretty rubbish. Leah, hurry up. Don't keep teacher Jiang waiting. Zhang Xiumei brought tea, melons, and fruits. It's okay. Jiang Jinhai. He is still digesting the information he learned this morning. The president of Fonlon University scolded him. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Am I wrong? Chapter 21. Reversal of Fate. Fonland Shame. What does Lu Yidao die? What does it mean that Leah killed the Abyss cultists? What does it mean that both the director of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau and the mayor saw Leah? It's only been a few days. Has the world become so upside down that he can't understand it anymore? Jiang Jinhai's head was buzzing. All he could think of was, absolutely impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But the principal's words were like pouring a bucket of cold water. People in the admissions office all said he had made a mistake. Other universities also rushed over to laugh. If something good happened in the school, these guys might not know, but if something bad happened in the top 100 universities, all the top 100 schools would definitely know about it. The teacher in the admissions office of Fonlon University has no vision. Fonlon University's special admission students have bad luck. Luke, Leah. Without special admissions, things will soar. After Louis Dao was admitted as a special student, he went to provoke Leah and was beaten up. Being beaten up isn't the end of it. A few days later, he was mysteriously killed by the cult of the Abyss. However, Leah killed the Abyss cultist, achieved a great merit, and was appreciated by the chief of public security and the mayor. The fates of the two are polarized. As for whether it was Leah who killed Louis Dao, to most people, this is a joke. How could a necromancer kill Leah if he hadn't broken through to level 10? How could such a tragedy have happened? Isn't it funny? And Jiang Junhai is the one nailed to the pillar of shame. What can he do? The decision to cancel Leah's special admission qualification was a unanimous one made by the admissions office, and the principal's opinion was also sought. Now it has become his decision alone. Isn't this funny? But what could he do? Just like Leah, he had no room to resist. Now we can only try our best to remedy the situation. If Leah accepts the special enrollment job again, he can be considered to have made up for his mistake. If not, then his career is basically over. Go back and wait for punishment. He was transferred to a sinecure and spent the rest of his life there. The admissions office teacher has a lucrative job. He is the person in charge of admissions for Fonlon University in Tianhai City, although he does not have the power to decide who can become a special admission student. But it can, leaving you no chance at all. Want to become a special recruit? At the very least, your name and information must appear on the review list of the admissions office. If your name and information are not on the list, no matter how outstanding you are, you will not be able to become a special admissions student. In particular, the admissions office will refer to his opinions and provide information. This gives us a lot of room for maneuver. Are you going to retire in the future? He is unwilling to accept this. Teacher Jiang, I've been waiting for a long time. When Leah came out of the room, Jiang Jinhai's heart skipped a beat. Not the slightest smile. It's over. He already had a bad feeling. Student Lee, it was our admissions office that failed us. We made a mistake in our judgment, and we accidentally revoked your special admission qualification. Jiang Jinhai hadn't finished speaking yet. No, we all know the facts, so why waste our breath? Lee said indifferently. You once abandoned me casually, and now that I'm fine, you want to lick my face and beg me to come back? Isn't that cheap? A good horse knows not to turn back. Zhang Xiumei and Li Jingye were both stunned. What did they hear? My son refused the special admissions quota. What's going on? They were a little anxious. It would be good to just get the quota back. Why bother so much about face? Can face get you into a top 100 university? I don't understand. This is also their limitation. They simply couldn't imagine what had happened to Leah in the past few days. Even if they were told, they would probably think he was crazy. It's so bizarre, so dreamy. After all, one has been a corporate slave for many years and the other is a housewife. The mayor and the sheriff were too far away from them, and there were also the Abyss cultists who had not appeared for many years. These beings were too far away from this home. Is there no room? Jiang Jinhai frowned. Our school can provide a scholarship of 100,000 yuan per year, waive all tuition fees, and arrange a dedicated teacher for you. We can discuss anything you want. His voice was almost pleading. Liakanit. He was not afraid, but he knew he was going to die. As an admissions teacher, he is going to die. His future is going to be ruined. Their hope lies in him. So ridiculous. After defeating Lu Yidao, you didn't think of coming to find me at all in those few days. Those days. If he put forward this condition, Leah might agree to it. But what about now? You didn't show up when he was in the most difficult time. What did you do this morning? Do we need to discuss this? Leah said indifferently. Inaction is sometimes a mistake. Who knows how it will develop? After Lu Shandao made his move, shouldn't you beg for mercy? He begged for Lu Yidao's forgiveness in exchange for his forgiveness. And in return, he took a bribe, which cut off the growth path of Leah, a former special recruit. The plan was so perfect. He wanted all the advantages of Lu Shandao. Otherwise, how come this specially recruited student was suddenly given Lu Yidao? He hates it. Leah, why don't you just accept your fate? Why resist? Look at your home. It's bare. You're a pariah. Wouldn't it be better for you to just rot on the ground? I'm a specially recruited teacher with a bright future. Just like that, you ruined me. No discussion. He made his final struggle. No discussion. If you refuse, you will offend Fonlan University, which is one of the top 100 universities. Who are you? Does your principal know that you can represent Fonlan University? Aren't you afraid of Liu Shandao's revenge? If you just join our school, we can make you and Liu Shandao forget your past grudges. I don't want to, so are you ready to face the revenge of Fonlan University and Liu Shandao? Jiang Jinhai's eyes were red, and he was panting like a cow. He was so angry that he opened his mouth and issued a final ultimatum. It turns out Fonlan University likes to threaten students. When they failed to recruit students, they resorted to threats. This is the first time I've seen this. When I get back, I'll tell the mayor and have him ask Principal Fonlan if he's a gangster. Two voices suddenly interrupted. One of the people who entered through the half-open door was Director Wang Yang, and the other person was someone Li didn't recognize. However, the nameplate on his chest showed his identity. Mayor's secretary. Secretary Li, Director Wang. Jiang Jinhai almost shouted out in a trembling voice. Cold sweat broke out on his back. His words might be enough to scare these civilians, but in front of these two people, his identity and his words were simply a joke. I just want to scare Li. Jiang Jinhai hurried to explain. He was now heartbroken, and once these words were passed on to the principal through the mayor, he would be devastated. I'm afraid there will be no more idle positions. So it's one of the top 100 universities intimidating civilian students. Secretary Li said sarcastically. As expected of a secretary. That's what I said. Get out of here. Wang Yang showed that. Yes, get out now. Jiang Zhenhai nodded repeatedly, turned around, and left with a dirty face. Chapter 22 Shocked Father. What kind of development is this? These two people, Director Wang, Secretary Li, Li Jingye and Zhang Xiumei widened their eyes. So the admissions teacher just walked away, no left? What's happening now? For Lia's parents, who are ordinary people, it was a shock. Uncle Wang, Secretary Li. Uncle Wang, what did you hear our son call the chief? Zhang Xiumei was afraid that she didn't hear clearly. Uncle Wang, Li Jingye began to doubt his ears. Could there be such a relative in our family? The two looked at each other. How come I don't know? That person is a slut. This guy has made a lot of money in our city, but he hasn't gotten into any major trouble. He has connections with the presidents and vice presidents of several major guilds. It's nothing more than an exchange of resources. We also turn a blind eye. As long as they don't do it, that's fine. Now it seems that his brain is indeed rotten. Jiang Yu is obviously an S-level talent, and her family conditions are not very good, but he gave the knife to Liu Yi. Everyone knows that guy is a playboy. He was promoted to level 5 with the help of his family. If a guy like him really entered Fonlan University, he would probably be eliminated. Secretary Li criticized Jiang Zhenhai slowly and calmly. It is also providing information to Liya. Fonlan University doesn't have such a big problem. It's Jiang Zhenhai's personal problem. Besides, the top 100 universities are not as bad as you think. It can be used to deal with Jiang Zhenhai. It's best not to provoke Fonlan University behind. Yes, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Liya nodded in agreement. He is not a fool. The power of the top 100 universities is terrifying. The famous alumni are enough to give him a hard time. He doesn't even need anyone to put in their best efforts to destroy Liya's family. Not to mention, school resources of the top 100 universities. The personnel of these universities are complicated. This president and that president are from the same school, and that dean is a teacher of a certain president. It is possible to prevent Liya from attending any university with just one sentence. Certainly. As long as Liya doesn't offend Fonlan University to death and doesn't truly damage the interests of Fonlan University, it will be fine. The university deals with a student. They still have shame. I understood it quickly. As long as it's not that kind of arrogance of a genius. Secretary Li was very satisfied with Liya's reaction. The two of them gave a brief explanation. Then he gave the reward to Liya and the work permit to his parents. Wait for the two of them to leave for a while. Both of them had their mouths wide open. I'm the forger of the sheriff's bureau now. Li Jingya held his work ID card in front of his chest, trying to figure out where to put it. When you report, there will be special uniforms. Liya reminded speechlessly. I know, I'm just trying it out in advance, Li Jingya said stubbornly. Zhang Xiumei was a little worried. What the hell is this? Mom, you go to the hospital to take care of Kai Bai. Liya's expression of joy froze. What? Take care of Kai Bai? Li Jingye and Zhang Xuemei paused. Leah briefly talked about what happened yesterday. Certainly. The killing of Lu Yidao was removed, and the details of killing the werewolf warrior were also reduced. Are you okay? Zhang Xuemei looked left and right. Don't take risks like this in the future. Li Jingye looked like he was worthy of being my son. He is so proud. His son could actually call the mayor uncle and the director uncle. This was something he had never dreamed of before, but now he has actually made it come true. Unbelievable. So don't go home from now on. Is it that Lu Shandao? Can you handle it alone? Zhang Xuemei was still worried. If it really doesn't work, you could just give in. I'm afraid not. He has put his son's death on my head. Although he did kill him. Why? We'll be careful about safety. You should be careful too. If things really don't work out, we can leave Tianhai City and walk somewhere else. Good. After Liya explained the necessity of not coming back, his parents packed up their things and immediately went to report to the unit. I really don't want to be my son's weakness. As for Liya's sister, she is in college and is not in Tianhai City at all. Return to your room again. A blue fruit and 2 skills, which are the small spirit fruit, corpse explosion technique, and bone armor technique. Small energy fruit. Type, consumable. Quality, rare. Introduction. This fruit contains mysterious powers. Eating it can permanently enhance your spiritual attributes. The first time you eat it, the effect is the best. Corpse explosion. Classification, rare, necromancer exclusive, spell. Learning limit. Level 1. 1x undead summoning spells. Effect. Causes the negative energy of the necromancer's summons to explode. The power of the explosion is determined by the amount of negative energy and HP, causing negative energy pollution to the enemy in a regular manner. Consumption. 100 points of energy. Bone armor. Classification. Premium, summoning, undead exclusive. Learning limit. LV10. Effect. Use bones to form a set of bone armor. Different bones provide different properties and characteristics. It can be used by summoning or gathering surrounding bones. Summoning cost, 100 energy. Gathering consumption, 10 to 80 energy. It's finally time to take stock of our harvest. Lu Yidao didn't touch the corpse, and the werewolf warrior was a poor bastard, which fits his stereotype of warriors. Most of the fighters are poor. Come to think of it, 10 years. Didn't break through level 10. Later, I met the Abyss cult. I wasn't involved in anything at all, and then I met him. Uncle Wang and Uncle Mu are still the best. Even Lu Shandao is stronger than Lu Yidao and Werewolf Warrior. Provided him with 5 points of mental power. Name, Lia. Level 10. Occupation, Necromancy. Health, 3000. Attack, 23. Normal adult is 10. Defense, 24. Normal adult is 10. Agility, 26. Normal adult is 10. Spirit, 95. Normal adult is 10. Equipment, Horn of Fury. Skills, Skeleton Lancer, Undead Death Knight, Undead Raven, Skeleton Fortress, Undead Assassin Gene, Undead Assassin. Talent, Future Industrialization, Level 1. Note, kill 10,000 wild monsters, and your talent will automatically upgrade. Current progress, 986/10,000. He added all the 20 free attributes gained after reaching level 10 to his spirit, plus the 5 spirit points given by Uncle Lu and the small spirit fruit that he hadn't eaten. Breaking through 100 spirits is just around the corner. He would learn the skills later, and he was not craving the taste of the small spirit fruit. He just wanted to see what changes he would have after breaking through 100 spirits. Gurgle. An alluring aroma entered his nostrils. Gurgle. It seems like he hasn't eaten for a long time. Throw the blue yo-yo, a fruit smaller than an apple, directly into your mouth. Melts in your mouth. An indescribable sense of comfort swept over his body. He seemed to see. Chapter 23 Shocking Promotion. Neon lights. Mechanical monster. A steel airship flying slowly in the sky. Gray and blue lights lingered upward. That. It seems to be a corner of the futuristic world of the dead. A fusion of magic and technology. A combination of skull and steel. Especially the flesh and blood puppet transformed body formed by countless corpses. It was like a giant god overlooking the city that was bigger than Tianhai City. There are magical patterns on the mechanical modification, like pulsating blood vessels. Coach, I want that. Liya couldn't imagine that if he could summon the flesh and blood puppet, he knew that even the strongest person would definitely not be a match for it. Bigger is not necessarily better, but if it reaches a certain level, it is definitely strong. Just a moment of distraction. The image has disappeared. Looked at the time. An hour? He didn't expect that it would take him an hour to digest the fruit. Obviously, he felt it was a few minutes at most. The glimpse of that world gave him a great shock. You can say that. That world of the dead is stronger than his current world. Maybe. Do the legendary gods still exist? You're overthinking it. I'm just summoning some undead from underdeveloped areas right now. The true future of the undead. They are monsters that are a true combination of technology and magic. It's just an individual, like in Cyberpunk. What if a zombie or flesh puppet with physical attributes far exceeding those of an average person undergoes high-intensity transformation? Cyberpsychosis? You're afraid you don't know what magic is. Just obey the summoner's orders and let the AI handle everything. What is the concept? The value is high and it can still be operated. Perhaps. When his future industrialization reaches level 2, he can be summoned. Spirit, 95 to 110. The panel prompts are long overdue. Easy Oklaki. Leo was also shocked. Is this little spiritual fruit so effective? Impossible. He remembered that most of the small spirit fruits could increase the spirit by about 5 points, which was already quite good. Outrageous. It's also below 10 o'clock. The core value of the small spiritual fruit is that it can enhance your spiritual power after you reach level 10. Also level 10, you just have a few more points than others. In battle, it's enough to use 1 or 2 more skills. That can determine the outcome of a game. 1 win or 1 loss. It may determine whether you can go to a good university or join a good guild. But 15? 1 level higher than him. Could it be that I saw my world of the dead? Leah touched his chin. Very likely. Most other necromancers are probably not as special as him. I heard that some necromancers have to work hard to cultivate the undead themselves because there are too few undead in the undead world they have contracted. Generally, it is normal for many necromancers to contract with an undead world. And what about him? Directly contracted a world. And the level of this world is not low. If he brags a little, Leah can even say that he is the master of the world. It can be considered an invisible benefit. Spirit, 110. So cool. 100 is a limit. After all attributes exceed 100, there will be obvious feedback, forming the first qualitative change under quantitative change. The dust floating around, trash left in the corner. Everything that could be perceived by his senses in this small room appeared in his mind in every detail. Enhanced perception is one aspect. The main thing is to use skills better and command more summons more easily. The strength has greatly improved. Learned both corpse explosion and bone armor. He didn't try it right away. Wait until you get into the dungeon and give it a try. Leah opened the door. His parents had already left by then, and they also wrote him a note, saying a lot. Generally speaking, just tell him to pay attention to safety and not to be too aggressive. Gurgle. My stomach growled loudly. I feel like I haven't eaten for a long time. Leah touched his stomach. Search around the house. Stir-fried meat with onions and a bowl of fried egg noodles. Just add some salt and soy sauce as simple seasoning. After it is done, Leah started eating with big mouthfuls. I am also reviewing what happened in the past few days and making some plans for the future. Defeat Louis Dao. My sister was seriously injured and my father was unemployed. He killed Louis Dao and the murderer who seriously injured his sister. I discovered that there was something else behind my sister's serious injury. Through the Abyss cultists, he revealed his talent, made friends with Uncle Wang and Uncle Mu, and saved him from Lu Shandao. Jiang Jinhai tried to save his career, but he refused. Lu Shandao and Jiang Jinhai. This is his main threat. As for the Abyss cult, he had no idea at all. The only clue is also Lu Shandao. Moreover, given the relationship between Jiang Jinhai and Lu Shandao, as well as their hatred for him, it is hard to say that they will not join forces to target him. The Abyss cult has cooperated with Lu Shandao. Look at it this way. All the problems are focused on Lu Shandao. Jiang Jinhai is nothing. Especially after he lost his status as a special recruit, his relationships, connections, and access to resources would be weakened many times over. Some of them are from universities. He can't accomplish anything on his own. He himself is just a level 30 admissions teacher in the auxiliary department, and his combat power is probably not as good as that of a werewolf warrior. But it is difficult to deal with Lu Shandao. In the Dazzling Guild, the leader is the most powerful, but the actual control is in the hands of Lu Shandao. This is the information given to him by Secretary Li. And Liu Shandao should have broken through level 50. According to unreliable rumors, he has also undergone a second job change. His hidden strength is definitely stronger than what he shows. Level 50 is difficult. I remembered Liu Shandao's casual glance. Leah, who broke through 100 spirits, understood that it was definitely the result of several qualitative changes in spirit. How many times? He doesn't know either. At least he understood that this man, who should be a warrior, had a terrifying mental value. What about the others? How much improvement did he get after changing jobs twice? I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. During the period before the college entrance examination, he definitely could not beat Liu Shandao. No matter how he upgrades, no matter how great the future industrialization is, he also needs time to level up and go to dungeons, especially level 20 to 30 dungeons, which are not provided in the school. Let's do well in the college entrance exam first. After breaking through level 10, I should also consider finding a guild first to prepare for the trial to break through level 20. If there's a chance. A cold light flashed in Lia's eyes. Jiang Jinhai. As long as he loses his identity as a specially recruited teacher, he can easily get rid of him. If he is still a teacher. Leah had some concerns. Who knows what methods the top 100 universities have? Kill Jiang Jinhai. It is optional to kill. He just wanted to minimize the threat. A flash of excitement passed through his heart, and Jin was summoned out with something in his hand. Chapter 24. The Undead Mage. Job Transfer Certificate. He didn't expect that he could actually get it. Jin used the souls of those people, especially the werewolf warriors, to help him exchange this precious scroll in the world of the dead. Class change to Necromancer. Category: Job Transfer Certificate. Restrictions: Level 10, Necromancer class. Introduction: Accept the job transfer quest, complete the basic career trial, and then complete the job transfer quest to become the Necromancer. This is an early job change. Generally, you need to reach the 30/60/90 nodes to change your job. Change jobs early. This means that you can get one more chance to change jobs. Every time you change jobs, your career will be upgraded. A few unlucky ones. Got a garbage job transfer. It's not because of the profession. Many of them are objective factors. Where's the archdemon of the Necromancer? This is the upgraded version of the Necromancer. When many Necromancers change their job at level 30, they will have the option of becoming Archnecromancer. It's stable. It's completely stable. Leah's mouth corners were almost stretched to the corners of his eyes. He doesn't need any special profession. He just needs to follow the most orthodox path of the Necromancer. Any other special profession seems fancy to him. He doesn't need to take radical measures. Industrialization of the future. This talent is already destined. He doesn't need to do this. Call. Explosion of troops. Undead Scourge. This is the path he took. Leah is not crazy to give up his strengths and take those uncertain paths. Use immediately. Let me see what the request is. The Necromancer's job change begins. 1. Please complete the basic Necromancer trial. 2. Master 10 Necromancy spells, 7 out of 10. 3. Spirit, 110/100. 4. Draw the sacrificial rune. Offer sacrifices, take the descended gift potion, and complete the final advancement. Optional. 1. Thoroughly understand a necromancy spell. 2. Modify a spell or summon 5. 3. Raise your level once through practice. After the above is completed, it will have a certain impact on job transfer. Except for the first 3, the rest are simply outrageous. Analyze a soul. Master the power of the undead. Research and master a rune of undeath. The corner of Lia's mouth twitched. He can't understand. The textbooks in school don't teach this. I heard that above level 30, you have to start mastering the essence of your profession. Before level 30, your profession is actually a gift from the divine realm, and it doesn't completely belong to you. After level 30, you need to make it your own. Recalling what Teacher Tang once said, look at those outrageous conditions. Isn't this a deeper understanding of the profession? Does this count as our digestion of the divine realm? Suddenly, Leah had such an idea. Divine realm. It's actually a foreign object. Although it makes their world extraordinary, it is essentially incompatible with the world, the so-called awakening. It is a kind of digestion of the divine realm. Least, without the data panel, you can complete all optional tasks. You don't need to watch any dungeons. You can continue to practice and become stronger by studying on your own. No wonder there's no numerical expansion in our world. A game that runs for 100 years. The vice president of a city guild is only level 50? For someone with an A-level profession, it only takes a week at most to upgrade to level 10. So what about upgrading to level 50? Lu Shandao is already 48 years old. It took 30 years to reach level 50. For many people, it is almost impossible to break through level 50 at this age, because after breaking through level 50, they have the opportunity to touch the second job change at level 60. Half 100 years ago, break through level 50. Lifespan will be significantly improved. The whole person is different from ordinary humans. So, understanding the profession to a certain degree, that's why this change occurs. Leah's eyes lit up. I see. Then change jobs in advance. Isn't that understanding the extraordinary in advance? So this is the key point. I was wondering why those top 10 schools offer such generous conditions to students who transfer early. Isn't this the top scorer in the college entrance examination? No, Leah couldn't find a good description. In other words, if I change my job to become a necromancer, I'm almost guaranteed to get into a good school. There is absolutely no problem getting into the top 10 universities. I need to learn 3 more necromancy spells, then find a sacrifice, and I'll be inaugurated. Basic undead trial. He was almost there. He had already killed 985 of the 1,000 monsters, and the remaining dozens were easily accomplished. Let's go today. Leah looked at the sky, which was half orange and half gray. The sun has set. Let's just forget it today. Tian Hai number 6 high. Excuse-me, principal. I'm different from Jiang Jinhai. I only look at talent. Good grades and poor talent are not within my consideration. Jiang will be left to you from now on. Don't worry. This is an S-level profession. Our school will train you well. The door of the principal's office was pushed open. Jiang Yu walked out behind a middle-aged woman with short hair. Leah, what are you doing here? Jiang Yu frowned. I was surprised by Leah's appearance. What else could it be? We're outside the principal's office. Aren't we just looking for the principal? Leah was speechless. The middle-aged woman paused. Are you Leah? She turned her head and looked him up and down, and felt that Leah was just ordinary. My name is Yang Dongmei, and I'm a special recruitment teacher who replaced Jiang Jinhai. Leah's face was full of question marks. Why introduce yourself? I've already rejected Jiang Jinhai's offer to recruit me again. I also want to take the college entrance exam to see if I'm good enough. He said it politely. Anyway, just face it. The main problem is that Lu Shandao has not been dealt with yet. If Fenglong University is offended again because of inappropriate words, it will be totally not worth it. I know. A sneer appeared on the cold face behind the square-framed glasses. Feel sorry. I'm not targeting you. I don't understand why a special recruitment teacher like him gave the special recruitment quota to a student with good theoretical grades before his profession awakened. Intellectual knowledge can be supplemented without spending too much time. But if your career is poor, you'll be behind the starting line, and the ceiling you can achieve will be higher. At first I thought he took your money, but now it seems he's just a fool. What are you talking about? Hello. Woman, don't disturb me from changing my job. What exactly do you want to express by saying all this? I don't know. Leah felt even more speechless. Who is this person? Are all the teachers at Fenglong University such geniuses? Look at Jiang Yu again. Leah couldn't help showing a trace of pity. But it could be considered a good match. Chapter 25 Teacher, you smell so good. Not talking. Yang Dongmi smiled confidently. If I had been in charge of the special recruitment work, you and Louis Dao would never have been specially recruited. She walked behind Jiang Yu, as if to show off her merchandise. Jiang Yu, S-Class Elemental Mage, Level 8. We helped her find a job transfer certificate that allowed her to change jobs at Level 20. And since you defeated Lu Dao and the Abyss Cultist, you thought we would take a fancy to you. The gap between S-Class and D-Class is insurmountable. Without waiting for Leah to speak, let's go, Jiang Yu. The next time you meet, he will have no choice but to look up to you. You are destined to become the strongest woman in our Fenglong University. Jiang Yu seemed to be encouraged by Yang Dongmei's words, and her face was full of excitement and anticipation. I am the strongest woman in Fenglong University. Quiet. It was like a crow flying over his head. Speechless. I am speechless. Louis Dao is one. Yang Dongmei is one. And Jiang Yu looks like she's going to be the next. God, man. Leah can be summed up in 2 words. I'm also somewhat glad that I did not go to Fonlan University. When I think about the teachers and students in the school, they are all Lu Yi-Dao or Yang Dongmei. He swallowed. That would be hell for him. Just hurried into the principal's office. He is afraid. The 2 women turned back again. Leah, Chen Luming, who handles the documents. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised his head. Why are you here? I'm here to visit you, principal. Tell me, what's the matter? Chen Luming didn't even raise his head and continued to process the documents. I want to enter the level 10 to 20 dungeon in the back mountain of our school. Leah said shyly. You're going to the spider cave? It seems that your killing of those abyss cultists of more than 10 levels is true. That place is indeed a good place to complete the trial. It is also a place for students to level up. This is a copy of the certificate. Principal Chun handed over a card with a cave and spider pattern engraved on it. Your strength is just around the edge right now. If you feel like you're almost there, you should complete the trial. After all, trials also have a time limit. The shorter the time, the higher the quality and the greater the improvement you'll gain. Wait until you break through before entering the cave. Principal Chun pondered for a moment. It's best to reach level 15 before entering the cave. Leah nodded. Thank you, Principal. Hurry up and go. If you can get into a good school, that will be the greatest reward for us. Principal Chun waved his hand. Let Leah leave quickly. When leaving, Leah helped the principal gently close the door. Oh, this kid. Principal Chun smiled slightly. Why? I wish the same thing happened to that special recruitment teacher Yang. Hey, Leah. As soon as Leah went downstairs, he saw Teacher Tang coming over. Is everything resolved? Teacher Tang. Not really. Leah, I heard that you also acknowledged Director Wang and Mayor Mu as your uncles. Tang Xia's face was full of curiosity, her body almost trembling, especially those 2 soft lumps. The scent of lavender entered her nose, and then she looked at the face that was a little different from before. Why didn't I realize before that Teacher Tang is so good-looking? Leah was slightly stunned. Hey, Leah, are you listening to me? Tang Xia's face puffed up like a big bun. No, teacher, how can you make such an expression? You should be serious, gentle, and a little naive. Now what? Only innocence remains. He seemed to ignore Tang Xia's age because of her identity as a teacher. This was the first class of students she taught, but she stayed in the school and became a teacher. That is to say, this Teacher Tang is 3 years older than him. He is only 21 years old now. I'm listening. It's all just chance. Leah gathered his thoughts. Lucky, huh? I think they both have the same keen eyes as me, and they see your extraordinary talent. Yes. You also kill the abyss cultists? Yes. What are the abyss cultists like? Leah and Tang Xia chatted idly. A small group in the distance also discovered Leah and his group. Miss Mu, is that your fiancé? A girl came up to a girl with a cold temperament and whispered. What? Mu Qinghan looked in the direction the girl was looking. Leah. No, what do you think? How could that sycophant possibly become my fiancé? A flatterer? The eyes of the 3 girls nearby lit up. What's going on? Mu Qinghan was speechless. He's quite good at talking. Anyway, my father and Uncle Wang are very happy with what he said. Don't underestimate him. He has some strength himself. According to the corpse collector, that abyss cultist is at least level 15. He must have awakened talents for recovery and enhancement, and he also has an automatic health recovery skill. Even a Class A player at level 20 wouldn't be able to defeat him. So amazing, several girls exclaimed. Mu Qinghan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Of course, if I didn't have potential, my dad wouldn't give me such a good reward. Yes, he's a top student himself. Just based on theoretical knowledge, he became a special recruit of Fonlan University. If his profession was not so poor, he would not have been disqualified from special recruitment. Mu Qinghan interjected. That's because Fonlan University doesn't have the ability to train necromancers. For some universities, a necromancer with solid theoretical knowledge is more valuable than an S-level profession. Real? Of course it's true. A necromancer is a one-man army. He needs a strong learning ability, the ability to command battles, and understand various tactics, etc. Mu Qinghan lifted her hair. Slow upgrade in the early stages. Do you know of any copies of monsters that have no offensive capabilities? Be safe. Tang Xia waved her hand, walked to the foot of the mountain, and went back. Bye, teacher. Leo also waved his hand and continued walking into the mountains. He still had a smile on his face, but after seeing off Teacher Tang, he suddenly became serious. Somewhere, the undead raven flew out quietly. Jin was just beside him and told him that someone was following him. Are you in such a hurry? In the vision of the undead raven, a few strange men, who seemed to be chatting, fell far behind him. Muchingan. She should also be going to the spider cave. I didn't expect to meet Mu Qinghan. That day, his heart was entirely focused on Uncle Wang and Uncle Mu, and currying favor with them was indeed more important than looking at beautiful women. It seems so now. He still underestimated her. He should be at level 10 or so, and should have consumed various fruits. Turn your gaze back. Those stalkers. Leah gave a sinister smile. Isn't this the sacrifice? Chapter 26 Good Luck is coming. The mountain behind the school. This back mountain is not used for sightseeing as it was in the previous life. A continent leads directly to the dungeon. The road is lined with towering trees. Unlike the short trees in the previous life, they could not block the view at all. Plus the winding roads. It is not easy to discover a group of people following far behind. It depends not only on the reconnaissance of the undead raven, but also on Jin's original words. They are so malicious. These are Jin's words. Since it's done with malicious intent, it's easy to deal with. When the Lu Yidao incident happened, Leah might have taught these guys a lesson and then let them go. Now, since changing jobs requires sacrifices, these are the sacrifices. And he would take action from time to time. The sacrifice was the final step, so he had to complete the basics of the trial first and explore the depths of the spider cave. Then come out. Go by 3 necromancy spells. The requirement to thoroughly learn the 10 necromancy spells. Finally, let's talk about the promotion of sacrifices. In fact, he could have broken through to level 10 first and then completed his job change. But he is greedy. After the trial is completed, he still needs to find sacrifice. If it weren't for these trackers, Leo would have set his sights on the boss of the spider cave, who is a level 20 boss. After he was killed, it can also improve the rating of basic trials. This is not killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking, he has reached the top of the mountain. The back mountain is not very high. Calling it a mountain is a bit of an exaggeration. At best, it is just a hill. The dirt slope behind the mountain in my previous life was much better. In the dense forest, there is a platform. People come in and out from time to time. This doesn't look like a student, does it? Leah felt that some people were obviously not students. Could it be? I thought about Principal Chun. Maybe it's a revenue-generating project for the school. It was a small room with a wide frontage and 2 listless security guards. Certificate! Certificate! He just shouted weakly. It was consistent with his stereotype of school security, so Leah also walked over and took out his credentials. You can come in now. Just a glance. Leah wondered if the security guard had seen it clearly. Never mind. Don't worry. This is what Principal Chun is considering. There is more than 1 whirlpool in this spider cave, and Leah chose a remote whirlpool to enter. After a while, a group of people also arrived. The leader asked the tall and thin man next to him, "Did you see him go through that door?" "I see." The one in the innermost one. The other one was holding something and asking the 2 security guards, "Are you asking him?" "His friend?" Yes, his friend. The innermost door. After a brief exchange, the few of them walked through the door that Leah entered. Art is an explosion. As soon as you enter the door, they heard a lunatic shouting. A large truck rushed over. "No more alive. I'm not going to survive this wave." As he said that, the driver jumped out of the cab. "Hee, I was just kidding. Lias passionate dubbing. Gulps explosion." The group of people waiting for this moment haven't reacted yet. Leah opened his arms and shouted. Boom! The explosion was relatively quiet. It wasn't like a burst of flames, but rather a dark tone. Leah disappeared in the flying dust. For a long time, there was a noise coming from the center of the explosion. Grass! That kid tricked me. Boss, this is corpse explosion. The necromancer's forbidden move, we... Snort. It's too late to back out now. Look at what happened to Louis Dao. Do you think this guy will let you go? This? Maybe he didn't see the whole thing. Bang! The leader slapped him and said viciously, "We do this to take it a step further. Think about what we went through in the guild. Is there such a good opportunity? He hasn't even broken through level 10 yet, and we are a team with an average level of 18 and good coordination. What do we have to be afraid of? It's just a miscommunication. Is anyone injured?" Several people were in a mess, but no one was injured. We have the advantage in terms of equipment and level. A little Leah is easy to take down. The boss. After we catch him, can we take revenge? Don't worry, I can't kill him. It will definitely make his life worse than death. Several people smiled at each other. It's quite strong. Mainly the equipment. Not like him. All he had on him was a pitiful horn of fury, which was an equipment to assist summons. What about others? Weapons, armor, rings, full of equipment. The levels of these people are not low either. Each one is higher than the werewolf warrior. Their professions seem to be warriors, archers, mages, and priests, that is, melee, ranged, magic, and support. What exactly is it? Leah doesn't have that ability yet. He can see it at a glance. With my current strength, I might not be able to defeat them in a head-on confrontation. Leah has a clear understanding of himself. Sneak attack. Ambush. This is what he does best. As long as he is not touched nearby, his energy potion is not used up, and he can hold on mentally, he can fight against opponents of higher levels. Not to mention, now, there's also corpse explosion. Even though the corpse explosion didn't hurt the team, it did delay them for quite a while. Just an undead death knight. Well, there are more. What about undead assassin and Jin playing as supports? If all else fails, there is also the undead raven, which can act as a divine wind to carry out a thrust. He has too many tricks. Seeing that those people had indeed lost their direction, Leah summoned his undead raven. Swish, it's weird. Wonderful, wonderful. He only took a few steps. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the forest, his entire body leaning against a tree trunk. Swish. Little by little, faint lights came on. What? At some point, Leah was surrounded, under the shade of the trees. Like a sky full of stars, countless pairs of eyes were flashing with dim light, and the breath of death was spreading in the air. Although you are weak, your methods are quite good. That smile. It seemed as if he didn't take Leah seriously. The upper half of his face was covered in shadow, which added a bit of mystery. Who are you? Leah was full of doubts. Invited by Lu Shandao? Still, invited by Jiang Zhenhai? I, the immortal commander, a company of death, candidate for the skeleton throne. Leah, stop. There's no need for your undead raven to commit suicide on me. The man suddenly stepped out of the shadows. With a wave of the hand, all the dim lights disappeared. That was Leah, a man he had never seen before. With messy hair, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a sly smile on his lips, he exudes a sense of cynicism. Leah also let the undead raven fly high again. Who are you? Leah asked again. The Holy Order of the Dead, Tianhai City's chief executive, Lu Zheng. The Holy Ritual of the Dead? Does Yinxia have such an organization? The person in charge of Tianhai, Lu Zheng? He didn't seem to have heard of this name either. Chapter 27. Holy Sacrifice of the Dead. 3 spells. Classroom office of grade 6. I know, Dad. What's so good about staying in that school? Your family doesn't have any connections there, so they let you choose that high school on your own accord. And you actually stayed there to teach students instead of going to college. Stop nagging, Dad. I'm not doing this for you. Do you think I want to say so much? I know, Dad. I'm only teaching 1 class, right? Oh, 1 term means 3 years of wasted time, and it won't help you in any way. Okay. Haven't I broken through to level 30? Are you proud of breaking through level 30? Back then, I only agreed to let you become a teacher because you insisted on changing your profession to a knowledge teacher. According to me, you should change your profession to a generalist. Isn't that better than your profession? Okay, after the college entrance examination, I will go to university. She hung up the phone naturally after saying that. She didn't know what she remembered, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. I don't know what Leah's expression will be when he sees me. Tangxi Tuka. Spider cave, somewhere in the outer forest. No, how could I not have heard of it? Let me tell you, our Holy Order of the Dead was founded by the strongest necromancer through a powerful item. We hope that necromancers can have a platform for communication and, to a certain extent, help weaker necromancers quickly overcome their weak stage. Lu Zheng introduced it like a fanatic. So what? Leah just responded indifferently. Don't you have any thoughts of joining? Lu Zheng was very dissatisfied with Leah's attitude. Leah looked Lu Zheng up and down and felt that he was unreliable. Then may I ask, how many people in Tianhai City have joined the Holy Order of the Dead? Well, not yet. Lu Zheng said this awkwardly, and he still explained stubbornly. Isn't there a lack of talented necromancers? Some are talented, but have lost their fighting spirit and have been severely discouraged by the school and their parents. Some people think you are a liar. If Lia's spirit had not broken through 100, he would not have been able to sense the power of the person in front of him. Same feeling as Lu Shandao. He is indeed taking the path of a necromancer. Then he frowned again. I have never heard of this organization before, nor that there is a strong man like Lu Zheng in Tianhai City. And there is only one person in the entire Tianhai City. This organization is probably not simple. Necromancers help each other, but don't be trash. I really want to join, Lia said expressionlessly. If you, Lu Zheng, a big boss, are willing to act, then I will act with you. You're a little emotional, hey. Lu Zheng collapsed and shouted. Just when Liu was about to show some emotion, Lu Zheng waved his hand. Never mind. Your joining is a good thing for me. Take it. A token flew over. The token is simple and has patterns engraved on the edge. There are two sides, one front and one back, with a word engraved on each side. D. Spirit. Necromancy token. Category. Special voucher. Restriction bound. Introduction. Ability to enter a demi-plane exclusive to the Holy Order of the Dead to communicate, trade, accept quests, or issue quests. Demi-plane? Fuck. Awesome. Think about what Lu Zheng just said. I'm afraid. It really is an organization created by the strongest necromancer. Strong, huh? Lu Zheng said proudly. This is the foundation of our Holy Necromancer Society. As long as you show enough value or offer a high enough price, we have everything related to necromancers, even to a certain level. You can enter our exclusive copy of the Holy Order of the Dead for free. Is this the essence of the Holy Necromancer? Even the strongest guild in Tianhai City cannot reach this level. The level of information that Lu Zheng has revealed about the Holy Undead Council is temporary, and its true depth may only be known after he reaches a certain level. It's so terrifying. The Holy Necromancer token has been successfully bound. Bound by Lia cannot be changed. Lu Zheng sensed Lia's binding, and the smile on his face became brighter. Ha ha ha. From now on, we are all family. I am your only superior. Call me boss now. Lia was speechless. Boss. Lu Zheng is a strong person, but he gives people a frivolous feeling, and he really doesn't want people to compliment him. Not bad, not bad. Come on, come on. What newbie benefits do you want? Lu Zheng said happily and proudly. Lia's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier? I can call this boss 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. More than newbie benefits. But considering that Lu Zheng was unreliable, Lia decided to ask again. Of course it's a celebration. You're my first subordinate. Just tell me what you want. Lu Zheng looked excited, as if he was really celebrating his escape from the state of being a lone commander. Well, I want to become a god. Lia. No. Lu Zheng. I want to reach level 90 right away. No. I want to change my job to the Holy Mage of the Dead. No. No. Lia. Do you think I'm a magic lamp? Even if I were a magic lamp, I couldn't accomplish what you want. Lu Zheng looked unhappy. Lia spread his hands indifferently. Isn't that what you said directly? That depends on whether I can achieve it. You little brat. Lu Zheng roared. No. Lia touched his chin. After some serious thought, he decided what he wanted. 3 necromancy spells that I can learn aren't too much. Is that something you can do? Lia stared at Lu Zheng with suspicion. I'm afraid he was just bragging. Is that all you ask? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and smiled contemptuously. Or give me something similar to a small energy fruit. Lia said indifferently. This? Lu Zheng's smile froze on his face. What are you talking about? Lia curled his lips. Ahem. Don't worry about the details. I will mercifully grant you 3 necromantic spells that are rarely circulated. As he spoke, he took out 3 skill books from his waist. Sleeping Breath. This is the necromancer version. After using it, the enemy will feel like you are dead. Skeleton Summoning. This is a mass summon, summoning a large number of cannon fodder at once. Corrosion, a rare direct attack spell among the 10th level necromancy spells, can corrode the enemy's defenses and erode the enemy's health. All 3 are good. Lia originally just wanted to complete the task of changing his job to the undead mage. Any necromancy spell will do. I didn't expect that. Lu Zheng took out 3 top quality items. How about it? Not bad, right? Lu Zheng looked proud. Yes, very good. Lia answered honestly. I'm very satisfied with this novice reward. Lu Zheng also straightened his face. That's good. You're the hope of us necromancers. Chapter 28, The Necromancer's Hope? What's the meaning? Leah felt that the skill book in his hand was a little hot. Go boss. Necromancer's Hope? How come I didn't know I had this ability? He thought. In some literary and artistic works of past and present lives, once you travel through time, you will meet a mysterious character, then learn skills from him. And finally he will say, "You are the savior." Leah doesn't have such a big heart. Later, if Lu Zheng asked him to save the necromancer or the holy necromancer, he would definitely throw away his skill book and run away. Hi, you must be scared. Lu Zheng chuckled. Leah, your summoned creature is very special. Did you know that the summoned creature of a necromancer can actually be lent out or rented? Lu Zheng did not give Leah a chance to speak and continued. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like you have a lot of special summons, but others only have a few, and you may have a whole area of them. For a period of time, your special summons will be endless, and you won't be able to use them all up. That's your advantage. Lu Zheng pointed at Leah. My advantage? What is an area? I'm a world. Leah told secretly. He is not the only one who has a special undead creature. In fact, the teachers and other students all know that this is not a common thing, but it is definitely not rare. It's just that Leah is a little special. This is Leah's talent. It's indeed his talent. No one had ever thought that Leah actually owned a special world of the undead, and its level was very high. Who could have thought of this? Leah's background is too ordinary. Plus, after living there for so long, there is no trace of him being a time traveler anymore. And mysterious black talent. This is an unrecorded talent, beyond everyone's knowledge. It is difficult for people to think outside of their own cognition. Lu Zheng didn't expect this either. You're about to break through to level 10. Even if you do, you won't be able to utilize all of the special undead. So why not rent or lend some out, or even buy and sell them directly? Leah's eyebrows moved. It can be possible. I understand your concerns. Most people who possess special spirits feel the need to keep it secret and are reluctant to share it with others. They feel as if they share their specialness, they themselves will no longer be special. Lu Zheng saw what Leah was thinking. Do you know, if you live in this society, you can avoid some things. Many people don't have such high morals. Besides, do you know what business is the most profitable? Lu Zheng suddenly asked a question. Monopoly? Leah hesitated for a moment. Yes. Or a unique business. Those who want to study your special undead will also pay this money. This also reduces the reason for Lao Deng to take action, and you have also earned enough resources. Yes. Leah nodded. I like to study that batch and don't like trouble. If it can be solved with money and resources, it's not a problem. Lu Zheng explained. You can also take some out and hide some, especially when you reach the next stage. Some special undead aren't that useful. You could just exchange them for resources. One more thing. Your special undead is really suitable for beginners. Lu Zheng said with a leisurely look. That's a huge market. Those who were weak in the early stages of the necromancer will benefit from your undead, and our holy necromancer society will also have more fresh blood. So you are the necromancer's hope. Am I so important? But what Lu Zheng said makes sense. Special undead? He has plenty of them. It would be completely okay to take out the undead Death Knight and the Skeleton Lancer. These two alone could probably bring him terrifying profits. He just needs it. Leah did not forget that he was still a debtor. Not to mention, career resources. I am poor and miserable, especially seeing that the team members were fully armed in the morning. He wanted two. It would be best to get one for his parents, older sister, and younger sister. As for the necromancer hope that Lu Zheng mentioned, seeing his money-obsessed look, I'm afraid this guy will get a cut of it. Never mind. If it weren't for Lu Zheng, he wouldn't have been able to come into contact with the Holy Order of the Dead. One more thing. I'm in trouble, boss. How can I not help you? It would be difficult for Mayor Mu and Director Wang to personally intervene, but Lu Zheng did not have such worries. Binding interests is the best way to maintain a relationship. Once he finds out that Lu Shandao has taken action personally, he can call Lu Zheng. You don't want to stop doing special undead business, do you? Thighs need to be hugged more. Well, I'll go check it out later. Leah didn't agree immediately. Just understand at first, what if there are any pitfalls? That's okay. After Lu Zheng finished speaking, he looked like he was about to leave. That's right. The Tianhai City Guilds are jointly planning to hold a selection meeting. The Dazzling Guild will be in charge of the first dungeon screening. They will provide the dungeons. This is a crisis for you, but also an opportunity. Grow up quickly. At that conference, you'll be a walking advertisement for the future business of hiring special undead. Finished. A pool of black mud suddenly appeared under his feet, and Lu Zheng fell into it in an instant and disappeared from Leah's sight. Left. Leah looked at the place where Lu Zheng last stood, and there was nothing there. What skill is this? Looking around again, there was no sign of Lu Zheng. Is it spatial teleportation? Leah couldn't understand. He once again confirmed one thing, that Lu Zheng was very strong, possibly even stronger than Lu Shandao. A necromancer who can teleport. You probably won't be able to find his real body at all. They are all his summons. Go talk to my summon. The undead tide directly devours the enemy and then slowly appears. Handsome, stable, and it's invisible pretense. You haven't defeated all my summons yet, but you still want to see me. How funny. Where's Leah now? Breath suppression, bone fortress, bone armor, undead raven. He could already imagine how disgusting he was. No, how stable it is. Is stable. Spatial shifting is very cool, but not as stable as him. Leah comforted himself in his heart. I will be that handsome in the future. But after seeing Lu Zheng's methods, he felt itchy in his heart, especially his own fighting style, which was really not very beautiful. When will I be able to act as pretentious as Lu Zheng? As for the selection meeting, for Leah it's still early. Thinking about it now would only add to your own troubles. By that time, he would have already changed his job and his strength would have increased significantly. Talent. Future industrialization, level 1. Note, kill 10,000 wild monsters and your talent will automatically upgrade. Current progress, 986/10,000. Swish, swish. Feel the art of explosion. Boom. Chapter 29, I have been walking on thin ice all the way. 987. 988. 989. 1000. Finally completed the basic trial. Poisonous spider. Level 12. Life 1000. Attack 200. Defense 100. Agility 200. Skills: poison, silk, rush, summon spider. This little monster also has a gorgeous panel. It's not a professional team that has broken through to level 10. It is not difficult to deal with these, let alone Leah, who possesses the corpse explosion technique. Summon a spider? That would just be sending monsters to Leah. As for being ambushed, undead ravens circled overhead. This is not for show. Bone armor and bone barrier. The defense he provided was not something these guys could break. Bone armor is the same as bone barrier. Defense 600, 10% counterattack against undead magic damage. The bone barrier is a blast shield. The bone armor is a set of white bone explosion-proof suits. It is completely covered in it, and only the face is a piece of glass that is hard enough. This kind of summoning item, not included in the Arch Necromancer mod. Perhaps. Is this the prototype? After all, it's industrialized. Who would first make a bone equipment and then transform it? Are you crazy? But what if there is still an opportunity for further transformation? Especially the bone armor technique. Remodel it again. Can it transform into an exoskeleton and continue to transform? Iron Man armor is not a dream. Strengthen the main body. This is the ability that Leah needs most now. The previous few times, either you crush them or you just live in hiding. Louis Dao, werewolf warrior. One can't hurt him and the other can't hurt him. But there is no guarantee that it won't happen in the future. Such as assassin profession. How does he hide? My health is not good. No matter how strong your spirit is, even if you notice it, the body couldn't react. If only there was the ability to enhance other attributes. Then he will become a hexagonal warrior. If we go a step further, he can keep it in this world forever. Then he could definitely make a lot of money through the Holy Order of the Dead. He wants. Others want it too. This is the shortcoming of the Necromancer faction. Even if he grows into a holy Necromancer, such shortcomings will still exist. As for the Bone Fortress, useless. A Necromancer holding a shield. Blocking general damage is okay. Using it against the enemy is simply hilarious. What's the use of high defense? It's not full body defense. Others have died the shield directly. What would you do if someone attacked you directly? Leah is not very strong. What if someone knocked your shield over? Leah had already encountered several sneak attacks from spiders. If it weren't for the bone armor, he has already suffered some injuries. No guande. This bone barrier is similar to bone armor, but I haven't seen it at the exchange. This thing, good for the undead series. Needless to say, for the necromancer, full body defense is enough. There are few spiders. Lying down, drill through the bone fortress and attack his body. Certainly. This is also I want to try out the results of these two skill effects. Bone armor consumes a lot of energy. It is much more comprehensive than the bone fortress. Unless this bone fortress is truly worthy of its name. 50 points of energy can directly summon a real fortress. Otherwise, it would be really useless. Why? This spider is too ruthless to kill. Maybe I'm too strong? Looking at the spider corpses all over the ground. Apart from some spider glands, venom sacs, and spider meat, nothing else was dropped. Spider meat. Introduction, spider meat. Wild boars don't drop pork, but spiders do. All the good stuff was destroyed. Spiders are useless. Not as good as wild boars. Lee was a little unhappy. Spider, please speak up for me. This guy is slandering. Aren't the materials good things? Can those wild boars explode glands, venom sacs, and spider meat? Wild boar pork cannot be exploded. We can explode. Just ask you if you're awesome. Leah, no, not awesome. Collect this garbage together. In Leah's opinion, it's garbage. What's the use of these? Especially since he is a necromancer. These things are all garbage and can only be sold for a small amount of money at most. Maybe spider meat would be more useful. I heard that this spider meat is snow white and tender. It has a beauty-enhancing effect on ordinary people. For professionals, long-term use has a chance of increasing an attribute. Is there a probability? How much is that? There's a chance of translating it, but there is almost no chance. But it should be good for Kai-Bai and Mom. Lee has suddenly thought of his family. Picking white. What did the messenger do? It's still unclear what's going on, but his sister feels fine, and even her physical and mental state are much better than before. It was like a serious injury, but it actually brought benefits. But there are many doubts. Leah once doubted the words of the werewolf warrior. But Zhang Xuemei said that Li Caibai's recovery speed was abnormal. He was convinced. It must be something the apostle did. Perhaps we can ask the Holy Order of the Dead? He didn't hold out much hope either. After all, the Cult of the Abyss has disappeared for so many years. What can an unknown organization know? Oh, when did I become sentimental? Maybe I'm too tired. It's not the tiredness of studying, but among all the forces. It's hard to survive in the cracks, seek benefits, and protect the family. He is a time traveler, for sure. I have never experienced such a scene in my previous life or in this life. Keep upgrading. Just like he was in school, studying hard. This is what he is good at. People and people. Especially when there is an imbalance of power. The feeling that one's destiny is not under one's control is particularly obvious. Physically and mentally exhausted, his family and him. It is difficult to control one's destiny, and there is almost no choice. The only way is to proceed step by step. Only then can you go higher and further. Only in this way. Only then can you take control of your own destiny and the destiny of your family. I've been walking on thin ice all this time. Let out an exclamation. Since Zhao Gao could reach the highest level, what about him who has cheats? The inexplicable worries in my heart were swept away. Time to explore the spider caverns. Bone Guild. President, you're back? I went out to do something. After greeting everyone along the way, he returned to his office. The phone rang. How? You saw him? Lu Zheng didn't answer, but took a banana and ate it first. Yes, better than expected. It's rare to hear you praise someone. Yes. Lu Zheng took a bite of the banana. He is the hope for the rise of the necromancer, rather than the polarization that exists now. So strong, weak, worthy of a D-rank job. Tianhai City. I'm the only one who has emerged in all these years. What about other places? It's already remarkable that a necromancer like me can appear. It's a helpless move. We haven't thought about solving it. The call was interrupted by Lu Zheng. That's why Leah is so precious. Good. I'll contact him personally when he goes to college. If it's true, I'll convince Lao Jia to help him speed up. Lu Zheng nodded. Okay. I'll wait for the Tianhai City trials and observe. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Lu Zheng looked out the window at the blue sky. Hope is here. Chapitre 30, brise comptamment technique. Leah, be careful. At this time, Leah faced a dead-end cave. Depend on nothing, a wasted trip. He still spent quite a bit of time. Could it be that this cave is actually the nest of the spiders he killed? Otherwise, why isn't there anything strange? Lee was speechless. Summon a spider. So that's how it was summoned. He thought this cave, there will be some stronger spiders. Let's go find a boss. If you really can't win, then make another plan. He has plenty of time. He must complete his first job change and trial. Try to reach his limit in the shortest possible time. Professional. Don't touch the limit in the early stage. You won't even have a chance later on. And the stronger the early accumulation, the later the stronger it is. This is also why the initial awakening profession is so important. You necromancer, even if it's level 11, still weak. Because of the trial, your profession is weak in the early stages, and the trial just meets the requirements. Excuse me, if you're not weak, who is weak? Keep looking for a hole. Brise rétention technique. Classification, rare, undead exclusive, enhancement. Learning limit, LV10. Effect, condensed breath like a dead object. Consumption, 1 energy per minute. Leah activated the breath-concealing technique to avoid being harassed by spiders. Somewhere in the spider cave, several young people who looked like high school students, attacking a group of spiders, one of which is particularly large. Big poisonous spider, level 16. Life 4,000. Attack 400. Defense 400. Agility 400. Spirit 10. Skills, summon spider, spider control, poison, silk spinning, collision. Subtract 40. Subtract 40. Is there any antidote? No more. I didn't expect this guy to be stronger than the boss on the first floor. Unwise. Inadequate preparation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. There was a hint of smile on the faces of the people as they communicated. Skills never stop. The action never stops. It's so weird. Miscalculation is miscalculation. But this monster is about to die. Just because they're stronger than a level 10 boss doesn't mean they can't beat them. After a cry of grief, the big poisonous spider finally fell. After a sigh of relief, several people sat limply beside the big poisonous spider. So tired. They're all students of 6th high school. I am from the same class as Leah. They are all A-level professions. Several of them upgraded to level 11 yesterday, and today they want to try the spider cave. The spiders outside pose no threat to them. In particular, young people, you must be full of energy. I want to do something challenging. I finally found the entrance to the cave, but unexpectedly, I encountered an elite monster that was comparable to a level 10 boss. Directly into a tough battle. I didn't expect this elite monster to be so strong. The warrior man was still frightened. You haven't read the spider cave manual. That cave is full of them, and the closer to the ground, the weaker the spiders become. The wizard sneered twice. What? The remaining 3 were all shocked. Isn't this spider nothing? The 3 of them looked at each other in amazement. How powerful must it be inside? I can't imagine it. No wonder the principal told me to just stay on the periphery. The 6 Highs Foundation is here. The periphery is for the public to level up. Inside the cave, there are trials for level 20. This is why all the teachers in our school have broken through to level 20. The wizard showed a hint of pride. Describe it in 1 sentence. I understand. Do you understand? Why? Still not as high as the first one. Others have dungeons from level 20 to 30, and there are also several dungeons from level 10 to 20. It's just a spider cave. It's only comparable to a few copies of the same level. The mage sighed, a hint of envy in his eyes. Ha! Aren't you kidding me? We can afford to study at number 1 high school. There are countless specially recruited teachers at top 100 universities. All of those students come from wealthy families or are freaks with awakened confidence. How can we compete with each other? Louis Dao's family is considered top-notch among us, but it's not even good enough for a high school. Several people were talking. His words revealed his envy for number 1 high school. But they're self-aware. 1 high. It's not on the same level as other schools. Several top 100 companies invested, and a national trade union supported the establishment of. It seems to be a public institution. Actually, it is privately owned. It is the noble school in their Tianhai city. The 6 Highs. It is the best public office. But Lee is also really brave. Forget it. A necromancer with a special undead spirit is not bad at all. Plus, its level is higher than Louis Dao's. So isn't it natural that he can be defeated easily? The man in the robe looked disdainful. Hello, is that Leah? Several people looked in the direction the soldier was going and saw Leah strolling leisurely in the forest in his school uniform. Aren't you afraid of spiders? Their eyes widened. Along the way, spiders sneak attack, but they suffered a lot. Why doesn't Leah need it? There are big doubts in the little head. Several people looked at each other, but no one answered their questions. Is it some kind of equipment? That's right. Why is Leah here? Several people were shocked. In fact, what happened to Leah these days is no secret to most people in the school. Leah's sister was seriously injured. Lu Yidao died. Kill the Apostle of the Abyss. Targeted by Lu Shandao. According to their understanding, Leah needs at least a few days of rest. Did he make a breakthrough? From the looks of it, he wants to go to the cave. No. Who gave him the courage? So special undead are so great? They were a small team, and they almost failed in dealing with the spiders on the periphery. You are a guy who just reached level 11. Entering the cave is just courting death. Leah, the cave is dangerous. We're classmates. The warrior man still shouted to remind Leah. At this time, Leah was running wildly in the forest, wondering if he should have a mount. Or bone wings. Able to fly, who would like to walk on 2 legs? No wonder those mages like to stand still or build a platform that can fly. Mainly walking with 2 legs. It doesn't fit the identity of a magician, whose mage is running wildly. Leah. He thought about the undead Death Knight, but that was too flashy. Undead Raven? Can't carry him. What else? It won't happen. Let the Skeleton Lancer or Undead Assassin carry him and run. When he thought of that scene, he felt. His whole body trembled. Someone is calling me. He looked in the direction of the team. It seems to be his classmate. They're from other classes. There was no intersection before. I heard. These guys are way ahead. They are the highest ranking among the 6 high-ranking ones. Oh, I'll be careful, Leah replied politely, then rushed directly into the cave. This guy, the warrior man, shook his head. Leah is going to die. What can he do? He has already been reminded. Do you think Leah will die in there? The mage muttered to himself. Several others blurted out their thoughts. Most likely. Chapter 31. Explosively cool. And transforming. Not them. Don't believe Leah. The main reason is that their impression of Leah only lasted a few days. That battle with Lu Yidao looked like the prototype of the undead scourge. But those spiders are no less powerful. Do you have many skeletons? I spider more. Add to that the level advantage. How do you fight? Even a small team like theirs didn't dare to go deep into the knife cave. Can Leah do it? Absolutely not. After so many days of leveling up, their coordination, their equipment, and their skills have reached their limits. It's hard to go further on your own. Later upgrade. Most of them are numerical improvements. You may need to reach level 20, find some preparations, and update your skills before you dare to go deep into the cave. As for the boss, maybe only those tall monsters can do it. Subtract 1,000. Subtract 1,000. Big poisonous spider. Big poisonous spider. Hard armored spider. Big electric spider. Art is an explosion. Leah didn't expect. The best use of corpse explosion is actually skeleton summoning. Skeleton. Type. Summoning undead. Life. 100. Attack 10. Defense 10. Agility 100. Spirit 0. Introduction. Skeletons have always been destined to be cannon fodder. After industrialization, they strive to embrace industrialization and change their fate. In the end, they changed. They became more valuable cannon fodder. The closer you are to the enemy, the higher your agility. Art is explosion. They were skinny skeletons, and even among skeletons they were considered malnourished. But they all carry a pack of explosives. Skeleton summoning. Classification. Rare, undead exclusive, summoning. Learning limit. LV10. Effect. Summon a group of skeletons based on the energy consumed. Consumption. 5 energy points per piece. Note. The more energy you consume, the less energy each skeleton consumes on average. The more you consume, the less you consume. This is the power of skeleton summoning, especially after industrialization. Pure suicide infantry. In addition to the corpse explosion technique and the dead spider's body, these are all materials for the corpse explosion technique. Boom! Boom! Explode! Explode! Summon a spider? In this small space, as long as Leah hides far enough, he will be fearless. The rumbling sound continued. The team outside the cave sat up. What's going on? Several people were stunned. They suddenly thought of the person who had just entered the cave. Could it be that? Impossible. Absolutely not. That guy. How could such a situation happen? There must be a powerful person they don't know about who caused the commotion in the spider cave. No. Several large poisonous spiders fled in panic, without even looking at the people who were ready for battle. He fled directly to the opposite side of the cave, as if there was something terrible in the cave. What level is this person? The wizard was shocked, based on his knowledge of the spider cave. Such a scene has never happened in all these years. If it appears, it's definitely documented. This is definitely a first in the history of Spider Cave. What kind of terrifying power is this? They can't be from the same school. I hope it's a teacher. They prayed silently. Little did they know that the man was the most unlikely Liya. After all, who could have thought of it? Little spider, where are you running to? A group of spiders are fleeing in panic. He was directly blocked by Liya's skeletons in front and behind. Just rush over. Corps explosion technique. This is what it feels like to explode. Cool. Liya was having a great time. It reminded him of his childhood when he used firecrackers to destroy things everywhere. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. At that time, he put the firecracker next to the bug. Then, boom! That feeling is indescribably wonderful. Exploring caves? Who says killing spiders doesn't count as exploration? As long as we kill all the spiders inside, won't the exploration of the cave be complete? I am such a genius. What's going on? Deep inside the spider cave, Mu Qinghan looked up at the shaking cave ceiling, and the other three were also on guard. Is that the spider queen? No, it came from above. At this time, Mu Qinghan's hair was emitting a bright green light. There are some branch-like things extending from the hair, which makes the whole face look cold and kind at the same time. Above. Yes. Mu Qinghan nodded. I don't know who made such a big commotion up there. It must not be someone we know. It's different from other people who awakened 30 days before the college entrance examination. As the mayor's daughter, awakening early is just a matter of words. Actually, I awakened when I was around 18 years old. Some instruments can detect your body data, and as long as the standards are met, you can awaken your confidence. Certainly, this instrument is not accessible to everyone. This is also one of the official benefits. But Mu Qinghan had only started leveling up a month in advance, and she had been steadily upgrading. Now she was at level 20, and she and her three sisters were preparing to hunt the boss of the spider cave together. Taixian, what do you say? She was a woman with a resolute face who had discovered something in front. Mu Tiexin. According to our intelligence, it's just ahead. Mu Qinghan nodded. Everyone, pay attention. These spiders like to attack by surprise. The four-man team quickly entered combat readiness and approached the deepest cave. Quiet. Indescribably quiet. The deepest part was pitch black, without a trace of light or a single sound. It's like a dead place. Not here. Li Mei, who was protected by everyone, was a little confused. No. Mu Qinghan stared at the front. There they are. There they have always been. Pairs of eyes lit up, until finally 3 pairs of eyes lit up, extra crimson than the others. Giant venomous spider. Electric spider. Giant spider. Blood spider. Armored spider, boss, transforming. Blade spider, boss, transforming. Devouring spider queen, boss, transforming. Mu Qinghan was shocked when he saw the word transformation. Same as human trials. Monsters can also be upgraded. When a large number of professionals die in a copy and their energy is absorbed, the monsters will also undergo transformation. The boss's transformation is the most terrifying. It will upgrade the entire copy. In other words, this dungeon will become a level 20 to 30 dungeon. That level of suppression. It made Mu Qinghan feel suffocated. The transformation is not yet complete. It already has some of the characteristics of transformation. His strength has already surpassed theirs by that one step, and this one step is a gap. There is also the blessing of boss template. Cold sweat dripped down from the temples. Several people wanted to retreat, but found that the way back had been blocked by spiders. Mu Qing's eyes turned cold. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. Chapter 32 Animal Friends. Bad luck. Bad luck. Zhang Xiaoxiao cried out in a low voice. The 4 of them awakened early and are now at level 20. I had scouted the boss's situation earlier. For 20 levels. One of them has S-level talent, and the other has a level talent comparable to S-level. The other 2 also have A-level talents. How do I lose? Especially their family conditions are not bad. Prepare yourself. These are the best ones that can be found at present and suitable for their careers. They are very strong. The cooperation is also good. The one in front of me is the Spider Queen. His IQ is very high. The only thing is that I have not received an education, but it is not necessary. The battles in the secret realm were enough to hone his commanding skills to perfection. 2 guards and 1 queen. Lime was already trembling. She is just a supporting profession. She is a wet nurse. A wet nurse who does no harm at all. Yes. She nodded. Silver liquid flowed rapidly from her back, covering her entire body. Form a set of knight armor. 3 bosses, and they're all transforming. Both sides were watching. No one took the initiative to act, and it seemed that the spiders themselves were undecided. Their team is very strong. The Spider Queen is a little afraid. Deep within those 8 eyes, there was a hint of desire. Eat them. Eat them. The mouth parts are dripping with saliva. Once she eats them, she will be able to evolve stronger and better. Especially Mu Qinghan. The scent it exudes is so tempting, so delicious, yet so dangerous. The armored spider and the blade spider targeted Zhang Xiaoxiao and Mu Tiexin. Especially Mu Tiexin. It's more delicious. As long as you eat them, they will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Animal friends. Mu Qinghan activated his skill. A snow leopard emerged from the green summoning circle. The moment it appears, all the spiders except the 3 bosses took a few steps back. A few snowflakes drifted down. Snow leopard. It's just like its name. In fact, it is a supernatural creature that can control ice and snow. Snow leopard. Type. Summon creature. Nature. Level 20. Life 4,000. Attack 600. Defense 200. Agility 800. Spirit 100. Skills. Frozen Fong, Snow Ice Claw, Rush, Snow Hide, Snowball, Snow Clone. Introduction. A supernatural creature that controls ice and snow. Its appearance is often accompanied by blizzards. Legend has it that it is the pet of the snow god and the darling of the snowy mountains. The panel is luxurious to the extreme. Just numerical values. Among the level 10 bosses, there are few that can compare to him. Mu Tiexin's body was also filled with silver liquid. A steel warhorse quickly takes shape. At last, a lance with a hint of blood on its tip appeared in his hand. A short time, this strong woman turned into a fully armed knight. Va Shaja, the spider, and they seemed to have a telepathic connection. When Mu Tiexin launched the charge, the blade spider also took action. What's going on? The spider was heading deeper into the cave. Liu was near the cave entrance, blasting the spiders for a while. Just walk deeper into the cave. Just have fun for a while. His mana is still limited, and he may have to deal with the boss soon. Not to mention, and there are those stalkers waiting for him to deal with. There is blue medicine. It is also a good habit to save more. According to his understanding, several bosses in the spider cave are in the deepest part of the cave, so he kept walking deeper into the cave. He thinks. It's really too complicated, and there's no game map yet. It's not primarily about games. Game. You can also judge by the designer's intention. But this is natural. Some caves existed originally, some were dubbed by spiders, and some were created by professionals. Sad. How can he find a way like this? It's simply a huge underground maze. Could it be? Watch the spiders scurry away. Are they heading for the depths? Spider summons? Did a boss summon a spider? Leah's eyes lit up. I was worried about not being able to find the way, but now I have found the way. He followed behind silently. Certainly, the breath-holding technique was activated. These spiders do have intelligence, slightly higher than wild boars, but not much. He doesn't mess with spiders. The spider didn't care about him. Twists and turns. Leah's speed is still slow. Fortunately, many spiders were summoned, and they all went deep into the cave. He didn't lose it. It's time to get some means of transportation. Leah's legs were a little sore. The necromancer's inherent bonus is that he can still see in the dark. Ping pong. It's so lively just ahead. Someone fought with the boss? Leah was stunned. Some light can still be seen in it. Really? These spiders were called over by the boss. Leah first put on a layer of bone armor, and then carefully moved towards the cave entrance. Oh, bone! Sharp blades cutting, animals howling, heavy objects trampling. Too many voices mixed together. What's going on? The battle is so fierce. Why are there still animal sounds? Make him feel familiar. Memories of past lives are surging. Oh, woo. Snow leopard, let's go. This is the sound of a snow leopard. Abstract memory means that it lasts a long time. He had forgotten most of the serious knowledge from his previous life. Curious, is there a spider cave and a snow leopard? Or was it summoned by a professional? Leah couldn't help but imagine what the summoner looked like. Ding Zhen? He poked his head out. When he saw the scene inside, he was slightly stunned. Muqinggan, Uncle Mu's daughter. I was also wondering where they went, but the undead raven was nowhere to be seen. There were 4 of them in total. Leah didn't know 3 of them. At this time, Mu Qinghan and 2 others sat on a tree man. Round head and round brain. Body parts. There are also some stone-like things mixed in. The tree man protected them. The main purpose is to deal with the spiders that keep attacking. Mu Qinghan is the person who summoned the tree man. His hair is green and formed from the aerial roots of plants. Druid? No, a nature witch. The top S-class professionals. In terms of rarity, elemental mages are no match for nature witches. Because of elemental spells, very few can grow into great elementalists. Wait until a certain level. Almost all elements are not chosen, but rather single element spells are chosen. But natural witches are different. It basically has talents, such as affinity with nature and protection from nature. It is not like some awakened S-level professions, but have a bunch of rubbish talents. The lowest value for both nature affinity and nature shelter is purple. As Mu Qinghan's hands recovered, stones and thorns attacked the spiders. The other one held a shield and guarded Mu Qinghan and Li Mei. Guard? And a healer? As well as Ping Pong, the iron-blooded knight who fought against the blade spider. Chapter 33, The Terrifying Spider Queen. Predator. Another awesome career. Same with nature witches. It is known as an A-class profession that is more powerful than an S-class profession, according to the statement. In fact, it is a profession favored by the god of war. Awesome. Leah could only say, is this the foundation of the mayor's Miss Squad? Guardians and healers are also extremely A-level professions. Defense stronger than S-class guard. A healer with a milk supply stronger than that of an S-class healer. Guards focus on defense. Healers focus on healing. The advantages are obvious, and the disadvantages are also obvious. That is, this team, there are 2 with no attack power and attack means. But it doesn't matter. The natural witch and the iron-blooded knight make up for the shortcomings of the other 2. The snow leopard and the armored spider fought evenly. The snow spreads out from it. It even affected other spiders. Snow leopard, you really can control the snow. Look at its capabilities. Fuck. There are already several skills that have just been demonstrated. Armored spider, boss, transforming. Level 20. Life, 19,999. Attack, 500. Defense, 1,000. Agility, 400. Spirit, 20. Skills, guard, armor, heavy attack, defense, thick skin, poison armor, poison. Introduction. As the Spider Queen's loyal guard and one of her closest male companions, he possesses a rare armor found on spiders. His exoskeleton is covered in barbs and is venomous. In transformation, what is this thing? Ice claws. 100. The armored spider didn't feel any pain and didn't fight back. Always guarding the queen. And what about snow leopards? Always wanted to attack the Spider Queen. The armored spider, like an iron wall, kept it out. Blade spider, boss, transforming. Level 20. Life, 9,999. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 300. Agility, 700. Spirit, 20. Skills, quick slash, stab, sharp blade, poison blade, slice, blade waltz. Introduction. As the Spider Queen's sharp knife and her other male companion, his forelimbs have evolved into sharp blades, and his toes have also turned into blades. When he starts the blade waltz, everything will be torn apart. 1,000 defense, 1,000 attack. Are both of them monsters? With his current defense and life, he would be killed in 1 second by the sharp blade spider. High-end game. Lia Sigit, the Iron Knight, able to block the blade spider and began to adapt to the rhythm. The scarlet tip of the spear. It seemed to contain a power that even the blade spider feared, and the guy could only avoid her edge. Its defense is also amazing. The iron-blooded knight neither dodged nor avoided most of the sharp blade attacks. Among them, it is because of the protection of guards. But its own defense has reached a scary level. The healer is in the back. Add health to snow leopard and iron-blooded knight. Provides various continuous healing buffs and buffs that remove abnormal status. Leah had witnessed the level of Tianhai City's top team. So scary. If I faced a team like this, it's actually quite easy to deal with. Leah hit himself. Operation Ember Undead Assassin. The undead raven observes the battle situation, and all others go and explode. Perfect. Finally, Leah turned his gaze to the Spider Queen who had been behind the scenes. Devouring Spider Queen, boss, transforming. Level 20. Life, 49,999. Attack, 800. Defense, 800. Agility, 800. Spirit, 300. Skills, Devour, Spirit Link, Blessing of the Spider King, Howl of the Spider King, Rapid Birth, Silk Dance, Resonance between Lord and Minister. Introduction. The Spider King, about to advance, is far more powerful than a typical level 20 boss. He also possesses the ability to devour, making him the most terrifying king in the cave. Special reminder, there are 130 devouring professionals. I must be seeing things. Nearly 50,000 blood, adding the 800 defense. How long will it take to kill it? There are 300 spirits. It's 3 times his. Other monsters do not have the spirit attribute, and a few of them only have 10 to 20 points. Spider Queen, 300. All other attributes are 800. A complete hexagonal warrior with no blind spots. Is he also industrialized? Lee had only seen situations like the Spider Queen in his industrialized necromancy, which was really too outrageous. Sin 30 profesionales. This is a bloody warning. Most of them are provided by these students. He knew that people died in this spider cave every year. Challenge the boss. A lot of people died in one squad. Now, this boss is so strong. It's just that their 6 highs are cultivated little by little. Bosses from level 1 to 10 recover in 1 day, and bosses from level 10 to 20 recover in 3 days. If you don't kill the boss for too long, the boss will become stronger to a certain extent, especially when professionals were killed by the boss. A full 100 of them. It's outrageous. This does not include those killed by other spiders, and even those that died in the dungeon. Lee was shocked. Is this copy going to be upgraded? Think of those 3 transformations. The first ones to start with are these 3 bosses. Once they complete their transformation, the entire copy will be transformed. No, Leah's eyes fixed. He originally wanted to help Mu-Ching Han and the others when they could no longer hold on. Allow them to escape. After all, she is his Uncle Mu's daughter. As a normal person, it is impossible for me to stand by and watch my daughter die. Leah also has this ability. Now what? His mind changed. You have to kill these 3 bosses once. It's not that he's thinking about the school. It's a good thing for the school. But it's not a good thing for him. Missed this time. Next time someone else will have upgraded. Where can Leah level up, and where can he find a level 20 boss? The best is in transformation. Half a step to level 21. He can deal with it. And his corpse as a sacrifice is definitely better than a level 20 boss, right? More importantly, Leah has another guess. Why doesn't the Spider Queen take action? As long as you use skills, you can break the current balance. But it just doesn't make a move. So, yes or no? Is she about to complete her transformation? Or enter the next stage of transformation? Now that it is at a critical moment, it is understandable that the armored spider is always by its side. Looking at the spider corpses and the things that exploded all over the ground, Leah's eyes lit up slightly. So many corpses cannot be wasted. As long as Mu-Ching Han and the others can withdraw, and the Spider Queen has not completed her transformation, these corpses will become the final fireworks. The advantage is mine. The more Leah thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Why did the skeleton appear? Li Mei's palms were full of sweat. She's the most relaxed, but also the most scared. The fate is decided by others. She did everything she could, and the rest of the time, she just looked around and gave reminders from time to time. Skeleton. Mu-Ching Han paused what he was doing. Then I saw a skeleton carrying something rushing in from the cave entrance. Oh, art is an explosion. Chapter 34 Good Luck is coming. Explosion. 1 second ago, Zhang Xiaoxiao was still a little confused. What's the use of this skull? Even if you come to rescue them, you wouldn't be so frugal. Mu-Ching Han suddenly thought of something. Is it his mother? Before she could finish her thought, she saw the extremely emaciated skeleton explode. Boom! The familiar voice sounded again. What is that? The 3 of them looked at each other. They heard a noise before entering here. The spiders were startled. Their remaining intelligence recalled the horrible sound that always accompanied the wailing of their companions. That invisible ghost. It drives the undead monsters and brings death to them. That guy still has some conscience. Mu Qinghan said something inexplicably. Li Mei and Zhang Xiaoxiao were a little confused. Sisters, you. It's more like a snort of pride than a complaint. Who has a conscience? They both felt confused. Ahem. Just someone I know. Mu Qinghan knew that he had lost his composure and straightened his expression. Strange undead. Gulf's expression technique. Who is it? I also enter the dungeon with them. There is no other special necromancer in their 6 high schools. Or rather, the entire Tianhai city. Leah is the only necromancer who is so special. Mu Qinghan actually has a trump card. It just comes at a huge cost to use. The Spider Queen didn't take any action, and she felt confident that she could escape. Until now, she found out that she had overestimated their team. Their team is very strong. It's easy to defeat any of the bosses. There are 3 bosses here. There are also countless minions summoned by the Spider Queen. Even if they're only blade spiders and armored spiders, their team can still defeat them. It just has to cost something. But the Spider Queen summoned too many spiders. Most of them are elite monsters, which they cannot solve quickly and require certain cooperation. The situation came to a stalemate. Nature Witch. It's just a small hexagonal warrior. This means that none of her attributes are outstanding, and most of the spells she possesses have low attack power. Nature spells. It mainly depends on the environment. Now in the cave, using rock attacks is the easiest, most labor-saving, and most powerful. But spiders are very agile. You can also use silk threads to move quickly. The small lamp at the waist. She is also the one who maintains it. Otherwise, she and Mu Tiexin could see, but Li Mei and Zhang Xiaoxiao became blind. After an explosion, the next wave of skeletons arrived again. But this time, I'm not as lucky as before. All the spiders with long-range attacks were called up. Boom! It exploded. Too bad, no harm done. Leo was a little surprised. It's the Spider Queen. With that 300 mental power, his IQ is definitely not low. Li Mei was originally falling down, but she was hanging again. No way. Seeing the power of the skeleton's explosion, they thought they were saved. Unexpectedly, the spider found a solution so quickly. It's enough to hold back some of the firepower. Zhang Xiaoxiao shrugged. She had no hope for the necromancer in the first place. Necromancer? Isn't that just recruiting cannon fodder? I still believe in that guy. Mu Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. I remember he has quite a lot of tricks. She didn't know what she was thinking and smiled inexplicably. Sister, there's something wrong with you. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Li Mei were full of surprise. What's going on with Miss Mu? Don't look at me. Mu Qinghan's face turned red. You don't know what that guy does, but I know he has a lot of tricks. She checked the files and the sheriff's bureau records. Then, what kind of abilities does the guy her father values so much have? Those special undead left a deep impression on him. Truck of the Dead. Sniper, rifle undead. Gatling undead. Especially the sniper rifle undead. He is really good at shooting. The werewolf warrior. He was murdered by Leah. Hide. Stable. Negative. According to the archives, Leah's oral statement, and the autopsy report of the person who collected the body. Pairwise verification. When the werewolf warrior was still able to move, Leah was nowhere to be seen. Leah and his men are not around. Directly use the undead to make them lose their combat effectiveness. This terrifying concentration. It's definitely not what they should have at their age. After returning home, his father also analyzed Leah. Take advantage of the situation. Show your ability. Show your value. It turns out that there are so many rules to flattery. Especially what her dad said at the end. I feel like that Lu Yidao was killed by Leah. Yes, after my sister was injured. Take revenge as soon as possible. Will they let go of Lu Yidao, who is basically confirmed to be the murderer behind the incident? That bloody lotus. It left a huge impression on her. According to the analysis of the body collector, it was caused by a bullet. Bullet? That's the sniper rifle undead. But there were no bullets or shell casings at the scene, and several people didn't even have souls. His father and Director Wang had already planned to protect Leah. Why find out the truth? Genius. They all have a little secret. Lu Yidao also deserved to die, so the subsequent investigation came to nothing. Is this the only skill a person like this has? Mu Qinghan didn't believe it, unless her father had made a mistake. At this time, Leah looked at the fully loaded undead Death Knights. The cabin of the semi-trailer truck was filled with his self-explosive little skeletons. You are warriors of my industrialized, undead empire. Leah patted the last skeleton to get on the bus with satisfaction. Go! Let them know what a necromancer is. Leah showed an evil smile. Good luck is coming. It was a downhill slope and rushed into the room very smoothly. Great luck. Zhang Xiao and Li Mei were stunned. Is this a necromancer? Is this the undead Death Knight? When did the undead stop riding dead horses and start riding good luck? The undead Death Knight had already jumped out of the car. Dayun rushed over by inertia, with the undead raven following above, keeping watch at all times. Corps explosion technique. The spider attacks instantly destroyed the good fortune. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhang Xiao and Li Mei's eyes. Then, the skeletons were like flowers scattered from the sky, like fragmentation grenades, fell among the spiders. Some even touched the spider's corpse. Boom! An explosion far more terrifying than the previous one occurred. Green barrier. Nature's protection. Guard. The three of them activated their defensive skills at the same time. This guy, Muchingan Kerst inwardly. What power? It's like sending them to heaven together. So strong. The two guys who had no offensive power expressed their amazement and admiration. A sewer profession like the necromancer can actually cause such power. Most of the spider group were killed or injured. Most spiders are dead. Most of the elite monsters have very little health left. The opportunity to escape seemed to be right in front of him. The spider queen, who had been silent for a long time, finally moved and opened her big mouth. Suck! Corpses flew into its mouth one after another. The terrifying aura was completely released. Leah, Mu Qinghan, and the other two knew that something big was coming. Chapter 35, Rose Queen. Resonance between the ruler and his subjects. Spider King's roar. The Spider Queen activates two skills. The armored spider and the blade spider also howled, and their bodies emitted a bright red light, echoing the red light of the Spider Queen. The howls of the three spiders formed a mental shock. All the remaining spiders began to howl, forming a terrifying melody together. Roar, joy, greedy, crazy, like a howl from the underworld. The sound of the explosion suddenly followed, as if it was going to tear the entire cave apart. On the surface, what's going on? The roar coming from the cave never stopped. Now, darkness descends. A spider is roaring. No, there was 1, 2, 3. Countless spiders emerged in their heads. Their bodies were devoured by spiders. I'm dead. I was eaten by a spider? In reality, the team looked dazed. This is true even for the male mage with the highest spiritual value. Their bodies trembled. It seemed like something was really being swallowed. Somewhere in the cave. What's this? My head feels like it's going to tear apart. Is that spider going to advance? No. How was that possible? Didn't we agree on this after this year's college entrance examination? Several teachers in the 20th grade held their heads while communicating, and finally their eyes became dull. The outskirts of the spider forest. Advanced, it was a figure in a black robe. Kill. D. This is the ladder of ascent. Under his gaze, several corpses quickly merged into the copy. Professionals integrate into the dungeon. It brought out a smile. The abyss will eventually come, and the abyss will eventually swallow everything. That's all the rest. Needless to say, Mu Qinghan, Leah, and others are the ones closest to them. Leah never expected this. This shout. It can affect him even though he is so far away. Even if it is stable. He never thought this would happen. Is this the ability of a level 20 boss? Isn't it funny? Even whether many level 30 bosses can be reached is a question. There was still some lingering fear on Leah's face. If not, the talent for future industrialization. He saw that world again, and only then was he able to wake up from the howling. Your spirit has been tempered. Add 5 spirit. 300 points of spirit. And that powerful value. Leah narrowed his eyes. There must be someone behind this. Don't mention it. The value at which the Spider Queen starts to climb after it starts consuming spider corpses. It wasn't normal at the beginning. As long as they launch an action, Mu Qinghan's team will not be able to resist. That's already 6 top teams. Is there any other team that can do this? It's gone. In addition to other schools. Such a team almost failed. According to what Leah learned from Tang Xia, the Spider Queen was definitely not this powerful before. An ordinary level 20 team. As long as you cooperate well. Defeating the Spider Queen is not a problem. Soria. He set his sights on the Spider Queen, and he was confident that he could kill her alone. Now this monster. Solo play. It's single brush. All the students in this class of number 6 high school are eligible. The thoughts in my mind slowly gathered, and those residual influences finally stopped causing ripples. Pain. Leah rubbed his temples. The mental pain still lingered. The Death Raven in the cave has exploded. He didn't expect that. The Death Raven's first bombing opportunity came so quickly. This may be the fate of drones. Leah livened up the atmosphere a little. That spider. He has always. For the first time, I felt like backing out. So strong. Strong enough. He felt fear. It's just around the corner. His mind was firmly occupied by the spider, which became his fear. Is it still having an impact? What kind of skill is this? The fear remained in his heart, preventing him from having the desire to resist. Acting in this way. Spider Queen, are you scared? The biggest threat to them is him, the invisible enemy. There are other interfering factors. As for Mu Qinghan and the others, they're probably food. By the way, Mu Qinghan, that team is still in the cave. The undead raven began its flight again. Iron will. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Mu Tiexin's eyes were full of coldness and mechanicalness. She resisted. Spirit is tempered plus 10 spirit. Fear? Can't resist? All this seems so ridiculous under the iron-blooded will. Mental damage? Mentally depressed? It couldn't stop her physical movements at all. This is the iron-blooded knight. Born for battle, a knight who is a cold-killing machine. Natural resonance. Mu Qinghan is not much better. She, Zhang Xiao, and the healer held hands as a layer of rock and dark light enveloped them. Spiritual healing. Spirit guard. With the combined power of the 3 skills, the Spider King's howl was reduced to the lowest level. In essence, this roar is also a combination skill. The spiritual connection and resonance between the king and his subjects that had already begun to be displayed were the final roar of the Spider King and the Spider King's blessing. Plop, plop, plop. The Spider Queen's massive abdomen pulsed. The crimson breath wafted away, along with the silk threads spitting out from their abdomens. Their bodies are covered with a layer of battle clothes. That is the color of rose. Red advanced energy and white Spider King silk thread. Its back abdomen looks like a blooming rose crown, and its black body is dressed in gorgeous clothes. This is the Queen of Roses. Grace. Bloody. As noble as an aristocrat. White and blood complement each other so well. Its data is also changing drastically. Cocooning. Did it become a cocoon during the metamorphosis? The energy heat wave generated by the upgrade made the undead raven a little shaky. Leah was shocked. I'm afraid the Spider Queen is only one step away from upgrading, and it is no longer an ordinary monster. Just like human professions have D level, A level, and S level, monsters are also classified. It just hasn't formed a system. This is human arrogance. Or limited. Why should I spend energy studying the levels of monsters when I haven't even fully understood my profession? Spider Queen. She is an S-level professional. Still a top talent. Once it advances, its strength is absolutely beyond imagination. Genius. Someone who challenges all common sense. Leo is. So does the Spider Queen. Not just the Spider Queen. The armored spider and the blade spider have both changed into new outfits. The originally slightly dark body was wrapped in red and white silk threads, but the red was less than the white. Compared to the Spider Queen. The same goes for those elite monsters. There are only a few red ones on their bodies. Red means the energy of advancement. Looking at the red abdomen of the Spider Queen. Bright as an apple. It's like a blooming flower, but it hasn't fully bloomed yet. Chapter 36, Second Form and Field Changes. Their panel data. It's beating. The information is gone. Panel. You can also see how strong the opponent is and what skills they have. Now they're all gone. The Spider Queen inserted her legs into the ground one by one, and the scarlet energy continued to spread. White silk threads. Spreading through the crimson energy, it dropped from the ceiling. One after another. Inserted into the spider's heads. Several small silk threads branched out, connecting their limbs. Like blood vessels. Some red energy flows through the threads. In just a few seconds, the Spider Queen does it all. The top of the head turned white and the soles of the feet turned red. In the middle of the cave's ceiling, a red ball emitting bright light appeared. Light up the entire cave. It can't be called a cave now. It is the palace of the Spider Queen and her territory. Mu Qinghan opened his mouth blankly. Zhang Xiao and Li Mei were stunned. What was happening before their eyes was beyond their understanding. Gurgle, while swallowing saliva, like a knife cut in my throat. Make sure they can't make any sound. Is life as a professional so exciting? Li Mei's petite body was trembling. Monster protagonist. At this point, the swap has already occurred. The monsters in the novel seemed to become them, and the protagonist became the Spider Queen. Breakthrough in the battle. This is not exclusive to the protagonist. Zhang Xiao felt that this was the boss entering the second stage. She had heard that, in high-level copies, some monsters will have a second phase appearance, and even have a true form. What exactly is it? She didn't understand either. Her family told her, you'll know once she reaches a certain level. Has she reached the level? Cry. I'm only level 20. I don't want to face such a guy. Mu Qinghan felt a little desperate. The second form? Only those monsters with extraordinary talents have it. Certainly, this is achieved through a process of ascension. But scary enough. Dad, you have caused me so much trouble. As a trial for them, the Spider Queen is definitely enough. That's enough indeed. Even further than that. Mu Qinghan couldn't hold back his stern expression any longer. How could this happen? Those who beat the boss the week before tell them. It's very easy for your team. Easy? Are you kidding me? She still remembered the team that told the man. He hasn't even reached all 20 levels. His highest profession is only a level, and his equipment is not the best. It comes now. Even the Spider Queen couldn't force out the Spider King's roar. Ironheart, are you okay? Mu Qinghan looked at the figure, standing still. Under Li Mei's treatment, I have barely recovered. In midair, that sudden presence indicated that Li Yo was still there. She didn't know it just now. How did Li accurately command the undead from such a long distance? Now it seems that this is why Li Yu was able to do it. The snow leopard was summoned again. She just retrieved the snow leopard in time. The fishy sweet taste in his mouth was suppressed again, and the rune treeman, without spiritual attributes under his feet, received the master's orders again. Escape? It was no longer an option for her. There's no escape. Only by fighting to the death can they have a chance of survival. The Spider Queen shook her head. He pulled his legs out of the ground and stretched his body, but he still seemed a little uncomfortable. Its entire body has become larger. It's like a small mountain, especially in a cave with limited space. Just a huge body. This gave Mu Qinghan and the others an indescribable feeling of oppression. It's over, Zhang Xiao murmured. Li Mei's body felt limp. His teeth chattered, and fear rose in his eyes. I'm just an assistant. As a wet nurse, she is extremely delicate. These days, there really was no fighting. They were all protected by Zhang Xiao and healed, and Mu Qinghan and Mu Tiexin killed the monster. We can only fight. Mu Qinghan met the Spider Queen's 8 eyes. That's desire. She's been targeted. Leah, use whatever abilities you have. She also shouted. Leah, Zhang Xiao and Li Mei were full of questions. Could it be that? A light bulb went off in my head. I saw Leah heading to the dungeon in the morning, and that powerful undead creature just now. So, is the hidden necromancer Leah? They thought the necromancer had escaped. Leah, if their team plus Leah, judging from what Mu Qinghan said, Leah still has some tricks up his sleeve? There was a hint of joy in Li Mei's eyes. There is help. They probably couldn't do it relying on Mu Qinghan and Mu Tiexin. Add another Leah, especially Leah, who almost saved them just now. Va! Mu Tiexin uttered a word lightly. Leah looked at the display screen in his hand. He is just a weak level 10 professional. The necromancer was still weak in the early stage and did not have the same powerful strength as them. Leah is indeed like that. Judging from the attribute panel, he is not even as good as the healer. But numbers are numbers, and strength is strength. The value is just the lower limit. The upper limit is determined by many factors. One of these includes wisdom. If we want to eliminate Mu Qinghan's team and kill the boss at the same time, the key lies in... Leah enlarged the display screen. That's the Spider Queen's abdomen. The blooming rose was wrapped with silk thread over and over again. It was dyed red again. That advanced energy, I'm afraid even the Spider Queen can't control it. This proved Leah's guess. Someone helped the Spider Queen, and it involved foreign energy. The Abyss cult? It just so happened that Leah knew someone who would do this. The messenger. The specific identity is unknown. You can call them apostles or messengers. There is even a question mark as to whether he is a member of the Abyss cult. But that person, mysterious. There is a reason to conduct such experiments. In Leah's view, Werewolf Warrior was just an experiment of that guy. Tianhai City. This city is neither strong nor weak. This is the testing ground where that guy conducts selection. Certainly. This is Leah's guess. He came to this conclusion after reviewing the game. Is this Spider Queen also your experiment? What? What could cause such a huge change in the Spider Queen? That trembling back abdomen. The site connecting all spiders seemed to be the measures taken by the Spider Queen to control their production. And its white silk, that's also what keeps it from getting out of control. So, as long as there is severe damage to the rear abdomen, the Spider Queen will definitely be affected. The entire spider colony will be affected. The connecting white silk helped the queen, but it also became her limitation and weakness, and one of the conditions for completely eliminating this group of spiders at once. Undead Assassin. Skeleton Summoning. Skeleton Lancers. Undead Death Knight. Ember. Undead Raven. The key to breaking through the siege and causing damage to the Spider Queen. Leah's eyes lit up. I've caught it. Chapter 37 Despair. The Raging Knight. Get out of the car first. Then send troops. In the chaos, start to seek goals. At last, the backup plan appears and completes the plan. Leah similit silightly. Spider Queen? Then let's see who has the last laugh. The Spider Queen stared at her prey. No Gatling. No action. The spiders swarmed over. So hard, Mooching Han's rock magic could not cause any damage to those spiders. As for the snow leopard, the spider with the coat, it seems to be unaffected by ice and snow at all. Bang! Mu Tieshin's lance was directly cut into a hole by the sharp blade spider. Snow leopard and Mu Tieshin could only retreat. The changes in armored spider and blade spider are the most obvious. Try to attack that line. Mooching Han's brain was spinning. Why do we use thread to connect the cocoons after they are made? Snow leopard. The body moved. Ice claws. The connecting line broke. No impact. Mooching Han stared at the spider, wanting to see what would happen without the string. No changes? No. Wrong. It seemed disconnected from the spiders around it. The red light in its eyes was obvious, and red energy was eroding its body. At the entrance of the cave, several undead death knights entered first. Then a row of skeletons holding Gatling guns pulled the trigger. The bullets didn't do any harm. Huge impact force still managed to prevent a large number of spiders from approaching the tree man. Ouch! The spider elite monster that lost its sight went crazy. Yes, crazy. It not only attacks them, but also the spiders around them. Boom! The familiar explosion sounded again. It did not cause any harm to most of the spiders, but it did cause dust to fly, and the scene became more chaotic. Some of the spiders caught in the blast were affected. It's mainly the connecting wire. Severe shaking and impact. It made the entire spider group a mess. Really? Leah's smile became more relaxed. Why? That's not the point. To be precise, it is the red energy. The Spider Queen connected everything to be able to control that energy. Once the impact occurs, like a crazy spider, don't rely on the collective. Normally, spiders are directly affected by that energy. What if that energy riots? Even the Spider Queen was affected by the riot. So what about the other little spiders? Silent bullets fired. Armored spider and blade spider quickly intercepted. One cut the bullet in half, and the other blocked it with armor. Another one sneakily shot at the Spider Queen. I saw. Before the bullet could get close to the queen, it was stopped by an invisible force. Undead Assassin. Did it work? Mooching Han saw the reactions of the armored spider and the blade spider. Leah and the three bosses fought in the midst of lightning and stone. Mooching Han didn't understand it, even after it was over. Just noticed, the bullet stopped in front of the Spider Queen. Fail. What is that position? An ability I have never seen before. Mooching Han did not stop his hands, and a trace of despair arose in his heart. Even undead assassins can't do it. Will Leah's last trump card work? I'm so stupid. Put your hopes in the hands of others. It's mainly because of Leah. He is so special. This time, the Spider Queen is even more special than Leah. What to do? Li Mei was a little disappointed. Leah's actions have no effect. It hurts. She's running out of energy. The extent of Mu Tiexin's injuries has exceeded her healing speed. She could hardly hold on any longer. She wants to go home. She doesn't want to be a professional anymore. Fear and retreat. She is just an 18-year-old girl. Her family also dotes on her. Zhang Xiao moved in a methodical manner, but there was a hint of death in his eyes. Now it's just the last effort. Mu Tiexin is still so indifferent, even a little excited. Is this a life or death crisis? Under such oppression, she grew at an unimaginable rate. Skill. Is that so? The iron-blooded knight seemed to have some resonance with her. I am fearless. Bang. Again. Lance and blade intertwined. The silver lance was stained with blood, and everyone's eyes flashed red. It's broken. Li Mei was shocked. Hope is rekindled. There is also a look of disbelief in the blade spider's eyes. How is that possible? Even the sharp blade blessed by the king will be cut off one day. The god of war's gaze. A term. It appeared silently in Mu Tiexin's status bar. Invincible. Blood stained her armor. Like a battle-hardened warrior, the broken blade and traces of red aura penetrated into Mu Tiexin's body. Blood leaked out from the gaps in the armor. Kill. Mu Tiexin rushed towards the blade spider and the armored spider like a madman. Crazy. Zhang Xiao frowned. What is that red energy? Li Mei was completely desperate. Tai Xin is going crazy. Leah is incompetent, and Mu Qinghan and Zhang Xiao are useless. What to do? Give up, especially since her energy was already depleted. Chance. The rose on the spider queen's abdomen expanded and contracted. Sometimes can form a fruit. Apple in general. Mu Tiexin's madness did put pressure on the spider queen, and she began to try to control the rose in a hurry. The contraction of rose became more intense. Mu Tiexin attracted the attention of 3 bosses. The fatal blow came. Mu Qinghan discovered that the undead raven began to move. So fast. It rushed towards the spider queen at an extremely fast speed. The armored spider and blade spider blocked by Mu Tiexin could not be stopped at all. 2 spiders. All they could do was watch as the undead ravens charged toward the spider queen. That chaotic force field. There was no way to stop the undead raven from sprinting at full speed. This moment, Zhang Xiao, Li Mei, and Mu Qinghan were all hanging on the undead raven. The undead raven was about to rush towards Rose. The spider queen opened her mouth and bit the undead raven hard. Is there really no chance? Mu Qinghan's heart completely fell into the abyss. Did this attempt also fail? Corps explosion technique. Leah looked at the display screen. Boom! The plane crashed again. So what if it explodes? Mu Qinghan thought it was Li Ya's way of venting. He probably doesn't have much energy left. We're about to end here. I hope Li can escape. Give the news to her father. The unharmed spider queen emerged from the explosion, her eyes full of pride, and was about to reap the fruits of her victory. It didn't find it. No one noticed. An undead ghost has been waiting for an unknown period of time for the opportunity to appear. When is the time when you're most relaxed? The closest time to success. The red is aimed at the weak point. The spider queen opened her mouth wide and attacked Mu Qinghan. She cast the last rock spell, closed her eyes, and waited for death with her companions. And Jin pulled the trigger. It saw the rose blooming. Chapter 38 Roses are in bloom. Spider Queen's delight. The despair of Mu Qinghan's team. The madness of armored spider and blade spider. A bullet. A bullet that was sure to be a fatal blow. No matter how much blood you have. This bullet is enough to cause massive damage. This is Jin. That prosthetic eye that sees death, it saw the death of the Spider Queen. Time seemed to have stopped, until the rose that opened and shrank into fruit was pierced by a bullet. In full bloom. The last one was broken. The energy of the bullet accurately destroys the concentrated force. The flowers are blooming. In full bloom. The scarlet power erupted completely, without any sign in the eyes of others. A large crater was blown out in the area behind the Spider Queen, covered with a flesh-like texture. The scarlet that originally spread throughout the boss cave quickly spread to the entire cave and the entire copy. The black-robed man who was waiting for the result made a sound. Interesting. Even with the Spider Queen and his help, such an accident could still happen. Who is it? Is that the special little guy? Never mind. It doesn't matter. No matter who it is, whether the Spider Queen is killed or not, the final result cannot be changed. He smiled confidently. Reddish raindrops are falling from the sky. The trees are strangely twisted, and ordinary spider monsters are mutated and twisted. The copy was completely contaminated. Go! The team Leah met was horrified. The scene before my eyes. Beyond their understanding. Violent spider. The panel has been completely blurred. The spider's legs underwent horrific mutations, with the limbs of various creatures replacing the spider's limbs. Some spiders' upper bodies. He even developed human-like physical characteristics. The warrior man was about to be killed. Flamme dragon technique. A fire dragon swept across. Rescue them. Teacher. The eyes of the mage and warrior boys lit up. They turn out to be teachers. Go. The copy has completely mutated. The spiders were seriously injured and most of their bodies were burned to charcoal, but they were still alive. In the blood rain. Slowly recovering. Fear. Who has ever seen such a scene? These people are called teachers, but in fact they're only at level 20, not much older than most students. No resources. No background. The career is not bad. Being a teacher is a good choice. Wait a few years. Level 30 is definitely not a problem. There are some chances of becoming a level 40 student as long as you make good grades in school. This is a relatively smooth path for ordinary people. So, these teachers are not necessarily better than the students. Just like Leah's previous life, there are many geniuses in high school who are stronger than their teachers. Not to mention that this is an extraordinary power. The inheritance of extraordinary power. Monopoly of extraordinary resources. The gap is even more obvious. With talent and resources, they can surpass their teachers in a short time. These spiders, even the spiders on the periphery, are all terrifyingly strong. Before, these spiders will all die with one hit of the fire dragon technique. As a fire mage, with so many years of accumulation, my understanding of fire magic is beyond the reach of students. It is equivalent to others being digitized. He was truly beginning to understand how these spells worked. Do some deconstruction. Its fire dragon technique is much more powerful than usual and consumes very little energy. This time he used all his strength. It's considered the ultimate fire dragon technique. Even so, the spiders have not died yet and are still slowly recovering. Can't beat him. There is no way to win. There are countless monsters like this in the forest. They are running low on energy potions. Their choice is to evacuate quickly. Big brother, should we leave? The team that was following Leah also began to retreat after seeing the changes in the copy. What? Are you willing to let that brat go? Now that the instance has changed like this, we have some time left. As long as we find Leah's body, that will be enough. The leader sneered. Yes. Brother, you are wise. What happens? Mu Qinghan was ready to be killed. The next moment, the Spider Queen rioted. The elite spiders exploded one after another, and even those that didn't explode became unable to be attacked. Spider's blood. It soaked their clothes like a tide. Li Mei still had a look of fear on her face. Nausea ensues. What's going on? Zhang Xiaoxiao was also confused. Things are developing. It was beyond her imagination. Last moment. Their health is like a candle in the wind. The situation will be reversed in the next moment. This situation is changing too fast. Is it Leah? Mu Qinghan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Discovered something amazing. Death of Lu Yidao. That invisible ghost. That is Leah's Real trump card. Throat churning. I tried hard to swallow my saliva. Is it so strong? No. It was a fatal blow, that kind of danger. Mu Qinghan reacted quickly. That blooming rose, that exploding scar, that was a bullet that hit a vital point. It was as if the guy saw death. One shot. Hit the vital point. In a moment, the situation is completely reversed. Fear. Mu Qinghan felt a strong chill rising up in his heart. The Spider Queen brought her despair, a despair that overwhelmed people. And the mysterious dead. It brought her the gaze of death. The moment he shoots, death will take your life. Your destiny will come to a conclusion. Is this something the undead can do? Is this something a level 10 necromancer can summon? Liang, who are you? Besides, what is the black talent? Is there really such a talent? Mayor Mu's investigation was thorough. Everything including what Leah said when he awakened was investigated. But who would believe it? Everyone thought that Leah had awakened a powerful talent. See purple as black. Possible. It is a relatively special epic talent. The color of talent. Some will be affected by occupation. The fact that Leah awakened his epic talent at the very beginning was enough to show his outstanding talent. And a little bit special, it only increases by 1 or 2 levels. Reach the point of excellence. In a later period, it will slowly fall back to normal epic. Now it seems that this is more than just excellence. Mu Qinghan always thought that his father overestimated Leah. Now that's totally underestimated. This special undead, it's enough for him to pass the first 30 levels smoothly. Kill, except spiders. The person most affected by the blooming of the rose was Mu Tiexin. Her lance will absorb the enemy. A shield appeared in his hand, which cut off the armor of the armored spider and absorbed it. The shield and lance turned white and red. Now its attributes have completely surpassed the 2 spiders. I didn't expect that. The 16 eyes of the armored spider and the blade spider turned red, and the red on their body spread, making them even more violent. The battle is awesome. Chapter 39 Yas Indictement. Informationiste de combat. Muchingan Mermert. Mu Tiexin now benefits the most. 1 man, 2 spiders. Lose yourself in the excitement of battle. Leah won the MVP. Mu Tiexin is doing his best. Mu Qinghan, Zhang Xiao, and Li Mei are the winners without any effort. That's true. What do they do this time? Fend off elite spiders and kill soldier spiders. Snow Leopard started. Also held off the armored spider for a while. Mu Qinghan's self-esteem was a little hurt. No way. This team, the world itself, is built around her. She has always been the MVP of the team, and even Mu Tiexin can't force her away. But what about now? I won without any effort. My proud talent, proud career, and smart brain. They were all crushed by others. Especial Leah, the kind of strategizing that happens when no one else is around. All this was done without notifying them or asking for their cooperation. That's a chess player. His pawns are his undead. Everything that just happened. The skeleton lancers and undead death knights are just a cover. Both she and the spider queen saw it. Then the undead assassin sniping is a cover for the undead raven. I'm afraid. The undead raven was also bitten intentionally. Just perform the corpse explosion technique. The methods are layered upon layer, and the spider queen's psychology is also taken advantage of. At the last moment of success, Ace revealed. A fatal blow. This layout is one link after another. Is this something they can do at their age? Mu Qinghan thought he couldn't do it. Thinking of Lia's past theoretical achievements and the talent he has shown now. It seems that they're in Tianhai City. A guy who is both civil and military is about to appear. She felt deeply frustrated. Talent cannot compare. I can't even compare to her brain. The term S-class is just a nice name. A powerful necromancer can also be considered an S-class profession. The necromancer itself is weak in the early stages. But if a necromancer is ridiculously strong in the early stages, can this necromancer still be considered a D-level profession? If you change jobs earlier? No, just follow the steps. Leah can definitely become the strongest necromancer. The strongest necromancer. So this guy, it will definitely catch the eyes of those people, and they will definitely be entrusted with important tasks. Dad, your bet is not ruthless. Mu Qinghan said with a gloomy look. An idea suddenly came to her. Her father once told her that the best way to tie a person to the chariot is to become a family. There are many people in their family who marry into other families. But Mu Qinghan didn't agree and didn't even show any inclination. Now the words. How about Leah? Akiu? Who's thinking of me? Leah rubbed his nose. I have no idea. He was being targeted by Mu Qinghan. He consumed a lot of energy and basically used up most of it. Only one energy potion left. Fortunately, Ember is still there. One shot is not enough. Then fire the next shot. Just wait for the opportunity. The undead assassin is still there. The undead lancers are still there too. These are his confidences, the confidences that enable him to subdue the Spider Queen. The energy is gone. The soldiers are still there. Hee, I will definitely win. Leah gave a sinister smile. This is how the necromancer survives. Other necromancers. I'm not. I don't. We can't do it. Any necromancer who sees Leah's actions will call him pervert. Why is the necromancer so weak? Without the future undead raven, they cannot perform precise operations over long distances. Like a werewolf warrior, the distance between the necromancer and his summons won't be too far. This is where Leah's real strength lies. Undead Raven. This is one of the core reasons why Leah is so strong. Other necromancers. There are also summons like Leah's Undead Assassin and Undead Death Knight, but they do not have long-range real-time information transmitters like the Undead Raven. Others' Undead Ravens are reconnaissance tools. After watching it, fly back, make a report, back and forth. The timeliness of information transmission is much slower. This is the future of industrialization. It can be said that other necromancers are engaged in World War I and World War II, while Leah is engaged in modern warfare. Informatization. Do you understand? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The first sign of Louis Dao's success was revealed that time. The werewolf warrior tried his hand at it. This time the Spider Queen shows her terror. Leah has made some adjustments to his inner plans. Go for information technology. You can get more of things like undead ravens. Then, it is a summon for different enemies. Get information. Fight based on information. Targeting weaknesses. Carry out mass casualties at a relatively low cost. This is the essence of modern warfare. He still remembered the role that drones played on the battlefield in his previous life, especially compared with tanks. The drone breaks into pieces if touched, but it can destroy tanks. A fatal blow. I took the wrong turn earlier. Suddenly, Leah realized that he had taken a wrong path. This is also normal. He had no choice at all. Those necromancy spells. Even in the trading house, there are not many necromancers. D-level professional necromancer. That says it all. There is no market. The market in Tianhai City is almost zero. Official trading houses can also process batches regularly and exchange them with trading houses in other regions. What else? Very few. The Holy Order of the Dead solve his problem. Gurgle. How strong will he be in the future? Fight against opponents of higher levels. Once his system is established, it will be as easy as drinking water. This is the power of systematization and informatization. But all this requires him to break through level 10 first. Levels 1 to 10. 10 skills. He is completely full. Upgrading to level 20 adds 10 more, and level 30 adds 10 more. And above level 30. Skills are limited by themselves. Leah's skills are now full. Wait. As a chess player, waiting is a virtue. Leah warned himself in his heart. An undead raven had already been silently hovering over the cave. The situation is under control. Crimson energy raged through the Spider Queen. Violent energy. Even Mu Qinghan's team at full strength couldn't get close. Not to mention, the current Mu Qinghan team. Mu Qinghan had already retreated to a safe distance by controlling the rune treatment. We've won. Li Mei looked at the Spider Queen, not knowing what had happened to her. Maybe, Zhang Xiaoxiao said uncertainly. Mu Qinghan didn't say anything, just stared at the Spider Queen. What is that scarlet energy? Now, she had the chance to start thinking about what this thing was. Can't read. Jin and the undead assassin looked for an opportunity. Death arrives. Its artificial eye glowed scarlet. 3 shots. Caught in the sniper attack of the undead assassin. It seems like he has calculated everything. Mu Tiexin's actions, the undead assassin's attacks, and 3 shots announced the end of the boss. Rose, it's time to wither. Jin declared. Chapter 40 Rose Withering. Exploded. It exploded without any warning. Leah has taken action again. Mu Qinghan seemed to be watching the end of a fireworks display. That's a kind of beauty. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Li Mei both felt a little dreamy. Is it over? It's like a novel storybook. The magic is happening right before your eyes. Leah, they remember the name. That civilian academic genius originally died at this fork in the road because of his career awakening. Now what? This is a rising sun, rising slowly in their Tianhai City. It's only been a few days. His brilliance is about to be concealed. A legend is rising. Both of them felt this way. Leah, the next legend. Li Mei didn't think too much about it. She just felt that she shared the honor and disgrace. A legendary school, saved by the legend, become the background of the legendary awakening story. That's enough. And what about Zhang Xiaoxiao? Leah has such potential. No wonder Mayor Mu has placed a bet on him. So what about the Zhang family? Wang Yu, Mu Shi. They can easily form an alliance around Leah. Leah will leave Tianhai City sooner or later. This is inevitable. Their Tianhai City is okay, but it is definitely not as good as those centers in Yinxia. Then Leah needs a foundation. Tianhai City. Judging from this incident, Leah is not an ungrateful person. At the beginning, They provided help to Leah. When Leah grows up, it's time to get back to Tianhai City. Especially for some industries, Leah probably won't have that much time to take care of them. As long as you find the right position. With the rise of Leah, their Zhang family will also be able to move to a higher level. As for whether the investment will fail, no failure. How can it be called investment? Jinna fired 3 bullets like a death sentence. The armored spider and the blade spider reached their limit and exploded. Some were absorbed by Mu Tiexin, and the spider queen completely turned into a rose of flesh and blood. After the 3 bosses' flesh and blood were torn into pieces, they were still twisting and trying to reunite. TSK Tisk. It's still active. Kill the devouring spider queen, armored spider, and blade spider. Gain 10,000 experience points. Lee also received the prompt. 10,000 experience points? What use is this thing to him now? This was still divided up by Mu Qinghan's team, plus those dead spiders. I'm afraid that after he completes the level 10 trial and consumes some experience, he will be able to rush straight to level 20. In other words, should I prepare for the next trial? Probably not, but it's definitely not much different. Leah had this premonition, and job change. He had no idea how strong he would become after he accomplished all this. Kill Lu Shandao. Before the college entrance examination, there seems to be a glimmer of possibility. This is my terrifying talent. Leah said this in a rare, narcissistic way. Busties. Problem solved. The plan has taken another step forward. This is not achieved by relying on Shenlong. Leah has achieved it step by step. This feeling. Cool. It would be better if it had dark blue. He came out from the darkness. Leah. The moment the breath suppression technique was lifted, Mu Qinghan looked at the person who came with a twitching mouth. She didn't expect that. This guy Leah is so close to them. Leah was hiding behind a rock near the cave entrance, wearing equipment similar to an explosion-proof suit. Still, so stable. Zhang Xiao and Li Mei were speechless. Leah was able to resist the last chance to show off. He said a few pretentious words. Then the 3 bosses exploded collectively. Too handsome to mention. Let's not talk about making money now. Leah also noticed the strange looks from several people. Ahem. I'm just an ordinary necromancer. I don't have the same powers and stats as you guys. Leah was a little embarrassed at first, but the same thing happens later. I am proud of myself. It is a shame to be stable at any time. He even puffed out his chest. I am steady. I am proud. There is a hint of contempt in his eyes towards a few people. This happens because you are not as stable as me. Well, you're still proud. What do you mean I don't have the same power as you? What power do I have that might be higher in value than yours? Li Mei felt it. Leah's own stats are not high, and he is definitely not as good as hers, especially in terms of spirit. You're still proud. Mu Qinghan said unhappily. Isn't it okay to be proud? Leah raised his eyebrows. A certain young lady is not as stable as me. Miss Mu didn't want to argue with Leah. Who could have imagined this? Zhang Xiaojiao observit Leah carefully. Such a steady guy would definitely be able to grow up. The incident is basically settled. Leah Kai came out slowly. The defenses haven't been completely lifted. It was at this time that Leah's youthful nature could be seen. You don't care about that one? Seeing that Mu Qinghan didn't respond, Leah changed the subject. He has another problem. Mu Tiexin. If he doesn't solve that problem, how can he reap the fruits of victory? Core. At this time, the 3 of them finally reacted. The corner of Leah's mouth twitched. What kind of plastic sisters are these? After the death of the armored spider and the blade spider, Mu Tiexin didn't know what he absorbed. The whole person stopped moving, like a statue, standing tall in this temple of flesh and blood. The night killed the king. This picture, it always makes people think. Core. Mu Qinghan called out softly. This sound activated something. The armor slowly retracted, and Mu Tiexin fell. Some silk threads began to wrap around her. Leah silently protected Mu Qinghan in front of him and was ready to run away. He also had sacrifices prepared for the flood season. It's better not to have these drops. After all, the drops, it usually lasts 30 minutes. No charge. It will be recycled by the copy again. After a while, Mu Tiexin became a cocoon. Mu Qinghan was shocked. Iron Heart, you have gained enough benefits this time. Upgrade, it can be considered an evolution. Mu Qinghan made a conclusion. Zhang Xiao and Li Mei were a little envious. They didn't expect. The first one to advance was actually Mu Tiexin, and it was a special advancement. Leah's heart skipped a beat. Such advancement. Will I become like the Abyss cultists? At least it will leave some impact. Iron-blooded knight? What will it be like when it evolves? He felt that the messenger would definitely find Mu Tiexin. After observing for a while, make sure there is no danger. Leah is guarded by Jean and has several undead assassins as bodyguards. Grin. The day of harvest has finally arrived. What can this withered rose bring him? You should know. The moment before the 3 bosses died. They broke through to level 21. The harvest time has arrived. I didn't expect there would be any unexpected surprises. The man in black robe sensed it. Absorb monsters. Advance your career. This was something he had never seen before. It's enough to succeed in the final advancement. I'm afraid that person can't wait. Chapter 41. Leah is most likely dead. What's going on? Principal Chun, who had just entered the copy, saw a shocking scene. Those weird-looking spiders exploded right in front of him, turned into a pool of blood. In a short time, integrated into the copy. The blood color of the clouds in the sky is being drained away, like bleached clothes, clean with bleach. Several teachers nearby, looking at each other, his eyes were filled with disbelief. What happened in this copy? 2 of them escaped from the copy. He murmured, "Is the matter resolved?" There was disbelief in his tone. That mutation, it still makes them feel a little scared. The soil is still bloody. The distortion of the trees remains. Only the monsters roaming in it disappeared. On the branches, in the bushes, under the cracks in the stone, you can still see some bloody remains of flesh and blood. Remind everyone, that's not an illusion. The change had just happened, but they were too late. It's over. Chun Luming looked solemn. The Abyss cult? This was his first suspicion. He has been the principal for more than 20 years. I used to be a college student. Then, I've heard some rumors about the Abyss cult. It has means to target copies. Based on the description of the teacher who escaped and the last scene he saw, it's obvious that the Abyss cult is behind this. Normal dungeon upgrades don't look like this at all. Could it be for Leah? Chun Luming rubbed his temples. Headache. He still remembered that Leah came in the morning to ask for a copy of the certificate. The teachers and students who escaped also saw Leah. In particular, some students said, Leah entered the depths of the cave. Since awakening my profession, Leah's life has undergone a drastic change. Just like the protagonist in a storybook. Leah didn't go in early or late, and problems occurred just as he went in. In particular, Leah had contact with the Abyss cult. If Leah was present, he will definitely cry out that it's injustice. This copy, he had already been targeted by the Abyss cult. Leah is still inside? Chun Luming asked the teacher next to him. If he's not dead, he should still be inside. The teacher nodded. Is Leah still alive? Like alive? The detailed news of Leah killing the Abyss cultists was not transmitted so quickly. Many people will not take the time to understand it carefully. And the weak image of the necromancer has been deeply rooted in the teacher's mind. Leah just showed off his skills. There is also a level of crushing elements. How does this change the teacher's opinion of a necromancer? In the eyes of many people, Leah is probably dead. That scene, Leah went into the depths of the cave alone. It is absolutely impossible to survive after the Spider King's roar. This was an attack that even the teachers could hardly withstand, and Leah even went deep into the cave. Isn't this simply courting death? Even if you survive by chance, those mutated spider monsters can tear Leah to pieces. Like the team outside the cave, without the help of a teacher, it is impossible for them to get out of the copy by their own strength. Do you really think the mutation is a joke? Leah started leveling up as soon as he entered the dungeon. By the time the mutation occurred, Leah had only reached level 15 at most. That's quite remarkable. This is because the teacher greatly overestimated Leah's upgrade speed. Oh, I hope that guy is still alive. Chun Luming snorted coldly. Otherwise, all his investments were wasted, and he had a hunch that Leah was definitely still alive. Even in this matter, it occupies a position that cannot be ignored. That little devil. It's definitely not that simple. As for the teachers who gloated over his misfortune, they were simply happy to see him suffer a defeat. Especially about Leah. A necromancer. Is it worth it for the school or the principal to invest so much? They're all a bunch of frogs in the well. Chun Luming was very unhappy. As the principal, is it something you teachers can question? Pity. There must still be freedom of discussion. It's not what he said. Now the teacher of the 6th high school. How many of them have seen the world? I don't even understand what special undead are. There is also the importance that the higher-ups place on necromancers, such as the investment by Director Wang and City Mu, which these people sarcastically regard as good luck. Chen Luming just wants to laugh. He is not a warm-hearted person. Those teachers should know. Even so, he's still invested in Liya. Doesn't this explain something? Sit in the well and watch the world for too long. After pointing fingers and preaching for a long time, do you think that what you say is the truth? The teacher's fault. He knows it better than anyone else. I have been looking forward to the comfortable environment of school for a long time and rarely have the time to work hard. Knowledge from books. It seems to have become my own experience. He has never really made his own way in the world, but he likes to give orders. Chen Luming did not explain too much. He was still waiting for Liya to slap those guys in the face. The battle for funding has always been like this. That's all the funding for the entire school. Every teacher. Everyone wants to apply for the students they like. Liya accounted for most of it. How can other teachers not have objections? Especially for the college entrance examination. These funds can be quickly transformed into strength, and if the sponsored students achieve good results, it will add something to their resumes. This is important. It is one of the channels for teacher promotion. But Chen Luming and the other teachers never thought of this. The mutation disappears. Liya had the main influence. Almost. As soon as Liya defeated the 3 bosses, the abnormalities in the copy began to subside. This was something Chen Luming couldn't even imagine. As for other teachers, that's something they would never believe. In the deepest cave, the whole cave was still somewhat red. Just like Liya's eyeballs now. So luxurious. Queen's crown. Type, equipment. Quality, legend. Level, LV20. Limit, 300 spirit. Abilities, mental link, mental resistance, mental tempering, mental pressure, mental exploration. Introduction. When you wear the crown, you prove you are worthy of becoming a king. Legend has it that the crown, blessed by a certain god, gave the queen the power to conquer the world. Evaluation. Become the king. Legend. His previous equipment was top-notch. There are also rare, epic, legendary, and outstanding products on the boutique. There are 3 levels in between. An equipment that can be called legendary is truly like a legend. Growth. This is the key. 5 abilities. It will improve as you improve. The stronger your mental strength is, the stronger the effect will be. The only drawback is, he couldn't wear it at all. Level limit of 20 and 300 spirit limit. He's still far from it. But this is definitely equipment that suits him. Spiritual connection. It can enable Liya to operate the undead more finely. Mental resistance aside, a panacea ability. Any equipment with mental resistance will be priced sky high. Spiritual tempering. This is the core of the core. It can temper Liya's spirit and make his spiritual attributes grow slowly. This is the most outrageous thing. Unlimited growth potential. Chapter 42, Legendary Equipment. Or a human. So terrifying. It can be described as perverted. Attribute points. Each level is fixed. This is something every professional can obtain. Want extra growth? That's not just ordinary difficulty. It's like a little spiritual fruit. In exchange, there is a price but no demand. Most of them were taken away by the guilds and several major families in Tianhai City. Ordinary people want. Unless you are extremely lucky. Liya was mentally tempered twice, and it can be said that he was walking on a tightrope. First, Lu Shandao was not serious, and there is Director Wang's protection. The second time, just recently, the Spider King's roar. He almost became a fool. Without the protection of future industrialization, he might not have achieved such results. No harvest, not to mention. The most likely possibility is that he died in that attack. Twice. They're all trying to fish in troubled waters. Even if Liya knew this method, he would not be willing to try it again. Now, the spiritual tempering is perfectly solved. This is the milder and more lasting version of Liya's 2 experiences. Just wear it. Just keep tempering your spirit. In a short period of time, it cannot compare to the small spiritual fruit. However, as time goes by, the advantages of spiritual tempering are revealed. Moreover, this spiritual tempering, or in other words, the Queen's crown, there is no upper limit for it at the moment. Very likely, this spiritual tempering can accompany him throughout his life. Exaggerate, especially above level 30, lifespan can be further extended. Not to mention, the necromancer's job change, Lich. The soul is immortal. He is practically immortal. With the help of some copies where the flow of time is different, he can definitely play forever. The spirit breaks through the sky, to the point where anyone can die if he just glares at them. Mental coercion. Simply put, domineering aura. Mental tempering plus mental pressure is a perfect match. As for the final spiritual exploration, taken alone, it's a bit useless. What about adding a spiritual link? Through spiritual connection, he can allow his summons to use mental detection. These skills, Leah suddenly felt a little serious. It's the skill of the first soul ring of a certain god king's son-in-law. Legends are just legends. Leah couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Mu Qinghan looked at him leisurely. So strong. I want it so much. But I can't open my mouth. She is not a shameless woman. Sisters, please have some shame. But it's legendary equipment. Can the entire Tianhai city find a second piece of legendary equipment? Epic equipment. You can count them on one hand. Fine and rare. It is the highest quality that most people can access. Rare. It is called rare, so is it still common? Tianhai City. There are about dozens of rare equipment. Her life-saving trump card is a rare piece of equipment. Legend. There is very little description, even in books. The legendary equipment. It doesn't mean that the monster you kill will explode just because it is strong. What matters is that the monsters you kill must be strong, and you must also have legendary deeds when killing monsters, plus a strong element of luck. You haven't completed the trial yet? Mu Qinghan asked. Leah was stunned. I'll tell you. Level 10 counterattacks, 3 level 21 bosses. Complete the game without any damage. And these 3 bosses have also been strengthened. Level 21 boss. It's okay to say it's a level 30 boss. If the Spider Queen didn't suppress the Rose, she would have been able to defeat them with ease. Even some bosses above level 30 are no match for it. This is the horror of the Spider Queen. Various restrictions. Leah's various trump cards. Done. This is a feat similar to slaying a dragon in the Middle Ages. Leah is a legend. After Leah appeared, Mu Qinghan keenly discovered that Leah's value was very low. This is definitely not what you should get after breaking through level 10. I didn't expect that. This guy hasn't even completed the trial. In other words, it wants more. Legendary feat. How much bonus will there be in the breakthrough trial? Her trial rating is A, which gives her a talent and a good attribute improvement. What about Leah? S. SSS. Or is it a legend? The improvement it has achieved. It is a bigger improvement than changing jobs at level 10. Level 10 job change. There are almost no such things on the market, and some people suspect that it is a scam. Mu Qinghan knew. Level 10 job change does exist, but all exist in some special copies. Level 20 job change. It's much more than a level 10 job change. For example, her father has already found the job change scroll for her. Nature Witch level 1. The upper limit of her profession itself is very high, so there will be no name change, but there will be an additional first level. Plus the job change at level 30. She reached the level of Natural Witch level 2. As soon as he breaks through level 30, he will be affected by his profession and his strength will become extremely terrifying. Those who only change jobs once. You need to be 10 or 20 levels higher than her to match her strength. What about the 3 job changes? Level 10 job change. Change job again at level 20. Change job again at level 30. Even if you change your job at level 60, you will not be his opponent. The further you go in your career change, the more terrifying the improvement. It is a qualitative change, not a quantitative change. And Leah, such a breakthrough trial. The rewards are enough to turn quantitative changes into qualitative changes. Mu Qinghan never expected that. Leah was able to change his job. If you know, she didn't know how surprised she was. That's really amazing. Leah's strength. How perverted will it get? Leah himself couldn't imagine it. It's not mentioned in the book. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Leah deeply. Only level 10? Hee. Her heart was trembling. What a pervert. Once the trial is completed, can Leah defeat the Spider Queen alone? Am I being too lazy? She asked herself in her heart. The appearance of a pervert like Leah made her feel confused. Where her efforts? The training started when I was a kid. The Zhang family and the guards were tied together. The awakened ones in the family are either guards or higher level guards. So, they have special training methods. After awakening the profession, the attributes she obtained were far beyond those of ordinary people. But now it seems that it's probably not worth mentioning in front of Leah. Is this genius? Get along with Mu Qinghan and Mu Tiexin. She won't feel inferior or discouraged because she knows she can catch up. But Leah, it had reached a point where she couldn't understand it anymore. Can't read. You are a necromancer and haven't even broken through level 10. Why do you have such strength? Isn't the necromancer weak in the early stages? Is Leah weak? Answer me. But they can place bets now. As for the legendary equipment, there is no benefit in taking it. Leah is the key. A piece of legendary equipment. Especially the legendary equipment with spiritual attributes, which are not that helpful to the Zhang family. You're only level 10. Li Mei didn't have so many thoughts. I just said you feel weird. Her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity, and her little nose even moved close to Leah and sniffed. What? Liaskit. Li Mei thought for a moment. He's still a human. Chapter 43, Divide and Harvest. Why am I not a human being? Leah was speechless. 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Li Mei still had a look of disbelief on her face. But you're level 10. This is because I'm strong. Leah was straightforward. But how? Li Mei continued to ask. This? You can see that I'm just a special necromancer. Leah spread his hands. Did he use extraordinary means? Used it. But not him. But it was his summoned creature Jin. A special necromancer? Li Mei looked Leah up and down. It will definitely not be that simple. Things happened right in front of them, but some key elements were hidden. All right. Moinan interrupted Li Mei. Everyone has secrets. Li Mei nodded. Is it a secret? Curious. She's grown so big. I have never seen anyone like Leah. The inner urge to explore. It made her unable to calm down at all. Let's continue to look at other gains. Leah Gang said hurriedly. The Queen's crown really shocked them so much that it attracted all their attention. Summon Spider, Spider King. Type, natural skill. Quality, rare. Introduction, consume energy to summon spiders. The amount of energy consumed and the influence of personal factors will affect the summoned spiders. A skill book. Leah doesn't need it, but Mu Qinghan does. Devouring Spider King Spear. Type, weapon. Quality, epic. Level, LV20. Restrictions, evil occupations, nature occupations. Abilities, Spider King Poison, Devouring Power, Blood and Flesh Pollution, Poison Explosion. Introduction, a weapon forged from the contaminated legs of a Spider King. The Spider Kings will remain within the weapon, and it carries a terrifying toxin. It cannot be controlled by righteous people or those with righteous professions. Only those with natural or evil professions have the ability to equip it. This also belongs to Mu Qinghan. Present. Only Mu Qinghan can pick it up. Maybe him too, but he has a sense of justice. Cough cough. The main reason is insufficient registration and the hidden danger of the Spider King's consciousness. Take it. Leah was also afraid that he would want to fight head-on. He must put an end to it. It seems that the equipment can be asked for, and the weapons that tempt him to personally take are fine. Queen's Gland. Type, materials, consumables. Quality, rare. Introduction. The Queen's Glands have powerful healing effects. If obtained by healing classes, they can enhance the healing effects of certain skills. Li Mei. This thing can be made into ointment, but Leah has no way. It's better to give it to Li Mei. Guardian Spider Armor. Type, armor. Quality, rare. Level, LV20. Ability, guard armor. Introduction. After wearing it, you will gain a lot of defense and also have a significant bonus to your physical fitness. Zhang Xiao Xiao. Venom add-on. Type, general skill. Quality, rare. Introduction, added toxins. Note, the energy consumption is determined by the number and area of the additional items. General skills? The effect is simple. It can be used by 4 people. But Mu Qinghan already has the Devouring Spider King Spear, so she doesn't need it anymore. And Zhang Xiao Xiao and Li Mei. This skill is optional for them. Not much improvement. It also occupies a skill slot. For Leah, isn't this group enchantment? Skeleton Lancers are a bit outdated. What if Gatling bullets were poisoned? And the undead assassin, its bullets are poisoned. Doesn't this fit the identity of an undead assassin better? Leah couldn't help but reveal a villain smile. How terrifying. Li Mei said this secretly. Mu Qinghan and Zhang Xiao Xiao seem to be thinking about something. Is it poisonous? Leah can do it. Especially those undead assassins. Their bullets become more effective after being poisoned. According to the instructions, Leah expended very little energy, It can make the undead assassin's lethality even higher. As for Ember, in fact, the improvement is not big. Lia understood Vince peculiarity. Unless, can add special poison. Lia, Queen's Crown, Venom Extra. Mu Qinghan, Swallow Spider King Spear, Summon Spider. Zhang Xiao Xiao, Guardian Spider Armor. Li Mei, Queen's Gland. No one had any objections. Leah undoubtedly took the lion's share. The value of the Queen's Tiara alone is higher than the value of all other items combined. Legend. It's just so impressive. Don't underestimate epic and legendary. They are one level apart. Look at the Devouring Spider King Spear. There are obvious hidden dangers. There are a lot of restrictions. It's a bit like a magic sword. The more it is used, the stronger the Spider Kings will become. And what about the Queen's Tiara? Not many restrictions. Any profession can be used as long as the requirements are met. All skills complement each other. None of the skills have side effects. This is the power of simplicity. No bells and whistles. And Mu Qinghan's family has the ability to resolve the Spider King's will. Li can't do it. Zhang Xiao Xiao and Li Mei are no match for him either. That's it. Zhang Xiao Xiao and Li Mei had no objection. Especially Zhang Xiao Xiao. Their family had the opportunity to use it. It was just a job change. An epic piece of equipment. It is also a good improvement for the Zhang family. It's just the will of the Spider King. The Zhang family couldn't solve it at all. Look at its capabilities. Revealing an evil nature. For equipment that is rare or above, the introduction will not be that comprehensive. Who knows? What hidden dangers does this thing have? Zhang Xiao Xiao gave up. Li Mei gained the least, but she didn't care much and was even a little happy. 1. She didn't put in much effort, so it was enough as long as she could get something in return. 2. The Queen's Gland is an epic treasure for healing professions. Especially Li Mei is a treatment family. It really can bring out the epic effect of the Queen's Gland. There's no limit to this thing. Improving Li Mei's skills is an improvement, and improving the highest level person in the family is also an improvement. This is the value of the Queen's Gland. As for Mu Tianxin, the Blade Spider didn't drop anything. The Armored Spider also drops less items. A big part of the reason is that Mu Tianxin absorbed the energy of these two people. If it weren't for the Queen's Tiara, Leah played the highest output, but the harvest is not as good as Mu Tianxin's. Now that guy is also in a cocoon, and no one knows when he will be able to break out of it. Clean up a little. Mu Qinghan's team is ready to leave with Mu Tianxin. Leah, are you sure you want to level up here? Mu Qinghan wanted to leave as soon as possible, but he didn't expect Leah to stay. Just. Leah nodded. In fact, it is for the sacrifice of flesh and blood, so that they can change their profession after upgrading. Besides, he didn't know if it was his illusion. Let's talk about it after they leave. Okay then. Be careful. The mastermind behind this hasn't shown up yet. Mu Qinghan gave a warning. The 4 of them left. What on earth is it? Leah followed his feeling and looked at the squirming mass of flesh. What is it brewing? Chapter 44, I want Leah to die. In a villa in Tianhai City. There. Plain water will do. Jiang Jinhai sat on the stool, somewhat stiffly. Novakris. His back was hunched. Only at this time did he understand the gap between the ivory tower and the outside world. On the big sofa, the man sat quietly. His men brought the boiled water that Jiang Jinhai had ordered, and he just held it in his hand. Speak. What do you want from me? It was different from what he expected. Shouldn't he be extremely angry because his son died? It's Li Yes. Jiang Jinhai was interrupted before he could finish his words. The man smiled. There is a hint of amusement in the contempt. Do you want me to cooperate with you as soon as you tell me? Lu Shandao put away his smile the next second. Just a scum who was kicked out. Who do you think you are? Cold words and no mercy. Jiang Jinhai lowered his head even more. He knew he didn't have many chips in his hand. Want revenge? Then we must rely on the power of Lu Shandao. I don't really care that much about Lu Yidao's death. Lu Shandao looked silent. Just a son. If it's gone, it can still regenerate. You should understand that my lifespan has surpassed that of ordinary people. Besides, how do you know I don't have other sons? Lu Shandao spoke to himself. The more you say, Jiang Jinhai felt even colder. Yes, Lu Shandao came out of the rough times, and his methods and strength are top-notch. Then, in fact, he is just a little transparent. There are many people who are more talented than him. That year, Liu Shandao has reached his current position and actually controls the third guild in Tianhai City. Is this an ordinary person? And Liu Yidao has no mother. In the eyes of outsiders, Liu Shandao suddenly has a son. If the two didn't look alike, one would probably think they were adopted. In this case, it is a question whether Liu Shandao has other sons? No. Is it possible? Ask yourself. Jiang Zhenhai has had the same experience as Liu Shandao, so he wonders if he has any backup plan. It seems there is no hope. Jiang Zhenhai shook his head secretly. Excuse me. After that, put the water in. Just prepare to leave. Wait a minute. Jiang Zhenhai turned around and looked at Liu Shandao. Do you know the Abyss cult? Jiang Zhenhai was slightly stunned. At the door, there were two more figures. Click. Jiang Zhenhai's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Two people at the door. None of them look simple. What about him? A supporting profession. What if he could escape from Liu Shandao's sight? Human, always unsatisfied. Liu Shandao stood in the backlight. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't see his expression, as if his whole body had merged into the shadows. At first, I just want to live an ordinary life. When I was young, I awakened a B-class professional warrior. At that time, my plan for myself was, upgrade well. When you reach a certain level, you can join a guild. Marry a woman, have a child. When I am old and my children are grown up, I will let them take my place. This is the case for most B-level professions. It is the backbone of small and medium-sized guilds. Sit in a high position? Almost impossible. BC-level profession, it is difficult to break through level 30. Grade D and below. Most of them will not break through level 10. This is the reality. This is also the data for many years. As admissions teachers, these are the materials they study. There is no hope for D-level careers. B-level occupation. There are situations where one can defy fate and change one's destiny. Jiang Zhenhai listened quietly, waiting to hear what story Liu Shandao was going to tell. Things change all the time. A strange shadow appeared on him. I'm not an ambitious person, but it was just an accident. His tone was inexplicable. Happy? Regret? His emotions are very complicated. At that time, I thought it was a fortuitous encounter. Over 20 years ago, a unique adventure that belonged to me, a chance to change my fate. As he was talking, Liu Shandao's teeth turned into sharp animal fangs. I obtained the remains of a certain messenger of the Abyss cult. My profession has changed, and I have better talents. But that influence is also rooted in my body. Look at those sharp nails. In the eyes of the Abyss cult, he's so perfect. He was not greatly affected by the Beast Soul, but also gained a lot of benefits. But Liu Shandao doesn't think so. For so many years, I gradually became the vice president of the Dazzling Guild. Even after the old guild leader died, he secretly took control of the entire Dazzling Guild. Liu Shandao suddenly asked, "Do you know why?" Jiang Zhenhai shook his head. He knew. Liu Shandao doesn't want an answer. I want to go further. I've been influenced by that thing for a long time, but I've completely digested it. That guy is already a part of me. The beastly characteristics were attracted by Liu Shandao. Take control. No wonder no one noticed anything unusual about Liu Shandao. I still got that thing too late. A look of resentment flashed across Liu Shandao's face. At that time, I was almost at level 30, and I couldn't break through that level. I absorbed it successfully. But my future is also bound by it. If you want to continue, you must rely on the power of that thing. Everything. It's just that I'm too weak. That thing swallowed up my career and became my new career. I see. Is this the foundation of the Abyss cult? 20 years ago. At that time, the Abyss cult had not yet disappeared. But the crackdown has already begun. Many famous Abyss believers perished at that time, including many important figures in their sect. And Liu Shandao is the lucky one. Outsiders speculate that. Liu Shandao has had several adventures to get to where he is today. Now it seems that it's just an opportunity. I was developing according to plan, but at this time the Abyss cult reappeared. The Leah incident? The cult of the Abyss is back. They came to me and made me a promise that would allow me to go further. And demand, just help them do something. The Abyss cultists were behind the incidents involving Liu Yidao and Liu Shandao. Liu Shandao snorted coldly. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with an ordinary person. Everything is clear now. He thought Liu Shandao loved his son very much. I didn't expect that. It turned out to be the Abyss cult. This time, it really doesn't fit Liu Shandao's style of doing things. Do you understand now? Liu Shandao said coldly. Liu Yidao's death doesn't matter, but Leah may have known my secret. The secret between me and the Abyss cult. He wants Leah to die. Once suspected, as soon as he started the action plan, would be interrupted. As long as the plan succeeds. As long as the Abyss messenger keeps his promise. Then everything is not a problem. Chapter 45, SS level evaluation. Outrageous rewards. Spider Cave instance. In its deepest caves, the pollution of the entire secret realm is concentrated here. That bloody energy. This cave was like the mouth of a glutton, swallowing it up fiercely. At last, Leah looked at the mass of flesh and blood. It is composed of all the flesh and blood fragments in the entire secret realm, and its core is the remains of the Spider Queen's abdomen. Is this going to give birth to something? Leah stared at the opening in the middle. Those flesh and blood formed a structure similar to that of the Queen of Flowers. There is something. It is emerging from the core of the flower. Leah didn't have to wait too long. A white egg was squeezed out. This is unknown spider eggs. Type, unknown. Quality, unknown. Introduction, this is a special spider egg. A few unknowns. Leah's eyes almost popped out. Get out, get out. It seems like Leah has some attraction. The white egg. It rolled to Leah's feet. Have you reached a pet contract? What does this mean? Pets come to your door. After taking a quick look at the contract, I found that it is generally beneficial to both parties. Yes, there's indeed no such thing as everyone prospers together and everyone suffers together. But for Leah, as long as you don't cheat others, that's enough. After clicking yes, there is an additional pet on Leah's panel. Unknown spider eggs. An extra pet? It should be hatching. Leah touched his chin, feeling that there was too little information provided. Never mind. He has gained a lot today. I'll study these spider eggs later. The most important thing now is changing my job. Have you completed the trial? Yes. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Congratulations on receiving an SS rating in the breakthrough trial. Complete the basic trial first. If those people leave, use this piece of flesh and blood. Leah has now broken through. There is no major growth. He also needs to improve his own strength so that he can catch those who are following him and guard against possible Abyss cultists. Complete the trial. It's his best choice. Generating rewards based on your experience in the trial. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Zombie Dog Summon. Skull Cavalry. Crazy Zombie. Congratulations on obtaining your talent. Affinity with the Undead. Death Denial. Those who are two-minded. Congratulations on getting the attribute reminder. Agility plus 50. Spirit plus 100. Excess experience is being returned. LV10, LV16. Please select the skill to upgrade one. The data panel flashed wildly. There are so many rewards. 3 skills that do not occupy skill slots. 3 talents. 150 attribute points. He can also upgrade one of his existing skills. Is this the SS rating? Lee wanted to laugh out loud, but he held it back. What about SSS level? Those who can complete it. What is this existence? Whether anyone has done it is a question. He asked Mu Qing Han. If the stats are increased by more than 100 points, your trial will be at B level, and if you have a talent, it will be A. S level. Mu Qing Han didn't know either. Now it seems that entering S is a qualitative change. Otherwise, the difference between the rewards for A level and SS level is too big. The 3 skills that do not occupy skill slots all exceed the general A level rewards. Want to have more skills? That's something most people have never heard of. It's just that scary. You also know that you can get additional attribute points. What about skills? Yes, no. At least not in Tianhai City. And Tianhai City is also the top among second-tier cities. Not to mention, Leah was still asking about Mu Qing Han. It was just a sudden thought for him at the time, and he didn't expect that he actually had it. Not to mention the 3 talents. Mu Qing Han has a talent, 100 attributes, and a special reward. According to her, she is almost at the S level. Rating, a plus. It's such an intuitive performance. Let Mu Qing Han think that he is only 1 step away from S level. Now it seems that. I'm afraid there's still a long way to go. The SS class is so luxurious. Name, Leah. Level 16. Occupation, Necromancy. Health, 3000. Attack, 23. Defense, 24. Agility, 26 plus 50 = 76. Spirit, 110 plus 5 plus 100 = 215. Equipment: Horn of Fury, Queen's Crown. Skills: Skeleton Lancer, Undead Death Knight, Undead Raven, Skeleton Fortress, Undead Assassin, Jink, Undead Assassin, Bone Armor, Breath Suppression, Skeleton Summoning. Talents: Future Industrialization, Level 1. Death Affinity, Level 1. Death Rejection, Level 1. Multi-Hearted, Level 1. Free points: 15x6 = 90. 3 skills are suspended on the side. Toxicity Edition is a skill book that he has not learned yet. The Spirit of 215. There was uncontrollable ecstasy in Leah's eyes. After breaking through level 10, levels 10 to 20, each level up gives you 15 points, with an increase of 5 points from 1 to 10. Stud Poker is a kind of wisdom. Leah waved his hand. The data panel has changed. Spirit, 215 plus 90 = 305. 300 Spirit. There are still 4 levels left. He will be able to wear legendary equipment. Leah was excited. He didn't expect it to be so fast, especially with 300 spirits. He thought it would be stuck for a while. At least it can be achieved after he changes his job. Alright, there's also job change. Leah has already begun to imagine how powerful he will be after changing his job. Muchingan. Chen Luming's eyes lit up. This young lady actually went in. He only found out about this later, but fortunately nothing happened. He touched the non-existent sweat on his head. Once Mu Qinghan gets into trouble, he absolutely didn't want to see what the mayor, who was obsessed with his daughter, would do. Especially him. He is the main person in charge. Principal Chun. Mu Qinghan was surprised for a moment, then reacted. That big thing. How could the principal not come? Zhang Xiaoxiao. Li Mei. In a cocoon. Where is Mu Tiexin? Did that lady die? His heart trembled. If anything happens to any one of these 4 people, it will cost him his life. Ironheart is here. Mu Qinghan looked at what the principal was looking at and knew what he was worried about. This cocoon. Principal Chun looked at the huge cocoon. Is this Mu Tiexin? Are you kidding me? This time, thanks to Leah otherwise. Mu Qinghan was still frightened. Leah. Principal Chen's mouth opened wide. Does your team still need Leah's help? Are you kidding me? Those 3 bosses were almost all dealt with by Tai Xian and Leah, especially Leah, who was the one who dealt with all 3 bosses. Why don't I understand what you're saying? As the principal of number 6 high school, how could he not know the 3 bosses of the Spider Cave? If there is only one, Principal Chun still reluctantly believed that Leah could do it. But 3? Isn't it that the main force is Mu Qinghan's team, and Leah helped them at the critical moment? Chapter 46. Principal Chun was shocked. She just knew it. Principal Chun would never believe it. Mu Qinghan understood if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. She probably thought it was made up. People always behave this way when it comes to things that are beyond their understanding. Even if it is true, they will also find various excuses to make it seem reasonable. Qinghan, are you really not kidding? Principal Chun saw that Mu Qinghan's expression did not seem fake. Could it be? Has Leah reached this point? No. Leah asked him for the certificate this morning. Afternoon. He defeated 3 bosses. Is this a bit? And that kind of thing happened in that dungeon, but those bosses were not affected? That is to say, Leah also defeated the mutated boss. Can you tell me more about it? This is Principal Chen's final request. After finishing speaking, Principal Chun was shocked. Those special undead are so powerful. It turns out Leah has another trump card. Leah, this guy is stronger than he thought. Not only the special undead, but also their combat wisdom. Young people would say go. At his age, it would be called combat wisdom. This was what caught his eye. Talent? That thing can determine a lot of things. But every year, how many S-level characters died in the dungeon? Too many to count. Some families are good, and some are specially recruited. But they still died. After awakening to S-level, it doesn't mean everything will be smooth sailing. Like Mu Qinghan, I almost died this time. His awakening is an S-level top profession, and his family is also top-notch in Tianhai City. But almost died. I don't know which will come first, the accident or tomorrow. Spider Cave. That's the copy they check regularly. Like those copies outside the city, it is open to the public for free, so there is no regular inspection. Every year, people die in that dungeon, especially some pretentious guys. Don't think that there are no deaths in dungeons from levels 1 to 10, whether it's a boss attack or environmental damage. These are all fatal. Cautious. In Principal Chen's opinion, This is the long-term solution. After this experience, Mu Qinghan has become much calmer, whereas he used to be somewhat childish. In other words, that kind of spoiled arrogance. This is normal. Don't let others fight you to death. Months ago, he's only 18 years old, with family and talent. If this happened to a little girl, how could you not be arrogant? He had already been specially recruited. It's still a top 10 university. The school also gave a certain amount of scholarship. You know, S-level is considered a genius in the top 100 universities, but it is really nothing in the top 10 universities. It requires talent and self. Everything has to meet the standards. Certainly, it's also a plus that you have a strong family. After all, this is an extraordinary world. Even the top 10 universities have limited faculty. The better the student's family, some of the teaching staff can be saved. And those commoner geniuses who do not come from prominent families are their targets. To be one of their own. Principal, let's go back first. Mu Qinghan greeted him. She is too tired. The energy is exhausted. High strength. The battle that almost pushed her to her limit left her physically and mentally exhausted. Zhang Xiao and Li Mei are better off. Okay, you guys go back first. Principal Chun continued to guard the door of the copy. Thinking in my heart, how about giving Leah some more financial support? He keenly felt that Mu Qinghan was definitely hiding something. What qualifications does he have to let others confide in him? Zhang Xiao and Li Mei. The two of them also kept silent. I'm afraid. We were obviously here first. These three. No. Wait for Mu Tiexin to wake up. These 4 companies in total will increase their investment in Leah. The vision of these people determines. They are definitely not fools. People like Louis Dao are a minority. He comes from a single-parent family, and his father has never paid much attention to him. Hanging out together for a long time, they are all children in the guild. To those 4 families, the people in the guild were all peasants. Background. This thing is very important. On the surface, behind the scenes, the combination of these two makes a family, plus various marriage relationships, and betting on various guilds. The network of relationships is complex and intricate. General guilds. How can there be such a relationship? Not to mention, some guilds are supported by these families. Their school cannot compare with those families, but they still have to invest in Leah. The family has invested. That would mean his investment is fine. Only imagine those hungry teachers. But everyone is watching his funding. Especially, there was a vice president who had long wanted to find something to hold against him. Is this also an opportunity for me? Lia's situation. Who could have thought? The most important piece of information Mu Qinghan revealed was that Leah was still completing the trial in the dungeon. After killing 3 boss, Leah hasn't completed the basic trial yet. Finished? Its trial evaluation may be S-level. What rewards will they receive? How abnormal can its strength be? Those teachers are making trouble. Let's get past Leah first. This would also give him the opportunity to take control of the funding for those teachers and vice principals. Thinking about it, a sneer played on the corner of his mouth. Inside the spider cave. Brother? Poisonous. The eldest brother leader said in a trembling voice. Sudden attack. It caught them off guard. The next second, all members' limbs were broken. When all of them fainted, Liu Kai walked over slowly. I really didn't expect that. These people didn't leave? It seems that. These are still must-wins. This is my lucky day. 4 fresh, living sacrifices. That should be good, right? After the breakthrough, all of his undead have different upgrades. Like skeleton lancers. Put on a combat uniform, and your defense will increase. There's more to guns than just Gatling guns. To be honest, Gatling is possible, but lacks flexibility. Once summoned, the problem of standing still and output is unavoidable. There are now rifles, submachine guns, and special summon machine guns. It became rich all of a sudden. The entire combat formation has more tactical options. Undead Death Knight. It changes from a great fortune vehicle into a troop carrier. It is basically the same frame as the Dayun, but the defense has been greatly increased and serrations have been added to the front of the car. Undead Raven. Undead Assassin. Skeleton Summoning. These are just numerical changes, but there is no change in themselves. I don't know if there will be any new changes after the job change. Changes like the Skeleton Lancers will be nice. More choices. That's the point. Being able to adapt to the needs of various scenarios without any change in the values is also a great improvement for him. Tie up the 4 men. Back to the deepest part of the cave. A huge magic circle has enveloped the flesh and blood. If Leah's spirit had not broken through 300, he might not have been able to complete the drawing so quickly. Place the 4 offerings. The future. Industry. Kingdom of the Dead. Please look at me. Chapter 47 Principal Dong. We are sure to win. While he was busy, the school is also busy. In the school's meeting room. Principal Chun, you don't understand the reason for the changes in the spider cave? A man in a suit about the same age as Chun Luming was aggressive. No. Dong Tianming. Chun Luming looked indifferent. If you think you can find out, go now. If only the murderer behind this could be caught. I, the principal, will give you everything. The 2 of them were at loggerheads. Everyone knows that the mutation in that copy is not that simple, and it is very likely done by the Abyss cult. Check. How to check? Does their school have the means to investigate? It's funny. If you have the ability, check it out. Instead of just sitting here arguing. What if they find out something? Especially the Abyss cultist. Do you really think they can be a match for others? Abyss cultists. That is an organization that is targeted by the whole world. It means it is far beyond the reach of the principal and teachers of a primary school. Snort. Don't change the subject. Someone must be in charge of the spider caverns. Dong Tianming naturally knew all this and did not respond to Chun Luming's words. He wanted to find the murderer behind the scenes? True or false? He just wanted to go one step further, not die. As the principal, you must lead by example. He suddenly said something. I feel both the vice-chancellor and the principal should be held accountable for this. Chun Luming was not willing to be outdone. Aren't you the principal anymore? Dong Tianming. Who was afraid of whom? Everyone was a non-stick pan in this matter, and no one in the school was injured. As for off-campus, hasn't this been found yet? So what if I find it? They don't guarantee the security of the copies in the first place. Life and death are determined by fate. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. The issue of the mutation requires an explanation to the school and students. If a student dies, the school really needs one. But no one was hurt. The issue was left unresolved. The spider cave is monopolized by the 6 high-ranking officials. They want the equipment and skills inside. They want to level up, and they want the materials. You have to come again. What about Leah? Dong Tianming immediately changed the subject. You are lucky. He thought to himself. Copy mutation. No students have died yet. When he learned the news, Mu Qinghan's team had not returned yet. When he arrives, I only learned from Chun Tianming that the other person had returned and had already gone home. What to do? Still have to mention it. What if Chun Luming is stupid? How? Chun Luming was secretly delighted. Hooked. A D-level profession requires such a huge investment from the school. Dong Tianming asked coldly. A D-rank class that defeated an A-rank berserker? Chun Luming. So what? Even if he defeats an A-rank class, it won't change the fact that he's a D-rank class. Dong Tianming scolded harshly. Leah's talent is not worth our investment. Besides, Fenlon University didn't give him any more special admission spots. Doesn't that explain the problem? Chun Luming responded calmly. So you're saying that Mayor Mu and Director Wang made a mistake? Anxious. This guy is definitely anxious. And the people among the students definitely didn't explain it clearly to him. What? Dong Tianming was shocked. Could it be that Li Ye is related to Director Wang and City Mu? He was lucky. He killed an Abyss cultist. A teacher spoke. So it's about killing an Abyss cultist. As he was talking, Dong Tianming's face turned ugly. Kill the Abyss cultists. No one told me it's such a big thing. Fuck. Chun Tianming sneered twice. You know, Leah calls both of you uncles. Some people. He looked at Dong Tianming with a clear purpose. I don't even realize I'm being used as a tool. I need to think more about some things. That tone. It's like a senior teaching a junior. Dong Tianming and Chun Luming are both principals, one vice president and the other principal. A master outside, one in the Lord. To be precise, Principal Chun is not only the principal in name, but also the principal in reality. And what about Dong Tianming? He has the title of principal, but not the actual principal. He is actually good at foreign relations, but all the actual talks are decided by Chun Luming. Can Dong Tianming accept it? He spent time and energy to negotiate good things. He ended up having to drink soup. This is the reality. Everyone knows that Chun Luming is the one with real power. You, Dong Tianming, one who talks about business. That's why Dong Tianming wanted to fight for it. You have to fight for it. That's not an excuse for us to give so much funding. And this funding hasn't even fallen on Liya yet. Dong Tianming was still being stubborn. Ha! The funding is to help promising students overcome difficulties. Are you saying that helping students bear the heavy medical expenses is a problem? Chun Luming chuckled twice. It's so funny. There was a glint of contempt in his eyes. This made Dong Tianming so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with water. Still want to talk about this and that? Does this mean that Liya is too eager for revenge and is not a good person? He might be an ungrateful person in the future. There is no loophole to be found. Then they started talking about sex, character, and the future. Chun Luming knew these people's tricks too well. Some of them are sincere for students. Some are helping certain people's children to fight for benefits. Really thought, are these teachers dedicated to the public? Even Chun Luming couldn't do it. How many of the teachers in their school come from well-off families? These teachers, how many people have vision? Good luck. An S-Class 1. Becoming a special admission student of certain schools does not provide any rewards. But those parents are different. That's a real benefit, especially those wealthy parents. Any gift would make the teacher's mouth drool. What about the students? There are many mediocre and dissolute people. Another part requires school funding. Just like some people get scholarships, it's not because of family difficulties, but to prove their excellence. It's the same here. After college, this is also a plus. I'll give you one chance. Chun Luming waved his hand. Wait for Liya to come to school. Let's compare which of your students who need funding is more worthy of investment, or Liya. It's not fair. The teacher hadn't finished speaking yet. All of you students come together. Are you satisfied? Chun Luming had a cold face. If I win, I will take back Liya's funds. And you lost. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Have some people forgotten that they are teachers? It's time to remember the rules. Lawless. Chun Luming slammed the table, said something, and turned away. Dong Tianming's face was full of gloom. Did you really think you were going to win? Maybe it's funding from Director Wang and City Mu, but he only got the funding a few days ago. A teacher spoke up. It's good to be able to complete the trial. It's just that those special undead are a bit troublesome. Principal Dong, we are guaranteed to win. Chapter 48, Job Change Potion. Guaranteed win? Chun Luming, who had not yet walked far, listened quietly. Want to laugh? I hope to really face Liya. You students can laugh. The mayor's home. What? Musher looked shocked. He doesn't know. It's been a long time since I lost my composure like this. Legendary equipment? He really didn't expect that. This thing can be accessed in Tianhai City. Do you know? Legendary equipment is enough to support the rise of a great family. Mayor Mu let out a sigh. It's so shocking. This news. Dad, didn't I get epic equipment too? Mu Qinghan was a little confused. You don't understand. Everyone knows how valuable legendary equipment is, but few understand why it's so valuable. Musher shook his head. How precious is it? The Spider King Spear has potential for growth, right? The Devouring Spider King Spear has hidden dangers, but it also has growth potential. There's a certain possibility of upgrading legendary equipment. It can even be said that this Spider King Spear is very close to legendary equipment and can be considered a quasi-legendary weapon. Qinghan, Musher said earnestly. The growth potential of those legendary equipment is inherent, but it is not actually the focus of legendary equipment. Epic equipment begins. You can advance through certain methods. Legendary equipment can be upgraded to become exceptional equipment, and then to so-called transcendent equipment. That's what's called a divine weapon. Artifact. Mu Qinghan glared with wide eyes. Yes, legendary equipment has the potential to become a divine artifact. Musher's eyes were dim. And what about the superior equipment? No one has even heard of it. Have you ever thought about why? Musher asked with a smile. Yes. Mu Qinghan began to think. Could it be that excellent equipment is almost impossible to generate naturally? An idea struck her. That's right. Excellent equipment rarely drops. All known outstanding equipment is upgraded legendary equipment and is highly bound to its owner. Without the adapted users, excellent equipment will also drop in value and eventually become legendary. And legends will also be covered. Some families' epic equipment is actually the result of legendary equipment dropping. I see. She didn't know this before. The lower the level of legendary equipment, the greater its potential and the less likely it is to drop. Musher continued. Top grade, legendary equipment. Pity. This thing is not something they can get their hands on. Dad, you want to get it back? Mu Qinghan watched Musher's expression change. How is that possible? That was revealed by Liya. You could say it was born out of Liya. What? Legendary equipment appears for legends. I was wondering, what help does Liya need? Liya musste invest. Only one day. Liya has caused so many troubles. What about giving him some more time? Before the college entrance examination, it is not impossible to possess strength greater than Lu Shandao. After entering university, Liya was exposed to certain things as a freshman. This is definitely a good thing for Tianhai City. For him, as the mayor, he even saw an opportunity to go further. You should get along well with Liya. Musher gave a warning. Such scenes are happening in Zhang Xiao and Li Mei's homes. Make friends with Liya. And what about Liya? What is he doing? Inside the spider cave. After the sacrificial words were recited, Liya placed his hand on the array pattern, and the energy in his body was frantically drained. In just a few seconds, all the energy in Liya's body was drained. Fortunately, there are some. Liya took out the last bottle of energy potion from his backpack. Gurgle. He drank it all. Pity. One bottle is not enough to restore his current mana. A light gray light spread along the formation pattern, like a stream of gray dye water. Dye the entire formation gray. The next moment, a deadly silence descended. A strong gray light flashed. All the offerings disappeared, leaving only a gray ball in the middle of the formation. It was like a whirlpool, a bottle of potion, in a glass bottle. It was like a liquid condensed from countless corpses. This is his job change potion. The color and feel don't look like something edible. But Liya, I felt a desire. Liya stepped forward slightly and stretched out his hand. The potion automatically floated in front of him, and he was able to see its panel. Undead Mage Class Change Potion. Restrictions. Complete Trial. Undead. Introduction. After drinking this, you will become a great wizard of the dead, with a chance of receiving gifts from the world of the dead. Cold. Not just physically. Soul. I felt it too. That feeling is not good. Liya would have almost given up if it weren't for the job-changing potion. The whole potion bottle is not big. Almost the same as the energy potion. Amount that can be drunk in one mouthful. The formation pattern gradually faded and disappeared in front of Liya, and the blood-red bottom of the cave could be seen. That mass of flesh and blood disappeared. But the bright red energy gathering has not disappeared yet. Does it seem to still have an impact? Abyss cultists. What a horrific method. This mutation, I'm afraid they will all be rooted in this copy. I don't know either. This copy has no upgrade. If you upgrade, you need to consider the issue of leveling up. Thoughts drifting away, like snowflakes. Finally, we come to the potion. Drink it in one gulp. Liya closed his eyes and drank the job-changing potion in one gulp. He was somewhat resistant. The moment I drank it, a cold feeling instantly swept over my body. This feeling, Liya's eyes widened. The pupils are slowly dilating. He seemed to be frozen by something, and a gray, deadly atmosphere spread. Liya could no longer sense the situation around him. Beside him, the space twisted. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared. He looked Liya up and down. I didn't expect this guy to change his job so early. He was also a little surprised. Is it fate? Or was it influenced by his sister? The man in black robe narrowed his eyes slightly. The hands don't stop. He integrated the dissipated gray energy into the blood-colored energy. That thing was sacrificed. It's a little bit of energy that you can't absorb. He was talking to himself, watching the gray energy merge into the blood-colored energy all over the ground. Perhaps it's going to be a freak, undead, flesh, swallow. It seems I've gone a step further. That person will definitely like it. He looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, took out a bottle of potion and sprinkled it. The blood-colored energy gathered quickly. The gray energy emanating from Liya was also completely absorbed. At last, a cocoon appeared. The man in black robe waved his hand, and the cocoon merged into the cave like water. Good luck, boy. I hope we won't become enemies. After that, he just disappeared. Chapter 49, Is This the Undead Mage? After drinking the potion, Liya's senses became very strange. Bizarre scenes unfolded around him. The wolf was eaten by the sheep. To be a dead soul is to be alive, but to be a human is to be dead. What the hell is going on? The machine roars. The gears are turning. Rows of factories are producing automatically. In the sky, a huge spaceship flew by. Technology is developing. Those things that only exist in science fiction are all transformed undead creatures. The huge machine is moving. That's the giant mechanical monster we saw last time. Leo was traveling through that world, and he clearly felt as if he had arrived at that time. Perceptible, but they're all specious. Who I am? Where am I? The empty head was blown by the dead wind. Leah, in the process of changing jobs. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he was getting further and further away from that world. The perspective was distorted for a moment. The familiar cave ceiling appeared before his eyes, and he was still holding the potion bottle with his head tilted back. Are you back? The bottle of medicine in his hand disappeared. Leah looked at the scene in front of him, but felt it was unreal. Job transfer successful. Necromancer. Grandmaster of the Necromancer. Success. Leah was delighted. I felt a lingering fear again. What happened just now? The same thing will happen when you change jobs. In other words, my job transfer is a little special. He didn't forget. This job transfer was taken from that future industrialized undead world. No, they should all be there, but mine is a little special. Leah shook his head. The feeling of being drunk and having a soul leave his body still lingered in his body. Now I feel separated from my body, able to control the body, but it doesn't feel like its own. Very weird and uncomfortable. It's like the soul has entered another person's body. Not adaptable. To determine the action, he still needs to confirm it with his own eyes. Hopefully it's not a permanent sequelae. Rewards are being distributed based on offerings and actions. Talent is being generated. Skills are being upgraded. Insights are being instilled. A series of prompts jumped into Leah's eyes. Knowledge is pouring in. Grass. Countless knowledge rushed into my brain. Leah's eyes flashed with a gray light. A few hours later, Leah slowly opened his eyes. Call was filled. This is a total makeover. Looking at his own hands, his skin was pale and his nails were a light gray. The brain slowly takes over the body. He could clearly feel the difference. Me, or a human, look like, according to classification, he is now considered a half-undead creature. Some parts, it seems to have undergone special modifications. Nerve, skin, muscle, bones, and excess cartilage. People, looks like a human being. He is no longer a human being. This is especially true for his internal organs, as his body can now breathe. And it's okay to not breathe for a day. The heart can even stop beating for 10 minutes. Is this what they call a job change? Lee was a little confused. Isn't this right? Whose job change at level 10 would lead to this kind of situation? Logically speaking, in this case, this is the situation that occurs when people who change their job at level 30 reach level 40 or 50. And what about Leah? He's only level 16. Isn't this a little too early? Especially his hair, which turned from pure black to gray black. His perception also changed. A gray aura enveloped him, a sign of death. Even if I close my eyes, he can now also perceive the surrounding scenery. Only, it appears gray in my mind. Boom! Leah suddenly rushed out with a group of people. A hole appeared on the ground. My hand isn't hurt. His skin and special cartilage tissue give him strong defensive power. Can I face it head on? Leah said in surprise. Next second, everything around me slowed down. Leah counted silently in his mind while walking along. 10. Everything is back to normal. If an ordinary person were there, they would see Leah as if he had teleported. Suddenly, it appeared at that place. Sion Weston? Is it just a biologically modified version? Or does it have some magical technology added to it? Who knows? The undead are all industrialized. So, are those cartilage tissues his external scaffolding? Necromancer. No. Is the arch-necromancer good at close combat? A smile appeared on Leah's lips. Later, others will go through great difficulties to rush to his side, and then he will punch them with full force. Especially those squishy assassins. Leah gave a sinister smile. He couldn't wait any longer. This was the feeling of having power. That feeling of destruction. Leah clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The punch is like a cannon. Boom! Cool. Is this what close combat feels like? The feeling of fist touching the real object. That is a more intuitive and satisfying experience than strategizing behind the scenes. Very direct. There's clear feedback every time you punch. You've fallen. Lee was about to slap himself hard, but in the end, he just patted his face lightly. I'm a necromancer. I don't have the power of a melee profession. Leah pretended to be melancholy. So cool. It feels really good. This is what a necromancer should be like. The summon is gone. The main body comes on stage directly. It would be nice if I could accumulate more physical stats the more I summon dead. He had read a lot of novels like this in his previous life. What mecha? What a summon. The mecha is already strong enough, but I didn't expect the main body to be even stronger. Lee has not forgotten his roots. The path he walked on was the scourge of the undead. It is an information-based and futuristic combat system. What's the use of being strong alone? It's still easy to meet people who target you. The scourge of the undead is different. To be precise, his undead scourge is different, and it fights directly in a systematic way. Then it's not a matter of 1 + 1. Get some exercise in your body and mind. No impact later. Leah, prepare to go back and have a good rest. Then, take stock of how strong you are. How far are we from killing Lu Shandao? A copy. There's no one left. Then I received a message from Principal Chun. Principal Chun, come to school tomorrow. Principal Chun, some people are dissatisfied with you receiving funding. Principal Chun, we need a competition. Oh, exaggerate. There are also sandbags delivered to your door. Leah's eyes lit up. Leah, okay, Principal. Leah, just leave it to me. The moon is high in the sky. He collected a large number of drops in the dungeon. Most of them are materials such as spider meat, glands, and venom sacs. But Leah was still happy. How much money would it cost to exchange these? Even if it's just school recycling. This money was enough for him to pay off his sister's medical expenses, and the remaining money was enough to support their family for a long time. Check the time. 12:30. Is it the second day already? Sleepiness came over me. Leah looked at the empty street and shouted, "It's over now, go home and sleep." Chapter 50, Huge Improvement. Boss Panel. 6 o'clock in the morning. Leah had already woken up for a while. The sun was just beginning to peek out from the horizon. It seems like my sleep time has decreased. This also seems to be the influence of half-undead creatures. He slept for about 4 hours and reached his previous sleep level of 7 or 8 hours. Is this the archdemon of the dead? Maybe he's just special. But changing jobs has many benefits. 1 to 30. They can all be called mortals. 30 to 60 is extraordinary. 60 to 90 is super extraordinary. Out of the ordinary. Separate from mortals. Extraordinary. Beyond mortals. In fact, it is an inhuman road. Levels 1 to 30. You are still a human being. Level 30 to 60. You start to become less of a human being. Level 60 to 90. You are no longer human. It is such a simple division, yet very clear and direct. Humanity, before the divine realm descended. It is the most perfect creature in nature. After the advent, humans are nothing. In order to be a bad person, only then can you go further. Perhaps, still able to maintain the appearance of a human being, but in fact, from cells to souls, we can no longer be called human beings. Change job. Leah felt a little emotional. That's why the sooner you change jobs, the reason why your potential and strength are stronger. I'm not a human being anymore. Cool. Leah opened his arms. Feel the power of your body. Some people hate the sun. This is surmountable and is not a substantial injury. A few less weaknesses, a few more. Hate the sun. Positive energy things. There's also a significant increase in damage dam. Leah didn't mind much. His previous body was too weak, but now he could be said to be terrifyingly strong. Name, Leah. Level, LV16, LV18. Occupation, nécromancie. Health, 3,000 to 10,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 1,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 605. Equipment, Horn of Fury, Queen's Crown. Skills, Skeleton Lancer, Undead Death Knight, Undead Raven, Skeleton Fortress, Undead Assassin, Jink, Undead Assassin, Bone Armor, Breath Retention, Skeleton Summoning, Poison Addition. Talents, Future Industrialization, Level 1. Negative Energy Affinity, Level 1. Death Rejection, Level 3. Multi-Hearted, Level 2. Negative Energy Cycle, Level 1. Undead Cyberization, Level 1. Free points, 15/2. For opportunities to upgrade skills. Summon Zombie Dog, Skeleton Cavalry, Crazy Zombie, Undead Conversion, Ice Spell, Ice Explosion. Changing his job, brought him a huge improvement in attributes. 10,000 blood. This is exactly the health of a small boss. Even his panel is already a boss panel. In addition to blood volume, his other attributes, they all surpass the original Spider Queen. The remaining energy after the job change. It also allowed Leah to level up 2 more times. Only, Leah felt that the points he added before were a bit wasted. In addition to the spirit, I reached level 1000 thanks to cyberization of the undead. So all the stores I added before are a waste. It turns out that the talent affinity with the undead has been upgraded. Become negative energy friendly. Death rejection was upgraded 3 levels in a row. Multi-minded was upgraded 1 level, and 2 talents, negative energy cycle and undead cyberization, were added. It seems like there are 2 more talents. Several talents can be upgraded. It is equivalent to 5 or 6 good talents. Especially undead affinity. Its ability is just like its name. Develop an affinity for the undead and their energy. When using necromancy spells, a certain amount of energy consumption is reduced. A certain probability. Use special necromancy spells. It's gone. The probability of level 1 itself is low, and the increase it brings is not too big. But negative energy affinity is different. As long as it is negative energy, they will gather towards him. This increases skill power and skill consumption. His energy also completely turned into negative energy attributes, which means that all the skills he learned can benefit from the enhancement brought by the affinity with the undead. And in a negative energy environment, he will get a certain increase. Is 1. An extremely comprehensive talent. It is equivalent to a supporting profession, giving him a lot of buffs, and these buffs are constant. Negative energy cycle. This ability is the same as the name. Skill release. Zumonsti, etc. As long as there is any negative energy left, he can recycle it. Essentially, within a certain range, an energy cycle is formed. Add negative energy affinity. He can release skills while recovering his energy, and some of the remaining skills released will be recovered and converted into his energy, equivalent to the innateness in some novels. The energy in the body is endless and forms a certain cycle with the heaven and earth. In Leah, it mainly forms a cycle with negative energy. Super long battery life. Summary in 1 sentence. Energy saving, circulation, amplification, and additional buff. This adds a buff. Once Leah is able to skillfully control negative energy, he will be able to adjust the negative energy attributes of each skill. Like ice magic, the main thing is to freeze the flesh. But Leah, through some kind of negative energy amplification, it can produce effects such as cold poison, frozen soul, and frozen energy. There is still a lot of room for development in these 2 talents. Itself, through negative energy, he can also deepen his understanding of the skills to a certain extent. Renovation and upgrading. These are all things he will be able to do in the future. And it comes with a training gain buff. In certain places with strong negative energy, he can sit and upgrade and also strengthen his own energy. Strong energy. The impact is comprehensive. The body is cleansed by energy and skills are enhanced. It mainly depends on the attributes of energy. Only a faint gray energy floated on the palm of his hand. Regular energy potions don't work that well for me. Leah Sigit. Everything has a price. Enjoy the benefits. Naturally, something has to give. In Leah's view, these things are inevitable and are just the 2 sides of things. Death denial. You have the ability to refuse death. A simple description, not an easy ability. This was the thing that mattered most to him during his breakthrough trial. At the beginning, its introduction is, you gain the ability to refuse death once a month. Now I've been promoted to level 3. Now, by expending his energy, he will be able to gain the ability to refuse death. 1,000 energy at a time. Not too much. This is not a resurrection. Instead, it allows you to be determined to die when facing death and to have a last glimmer of hope. Very strong. It's half a resurrection skill. In many cases, he has a lot more lives. If he is in a place with strong enough negative energy, he can survive by refusing to die. It's so scary. As long as the environment is right, Leah's lifespan is unlimited. The multi-minded ones are much simpler. It's essentially a talent for multitasking. Level 1, 1 heart, 2 functions. Level 2, 2 hearts, 4 uses. That's right. He has an extra heart. Chapter 51 Lias talents. This heart is not a real heart, more like the source of consciousness. Originally one was in his brain, and now there is another one in his heart. It's like having two processors. If his necromancy is high enough, even if one of the hearts is lost, the other one can still function. Leah can still continue to live. There are so many ways to save your life. Leah was delighted. This time, it seems like the archdemon of the undead is here, so you must have many ways to save your life. I must survive. As a former ghost, I almost forgot the content of the game, but I haven't forgotten this sentence. Alive is the hope of everything. Long life. Rich life-saving methods. Even if you can dominate Leah for a while, can you dominate him forever? Even if you are strong all your life, Leah can still wait for him in the next life. Live to the end. He is the strongest. Cyberization of the undead. Cybernating your body into a necromantic form. Current progress 30%. This is the source of Leah's strong body. All parts of the body have turned into undead cybernetic bodies, and it takes energy to fully activate them. Is equivalent to Leah has a second form. Fully activated prosthetics. Because Leah's transformation degree is not high, once it is turned on for too long, it will have some impact on his body. Fully open state. Basically, it lasts about 3 minutes. There is also an even more abnormal overclocking state. Leah can now maintain it for a maximum of 10 seconds. Any longer than that may cause Leah's physical collapse. Death denial and overclocking go really well together. This is his last trump card. I guess no one thought of it. The trump card of a necromancer is himself. Once overclocked, his body, it can generate a 7 to 10 times improvement in a short period of time. Become a pure numerical monster. Below level 30, there probably aren't many people who can withstand his overclocked punch. If I learned some more techniques on how to generate power, etc., a punch was thrown, no one could stop it. Pity. Leah, who understood the benefits of changing jobs, understood even more clearly the power of Lu Shandao. After so many breakthrough trials, its properties are definitely more terrifying than you can imagine. Their understanding of skills, the intensity of one's own energy. These are things that Leah is far beyond his reach now. Lu Shandao, how many times have you changed jobs? He doesn't know any of this. There are still more than 20 days left. College entrance examination. Leah is full of confidence. It doesn't even matter that he doesn't have a university. He still has the miserable core of the dead. Only, if he enters a top university, he will definitely progress faster, such as the development of negative energy affinity and negative energy circulation. Leah had a premonition. These two skills can definitely form something similar to a domain. Within a certain range, his undead spirit was amplified, almost immortal. All energy consumption achieves a perfect cycle and suppresses other existences. In a small space, one person can rival a country. Just thinking about Leah makes me excited, although it is still far from the undead plague. But his idea, it can definitely be achieved very early. Even now, as long as there is sufficient theoretical knowledge, there are still a lot of attempts. Maybe you can create a prototype of a field. It may not be as perfect as he imagined, but for low-level people, it is a complete crushing. Maybe he can think of it. Didn't those high-level and talented guys expect this? Tian High City. It's still too small. How long has it been? 6 highs are of no use to him. My own knowledge is not outstanding, and something strange happened in the copy. I don't know what happened. So what else does Lu Gao need for Leah? Almost none. He rose so fast. In just 1 week, he has grown to where he is today. The 3 new skills are not excellent. They were all skills of rare quality, but the power they unleashed in his hands was more than just rare. Undead transformation. Transforming a corpse into an undead has a chance of displaying some futuristic features. Ice spell. Creates icicles to attack enemies. Ice explosion. Ice explosion. The 3 skills are simple and direct. In general, all energy output is based on the actual situation. Like undead transformation, for ordinary corpses, the consumption is less. If it were a spider queen, it would probably take hundreds of kilos of energy to complete the transformation. The other 2 skills, it could be considered as giving him more means, and it also gave his energy a layer of ice attribute power. That is to say, he can infuse this power into his summons, allowing him to use corpse explosion and ice explosion at the same time. If you have time to research, it can also completely combine corpse explosion and ice explosion. At that time, what will the skill look like? Another poison explosion. Then his summoned creature will be extremely sinister. Debuff the opponent like crazy. The power is surprisingly great. Summon zombie dogs, skeleton cavalry, crazy zombies. These three advanced skills provide. They're all rare level skills. It has also been modernized. Zombie dog summon. It directly turns into a robot dog summon, which is also a group summon. 100 energy points. It can summon about 10 monsters and may trigger an oversummoning, which can summon several times the number. Same as skeleton summoning. They're all top-notch cannon fodder, providing skills. The specific number should be much higher than the skeleton, and it may even be more functional and smaller in size. Skeleton cavalry. Riding a skeleton horse. It turned into a skeleton motorcycle. Like the undead knight, he can use spiritual fire attacks, weapons in hand, also become a big troll. Very handsome, but for Leah now, it is somewhat useless. It can only be said that the variety has been enriched. The last one is outrageous. Crazy zombies. According to Leah's understanding, it should be a modified zombie, but it is a crazy cyber-psychopath. The body of a zombie, plus high-tech body transformation. He looks like a slightly overclocked Leah. However, once this thing is summoned, I can't control it. This is a disadvantage. Worthy of the word crazy. There is no distinction between friend and foe. All living things around it are its targets of attack. It can be considered as adding an extra trump card. A full 500 energy expenditure in exchange for a completely crazy boss. Leah doesn't need to face the enemy head-on. Find a way to trap the enemy, and then leave behind the crazy zombies. In cyberpunk works, on the battlefield, frequently occurring operations. Leah can even overclock it further, and its existence time will be greatly shortened. All summons now have a longer lifespan. Most of them come to 30 minutes. If it were still by Leah's side and had an affinity with negative energy, it could have existed longer. How many times stronger am I now than I was yesterday? This is because Leah has not fully digested his harvest. You know, he has 4 more skills to upgrade. Just put it aside for now, need to sort out. Chapter 52. Be modest and cautious. You will win. Leah's strength is enough. In the stage of 10 to 20 levels, or even 1 to 30 levels. Leah's strength is that of a supermodel. Like Mu Ching Han, after changing his job, he reached level 30. Leah is still capable of beating her. As his level increases, the original summoned creature's values will change significantly. The strength of the body is different. A skeleton spearman. In a level 10 dungeon, it can be considered a boss. Although he is a crappy boss. But he is just cannon fodder after all. Now, with the blessing of talent, he can be dealt with just a few points of effort. This was when Leah had just been promoted. Archdeacon. There is another core capability. No, to be precise. This is what a great necromancer should do. Study the magic of the dead. This is the key point. Leah now has an additional intuition about undead skills. He could do his own research. You can also explore it through continuous use. Over time, his skills will become more and more suitable for him, and his understanding of them will become more and more. Even to the point where he could use necromancy without using any skills. Going one step further, it is to create a new undead skill. According to the knowledge he gained when he changed his job, some old necromancers have an absurd number of self-created skills and can influence the skills of others through their own understanding of these skills. It's so scary. If you don't understand your skills, then your skills will betray you, and that's as it should be. Especially the undead. In this way, the arch-necromancer completely crushes the necromancer. The necromancer has no power to resist at all. Abnormal. Leah seek it secretly. I am so perverted now. Numerical value. The level 20 boss may only have better health than him, but not all other stats. Skill. Except for the 9 empty skill slots. He now has 17 skills, one of which is a poison addition. The other 6 skills, it doesn't occupy a skill slot. 6 talents. There are 2 more, level 3 and level 2. Equipment. I won't mention the Horn of Fury. It's totally useless. At the beginning, still feels somewhat useful. Now it seems that, if he doesn't fight head-on, isn't this horn pure waste? Another one, brick-built equipment Queen's Crown. 2 levels left. You can wear it now. It also has equipment attributes, which you need to equip to know. Most likely a spiritual attribute. 1,000 spirits. It's not far away. That should be the next spiritual change. Level 20 professional. The total points of most professions are within 500, and Mu Qinghan's is close to 500. Then what? Leah's attribute is 1,000 points. You can't blame him for this. It's just a talent. He's no longer a human being. What's wrong with being a little stronger? In terms of numerical values. Except for some people with special talents, no one can compare to him. Tianhai City, below level 30. After adding a few more adjectives, Leah felt much more relaxed. He had read the report. Monsters with extraordinary talents appeared in some places. Some people have SS-level professions and also have several outstanding talents. Shocked the whole country. And what about him? Even if he advanced, he wouldn't have any outstanding talent. Negative energy affinity and negative energy cycle are epic talents. Death rejection and cyberization of the undead are legendary talents, while multi-minded is considered a fine talent for mutation. What about the initial affinity with the undead? Just arrived at the boutique. For most necromancers, this talent is just ordinary. The same is true for those who are too concerned. It can be considered as a transformation through job transfer, and it is considered an epic talent. 3 epic, 2 legendary, 1 dark, and 2 excellent starts. After going through the first trial, the talent he acquired should not be too bad. And there are those who have returned to the Holy Realm. I heard that talent appeared, but it was suppressed, and no information was known at all. From the top, excellence is nothing. Leah murmured. The main thing is to keep your mind steady. After 2 major breakthroughs in a row, he felt like his heart was floating in the sky. The luxurious data panel gave him great stimulation, and the comparison with Mu Qinghan. Mu Qinghan, the proud son of heaven, was no match for him, so Leah couldn't help but feel a little arrogant in his heart. This is inevitable. It's like a person suddenly becomes rich, arrogant, and domineering, live a life of debauchery. Extraordinary power is more direct. The sensory stimulation caused is even more serious. This leads to, after Leah got up, he was in an excited state. If you upgrade your skills again, I'm afraid the feeling of pleasure will continue. There will also be some problems with his cognition. Meditation, he suddenly remembered. This is one of the incidental memories of the Archnecromancer. A method that can quickly restore energy, concentrate the mind, and upgrade independently. Is this thing good? Good. But for those who want to level up by killing monsters, this method is too slow. I'm used to watching short videos. Can you still bear the long video? That's it. Leah didn't take it seriously at first. Now it seems that this thing has other uses. Stay calm and take control of yourself. Memories swirled in Leah's mind. Cross your legs, concentrate, and feel yourself. As required, Leah proceeded step by step. Inhale, exhale. He seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. It's like seeing my own body. The sun has risen completely. At school, principal's office. Principal Chun looked at Leah's reply in the evening, and a sneer appeared on his face. You don't know what kind of monster you've provoked. Leah is definitely not a person who talks big. That guy, the look outside the emergency room. He knew that Leah was definitely not simple, especially what happened later. Louis Dao died tragically. The Abyss cultists were massacred. As long as you study carefully, you can see the shadow of Leah. Rising in a short time, there is no lack of strength and means. This is especially true by showing potential and attracting investment from Wang Bureau and Mu City. Combined with Mu Qinghan's description. Thoughtful. There are many means. Be cautious enough. As for talent, Leah has made it clear enough. Even if Mu Qingxue was exaggerating, as long as Leah completed the breakthrough trial, his level would definitely be very high. Strength. Definitely far beyond ordinary people. And what about the students? He understood. Almost all of it depends on the guys in my own family. Even the team at the cave entrance couldn't beat them, let alone their coordination. A lump, as long as Leah doesn't give up his advantage and fight in close combat. So, those guys. To Leah, it's just a piece of dirt. Only, Principal Chun looked out the window. Will things really go that smoothly? There shouldn't be any scenes that he doesn't want to see. In a classroom somewhere in the school. As long as we have this scroll, we will definitely win. A student was smug. I just don't believe that a necromancer, when being approached by melee fighters and assassins, would have any chance of resistance. Chapter 53, Li Ya's Information. What is a necromancer? Rubbish. It's just a small D-level job. These students, who is not an A-level professional. If you ask me, Li relies on his special summons. Yes, that's right. What is he without his summons? Lu Yidao is also stupid. He attacked without getting the intelligence clearly. Several students showed disdain on their faces, and one of them took out some papers. Take a look. A skeleton with a Gatling gun, a lucky undead, and an assassin with a sniper rifle. Maybe there's another one investigating. That skeleton lancer has high attack and low defense, making him a fragile target. Those undead cavalry have good defense and attack, but lack flexibility. The only thing, it's just that this assassin is dangerous to us. The above is an analysis of the existing intelligence on Liya. Also, there's the financial support Moose City gave him. The one thing to note is the corpse explosion technique. The rest is not worth mentioning. Corpse explosion technique. Mushy actually gave him this. When they heard these 3 words, several students were still shocked. This is a forbidden technique. We can ban this thing. One of them gave a sinister smile. This is a forbidden technique. It should be banned in ordinary duels. Isn't that the way it should be? Yes. 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 It's definitely not that we're scared. As soon as he finished speaking, the other students glared at him. Huh? Could he have been wrong? He is not afraid of corpse explosion. Are you afraid? Never mind. My dad told me not to think about things I can't figure out. He also has 2 bow and armor techniques and a bone fortress, 1 armor and 1 shield, which provide him with a certain degree of protection. That's not a very strong defense. According to analysis, Leah also added major points to his spirit. His true form is quite weak. As long as it's not that reckless Lu Yidao who directly attacks Leah, the battle will be over in an instant. A total of several. Perfect plan, and the support of my family. Should we? A student said sinisterly. Never mind. The others shook their heads. Not necessary, unless you can fake it as an accident. That means, if you want to do it, then pay attention. Isn't it normal for students to have some accidents when fighting? The student sneered twice. This kind of mud-legged person, why stand above them? He challenged them all alone, showing his arrogance. In particular, some things, it's not something people like Liya can get involved in. Especially a D-level profession. Why can it show off its power over them? Ha ha ha. Just take care of yourself. I think Shen Luming lacks strategy, and Liya lacks wisdom. Only a few of us dare to call ourselves heroes. A few of them smiled at each other. They all showed heroic expressions. It seems that they have become heroes, while Liya and Shen Luming are the villains. In the dialogue room, just arrange everything for Liya clearly. Liya's home. He didn't know that someone had collected so much information about him. Too many. Just the information from the day before yesterday. What about today? Haven't collected it yet. How many people know Liya's strength now? Mu Qinghan and the others had never seen it. Not to mention those people outside. Liya has only been so strong for less than a day. He is still afraid that he can't control his own power. The dazzling sunlight shines through my eyes. Hot air. Can't break a sweat. There is an inexplicable coolness around him, as if the coolness of the shadows have been absorbed by the air. Call. He let out a long breath. Much more comfortable. When you finish exhaling, 2 dark blue rays flashed in Liya's eyes. A meditation. Let Liya sort out his own strength. I can be considered to have barely grasped this power. He hasn't forgotten what Principal Chen said. I'm really afraid of a punch. The opponent fell directly in front of him. I heard from Principal Chen that those are all powerful disciples, and their families have small forces. Not as good as Lu Yi's sword, but it definitely has some influence in Tianhai City. Li is not a fool. He hasn't developed yet. Conservative estimates. When he reaches level 50, he will be able to stop eating beef in Tianhai City. Now what? He is level 18. You still need to pay attention to it. Especially Lu Shandao has not been dealt with yet. If they just competed and didn't do certain moves. Li didn't care at all. It is a struggle of interests in itself. For Liya is to ask for help from Principal Chen. Maybe Principal Chen was indeed wrong about the special admissions process. But it was Jiang Zhenhai's decision. It's fine if he didn't kick someone when he's down. It's just business as usual. And my sister was injured. Advance payment of medical expenses. This was when Liya had not yet fully demonstrated his strength. Defeat Lu Yidao? That's really not something worth talking about. Leah had never heard of Lu Yidao's name before. You say, what kind of person is Lu Yidao? Muchingun. Leah knew it clearly. That's the difference. And at that time, Lu Shandao had already targeted Leah. The principal doesn't know? He must know. But he still helped him pay the money. Although he had utilitarian considerations, it cannot be denied that he did help Leah. Revenge when revenge is needed, and repay favor when favor is needed. Leah's always been like this. But once I pay the money back and help the principal, we'll be even. Principal Chun is not Tang Xia. One is someone who has been helping him and caring about him even before he showed his potential. Listen to Tang Xia. She will not teach after this class. I don't know either. Will we meet again in the future? Leah is not a pretentious person. When everyone in the world knows you, Tang Xia will be easily found. Keep it up. Make a simple meal. Change my shirt. Leah prepared to go to school. Finish the fight early. He reached level 20 a long time ago. The guild trials will begin in just a few days. Middle. He still had to go to the Misericue de los Muertos. Go and see it. What's going on in there? If he could rent the undead, he would have another source of income. Maybe can be exchanged for some special resources, especially the job transfer book for the level 20 necromancer. In the future industrialized world, Jin hasn't found anyone who owns this thing yet. Even if you find it, he has no soul to exchange now. Even if Jin is in the dungeon, he will absorb something similar to the soul. It's not like the real world. Those soul points, equivalent to the soul slag dropped by monsters. Absorb more, monsters will drop. It's better not to expose this ability. The tot secreti. Once exposed, there are a few people who are willing to give him the copy to play with. But those souls, you can give Jin some modifications, and it can absorb some of them itself. Now, Jin is undergoing transformation. According to the link between their existence, it was also affected by Li Ya's breakthrough, trial, and job change. Chapter 54, Choose Liya. The sky is the limit. I don't know how long it will take. Seeing Jin again, what is its strength? Are there any other special changes? Really looking forward to it. Real. Compared to the next fight. No matter what form Jin becomes, it will attract Leah more. Make sure you have the key. Leah closed the door. I hope you don't waste too much of my time. Leah said casually. School. Vice President's office. What? This happened. The news on the other end of the phone shocked Dong Tianming. Impossible. Absolutely not. This news is really shocking. If that's true, yesterday, in Chun Luming's eyes, he was just a clown. Look again at the report in your hand. Spider Cave Investigation Report. All monsters have disappeared. There are obvious signs of fighting in the cave below. Remnants of corpse explosion were detected. The energy at the bottom of the cave was too mixed, mainly negative. Looking at the report in his hand, his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it. Definitely been tricked. Chun Luming stayed outside the copy and returned to school very late. Then what? He rushed over to deliver it. Grass. That guy must have known the news in advance. Otherwise, he would never have acted like that. Leah. Chun Luming. Dong Tianming gritted his teeth. Then, thinking back, am I really being used as a gun? It seems to be true. Fuck. Fortunately, he didn't take action personally this time. Let those guys fight if they want to. All the teachers who instigated him were not good people. Want to fight? Then go and fight for it. If that fails, those parents are very realistic. Maybe. He turned around and tried to please Chun Luming. If the cost of pleasing Chun Luming wasn't too high, those parents would have done so long ago. Just a few titles. If there is no suitable person, it is not impossible to give it to those. This is what Chun Luming can do. But it's all for school. Dong Tianming and Chun Luming don't get along, but he recognizes Chun Luming's dedication to the school. People have some skills, but generally speaking, it's still for school. Their number 6 high school is the best public school, and Chun Luming has made a lot of contributions to it. The school's extensive facilities. It was also obtained by Chun Luming through not-so-glorious means. What about the teachers? It seems that they are all termites. Dong Tianming's eyes became colder and colder. He figured out, if he becomes the principal, these parasites will gain power. It's better for Chun Luming to be in charge. The right is delicious, but the original intention is lost. That will make you suffer for the rest of your life. This news hasn't been told to the teachers yet, right? Don't tell. I'll tell them. After explaining, Dong Tianming hung up the phone. If Leah could get into a top 10 university, Necromancer. Top 10 universities. You should be able to gain a lot of benefits. Thinking of Li Ye's relationship with City Mu and Director Wang. If I could use these relationships to catch some people's eyes. Fuck. Lao Chun and I must become rich together. Dong Tianming's eyes lit up. As for those teachers, who are those people? I don't know the vice principal who is out there. If those teachers knew what Dong Tianming was thinking, they would probably say something. His Majesty, why surrender first? Dong Tianming is here. Only then can they seek benefits for themselves under the banner of Dong Tianming. Dong Tianming is gone? They're just a group of teachers. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will, especially the 6 highs. In a famous high school in Tianhai City. It is the dream school for ordinary people, but many people want to get in but cannot. It's time to leave. The location is out. In the principal's office. Chun Luming suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me? After that, then I continued to work. And what about Dong Tianming? Having figured everything out, he was naturally ready to watch a good show. Will he lose? There is still a certain possibility. But its potential. It has already caught the attention of the upper echelons of Tianhai City. Plus completing the trial. Kill the 3 bosses. It will definitely allow Li Ye to be rated S level. This is important. For the top 10 schools, this is a pure plus. Li is also a necromancer. Making trouble. The necromancer's level 10 breakthrough trial is something that all the top 100 A-level universities are vying for. Produce. The top 10 schools will definitely accept you. S level. That's what the top 3 schools are vying for. So what if Li lost? His future. It is destined that those students cannot compare to it. They are all frogs in a well. As long as Li Ye maintains the enthusiasm for studying that he maintained in 6th high school, he will soar to great heights after entering university. In less than 10 years, you can surpass everyone in Tianhai City. In addition to Li Ye's relationship, maybe through him, I can make friends with Mu Shi and the others. The sky is vast and the sea is boundless. The more Dong Tianming thought about it, the more I feel that my thinking is correct. Headmaster? That's nothing. There is Li Ye that allows you to see a wider world. In the future, it's not impossible for me to become a principal somewhere else. Dong Tianming couldn't help laughing. Boom, boom, boom. Is Principal Dong here? I heard a knock on the door. Dong Tianming's expression immediately became serious. Come. The person who came was the teacher, one of the termites. Ha! Principal Dong, we are sure to win this time. He acted congratulatory right from the start. Are we opening the champagne now? You people, can they be combined to defeat the boss of the spider cave? We are sure to win. I won the game. Vice Principal Dong, you are one step closer to the position of principal. Actually, everyone is doing this for the school. If you speak like this, you might hurt other colleagues' feelings. I've never been one for power struggles. Our original intention is to make our school better. Dong Tianming frowned and scolded. The teacher nodded repeatedly. I started cursing in my heart. No fighting for power and profit. You're the one who leads the struggle for power. Are you going to be the principal now? Is it starting to float? All right. I know everything you said. I will go and see it myself and look forward to everyone's performance. After that, Dong Tianming saw the guest off. Of course, he wanted to see it with his own eyes, to see Li Ye's potential. Yes or no? It's exactly as the intelligence said. After completing the trial, Li Ye, how powerful is it now? At last, after Li Ye's victory, I must leave a good impression on Li Ye and repair my relationship with Chun Luming. Just like what Principal Chen said, I was misled by a villain. I was often absent from school and was deceived by some villains, but now I have come to my senses. He must mend his ways. Help Li Ye solve his problems and make up for his previous mistakes. He is such a good licker. This is simply the area he is most familiar with. And in a spare classroom. Then Dong Tianming will put it on now. Several teachers were communicating with each other. They're all the parasites that Dong Tianming considers. He himself is just a puppet. It doesn't matter. Once he gets promoted, he will be sidelined by us sooner or later. Chapter 55, You Will Lose. Mu Qinghan is shocked. Flower room. There seemed to be champagne in the hands of several people. Li has already been defeated. Dong Tianming became the principal. And they also sidelined Dong Tianming. All of this seems to have already happened. They became the real masters of the 6 highs and gained huge benefits in return. At last, leaving Lu Gao, reach the pinnacle of life, and become a successful person. These termites, they don't think that school has educated them. Why is it so difficult to get into the 6 high school? Welfare is one aspect. On the other hand, it's a parent resource. Enter the school. Most people also want stability. The school helps teachers a lot, especially in an extraordinary world. What copy? What equipment? The school helped these teachers break through level 20 and reach level 30. Now, they're not content with this. Want more? This is what people are like. Maybe when you first enter school, you are still full of passion. In the ivory tower, come into contact with those successful parents. Those parents. And he was very polite to them. In a moment, they seem to be out of touch with class. Become a superior person. They should be. It is not because of the Lugao platform that they receive such treatment. But people are unaware of it. These years, those parents' flattery has made them feel elated. Headmaster? Vice principal? They're all obstacles on their path to progress. Certainly. And there was Leah, who suddenly appeared. Awakening D-class profession. It would be better for everyone if we didn't cause these things, right? Principal Chun has lost his mind. Trusting Leah was definitely his biggest mistake. A few people looked at each other and chuckled. If possible, it's still best without Leah. 6 high schools. Did you hear? Many students looked excited. What did you hear? A student who had not yet heard the news looked confused. Leah started fighting again. What? They said that they were unhappy with something, so the school paid for Leah's sister's medical expenses. The main thing is to get the scholarship. Some people want that title. Those second-generation ones. TSK. Those second-generation students are the cancer of the school. Will not commit any crime. But it's disgusting enough. He hangs out with a bunch of little brothers and looks down on everyone in school. But abide by the school rules. The school can't do anything about them, especially since some teachers still protect them. This makes many students feel angry. Parents and students have also reported that. But these people didn't do it. Even if there is something out of line, pay some money and give a verbal warning. Or corporal punishment. That's about it. What else do you want? Other people's family backgrounds are funny. Most people can only endure when facing this group of people. There is no other way. Ignore them, as long as it is much better. Now, Leah, the commoner genius. A few days ago, only then did he defeat Louis Dao. We're going to beat that group of second generation today. All of a sudden, ignite students' enthusiasm. Many people, they all came to support Leah. What I want to see most is, Leah beat up those second generations. Can we win? Who will win? Leah. Look, I don't think it's possible. He's taking on a whole group of people alone. As long as we can knock down a few of them. When the time comes, just admit defeat and let us vent our anger. Why are you so selfish? You only think about yourself. I feel you will win. Why? Was it that easy for Lu Yi to die with a knife? Leah is definitely a ruthless person. Before Lu Yidao provoked him, who knew Leah had such strength, a level up to that point. I haven't done anything else, and I haven't done anything to prove anything. Don't you think it's scary? The student just finished speaking. The other students were thoughtful. Really, if it's them, I will definitely slap you in the face. It proves that the teacher and others were wrong. But what about Leah? Even when the special recruitment teacher denied me my special recruitment qualifications, I didn't say anything. The teacher and the principal are all nearby. I have no intention of showing off my talents. In the end, it was Lu Yidao who provoked. I heard that Leah's family was used as a threat to force Leah to agree to Lu Yidao's challenge. Leah is different from them. Such a mentality, not what they have at their age. Leah is here. They had mixed feelings. At the beginning, I thought Leah was a lucky man. Now it seems that others are better than them in every aspect except their professional level. At this age, it is difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others. Perhaps. Maybe it's luck, or maybe you simply didn't think that much. The students are looking for excuses, and some people is reflecting on one's own behavior. Can I do what Leah did? Oh, Mu Qing Han stood proudly by the railing. There's no one around. That aura, it also kills the thoughts of those who want to strike up a conversation. You have no idea how powerful Leah is. How big is the gap between Ajia and S? She wanted to understand. How strong is Leah now? Zhang Xiao and Li may have something going on at home. The devouring Spider King spear was sent away for processing, and she had nothing to do at home alone. Her job transfer letter will not arrive for a few days. So, Why not come and see the battle between Leah and that group of second generation? Maybe it will overturn. Muchingan suddenly smiled. Impossible. The necromancer has his shortcomings, but someone as cowardly as Leah has no way to deal with them. The school gate suddenly became noisy. Is that Leah? No? Buddy. He's kind of handsome. Just like the necromancer, I remembered. The melancholic prince. Mu Qinghan was filled with questions after hearing this. What's going on? With her eyesight and special perception, she can sense the situation at the school gate. What? In her perception, there was a gray energy surrounding Leah. Dead silence. Negative. Negative energy? This should be negative energy affinity. Look at Leah's current image, wearing a simple white shirt, slightly gray hair, and a pair of eyes like deep water. The whole person, a melancholic temperament. It's as if the world has fallen into silence. Leah walked alone in it. People's temperament has changed. Is this a breakthrough trial? Mu Qinghan just wanted to ask. Especially Leah, who looked like a dead body, yet contained vitality. Eccentric, like it's part undead and part living. Is this an S-rank rating? Funny. This is clearly a characteristic of career integration after changing jobs. No way. This guy has changed his job. What a joke. If one's breakthrough trial evaluation is ridiculously high and then changes his job, what will his strength become? Mu Qinghan couldn't hold back his expression any longer. Leah, a big one for her. If she wasn't a nature witch, if it wasn't a Gaga's reward, if the necromancer and the nature witch weren't exactly opposite each other. One dies, the other lives. She couldn't sense it yet. Chapter 56, don't waste too much of my time. Leah also notiget Mu Qinghan's gaze. She should have sensed it. That's right. This was done on purpose by Leah. In other words, he didn't hide. It is difficult to conceal the fact of changing jobs, especially with a change like his. Do you really think everyone else is a fool? It would be good for him to reveal some of himself proactively. Leah similit silaiti towards Mu Qinghan. This guy. Mu Qinghan clenched his fists. Is he so lucky? Level 10 job change. This is something even rarer than an S-rank rating. Leah said, I want them all. After the first job change of the necromancer, it can be regarded as a B-level profession. It's a significant improvement. Leah's job change gave him an S-level rating, plus he was given a special undead. Corpus muerte. It can only be described in these 4 words. Leah, do you have confidence? The onlookers suddenly shouted. We will win. Leah similit silaiti. Real? Is this true? Leah should be more cautious. Those people are not Louis Dao. It doesn't matter if I can't win. Right. Be careful. Leah's expression did not change despite what was said around him. He knew the strength of those people, and if he didn't cheat, his strength would be overwhelming. Open the cheat. That's just my bad luck. Leah's not a god. This stuff is predictable. Based on the strength of those people, he needs to be careful how to win without killing them. Gurgle. In a distant teaching building. The Adam's apple moves. Is this Leah? How long has it been? Leah became like this? Leah just glanced at them and put them under infinite pressure. This is a sign of high mental strength. So, how high is Leah's mental strength? Assassin's face. It is based on the fact that other people's mental strength is not high. It's nothing like now. Leah only needed to glance at them to put them under immense pressure. That's not right. The student who provided the information was already sweating profusely. This is totally inconsistent with the information. Such mental strength. I've only seen it on level 30 bosses who specialize in spirit. It appeared on Leah. Dude, your information is wrong, right? The others looked confused. Don't tell me. This was done by Leah over a few days. Several people looked at the guy. His face flushed. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Things have changed. Everyone, be serious. He said with his neck stiff. What do we do now? I can only go ahead with it. Perhaps this is some kind of talent or skill of Leah. Just a few words to comfort yourself. Make his eyes light up, right? It must be that Leah used some skills or had some talent. Otherwise, in a short time, it is impossible for Leah to undergo such a big change. Everyone, he shouted loudly. Leah must be bluffing. Think about it. How could the intelligence I collected specifically have such a big omission? Really? A few people nearby. He nodded in agreement. Such a big change. It's impossible that this wasn't mentioned in the intelligence. Let me see. This is the main reason why Chun Luming pushed Leo out. He can bluff. That's what he concluded. That's right. It is impossible for anyone to undergo such a change in just 2 or 3 days. Even if it's a job change. Even if you complete the breakthrough trial. Such changes, none of it can be achieved overnight. Unless this person is cheating. He is gifted enough in himself. How could a D-class profession possibly do all this? Eliminate wrong answers. So, camouflage. Bluff. This is the correct answer. The few of them regained their confidence, as if they were embarrassed to be intimidated by Leah. So, after reacting, they all looked at Leah fiercely. Leah, hippie, are these people so energetic? The corners of his mouth curled up just right. Very good. He can relax a little. It seems that we are classmates. There was no grudge between us before. Leah is ready to hold back. Now it seems. A few teachers who were just starting out came in a hurry to lead the way. This is to go to this special fighting venue. We're almost there. This is a place where even those below level 30 can't be broken. Our teacher sometimes fights in it. The teacher knocked on the door with a key. Leah and the people opposite him did not speak. One keeps smiling. A bunch of cowards. Only when you get close can you feel it. Inwardly, he couldn't help but bow down to Leah. The other students went into the spectator seats. Leah and that group naturally walked to the competition venue. The entire competition venue. It's almost as big as a football field. It's enough for him to perform. Principal Dong, Principal Chun, two important characters made their final appearance. Leah and Chun Luming looked at each other and both nodded slightly. As for Dong Tianming, Leah showed a bright smile. Leah was a little confused. Principal Chun, why didn't you tell us about this outstanding talent in our school? Dong Tianming pretended to be angry. This made Chun Luming, who was standing by, a little confused. What do you mean? This is Leah. You were targeting Leah yesterday. Wake up. We are enemies. Oh, does Principal Dong still have time to care about students? I thought you only knew how to fight for power and gain. Chun Luming sneered back. Yes, Chun Luming. I'm talking about you. How did you admit it? I don't understand what this means. Before, I was blinded by my own greed. Dong Tianming looked heartbroken. The main reason is that there are evil people in power who made me frame such a genius. I'm sorry. Sincere tone. It seems like Dong Tianming has completely repented. I regret that I didn't know how to judge people and believed what they said. Dong Tianming's face showed regret, and there seemed to be tears in it. No, Chun Luming couldn't believe his eyes. What is Dong Tianming doing? Repent? Funny, right? I'm afraid he discovered Leah's strength and potential. Continue to target Leah? Let's wait until Leah grows up and see if he can settle the score. The example of Lu Yidao is right there. Perhaps, one day, there is no need for Leah to take action personally. Only those who please Leah will help him do this. And what about the people who helped him? There will naturally be a layer of buff. Many people will refer to this factor and give him certain benefits. Snort. Think of this. Chun Luming snorted coldly. This reaction, this speed, all I can say is, as expected of the vice principal. Never mind. Dong Tianming was indeed used as a tool by those teachers. Just keep it to yourself. Principal Chun, I will follow your lead from now on. The conversation between the two was not heard by anyone else. Those parasite teachers. I thought the two principals were arguing again. I never thought about it. Dong Tianming directly surrendered to the enemy. The referee teacher stood still. Leah and the 6 students stood on the other side. I hope you don't waste too much of my time. Chapter 57, I'm in a hurry, so I won't play around with you guys. What do you mean? When Leah said this, directly ignite the anger of the 6 second-generation opponents. Leah kept smiling. I'm just telling the truth. I still have things to do. I hope this won't take up too much of my time. He also pretended to be innocent. This bitch. Mu Qinghan curled his lips. Absolute crushing. Only Leah could say such a thing. Good, good, good. You bluffing fellow. Do you still have the guts to do that? What's fake is fake. We will expose your true colors soon. 6 students put on their fierce work. The referee teacher can't wait any longer. The competition begins. Attack amplification. Defense amplification. Speed boost. Life amplification. Excited. Is it an amplifier? A-level professional amplifier. No offensive capabilities, but can perform group amplification. The amplifier smiled smugly. After increasing the power of the 5 digits, his energy was completely exhausted. The amplifier stared at Leah. I will watch you fail. Violent. One person shouted. The skin becomes red and the eyes dilate. Is it the berserker? One of them merged into the shadows and rushed towards Leah. A pharmacist, a shield soldier. Both are B-level professions. At last, there is also a sharpshooter, an A-level profession. There are ranged, melee, support, healing, assassin, and guard. Fuck, this team is pretty good. The students are talking about it. They didn't expect that. These second generations. It made a name for himself. But why doesn't Leah summon the undead? Some students were confused. Last time, in the competition with Lu Yidao, Leah's undead disaster left a deep impression on them at that time. Release the undead. The amplifier yelled, "We will crush all your reliance. I'll destroy everything you have." He said viciously, "Need not." Leah took out a finger and shook it. "I don't even need the undead to beat you." Arrogant. Too arrogant. The 6 of them were so angry that their faces turned red and they were panting like cows. When had they ever seen someone as arrogant as Leah? Superior. Brothers. A loud shout. The berserker took the lead and attacked Leah with 2 axes. I spell. Leah stood still with his hands in his pockets. A few icicles condensed beside him. Just a glance. He rammed into the berserker hard. This shouldn't be of any use, right? Dong Tianming was a little confused. Berserker. This is the profession that is least afraid of control. I spell. If it was cast by an ice elemental mage, it might have some effect. A necromancer? No. Wrong. The next second, what happened was a slap in his face. Moment. The freezing began to spread, wildly from the chest hit by the icicles. Impossible. The berserker's voice changed. He felt like his soul was in a world of ice and snow. That coldness. It's like freezing the soul and freezing the mind. This feeling is short-lived, but it's enough to make the freeze spread completely. Berserker is frozen. Just in that instant, the assassin in the shadows was still frightened. Impossible. The amplifier's face was full of disbelief. Is his increase fake? How could a necromancer's icicle spell freeze the berserker I amplified? He finished saying this. All the students stood up. They couldn't believe it either. So fast. One person was defeated. Fleeting. It happened almost in the blink of an eye. Some students turned their heads and said something, only to find the berserker frozen in place. Is this a necromancer? Many students exclaimed. So funny. This is the necromancer. So where is the face of the ice mage, the ice elemental mage? Special energy. Dong Tianming and Chen Luming gave the answer. Aliya's ice spell. The reason why it is so strong. The icy technique released using special energy seems to be able to freeze the soul and mind. Scary. Dong Tianming admitted that he was scared. This ability, isn't it only available after changing jobs? Or, it is the standard configuration for those favored ones. A true child of destiny. Chen Luming's heart skipped a beat. According to Mu Qinghan, even if it was rated S level, it shouldn't be like this. Change job? Leah changed his job. Principal Chun was shocked. Ice magic. He searched in his mind. Archdeacon. It is the purest advancement of the necromancer. Necromancer. He is a person who knows necromancy. And the undead mage. He is a wizard who masters the art of necromancy. His understanding of magic. Things are starting to change. The methods have also become more diverse. The undead have also been transformed, and their energy has changed significantly. This is the archdemon of the dead. The archmage who specializes in necromancy. Research spells. Transformation spell. Create spells. It is influenced by factors such as comprehension. But the sooner you become a great necromancer, the further you can go in your lifetime. When he was in college, met an 80-year-old necromancer, stuck at level 60 for a long time. But those who changed their job at level 60 were generally no match for him. Wisdom and accumulation. A large number of self-created skills emerge one after another. Those familiar skills. In his hands, thousands of changes have emerged. The means are even more endless. I heard, when using certain cards, his strength is comparable to that of a level 70 professional who has changed jobs 3 times. More importantly, the archnecromancer lived a long time. With my own transformation, their lifespan far exceeds that of professionals who have changed their jobs for the 2nd time. Leah, you really gave me a surprise. He smiled bitterly. If I had stood by Leah like Tang Xia at the beginning, perhaps he can get more. Ice explosion. Leah started the next step. The ice crystals on the berserker's body suddenly exploded, and the others retreated frantically. Ice crystals scattered all over the sky, blocked from most people's sight. The amplifier yelled, "What's the sharpshooter doing standing there?" Oh, the sharpshooter finally reacted. "Where's the shadow assassin? Give him some use." "No, isn't there no chance?" "Shield soldier, remember to protect." "Pharmacist heals berserker." He gave the orders somewhat methodically, his voice a little flustered, but it didn't affect anything. "Are those summons coming?" The sharpshooter raised his bow and shot an arrow in one direction. In that vast expanse of white, a hand caught his arrow. A figure rushed out instantly. Too fast. The marksman simply couldn't aim. He had just finished speaking. A tremendous force came over me, and my body flew backwards. I could also see another identical figure. A moment. The ice crystals slowly dissipated. Everyone saw the scene. Leah grabbed the shadow assassin and stood in front of the amplifier. "I'm in a hurry, so I won't play around with you guys anymore." Chapter 58, End and Leave. There was no sound of disturbance. It reveals the fact that the game is over. The referee teacher. The tricks I originally wanted to use could only be kept in my mind. Finish. It's over. Too fast. The competition ended in a way no one expected. The ice spread over the shadow assassin. There is no room for resistance at all. Is this what a berserker feels like? Freeze the soul. Freeze your mind. It also froze his body. This ice crystal contains the breath of death. The amplifier's lips were twitching. He was trembling. You. He was terrified. That's it. There is no sharpshooter and no shield guard. Far away, two figures lay on the ground, unable to move at all. A thin layer of ice restricted their movements. That power, is it really a necromancer? The shield guard's head was still foggy. Great power. It makes his whole body hurt. It hurts more than being hit by a large truck, and then there's the added restriction of a layer of ice. Never mind. Can't get up. The heart that originally wanted to struggle died. It's okay to lie down, so as to avoid getting beaten. The same goes for the sharpshooter. Emo, what kind of power is this? What speed is this? It's definitely not a skill. It's just pure strength and speed. Is this a necromancer? After defeating the summons. Just fighting the boss, right? As a sharpshooter, he is confident that in close range, professionals below level 20 will definitely not be able to dodge his arrows. One was caught directly. The remaining arrows were all dodged at a distance of about 10 meters. A red apple is stuck into the nose. I'm a clown. Is this a sharpshooter? So, it is. Emo. Shadow assassin is not much better. He was in the shadows. One freezes everything. It was as if the power from the 9 netherworld attacked him, affecting his energy and forcing him to leave the shadow. Then, his neck had a big hand. The competition is over. Without hurting Leah, all of them lost their fighting ability. Under the impact of this incident, the shadow assassin didn't know what expression to make. Got a minute? I'm afraid. Just a minute. We also need to add the time they spend making threats and using their skills. That's the end of it. All those little tricks were useless. Want to use. The most important thing is to suppress Leah. Give up. Leah looked at the amplifier quietly. Gurgle. Saliva is being produced like crazy. The amplifier is the one with the most buzzing head. I arranged the plan myself, gave all the increases, and then people went up and fell. It's over. What was all he sacrificed? It's like a piece of paper that breaks with a poke. Turn out to be, are they so vulnerable? An idea popped into the amplifier's head. It's just that the others are too bad. I try my best. You were killed in seconds. Outrageous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Even, he had the feeling that someone else was playing him. But now, the man in front of me, when standing in front of him, the amplifier knows that. I was wrong. So wrong. The spokesperson for death, the champion of immortality, the master of the soul. It seems like Leah has become like a god. It's just a high spirit. In addition, the illusion was caused by the fact that Leah's aura had not been completely restrained. I give up, the amplifier said with dull eyes. I give up. The venue, which was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, suddenly started flowing again as if time had frozen. Is this giving up? Some students still don't understand what happened. This is the end. This is a student who has understood part of it, but not the right one. So terrifying. Some teachers who understood it exclaimed. Those useless teachers had dull eyes and were still muttering to themselves. How was that possible? All over the body. They all give off a sense of being a loser. how great it was to open champagne before the game, but now my mentality is so broken. They anticipated failure, but I never thought it would be such a failure. There is no room for excuses. Compared with Leah, those second-generation people who are not bad at all seem like trash. All the funds are gone. Their vision is questioned. More importantly, what will those parents say? Remember their solemn promises. It's over. It's all over. That's right. Dong Tianming. They also have Principal Dong. When they looked at Dong Tianming, he actually smiled. It seems that our school is going to produce a big figure. Dong Tianming's face was full of smiles. The bet was right. Leah is stronger and has more potential than imagined. It was right not to tell those guys. You use me as a gun, so I will use you as a gun too. Just once. Those guys will be of no use in the future. This is considered. He gave Chun Luming a token of his allegiance. The fate of these teachers can be imagined. Either they are marginalized or they are completely fired. This is the principal's right. The teacher took a wrong step. Rely on others for support. Then this time it failed. It means the end of their careers. With Dong Tianming here, they can indeed still struggle. No more. Then it depends on Chun Luming's decision. The referee teacher finally shouted that sentence. Li Yavins. Finished in a moment. The students all cheered, no matter whether he understands it or not. Anyway, Li Yavon. Win easily. Winning without a doubt. Thank you, everyone. Li said politely. Well, principal, I'm leaving now. The agreement has been reached. Li put down the shadow assassin and walked off the stage. Say something to Principal Chun. He just left like that. A legend has risen. Outside the venue. Teacher Tang. Li greeted him. Win. Tang Xia had been waiting here for a long time. We have to win. Li similed confidently. No. Tang Xia nodded, her face full of doting. I didn't expect that. My students have grown to this point so quickly. Leah, I called you out this time to tell you something. I'm leaving. Tang Xia suddenly said. Gone. Li was a little confused. Yes. I've been in this school for 3 years and came here to change jobs. Change job? Profession? No wonder. Teacher Tang is obviously different from other teachers. See you later then, Li said. Puff. Tang Xia couldn't hold it in any longer. I thought it was going to be a very sad atmosphere. I was ready to comfort you. You bastard. Tang Xia patet Lia. All right. I'm leaving today. My family is here to pick me up. See you later. Good. See you later. Maybe it will be a surprise, Tang Xia said playfully. Surprise. Let's go. After saying that, Tang Xia walked towards the school gate, where a luxury car was already waiting. Leah just watched Tang Xia get into the car quietly. How? Are you reluctant? A cold voice came. Which of your teachers has a simple background? Chapter 59 Tang Family. Is your background not simple? Leah turned his head. Mu Qinghan stood behind him with his arms folded. Oh, seems to be of some scale. You are here. Before Mu Qinghan could lash out, Leah quickly looked away. He didn't mean it. A pair of hands and a support. Doesn't this show up? She might be the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Tang family. Miss. Leah didn't know what Mu Qinghan said. Is there a big family with the surname Tang in Tianhai City? In your free time, he still made up for it by learning about the families and forces in Tianhai City. Tang family? It seems not. It's the Tang family from Yinxia. Mu Qinghan said unhappily. This idiot. Yinxia Tang family? Lia Lukit Konfusit. He really doesn't know. Past and present life. He didn't understand much of this. You don't even understand your own city, but you want to understand the country. Even if I understand. Most of them just eat melon. Who will remember how long? Mu Qinghan's red lips moved. All right, don't be angry. Don't you know what Lia's background is? He has talent. He has the ability. The Tang family of China is known as the all-knowing family. Family members hold important positions in the top 10 universities, and the head of the family is the person in charge of the largest database in Yinxia country. Many databases across the country were built with their funding. The family's main traditions are scholars, teachers, researchers, observers, and recorders. Mu Qinghan gave a brief introduction. Database? It may have been insignificant in the past, but this is an extraordinary world. Master the database. Then you have a lot of information gap. And the education system, in the extraordinary world, this thing is also extremely important. It seems that the Tang family is really terrifying. But scholar, teacher, researcher, Aren't these all sea-level professions? Leah asket hopefully. Isn't your necromancer also a D-class profession? Mu Qinghan said unhappily. This is a division for ordinary people. But a family has spent a long time researching these professions, and even has dungeons that steadily produce job transfers, as well as methods for quickly leveling up without having to kill monsters. Do you think some professions are really that low? Huh? Can we still play like this? Really? Monopoly is the coolest thing. Like Xiao's Zhang family, there are not many top-notch fighters in the family. But before 30, stable and able to change jobs, there are quite a few level 40 members in the family. This is still a family in Tianhai City. So what about Yinxia's family? I'm afraid that before reaching a certain level, everything will be smooth sailing, and their lower limit is the upper limit of the geniuses in the small town. Observer and recorder, these two professions are still completely controlled by the Tang family. Mu Qinghan continued. 2 specialized professions. Awesome. After listening to Mu Qinghan, Leah had more doubts in his mind. Mu Qinghan naturally saw his doubts. Are you wondering why a young lady like this would come to Tianhai City No. 6 High School? Of course it's a special job transfer. Mu Qinghan said. Special job transfer? Leah touched his chin. I don't understand. He knows so little. For certain professions, you need to complete special tasks before you can change jobs. Like teaching. That's right. Teaching is one of them. You have to know that Tang Xia is only 21 years old, which means she must have come when she was 18. 3 years. Changed to a special job. I'm afraid this isn't the first job change, but the third. There was a hint of envy in Mu Qinghan's words. 3rd job change. Is this the Tang family? But, as the eldest daughter of the Tang family, these should be considered normal human emotions. But, or is it just the tip of the iceberg that reveals something? What kind of geniuses do those families and forces cultivate? Feeling the pressure? Mu Qinghan smiled lightly. Rest assured, changing your job at level 10 is a privilege reserved for only a few. Otherwise, it's the chosen one like you. After Mu Qinghan finished speaking, Leah gave an awkward smile. The chosen one? He sold it for 8. It cost Louis Dao and his cronies their souls to sell it. Let's go. We're gonna have dinner together. Isn't that what we agreed on? The two of them didn't waste any time. I found a small restaurant near the school. The owner is a chef and the food is well known in the area. What to eat? Leah asket politely. Casual. Mu Qinghan said the 2 words that Leah hated the most. Casual. Never mind. I'll order what I like. Leah looked through the menu and specifically picked out the expensive ones that he had never eaten before. Mu Qinghan is treating us. Plus this roadside restaurant. It won't cost Mu Qinghan much. What are your plans next? Mu Qinghan held her head with her slender hands and looked at Leah. If not you, then who? Keep upgrading. Leah answered truthfully. Isn't this what we came out to talk about? Speaking of upgrades. Speaking of the spider cave, it will not refresh for 2 days. And 1 day later, the Tianhai City Guild Selection Tournament is about to begin. Leah wanted to find a guild to transition to. Otherwise, he didn't play any more copies after that. No matter how great or talented Leah is, without the dungeon, he wouldn't be able to level up quickly, nor would he be able to complete the trial, let alone the job change that might be necessary. According to his needs, ordinary guilds can't satisfy him. This guy's like a thorn in my throat. He feels uncomfortable. Since he couldn't deal with Lu Shandao, he also wanted to collect some interest. He knew in advance that Lu Shandao was going to cause trouble. Normally, someone with his background really needs a guild. Time waits for no one. The protection provided by Director Wang and Mayor Mu only lasted until the college entrance examination. If Leah wanted to get a good score, he had to join a guild. This was Lu Shandao's plan. Nature. This is normal. Leah is abnormal. If Leah only pursued getting into the top 10 universities in the college entrance examination. Now it doesn't matter whether you join the university or not. But Leah doesn't just want that. Before the college entrance examination, get rid of Lu Shandao. This is his goal. So, you need a guild with level 20 to 30 and 30 to 40 dungeons. Otherwise, you can only go back and meditate slowly to upgrade. Or, finding some copies or places with strong negative energy can speed up meditation. This is too slow, according to memory. Before the college entrance examination, reaching level 20 was considered fast for him. If he hadn't changed jobs, This will be faster. But he changed his job. The energy has changed. It becomes more difficult to improve. It can be said that he needs more experience than the average person at each level. So, participation in this tryout is a must. To be on the safe side, he also had to reach level 20. Chapter 60 Mu Qingshue's request. Yes, Mu Qinggan nodded. I'll talk about the promotion and the tryouts together this time. You say, some dishes started to be served. Leah first made a bowl of rice and started eating. Leah. Mu Qinghan's face darkened. This guy. She also picked up the chopsticks and started eating in a huff. Ow! Leah inhaled a gust of wind, as expected of a professional chef. Cool. It's completely different from what I do at home. This is what we eat. These past few days have been busy. He really hasn't eaten anything good. Sometimes, I didn't eat anything at all. Busy. Always busy. It's like a rush. Every plan. There will always be some surprises. Is it my problem? No. It's the problem of the Abyss cult. You didn't come back earlier or later, but you came back just when I awakened my profession. That's it. Everything is in the Abyss cult. Thinking. Leah's chopsticks moved faster and faster. Mu Qinghan was not willing to be outdone. You eat. I eat too. Maybe I can't compare to you in other aspects. On eating, don't underestimate the generosity of the natural wish. Bump. It's mine. Leah chocolate. Put the last piece of meat on your bowl and put it into your stomach along with the last mouthful of rice. Belch. I'm full. A rare feeling of fullness and satisfaction. Leah similait happily. The negative energy around me seemed to be dispersed a little. Does Leah have her in his eyes? Mu Qinghan felt that Leah was being a little too presumptuous. Isn't she pretty? Some people. But she is so beautiful. In the school cafeteria, near where she sat, the man didn't pay attention to his image and even took a few sneak glances. She's used to it. Leah didn't make her feel uncomfortable. Like a diamond. Dazzling. Attract everyone's attention and be the focus of the audience. At a private banquet, she was dim, as if it's worthless. This is the key point. Mu Qinghan is very strong. Leah felt a little puzzled. Oh, woman, it's wrong to look at you, and it's also wrong to dislike you. I don't understand. Leah also found that his desire seemed to have decreased. Reason for transformation? All his biological instincts were suppressed. No, but it seems to be becoming controllable. Ugh. Leah's eyes lit up. He could try to do some development. Why? In the past, all I had to worry about was hiding myself. Now, there's also the issue of melee combat to consider. No, what is this guy thinking? That negative energy is surging. You won't understand, will you? Mu Qinghan's little face was full of curiosity. Leah, I suddenly thought of an ability that I could develop. This time it was Mu Qinghan who changed. No, you really got it. Is this what a top student is? How could she not suddenly think that some of her talents and abilities could be developed? This is my amazing wisdom. Lee was quite pleased with himself. This is my strong point. Weird ideas and sudden thoughts. Amazing wisdom. Muhinkan potet herlips. Let's get down to business. Her expression grew serious. We plan to provide you with a copy, but you have to join the Tianhai City Guild after the selection. Tianhai City Guild? That's the official guild. The official guild. Except for a few cities, the official guilds are very strong. Most. How to say it? All members are official members, so you can say they are very strong. But the people inside, often not in the guild. You say, can this guild be run successfully? Otherwise, is some officially trained talents who make a transition and serve as a springboard. Tianhai City Guild. Barely made it into the top 10 guilds in Tianhai City. Relying solely on the guild members, not Director Wang and Mu Shi, who are nominal members. But then again, Tianhai City Guild resources are the best. Behind the Tianhai City Exchange is the Tianhai City Guild. Copy? There's no shortage of that. As for what teachings, what guidance, these don't matter to Leah, and suitable for teammates. This is not a necessity for Leah. Leah doesn't need any teammates. Even his teammates are a limitation to him. People of the same level. How many people can keep up with him? Even if it is Mu Qinghan, it's a burden to him. So, the shortcomings of the Tianhai City Guild are nothing to Leah. And the advantages are, all of them are what Leah needs. Mu Qinghan did not disturb Leah's thoughts. She believed that Leah would agree. Good. As expected. Is there anything else that needs to be done? Leah continued to ask. No more. What was a requirement for you before is just a simple act for you now. Muchingun shrugged. Leah's growing so fast. First place in the selection round. This was the original request. For Leah now, there's no difficulty at all. That's right. Lu Shandao should do a lot of tricks in the first round of the selection. Muchingun reminded. I know that. Leah nodded. Looking at Lia's expressionless face, Mu Qinghan knew that Lu Shandao would most likely return empty-handed. That's it. Originally, we said we would continue to invest in you, but it takes time for everyone to discuss it. Now you've changed jobs. Maybe after we finish discussing this, you won't even need our funding anymore. Mu Qinghan had this feeling. Leah's growth rate definitely exceeded her imagination. For ordinary geniuses, after a few days of discussion, the genius's strength will not change much. Leah's words. A few days. His strength might be different. Why? But this is a necessary process. Many things is not something that one person can decide casually. For a family like theirs, stability is the priority, not radical action. Genius. There are also moments of loss of power. They invested in many geniuses, but also failed to invest in many geniuses. Invested. Most of them brought them rich rewards. A small number. An accident happened. It didn't have much impact on their family. Most of the geniuses who did not invest fell or lost their power. Very rarely, there are times when you make mistakes. These people, nor will I bear grudge against them. This is the only way to achieve stable growth. Liang, he happens to be a genius with great instability. Since the family is not able to do this, then make a personal investment. That's what her father thought. Having a good relationship with Leah is also a good choice. Let's go. I'll take you to the dungeon and wait until you reach level 21st. As soon as you go out, a car was already waiting here. Leah opened the door and sat in the back seat. Unexpectedly, Mu Qinghan came up and sat down from the other side. Closed the door. The car started slowly. Chapter 61, This is a copy of my home. There was silence in the car. Leah and Mu Qingxue sat side by side like this. Maybe some ripples. But Leah chose to chat with the driver. Mu Qinghan was like a taciturn person, not saying much along the way. Just a pair of beautiful eyes. Secretly glance at Leah. I don't know what to think. The little face was puffed up like a little hamster. Why do you think Leah knew this? Get to know the spirit of 600. Everything that happened in the car. Under Leah's perception, nothing can escape his detection. That's all. All the way to the suburbs. Unlike those low-level dungeon suburbs, there's no crowd here at all. Quiet. Few people are around. Finally, we stopped at a place that looked like a fortress. It must be the masterpiece of a professional. This is a copy of my house. My home copy. How can you say that? After Mu Qinghan finished speaking, Leah was confused. Copy. It can also be privately owned. My father opened it up himself, so it belongs to our family. Mu Qinghan added. I see. Turn wild copies into domesticated ones. In the world, this kind of thing pops up from time to time. By exploring and clearing dungeons alone, you can obtain certain dungeon permissions. Mainly through ratings. The higher the rating, the higher the authority you gain. Certainly, only the first person's first playthrough, and there will be level restrictions. Certainly, when facing a strong opponent, a small copy has no room for resistance and can forcibly obtain copy permissions. Only, the Yinsha Kingdom encourages exploration. As long as you get enough permissions, this copy will be yours. But if the permissions are too few, as the original discoverer, you can sell it to Yinsha Kingdom. Many families and guilds. That's how I made my fortune. Through development, obtain permission to a copy, and then operate through the copy. Leah didn't expect that Uncle Mu had this experience. Uncle Mu was really awesome back then. Leah Sigit. You better stop talking. When her father was young, was he as awesome as Leah? Not as good as you. He just got lucky. Mu Qinghan explained and took out the token. The next second, the door is open. Mu Qinghan and Leah walked in. Inside is a row of rooms. 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. Aren't all these rooms behind it copies of your house? Leah glittered. What kind of wealthy family is this? There is no need to worry about levels 1 to 50. Both. Mu Qingxue nodded as a matter of course. Critical hit. Leah was hit hard in the heart. This family condition is too outrageous. He had thought about what Mu Qinghan's family was like before, but now it seems he was too superficial. Some of them are resource-related copies. The rest are just leveling dungeons, and they're not very good. Mu Han seemed to feel nothing. You have copies at home, so it doesn't matter whether they are good or not. However, some special outputs are also good. So envious. Leah drooled with envy. Even if these copies charge admission, they could still be filled with money. Tianhai City. After level 40. Can't find a copy to level up a lot. If there's an environment where they can gain experience steadily, those people will definitely be willing to spend money. Think about the Mu family, based on their family conditions. I'm afraid they don't like those things and want more. It's a human. It's a relationship. There's special talents and forces. Those who can reach level 40 are just ordinary people. This extreme itself. You can get rid of the need to kill monsters to level up to a certain extent. Practice and upgrade. It can also be upgraded. Even upgrading like this. Both energy and physical strength are stronger than leveling up by killing monsters. So, most of those people would not agree. I won't sell myself just to upgrade. This is not sold to Tianhai City, but to Mu City. That's different. Sold to Tianhai City. You get more. There is power and there is opportunity. No. Sold to Mu Jiaqiang. Mu Han took out another token and opened the room. 10 to 20. There are 7 whirlpools inside. Represents. Owns 7 copies. In one of the copies, Leah reacted as soon as he entered. 6 of these are resource copies, and the remaining one is the one you're going to. Mu Han pointed at the grayish-white vortex. Liyi Upruka. Valley of the Dead. Instance level, LV10 to LV20. Introduction. In a valley filled with the dead, there lives a necromancer. Valley of the Dead? That's right. The best copy for you. Mu Han smiled slightly. Thank you. Leah thanked him and hurriedly entered the copy. Thank you, Dao Qinghan. Mu Han pondered these 4 words for a long time. Snort. Finally, you said something nice. Mu Han did not wait outside, but walked into another copy. Job change to nature, which, level 1. Leah got there first. Mu Gun side. I really can't find a job change at level 10. But I'm not bad either. After the Devouring Queen Spear is transformed, she will change her job. Strength. Just go up a few steps. Leah, I won't be left behind by you. The fire of competition burned in her eyes. In the Valley of the Dead. It's like coming home. Leah just landed. I feel like negative energy is coming like a tide. His undead cybernetic body was jumping for joy, and his experience seemed to have changed as well. Great place. Leah sensed the energy again. Seem slowly purifying, step by step towards higher quality. How about practicing first? Leah thought. If you purify your energy once, his strength will definitely reach a higher level. After recruiting a dozen undead assassins as bodyguards, Leah sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. In the Valley of the Dead. What's this? In a cave, a skinny figure spoke with a questioning tone. Which direction is the energy converging in? He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. It's the same kind. It's the archdemon of the dead. The blue-gray fire in his eyes danced. No, not only that. What is this great wizard doing? He walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky. A gray-black vortex slowly formed above Leah's head, pulling the energy of the entire copy towards the vortex. Energy is constantly flowing in, and some energy is also being expelled. He directs the expelling energy toward him. The copy's energy has been purified. How is this possible? He observed again. Leah and the entire copy seemed to form an inexplicable resonance, achieving a wonderful cycle. Really, he still couldn't believe it. After a moment's hesitation, he absorbed the evolutionary energy. Such pure energy. As soon as the energy entered his body, he felt as if he was floating in the air. His body was leaping with joy. The bottleneck that had not moved for a long time was loosening. Chapter 62, All Spirits Kneel Down. This. A look of shock appeared on that extremely stiff face. He wants to improve so much. This is his chance to improve. Far away, the sky is affected, forming a mirage. In other words, a projection of a certain world of the dead. In the valley, skeletons, zombies, and undead. Involuntarily attracted, they slowly approached Li Ya's position. Step by step. Plop. It seems to have reached its limit. The skeleton just crawled on the spot. It's like dominoes. Plop, plop, plop. One after another. The skeletons and zombies fell in groups. Even the irrational ghoul seemed to have some sense. All of them were crawling. It's like kneeling down to worship some great existence. And Leah, feeling good now, it seemed as if the whole world was responding to him, and he saw a corner of that world again. Comfortable. That's not just physical. Energy represents chi, his god. The three elements of essence, energy and spirit, are like returning to the mother's arms. It seems like back into the amniotic fluid. It's like I'm being reborn, resonating at the same frequency as the mother body. It receives power from the distant world. He himself. There have also been significant changes. The hair that was originally only slightly gray has now turned completely gray. Body skin turned completely pale. It also seems like there's a kind of glaze on it, like some kind of jade or that fine porcelain. But these are all stained by the tomb. Contains strange colors. That's the color of death. The necromancer in a black robe was staring blankly from a distance. All spirits kneel? Who is this? But it doesn't matter. Take out the bell made of skull and shake it gently. The entire copy was alarmed. Those who were at a certain distance from Leah, the undead who lacked strength on their own, were all inspired. More undead began to gather. The necromancer recited the prayer like a wizard, and the moment he finished reciting it, the entire copy seemed to come alive. Leah feels that. It's like the heaven and earth are lending me strength. The whole world really resonates with him. Certain images emerged before my eyes, seeming to be true but not true, just like the experiences of this world. Some is knowledge, some are rational, some are insights, some are some kind of rules. It flowed through Leah's soul and brain, leaving only a residue. This is something Leah can absorb. The necromancer also came near Leah, sat down cross-legged, and began to integrate into this cycle. Skeletons and undead arrived one after another. The two parties who were originally going to fight to the death were now getting along harmoniously. A loop is built. Leah, undead, kopi. The breath of death is flowing among them. Leah's spirit is changing. His body and soul are also growing. The undead are in the great cycle. Some are growing passively, while others are evolving actively. Like a necromancer. His panel had become blurry and the data was jumping. This is a carnival for them. A feast for the dead. Some unintelligent souls began to develop wisdom. Take one step further with wisdom. Even, some are affected by another world and undergo strange changes. For example, the Death Knight. His horse's hind legs turned into bones to build wheels, and the Death Knight's medieval armor turned into close-fitting armor that was fused with his body. There are also some patterns on it that look like circuit boards. Undead Raven. The eyes and body became strange. It's not so obvious from the outside, but the wings and eyes are covered with circuit board patterns. It's like a gift. Only a small number of undead undergo such obvious changes, while most of the undead's changes are not so obvious. Just some strange patterns. The appearance of a necromancer has not changed much. It's just that I suddenly have more knowledge in my head. Undead transformation. Industrialization of the undead. He seemed to understand something. Like an enlightenment. It's a change in thinking. Turned out to be, he used to be so primitive. Yes, he describes himself as primitive. Now, although he did not gain much knowledge, he gained some enlightenment. That's enough for him to consume. That is a real smooth road. That's what a necromancer should learn. Otherwise, the scourge is just cannon fodder. Thinking of the human who broke in first, the weapons and equipment on him were combined. I see. We should arm the undead. And the undead need to be divided. Use different undead for different enemies instead of killing them by sheer numbers. As an old antique, in their necromancer education, that is the explosive troops flow. Hidden somewhere, remotely command the undead attack. Fine-tune operations? What level of necromancer can use it? What about skeletons and undead in general? There is not much advantage compared to humans. The only thing, immortality. No conventional weaknesses. It's still okay to deal with the villagers, but 10 fully equipped soldiers can kill skeleton spearmen who are several times their number. Generally, the necromancer summons skeletons. Can't even beat a strong adult. A soldier is much stronger than an ordinary skeleton soldier. This is the sorrow of the necromancer. No way. Necromancers are like that. A few necromancers are powerful. It does not represent the miserable nature of the entire necromancer. And that enlightenment gave him a different idea. He did not gain knowledge of that world, but he saw certain images. Imitate. This is his route. Everyone in this Valley of the Dead is his experimental subject. Gun. Gun. Industrialization, standardization, and proceduralization. It's a way of thinking. If he could do that, he was able to build a skeleton production line. So, for him, it's also a huge improvement. The explosive troop flow also depends on how many troops are exploded. In the past, their military expansion was too slow. If they were industrialized, in addition, equipment that can be industrialized, skeletons are getting an epic boost. It's all so wonderful. So many years. He has been trapped here forever. From time to time, some people come in to fight ordinary skeletons, and a few of them will come to him. It still cannot offset the erosion of a long time. In this valley, there is no undead with the same wisdom as him. So, he didn't even have the presence of mind to communicate. Want to take a step further? He has explored the entire world. No knowledge supplement. Still doing those repeated experiments. Dull and tedious. Otherwise, it means long-term practice. The bottleneck, which was barely shaking, had some reaction, making me happy for a while. It's gone. And today, the messenger of God is coming. He brought them hope. That gift allowed them to evolve and their world to grow. Future. Hope. A bright future awaits him. This is the arrival of God's messenger. No, he is my God. Blessings to the soul. He actually crawled down. Chapter 63, Mu Qinghan's Job Change. In several places in the Valley of the Dead, several figures emerge from the ground. Some look confused, some look surprised. Resurrected. I became a ghost. Some of them were wearing armor, and one of them looked like an elf with a skeleton elk beside him. Some people were wearing modern clothes, their eyes full of confusion and bewilderment, not knowing who they were or what was happening to them. If the necromancer were here, he would be able to recognize it. Some are professionals who died in dungeons. Some are teams that have not yet arrived to attack the Valley of the Dead. When Liya and the others were circulating. As the copy changes, these people were also resurrected and became undead. As time goes by, the entire copy is affected. The trees are twisting. Some of the flowers turned blood red, some turned orchid-colored, and some even turned the color of bones. And, along with these changes comes, Liya gradually gained access to the copy. A little. Next point. Like an erosion, an infection from high to low. On the other side, we've been preparing for this long, so we should be able to get a good result. It's mainly thanks to Liya. Those 3 bosses completed her breakthrough trial. Plant growth concentrate. Quality, rare. Introduction, top-notch plant growth liquid. 1 drop is worth a whole bottle of others and can make plants in an area grow wildly. Her father had acquired it at great expense. Not to mention, there are many more similar items of lower quality, all for the purpose of advancing this copy, and she completed her job change while advancing. So, she can gain a lot of benefits in the process. If, then some special plants or special natural environments are born. She got the benefit. That's a huge profit. It is possible. You will gain unique talents, and even exclusive talents will be different. Also, if I can resonate deeply with the dungeon and influence it to a certain extent, I will be able to obtain some dungeon permissions. This is her pursuit, but it's a little too difficult. Even that pervertly might not be able to do it. Resonance. Put simply, at her level, she can resonate with the copy and gain certain permissions. He is a child of destiny, and other people's families are not necessarily worse than hers. She heard, among the 3 generations, there are very few people with less talent and family background than her. It depends on the suitability of the copy, luck, and one's own understanding. This thing is complicated. Plus, there are so few cases. Even if some people have mastered the method, they are not willing to share it. Each family has its own experience. It just so happens that the Mu family has no experience. We can only continue with successful cases. I've got the meditation method. Mu Qinghan prepared the work step by step. It's already been done. Some of it needs to be done now. Take a deep breath. Mu Qinghan adjusted his breathing. Natural garden. Instance level, LV10 to LV20. Introduction. This is a garden blessed by nature. Elves and pixies once lived here, and druid masters also visited this place. This is a natural garden. Check out this introduction. Liya would definitely say damn. Whose copy introduction is like this? Mu Qinghan could only say that he was surprised by the rare things he saw. Don't be fooled by the low level of this copy. According to traditional name, this is a paradise. What elves, pixies, and druid masters? I won't talk about elves and pixies anymore. That belongs to a special race. And what is a master druid? These are the people who are at the forefront of the druid path, divided according to their professional levels. Is equivalent to a being close to level 90, or perhaps someone who has reached a level close to 90 in the druidic way, and breaking through level 90. That is the existence called demigod. Certainly, there's a gap between masters. Coincidentally, according to the Mu family, this druid master is close to being a demigod. It has a certain divinity, although didn't leave much care. The power level is completely different. As long as Mu Ching Han can attract a little bit, it will be enough for Mu Ching Han to move smoothly before level 60. It's so scary. Demigod? How many blue planets do they have now? Nearly a demigod. No more than 100. Certainly, this is on the surface. It is mainly concentrated in Yinsha Country, Royal Federation, White Eagle United Nations, and finally White Bear Country. Among them, the largest number are from Yinsha Kingdom and White Eagle United Nations. There are about 30 or so. In a country with more than 1 billion people, are more than 30 people a large number? Everyone is a boss. So, this is a great opportunity. A special seed was planted. Natural seed. Quality, epic. Introduction, special items. Introduction, nature favors seeds, but who knows what will grow after you plant them? Various growth-promoting items are used. At last, pour the growth liquid onto the natural seeds. Then, she sat cross-legged. 2 hands rest on the ground in front of the nature seed. In my mind, I started meditating again using the meditation method that I had been familiar with for a long time. Perception. Take a deep breath. She felt like a seed, groping in the dark earth. Nervous. Perturbed. If that fails, all this was in vain. That's not bad. If I do it again, I don't know how much time it will take. On the left? On the right? No. To resonate. Let the natural witch resonate with the natural seed. To feel your power. My father's advice echoes in my ears. Feel my power. I sensed it. She was extremely happy. First step. Finally got out. Next, a place to rest your mind. She seemed to have 2 bodies. One was her Mu Ching Han, and the other was the seed of nature. Cannot completely immerse your mind in nature. This was her father's warning. Once this happens, she might become a vegetable. 2-way. A human body without a mind, and she turned into a plant. Careful. Notice, she was very gentle and slow. Make sure you have completed the previous step before proceeding to the next step. That's all. She could feel 2 sensations now. I became a seed. No, I am Mu Ching Han, and I'm also a seed. She said it several times in her heart, as if, engrave these words in your heart. I'm going to grow, absorb nutrients, and break up the soil. Welcome to the beautiful world, and feel the beautiful world. Natural seeds, breaking the soil. A small sprout grew, swaying gently, feeling, through the perspective of the seeds of nature. Mu Ching Han felt that he saw nature. Natural, how beautiful it is. This is something abstract and conceptual. Plant growth, animal reproduction, fungus reproduction, bacterial proliferation, the howling of the wind, the flow of water, the magnificence of a volcanic eruption, the horror of the sea. She seemed to have walked into nature and become nature until she sensed the gray breath. Chapter 64. Li, you must be having a hard time. How can there be the breath of the undead? In a moment, she pulled herself away from a state of wanting to blend into nature. That was close. If it weren't for this breath, she might really devote herself to nature. Mu Ching Han likes nature and is influenced by the nature witch. But she is not willing to integrate into nature into the world. What is this aura? Undead. Dead silence. Lia? Could be Lia's doing, but she is in a state of special perception now. This magnitude, it is definitely not something Lia can control. Could it be that? Reminds me of the Valley of the Dead. That Lia, did something happen in there? This is what he called astonishing wisdom. Just, by accident, solve one of her problems. But, look at the vibrant green. It seems to be causing me some trouble too. The Druid Master's favor was activated, and the entire dungeon was filled with joy. Immortal evil thing. Eat my natural iron fist. It seems that the Master Druid is still impatient. I hope you won't be affected. In a moment, the green light enveloped her. Naturally a good seedling. There seemed to be a sound of approval in her ear. Then, her body was invaded by green-gold energy, and the seeds of nature grew wildly. The afterimages of several elves and a dozen or so elves, floating around the seeds of nature and Mu Ching Han, one sound after another. Nature song, dancing with green energy. The green energy was like a breeze, or like floating music. The natural seed, as it grows bigger, like an ancient tree that has grown for a long time. Lush. There's also a hint of gold. In Mu Ching Han's perception, the green-gold energy and the gray-black energy collided wildly like two spinning tops. With the collision, the green-gold energy is actually becoming more refined. Gray and black should be the same. It seems that this is not a bad thing. That green-gold ball of light that gathered all the power of the dungeon and was dominated by the remaining will of the Druid Master. In collision, more like an essence. Strength is being tempered. The level is advancing. And she, in the collision, saw more things. In the Valley of the Dead, Leah sat cross-legged. He was a little confused while meditating. Why? Did they start a fight? He looked again carefully. No. Does this seem like reasonable competition? Both sides benefit and no one suffers. Never mind. Keep meditating. I don't understand. It didn't threaten him. Then just continue doing your own thing. Life and death. He seemed to have some realization. Really? I definitely have amazing wisdom. Other undead seem to be sentient as well, especially the necromancer. I see. Life and death are not absolutely contradictory. He seemed to understand something as well. To say, who gained the most in the Valley of the Dead? The elf zombie and her skeleton elk mount. Remain. It is the copy environment itself. The plants were transformed, and strange fungi were growing in the shade. Trees. There have been huge changes. Human faces appeared on the tree trunks, and a few trees grew hands with a large face on its trunk. The natural garden. This takes the ecological cycle one step further. Also formed, a weaker one than Valley of the Dead by many cycles. A cycle dominated by the remaining consciousness of the Druid Master, formed by the copy seed of nature, Mu Ching Han. We give you our blood. We grant you our companion. After the elves and the pixie blessed Mu Ching Han, they completely disappeared into the world. I will grant you druidic enlightenment and bloodline evolution. It was a figure shrouded in green. Can't see the appearance clearly, but he was like the will of the forest. He is the forest, and the forest is him. The Master Druid? This is Children of the Forest, and part of the person of the forest god. Mu Ching Han was only slightly stained. She felt that something was different about herself. That kind. It's a very mysterious feeling. Like the forest connected to her. Is this the person of the Druid Master? That's almost. Feeling like God. I'm afraid. That person was only a few steps away from the forest god. So, this gift is so powerful. To be able to give her such a blessing. That natural seed had become a natural tree, but after reaching its peak of growth, it stagnated. The next moment, the green gold and gray black no longer collided. They're back. A green rain fell. The entire natural garden is covered. This is a natural carnival. The entire copy is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The natural tree, growing again, a green gold raindrop fell on the treetops. Growth, covering the sky and the sun. The entire replica is shrouded in its canopy. At last, a fruit, fallen from nature. Mu Ching Han has already broken away from the perspective of the natural seed. The green gold fruit, it just fell in front of her. At this moment, she felt like crying. After so much preparation and various unexpected events, she was finally able to reap the rewards. Mu Vinkan is not Lia. In this process, there is a possibility of assimilation at any time, and those knowledge and gifts may not miss the opportunity to erode her. After all, Leah has industrialization. And what about Mu Ching Han? What does she have? I have paid so much and persevered for so long to get to where I am today. As long as she eats this fruit, she will be able to change her job. Call. I don't know what Leah's situation is. She's like this. Leah shouldn't have it easy either. I have been meditating. Leah, who had no idea what was going on, nodded. It's really not easy for me. I just sit down. How do these things happen? Catch the fruit with both hands. Like an apple. Green like jade, but with a golden luster. So amazing. Like a mythical treasure. That's what the golden apple in the myth is like. Muchingan side. Take a bite. Melts in your mouth. Literally, the moment you eat it. The fruit slid in her body like water. A few blessings. Final settlement of job transfer. The undigested and unorganized knowledge made Mu Qinghan fall into a deep sleep. So tired. It's like walking on a tightrope. At this time, both copies are undergoing their final transformation. Leah and Mu Qinghan, who were outsiders, were excluded and considerately placed next to each other. It's like a young couple sleeping. Two copies are right next to them. One is green and gold, the other is gray and black. The energies of both sides were connected through Mu Qinghan and Leah. Life and death. This wonderful resonance is happening. Leah and Mu Qinghan couldn't help but move closer, almost touching each other. At this moment, the door opened. Qinghan, Leah. A figure opened the door. Chapter 65 Ankel Muhongven. Demigod. Silence is the color of tonight. Muhankonkes pupils tremblet. The scene before him made him feel uneasy for a long time. What's this? Why are Mu Qinghan and Leah hugging each other? It's not a good thing. Are they all in the dungeon? When the wind blows outside, Mu Qinghan seemed to still feel uncomfortable and arched his back towards Leah. Red temperature. Watching my little cabbage pushing against the pig. Mu Changkong's face turned pale as he watched his daughter unconsciously move closer to Leah, nearly ruining her chi cultivation skills. If not, the remaining sanity told him this was probably not what he thought, and he would probably kick Leah out of the house. Wait until you calm down a little. Just see the strange resonance between the two copies and the two people. This resonance? Mu Changkong considers himself knowledgeable. This scene before my eyes. He had never seen it, even in the secret materials. Life and death. Can such resonance really be generated? Mu Changkong did not forget the specialness of the natural garden. Level 10 to 20 resource copies. But there is something left. A gift far beyond its level. And what about the Valley of the Dead? Then, he cleared the level single-handedly at level 20. At that time, the clearance is not perfect. He only obtained a small amount of permissions, which was enough for him to know that the Valley of the Dead was just an ordinary copy. The only special one, a wise and communicative necromancer. This is a human boss. There are special features when you reach a certain level. Not special. Even, remember something, the existence of those human monsters is related to so many things. Mu Changkong thought of some confidential files he had read. Since we are human, then we can cooperate. But this doesn't mean that the necromancer is special. For him, Valley of the Dead is an upgraded dungeon. Any special output? They are all necromancers. Considering the number of necromancers in Tianhai City, plus his identity. This copy, it's just useless. The only advantage is that the copy is less difficult and can be used for some people to upgrade. You can also enjoy the pleasure of mowing the lawn. Necromancer. Even if you become the boss, it's still the same. Kill the boss. It's also the simplest. With this, make a name for yourself among some playboys. In order to prevent this copy from being completely abandoned, it can also help him exchange for some resources. Since it's not a copy problem, Leah, this little devil. Mu Changkong narrowed his eyes. This is the only variable. Leah, it's so special. A necromancer, born into a commoner family, with a very high combat IQ, cautious personality, and possessing a special undead spirit. But what about the other side? That is close to being a demigod master druid. Even though it's just a gift. But the level of power is different. Even Leah's power level is probably even higher. Otherwise, the power of life has purified the power of death. One with consciousness, a passive defense. That's all. The two forces are fighting back and forth. Doesn't that say all? And the power of life itself has been strengthened. Mukvinganes preparations. It made him feel a little painful. The final resonance was formed mainly because of the death. Demigod. Leah probably has the gift of a demigod. Perhaps. Mu Changkong didn't dare to think about it. God, how is that possible? He looked up Leah's past experience. I have never been out of Tianhai City. So where did he get the demigod blessing or divine gift from? Awaken. This is the dividing line. Leah completely exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. In a short time, just grow up. I am afraid. That is the effect of the gift. And that is still a gift without any remaining will. Leah, they are disciples of demigods or gods. How terrifying. Seeing the resonance between the two, it seems like it won't end anytime soon. Mu Changkong made a few phone calls and turned down some work. Just stood by. This time, his daughter probably benefited from Leah's help. After changing jobs, the benefits it gets are absolutely beyond imagination. Mu Changkong felt a little emotional. He had only invested in Leah for a few days, and he had already received a return. Time passes by every second. Leah opened his eyes drowsily and saw a pair of big eyes. Those big eyes were also full of doubts. Somewhat familiar. Just like turning on a computer, Leah's brain was still restarting. These eyes, this nose, this face. Yes, yes. Muchingan. Leah. Both of them widened their eyes at the same time. No, how come we're face to face? Memory is like fragments. A good dream. It's a completely different world. That's how it felt, both of them. The scene in Leah's mind flashed back quickly. Into the Valley of the Dead. Then meditate. See two energy balls fighting, and then continue to meditate. Wake up. Then shouldn't he be in the Valley of the Dead? Why are you here? Where is the undead assassin beside him? That was when Leah began to meditate, and the guard stayed by his side. Now, what about the undead? Where did you go? Leah had too many doubts in his mind. For a time, it seems that all the questions have been answered. The same is true for Mu Qinghan. I was clearly changing my job. So how come I appeared opposite Leah? Her memory remained of the comfort she felt after eating the fruit. Close and open. A man appeared in front of me. It's still Leah. Both of them were a little embarrassed at this time. Big eyes staring at small eyes. Especially Mu Qinghan. One leg was hanging on Leah's leg. Want to move away. Their noses bumped into each other. Breath plus touch. Moment. This made the two of them very embarrassed. Just when the two of them were trying to resolve the awkward situation in this way. Ahem. A voice interrupted their thoughts. Mu Qinghan was stunned for a moment. Immediately. Then I reacted. Dad, why is my dad here? Mu Qinghan was shocked, and his head was buzzing. Leah was also shocked. Uncle Mu is here too? So what is going on? His mind was already confused, and now it was even more confused. The two of them got up in a hurry. They supported each other unconsciously and straightened their clothes a little. At this time, Mu Changkong, sitting on a recliner, his face was extremely calm, showing no emotion. Leah and Mu Qinghan both shrank back a little. That's not right. We have nothing. Leah rejalet karefulli. Nothing really happened between him and Mu Qinghan. In this case, why should you be afraid of Uncle Mu? Uncle Mu. Do you know what our situation is? It seemed like Uncle Mu had been here for some time, so Leah directly asked about his doubts. Mu Qinghan was a step slower. She also wanted to know what happened. Mainly, why did she and Leah become like that? You guys, Mu Changkong, don't misunderstand. This is caused by boredom. Because of his position and ability, he has no problem not sleeping for a few days. But he would get bored just staring at the two of them. Leah, Qinghan, and the two copies had a special resonance. Chapter 66. Leah, you are the heir of God. What? Mu Qinghan and Leah both exclaimed in surprise. I'm just meditating, right? Leah touched his nose. Mu Qinghan had some guesses. Really? That breath of the undead was Leah. But how'd he do it? She also knew the situation in the Valley of the Dead. Just meditation? That copy can resonate with the natural garden? It's simply a fantasy. Mu Qinghan wanted to say something. I know what you want to say. Mu Changkong said. The fact is happening right before our eyes. That copy doesn't have that ability, but someone else does. He looked at Leah. Could it be that industrialization will gain momentum again in the future? Outrageous. This talent. I always like to give him a big one. Vague fantasies appeared in his mind. All spirits kneel down? He seemed to have done something really remarkable. Mu Changkong paid attention to the changes in Leah's expression. Really? Leah knew a little bit. Leah, you're special. Mu Changkong's words made Leah feel nervous. No. Why am I nervous? Think of those cautious protagonists in novels. 1. Others are in the problem of the times. 2. It's a personality problem. He himself has never been shy about showing his uniqueness. Yes. Whose necromancer is there like me? Leah quickly adjusted his mood. So what if I know? As long as he doesn't say it. No one knows his specific talents. Leah actually doesn't know what it specifically represents. I only know that it is very strong. Ridiculously strong. Without this talent, he would not be so powerful. And, with his improvement and future industrialization, his gap will become more and more obvious. I'm glad you understand. Mu Changkong nodded. He was very pleased with Li Ye's reaction. He has met many people, including many common geniuses, and he always has a hiding mentality. It's not that it's hard to hide, but it is hidden regardless of people or occasions. People like him. Most people won't ask about other people's secrets, but it is necessary to know some general information. Just like Li Ye, he didn't say it directly, but he said it again. While deepening Mu Changkong's trust, he also provided certain information. This will make Mu Changkong pay more attention to him. This is a kind of leverage. If he didn't have connections with the Mu family, would he be able to enter the Valley of the Dead? Resources are monopolized. Information is also monopolized. Without borrowing strength, Li will definitely take many detours. It's like corpse explosion. This was his core skill before. Without it, most of his strength was lost. This thing, it's a forbidden technique. Only special people can obtain it. Ordinary people, wait until it explodes when you play the dungeon that day. Then how long will it take? As for skill books that are of premium quality or above, they're almost sold out very quickly in the exchange. And Uncle Mu and LV Zheng of the Holy Order of the Dead. One move. Those are all skill books of fine quality or above. That's the difference. Ordinary people. Can I get access to it in my lifetime? It's very difficult. There are also families like the Tang family. Directly monopolize several professions. Families like the Mu family, the Zhang family, and Li family all have their own unique heritage. Not showing value. Why should others help you? The more special you are, it means that there is no problem with other people investing. Only then can you get more information and resources. That's what Li Ye thought. This time it's Li Ye. Only the two of you and the copy can resonate. Mu Changkong pointed out the importance of Li Ye. Mu Qinghan still had some doubts. No, I spent so much and it was so hard. Then you give me. Was it someone's meditation that led to this opportunity? She has been through a lot of hardships. That's the truth. Mu Changkong emphasized again. What? Mu Qinghan admitted that he was a little defensive. It's like, Mu Qinghan, I can't win even if I try my best. Li Ye, a slight move secures victory. Li Ye was standing by and didn't know what to say. The main thing is that nothing is good. It would look for Sai. He really wanted to meditate and temper his energy. Meditate. I didn't do anything else. And that's it. This. Mu Qinghan's little face was a little distorted. What do you want to say? What else can I say? According to what her father said in her own experience, she once again accepted Li Ye's favor. They are all life-saving favors. She is unwilling to accept this. If there were two copies in charge, she wouldn't be like this. Li Ye, they are the same age. Or it was someone her father saw. That's different. Is Li Ye really that special? Mu Qinghan said with gritted teeth. Li Ye possesses the gift of a demigod or even higher. After Mu Changkong finished speaking, Mu Qinghan's body froze in place. Demigod? Or above? Her eyes seemed to say, Dad, are you sure you're not kidding? Mu Changkong responded to her with a determined look. Li Ye was also a little confused. Do I have the gift of a demigod or above? How come I don't know? So this is what makes me special. I thought, what is this hidden talent? But, having said that, a future industrialized world of the dead, is this a gift from God? To be precise, God-given. Can it compare to a future industrialized world of the dead? Li Ye really didn't know. The main thing is that I don't know how powerful God's gift is. You are so lucky, Mu Qinghan said sourly. I don't know either. Li Ye told the truth helplessly. Snort. Mu Qinghan snorted softly. Mock up. Still trying to lie to me. Yes. Mu Changkong continued. This gift should be unconscious. Li Ye is equivalent to his disciple. No. He should be considered a descendant of God. After Mu Changkong finished speaking, Mu Qinghan let out an ah. As a person who is usually cool, she didn't know how many times she had lost her composure today. Heir of God, she muttered to herself. As long as you grow to level 90, you can break through to level 90. Before level 90, there's a chance he could unleash the power of a demigod or even a god. Back then, the divine heir was strangled by a coalition of powerful humans. The human elite suffered heavy losses in that battle, but fortunately, they were still able to kill him. Mu Changkong told the story slowly and leisurely. Its legacy gave rise to some descendants of gods. Heir of God, descendant of God. Descendants of God, descendants of God. Mu Changkong explained. Li Ye was still a little confused. What's the difference? There are many ways for gods to give birth to offspring. Just like dragons, They can all be called descendants of the Dragon Mother. When the bloodline concentration reaches a certain level and is blessed by the gods, they can become descendants of gods. If the gods are not here, then we will rely on the concentration of our blood. But the heirs of God are different. That's when a god gives birth to a child. He inherits the god's power, but also has its own unique power. The heir of God is a natural-born demigod. Born a demigod? Leah's expression was almost unbearable. You are like an heir of God, created after birth. Once you fully inherit that gift, a power unique to you will be born. Chapter 67, I picked up a copy. Huh? How come I don't know? Leah felt that Mu Chankong's words were getting more and more outrageous. Divine heir? If he really is. After a period of steady development, they went straight out of the mountains and stopped eating beef. Just him. Mu Qinghan was still a little unconvinced. It's a matter of luck. Mu Chankong said truthfully. Leah also talked about his talent at that time. Black. No one paid any attention and thought he was joking. Now it seems that what Leah said is true, but it is too unreasonable and the staff dare not believe it. Leah nodded. He didn't hide it from the beginning. As soon as I woke up, I asked, "Do you have the black talent?" Others say no. At that time, he was determined. Leah believed that he would still be snapped up. Civilian. Extraordinary talent. The top 5 universities, just smell the scent and you'll be there. Okay, here we go. Of course we have to face the bad things too. Liu Yidao's incident will not happen, but there are forces from other countries, as well as the friction in the struggle between major forces. Liu Shandao and Liu Yidao. He can still handle it. But what about those big forces? Before he developed, a small pawn of the other side could take his life. Otherwise, I was completely protected by the school, and everything was done according to the school's arrangements. Stabilize. Peaceful. The whole life is calm. Keep a lower limit. Absolutely no problem. That life. He really wants it. What a pity. Fate plays tricks on us. Leah also sighed. Oh, the kitten bared its teeth. Yeah, fate plays tricks on us. Mu Chankong suddenly left. If Liu Shandao knew this, he would probably regret it to death. Yes, Leah added. No one can possibly mess with Liu Yidao. At first I just wanted to upgrade properly. Why? He didn't provoke anyone, but Liu Yidao came up to him. Then, things got out of control. Ha! Mu Chankong laughed heartily. He was really amused. Especially Leah. I just want to upgrade well. Do you think you can hide it? He asked back. Upgrade well? How is that possible? Even if Leah doesn't cause trouble, there will inevitably be conflicts in order to obtain resources. Then a necromancer. It upgrades so quickly and becomes so powerful. Will it attract some people's attention? Some people will guess. Some people will be greedy. If he can do it, why can't we? Trouble will still come. Leah laughed forlittivige. I really didn't think that much at that time. Yeah. At that time, Leah was just a nerd. Mu Qinghan said from the side. Don't be so harsh. I'm just a top student. Leah immediately retorted. Isn't that still a nerd? Mu Qinghan rolled his eyes. All right. So, what are you going to call me now? Leah soudain asked it. Mu Qinghan was lost in thought for a moment, then spoke. Genius. Lord Kamiji? Leah similait complacently. That's good to know. Mu Chankong was watching from the side. The kids are just playing around. I sighed in my heart, youth. People are like this sometimes. This is true even if Mu Chankong is the mayor. All right, let's go check out the 2 advanced copies. Mu Chankong said. That's right. The natural garden should be advanced. Mu Qinghan's eyes lit up. That can definitely become her holy place for cultivation. Leah was silent. What's this? Congratulations on obtaining the permission to enter the Valley of the Dead. Congratulations on obtaining the permission to enter the Valley of the Dead. In a blink of an eye, I don't know how many there are. Congratulations on becoming the most powerful person in the Valley of the Dead. One of them is so eye-catching. It seems that the Valley of the Dead was given to the cow. Leah said, what is that vague connection? It turned out to be a copy. That's okay. I just wondered, how could I make other people's copies so awesome? Leah was too tired to complain. What is going on? Let's go to the Valley of the Dead first. As soon as Mu Chankong finished speaking, Leah broke out in a sweat. Ow! Not feeling well? Mu Qinghan noticed that Leah was acting strangely and spoke in a concerned tone. Well, I just want something bad to happen, Leah said with gritted teeth. I hope everything is okay. Mu Chankong took the lead, followed closely by Mu Qinghan, and Leah finally entered after some hesitation. as soon as you come in. Then I heard that exciting voice. Respect the divine messenger, the true master of the valley of the dead, walking among the world, the spokesperson for death. Welcome. A black-robed figure hastily knelt down in front of him. That flattering tone, that special name. Leah got goosebumps all over his body. Mu Changkong and Mu Qinghan, who had arrived earlier, were watching from the side. What's this? What's going on? The father and daughter conveyed different meanings. The true master of the valley of the dead. Mu Changkong closed his eyes and sensed it. He is no longer the first in authority. And a certain real owner has more than half of the authority and has complete control over the copy. Well, Lia similit akardli. I was just being careless, right? I was careless. I was just meditating for a while, but who knew that the permissions of this copy would keep increasing? I don't know why. Lia lukit innocent. He is so innocent. I found it. Mu Qinghan chuckled and then said, No. Did the copy force you? No. Or, oh my, how did I become the master of the Valley of the Dead for no apparent reason? It's true. Lia's embarrassed look is what Mu Qinghan wants to see most now. After all, the Valley of the Dead belongs to Mu Changkong. It's like your friend's girlfriend. Others haven't developed her yet, but you do nothing and make your friend's girlfriend awesome. A higher level of development. It has reached the point where he calls me master. The main thing is that you did it without knowing it. All right, I don't have much authority over this copy to begin with. Lia has obtained half of the authority. There was a tremor in Mu Changkong's voice. Not anger, but I was shocked to get half of the authority at once. What is this? Lia is a succubus. He spent so much effort to clear the game back then, and for a period of time afterwards, he also spent time developing the copy. Then Lia came, a meditation. He was given half of the authority of this copy. Outrageous. It's outrageous. This ability is terrifying. Even if it's just in the undead dungeon, Lia is still a powerful weapon. What half? Mu Qinghan felt jealous again. How can there be such a person? I thought I was a genius among geniuses just because I got the permission to 1/10 of the copy. Lia is half. It's completely off the mark. Are you human? Mu Qinghan mermert. Why am I not a human? Lia just finished speaking. The black-robed man shouted. That's right. The messenger of God is God's spokesperson, not just a mere human. Chapter 68. Huh? Is this still possible? No. Lia's head was full of question marks. How can someone say, I'm not a human being? Look at your body. It's definitely a gift from God. The black robe continued to speak enthusiastically. Lia was speechless. Mu Qinghan then remembered that Lia was in abnormal health. That speed, that strength, is it something a necromancer can possess? God-given? Most of it was the power that Lia inherited when he advanced and changed jobs. That could be the power of God. Some people are really good at hiding. Mu Qinghan's eyes were full of envy. Why do all the benefits belong to Lia? How long have I met Lia? She didn't know how many times she had been shocked. Now it seems that Lia is the heir of God, so even a little bit of outrageousness can be accepted. This is how Mu Qinghan comforted himself. She also explained to Mu Changkong, which made Mu Changkong look at Lia with brighter and brighter eyes. Like a pervert. Necromancer, outrageous physical fitness? That's not invincible. Generally speaking, necromancers are equipped with several bodyguards. What about Lia? None of these are necessary. Lia Taekwon will teach them what it means for a necromancer to be physically strong. Good. That's just wonderful. Mu Changkong patet Lia Schulderhart. This investment is going to soar to the sky. I have a keen eye for heroes. I'm a bull. It will be good if this reputation gets out. How does the old saying go? There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. The only pity is that Lia is not a 1,000-mile horse, but a celestial horse that has descended to the earth. This weakened his talent scout attributes a lot. Since this copy is yours, I'll give it to you. Mu Changkong said proudly. It's just a small copy. Lia has obtained so many permissions and is the owner of the copy himself. So it would be better to go with the flow and give the copy directly to Lia. Ah, are you really giving it to me? Ankelmo. Are you kidding? Lia was ecstatic. A copy. It's still a level 10 to 20 copy. In fairy tales or fantasy, this is a secret place. In the past, this was top-notch real estate and a means of production. Don't you think it's precious? Such a copy is enough for their family to become middle class. And now the Valley of the Dead has been upgraded. Level 20 to 30 copies. This is a copy that even number 6 high school, his alma mater, does not have. No kidding. This is for you. Mu Changkong's tone became a little heavier. I have a copy. Leah, who got the exact answer, couldn't contain his joy on his face, feeling a little dreamy. But when Mu Changkong said this, Leah's heart skipped a beat. You should keep this copy with me. Really? Leah seemed to be lost in thought. Where did he put it after he took it back? How to manage? He doesn't know any of this. Have you ever thought about what this copy can do? Mu Changkong asked again. What are you doing? Upgrade? Or sell tickets? Leah couldn't make up his mind either. God's messenger. God's messenger. The black-robed man shouted. You can summon us to fight for you. 3 question marks. I can summon you? Leah suspected that he had heard it wrong. That's right. We are equivalent to your undead plane and can be summoned by you as a summon. Real. And you only need to pay for the transmission energy. Even if we die unexpectedly, we can be resurrected in the copy through your connection with the copy. Question marks appeared in the 3 people's heads again. Aren't you being a little outrageous? Is this a special change? Mu Changkong's eyes were dull. But why can't I? They all have the authority over the Valley of the Dead. So how can Leah do it? You are just someone with certain permissions. And Lord Leah, he is the master of our Valley of the Dead. The man in black robe gave Mu Changkong the answer. Master. Authority. How could Mu Changkong not understand the difference between these two? Has all permissions, not necessarily the owner. Being the owner does not necessarily mean you have all the permissions. Inequality seconds. One is active, the other is passive. The master is the one who takes the initiative. Authority is passive. The master is what the copy does actively, and the authority is what the copy does passively. So, I could take back my authority? Leah sensed it carefully. Gurgle. He only has half the authority, but he can take back the authority of others. Is this the master? It was just as Mu Changkong expected. The entire copy becomes your property. No wonder he didn't get more information when he entered the Valley of the Dead. Mu Changkong thought secretly. Lord Leah, you can totally treat this as your back garden. The man in black robe said at the right time. With this vast territory, the tireless undead, and me as the chief steward, we can fully plan and use it to produce various resources and items. Can it still be like this? Leah was surprised again. Isn't this equivalent to having your own territory? He is the Lord. It's like a resource copy managed by someone, and these people don't even want to pay. Mu Changkong felt jealous. Resource copies are managed by someone. What a huge fortune this will bring. These people are all professionals. Things like summons have time limits, unless you get some opportunities and reach a certain level. Otherwise, don't even think about permanent summoning. There are also some resource copies, and there will be some accompanying monsters. But getting their help is extremely difficult. We also have to consider the IQ issue. It is best to be the same as humans. Where is Leah? He just picked one up for free. Butler, necromancer. Employees, the undead. Territory, the entire instance. The necromancer is very familiar with the Valley of the Dead and has studied it in depth. His wisdom is no different from that of humans, and he can even command other undead. The undead are hardworking and diverse. The entire dungeon is large enough to produce sufficient changes during advancement. A combination of the 3. This is the resource generator. Mu Qinghan held his breath and concentrated. Is this a human? She was no longer able to speak. Is it that good? Certainly. You are our master, after all. I can also summon more undead spirits that have awakened their intelligence and train them. Then we can help you with more of your worries, such as producing equipment, transforming undead, processing materials, imprisoning prisoners, cultivating undead, growing crops, researching spells, studying undead, constructing magic circles, etc. The necromancer said a lot in one breath. Leah understood. Isn't this equivalent to him having one more power? Or a force absolutely loyal to him? Grown-ups, we have another unwelcome request. The necromancer suddenly said. What's up? Leah suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth. I hope you can practice meditation and other cultivation in the dungeon for a long time. It will benefit the entire dungeon. Chapter 69. 3 people shocked to numbness. In other words, I'm meditating in the dungeon. Can the dungeon continue to grow? After Leah finished speaking, he couldn't help but take a breath. The same is true for the Mu family father and daughter. Growth potential. Once it touches something, its value will instantly increase. If you want to grow a copy, You need to make long-term efforts, such as the spider cave. By paying a price, the copy can grow. The spider cave is where professionals have died in the dungeon for who knows how many years. Leah only needs to meditate. That's right. To be prepared, the dungeon is bound to you. The higher you can go, the more you meditate in the dungeon, and the more benefits the dungeon will gain. The necromancer said respectfully. Outrageous. Mu Changkong slowly uttered 2 words. If this isn't outrageous, then what is outrageous? It would be even better if you could give us some resources, or if you could do in the dungeon as you advance, then the dungeon would gain huge benefits. As the copy grows, it will become more compatible with you, and your cultivation will be faster. The necromancer said, it's a positive cycle. Lia's meditation becomes stronger, which leads to the copy becoming stronger. After the copy becomes stronger, Lia's meditation speed is increased. As Lia's meditation speed increases, the copy can also grow faster. As long as you meditate in the dungeon, you will gain a lot of benefits. The necromancer said with a smile. So tempting. Lia's heart was trembling. Is he dreaming? Weren't we here to upgrade today? How did it turn out like this? I couldn't even dream of something like this. He didn't have this awareness before. The Mu family father and daughter. Mu Changkong patted Lia on the shoulder. Envious. I'm really envious. The Valley of the Dead was a piece of junk in his hands, but in Lia's hands, it became a perfect copy. Is this the difference between people? This was Mu Changkong's first feeling. So obvious. Also 18 years old, he is full of vigor and energy and is the child of other families. He comes from a good family and has top-notch talent. My luck is so good. Got this copy after some help from family. At that time, Mu Changkong believes that he is the chosen one. Until I met Lia. When he met Lia, Lia killed the Abyss cultist by surpassing his level. The next time we heard from him, he had saved his daughter and killed 3 bosses that were strengthened by the Abyss cult. And then there is now. Lia meditated and picked up a copy for free. If you take each thing out separately, you can brag about it for a long time. It's a life experience. Lia, all 3 things happened. Mu Changkong suspected that by the time the reward for Lia killing the Abyss cultist was issued, Lia would no longer need those things. This is almost the inevitable answer. That's right. You only need to spend a certain amount of mana to return to the dungeon. The necromancer uttered shocking words once again. Anywhere. Lia couldn't hold back his expression any longer. As long as you can sense the copy, you can come back. The necromancer said, top escape skills. If you can leave a powerful enough summon behind, you can even use it to travel back and forth. The necromancer added another sentence. This ability is to Lia Lafit, really Lafit. As a person who practices Taoism, this ability is like adding wings to a tiger for him. I'm back again. This way the pulling can be performed. No matter where Lia is, he can meditate in the Valley of the Dead. Abnormal. That's so perverted. The Mu family father and daughter felt like they had seen the world. It is unheard of that copies can be helpful in actual combat. You can also meditate with that lady to create a weakened resonance effect, but as you and the copy become stronger, the copy will eventually be unable to keep up. No, can you finish me? Just say one sentence, wait for us to digest it, and then say the next sentence. Lia and the other 2 were already numb. In a short period of time, we can both cultivate, Mu Qinghan said slowly. Right. It will benefit Lord Lia, you, in both copies. The necromancer nodded. I'm lucky again. This favor can never be repaid, right? Lia saved her life twice and helped her gain more benefits in her job change, plus the current dual cultivation. Have you accumulated so much debt without realizing it? In addition, his father had initially funded Lia with 3 skills, and the copy now belonged to Lia. Even if Mu Changkong didn't give it to him, Lia would still be the owner of this copy. The kind that comes and goes freely. Good. Do you want to? Mu Qinghan felt a little awkward. When practicing dual cultivation, I always think of some bad things. In fact, 2 people sit opposite each other near 2 copies and meditate. Certainly, I won't miss any opportunity to get stronger quickly. Lia said. Since Mu Qinghan didn't mind, he naturally didn't care either. With the help of the Valley of the Dead, he was getting closer and closer to killing Lu Shandao, and then it was the college entrance examination. What is university like in this life? His sister had told him about it, but he had never seen it in person. Besides, each university is different, and this step will lead to 2 completely different worlds. Demigods, gods. Maybe one day he could achieve it. The necromancer didn't say anything else and briefly introduced the current situation in the Valley of the Dead. First, the necromancer himself, Eric. His name. After advancing, he obtained the job change to the arch-necromancer, which will be completed in the next period of time. There are at least 10 undead souls who have awakened their spiritual intelligence. All undead have been buffed to some degree. Some have undergone significant changes, and the entire dungeon environment has been revamped. Several new resources have emerged. Many things need to be recounted, and the entire copy has changed and has not been completely suspended. The other side. The same is true for the natural garden. Resources have been upgraded, production has been increased, and there's also the natural tree. No change is as big as the one in the Valley of the Dead. Even so, Mu Changkong and Mu Qinghan were already very satisfied. It had become the best place for cultivation that Mu Qinghan could find. Then I'll go back first. After just a superficial understanding, Leah and the other two prepared to rest. It's getting late. Leah declined Mu Changkong's idea of giving him a gift. Call. The familiar full moon. How many times has he done this? I always walk home so late. The wind was a little cool, which slowly calmed his restless heart. It's a big profit. Leah Seekit. Show off in the morning and do something big in the afternoon. A level 20 to 30 instance. More importantly, he was able to summon the undead inside, which now seemed to be of little help to him. But what if it could be industrialized? They were resurrected after 9 days and are definitely not cannon fodder. The strength of level 20 and above determines that they have a very high foundation. Once industrialized and futuristically transformed, especially those who awaken their spiritual intelligence. These undead are just a group of ashes. I don't know if Eric can learn. Chapter 70, is there anyone at home? That's right. I still have those materials to deal with. After coming out of the spider cave, Leah collected a large amount of dropped items. I'm going to say it will be dealt with today. Look at the moon above your head. The exchange is closed. Go home. Walking in the moonlight and humming a little tune, Leah walked towards home. Click. The key twists. As soon as he opened the door, Leah found something wrong. A frivolous figure was leaning against the sofa, seemingly asleep, but still with his legs crossed. Lu Zheng. Leah called out the man's name. Ah. The man opened his eyes dazedly and yawned loudly. I'm back. So natural. It seems like this is his home. What are you doing here? Leah asket doubtfully. Sure enough, it was the right thing to do to let the parents leave. Don't you want to show you the world? Lu Zheng said casually. See the world? Leah raised his eyebrows. Can you really see the world? Who knew you'd come back so late? It seems Miss Mu really likes you. As he said this, Lu Zheng gave a wicked smile. Without. There was an accident. Leah said, unhappily. Women will only affect the speed of his upgrade. Certainly. Mu Qinghan is still different. If someone can help him speed up his cultivation, then she is a good woman. How do you say that? Lu Zheng looked curious. Leah thought about it and finally spoke. I picked up a copy. Picked up a copy? Poof. Lu Zheng, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out. Are you kidding me? He was really shocked. There was still some laziness in Lu Zheng, but it faded away quickly. His eyes were wide open. Literally, Leah shuruk indiferently. That person from the Mu family is so willing to give it up? Should I also try to get it? Lu Zheng murmured. I earned it through my own strength. Leah glanced at Lu Zheng. By strength. Lu Zheng turned to look at Leah, as if he saw something funny. Just you. Just me. Leah nodded. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh on purpose? Lu Zheng laughed so hard that tears came out. Leah just looked at him and laughed quietly, and only spoke when he had almost finished laughing. Uncle Mu, he said I was the heir of God. Is Mu Changkong crazy? Lu Zheng looked at Leah again. No. He muttered to himself. It's said to be a meaningless demigod or god. Since he left a favor in my body, it's most likely a god. Mainly the encounter in the Valley of the Dead later. Demigod? Funny, right? It must be a god. Mu Changkong firmly believed that Leah was the heir of God, and a powerful god at that. What on earth did you do, kid? Lu Zheng looked left and right, and became more and more shocked. It's only been a short time, and you've changed so much? Didn't I tell you that? I'm the heir of God. My awakening is the mysterious black talent. Leah said proudly. Leah had considered all this before saying this, as these things can be found out. Lu Zheng is a member of the Holy Order of the Undead. His strength is unfathomable, and he should have a certain status in the Holy Order. and he is the hope of the necromancer. At another chip, let Lu Zhenghe and possibly the higher-ups of the Holy Order of the Undead notice him. Part of the future planning for the Valley of the Dead will also be placed on the Holy Ritual of the Dead. Otherwise, where did he find so many necromancers? Besides, his undead can also increase the number of necromancers. If you don't make money now, when will you? Oh, real. Mu Changkong probably isn't someone who likes to joke around. Lu Zheng was desperately trying to digest the information given by Liya. That copy was given to me by Uncle Mu after I helped him advance and gained half of the permissions. Liya continued to throw information bombs. Uncle Mu finished speaking. The undead copy is a special attack. This? How is that possible? Before Lu Zheng could even finish his words, he was rejected by him. It's really possible. The logical chain is clear. Liya is the heir of God, a god of immortality and the dead, so this experience makes perfect sense. Especially the abnormality on Liya. Is it the life force the necromancer of Liya's level possesses? Not to mention the negative energy around him, his own changes are also astonishing. Advancement and job change. Liya felt that he had gained a lot of benefits. Searching in my mind, I found that no necromancer had undergone such a big change after advancing to a new job. God's heir. Only in this way can we explain everything about Liya. You kid. Lu Zheng believed what Liya said. It seems that they don't take it seriously enough. An undead god is like manna from heaven for their undead clan. If it was someone from their order of the dead. Oh wow. Take off. Take off directly. Just put your name on it. This is a god. On this planet, the highest being is only a demigod, so the god will be the strongest. Ow! Fuck you. Liya similet kurukedli. Dick. Lu Zheng nodded. Then you will see the holy sacrifice of the dead. Liya's face changed. You want benefits, right? Lu Zheng touched his chin. Just wait, those guys up there will definitely take this seriously. I won't say it satisfies you, but it's definitely useful. Lu Zheng didn't say too much. Liya is really abnormal. When the reward comes out, Li Yaqing has no idea of his own strength. Good. I trust Brother Lu to do things. Liya similit happily. All right, let's take a break. Lu Zheng took out his watch and checked the time. Wait until 6 o'clock, and I'll take you to see our holy sacrifice of the dead. Good. Liya, it's mainly for certain people to see, otherwise others will be worried. Lu Zheng explained. Liya expressed his understanding. Lu Zheng rejected Liya's suggestion to go into the room to sleep and continued to lie on the sofa. Liya went back to his room to sleep. What a little monster. Lu Zheng sighed. Pressure. He felt pressure for the first time. Among the necromancers, his talent is not much worse than that of the holy necromancer. But compared to Liya, perhaps he is truly the heir of God. Lu Zheng fell into memories. The huge body fell down, and golden blood spilled all over the sky and the earth were wailing. Whether it's true or not, Liya's talent means that becoming a demigod will definitely not be his final destination. Look up at your hands. How many years? I still haven't adapted. Lu Zheng sighed for a moment and fell asleep. Somewhere in Tianhai City, a man in a black robe was standing on the rooftop. A few silk threads hang down. A stunning figure descended. Long wait. The voice full of temptation made the black-robed man lose his mind for a moment. You're finally here. Something unexpected happened to the spider you ordered. All 3 spiders were killed, but it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Some unknown changes have occurred. Chapter 71 heading to the Holy Ceremony of the Dead. Oh, the woman was a little surprised. Interesting. Who did this? A necromancer. A necromancer? The woman went from being surprised to being astonished. High level. No, at that time, I was 1 level lower than the boss. What special items were used? No, just use the undead. The two asked and answered each other, and the woman's interest was also piqued. A special necromancer? Interesting. It's been a long time since I saw a guy like this. The woman licked her lips. If you want to come into contact with it, wait until you complete the fusion. The man in black robe gave a reminder, and then his whole body disappeared from the spot as if erased by an eraser. Same as usual. The woman put away her expression. Who are you? What is your identity? Why are you? That's all. That's someone's headache. Several silk threads fell again, pulling it into the sky in an instant. Just like that, both of them disappeared, leaving behind only the city with dots of lights and the night breeze that passed by from time to time. Familiar seating. Liya opened his eyes, and it was dawn. The sun hasn't risen yet. Only a little light is leaking out. Check the time. 5:50. Did he sleep for 3 hours? Full of energy. It seemed that thanks to meditation, he didn't need any more rest at night. Meditation instead of sleep? He can't do it now. Meditation actually has its dangers. That is, you become so immersed in meditation that you no longer want to wake up. This was what Uncle Moo told him. At least. Let's talk about it after the 3 job changes. Leah kept this in mind. He upgraded quickly enough so that there was no need to take risks in doing these things. Besides, even if he meditated all night, if he was at his own home, he wouldn't gain much experience at all. Valley of the Dead. Meditating for too long may lead to accidents. The copy unconsciously affected Leah. It may distort his personality, cause some thoughts to deviate, and even lead to the idea of integrating into the copy. This is not alarmist. Copy. No matter how rubbish it is still a copy. Leah's level is still too low, and he cannot be immune to these influences to a certain extent. It's just too bad. That's what Leah thought. More importantly, it is the impact of the future industrialized world on him. The changes in the undead, the extra knowledge in Eric's mind, and certain changes in the copies. That is the impact of the future industrialized world. So what about him? I seem to have been affected unconsciously, but now it seems to be a good thing. But if the impact reaches a certain level, maybe some changes will happen. Leah decided to play it safe. He doesn't want to become another person. So what should his family do? Open the door. As soon as I arrived in the living room, I saw that Lu Zheng had already gotten up. Maybe not sleeping? If he can sleep a few hours less, there is no reason why Lu Zheng can't do it. He should be better than him. I'm up. Leah responded and opened the refrigerator. Would you like breakfast? No, I can even skip meals. I don't have much of a sense of taste left. Lu Zheng said indifferently. Okay, well, I'll just have a quick breakfast. Leah took a box of milk and some eggs. Sure enough, Lu Zheng is not much of a human being anymore. I just don't know what Lu Zheng's strength is. Soon, boil the eggs and add a straw to the milk. Leah was ready to set off. Let's go. As Lu Zheng had instructed in advance, he took out the token. Energy injection. A magic circle appeared around Leah. A flash of light. The scene around Leah changed, and it became a house. This is the Jinghai Province office. Jinghai Province? Right. We only have a few people in one city, but usually they're all from one province. Lu Zheng pointed around. Even so, there are very few people here. It basically serves as a transit station to the headquarters. There are many people. Others will digest this wave within this office first. We're a small group, so we don't usually do this. Lu Zheng explained. So little. I think so too. Among the necromancers awakened this year, he is the only one who has grown. What about other places? Haven't heard of it yet. Let's go. Lu Zheng waved his hand. Leah quickly finished the eggs and milk he had not finished, and followed Lu Zheng into the house. In the hall, there is a huge magic circle. Hold the token. Lu Zheng reminded from the side. If we don't hold on, we'll be separated. Teleport again. I came to a dark room with many black and gray robes. Put it on. This thing blocks detection and blurs your features. Leah obediently put on the black robe. Lu Zheng, you don't want to wear it? No. This robe will still protect you, my words. Lu Zheng shrugged. Leah understood what he meant. Lu Zheng is extraordinary. He must be a well-known figure in the Holy Grail of the Dead. Then Leah followed Lu Zheng through the door. Is it space transfer again? Leah looked back and saw a barren, gloomy wilderness. They were under a huge door, and from time to time, figures in black robes appeared around them. This is for privacy reasons. A black robe is not safe. Lu Zheng said. At this moment, several men in black robes looked at Lu Zheng in surprise, and one of them whispered to his companion. Who? Several other men in black robes exclaimed in surprise. Leah keenly noticed their conversation and became even more curious about Lu Zheng's identity in the Holy Order of the Dead. Let's go. Lu Zheng greeted. Look around, and if you find something suitable, you can buy it. This is a big city, and you can see tall towers and palace-like buildings in the distance. Go through the door. It's just a row of stalls with a wide variety of things on them. Equipment for sale. Soul pills for sale. Top quality material. You're a perfect choice for transforming the undead. This was much more lively than Leah had imagined. But isn't this too many people? Although the streets were not crowded, they were definitely not sparsely populated. Our Holy Order of the Dead is mainly based in Yinxia country, but it is actually a global organization. People from White Bear Country, the Royal Federation, and the surrounding small countries have joined us. Lu Zhang's words shocked Leah. That's awesome. A global organization? Except for the country across the ocean. In the country across the ocean, there's a similar organization, considered the Undead Evil Society. I heard it's doing pretty well. Lu Zhang added another sentence. Evil Dharma Association? Leah asked in confusion. Right. One is evil, the other is holy. Holiness means obeying the rules. Helping each other. Evil means breaking the rules. The strong prey on the weak. In terms of the number of top-tier combat forces, we are still inferior to the enemy. Here we are. Let's go meet that person. Chapter 72. The Holy Undead Mage. Ooh, Leah was confused. Looking at the building in front of me, it is a Gothic building. I briefly reported what you said, but I didn't expect to alarm that person. The Holy Undead Mage? Right. He is one step away from being a demigod. He is considered half a step away from being a demigod. Rest assured, it's just a matter of meeting once. Lu Zhang patted Leah on the back and pushed Leah into the door. No, aren't you coming? And why do you know so much? As soon as you enter the door, there was that familiar feeling of teleportation again. The next moment, the scene in front of me changed. It was a very simple room. It is about 50 square meters, and there is not much decoration. There are only gray walls, black floors, and a few lamps burning with faint blue flames, which creates some atmosphere for the room. And incense. I can't describe the taste, but it makes people feel relaxed. In the middle, there's a large solid wood desk, behind which sits a person handling official business. I can't see what it looks like exactly. The pressure is so great. Just sitting there, Leah could vaguely see the bone dragon roaring, the undead giant opening its huge eyes, and countless undead and skeletons kneeling down to it. This is what it means for all spirits to kneel down and worship. A genius is a genius. The man in the gray shirt spoke. It's a man. Leah confirmed again. Lu Zhang didn't come? There was a hint of laughter in the voice. He was outside, so he pushed me in alone. Leah said truthfully, it's that guy's personality. When talking about Lu Zhang, he seemed to be in a better mood. Do they have a good relationship? Otherwise, does Lu Zhang have a special status? No. Booty. Are you that awesome? Your name is Leah, right? Right. The man suddenly remembered something. Sorry, I was busy and forgot to introduce myself. Just call me Uncle Lee. Even though I'm a holy undead mage, I'm actually not that old. You were brought here by Lu Zhang, so I'm your elder. Are you sure this isn't Versailles? Not very old. Holy necromancer. Level 90, between 40 and 50 years old, one step away from becoming a demigod. This is something a human can say. It's outrageous. From what he had learned, those demigods who had already achieved fame had spent at least 40 years. That means he becomes a demigod at the age of 60. Uncle E, I have touched it 40 or 50 times. How long will it take to get one step closer? It is foreseeable that once Uncle E breaks through, he will surpass that demigod. Leah called out very obediently. He's flattering me again. Lu Zhang said you were the heir of God. Uncle Yi's tone was a little strange when he talked about the heir of God. Leah didn't think much about it. Yes, it was Mu Chongkong from Tian High City. Uncle Mu made this judgment. Do you have a talent for black? Right. What exactly is it? Summon special undead. It seems there is a certain possibility. Next, Uncle E then asked Leah to demonstrate the skeleton lancers, skeleton cavalry, and undead death knights. Good. These special undead are all good. Uncle Yi's eyes lit up after reading it. Now it's the perfect combination of technology, necromancy, and summons. What a pity. It's hard to imitate. Unde Yi se conclusion surpriset Leah. Is it difficult to imitate? I'm a skeleton lancer. Don't I just have an extra Gatling gun? It seems very simple to Leah. Skeleton soldiers plus a Gatling gun. Wouldn't that be his skeleton spearman? It's not as simple as you think. You are also unaware of your blessings. We've tried combining the undead with modern weapons, but summoned creatures generally don't last very long, and transporting those devices is a problem. Even the powerful necromancer would not look down on those equipment. Too weak. Uncle Lee didn't continue. Do you think it's easy to teach the undead to use equipment? It's useless if just one person learns. A large number of them need to learn it. Logistics is also an issue. Maintenance, bullets, and gun issues. These are the difficult problems facing the necromancer. Not to mention the vehicles. How do you carry that thing? The equipment and vehicles on your undead are all undead. It's a combination of magic and technology combined in a way that I can't even understand. Uncle E finally sighed. So that's how it is. Just like in the past life, some inconspicuous objects are actually something that 90% of the countries on the planet cannot produce. Like the creations of today in ancient times. That is a divine existence. Can't understand. Your undead has the same name, but it's essentially different. Uncle E said, Lia nodded. This talent is even more terrifying than I imagined. Even these few undead souls of yours are somewhat inspiring to me. Only laughed. I originally said I would give you something, but I didn't expect that I would get the benefit first. Now I believe that even if you're not the heir of a god, you still have the potential to become a demigod. As for what you can do beyond that, I'm not sure. Only seek. But you've given me a difficult problem. Our Holy Dharma Society has never produced a genius like you. Uncle E said in a joking tone. You go out first. I'll talk to the others. If it's too good to be true, I can't decide on my own. Leah walked out cautiously. The change in that instant seemed he facilitated the birth of a demigod. How about it? Nothing. As soon as he came out, Lu Zheng put his arm on his shoulder, and Leah said unhappily, Pretty stressful, huh? That's because you're special. Lao Yi is able to restrain his aura, so ordinary necromancers can't sense it. In other words, my question, Leah tot unhappy. Sometimes being too talented is not a good thing, and this time it is fully demonstrated. Extremely high perception of the undead. Leah briefly explained it to Lu Zheng. What? He might have broken through so quickly? Is your undead really that magical? Lu Zheng touched his chin and thought carefully. At the time, I didn't pay much attention. When we get back, I'll take a look at it. Whether it succeeds or not, I'll give you a reward. Since Lu Zheng said so, could Leah still refuse? Anyway, he doesn't understand it now, so why not exchange it for more resources? If Lu Zheng and Yi Shu become stronger, doesn't that mean his backing has become stronger? Especially Lu Zheng. It's in Tianhai City, and his mysterious and elusive methods make him an excellent backer. I've seen enough of it. Let me take you to see the rental office. That's a good place for you to make money in the future. That's a good place for you to make money in the future. Lu Zheng finally brought someone new? Want to have a competition? A voice interrupted Lu Zheng's words. Chapter 73 Genius? Monster. Li Yas Ambition. Lu Tao. Without turning around, Lu Zheng called out the man's name. It's been a long time. There were two men in black robes, one of whom took off his hat. He was a man with gentle eyes and eyebrows, looking at Lu Zheng with a smile. A hug. Then give me a hug. Call. Leo on the side breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there would be a conflict. Apart from professional awakening, this kind of thing happened several times, and he couldn't help but think about it in that direction. Look at the two of them hugging each other. Seems like a friend? Is this the genius you found? After hugging, Lu Tao looked at Leah. Genius. The man in black robe next to Lu Tao also looked over. Ha! Not a genius. Lu Zheng chuckled. Not a genius? Lu Tao showed appropriate doubts. This is a monster. I just saw Lao Yi. Oh, Lu Tao was shocked. First time here. Yes, I met Lao Yi the first time I came here. He also did Lao Yi a small favor, and that brought Lao Yi one step closer. Ah, are you kidding? How can this be a joke? Lu Zheng looked determined. Leah is not easy for me to find. He is the #1 genius in our holy undead society. Even Lao Yi can't compare to him. A familiar sense of sight. Isn't this what parents are like? His mother sometimes said this to others. The man in black robe next to Lu Tao secretly looked at him, as if he wanted to see how talented Leah was. So talented? What level is it now? Lu Tao exclaimed and looked at Leah. Level 20. That meditation allowed Leah to reach his full potential. Level 20? You didn't wake up early. Lu Tao was a little surprised and asked again. Without. Leah, let me tell you, he earned a copy thanks to his talent. Lu Zheng continued to blow. Leah knew that this guy had his own considerations. Many details were not mentioned. A copy. Lu Tao's mouth opened wide. Why? Lu Zheng snorted twice. If you have talent, you can do whatever you want. Tisk. It makes you crazy, Lu Tao said cheerfully. We were originally planning to see who leads the more talented team, but now it seems we don't need to compete anymore. I still have a reward left. Huh? The reward is gone. Pain. Leah cried out in pain. Is this the genius you're looking for? Lu Zhengkai looked at the man in black robe beside Lu Tao. That's right. Lu Tao said proudly. This one might not be as talented as yours, but she awakened her profession several years in advance, and her talent is incredibly high. Oh, Lu Zheng was also shocked. Fuck, you are the one who is cheating. Self-awakening profession, top talent. Leah really can't be compared without cheating. Even if you cheat, you're still slightly inferior before you advance or change jobs. She's only level 10 now, and she's looking for a job change. Lu Tao said, that's a little hard to find. Lu Zheng thought about it. I'll tell Lao you to find a way to change my job, but... Lu Tao was delighted. Don't worry, I know the rules. Then I'll thank you here. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then went their separate ways. Curious? I don't know how you got the level 10 job transfer book for the Archnecromancer. You know, to get this job transfer book, you need to serve the Holy Order of the Undead for 10 years. Lu Zheng said to Leah. 10 years. You're lucky, you got one yourself. Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh. People are different. The kid is talented, but he just lacks luck. Honestly, I traded a few souls for it. Leah was silent for a moment before finally speaking. How many souls? How did you get it? Lu Zheng's face was full of surprise. Don't worry about it. If I can still get it, can you help me sign a 5-year contract with that genius? A gleam of light flashed in Leah's eyes. What do you want, kid? Lu Zheng was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Look for some help. Leah said shyly. Want to develop your own power? How old are you to have such thoughts? Lu Zheng clicked his tongue twice. That's right. You still have a copy, and with your development speed, maybe you can really make one. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Zheng felt that it was feasible. Build a force. No matter how big or small, Leah had an idea after Lu Yidao's death. With the copy, Leah became more determined, and now is an opportunity. Jin said that there are quite a few level 10 job changes there. No, there are a lot of job transfer books. Level 20 job change is something that only Jin can access, otherwise the cost would be too high. Sell it and make a profit? Leah felt a little bit cheated. But what if you build up your own power? In particular, there's a copy that specializes in producing undead resources. Just digest it internally. If I sell it, I'll lose a bit. And don't think that Leah only needs 5 years. But once they are bound to him and taste the sweetness, can they really leave him? Rent his undead to get through the early stage, sell him job transfer scrolls, as well as high-quality and low-price materials, and there may be equipment and so on later. And he was targeting geniuses. The necromancer is a genius, and with his help, what can these people give him in return? Things that are not applicable to these geniuses can be consumed internally. There's really no other way. Sell it again. One more thing. Just as Uncle E said, there's still room for his undead to be excavated, and there is still room for the entire future industrialization talent to be excavated. These need people. Leah doesn't think he is omnipotent. Even if he were, he only had so much time. Leah still felt that he was losing out by giving the work to someone other than his own for research, and it was not safe either. Wouldn't it be better to form a small group and digest things internally? These geniuses are not strong. They just have high talents. By the time they grow up to be as strong as Lao Yi, how strong will Leah be? This is what Leah feels most at ease with, especially with the added protection of the contract. You're so ambitious at such a young age. I won't even ask where you got those job transfer scrolls. In the early stages, just use my name and Lao Yi's to recruit people. Lu Zheng looked at Leah deeply. This way you can grow beautifully. Thank you so much. Leah was very excited. With Lu Zheng and Lao Yi's support, his organization can block countless snoops and has strong credibility. Leah did it himself, and whether others believed it or not was a question. You can study my undead spirits as you wish from now on. Leah felt that he had to express his opinion in some way, but after thinking about it, he could only come up with this. Then it's a deal. Lu Zheng also smiled. This Leah is just what he likes. Tian High City. He advanced? Too bad. Leah, you don't know what kind of monster you're facing. Jiang Zhenhai clenched the information in his hands and said angrily. Chapter 74, Jiang Zhenhai's hatred. Hate it. How could Jiang Zhenhai not hate him? Everything he had was ruined by Leah. After losing his position as a special recruitment teacher and making such a big fool of himself, most of his relationships were ruined. A joke. A clown who doesn't know people well. Among those who came later, he is a vivid example. used to warn those specially recruited teachers. This is Jiang Jinhai. He was nailed to the pillar of shame and could hardly turn over. As for improving strength, he is a level 30 teacher who hasn't been to a dungeon in many years. The next step is to change jobs, but he is stuck and cannot meet the requirements. Unless he finds another job change book, he still has some chance. But that job transfer book is ridiculously expensive. They are often out of stock, even though they are priced high. He had to spend all his savings over the years to buy one. It is unlikely that you can turn things around on your own. The only point, Leah, he is capable of revenge, and he has reliable allies. Especially after seeing what Lu Shandao was hiding, Jiang Jinhai had other ideas. Abyss cultist. Kill Leah and join the Abyss cult. He will definitely be able to turn things around. At this moment, he was completely grasping at a life-saving straw, but his hatred for Leah did not diminish in the slightest. It was Leah who led him to this point. As for your own problems, how is this possible? How could there be something wrong with me? But this evil kid Leah concealed his strength, which made him look very ugly. Right? That's it. People always like to make excuses. Especially Jiang Jinhai, the specially recruited teacher who thinks he has some status. For the tryouts, luckily we kept a copy of Leah's file during the special recruitment. We could just register him directly if he doesn't come. Snort. Leah, why are you fighting with me? As long as Leah enters the first level of the selection competition, his fate is determined. Human refining furnace. Quality, epic. Type, taboo item. Introduction, refine equipment from a professional. This equipment will be affected by the professional's talent, profession, level, etc., and there is a certain probability that it will inherit one of the professional's talents. I hope Leah won't let me down. Jiang Jinhai's face was gloomy and distorted. He also bought this item at a black market auction at high price. This time, you can't escape. I can't escape either. At this time, Leah and Lu Zheng came to the rental house. The entire rental office is extremely large, almost the size of a station, with screens embedded in the walls. The screen is constantly scrolling, and there are many operation panels below. There are private rooms in a small area inside, and there are quite a few people in the entire hall. Leah and Lu Zheng came to an operating panel. Take a look. Lu Zheng called Leah to come and take a look. This is a rental platform. Although it's called a rental platform, it actually also offers buying and selling, but that's not common. Bone Dragon. Level, 50 LV. Rental price, negotiable. Skeleton Giant. Level, 40 LV. Introduction. The specially modified Skeleton Giant is your best choice for showing off. Rental price, 10 minutes /20,000. There are a few pictures and some simple information. When you click on them, some of them have more detailed information, while others have very little. Are they all special undead? Or is it a high-level one? No one seems to be selling regular undead. Liatot. Certainly, everyone has ordinary undead. High-level ones can be used by lower-level ones. Who will use the low-level, ordinary undead? Lu Zheng said as a matter of course. Look at that price. High-level undead are charged for 10 minutes. You still need to spend the energy you summoned, and it's usually just for show. Special undead are also expensive. It's mainly for others to study. Your special undead can be studied and used as a combat force. It's a good thing for the lower ranks. Only Lu Zheng paused. If Oldie can be inspired by your special undead, I'm afraid. Why? The money-making plan was shattered. Leah was well prepared. This is a holy undead wizard who is only one step away from being a demigod. He cannot fully understand the undead, but he can gain certain insights into the undead after observing them for a short period of time. Do you have it? No. But looking at the rental price, Liu is still very envious. His undead spirit can't do that. But if Eric studies the imitations made by his undead, can he take those out? Even the undead in the entire Valley of the Dead can work for him. Liu can make money just by lying down. Lu Zheng suddenly sensed something. Is this guy going to break through? Lia's whole body was trembling, and his head slowly turned in certain directions. What is that? The whole world is shaking. This is resonance. It was like a resonance between him and the Valley of the Dead. Only, this is an entire demiplane. A demiplane with almost no visible edge. A huge vortex appeared above the palace building, and something similar to circuit board lines was faintly emerging in it. Is Uncle E about to take the final step? Li asked it. Lu Zheng nodded solemnly. Right. He stepped out, still in a radical manner. Hearing what Lu Zheng said, Leah broke out in a cold sweat. It can't be because of him, right? Leah's body seemed to be sensitive to that direction as well. Damn it, he actually used it. Leah and Lu Zheng looked unhappy. No, you are so radical? It's only been a short while, and you're already using that thing? In the panel, future industrialization, the mysterious black light keeps flashing. Seems to be joining in this resonance. Leah was stunned. What do you want to do? What on earth is this talent for? It's so scary. I'm just a level 20 Karami. Why would I be involved in such a big event as advancing to demigod? I can't figure it out. Sometimes talent shouldn't be too good. Lu Zheng said leisurely at this moment. There's no way. He couldn't help Leah in any way. He couldn't even help with Lao Yi's promotion, let alone the problems with Leah. That is what remains of God. You're on your own. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Lu Zheng advised Leah to be optimistic. Optimism? We can only be optimistic. It feels terrible to have no control over your fate. Leah felt very uncomfortable. It's not that my body and soul feel uncomfortable, but the feeling that things are out of my control and my destiny is out of my control. Maybe people are just mean. He benefited every time, but it was not his initiative. Then there's this feeling. It's like the manipulation of lower dimensions by higher dimensions. Leah was completely unable to control his talent. Instead, his talent passively affected him. A strange vibration occurred. Leah's energy began to dissipate and rushed towards the vortex. Leah. Then Leah's eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Chapter 75, Advance to Demigod. Divinity. Somewhere. Lu Tao raised his head. What is that? The black-robed man next to him spoke with longing. Is this the holy undead mage attacking the demigod? The two suddenly remembered Lu Zheng's words. No way, is this true? They looked at each other, and their eyes widened at the same time. There is such a genius. Lu Tao simply couldn't imagine it. What is the upper limit of a monster with such a special undead spirit? Demigod? Or maybe it's a god. The two of them thought of it at the same time. Really? Lu Tao didn't know what to say anymore. It's so terrifying. What is this terrifying Leah doing now? His soul is floating in the sky. Literal awareness. Leah's soul actually entered the vortex, and there was a strange black shield around him. It can also be said to be a filter. The external energy is filtered to him, and then after circulating in his body, it enters the external circulation again. My soul is ascending. Leah was a little confused. The body, which was originally somewhat illusory, gradually became solid in this cycle. The blurry facial features became clear, the details of the body were revealed one by one, and finally a gray robe appeared, covering his body. On the gray robe, golden lines flow, forming circuit board-like patterns. At this moment, the huge vortex showed signs of collapse after compression. Not good. Lu Zheng had a bad feeling in his heart. The necromancers in the city were all worried. If they could advance successfully, their necromancer skills would advance even further. If not, it won't plummet, but your status will decline. Not to mention, there is also an evil cult of the undead. It is true that they cannot be swallowed up, but they can steal a lot from them. The Holy Undead Mage is their signature. Next moment, a dark black electric current flashed by. The originally unstable compression vortex stabilized again. In the energy storm formed by the fluctuations, a small gray-gold gem appeared. God Core. For some reason, Leah knew his name the first time he saw him. The divine core slowly fell down. Leah was also pulled back into his body. When I opened my eyes drowsily, I found Lu Zheng looking into the distance, his eyes full of worry for Lao Yi. And what about yourself? Lie on a cold floor. Oh, this floor is quite comfortable. I don't know if it uses some special materials or if it has a special attack against a necromancer. I didn't feel anything when I was standing. Leah did not stand up immediately, or he was unable to stand up immediately. The soul has become too strong. And Divinity 5, look at your own level again. Level, LV 20. Where did this come from for me? Am I still level 20? How come I have divine power? Could it be that I have really become the heir of God? Leah knew better than anyone that he was not the heir of God, and it was not Uncle Moo who could give an explanation. This is the cheat. Now, he already looks a bit like the heir of God. As for the talent that can be covered up by the heir of God, it can only be said that it's indescribable. Woke up. What's going on? Lu Zheng also noticed that Leah had woken up and hurried over to ask. Phoenix, I just can't move. Seeing Lu Zheng so anxious, Leah was a little moved. Unexpectedly, Lu Zheng cares about himself so much. But 1 second. Who asked you? It was Lao Yi. Lu Zheng looked anxious. The emotion that had just risen in Lia's heart was shattered. It's stable. I last saw him condense his divine core, and he's probably still adjusting to it. Just like me. Leah said, it's done. Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. I didn't expect it to work. He danced with excitement, like a human who had just gained limbs. Ahem. Can't you just care about me? Leah coughed twice, hoping to attract Lu Zheng's attention. You? What could be your problem? I think you've gained a lot. Lu Zheng turned around and looked at Leah. Oh, Leah Chakrit. You have so much confidence in me. The fact that you can cause such a big commotion means that there's something unusual inside you. I'll quickly examine you and know that your soul is leaving your body. When your soul returns, I'll know that you're probably fine. Lu Zheng said, the thing inside Leah's body is too powerful. If Leah really was its host, he would definitely not die easily. Okay, got it. Or maybe I'm just too talented. Leah Sikit Again. This is the limitation of having too much talent. Even if you do something that is beyond the understanding of ordinary people, others will find it easier to accept it. Why? This is all my hard work and sweat, but you only see my talent. Leah Sikit. No wonder he has such unusual talents. He loves being praised for his hard work. Talent has been proven, but hard work has not been recognized by others. What you want most is to have nothing. Lu Zheng sneered twice. I think it's all talent, no sweat at all. This guy has only been awakened for a few days, and he has done so many outrageous things. Is this effort? Isn't this pure talent, without any effort? Yeah. I think I've tried really hard. Leah lay on the ground, lost in thought. I clearly spend all my time madly improving myself. Isn't this my own hard work? Although there will be some unexpected events, but this cannot deny his efforts. Yeah. Lu Zheng looked at Leah speechlessly. Don't you know what your talents are? Effort? Are you really trying hard? By the way, what's the use of divinity? Divinity? Leah Sudenli Supok. Lu Zheng looked confused. It's not you. It was a great benefit, but I didn't expect it to be such a great benefit. Generally speaking, divinity only appears when you're close to level 90. It's formed after your body, mind, and energy have reached their peak based on your understanding of your profession. It can also be transformed through faith. It is essentially an energy that transcends everything in the world and can bring oneself closer to God. Lu Zheng gave a brief explanation. So I can start now. Level 20, getting closer to God. I always feel that it doesn't fit at all. And the Godhead is the gathering of divinity, the key to becoming a demigod. Lu Zheng continued. Is it so important? Leah said in surprise. Of course, just the ease you get. It takes a lot of hard work to reach level 90 to even gain a little bit of divinity. Once you have divinity, it's a qualitative change. It means that you can continue to gather more divinity through this little bit of divinity. And you? This is talent. I can't see where the effort is. Lu Zheng said expressionlessly. This? Leah didn't know what to say. The soul and body slowly fit together, and something seems to have changed. Chapter 76 demigod advancement depends on Leah. Slowing down. No, I'm faster. This feeling is like turning on a prosthetic body. Things are slowing down all around. In fact, his reaction and perception have become faster. There should be more changes than just this. Leah understood that his soul had been greatly improved this time, and the soul and body influenced each other. This is just the beginning. His soul will continue to influence his body. It was the first time for Leah to see what specific changes had taken place, so he had no idea. And divinity is located between his eyebrows, which is the upper dantian. It seemed as if a golden light appeared between Leah's eyebrows, like a heavenly eye. There was a faint pain in it. The level of divinity is so high that even if he obtains it, just carrying it will be a huge burden for him. But it's okay. It has little impact on his combat effectiveness. Why? I will need to spend more time in the future to allow the divine nature to temper my upper dantian. Then the brain, and then expand to the head. At last, the whole body. A necromancer tempering his body. Listen to what this is talking about. Leah stood up and stretched his body, while Lu Zheng was a little restless. Didn't I tell you? You should be promoted to a demigod. Leah looked at Lu Zheng. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Lu Zheng sighed. You two have such a good relationship. Certainly. Let's put it this way. We're not blood brothers, but Sheng is a blood brother. Is that so? I feel like there are a lot of stories in it. The relationship between Lu Zheng and Lao Yi is obviously abnormal. Something must have happened. Not love. It's family love. The kind that ordinary families don't see. In the palace in the city, a pair of eyes slowly opened, and after a while he spoke. Leah. He seemed to see Leah when he was promoted. Yes, I saw Leah. The figure in the middle of the dark black. Could it be that my promotion depends on Leah? Isn't this unlikely? But his intuition reminded him that this was the truth. Don't underestimate your intuition. If you're the average person, you could be forgiven for not trusting your intuition. But you are a supernatural being, so you have the option to trust your intuition. And you are a demigod? Please trust your intuition. There is not much in the world that can influence his intuitive judgment. Is that possible? Lao Yi looked at his divine core. Several circuit, diagram-like dark patterns are imprinted on it. He seemed to have seen something similar. No, wasn't it because he tried something similar that he almost failed to compress it successfully? I remember now. I remember everything. My success is really thanks to Leah's help. Lao Yi murmured. What level is Leah? You can do this. Leah wanted to say, it wasn't me who did it. It was my talent that did it. Calm your breath. Put the divine core into your own sea of consciousness. Having just become a demigod, he himself has not yet been promoted by the divine core and has not yet fully entered the demigod stage. But these are all slow and painstaking efforts. Just take your time. I really didn't expect that Leah would help me. Things in this world are unpredictable. If Lu Zheng hadn't brought Leah with him, he probably wouldn't have been promoted so quickly, and the whole process might have been safer. Leah is here. When he realized some things about the undead, he was also influenced by certain beings. Lao didn't want to try it. That is a mentality of seeking the truth. What danger? What is unstable? What could be a hidden danger? He put all of this behind him at that moment. He just wanted to see what changes would happen when this thing was integrated into himself and into the divine core. He succeeded. This divine core is special. Energy runs faster, loss is reduced, control is enhanced, and my own computing power has increased. This is the purpose of those dark black lines. That's just how it is. But he is a demigod. If their strength grows too much, they will just be a group of reckless men. Details determine success or failure. The faster your energy circulates, the faster your skills can be released. Losses are reduced. Others have 3 skills. He has 4. Increased control. It means that he has strong control over his energy and skills and can come up with more tricks. At last, computing power increased. It enables him to think rationally faster. The divine core is equivalent to his external brain, and the increase in computing power is the most fundamental improvement for him. Fight, practice, research. Many of them can use computing power. The more computing power he has, the more operations he can perform. Don't forget, he is still a necromancer. Even if he is a holy necromancer, he is still a necromancer. No, now he should be called the holy god of the dead. Multi-threaded operation in the Scourge allows for more micromanagement. This is not a huge improvement. If 2 armies were facing off, and one could count more, wouldn't that be a huge advantage? Just 1 step away. That's a world of difference. Lao Yi knew that he had gained a lot of benefits. Then Leah's reward will be even more difficult to deal with. Give what? Should we give his demiplane to Leah? He really couldn't find a suitable reward to give to Leah. Certainly. He never considered Yinsha currency. Or let him choose his own skill book, and guarantee his job change book later. These can be given, especially after he achieved demigod status. He could make his own job transfer book, but there were various restrictions. Level 10, 40, and 70 job transfer books are difficult to make. Level 30 and level 60 job transfer books are the easiest to make. Even so, it still takes a lot of time and energy, and a demigod would not focus all his energy on it. Forget it. Let's go take a look first. Lao Yi's figure flashed. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Leah and Lu Zheng. There seemed to be a curtain around them, and no one else noticed Lao Yi's appearance. I'm so glad you're okay. Lu Zheng's face was full of smiles. It's okay, thanks to Leah. Did he really help? Right. Without him, I might. Lao Yi didn't continue. Leah, are you divine? He first uttered a light exclamation, and then let out a cry of surprise. What did Lao Yi see? He had gone through so much hardship to condense his divinity, which now appeared in Leah. What level is Leah? Level 20. Are you kidding him? Besides, his divine core was trembling, as if he had met a superior. Even in his heart, he did not have any negative thoughts towards Leah. He was just like Leah's subordinate. Lao Yi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Maybe this is the price? Those dark black lines are Leah's deep imprint. You don't feel anything? Leah looked surprised at Lao Yi's sudden question. No. If I had to say it, it seems like something is brewing. Not the body, not the energy, but the soul. Call. The next moment, gray air was exhaled by Leah. Lao Yi and Lu Zheng both felt their hearts tremble, and everyone in the rental house felt a chill. Chapter 77. This is my talent. Even demigods can influence it. It was the pure breath of death. The breath of death arrives. Lao Yi murmured. What? Lu Zheng was extremely surprised. That legendary skill. Only those favored by the god of death can obtain this skill. Breath of death. It has special attack against undead and undead. Let the dead be dead. It's a very simple skill, but the effect is abnormal. For ordinary living people, unless they're on the verge of death, it actually doesn't have much effect. But what about the undead? Most of them were resurrected or half-dead. Out in one breath. That's a huge area falling down. This skill is almost only available to undead and immortal creatures. Breathing is the right of the living. But the breath of death is based on death. Half-life, or on the path of death, reach a very high level and be derived from death. Only then can you comprehend this skill. I didn't get it, but Lee already has it. Half of my life is fake. Lowy didn't think much about it, and there was no time to think about it. Take this opportunity to think about it carefully. Maybe he can figure it out. That's right. A demigod mastered the skills of a level 20 mortal. This world is so magical. Lu Zheng watched Lao Yi sit down cross-legged, and after a struggle in his heart, he also sat down cross-legged. For the breath of death, right? Leah felt a little different. Soul, body, and divinity, a surprising reaction. He clearly just wanted to touch the divinity. He could hear what Lao Yi and Lu Zheng were saying, but his body was once again out of his control. This is an inexplicable instinct. It's not like someone has control over his body. Leah lowered his eyes and breathed in and out slowly, exhaling and then retracting the gray air from his mouth. Like an immortal who has attained enlightenment. There are two boys who are studying the same art next to him. Why? It is not good to have too much talent. Leah sikit inyardli. He still has useless skill upgrades. There are more and more things to do, and I don't have time to digest many things. There is still room for development of many capabilities. Only, someone is forcing him. The threat of Lu Shandao is imminent. The stronger he performed, the more Lu Shandao couldn't help it. I may not be able to wait until he takes the college entrance examination. Lu Shandao was about to take action himself, and that was his chance. Hunter and prey are relative. What will his strength be like in a dozen days? And Lu Zheng and Lao Yi, these are his big brothers. Like Lao Yi, you don't need to do it yourself. Just seal one or two of his skills. Excuse me. How to play Lu Shandao. Lu is protecting him. How to lose. If he loses, there is still Lu Zheng. If Lu Zheng fails, there is still Lao Yi. Revenge. If you can get it yourself, do it yourself. Leah did not have the obsession to take revenge personally. He just wanted Lu Shandao to die, and the rest would depend on the situation at that time. Trials. This is his one chance. This is an opportunity to test Lu Shandao's power. After all, Lu Shandao does not have the final say. He won't go too far or be too arrogant. According to his information, there might be a level 40 boss as a backup, and then a group of level 30 teams, as well as some tampering with the dungeon. In Leah's opinion, it is within controllable range. There is also teleportation back to the Valley of the Dead as a means of saving life. But once he takes this wave, Lu Shandao will be completely unable to move. This time the guild selection competition. Leah must go one step further, complete the level 20 job change and level 20 advancement, and then reach level 30. It's possible to live. Changing jobs again and breaking through to level 30 would be the best. Leah had a hunch that if he completed the job change to level 30, he would be able to unleash some divine power. Then his trump card will be terrifyingly powerful. Then comes the upgrade of future industrialization. You can take your time with this. There will be plenty of time later, unless there is a chance that a large group of monsters gather together. Otherwise, this is quite time-consuming and energy-consuming, but it doesn't mean not doing it. Instead of doing it specifically, many things require monster hunting, so there is no need to do it deliberately. Quickly improve your strength. This is Leah's goal at this stage. Pressure level? Not necessary for now. No time, no energy, no resources. Wait until after the college entrance examination. He has plenty of time to kill monsters and upgrade future industrialization. After entering university, there are also high-quality educational resources to help him avoid some detours. Leah understood after these days' experiences. He really lacks knowledge, but it's not his fault. There are many things that are not taught in schools and are not available in society. What to do? He did not come into contact with Mu Qinghan, Lu Zheng, and others. Leah only had a vague understanding of his own situation, and of course he didn't know much now. I can't even understand it, let alone apply it. How much time would it take for Leah to experiment and figure it out slowly on his own? Leah was sorting out his subsequent ideas. My body is still breathing. Death denial, level 3. Death denial, level 5. How come my talent has been upgraded to a higher level without me noticing? Life 10,000 to 20,000. Have I become stronger again? Leah's face was full of confusion for a moment. Why do I feel so unfulfilled? If I tell anyone that even just breathing makes me stronger, no one will believe it. Why? This is my talent. How come it becomes so outrageous after advancing? I miss the feeling of diving into a dungeon and concentrating on leveling up. Now I feel like I have improved without any effort. Leah had some guesses. He didn't have any good stuff before, but after he advanced, he came into contact with more good things. His potential for advancement and job change has not been exhausted. Leah had never had the opportunity to come into contact with these things before. After changing his job and advancing, his body also became different. This is also the key. In the past, mortal bodies could not sense these things, nor could they withstand them. After this series of extraordinary adventures, things should slowly return to normal later. It will take him some time to grow up, and it will be a problem if he grows too fast and cannot be controlled. He exhaled his last breath. Lu Zheng also let out a breath that was ambiguous. Li was finally able to regain control of his body, and even more concentrated energy flowed through his body. His energy has now changed from air to mist. Just energy. He can further influence reality. Call. No more. Lu Zheng felt a little sorry. He felt that he had grasped some of the clues, and if he was given some more time, he would be able to build a prototype. That's right. It's just a prototype. It will take more time to fully understand it. Fortunately, there were some other gains. Lu Zheng looked strange. Lao Yi patted him. All right, let's discuss this later, the two of us. Unlike Lu Zheng, Lao Yi has already built a prototype. Divinity is the key. Without divinity, you cannot understand it all. Leah, you are still too perverted. Chapter 78, Lu Zheng's Collapse. Leah, who had just regained control of his body, heard what Lao Yi said. What am I perverted about? You're a pervert. Breaking through to the demigod level at the age of 40 or 50, if that's not abnormal, what is? Lu Zheng suddenly interrupted. Oldie isn't that old. He's only close to 40. Leah lukit at Lao Yi indispeliev. You've already achieved the demigod breakthrough at the age of 30? More than 30 years old. Breaking through level 60 is considered a genius. Then more than 30. What does it mean to become a demigod? But none of this is as perverted as you. Lu Zheng continued. Especially that look. Do you know what you are? Isn't this a better talent? 100 million points? All right. Lao Yi interrupted the two of them. Leah, you'd better be careful not to use the breath of death carelessly, and your divinity must be hidden. Leah nodded. He understands. This thing is not something he can master at level 20. Apart from these two, everything else is exposed. It won't have much impact on Leah. Your undead summon has certain hidden dangers. If I don't examine it carefully, even I can't see any abnormalities. Possible. Some old monsters, or those at the top of the evil law society, might be able to tell. After Lao Yi said this, Leah felt relieved. What level are those people he is talking about? He can't even get in touch with it now. That doesn't matter. Leah waved his hand indifferently. But just to be on the safe side, I saw Lao Yi putting his hand on Leah's head. Buzz. Some mysterious runes flashed by. You are completely enveloped by my aura. Ordinary people can't see through it. Only demigods can see through it. Lao Yi continued. It's like using one secret to cover up another secret. If they try to break through this layer of aura, I will definitely be able to sense it. I can use space magic to rush over in an instant. I don't think they can see your secret in that short time. Then, thank you, Uncle E. This sense of security, demigod support. Leah felt his back straighten a little, and he even thought, the world is so big, there's no place I dare not go. Stop. That would be too crazy. This is because Uncle E values you, so he helps you. In fact, it is different from what Leah thought. Lao Yi did these things, some of which were influenced by the dark lines, and some of which were because he saw hope. Leah went further. He is also the one who benefits. Even though he has a high level now, he will need Leah to support him in the future. The gap will become larger and larger at each stage, and the first 90 levels and 91 to 100 levels are 2 realms. The new advancement may not be so obvious. As you advance in levels, each level requires a lot of time and effort. And talent. Become a god? How many people in this world can become gods? Those old monsters have reached the so-called quasi-god realm, but they are still no match for the might of the gods. Just like many people will never be able to break through level 90 in their lifetime. The gap between gods and quasi-gods is even greater. There are no gods on the blue planet, but there are some in some places. Leah gave him hope, especially after he branded the dark black lines on the divine core. He was already considered Li Ye's subordinate god. For Lao Yi, he still has a chance to peel off, but he was unwilling to give up. The dark black lines gave him a boost, enough for him to grow into a quasi-god. It's gone. That's not necessarily the case. In particular, he can continue to study Li Ye's undead, and those dark lines can be improved. How can Lao Yi not be moved? Not to mention Li Ye's potential. If Li Ye became a god, it would definitely be easier for him to do so. These are not things that outsiders can understand. He is utilitarian and also wants to repay Li Ye. You're welcome. It can be considered as my repayment. Lao Yi smiled slightly. How do you say that? Lu Zheng suddenly asked. How about you send him back? I still need to help this kid with something. You help him with something? Lao Yi looked at Lu Zheng in surprise. Can you speak? Lu Zheng asket Lia. Explain. I originally wanted to find Uncle E as a backer. Lia nodded. This guy was able to get a level 10 job transfer and wants to recruit a group of his own. No, we are like-minded partners. Partner. A partner who has signed a 5-year contract to sell himself can only be considered a partner if he can grow to a certain level. Li was left speechless by Lu Zheng's words. That's the truth. The main thing is that this kid has another copy, which is perfect for training our own people. With his growth rate, a positive cycle will soon be formed. Lu Zheng continued. A copy? A level 10 job transfer book. Lao Yi looked at Lia in surprise. Outrageous. Is this what you can come up with? It seems that Leah has more secrets than imagined. It is feasible. Is your copy a resource copy? Lao Yi thought about it and asked a question. I guess so. Leah said with an awkward smile. Is that so? Lu Zheng was surprised. What do you mean by considered? A resource copy is a resource copy, and an upgrade copy is an upgrade copy. What's in between? Lu Zheng's head was full of question marks. If Leah hadn't been so outrageous, he would have wanted to ask Leah if he was playing a trick on him. Yes, it is. Upgrading dungeon monsters and using them all to produce resources. Isn't this a resource dungeon? Lu Zheng and Lao, you were greatly shocked by Li Ye's words. Is that so? Can you do it? The two have different focuses. Have you seen Lao Yi? Lu Zheng was very angry. He's the only one who doesn't know, right? Am I a country bumpkin? After obtaining certain permissions, you can do this. Besides, that is to become the master of the copy. This demiplane in front of me is the product of a chance encounter, combined with some of my own tricks of fusing several damaged copies from the Advent, a special copy, and my undead dimension. I am the lord of the demiplane. It is possible to command some people with low intelligence to engage in resource production work. For those with high intelligence, we need to negotiate and discuss conditions. They have the right to refuse. Lao Yi briefly explained the origin of this demiplane. So outrageous? Lu Zheng felt like a clown. Between Leah and Lao Yi, he seems out of place. After a meditation session, I influenced the dungeon's advancement and made it my master. Leah said, "You're even more outrageous." Lu Zheng and Lao Yi agreed. It's an undead instance, and there's an intelligent necromancer who helps me manage it. After saying this, Lu Zheng and Lao Yi fell silent. Lu Zheng roared, "Get lost! I don't want to see you again. Chapter 79, your uncle is a demigod." So that's it. I've always been a clown. Lu Zheng was thinking at this moment. Why? Why do you find this pervert, Leah? Totally humiliated. These two people are simply the children of destiny. I'm so lucky. He knew a little about Lao Yi's past affairs, but now it seems that Lao Yi is still hiding something. Think about himself. Will he tell the whole story? No. Some things are hard to say out loud. The same is true for Leah. Don't be angry. We're all brothers. Lao Yi patted Lu Zheng's shoulder. How can there be people like you in this world? Lu Zheng muttered. It turns out that luck and talent can coexist. Or say, only with incredible talent can you have incredible luck. He thought that compared to Lao Yi, his talent was not bad, but along the way, all right, I'm going to be busy. I'll still be relying on you two from now on. Why? What a tiring life. After saying that, Lu Zheng waved and left. This guy. Lao Yi looked at Lu Zheng, who was walking away, and said nothing more. I should take you home too. Do you need a token? What do you think? Others are the lords of half-planes. How could they not be able to do what the token can do? There seems to be someone at your house. Lao, he waved his hand. Two figures appeared before his eyes. Uncle Mu and Mu Qinghan. Leah said, "No, that's good to know you," etc. Before Leah could finish his words, he and Lao Yi disappeared from the spot. Leah's home. Not a home. Mu Changkong opened the door, and Mu Qinghan's little head popped out from behind. Is this Leah's home? She looked at it curiously. It's very ordinary. Yes. What do you think Leah's family has? Mu Changkong said unhappily. The main reason is that Leah is too outrageous. I thought there was something different about his family. Mu Qinghan stuck out her tongue. She only shows this side of herself in front of her father. But it seems like someone has been here. As soon as I entered the room, I looked towards the place where Lu Zheng had slept. Lu Shandao took action. No, this person has been here for quite some time. He must be someone Leah knows. Mu Changkong observed carefully. He found something suspicious. Why did you disappear right in the room? Father! Mu Qinghan stared blankly at the scene in front of him and shouted to Mu Changkong, who was still studying. What? Mu Changkong turned his head and looked. Shocked. A gray vortex appeared in the middle of the house. Two spots of light flew out. Then it changed from virtual to real in midair. Leah. Mu Qinghan's face was full of surprise. How could she not have expected that Leah would appear in this way? Next to it, that's a young-looking man. Natural perspective. She took a look and didn't dare to look again. It was a world of the dead, and that man was the god who controlled it. This is... Mu Changkong sensed it, and his whole body began to tremble. That feeling. He was definitely not wrong. Demigod. This was the most intense pressure he had ever felt. And it was a demigod of the undead kind. A demigod he didn't even recognize. Leah will be sent here. Lao Yi bowed to Mu Changkong and Mu Qinghan. Thank you both for taking care of Leah. Uncle Yi, take care. After Leah finished speaking, Lao Yi nodded and turned into a point of light and entered the vortex. Mu's parents just stared blankly. What did they see? This is an ordinary family. What did Leah call that demigod just now? Uncle. Leah has an uncle who is a demigod? Huge waves of emotion surged in the two of them. Look at that move just now. It's a noble spatial ability. Mean. You and Leah fought to the death. You're about to give your acceptance speech, and then the demigod shows up. It's so thrilling. A powerful professional with spatial abilities is an invisible insurance. After Lao Yi left, the three of them just stared at each other. Leah, is that really your uncle? Your real uncle? Mu Changkong finally spoke. How is that possible? I hope so. Leah shook his head. What about him? Mu Changkong breathed a sigh of relief. How do you put it? Leah felt it was difficult to explain. He suddenly remembered Lu Zheng's words. Not blood brothers, blood brothers. It's not my uncles, but my uncles. He thought this was very suitable. Lao Yi gave him this feeling, like an uncle who cared about him. It's not my uncle's my uncle. Isn't that my uncle? Mu Qinghan blurted out the words. Leah shook his head. It's still different. Uncle Yi and I have no blood relationship. Well, Mu Qinghan was stunned. How did you two meet? Mu Changkong's face was full of curiosity. Uncle Mu, do you know about the holy sacrifice of the dead? Uncle Mu. Here, the word uncle. Mu Changkong's heart trembled. How could he deserve to be called uncle like a demigod? The holy ritual of the dead? Mu Changkong reacted immediately. Could that be the holy undead mage? No, the holy undead god. I didn't expect that. Unexpectedly, that person actually became a demigod. Father, do you know? Mu Qinghan didn't know about the Holy Assembly of the Dead, so she had never heard of this name. The largest undead organization in Eurasia. Its core members are mainly from Yinxia, with quite a few members from other countries. I heard they have a demi-plane as their base, and there are several level 90s in the upper echelons. And their leader is the Holy Undead Mage. They rose to prominence 10 years ago, and many became leaders of the Holy Order of the Dead. They also expanded their influence to the Eurasian continent, no longer limited to Yinxia country. Mu Changkong told the story slowly and leisurely. It's like telling a legendary story. For Mu Qinghan, this is a legend. In other words, Lia's uncle Yi is very young? Mu Qinghan asked again. Right. My uncle is less than 40. Lia said quietly. Less than 40? Mu Qinghan let out a cry of surprise. Have we witnessed a legend? A demigod under 40? This is simply a monster. Mu Changkong looked at Lia in front of him again. He was also a little monster. Also a necromancer. Same monster. With that help, Lia becoming a demigod at the age of 40 is not a dream. Especially with this person as his backer, Lia's path will definitely be much smoother. Make money. Make a fortune. Just maintain a good relationship. They are equivalent to gaining the friendship of two demigods, with a super large organization behind them. Mu Changkong's heart was filled with joy. All the original worries were swept away, and those problems were no longer problems. Looks like we don't have to worry about you anymore. Mu Changkong and Mu Qinghan smiled at each other. Lu Shandao has taken action. Chapter 6 Crush him. Tianhai City. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered and the rain was falling heavily. In the villa, Lu Shandao stood in front of the window, gazing into the distance. Did I make the right choice this time? He has come step by step to where he is today, and now he is a little hesitant. To go one step further. Is it worth it? He bit it, veins popping all over his body. Sweat dripped down my head. The pupils change between vertical and round, and the teeth sometimes turn into canines and sometimes return to their original shape. Worth, he roared in a hoarse voice. Even if I give up everything I have now, as long as I can make one more step forward, it will be worth it. Call. He was breathing heavily, and the strange feeling in his body was suppressed. I won't give up. Why can I only go here? Looking at the city in the distance, swallowed by the rain, at this moment the city and the sky are a little blurred. To see the higher scenery. For my future, his eyes became more determined. Some necessary price should be paid. Lu Shandao murmured. Lia, it doesn't matter to him. It's just a smokescreen for him. Why I told Jiang Zhenhai was just to fool him. So? Revenge? None of them can go any further. I'm afraid no one would have thought that I would actually reach level 60. Lu Shandao's eyes were full of contempt, and then quickly dimmed. It stops at level 60. As he spoke, Lu Shandao clenched his fists. I don't want to. Would you like to? No. Other voices came from within Lu Shandao's body, like an echo, or as if several people were answering. Yes. We don't want to. Lu Shandao looked at his slowly growing nails, seemingly not noticing anything at all. So, you can only fish chestnuts out of the fire. During the chaotic college entrance examination, I took advantage of the situation and made that move. Level 60? No. Becoming a demigod is no longer a dream. Who would have thought that the Abyss cult could obtain those things? No one could have imagined it. That's why the opportunity was given to him. The Abyss is coming. No one can avoid it, and no one can escape it. Lu Shandao opened his arms. After he finished speaking, a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Confusion. That is the ladder for our progress. He didn't take Lia and Jiang Zhenhai seriously. He is very fast. There is no need to hide it. And Jiang Zhenhai, who was blinded by hatred, was a very good chess piece. Lia, that wasn't his main purpose at all. Will Lia participate in the selection? This is something Jiang Zhenhai needs to worry about, and he won't pay too much attention to it. It would be best if Lia was killed. No, then just wait until he becomes immortal and then crush this ant. At that time, in the entire Tianhai city, who is his opponent? Mu Changkong or Wang Yang? Lia's threat to him was like dust that could be swept away at will. As for Lia, Does he have other backers? Funny. When he stood at the top of Tianhai City, no matter who supported Liya, it would be useless. I will crush everything. Liu Shandao smiled confidently. At this time, his men walked in. President, everything is ready. Good. Restrain your men. Don't take the initiative to cause trouble for Liya, and don't stir up trouble. He felt unhappy about the self-operating team. It was the president who recruited him, but they didn't expect that he, the vice president, would be in power. After the Awakening Day, he began to tighten his power. The former president was completely sidelined by him. Those guys probably sensed something was wrong, so they took action on their own to target Liya and try to please him. But it never occurred to me that he didn't need it. Everything for the beast god, Liu Shandao said before his subordinates retreated. Everything for the beast god, the subordinate shouted enthusiastically. Troublesome autumn. Liu Shandao moved his wrist. There are more and more people from outside forces. I hope that no one will end up in a situation beyond our expectations. The Abyss cult should also give some strength. He doesn't want to see any accidents happen. Then wouldn't everything Liu Shandao to be in vain? I hope he will behave himself. You don't want me to do it myself. In the core city of the demiplane. Real. That person really broke through. Lu Tao could not hide the joy on his face. Demigod. The emergence of one among those in a niche profession is simply a blessing from heaven. Most demigods belong to the state. For example, a super-large guild would have 1 or 2 demigods in charge. 4 niche professionals like them. Even a few level 90 elders are considered the top ones, and most of them are level 60 guys. Powerful. Like a war association. With war as the core, it covers melee, ranged, healing, support, and mage. There are multiple demigods throughout the association. Almost all professionals with high combat talent can join in. Broad enough. Moreover, the founder himself is a demigod, which is why there are so many demigods, and he also has close relations with the military. It is a semi-official guild. And what about them? Not official. There has never been a demigod in the organization. It can be said that it was only after Lao Yi came to power that the organization's influence expanded to the Eurasian continent. Member requirements. He is a genius among D-class professional necromancers. How many people produce one? Some cities may not even have one for several years. That's all. Their organization remains strong and is one of the top private organizations. And possess a demigod. It can make them the world's leading organization. The presence or absence of a demigod is a threshold. With demigods, this means that their holy law of the dead will be qualified to be served. Demigod. This is the nuclear era. If a demigod exerts his full strength, he can at least destroy a city, and even if he is strong enough, he can easily destroy a small country. Necromancer. It's the kind that easily destroys a country. In the battle between demigods, the holy god of the undead is not the strongest, but he is first class at bullying weak players. I'm afraid that if a slightly larger country does not have a demigod, the holy god of the undead can quickly destroy it. The scourge of the undead is no joke. Such a demigod can provide enormous help to the organization. Maybe we can step out from behind the scenes and onto the stage. That way, we wouldn't have to go through the trouble of recruiting undead geniuses, facing dilemmas the geniuses haven't heard of, and needing to prove the organization's reliability and strength. Lu Tao said this, his tone full of resentment. The holy ritual of the dead is really not well known anymore. For those who have just awakened to the undead profession and started to show their talents, they have generally never heard of their organization. Isn't this embarrassing? Especially some people, they even want to compete with them for talent. This made his work even more difficult. Fortunately, the old members of the Holy Order of the Dead are all well-known masters of the dead in the local area. That's why new people are constantly joining us. Don't worry. I think Lao Yi has such a plan. Lu Zheng laughed twice and then said, All right, I have a channel for level 10 job transfer. Chapter 81, This is Your Chance. Lu Tao took a step back and looked Lu Zheng up and down. You have thick eyebrows and big eyes I didn't expect. Lu Zheng heard it. I knew Lu Tao misunderstood. It's not Lao Yi's channel. It's a channel for that genius of mine. He quickly explained. That genius's channel? Lu Tao's face was full of surprise, and it was almost written on his face that you were joking. How old is he? What's his family background? Change job at level 10. Can anyone take it out? It belongs to the necromancer, and this thing is even rarer. His family doesn't have much background. What's that saying? But he changed his job at level 10 and became the most orthodox necromancer. Your investment? Do I have that ability? I haven't known him for long, and I can't bear to part with such a precious thing. In other words, he found a level 10 job change somewhere and changed his job. Lu Tao's eyes widened. Isn't this just good luck? Does he really think he's the chosen one? Can he just drop a job transfer book with a single move? No. Lu Zheng shook his head. Leah said he exchanged his soul for it. Did I hear that right? Can the job transfer book be exchanged for souls? A powerful soul? No. It should be an ordinary soul. Although he didn't explain it to me clearly, he didn't think that job change was that valuable. Lu Zheng's words made Lu Tao's brain freeze. Not so precious. Laughed. Really laughed. Is this from the town? Why does this feel more like a joke than a joke? It's not that Lu Tao doesn't believe it. It's just that what Lu Zheng said was too outrageous. Level 10 job transfer books are not precious, but they are here. How long have you been a genius? How did you get a level 10 job transfer without any family background? Or is there a demigod or god behind him? Lu Tao said sarcastically. The level 10 job transfer book is something only demigods and gods can say is not precious. Lu Zhengzi thought about it and said something. It's hard to say. What do you mean by hard to say? That genius really has someone behind him. He didn't dare finish his words. You should know that it will take quite some time for Lao Yi to advance. Right. What Lu Zheng said was right, they knew a little bit. For something as important as being promoted to a demigod, it is rare for Lu Zheng to do it so suddenly today. Generally, a rough progress will be given. Let everyone be mentally prepared to avoid any accidents. Does this have anything to do with Leah? Lu Tao suddenly thought of what Lu Zheng had said. Yes. Lu Zheng nodded. Lao Yi advanced with the help of Leah. You know, there was almost an accident. It was Leah who helped Lao Yi, so he successfully advanced and got some benefits. Lu Zheng didn't tell the whole story, but it was already shocking enough. Leah's help was automatically imagined by Lu Tao and the others as the existence behind Leah. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. You've only awakened your profession for a few days, and you're already helping a demigod? That's not even a joke. Pity. Sometimes, what seems like a joke hides the truth. That's what Lu Zheng thought. As long as you don't mention the details, no one will believe what you say and will just fill in the blanks. That is the level 10 job change book real. Lu Tao was a little excited. Isn't this a turning point? I haven't seen it yet, but Lao Yi owes Liu a lot. Even if he takes it out, Lao Yi can give it to you. Lu Zheng tells the truth. He was half believing and half doubting what Liu said. The main reason is that things are too outrageous. Judging from past experience, Liu can do it. Can. Reason says it's impossible, absolutely impossible. So, don't be too confident. Yes. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. If Lao Yitodi was there, this matter would be much more reliable. Look at Lu Tao like this. Lu Zheng understood that Liu was still very self-aware. But why did he say that he worked hard? He now understood that Liu was a more talented and lucky version of Lao Yi, the son of destiny among necromancers. And the price? Lu Tao asked anxiously. Price is the key. If it's too cheap, give it a try. Lu Zheng stretched out 5 fingers. 5 favors. Oh, you are flattering yourself. Why didn't I see before that you were so shameless? 5 years. Lu Zheng said unhappily. 5 years. My 5 years. Who wants 5 years of your time? It must be some genius of yours. 5 years from now. You wish. After 5 years of growth, my genius is very ambitious and wants to form a small group of network geniuses. Lao Yi and I will support him from behind. Lu Zheng said. A small group? And yet you two still need to condescend to us? Lu Tao joked. Why are you moved? That small group should all be geniuses. If everyone changes their job to level 10, their strength will probably reach a terrifying level in a few years. And do you think you'll be able to escape from him once you change jobs? Lu Zheng. Can't get away. Lu Tao was a little concerned when Lu Zheng said this. Let me tell you straight. In our holy order of the dead, the next demigod should be Liya. Are you kidding? Certainly. That guy is just an enhanced version of Lao Yi. He also has a special copy that can produce various resources. Its growth potential should be quite good. Lu Zheng. So outrageous? Lu Tao could never imagine that there were such people in the world. A few days after the profession awakens, there will be a special copy? That guy is growing very fast. So fast that I can't understand him. He's also very calculating, and he has a skin that's quite attractive to necromancers. Lu Zheng clicked his tongue twice. With all this added up, which talents can leave? Let's say it's you. Following someone like this, with no shortage of resources, would you leave? Lu Tao asked himself about Lu Zheng's problem. Won't. This is an opportunity. Lu Zhengdao, it will be beneficial for you to establish a relationship with Li Ye as soon as possible. He mentioned it again. In his opinion, it is true. Li Ye has this idea now. Maybe after the college entrance examination and going to university, he won't care so much. That's right. Some resource-producing and undead plants can be given to me. I'll think about it with her. When the time comes, we'll meet and talk and make the deal face-to-face. Just a heads up. Lu Zheng left after saying this. What do you think of him? Lu Tao asked the man in black robe beside him. I don't know, but I want to try it with him. Chapter 82, Plains of 10,000 Beasts and Job Change News. A fire blazed in her eyes. But you now. Lu Tao meant something. Snort. If that person can do it, why can't I? After I go back, I will completely stop studying. When that person gets the 10th level job transfer, Uncle Lu, you can help me get the 20th level job transfer. After I get the 20th level job transfer, I will try this person. Who is more talented? The man in black robe was full of confidence in his own talent. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? These two have never seen Li Ye's magic with their own eyes. Li Ye hasn't used his full strength yet, so no one knows what Li Ye knows now. But a breath of death. Li Ye is in an invincible position. Not to mention future industrialization. That will be the moment of numerical charm. Li Ye himself is even more outrageous. Even without summons, Li Ye is still a great wizard. But neither of them knew this. They all overestimated Li Ye's talent based on the image of a necromancer genius in their minds. Li Ye's home. Lu Shandao made a move. Ugh. Li Ye's eyes lit up. He also wanted to try out what his current strength was. He is confident that he is invincible in his class. So, when Lu Shandao takes action, it is actually his time to verify his strength. Why are you so excited? Mu Qinghan curled his lips. They were obviously worried about Li Ye and came to tell him some information. Li Ye, you're not going to swell up, are you? Mu Changkong frowned. Even if you have a demigod as your backer, he can't protect you all the time. Without. Uncle E has left a trick on me. When my life is in danger, Uncle E will take action. Li Ye applained it. I've made a huge improvement this time. Lu Shandao's move. Is that a touchstone for me? I don't know if I can use my full strength. Li Ye's words were full of confidence in his own abilities. So confident? Mu Changkong asked. Certainly. Li Ye nodded. In Tianhai City, I should be invincible below level 30. This sentence seems arrogant, but Li Ye thinks he has restrained himself enough. Normally, even at level 30, the stats are not as high as his. Anyone who wants his numbers is almost a genius. Physical value. Just like the most inconspicuous thing about him. Legend has it that if he is equipped with the Queen's Crown and only uses Ice Slice and Ice Explosion, he is comparable to an Ice Elemental Mage. Not to mention his Undead Plague. Don't forget the Valley of the Dead. Li Ye gave them a brief reminder. You heard and saw all this with your own ears. Yes. Mu Changkong clapped his hands. How could he forget? Was it because yesterday was too dreamy and my subconscious mind thought it was not real, so I didn't think about it? Have you reached this level of strength? Mu Changkong looked as if he had suddenly understood something. This man is old. How much time has passed? He felt a little emotional. Yes. Chun Chun is a pervert. Thinking about the evaluation of his job transfer and advancement, Mu Qinghan knew that Li Ye was definitely not an S. Whose S evaluation is so perverted? She gained a lot of benefits from changing jobs, and her job change rating was S-. Now, it is no exaggeration to say that she is invincible below level 30. She had no confidence that she could beat Li Ye. Come to think of it, the worry I had when I heard the news this morning was really unnecessary. Lu Shandao did not leave the field. Others may not be that safe. We're just worrying too much. I don't think Lu Shandao's methods are a big threat to you. Mu Changkong sighed. Is Lu Shandao planning to do this? Li straightened his expression. Now that we have information, we still have to listen to it. You kid. Mu Changkong was happy. The first screening step should be to kill enemies in the plains of 10,000 beasts and gain points based on the number, level, and species of enemies. Traditional monster killing competition. We can cooperate, but the points will be calculated separately. The Plains of 10,000 Beasts is a dungeon for levels 1 to 30. Anyone with a profession below level 31 can participate, but it's limited to those under 30. It's not just for those of you taking the college entrance exams. This instance belongs to Lu Shandao, and it's said to be from the Dazzling Guild. Is he planning to do something? After Mu Changkong finished speaking, Leah had some guesses. No, someone must have done something to kill you specifically. Mu Changkong said. So cruel. This is Lu Shandao's style. It's even possible that he managed to cultivate a level 40 monster specifically to target you. Level 40? Leah Fronit. He has never seen this level before. But if you can't beat him, won't you just run away? There shouldn't be any level 50 or 60 endings, right? Leah asked it. If possible, he would simply not go. Leah is not stupid. This trap was beyond his expectations, but he still wanted to touch it. Without. He can still explain it at level 40. Levels 50 and 60, firstly, the cost is too high, and secondly, we can't go too far. The content of the competition will be monitored to a certain extent. Mu Changkong said. That's reasonable. Leah made an estimate. Level 40 is still within his tolerance range. You can run. We originally wanted to persuade you to give up, but now it seems that Lu Shandao's preparations have become nourishment for your progress. Mu Changkong said cheerfully. Yes, just enough time to go monster hunting. Then I have to find a way to get the job transfer book. Jin, why haven't you come back yet? If you don't come back, I will advance again. Leah exchanged a few more pleasantries with the two. Be careful. Don't be too stubborn. With your talent, time is your limit. Mu Changkong gave a final reminder. I know. Leah understood. After they left, I wondered if his muttering had any effect. Or maybe Jin just had time to respond. What? Did you find it? Then will the spider cave soul be enough? Are those boss souls special? That's right. Lee still remembers that he had a spider egg. I glanced at the backpack, still no movement. Never mind. Let's talk about it later. Does it take some time for you to transform? It feels like communicating with people. Damn it. Only then did Lee realize that Jean no longer had a stutter. Through communication, he doesn't seem like an undead character. Instead, it was a person. Give me a surprise. Will the transformation be completed tomorrow? Is it a complete upgrade? Did you also change your job? Was it by killing the Spider Queen? Spider Queen is so good. Lee was happy. His job change and advancement, Mu Qinghan's advancement, and Jin's job change were all provided by the Spider Queen and his two subordinates. Leah didn't expect it. Those spiders were also destined by the Abyss cultists. What else can I say? The spider offers sacrifices to the heavens, and its magic power is boundless. Spiders are great. That's right. What's the name of the job change? Leah doesn't want to stray from the path of the necromancer. Call. The Lord of the Undead. Chapter 83, The Evil Order of the Undead. The sun shines through the curtains. Leah yawned lud. This time he slept soundly. I slept all morning in a flash. He didn't need to sleep that long, but he was still physically and mentally exhausted after being busy these past few days. Especially contact with people. Just look at Leah in the past, and you will know. He still likes to concentrate on doing one thing. But these days, not to mention the information explosion, I also came into contact with a lot of people. As strength increases, that kind of sensory change also takes some time to digest. He also has to consider future plans. It's like doing business. A small shop suddenly became popular one day and opened many franchise stores. Growth and strength is growth. It's another thing to control and understand yourself. Certainly, sleeping for so long, or maybe Leah hasn't slept in for too long. This is the main reason. After Mu Changkong left, he learned the name of the Undead Lord. My head is in a mess. What are the requirements for becoming an Undead Lord? What has Lu Shandao prepared? Is he strong enough to handle it? Don't be fooled by his confident appearance in front of others. But when I'm alone, these thoughts still pop up in my mind. Are all the male protagonists in novels monsters? And those in comics too? Changes in strength and status. Just a few days. Leah's mentality has not completely changed. Dealing with certain issues, we try to get as close as possible to how we imagine it should be handled. But this is not himself. How great it would be if there was a dungeon with levels from 1 to 100, where I could grind till death and then ascend to godhood. Keep it simple. I keep my life simple. Leah also hummed a few words. My tense nerves seemed to relax a little after taking this lazy nap. Call. Don't get me wrong. not the breath of death. Leaves took a deep breath and then exhaled violently. It was as if he wanted to spit out all the depression in his heart. Open the curtains and look into the distance. Died of laughter. It's impossible to see it all. The only advantage of this house is its good lighting, but in an environment surrounded by high-rise buildings, the view is seriously affected. A little further away, they're all blocked by tall buildings. Maybe it's time to move to a new house. He is not actually a shortcoming, and will be even less so in the future. A copy is produced. That means a steady stream of cash flow. There is no shortage of money in general. This is an extraordinary world, and ordinary money is not as useful as we imagine. Otherwise, what does Monopoly do? Special resources cannot be bought with money. There are also some professions similar to his father's blacksmith, who can make special items, such as special houses, special means of transportation, etc. These are not things that money can buy. Strength, status, and money must all match. For most people, there are only two opportunities to change their fate: taking the college entrance examination or joining the army. Even so, it's just relatively fair. That's enough. Like the Royal Alliance, it is almost impossible for common people to rise up, and it is an aristocratic society. The several royal families are true giants that no one can shake. Marry a prince, marry a princess. This is the opportunity to change your fate. White Eagle United Nations is slightly better, but not much. Ordinary people have more opportunities than the Royal Alliance, but if they want to make a complete comeback, they all need a background. The same is true in White Bear Country. Yinxia Country. This is relatively fair and actually better. But privilege still cannot be avoided. Lia Sigit. This is unavoidable. I have done so much for Yinxia. What's wrong with being a little willful? Ordinary people don't hate privilege, but those who don't hate privilege are not themselves. Just like Lia. Is he going to refuse the help of Uncle E, Uncle Mu, and Uncle Wang? Rejected. He was killed by Lu Shandao. Rejected. What resources did he have access to in order to reach where he is today? After Kai Bai was injured, he hated it. Now he is relieved. If you want to change the rules, you must first understand the rules. Something happened to him. In fact, it is very far away from most people. Most people are defeated and humiliated by Lu Yidao, and then they become people of two lines. Why would Lu Yidao target someone who is not as good as him, whose family background is not as good as his? All in one breath. That's it. Leah broke Lu Yidao's mentality, and Leah had great potential, so Lu Yidao offended Leah to death. That family is a threat. Do you think Lu Yidao was afraid after the incident? He thought about what he would do, and then put himself in Leah's shoes. It's over. We must take action. We can't give Leah a chance for revenge. Lu Shandao was a little different. It seemed to be targeting him, but Leah didn't feel as much hatred as he had imagined. If you want to kill him, you want to kill him. Can. Not that necessary. A mental shock turned Uncle Wang into an idiot when he had no time to react. At that time, Uncle Mu hasn't noticed his potential yet. Lu Shandao suddenly attacks. How many people present can defend against him? John Dia resist. Maybe, but Lee still felt a little scared when he thought about it. But at that time, he had no other choice but to gamble. There's no way. He's just one student. Who knows so much information? Looking back, it was really thrilling. Eat. Leah has not forgotten the important matter. I have to sign up for the guild trials and sell the materials in my backpack. Just have a simple meal, pack up, and go out. Walk to the street. The sun is shining. Lee was a little confused. It feels like there are more and more people from outside the area, and foreigners? Is it my illusion? Leah discovered that among the people walking on the street, there were many guys who were obviously from other places and foreigners. Is Tianhai City still a tourist city? Just funny. There are not many migrant workers and even fewer foreigners. But today, how long had he been walking on the street? I saw several groups of foreigners and people from other places. In particular, gray hair, hooked nose, dark and deep eyes, wearing a black suit, and with howling and screaming souls around him. Fear. He is a professional of the undead type. He should be about the same strength as Lu Tao, but Lu Zheng couldn't tell. Leah took a quick look and then looked away. Undead, evil magic society? This is Li Ye's special feature, his extraordinary perception of the necromancer. Otherwise, this guy is just a cold old man. Those twisted souls can't fake it. Its energy probably also has similar characteristics and is absolutely poisonous to ordinary necromancers. The cold uncle seemed to notice Leah's gaze. But when he looked over, Leah had already withdrawn his gaze and continued walking on the road. Strangeness? I clearly sensed a special spying, but is it this kid? It doesn't look like it. Could it be a member of the Holy Order of the Dead? His eyes were sinister, and he was chanting a spell. A ghost broke away from his body and floated towards Leah. Chapter 84, Tianhai City Crisis. Damn, this old guy is so cautious. Just a glance. You start to doubt it right away. Leah has begun to hate his extraordinary perception. There are good and bad things. Yesterday was a good thing. This time it's a bad thing. Family members. I just looked at that person, and he sent the little ghost to do something indecent to me. In fact, this was Li Ya's original plan. An evil cult of the dead. This is an organization of the White Eagle Federation. How could it suddenly appear in the territory of their Holy Law Society? He was ready to get to a safe place. Then contact Lu Zheng and Uncle E and send the undead raven to take a look. I didn't expect it. Before he could take the photos, the man followed him. Why? My powerful talent. Leah couldn't help but sigh. Secretly, he has already informed Lu Zheng and Lao Yi. Don't worry about him. A voice suddenly appeared in Leah's mind. Li? Leah's eyes lit up. Since the demigod said he didn't care, Leah naturally didn't care. After crossing the street for a few days, the ghost has gone back. Uncle Yi's voice sounded in his mind again. Leah breathed a sigh of relief. Really? That guy was being cautious. How? The next moment, Leah felt a pat on his shoulder. Li. He turned around. Then he saw Lao Yi coming to him. Leah muttered to himself. This is too fast. In Yinxia country, the position of the person holding the token is not far away from me. Lao Yi smiled slightly. It was an extremely young face with gray and golden hair, which showed his peculiarity. This was the first time Leah saw Lao Yi's face. I used to watch Lao Yi. The face cannot be seen clearly. You didn't have to come all the way here, did you? Leah looked around, but no one around him noticed him. Rest assured, people around here can't see us. Lao Yi continued to smile. Magic. Is this the strength of a demigod? Leah was still swaying in front of the road, and the man really didn't notice him at all. Is that someone from the Evil Society? Leah returned to the topic. Yes, a level 60 member of the Evil Society. Lao Yi nodded. Level 80? Leah said in surprise. It's still the third job change. My job should be Howling Messenger. Lao Yi's expression became serious. This is a job transfer mastered by the Evil Order. It tortures and transforms the soul, causing it to twist and merge with the body. It can be seen as a gathering of countless spirits. Isn't this crazy? Leah widened his eyes. Crazy? How do you know he's not crazy? Lao Yi gave a mocking smile. Thinking back to that uncle, was he crazy? Like crazy. Leah wanted to say something. How do we define madness? Actually, we only need to ensure that a main soul can control other souls. Lao Yi explained it. But at his core, his soul reveals madness. Only by taking one step further and undergoing another job change can we completely merge those souls into one. But at that time, those tortures and distortions will still exist. He possesses all sorts of quirks, and they leave strange after effects. In comparison, the Howling Messenger doesn't seem crazy at all. Is this the evil wizard? Changing jobs reveals an evil nature. Leah thought about it. Researching curses. Researching souls without any bottom line. They still use monsters. For them, their own kind are the best food. Lao Yi spoke with anger. Is it the evil cultivator? After Leah finished speaking, Lao Yi nodded. They're the so-called evil cultivators, demonic cultivators. They have no bottom line. They may be fine at first, but through their actions, their energy, body, soul, and mind will slowly be polluted and distorted. You should be able to feel the difference in that guy's aura. Yeah, I can sense it. Like countless wailing souls. Leah said truthfully, that is the state of his soul. If he is not careful, the peace in his body will be broken. Lao, he looked into the distance. Half of Tianhai City will be turned into a den of ghosts. So scary. Then why don't you give him? Leah gestured to his neck with his hand. This carelessness is not as serious as you think. Lao Yi gestured it. Besides, he's not the only dangerous person in Tianhai City. Leah opened his mouth wide. Are those outsiders and foreigners the same? He recalled the scene on the street. About 7 or 8 out of 10. They are all internationally renowned organizations. The undead evil society is not even at the top among them. Lao Yi continued. That, no. How did Tianhai City become like this? What do these people want to do? Are they all evil organizations? No, not all of them. Some are guilds and secret organizations. Lao Zidao. This. What are they doing in Tianhai City? Leah racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what these organization members were doing here. Rest assured, they are all level 80 and no real senior officials have been sent. Laoi asket li yaturelai. It hasn't reached the point of exploding on the spot. As for why they came here, I have some guesses. I heard there's a special copy buried under Tianhai City. How could I not know? Leah, a native of Tianhai, had never heard of it since he was a child. This happened almost 100 years ago. Almost everyone in Tianhai City died back then. How could you possibly know? When Lao Yi said this, Leah thought of something. It seemed that his grandparents said that they were not native to Tianhai City. Don't worry. Lao Yi patit liya shoulder. Even if Tianhai City is destroyed, I can still protect the people around you. That's fine. Liya sikit slowly. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go investigate what's going on. Lao Yi disappeared after he finished speaking. He felt that this was an opportunity, a chance to make the Holy Order of the Dead famous and to show his strength. If only these guys were there. Only. Leah called out and looked around. Leaving now, he was not in a very good mood. The Lu Shandao incident hasn't been resolved yet, and now this has happened again. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Zheng, Uncle Mu, and the others. Lu Zheng. Okay, be careful. Uncle Mu. Yeah. Uncle Mu, we noticed it, but we didn't expect it to be so serious. Uncle Mu. I will report to the higher-ups. Leah Chocolate. He could feel Uncle Mu's headache. This matter couldn't just fall on him. Go sign up. I hope there won't be any accidents. As soon as Leah finished speaking, he felt that he was doomed. That mouth. Mayor's Palace. Remains. Several members of foreign organizations at level 60. And the Abyss cultists. Because of that incident, can the higher-ups really spare any manpower to support us? Chapter 85 Cooperation. Just as Leah expected, Mu Changkong had a headache. It's not just an ordinary headache. Level 60 is the ultimate combat power in Tianhai City. The average level of the top 5 guild presidents is less than level 60, which shows what level 60 is in Tianhai City. Is Tianhai City so attractive? Mu Changkong did not doubt that the information was false. After all, which demigod gave it out? If it was him who asked his men to investigate, I'm afraid it will easily alert the enemy. It's also easy to throw meat buns at a dog. Doesn't his subordinates know this? These are all elite members of other organizations, not the kind of people who have changed jobs once or twice in Tianhai City, especially since they also have inheritance. At the same level, others crush Tianhai City. Those families may still have people who can compete, but the guild can basically not be relied upon. 3 job changes. It looks like 1 more job change than 2, but it's a genius difference. The more job changes you make, the stronger your career will be. This is an iron rule. The span of each job change is different. If the first job change is 1, the second job change is 3, and the third job change is 9. At least 3 times the strength. The spans of different job transfers are different. Some job transfers have astonishing spans, and of course their job transfer tasks are also ridiculously difficult. And this is just the completion of the job change. The more optional tasks you complete for job transfer, the stronger your job will be after the transfer. Is this something that Tianhai City can do? Can change jobs? This is the wish of most people in Tianhai City. Most of the family members can change their jobs twice, but after the third change, they will lose the inheritance. This is the sadness of small places. As for seeking help from higher authorities, those people may be the ones who could be mobilized. What about transferring nearby? That would require mobilizing a lot of people. But Jinghai is full of Abyss cultists. Since Leah discovered the Abyss cultists have appeared one after another throughout Jinghai. Transfer people? If something goes wrong, will he be responsible? One is to help, the other is to guard his own territory. Everyone can still make it clear. Which is more important? Mu Changkong knew it in his heart. As for the above, he heard some inside information from his family. The high-end combat forces above are also busy with things, so they probably can't spare too much manpower. Is Tianhai City important? It's important to Mu Changkong. But to those above, it is just an ordinary city. Do you want to ask your family for help? He was afraid that someone would misunderstand him. Ding dong. Leah, this is Uncle Yi's contact information. Leah, he is investigating. The savior has arrived. Mu Changkong's eyes lit up. He just added Lao Yi as his friend. Lao Yi, is it Mu City? Mu Changkong. Yes, I don't know what to call you. Lao Yi, just call me Lao Yi. Lao Yi, I want to discuss this matter with you. Mu Changkong, please go ahead. Lao Yi. These organizations suddenly receive the news, and they plan to take action during the college entrance examination just to enter the legendary ruins. Mu Changkong. Are these people crazy? Mu Changkong looked stunned. How dare these people take action against the college entrance examination? Are they so fearless of death? Lao Yi. They're an outside force, and they just want to give it a try. Lao Yi. They also heard that Tianhai City will use a special copy this time. Mu Changkong. Mu Changkong. Why didn't I get any news? Lao Yi. I feel it should be true that special copy is related to the ruins. Mu Changkong. In other words, they will take action during the college entrance examination? Lao Yi, yes. No, this matter has become a big deal, especially regarding the special copies. What are the considerations at the top? Special copies are part of the college entrance examination requirements, and this happens in several cities and even entire provinces every year. But why is it Tianhai City? It's hard not to suspect that someone was tampering with it. Lao Yi. I found some clues. It might be the work of the Abyss cult. Mu Changkong. It is indeed so. Abyss cultist. This troublemaker. The werewolf warrior killed by Leah was analyzed clearly by them. That technology, for some people who want to go further, is a great opportunity. Side effect? Some side effects are nothing. For those people, taking one step further is more important than anything else. Just a minor side effect. Mu Changkong. It seems there is a traitor. Lao, you want to cooperate? Lao Yi. This time I plan to show off. Lao Yi. Please report this to the higher-ups. Next, the two of them finalize some specific details. It's solved. Mu Changkong site. The Abyss cult. What on earth are they trying to do? Remains. What uses it to the Abyss cult? Or is it the copy of the college entrance examination? Mu Changkong received too little information and was unable to analyze it all. He spoke to his family again, hoping to get some useful information. At least there's a demigod as a safeguard. Mu Changkong could only comfort himself in this way. Registration location for the guild trials. There are quite a few people. Leah had to look before he could see what was going on inside. Hello. Here. Leah. Leah looked back and saw Mu Qinghan, Zhang Xiao, and Li Mei greeting him. Why are you here? Leah approached with a puzzled look on his face. Especially Mu Qinghan. Didn't she know that Lu Shandao was going to do something? Maybe she would be affected. Join in the fun. The three of them said in unison. Oh. Leah was speechless. Xiao and Li Mei can't participate, and I don't want to participate. Mu Qinghan explained. A guard, a healer, and 2 pure sandbags. But you can form a team. You can also go through special channels. For example, treatment tests your healing ability, and some will also test your self-protection ability. Guard. It depends on the defense and the ability to protect companions. The assessment standards are different. You have quite a few opponents in this tryout. Mu Vinkan, Respirit in the ASEAR. Who? Leah was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that the selection competition was still a competition. His whole heart was on Lu Shandao. Look over there. Mu Qinghan pointed. He was a guy who looked like the Lion King, wearing armor and with a resolute expression. Xie Xinjin, Paladin, level 30, first job change. That one. Mu Qinghan pointed again. It was a figure shrouded in a hooded robe. If you looked closely, you could see his hand were wrapped in bandages. Mao Zhu, Curse Walker, level 30, first-class change. There. This time he looked like a warrior. Wang Zhan, Bloodline Warrior, level 30, first-class change. Mu Qinghan introduced them to Leah one by one. 10 people in total. All are level 30, plus 1 job change. The oldest among them is 29 years old and is a great magician named Gatling. He is the biggest threat to Leah. He has accumulated a lot of magic, and his own energy has also changed. That's it. But Leah just wanted to say. But before he could say this, Leah felt several malicious gazes. Then I heard it. Your name is Leah? Chapter 86, just a glance. This voice is extremely arrogant. Leah thought that what he just said had been heard. Looking in the direction of the voice. A man in gorgeous clothes, full of arrogance, followed by a group of younger brothers. This breath. Another Louis Dao. At this time, he was wearing the queen's crown on his head. As a legendary equipment, it has the functions of transformation and hiding after wearing. And it also comes with attribute bonuses. 30% bonus to spiritual attribute. Once he puts it on, his spiritual attribute is almost close to 800. A mental probe was thrown over. Occupation, Blutiefsti Killer. Level, LV 30. Job transfer, 1 job transfer. Life, 6,000 plus 1,000. Attack, 400 plus 200. Defense, 30 plus 200. Agility, 150 plus 300. Spirit, 100. Skills, Blood Blade, Blood Rush. After the plus sign is the value that the equipment increases. Don't equip bonuses. The sum of its attributes is not as high as his single attribute. Who gave him the courage to stand in front of him? Certainly, professionals are not about numbers. Skills, combat IQ, equipment, etc. are the only way to comprehensively assess a professional's combat power. A summoning mage class with a boss panel. How do others play? I'm talking about Leah. Bloodshed Blade, a blade that drinks blood. Its attack is enhanced. Using its own blood, it can enter a bloodshed state. Bloodshed, physical attack and agility are greatly increased, pain perception is reduced, and mental resistance is increased, but with the added effect of bloodlust. Blood Strike, sacrifice your life and blood to launch an extremely fast, fatal thrust. These 2 skills are great. There is a chance to win by defeating the Spider Queen. I'm Leah, who are you? Leah's light words seem to touch the pain of the other party. No. What are you? You don't think you're a genius just because you defeated Lu Yi Dao, do you? Or did those idiots at 6th high school give you the confidence? You don't even recognize Wan Hai. You're simply blind. A redneck is a redneck. Before the man could say anything, the younger brother started to get angry. Wan Hai. Mu Qinghan glanced at him coldly. He's from 1st middle school, the son of the 2nd guild's president. She gave a brief introduction. Another dude? Leah looked at his clothes. They were very ordinary. Does he attract so much hatred? At this time, Leah had not yet realized how unique his temperament was among the group of people. It was like causing a sensation in the 6th high school. Not to mention that next to Leah, there are Mu Qinghan, Zhang Xiao, and Li Mei, all of whom are the eldest ladies of Tianhai City. These few around, Mu Qinghan whispered a few more words to Leah. Who can stand this? Leah himself didn't think so. That was Leah's subconscious thought. He didn't realize the importance of Mu Qinghan, Zhang Xiao, and Li Mei in the eyes of others. After all, Leah has seen the world. Have you ever seen a demigod? Not only had Leah met him before, he was also his uncle. The ice goddess in the eyes of others is Mu Qinghan, the pearl of Tianhai City. In Leah's eyes, this is Uncle Mu's daughter. As for Zhang Xiao and Li Mei, that is the friend of Uncle Mu's daughter, and she has a complicated background. As for whether it is beautiful or not, Leah doesn't care that much. Strength comes first. Lu Shandao hasn't been dealt with yet, and the evil magic society is here again. Leah just wanted to improve his strength quickly, and he had no idea about love. If he had, there would have been plenty of opportunities. But what about the eyes of others? Leah and Mu Qinghan are very close. Everyone present is young. How can they bear this? Especially since Leah is a commoner. This is the key point. With the background, they won't say anything. But you, Leah, what is the background? Mu City? Director Wang? Just because you call them uncle, do you really think they are Uncle Leah? Leah himself is a celebrity in Tianhai City. The defeat of Lu Yi Dao and the subsequent events spread among the upper circles of Tianhai City. Naturally, they also knew about Leah's parents. Does a person who was forced to send his own parents to an asylum by Lu Shandao have too much power? Could it be that Leah has joined some secret organization? Anyway, no one believes it. Leah's battle record was also very exaggerated. In their eyes, Lu Yi Dao and Lu Gao's spoiled disciples were just small fry. It's just my junior level. It's nothing that Leah can defeat them. But Leah became famous. He also gained the favor of the Mu family. This made many people break down like the one in front of him. Wanhai's eyes were about to spit fire. How dare you? Mu Qinghan, where's your aloofness? Where's your reserve? The goddess who had never said a word to him before has fallen. Especially since this is happening right in front of me. Leah, fight me if you're a man. Wanhai said coldly. But anyone could sense his suppressed anger. Duel. Leah rolled his eyes. Excuse me, have I offended you in any way? Without. Xiao Wanqian gritted his teeth and said, Mu vingu visperet in liaseav. It's probably my fault, I'm sorry. Since you apologized, I forgive you. It's not because your apology sounds so nice. It was like giving his brain a massage, and it was different from Mu Qinghan's previous tone. Xiao Wanhai was about to bite his teeth to pieces. Do you have me in your eyes? Leah, I will tear off your disguise. Let some people see what a true genius is. Xiao Wanhai roared. Mighty seas. He's just a country bumpkin from number 6 middle school. Let me show you what a genius from number 1 middle school is. The younger brothers around were also making a fuss. Leah acted as if nothing had happened. I refuse your duel. Xiao Wanhai and his younger brother. Although it won't waste much of my time, I still don't want to stay for a moment. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wanhai was furious. His eyes were red, and he wanted to fight Leah to the death. Then, at a glance, it was a look that carried some mental pressure. Xiao Wanhai and his brothers froze in place. Their souls seemed to be on top of a 1,000-foot iceberg, and the god on the iceberg just glanced at them. The invisible hands grabbed their necks. I can't breathe. The soul has left the body. My body trembled instinctively. The pupils of several of them were actually dilating, as if they were about to die in an instant. This moment, all the anger in my heart was shattered. The whole brain fell into a blank state. What's going on? Many people who were watching the show were still confused and didn't understand what was happening. In the distance, Gatling widened his eyes. Such a powerful spiritual attribute. How is that possible? In such a selection competition, such a freak appears? Or maybe he had been practicing in seclusion for too long, and the outside world had changed. Mao Zhu's body trembled slightly. He saw the breath of death on Leah. This person must not be made an enemy. Chapter 87. 2 pieces of equipment. And peep, it's so terrifying. Xia, Shinjin murmured. Undead, evil creature. Such a powerful undead, evil creature. He is definitely no match for that guy. In his eyes, pure gray airflow around Leah rushed into the sky, affecting the surrounding environment. Is this still their strength below level 30? Leah only showed that little bit of strength. It gave everyone present an equal shock. The powerful ones marveled at Leah's spiritual quality and the purity of his undead aura. The weak marvel at what's happening before your eyes. What did Leah do? Why did Xiao Wanhai just stop where he was, as if he was fixed by something and his body was still shaking? What kind of method is this? Ordinary people can't see it at all. Spirit? Isn't that mana? Most people in Tianhai City don't have a clear understanding of the spirit. Only those who have family backgrounds know a little bit, but because they know, they can't believe the scene before them. Just one glance, and it was targeted at Xiao Wanhai and others. This control, this spirit, it's like there's no bottom. That glance was just the tip of the iceberg. So what about Leah's hidden strength? Rumor has it that Leah has good basic qualities. But even so, his spirit still reached such a terrifying level. Not simple. Not simple. Xiao Wanhai is a bloody killer. After a job change, he has good mental resistance. This is just a glance. After Leah, Mu Qinghan and the others left, Xiao Wanhai and his younger brother lay on the ground in a crooked manner, as if all his strength had been drained away. Call! Call! Xiao Wanhai was covered in cold sweat and was breathing in fresh air in big gulps. He had thought he was going to suffocate to death. That feeling, he didn't want to think about it anymore. How could that person be so terrifying? He doesn't understand. According to the intelligence, Leah should not have broken through level 20. He is level 30. His friends are all level 32. But that's how it is. They were completely defeated. Oomph. Do you understand? A ferocious man looked away. I don't understand. A thin man responded. It's probably because my mental attributes are too high, and my equipment is helping me. Do you still have faith? Don't worry, you're not the main force. You'll only need to take action if those monsters can't deal with him. The vicious man snorted coldly. I don't know if it's because it's too hot, but he was sweating just now. That guy, is it something they can deal with? At first I thought it was just a little kid. What threat could a level 20 strength pose to them? It seems so now. They seem to overestimate themselves. He is a necromancer, with such a strong spirit. How many undead can he summon? And his relationship with Mu Qinghan. He didn't believe that Leah didn't have any trump card. Just that powerful spirit is enough to make them suffer. Who in their team can resist? We haven't seen Leah's limit yet, and we don't know what his true strength is. He didn't trust Jiang Zhenhai's information. That's right. The thin man was Jiang Zhenhai in disguise. They didn't notice that a drone was hovering above them, silent and with a weak presence. At this time, Leah had already registered and went out to have a meal with Mu Qinghan and the others. Zhang Xiao and Li Mei also gave Leah 2 pieces of equipment as a reward for saving them. One is a skull-shaped ring, and the other is a gray robe. Skull ring. Type, equipment. Quality, rare. Level, LV20. Restrictions, necromancer. Ability, energy recovery, spell bonus. Introduction, this is the best choice for the necromancer. Gray robe. Type, equipment. Level, LV20. Restrictions, necromancer. Abilities, mana shield, dust avoidance, recovery speed. Introduction, this is the best choice for the necromancer. These 2 pieces of equipment are not very precious, but they're just right for Leah. This is a rare equipment that is rarely seen on the market in Tianhai City. Not to mention the necromancer. I heard that in order to find these 2 pieces of equipment, Zhang Xiao and Li Mei's family put in some effort. Not bad. The transmogrification function is available for premium items and above, but it requires energy to maintain. Epic equipment can be hidden and transformed without expending any energy. Legendary equipment can be integrated into oneself, but it needs to be worn for a certain period of time, which is equivalent to a process of recognizing the owner. This is also the street. Not all of them are dressed in strange clothes. Leah equipped it. Skull ring. Equipment effect. Add 30 energy. Add 500 health. Gray robe. Equipment effect. Add 20 energy. Add 100 defense. Add 500 health. Set effect activated. Necromancer set. 1. Increases necromancer spells by 10%. 2. Increases spirit by 50. The equipment is pretty good. For most people, the stats are supported by equipment. But for Leah, that was the icing on the cake. The Queen's Crown adds 30% of spirit, which increases with his spirit attribute, and the effect of that set is effective below level 30. Percent amplifier is noble. The percentage increase is also divided into different levels. The Queen's Crown is the most noble. It is not a problem to use it until level 90. But the Necromancer set is not like that. It will be amplified according to the restricted level in the major stage. It's useless to break through level 30. Leah Sigit. It would be nice if all the equipment was the same as the Queen's Crown. But just think about it. If that's the case, the overall strength of Tianhai City has improved several levels. Even so, the skull ring and gray robe are not something that ordinary people can touch. Let's see later, there's a chance to put together a set effect. Leah felt it was unlikely. It's not that he can't find it, but when he finds it, he may no longer be able to use it. Leah replaced it. This is... The effect of the Queen's Crown is a final increase of 30. That is to say, the spirit added by the 2 pieces of equipment and the suit effect can be enhanced by the Queen's Crown. In this way, Leah's spirit level exceeded 900. There is not much time left until the next qualitative change. Transmogrify the 2 pieces of equipment. The skull ring becomes an ordinary ring, an iron ring, and the gray robe becomes a coat. Sitting in the corner of a street cafe, the display screen in my hand is monitoring. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. President Liu is also helping us from behind. Through the mental connection, Leah was able to hear the sound and then used a mental probe. Blessing Master, level 40. Berserker, level 30. Shadow Assassin, level 30. Guard, level 30. Sharpshooter, level 30. Lifeguard, level 30. But through the Undead Raven, he could get even less information. Jiang Zhenhai, and a level 30 team? Level 40? When did he break through? It seems... Blessing Master changed under investigation. Chapter 88, they are all talented. Blessing Master, Blessing Dearman. Dearman, Leah widened his eyes. This is... Abyss Cultist? Jiang Zhenhai is a member of the Abyss Cult? Wrong. It definitely wasn't before. In other words, it has only become so recently. Is it Lu Shandao? Or the Messenger? That level 30 team is nothing but a bunch of losers. And Jiang Zhenhai, it might threaten him. Mainly, what is the purpose of the existence hidden behind this? If it is Lu Shandao, then he is the messenger. As long as Lu Shandao is dealt with, the reason why he attacked his sister can be solved. But if it was that messenger, what is his purpose? Targeting him? Or test him? It would be nice if we could find some trace of it. That way, Leah planned to ask Uncle E to solve this problem directly. Wait for Uncle E, and come see my sister when you have time. Leah thought of his sister, who seemed fine on the surface. Is that really true? Are the methods of the Abyss cult really that simple? Leah didn't believe it. Anyone who can master the monster fusion technology is definitely not an ordinary Abyss cult. Strength and status. He is not an ordinary person in the Abyss cult. Look at Jiang Jinhai. There would be no problem on the outside if he hadn't used his mental power to investigate. Who would have thought that it would become a half-human, half-monster? Such a perfect experiment. If any Abyss cultist could perform it, then the Abyss cult would have already swept the world. There are too many people in this world who are unwilling to be ordinary. Hatred, envy, eager. No one wants to feel inferior. And the fusion of monsters is their chance, a chance to catch up with others. What if it were within reach? This is a force that can subvert the entire world order. Fusing monsters is definitely not as simple as imagined. Even if there are no side effects for the time being, there will probably be certain limitations in the future. Come to think of it, merges a monster with you. Can the influence on the body and soul be eliminated in one go? Like the werewolf warrior. He was fine at first, but later on he became more and more like a wolf. Lia Sipijulatit. Fusion of monsters is divided into multiple steps. Just like a werewolf warrior, let the impact slowly come to you. If you can digest and resolve these impacts, then you will fuse monsters with no side effects. Certainly, the monster's flesh still remains. This requires you to slowly digest, integrate, and improve it. However, these are just my guesses. Jiang Jinhai didn't explain much to the team. It seems that he is ready to take action himself. He and Lu Shandao must have their own thoughts. It was because of him that they were united. I'm afraid Lu Shandao also has his own plans, and the Abyss cult also has its own plans. Grass. Lia Jursid Inyardli. Maybe it's a good thing for me this time. Blessings to the dear man. How powerful would it become if it transformed into the undead? The same goes for that squad. Its soul can allow Jin to exchange things, and can also be transformed into an undead in the Valley of the Dead. That would round out his team, especially Jiang Jinhai. Bless the dear man. The support profession is equivalent to the job change of the blessing master. If I become an undead, will I have an extra support? Or turn into a cursed deer monster? Both directions are possible. One buff, one debuff. For Leah, it is a useful supplement. Also, it is very likely to awaken wisdom. This is what Leah is concerned about. Level 40 undead. To a certain extent, it drives the growth of the Valley of the Dead. There are those level 30 guys, all transformed into undead, which is also a supplement to the combat power of the Valley of the Undead, or it can be transformed into nutrients. These people are so helpful. If they were not targeting Leah, Leah's values would not allow him to do this to ordinary people. Since it targets, Leah lafet sinisterli tvj. Hate it. Fear. That way you can become better people. Work for me after you die. Perhaps it's not a bad thing for those organizations to come to Tianhai City. This has brought me a lot of talented people. The Howling Messenger is pretty good. Change of thinking. Lee suddenly felt as if the world was vast and open to him. Evil organization? Secret organization? As long as they are hostile and inhuman, aren't they all his talents? Just transform a level 60 undead. Lee was just thinking about it. He couldn't do it now. Unless I change jobs again. At that time, you can give it a try. If that doesn't work, there's still Uncle E as a backup. Leah understood his own uniqueness, and he felt that after changing his job to become the Undead Lord, he would most likely be able to do it. Jiang Jinhai communicated with the team for a while. Most of it is just nonsense. What a dirty trick. What sneak attack. Nothing of substance was mentioned at all. Leah could roughly hear that he was planning to let the copy monster move first. What about the details? Still didn't say anything. It's pretty much as expected. A wave of monsters attacks. Isn't this delivering food to him? It also helped him gather the monsters together, saving him a lot of effort. Finally, Jiang Jinhai left. The undead raven is still hanging above his head. Let me see. Where are you going next? Leah stared at the display screen. Jiang Jinhai wandered around in Tianhai City until he walked into a long-abandoned house. This is... Leah looked puzzled. What did he see? The Howling Messenger was communicating with Jiang Jinhai. This time, Leah did not use mental detection. Be steady. According to Uncle E, this person is very evil. Seems like they're exchanging information. Is it the messenger of the Abyss cult who is commanding from behind? Leah had many doubts in his mind. He thought he had found the hiding place of the Abyss cult. Unexpectedly, this is collusion. Or is it just a simple exchange of information? I don't understand. Leah watched for a while, and then let the undead raven come back. After job change and advancement, undead ravens have been strengthened. Coupled with the spiritual connection, half of the city is within the range of the undead raven's activities, and they themselves have become more secretive and their presence is lower. Abandoned house. Something was following you just now. The howling messenger suddenly said, Jiang Zhenhai, you can't perceive the Holy Dharma Society's methods. It must be because of me. The howling messenger said, Holy Dharma Assembly? This is your necromancer organization. The howling messenger explained. Let's go. You're just an errand boy. Conversation? This is not a good way to convey information, especially the messenger and beings of his level. The real intelligence has been obtained. After that, the howling messenger disappeared on the spot. He doesn't want to be deceived by the Holy Law Society. Is he being ignored again? Jiang Zhenhai chuckled. Veins bulged on his hands, and something seemed to be growing out of his hair. Leah! He shouted madly. It's all Leah. I will make you pay the price. A deer-headed monster roared. Chapter 89, Level 20 Breakthrough Trial. Leah's home. After taking back the undead raven, Leah returned home. Level 30 team. Deerman. The plains of 10,000 beasts. These are all what he will face in the selection competition. Core Deerman. Then there is the boss of the plains of beasts. Finally, there is the level 30 team, and the impact that possible changes will have on him. But it shouldn't be a big deal. This selection competition is not organized by Liu Shandao alone. Once the incident gets out of hand, Liu Shandao couldn't finish it either. There may be some unexpected events, but they will not be taken too seriously. If Liu were Liu Shandao, he would do that. For example, have him killed. People from Tianhai City. I didn't know he had an uncle who was a demigod. Strong strength? It's the same without background. In their opinion, the relationship with Uncle Mu is not that close. Mu Qinghan is dead. They believe that Mu Changkong would make the murderer pay the price. The same cannot be said for Leah. Leah had a good recollection today. I found that when people looked at him, they felt like Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. The rednecks are coming. This is his direct portrayal. Are there any civilian geniuses in this class? Some. Like Jiang Yu, most of them were specially recruited. It's just like catching a son-in-law from a list. On the day of awakening, most civilians have already made the leap. It was taken into the pockets of various forces. There are very few people like Leah who slipped through the net. He didn't miss it for long before the Holy Order of the Dead came knocking on his door. Civilian? I want to upgrade quickly and get through the period of poverty and weakness quickly. So, finding a force is the most reliable. He has many classmates. Now I haven't even reached level 10. Why? No money, no people, no potential. Leah hasn't transformed into the future. How long will it take him to defeat a monster? How much energy does he have left? You also need to reserve a certain amount of mana to deal with the dangers you may encounter when leaving the dungeon. Not to mention if you're injured. Energy potions, life potions, these all cost money. How much experience does one monster get? These monsters are not waiting for you to kill one after another. One. Still a group. It all depends on your luck. When teaming up to kill monsters, there is a problem. Healing and assistance are generally very popular. Ordinary teams are not worthy of this, unless it is a D-level profession. After the team is formed, there are problems of adjustment and various unexpected events. Allocation problem. The problem of poaching talent. A huge mess. After the running in, the leveling speed will be significantly improved. Then comes the breakthrough trial. Can an average team complete it in a short time? Therefore, at the selection site, basically everyone has some background. Leah is that country bumpkin. This is cruel, but this is the truth. He was the only one present who came from a commoner background like him. Oh my God, I still lack experience. Leah Sigit. He is like a wolf among sheep, highly gifted but of humble origin, naturally excluded, especially the relationship between Leah and Mu Qinghan. There's a thick barrier between these people and Mu Qinghan and the other two, and their identities and status are not on the same level. Quietly, people were divided into different classes. Leah is someone who breaks the rules. Why was Qiu Wanhai always angry at Leah? Because he didn't dare to get angry at Mu Qinghan. It's that simple. He thought Leah could be controlled by him. Pity. Leah's eyes made him face the reality. Oh look, let everyone present have clear eyes. Isn't this the meaning of my efforts to improve my strength? Leah similit slightly. I really hope I will never understand these things in my life. Until now, he still feels a little resistant. If it weren't for Louis Dao, he would still be upgrading blindly. He wants to go further and higher. This era, only strength is above everything else. This is a joke. I haven't seen the world clearly yet. After awakening, his life was divided into two worlds. Before Awakening Day, after Awakening Day, the world is different now. I just hope that Shou Wanhai won't cause me any trouble. Undead Mage Level 20 Breakthrough Trial. Kill 10 bosses of the same level or higher. Completely understand and transform an undead skill. Reform an undead with your own hands, or create an undead. Change the properties of energy. Completed. This is the downside of changing jobs at level 10. Lia Sigit. It's a lot more difficult. Mu Qing Han said that she only needed to defeat 3 bosses. What about him? 10. Understand and transform an undead skill. This is nothing to Lia. It just takes some time for him to complete it. The great necromancer is good at this, and Lia also has divinity and the influence of the breath of the undead. It's like he has a bonus of understanding. Certainly, he has no way to deal with the skills that will be affected by future industrialization. But, no, he just has in his hands. Reform an undead with your own hands, or create an undead. Transformation? The most difficult thing for Lia. This is not like when he changed his job, he directly judged the industrial summon creature as one he had modified. Now he needs to transform it himself. None of the industrialized undead are good. On the contrary, there is still a chance to create an undead with my own hands. I don't know if the affected undead in the Valley of the Dead count. Pity. He wasn't even level 20 at that time. By the time he reached level 20, all the undead in the Valley of the Dead had been influenced by him. There is another piece of evidence. That is, there is no completion behind it. It is more hopeful to transform an undead. Lia understood that these trials were the core of the undead mage. The understanding of skills, or rather, the understanding of necromancy. The understanding of the undead, the understanding of the magic power of the undead. 3 things. This dimension. In this way, he has a certain understanding of the undead system. It's not about being someone who uses skills by relying on grace, but truly becoming a mage. Lia had a premonition. If he could transform an undead himself, he would definitely gain a lot. As for energy, Lia's energy, which had completely turned gray, had already shown that it far exceeded the requirements. Others just need to add a little bit. Lia has been completely transformed and purified to a certain concentration. I don't know if there are 10 bosses of the same level or above for me to fight in the plains of 10,000 beasts. 10 bosses. There's a plane of 10,000 beasts. This is an extremely special copy with monsters from level 1 to 30, which is equivalent to 3 copies combined. The entire replica is also surprisingly large. There are also many bosses who can survive in it. How many are there above level 20? This is what Lia cares about. I hope that Lu Shandao and Jiang Zhenhai's tricks will not disappoint him, and they will bring out more high-level bosses. Lia put it secretly. This time I really mean it. This way he can advance in the plains of beasts. It would be great if I could also meet the job change trial. A copy. Job transfer and advancement are all solved. Jin is back. Chapter 90. Have a son like Lia. Is Lia really that scary? Shou Wanshan looked at his son. That's right. Shou Wanhai was in a low mood. It seems like he is still thinking about his failure. As for recalling the horror of that glance, he didn't dare at all. Like a mark. It was deeply engraved in his heart, making him unwilling to recall it, but it was rooted in his memory. It seems so. Shou Wanshan touched his beard. Dad, can't you comfort me? Shou Wanhai said bitterly. He thought his father would say a few words of comfort to him. Wasn't that what always happened? Son, you did a good job. Good. Shou Wanhai looked at his father. Dad, what are you talking about? Do you think Lia really has no background? Shou Wanshan answered the question irrelevantly. No. As Shou Wanhai spoke, he paid attention to the changes in his father's expression. Is there? Yes, Mu City. Mu Shi must be secretly cultivating him behind the scenes. Shou Wanhai looked at his father and raised the corner of his mouth. Next moment, he was hit hard on the head. Mu City, others don't know, but don't you? The Mu family of a natural race. And they trained a necromancer? Xiao Wanshan puffed out his beard and glared. How could I raise a son like you? Mu City has funding, but they can't cultivate monsters like this. They have advantages in natural professions and are very good at dealing with undead, but they can't cultivate undead. Xiao Wanhai felt a little aggrieved. So, what were you laughing at? Didn't you just see him smiling and think you guessed the correct answer? I was just laughing out of anger. You ignored everything I said to you. If you had listened to me, you would be like this now. What does it look like? Xiao Wanhai had not yet reacted to Qiu Wanshan's words. In his opinion, he is quite impressive. He hangs out with his friends everywhere, immersed in a fantasy world every day. He's a good boy at home, but acts like a gangster outside. Qiu Wanshan blew his beard and glared again. My son is naughty. Just wait until it matures. But when he knew about Li Ye, the more he looked at Xiu Wanhai, the angrier he became. Look at other people's children. Look at your own home again. Even Mu Qinghan, Zhang Xiao, and Li Mei were influenced by it, especially Mu Qinghan, who worked much harder than before. Only when there is pressure can there be motivation. This kid is just too stress-free. The current situation is simply a disgrace to their old enemy. This, Xiu Wanhai smiled awkwardly. Doesn't this make me look good? Excellent. Xiu Wanshan was furious. Look at Li Ye. Others are what we call excellent. How can someone kill you instantly with just one glance? Have you thought about your reasons? It's not that Li Ye is too strong. Xiu Wanhai said this weakly, and Xiu Wanshan became even more furious. That's why you found it. The fist of love falls again. Dad, I was wrong. I won't do that again. Xiu Wanhai let out a miserable wail. Wrong. You know it hurts. Taste the iron fist of love. Let me remind you of your childhood memories. Quite a while. Xiu Wanshan tidied up his scattered clothes. Snort. On the other side, it was Xiu Wanhai, with a bruised face and nose, who was standing there with his hands covering his face and was about to lean back on the sofa. Stand still. What greeted him was a scolding. You know what? Li Ye relied on his own efforts to be noticed by the demigod. Xiu Wanshan said coldly. Demigod. Xiu Wanhai widened his eyes. Dad, you're right. Demigod. Those are the people at the top of the world. That's right. A newly promoted demigod, of the undead kind. Xiu Wanshan nodded. The demigod is interested in the undead type. Gurgle. He suppressed his saliva. Xiu Wanhai was trying hard to digest the information in his mind. No guande. I will be so powerless to fight back. He even laughed. It's not that I'm not strong. It's that Li Ye is too abnormal. Someone that the demigod values. You can't blame me for being such a loser. You're still laughing. Xiu Wanshan's anger, which had been subsiding, was aroused again by Qiu Wanhai's smile, and he raised his hand to slap him. Didn't you hear me? It's the efforts of others that earn them the attention of a demigod. It was the demigod who provided him with the resources, but Li Ye's hard work and talent are undeniable. Look at you again. With such good resources, it turned out to be such a mess. Think about it again. Li Ye has only been awakened for a few days. How much can a demigod help him improve? The more he talked, the angrier he became, and the more annoying Qiu Wanhai seemed to him. I wish my son was Li Ye. Xiu Wanshan sighed inwardly. He already is a demigod backer, so why doesn't he deal with Lu Shandao? Qiu Wanhai suddenly asked. You think other people are just like you? Qiu Wanshan seemed to spit out something. Others have the demigod as a backup, so let's see how far I can go under the pressure of Lu Shandao. Can you, whenever you encounter problems, rely on me to help you solve them all? Snort. It was as if two streams of white smoke were coming out of the nostrils. So infuriating. Look at Li Ye, then look at his son. Say goodbye to all those bad friends of yours. Make friends with Li Ye and apologize to him. Qiu Wanshan directly gave Qiu Wanhai an ultimatum. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, if he apologizes, where will he put his face? Moreover, does he still dare to stand in front of Li Ye? Qiu Wanhai was so scared that he collapsed to the ground just by a simple look from Li Ye. And make friends with him. How could he do that? Find a way on your own. I need to see results. If you don't accomplish anything, all your living expenses will be stopped, and I will send you to exercise properly. Qiu Wanshan left after saying a few words. Dad! Only Qiu Wanhai's miserable voice remained. Exercise? I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. Qiu Wanhai returned all the way to the guild, this time just for Li Ye. Demigod. And those guys. After seeing the notice from Mu City, he gradually realized that something was wrong in Tianhai City. Especially today, there are too many outsiders and foreigners. What is it about Tianhai City that attracts them? Is it the so-called ruins? Does that thing really exist? He was full of doubts. Pity. No one could give him an answer. Only the first 2 guild presidents received the notice. Fortunately, there's a demigod to support us. Otherwise, I hope nothing serious will happen, especially the Blade Wolf Guild. Chapter 91. Jin's New Look. As the president of the second guild, Xiao had already noticed that something was wrong with the Dazzling Guild. What does Lu Shandao want to do at this point in time? After the death of his son, he went crazy. After saying this, Xiao laughed. Does he really care about his son? The top 3 guilds are themselves the key to competition. Xiao knew the actual leader of the third guild very well. So, what does it mean to him? That's why Lu Shandao is dangerous. His parents died early, he has no wife, is not interested in women, and has a son who is not valued. Now my son is dead. Is there anything else he cares about? Dazzling Guild wants to do something at this special moment. The consequences are disastrous. Dazzling Guild is third in strength, but first in numbers, and possibly the Abyss Cult. This is the key. No one could have imagined what the Abyss Cultists and the Blade Wolf Guild would do. As for the evidence of collusion between Lu Shandao and the Abyss Cult, no evidence required. For people at their level, all they need to do is doubt. We have completely captured the Dazzling Guild. The core members who should be purged have defected, and the core members have all become Lu Shandao's own people. His index finger drummed on the table. What is Lu Shandao going to do? What should their guild do? This is what Xiao Wanshan needs to consider. Restrain your men, monitor the Blade Wolf Guild, and keep an eye on the situation in Tianhai City. That's it for now. Other guilds also received the information, but did not contain the content about Banshin and Lu Shandao. The citizens of Tianhai City suddenly discovered that there were fewer arrogant and domineering guys, and those who abused their power had also disappeared. And in the darkness of Tianhai City, there were voices communicating. Did you notice? You guys don't hide your tracks. Snort. Is it necessary in this small city? We are here to go further, not to have a fight. Is the rumor true? Who knows? I didn't expect the Abyss Cult to have a presence in Tianhai City. Is that really the Abyss Cult? No doubt it's those guys. Are they coming back too? Forget it, it's not our concern. We are here to take a step forward. If the Abyss Cult can, would you be willing to join the Abyss Cult? Certainly. What loyalty do we have? Ha ha ha. In some inexplicable way, some people are communicating. A man in a black robe, listened quietly. These people are just as we expected. That's human nature. The fiery red lips opened slightly, and a sound was heard beside him. Yes, no one can resist such temptation. The man in black robe smiled slightly. It's just that they need to be screened. We don't want everyone. I'll do as you say. But how do you deal with that demigod? Said this seductive woman. Just ignore him. Once that thing comes out, he will naturally leave us alone. The man in black robe smiled confidently. That demigod is very secretive. That's just for ordinary guys. They can notice it. Holy God of the Dead. The holy undead mage made a breakthrough. This was something the man in black robe had not anticipated, and he had no idea that he would appear here. Besides, who else is there? Everything is going according to plan. The black robe man said lightly. What about Lu Shandao? The woman said. Give him a chance. He's also a bait to attract a demigod. The black runner's eyes were cold. Just like Jiang Zhenhai, to him, Lu Shandao is Jiang Zhenhai. How indifferent. The woman chuckled, supporting her head with her hands and looking into the distance. This is a necessary sacrifice. Or will you be the bait? The man in black robe said bluntly. Get ready. Time is running out. I hope you are ready. After saying this, he disappeared. Understand. The woman said something. Looking at the city before us, I'm afraid that in a short time, most of it will be reduced to ruins. That's really beautiful. After saying that, she disappeared from the spot. Leah's home. Leah widened his eyes. Is this Jin? Isn't this my mother? In front of him was a guy who looked somewhat similar to him. It's me, master. Jin nodded. Jin, who was basically just a skeleton before, has now turned into a human form. Apart from the pale skin and the strange patterns, his body was wrapped in a black robe. What are you doing? Facial prosthesis. But why is it me? I can serve as your substitute. and also confuse the enemy. Jean stated his reasons. So similar, except for the gray hair. The next second, Jin's hair turned into Lia's current color. If we go out, everyone will definitely think we are twins. So similar, but there are some subtle differences. The eyebrows are longer and the mouth is smaller, but the overall facial structure is the same. Twin. Jin was a little confused. Don't worry about it. Lia continued to observe Jin's current body. Touch. A little harder. The rest is exactly the same as human skin. Odor? Close to him. Even that difference could be his illusion. Temperament. Jin was colder and even more expressionless than him. Lia is more melancholic. Jean is the cold-blooded killer, and Lia is the melancholic poet. There are some differences. As for the breath, Jean can't compare with Lia. Jin's aura was restrained, like a knife with a hidden edge. The sword shocked the world. If he wasn't sensitive to the aura of the undead, Jin wouldn't have leaked a single bit of it. Like an ordinary person. Low presence. It's so low that it's scary. Even if Mu Qing Han, who is sensitive to the aura of the undead, came, he would not be able to discover it unless Jin exposed himself. Top assassin. This was the best description Lia could come up with for it. I can simulate your aura in various situations. Jin saw Lia studying his breath. Next second, Jin gives people a feeling of being seriously injured. Oh, Lia's eyes lit up. Totally deceptive. In particular, he can go back to the Valley of the Dead and let Jin perform various operations, changing the aura and adding an appearance similar to his. Many operations have already popped up in Lia's mind. Cheat. Sneak attack. This is simply a top-level ability, as well as its stealth ability. Liatot. He could stay in a Valley of the Dead and let Jin act outside for him. That's no problem at all. That's right. What about changing jobs? Lia suddenly thought of it. Just now, everyone's attention was attracted by Jin's new look. Changing jobs isn't the point. This job change is a bit difficult, Jin said as he took out a scroll. Chapter 92, Jin and the Undead Lord. Lord of the Undead. Actually, there are also Lich Apprentices. Jin said, Lich Apprentice? It seems to be of the same lineage as the Archdemon of the Necromancer. The sequel is Lich? A level 30 Lich is really scary. Generally speaking, it is exclusive to those above level 60. He is totally not a human being. Out of touch with the mortal world, a lifespan of 1,000 or 2,000 years is easy, and powerful liches are almost immortal. Just like Voldemort. Most of them are just a layer of skin covering their bones. Like Voldemort, what is the price of immortality? Everything the living have, including their looks. If Lia didn't have much time left, he might have taken this path. But Lia just turned 18. Walking Lich? He must be crazy to have such an idea. It's just that changing jobs is too expensive. Jin continued. Too expensive? Come to think of it, that's the world of the dead. Lich, it's tailor-made for me. And this job change over there is too difficult. Difficulty, Undead Lord. The land belongs to the Undead Empire, and ordinary people can't change their jobs at all. Jin nodded and explained why. Huh? Lord. Lia was speechless. So that's what's happening. Lord. Isn't that a country within a country? Like in the previous life, those were at most big landowners. Lord? That's when everything belongs to you. Empire of the Dead? Is this the futuristic, industrialized world of the dead? In that kind of world, can a lord really appear? Highly industrialized. It is a high degree of centralization. If there are various lords, one lord cooperates today, and the other lord does not cooperate tomorrow. That's bad. With all the conflicts of interest, nothing can be done. Lich Apprentice and Undead Lord. Which one would you choose? Anyone who is not mentally retarded knows to choose the Undead Lord. The Lich Apprentice should still follow the mage route, and in the end he may become an undead mage, or something like that. The Undead Lord is different. Lord of the Underworld. Lord of the Dead World. Slightly inferior ones, like the Skeleton General and the Undead Commander. The core is the Scourge of the Undead. This is the key point. Lia is taking the Undead Scourge route. Why switch to law halfway? Now it seems that. Undead Lord, he got a great bargain. Undead Lord job change. Type, job transfer certificate. Restrictions. Level 20, Undead class transfer, one-time transfer. Introduction, become a lord. Use. Lia did not hesitate. The second job transfer to Undead Lord begins. 1. Complete the level 20 breakthrough trial. 2. Obtain a lord. Complete. Explanation. Obtaining ownership of a piece of land, such as obtaining more than 50% of the rights to a copy. 3. Win a small battle. Explanation. A battle involving more than 1,000 people, with a level no lower than 10. 4. Obtain 100 undead residents of the territory completed. 5. After completing the battle, perform a sacrifice ceremony and drink the potion in your territory. Optional. 1. Kill a lord and seize his territory. 2. Perform multiple overdrive summons. 3. Command a battle and receive an A-level rating or above it. 4. Complete transformation of energy complete. Completion of the above requirements, or exceeding them, will have a certain impact on job transfers. What a steal! Leah's eyes lit up. He basically just needs to win a small battle. If it's the Lich Apprentice, I'm afraid there are still many trials related to spells. Just like his level 20 breakthrough trial, of course, undead cyberization might be of some help. How come cyber undead aren't considered undead? But for Leah, it was completely wrong. Leah is not a fool. He doesn't want to go the futuristic and industrial route, but the route of the god of law. As long as you like it, Jin said calmly. Is there any news about the subsequent job transfer? Leah asked it. The follow-up may require some effort. Jin said truthfully. Come to think of it, it is true. Level 30 itself will provide several job transfer options, so there's a job transfer book at level 40. Level 40. It is a rare level for a job transfer book. Please help me find level 32. It's better to be prepared. Leah gave a reminder. One more choice means one more way. According to his current experience, he should have no shortage of job changes at level 30, and the numbers are even a hexagon. If he hadn't changed his job a second time. At level 30, he'll have a lot of options thanks to his stats. Now the words. After he changes his job to Undead Lord, there won't be too many job choices at level 30, but they should all be suitable for him. Undead Slayer to Ashes. Type. Summon creature undead. Level 20 LV. Life 10,000. Attack power 1,200. Defense 600. Agility 1,000. Spirit 100. Talents. Killer Intuition, Deadeye Weapon Master. Skills, Stealth Critical Hit, Moment Overload. Introduction. The Undead Assassin has been further transformed and has completed his job change. Consumption, 100 energy. Reminder. This is the only instance. Once killed, it cannot be summoned again. When on the verge of death, Undead Slayer Jin will automatically return to the world of the dead. Can you believe it? A summoned creature actually has 3 talents at that. The numbers are even more outrageous. The pure boss panel and a long list of skills have already shown the huge improvement of Jin. Spy? I still underestimated Jin. Now Jin is all-powerful when it comes to killing. The squishy assassin is gone. This is a killer who is proficient in various weapons, especially the speed. Once Overload and Moment are activated, Jin can unleash even more powerful power. So strong. Leah couldn't help but sigh. Whose level 20 summon has such stats? Who has it? Leah just wanted to say, who else? Once Jin came back, Leah felt more confident. When the time comes, Jin went back. Leah similet. Jiang Zhenhai Lu Shandao. I hope you're not too surprised. All that's left is to wait for the game to begin. In Lu Shandao's villa. Are you ready? Lu Shandao was still standing by the window. I'm ready. This time it's absolutely foolproof. Jiang Zhenhai said angrily. When the time comes, I will open a special channel for you. Remember what I told you to do. Be sure to finish it before you go find that brat Leah. Lu Shandao gave a warning. I understand. I hope Leah is good enough and won't be torn to pieces by those monsters before I can personally avenge him. Jiang Zhenhai said viciously. All right, as long as Leah dies, that's enough. Don't we have a better future? Lu Shandao glanced at Jiang Zhenhai indifferently. Yes, we all have a bright future. Chapter 93, Everyone has their own thoughts. To our future. Lu Shandao and Jiang Zhenhai smiled at each other. When Jiang Zhenhai came out of the villa, Lu Shandao's expression and eyes gradually became cold. People grow fastest when they are in hatred. I didn't expect that Jiang Zhenhai would also be involved with the Abyss cult. Lu Shandao sensed something was wrong with Jiang Zhenhai. Half human, half monster? The only one who has such means is the messenger. Are you worried about him? That's right. They are all taking advantage of relationships. As for believing in the ideas of the Abyss cult, that is simply impossible. Cooperating with and joining the Abyss cult is nothing more than taking a step further. It seems you and I made the same choice. Lu Shandao grinned. Sharp teeth revealed. This is the way the world is. Betray? It's simply because the benefits are not enough. Hopefully, I won't become a pawn of the Abyss cult. The pupils that had turned into animal pupils shrank slightly, and Lu Shandao said indifferently. Strength is a fundamental. Even if he had noticed some of the Abyss cult's thoughts, he would not stop. Survive. Keep going. So what if I become a pawn? In this world chessboard, how many people are not chess pieces? So, become stronger, and prepare for the worst. I will definitely make it to the end, no matter if it's Li Ye, Jiang Zhenhai, or the messenger of the Abyss cult. Jiang Zhenhai walked out of the villa and looked back at the villa and thought secretly. Lu Shandao, one day I will return it. Feeling the monstrous power. No one expected it. No one expected it. As a supporting profession, he will one day have such powerful strength. The deer monster with a trace of 9-colored deer bloodline matched him better than he could imagine, and also brought him unimaginable strength. This was something he had never had before. Blessing is not only blessing others, but also blessing yourself. Jiang Zhenhai sneered. This time, he is the one who will go to the end. 9-color blessing. Introduction. The blessing of a 9-colored deer. Your blessing effect is enhanced, your luck is strengthened, and your fortune is greatly improved. Even the messenger of the Abyss cult didn't expect that I would awaken this talent. Luck is on my side. As he spoke, Jiang Zhenhai showed a sick smile. The two of them each had their own ulterior motives, yet were confident that they could make it to the end. Li Ye, in their eyes, he was already immortal. Under their means, is there any room for Li Ye to resist? Even if Li Ye is 20 levels higher than the average when he shows up, can Li Ye be so abnormal that he can compete with a level 40 existence? Neither of them had ever thought of it. In their opinion, Li Ye couldn't do it. Pity. They must have guessed wrong. Li Ye wanted to upgrade 4 skills at home. Maybe it won't be used yet. Li Ye felt a little regretful. He was still leveling up too quickly. Before the arch-necromancer could digest his skills, he had to advance and change his job again. Does it really have to be after level 30? Li Ye, forget it. It is possible that he will only have the opportunity to properly digest his inflated strength after reaching level 30. Now, but there is no time to digest it. Li Ye is too outrageous now. Energy is higher than one's own level, several levels higher. And there is also such a thing as divinity. It can be said that, if it weren't for the cybernetic body, Li Ye's body would not be able to bear these forces. Even a knowledge in the mind can only be sealed. Many of them are beyond his reach at this level. Knowledge is poisonous. A lot of knowledge, if mastered at an inappropriate stage, will be a disaster. Anyway, even if he improves quickly, his foundation will not be unstable. Li Ye has too much nutrition, and he needs to grow taller so that he can digest it better. Only, as he advances and breaks through, his own nutrition continues to increase. This is outrageous. The faster you upgrade, the harder it is to digest. This is the true embodiment of Li Ye. Once, Li Ye's job change and advancement will bring another leap in strength. Overnutrition again. Why? Being too talented is also a sin. Li Ye couldn't help but sigh. If he had time, he really wanted to calm down and digest it. His strength will definitely be improved to a higher level. He is just too strong. Invincible in the same realm, fighting across several levels. Digestion? What to digest? Directly raise the level. Digesting and understanding thoroughly are what ordinary geniuses do. But now Li Ye is no longer an ordinary genius. Especially what Uncle E said. Those below level 30 are all mortals, so there is no need to pay more attention to them. Especialia. You already have divinity in the mortal stage, so why do you still care about the disadvantage of leveling up quickly? Others just have poor talent and strength. Without digesting and understanding the current knowledge at all, you rush to upgrade and end up exhausting your potential. Does Li need to care? There is no need at all. Potential? Unless Li suddenly becomes a demigod, then his potential will be exhausted. Digest, eat thoroughly, or even dig into. For Li, it was somewhat of a waste of time. That's why Li didn't take a break and wanted to quickly reach level 30. At that time, there would be enough time for Li to digest it, such as job change and advancement. It also becomes a lot of time consuming. At that time, there was plenty of time for Li to digest it. After Zai Jin left, Leah prepared for tomorrow's tryouts. The game information has been sent to his mobile phone. Beast Plains. Points competition. Looking at these two, Leah knew what was going on. Give out tokens, kill monsters to get points, and then calculate survival time. 7 days in total. There's still plenty of time. I'm afraid they will tamper with the token. Think about it. This token is definitely easy to tamper with, like attracting a tide of beasts. Simple. It's not easy to be noticed. Defeat the contestants, and you can plunder their points. Encourage fighting. Then it is only natural that extreme incidents would occur. It's simple but effective. Don't think that Leah could see through this thing at a glance. But this is an open conspiracy. Are you going to argue with the organizers? If Leah is still the same Leah as before, this is the best time for him to join a good guild. This is true even for the middle class. This is a great platform. It is also a kind of benefit in itself. Most of the copies, like the Plains of 10,000 Beasts, are monopolized. You want to go in, but you can't. Listen to Ankelmo. It was because of this incident that many people owed Liu Shandao a favor. Advanced. Job change. The Plains of 10,000 Beasts is definitely an excellent platform. The equipment and materials produced are enough to make ordinary people a little rich, not to mention that safety is guaranteed to a certain extent. Something happened. Most people don't care if Leah dies. It's just that they didn't calculate my strength. Leah similit confidently. Also, the Plains of 10,000 Beasts is indeed a good platform. My advancement and job change all came from it. Chapter 94, the selection competition begins. Moonlit night. The mountain behind the 6th high school. 2 figures appeared here. It's finally time. A touch of fiery red lips under the black robe. It's only 3 days. The black robe man next to him said lightly, then looked toward the spider cave. I don't know how long it will take for this copy to recover. The two of them were like the black and white impermanents, declaring the fate of the spider cave. Isn't it completely useless? If I had just eaten those bosses, but you completely merged them an entire instance. The woman licked her lips. It seems like he can't wait to have a big meal. Leave some for them. The man in black robe grabbed the impatient woman. The woman said unhappily, "Are you being kind? This is called not exhausting the pond to catch all the fish." The man in black robe retorted, "Then what? How many years will it take to recover from such a small amount? And how much will it cost if we want to recover faster?" The woman snorted coldly. He was full of disdain for the black robe man's words. Why should we not exhaust all the fish in the pond? So what if we exhaust all the fish in the pond? After she consumed a large amount of monster essence, could she recover? It's just to keep a spark. It shouldn't be difficult for you. The man in black robe did not explain, and his tone became even colder. Snort. It's up to you. The woman snorted coldly, not wanting to argue with him any further. Leaving a little doesn't matter to her. Since the man in black robe wants to stay, then she can keep some. Let's get started. I can't wait any longer. The next morning, the sun was shining and the sky was clear. It's a great day for a game. Leah Sigit. 3 days have passed since we came out of the spider cave. There are 22 days left until the college entrance examination. The first stage of the selection competition will take 7 days, and the top 20 will compete for 1 day. All that's left is for each guild to choose their own matches. What about Leah? It would only take 2 months, and his union would have already been set. That is 8 days. There were still 2 weeks left before the college entrance examination. Calculating the time, there's still a bit more. Leah completed 2 job changes from level 0 to level 30 in 2 weeks. 2 weeks left. That is to break through level 30. There is still time left to digest. How rich? Leah thought about it and couldn't help but sigh. If the plan goes well, he still has plenty of time. Let's go. Trials. Follow the navigation to the competition location. The guild selection competition venue was already packed with people. Are you here to compete? Leah looked puzzled. Finally, I saw many big screens and ticket windows. Well, he really didn't react. Competition, ticket sales. For example, the Awakening Day is of great concern to the whole nation, and the guild trials will naturally attract many people to watch the fun. He even saw the reporters. You can see everyone's enthusiasm for the selection competition. I haven't turned the corner yet. He thought it was a serious matter. But this scene in front of me, after all, this time he came with a mission and revenge, as well as advancement and breakthrough. With a playful attitude? That's simply impossible. Leah had to take this seriously, so much so that he had to put a filter on this competition. Now it seems this competition is still entertaining in nature. There's one group of people who really want to show themselves, another group who want to take advantage, and another group who want to become internet celebrities. How to say it? There will definitely be plenty of fun. The children still need to broaden their horizons. Leah saw many people bringing their children here. As for seeing blood, at this time, you'll come into contact sooner or later. Too bloody. Some processing will also be done. Hello. Excuse me. Are you a contestant? I don't know where the reporter came from, but his eyes were shining with the light of discovering big news. Yes. Leah nodded in confusion. No, I just stopped for a moment. How did that attract reporters? Excuse me, are you Leah? Is that Leah, the one whose special enrollment qualification was revoked by Fonlan University, who then defeated Liu Yidao and defeated multiple students from the 6th high school alone? The reporter said a long sentence. Do you know all this? Come to think of it, it's been a few days. Leah himself is quite famous in Tianhai City, a top student among the common people. Falangenius, the genius of forbearance. Revenge genius. Leah's energy during this period is comparable to that of the male protagonist in online novels, and it all happened in a very short period of time. There is even more room for imagination for those who have only a superficial understanding of the matter. For marketing accounts, there's a lot of room to play with, such as Leah's love, hate, and vengeance, and the journey of the forbearing genius Leah to get slapped in the face, etc. Leah's image among the people has become the protagonist of online novels. He may not be the strongest genius, nor the most gifted genius, but he is definitely the most dramatic genius, and this is the best for everyone. Leah nodded with difficulty. Is this considered image exposure? Looking at the female reporter's infatuated and shining eyes. My damn talent. Leah is so handsome. Big news. Originally, I just wanted to find a contestant or a handsome guy to interview. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Leah. If she hadn't felt that the man in front of her looked familiar, she would have made a bold judgment based on Leah's previous photos and a few blurry photos. So cool. This melancholic temperament, big eyes, high nose, and small mouth. While being feminine, her facial features are also firm and defined. The two styles combine perfectly in Leah, the kind that is engraved in him at first sight. Think about Leah's experience again. Big breaking point. You are participating in the trials. What are your expectations for the results? Adhering to the professional ethics of a journalist, she still did not ask the questions that she wanted to ask, but were irrelevant. Lee was a little hesitant. Considering what Uncle Mu had said, he should be a little more arrogant, right? Yesterday, he had seen all those contestants. No one is his match, so, first, Leah said confidently. What a confident little expression. The female reporter's eyes lit up, and she kept gesturing, asking the cameraman to take pictures quickly. Wouldn't that be too arrogant? The female reporter asked. No, I think I have the ability. Leah similait faintly. It seemed as if the first place had already been taken by him. Then, do you not take other opponents seriously? The female reporter wanted to ask an explosive question. That's right, Leah said to the camera. I came, I saw, I conquered. First, it was just a matter of convenience. So crazy. The female reporter rubbed her legs together, not sure if she was excited about getting big news or was excited by Leah. Okay, thank you for the interview. That's right. Can you add a contact number? Before the female reporter could finish her words, Leah used the breath-concealing technique to leave. Call. It's so scary. Chapter 95, Build a House. Keep going. All the way to the contestant entrance. After a simple check, Leah entered the contestant hall. I remember the inspector's eyes. Why is everyone looking at me? Leah was full of doubts. Why are there so many malicious looks as soon as I enter the contestant hall? Then he saw a small screen. The content of Leah's recent interview is playing on it. This. Leah was speechless. How come it's so fast? I just set it outside, and it's already in here? Didn't you say it's not a live broadcast? It's not live, it's just done quickly. Why? Never mind. Leah shuruk indifferently. Why should the strong care about the malice of the weak? He found a seat and sat down without any hesitation, not affected by the looks around him. Is this Leah? Is this a strong person? He is indeed my biggest enemy. Most of the contestants looked away, each with their own thoughts. Why are there so many big and small bags? Leo observed the others and muttered to himself. Right? 7 days. He can eat little or nothing, and he can go without sleep for a few days. so I didn't prepare these. Even if you need a place to shelter from the wind and rain, the undead will come in handy. Just make it now. Food. There will be no shortage of copies. Leah didn't prepare that much. He found that Gatling, Xia, Shenzhen, and others were all traveling light. Some of them had nothing with them, and some had only a small amount with them. This is the confidence of the strong. And those big and small bags look like they are for an outing. That Chun posed no threat to Leo at all, and was the type of character that couldn't defeat his undead. I thought I didn't fit in. Leah laughed a little. It's so boring, I can only wait here. Leah was the last one to arrive, but he still saw no sign of the game starting. I can only find fun on my own. Time passed by little. Some people were communicating in low voices, while some continued to act like masters. Leah was lost in thought. Why haven't you started yet? Thump, thump, thump. Someone is coming. Many Leah who did not slow down wanted to practice for a while. People from several major guilds have arrived. The 3 guild representatives from Haitian Guild, Shanghai Guild, and Dazzling Guild walked in the front. Sorry for the long wait. The tryouts will begin soon. Finally, has it started? Leah stood up and stretched his body. Everyone enter in an orderly manner. Once you enter the plains, you'll be randomly assigned a location. Please don't worry. Representatives of the Haitian Guild presided over the on-site order. It was the familiar space vortex again. Leah got up earlier, so his seat was closer, and it was his turn very early. Here is your token. Trial token. Binding. Leah is successfully bound. Gomain. The staff waved, and Leah stepped into the vortex. Call. The next second, Leah, who was ready for battle, landed next to a rainforest. Looking from a distance, there were vast expanses of grassland, with trickling streams running across them like blood vessels, and occasionally a few big trees or a small forest in between. Blue sky, the fragrance of nature. So beautiful. Such a scene cannot be seen in Tianhai City. In the previous life, he had only seen it online. No ambush. Leah was still disappointed. He thought he would be attacked as soon as he came down. It seems that Liu Shandao still knows his limits. So, take the initiative? No. Dealing with those guys is secondary. How long will it take to find it now? He still has tasks to complete in his advancement trial, so he might as well do them first if he has the time. Leah sorted out his thoughts in an instant. Liu Shandao and Jiang Zhenhai can't help but take action, so they just need to wait for the monsters to come. Even if not, wouldn't it be enough for Leah to set aside a day or two to go to the evacuation site and ambush people? First in points. Leah didn't take it to heart, so let's take action. With a wave of his hand, Eric and several undead appear. Owner. Eric knelt on one knee and said humbly, Eric, there's no need for all this formality. I don't care about it. Leah was slightly displeased. Yes, master, I will pay attention next time. Eric readily accepted the advice. Help me build a house and be my guard for a few days so I can learn some skills. Leah ordered it. That's right. Eric was summoned to guard. His summoning time of the undead has been extended now, but he still can't stay on standby for several days. Only the Undead Valley can do that. Then a strange scene appeared. While others are either killing monsters, looking for advantageous terrain, or looking for team members, Leah is directing the undead to build a house. What's this for? An audience member expressed doubt. Build a house. Isn't this a competition? Building houses should be done at night, right? Another audience member also looked puzzled. Isn't this Leah? This is the level that he wants to take first place. The audience said bluntly, yes. Look at others. They're all doing their work. You never know. Maybe others would just like to finish their houses sooner. Leah's behavior sparked a small-scale discussion among the audience. And live streaming on the internet is even more impolite. Ha ha ha. This is what they call a commoner genius. What a fool, duh. If you ask me, it should be. This was posted by a freshman in high school. Is this a vacation? You can't see brotherly Leah's strength. So handsome. That's amazing. Others are both handsome and strong. I think the 6 high school is just SOS, sent by those who didn't get into number 6 high school. Is this the turtle style of play? It's mainly a waste of energy, summoning the undead to build a house. Only Leah could come up with this. Is it intended to be an online novel? You are just jealous of brother Leah's looks and strength. Hida. The barrage was like a riot of demons. If Leah knew this, he would probably sigh about how the world has changed. He became the person he hated the most. Brother. That's not a nice name. It is always associated with excessive marketing, lack of strength, being liked by little girls, and good looks. It can also be regarded as an affirmation of Leah's current appearance. Mom, is it okay for me to do this, brother? Li Kaibai was lying on the hospital bed, looking at his cell phone. There is no confrontation, only worry. Zhang Xuemei said with a smile. I believe your brother. You have to believe him too, and don't be influenced by what those people say. Look at us now. He is already beyond our comprehension. All we can do is believe. The nurses in this hospital were something she had never dared to imagine before. Not only can she take care of her own daughter, she can also get a good salary, and the work is very easy. Who could have thought of this? Li Kaibai, do you believe it? Chapter 96 believe India. Get ready to take action. Yes. Li Kaibai Smilat. My brother, who has achieved everything so far, will definitely continue to create miracles. She believes it. This doesn't need a reason. He is my older brother. At the sheriff's office. Your son was scolded like that, and you're not angry? The colleague asked Li Zhengye, who was still smiling cheerfully. What are you angry about? My son is strong enough to slap them in the face. Li Zhengye answered confidently. Are you so confident? Colleagues were surprised. Although they didn't say it, they looked down on him to some extent in their hearts. Who are they after all? Who is Li Zhengye? A guy who relied on his son to get in through the back door is still a little bit behind these elites. No experience, no strength, and no knowledge. The only advantage is self-awareness. This is very important. They were afraid that Li Zhengye was the kind of person who liked to give orders and express opinions, even though he knew he didn't know how to do it. Especially when an outsider says such things. He thinks, that's how it should be. How many people don't hate this kind of thing? Fortunately, Li Zhengye is not like that. In addition, since he is a blacksmith, he has a similar temperament to them and helps them repair some equipment from time to time. All of it is within our ability. I'm not the type of person who would do something without understanding it. Such connections are quite likable, so Li Zhengye has a good relationship with others and has become dining friends with several old sheriffs. Ha! You're just joking. I'm not confident, but I believe in the vision of Mayor Mu and Director Wang. Li Zhengye laughed a few times and then explained. Didn't you see the way Director Wang looked at me yesterday? It seems he wants to see why I was able to give birth to that kid, Leah. I don't know what news he got, but I think it must be good news for my son. Little people have the wisdom of little people. Some people don't do well in their lives, not because they're not smart, but because they don't have the heart. This is the case with Leah's family. There's a barrier in my heart that makes me think that certain things should not be done. I do worry about him. Li Zhengye understood that he could not help Leah at the moment, so he buried his worries. Don't ask Leah. That is to avoid causing trouble or adding pressure to Leah. Li Zhengye felt much more at ease after hearing Director Wang's attitude. I see. Yes. Who is Leah? He's the one Director Wang and City Manager Mu are optimistic about. Let me tell you, Leah's undead presence shocked us for quite a while. Everyone gathered together and started discussing actively. Li Zhengye listened, occasionally replying, his eyes still fixed on the screen of his son. Come on, he thought to himself. Leah knew nothing about this. Soon, a simple hut was built. Leah was not picky as long as he had a small house that could shelter him from the wind and rain and was relatively quiet. Why do you ask for so much in this copy? Want better. This is somewhat difficult for Eric and the others. As a necromancer who has lived in a cave for a long time, how much do you think he knows about building houses? It would be great if it could be made. It's quite solid. Leah patted it. Then I walked in and took a look, and it was able to block out most of the sound. Not bad. Not bad. As long as the master is satisfied. Eric also had a smile on his face. He was a little nervous just now. After all, the house was so simple that it wasn't even a house. There's only one door. Window? Breathability? It's not that important to Leah. The dark environment does not affect Leah's vision. Protect me well. Leah gave some instructions and walked into the hut. Thoroughly understand and transform an undead spell. Leah's made his choice. I spell. This is his simplest spell and his only elemental spell. It is half elemental and half undead. After all, this ice is derived from the undead. It is fundamentally different from ordinary ice. So, it is essentially an elemental spell of the necromancer. Choose this, it's simple, able to understand and complete transformation faster. Then, breathing spell, toxicity addition, and undead transformation. The transformation of the undead is more important. If you finish early enough, make a few more. The transformation of the undead is related to another breakthrough trial. Although it can be used without understanding it, If he can make it better after understanding it, why not do it? Wielding technique. Exclusive for old silver coins. If he could be stronger, he would be able to gain more information gap advantages, and he could also cooperate more with Jin, and the cooperation would be perfect. The addition of toxicity enriches the means. There are 4 skills in total. First, an ice technique, undead transformation, breath control, and poison addition. Let's do it this way. If you hurry up, you should be able to finish it. What do I see? Leah entered just like that. Is this a competition? The audience at the scene was also caused by Leah's computer crash. What's going on? Put it on display? No, you came to this dungeon for some reason, right? Are you just going to sit there? I don't understand. Everyone who paid attention to Leah was filled with doubts. In the guild room. This Leah, what is he doing? The Haitian Guild representative couldn't believe it. Practice? The representative of the Shanghai Guild made a guess. Isn't it good to practice outside? Why practice after participating in the competition? The Haitian Guild representative couldn't understand. The plane of 10,000 beasts is a rare opportunity for many people. Whether you join a guild or not, this is an opportunity. An opportunity to show yourself to Tianhai City. Where is Leah? Go directly into the small dark room to practice. Even that attractive face was not revealed. Is this putting the cart before the horse? Yes. After Leah entered the small dark room, the screen they saw became pitch black. Others have already demonstrated it to Director Wang and City Mu. He still needs your platform to show off his strength. He's also a favorite to win the championship. What's wrong with practicing in the house for a while? The representative of the Dazzling Guild said. At this moment, anyone could hear the sarcastic tone in his voice. Few of the guild representatives present were unaware of the feud between Dazzling Guild and Leah. Never mind. Put his picture on the edge. The representative of the Haitian Guild ordered. How can I watch it if the screen is all black? He originally wanted to see how Leah performed and see if there was any chance to bring him to their guild. Leah is a very famous person, and the instructions of their president. If you have the chance, observe Leah more. If he performs well, try to recruit him into our guild. Observe? You need a picture to observe it. He felt a little amused and helpless. The representative of the Shanghai Guild was much calmer, as he knew that Leah had been chosen. If there's no picture, then there is no picture. It doesn't matter. The representative of the Dazzling Guild secretly revealed a sinister smile. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will come to hell without a door. Good. He didn't expect Leah to cooperate so well. He was originally looking for an excuse. It's time to take action. Chapter 97 Action? Killing with a borrowed knife. Boss, should we take action? Somewhere in the plains of 10,000 beasts. A team is lurking here, and a small wooden house stands in the distance. Action! The boss roared. Didn't we agree on that? The younger brother answered timidly. Is it really as simple as you think? The eldest brother's face was full of anger. That glance. He is still frightened now. Did Leah really not notice them? After talking to Jiang Zhenhai that day, he went back and looked into it in detail. The grievances between Jiang Zhenhai, Lu Shandao, Lu Yidao, and Leah. Check. He found it was not simple. Leah and Mu Shi have a good relationship. In the past, he might have thought that it was impossible for a peasant to know such a person. But that day, Miss Mu was right next to Leah. This Leah is definitely not simple. There is one more thing to prove it. Qiu Wanhai did not take any retaliatory action, not even a warning. Who is Qiu Qinhai? That was the son of the second guild's president. His character is not too frivolous, but his face has been damaged, so he has to get it back at least a little. At least. You have to say it with your mouth. None of them. He even dismissed his subordinates and seemed to have completely reformed himself. If it's one thing, Leah's situation can be explained. But so many things are connected together. Leah, the water is too deep. Leah really didn't know that Lu Shandao wouldn't attack him in the 10,000 beast plane. Didn't Leah learn from Lu Yi's sword lesson? And the mysterious death of Lu Yidao shows that Leah is not a kind person. That's it. Leah is here after all. It was the same at that time. With Leah's spirit, can't he feel their malicious gazes? You must be kidding. The higher the spiritual level of a person, the more sensitive he is to these things. Leah didn't even look at them. What does this mean? He had known for a long time that someone was going to attack him. But Leah still came and did such a strange thing. So what should we do? The younger brother looked aggrieved. They also felt hesitant in their hearts. President Liu is not someone we can afford to offend. This is the cruel truth. Do? No, not do it. That doesn't work either. The eldest brother's face was full of confusion. Is Mushy easy to mess with? So Leah is someone who is easy to mess with? He first scolded the younger brother, and the younger brother smiled apologetically. This is the tragedy of the little people. Leah's performance that day indicated that their team might not be able to make it, and this was the most terrifying thing. If he can be sure of killing Leah, Big Brother wouldn't have to worry so much. Take action. They were killed by Leah. Don't take action. When he got out, he was dealt with by Liu Shandao. One dies early, the other dies late. Another little brother suddenly said, "That, we might as well kill someone with a borrowed knife." The eldest brother's eyes lit up. Kill with a borrowed knife. Kill with a borrowed knife. A light bulb went off in his head. Yes, we can definitely kill with a borrowed knife. And Zhang Zhenhai is also someone we can use. Why didn't he think of that? Leo is strong, but that doesn't mean he has no enemies. Its enemies are many, especially that interview, which offended most of the contestants. Some guys, he is not a kind person. It can be said that revenge is inevitable. Can those guys tolerate it? Especially since Leah seems to be giving up. If you don't know much about Leah, would you think this is a good opportunity? And there are those who are jealous. Guided by their words, would he have the idea of killing Leah? A large number of contestants are all targets that they can exploit. Killing him would be the best, but getting some intelligence would also be great. This is also a perfect excuse. They take action. It's not that they didn't take action, it's just that they were cautious and didn't find the opportunity. It's impossible that they would go and die even though they knew it was their own death. Now Liu Shandao has nothing to say. The corners of the eldest brother's mouth curled up just right. Talk to my younger brother. Brother is brilliant. Big brother Gao Ji. Oomph. Liu Shandao. Leah, this is my plan. The eldest brother was filled with pride. I'm really smart. And in another place in the plain of 10,000 beasts. No movement. Mao Zhu is in the lead, 360 points. The calculation is as follows. 1 point for ordinary monsters at level 10, 10 point for bosses. 5 points for ordinary monsters at level 20, 50 point for bosses. 30 points for level 30, 500 points for bosses. Don't be fooled by the low points at levels 10 and 20. This is because most of the contestants are level 30, and some have even changed their job once. Are they a threat if they are below level 30? The level 20 boss might have a little bit. Level 30 monsters are not that difficult for them to deal with. Only level 30 boss. Even at level 30, even with a job change, it's still hard to take it down by one person. One person took it. It also requires a lot of time and energy. This is the key to the huge disparity in points. But at this time, Li Ya's points did not move. Zhang Zhenhai looked at his special token. Oh, give up. Or are you waiting for us to take action? Those performances really gave him a great shock. But that's not enough. No matter how strong the spirit is, it is just spirit. If you are at level 20 and want to challenge level 40, it is simply impossible. Leah, you can't even imagine. Interesting. When Zhang Zhenhai held the token tightly, the ears moved. I heard some noise somewhere. Zhang Lei's legs were trembling at this time, and he covered his mouth with his hands. This is, in the dark cave, several giant beasts revealed their scales and armor. Boss, why are you all gathered together? He originally just wanted to get information about the boss, and it would be best if he had the chance to kill one. You know, level 30 boss resurrected after 9 days. That is to say, these 500 points are worth one spot for every kill. It's like the final question. This thing has a decisive effect. When time is running out, it will be difficult to widen the gap by killing ordinary monsters. Only boss. He originally wanted to stand up or find out the information in advance. Use your own profession to master your position. So, whether selling intelligence or going hunting yourself, both are good choices. But now, what did he see? Why are there so many bosses in this cave? And level 36 LV, level 34 LV, level 37 LV. He must have seen it right. This is already over level 30. Why? Why? The questions in his head could not be answered at all. Beast Tamer. No wonder we found this place. A figure appeared behind him without warning. Who? Zhang Lei wanted to turn his head to look. Phew. Blood mixed with internal organs burst out of the stomach, and a hairy hand was mixed in with it. Well, am I going to die like this? Plop. When he pulled his hand out, Zhonglei's body fell to the ground. Roar! Blood spread on the cold ground. Those huge figures came over after smelling the blood. Eat! Grow up quickly! A strange blood-colored liquid appeared on the ground and swallowed up Zhonglei's body in a moment. Chapter 98 Undercurrent. The body just disappeared. If Liu were here, he would feel the bloody color was familiar. Roar! Another roar. Good. It's not time for you to be born yet. Roar! Wait. You'll have a good meal. Jiang Zhenhai showed a perverted smile. The other bosses seemed to be frightened by the roar and actually cowered a little. This is a big surprise. Would you like Lu Shandao? He murmured. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Jiang Zhenhai laughed wildly. The first day passed uneventfully. No major incident happened. For the audience who hope to see a fight, it is somewhat boring. I feel like Leah has set a bad precedent. I think it's the strong ones who come together by chance. This time, most people are much more cautious and are gathering information first. As the audience left and the guild representatives left, only a small number of staff remained. How? Is there anything going on? Without. But where are all those level 30 bosses? There are also fewer level 20 bosses. Really? What's going on? Forget it. It's none of our business. As long as the competition goes on normally and nothing happens to the players, it's none of our business. Yes. Just mind your own business. It won't do him any good. And the one who said it was none of our business was really from the Dazzling Guild. Humph. Then Jiang Zhenhai is still obedient. It's worth it that we send it into the copy in advance. This time, we will all have a bright future. As his mood grew, so did the length of his teeth. A row of canine teeth is about to break through the limitations of the mouth. Fortunately, he took it back again. At this time, he can't let down. This fusion is not perfect. But even if the fusion is not complete, he can feel the power of Peng Bai in his body. If it is fully integrated, how powerful will his power be? That's great. Mr. President, you are so selfless. Sharing this gives us hope. As for Leah, that was just a minor obstacle on their way to a bright future. It was different from the calmness of the tryouts. The entire Tianhai city is already undercurrent. 6 highs. The monster didn't come back to life? Mu Changkong and Chun Luming looked at the cave in front of them. Strange patterns covered the entire stone wall, surrounding the center of the cave and forming a magic circle. The Abyss Cult, Mu Changkong said with certainty. Ever since he learned that the Abyss Cult had reappeared, he began his journey to look up information. This magic circle in front of me, it really is one of the magic circles of the Abyss Cult. The only thing is that this formation is more complicated. Yes, the Abyss Cult. Chen Luming sighed. Their 6 highs have seriously damaged their vitality. The spider cave was ruined, and they couldn't afford to restore it. We will give Lu Gao some compensation as appropriate. Mu Changkong replied. I've been waiting for you to say this. Chen Luming's complexion looked slightly better. It would be nice if we could have another copy. Chen Luming sighed. I'm not a wishing machine. Mu Changkong laughed. I could publish a copy privately, but it would definitely set a bad precedent. That dungeon isn't as good as the spider cave. Many times, what Mu Changkong wanted to do was contrary to what he should do in his position. This time was compensated. It is inevitable that some schools have that idea. Especially since the copy is gone, Mu City will compensate you. This is serious. Then they won't take it seriously anymore. I'm just saying that. Chen Luming also understands this truth. Wait, after the college entrance examination, I believe Liu will bring rich rewards to your school. Mu Changkong thought of Liu and a smile appeared on his face. That is Chen Luming's achievement, and it is also his achievement. That monster. Even in the whole world, they're the most monstrous ones. That'll have to wait. When Chen Luming heard Liu, he smiled. Once he finishes the college entrance exam, we should be fine. It's just hard for other students. Students with decent talent in the first 6 high schools can reach level 20. Especially those ordinary students have the opportunity to be promoted to level 20 before the college entrance examination and can directly and seamlessly connect to university, so that ordinary students also have a chance to turn their lives around. Now what? Those students disappeared before they even broke through level 10. Who can be blamed for this? Liu. It's not like he did this. Even if Liu wasn't there, the Cult of the Abyss would still take action. Blame them? Who could have thought of this? Even though Chen Luming is the principal, he doesn't know much about the Abyss Cult. I think that time, Liu, the Abyss Cult got what they wanted. Think positively. This dungeon is considered a level 20 to 30 dungeon, but its origin is damaged and there are no monsters. It can definitely be a resource dungeon. Mu Changkong gave a direction. Resource copy. Shun Luming touched his chin. It seems like there is a chance. Right. These caves, with their dark and humid environment, are perfect for certain resources. A level 30 copy, even if its origin is damaged, is still a level 30 copy. Its origin is much stronger than that of an ordinary resource copy. The more Mu Changkong spoke, the brighter Chen Luming's eyes became. Really, since this copy is like this, we might as well turn it into treasure. Chen Luming's face was filled with joy. Exchanging a level 10 to 20 copy for a level 20 to 30 resource copy is not as bad as you might think. Plus the compensation Mu Sure mentioned. Do they still have money to earn? And it's not like the Abyss cult didn't leave anything for you. Mu Changkong made some discovery and spoke thoughtfully. What else did they leave behind? This empty copy and the remnants of pollution. Although Chen Luming said that, his body was still honest and he leaned towards Mu Changkong. A sea of white. This is... Chen Luming widened his eyes. Spider eggs. Mu Changkong smiled slightly. Or strip away the contaminants and only obtain the pure benefits of spider eggs. Can spider caves be revived? Chen Luming asked. Able. But I don't recommend it. Mu Changkong said. Not recommended? Chen Luming asked in confusion. Yes. These spider eggs are your chance. Chance? I'm short-sighted, mushy, so just tell me directly. Chen Luming still didn't understand. These are the keys to furthering your control over the spider cave. Raise them well and cultivate your feelings for them. Once these spiders become powerful enough, they will have an impact on the dungeon. The resources produced by these spiders can also be used as dungeon specialties. Further training. The spider cave can go even further. I see great potential in these spider eggs. These are no longer ordinary spider eggs. Chapter 99 Field. Seeking Death. Not just any spider egg. The possibility of further progress. Chen Luming's expression changed immediately. Isn't this what they hope for? Growth potential. This is noble growth. Copies all have growth potential, but they generally require a lot of cost and time to cultivate. Take growth alone as an example. This means that its growth rate is relatively fast, and it consumes few resources. For Chen Luming, as long as the spider cave can grow to level 40, it will be fine. He didn't dare to think of anything higher, and a level 40 resource copy is more luxurious than many others. These spider eggs are a little more powerful. The 6 highs are able to rise completely, and there is even a chance of exceeding 1 high. You haven't found any remnants of the other Abyss cults, have you? Check again in the spider cave. Mu Changkong and Chen Luming left the dungeon, and Mu Changkong asked a question at the end. He came today for the Abyss cult. The incident with the 6 high copies was incidental. No more. Their target is the origin of that monster. Chen Luming shook his head. It seems that they had planned it by then. A hint of cruelty flashed in Mu Changkong's eyes. If so, is his woman included in their plans? Leah did not show up. His daughter might really be dead. This is also part of the reason why Mu Changkong is so concerned about this matter. He is a daughter slave. Even if the Abyss cult did it unintentionally, Mu Changkong had already remembered them. This matter, it absolutely cannot be let go. The next day, what? Leah is still in a small dark room. Ha! Is this the favor to win? It's my money. Can Leah hold on? A little fat boy collapsed. I trust you so much, and you treat me like this? Favorite to win? Joker hot. Ha ha ha. Other people's suffering is our joke. It makes me happier to see others suffer than to make money myself. The online barrage was also in an uproar. Leah is awesome. He won't be black for 7 days, right? Who knows? This is other people's confidence. Confidence in tanking? Isn't this person planning to end up blocking people at the evacuation point? Blocking people? Does he have that ability? He didn't collect any information at all. Others had formed alliances and teams, but Liu was alone. How could he fight? It's just a necromancer. It depends on how much you guys brag. Yuzhong. Why hasn't Liu taken any action yet? Some of the people who placed bets were extremely anxious. Classmate Liu was also a little shaken at this time. Leah is no longer able to do it. This performance is really disappointing. If Leah had not left a deep impression on them, they would probably have switched sides by now or vented their feelings of being deceived. The main reason is that they have never seen Leah use his full strength. Compared to Leah, others, not bad. Some people's expressiveness is even more shocking than Leah's. But Leah is definitely not trash. This is something all the students understand. And where is Leah at this time? Ice magic is also negative energy. He muttered to himself. In Leah's mind, the ice spell had been torn into pieces. Ice condensation, blizzard, frozen earth. Completely understand and transform an undead skill completed. Soon, it didn't take Leah too much time to understand and transform the ice technique. Instead, he was filled with inspiration. Directly came up with 3 skills. Ice condensation. Introduction. Consumes energy, condenses into ice, and can gather surrounding water as a substitute for energy. This was first created by Leah. Snowstorm. Introduction. Consumes energy, affects the environment, and forms a blizzard. This is the second one. Frozen Earth. Introduction. Extremely cold. Even the heavens and the earth are affected, and it also contains the power to freeze everything. This is Leah's final result. If you want to go further, then we can't just limit ourselves to the ice. Negative energy. This is where Leah found the breakthrough point. What about the 2 talents, negative energy cycle and negative energy affinity, combined with blizzard and frozen earth? Isn't this a field? Leah's endless inspiration is surging. Click, click, click. White frost spreads slowly inside the house. The master's breath arrives. Eric shuddered before he could finish his words. He and the other undead hid around the cabin instead of standing nearby. Doesn't this tell everyone that the people in the house are yours to protect? Eric isn't that stupid. As a necromancer who has studied hard in the dungeon for many years, he still has some unique skills. That's hiding, a hidden space ability. Which profession came into contact with spatial abilities the earliest? The necromancer is one of them. Summoning circle, summon the undead. They all contain spatial abilities. If you study in depth, you can master certain spatial skills. Space crack. Introduction. You cleverly hid in the gap between spaces. A hiding skill, a trick. In the crack, you cannot use any abilities, and if you are not careful, you may be caught in the space storm. They can see outside, but outside cannot see them. Certainly, they can't be attacked from outside, and they can't attack from outside. If you use skills that include spatial abilities, there's a chance you can squeeze them out of the cracks. There are many shortcomings, but it is still a noble spatial ability. Because it is a trick, it can last for a long time. Combined with certain recovery methods, 10 or half a month is not a problem for Eric. Able to sense Leah's situation. It is the spirit that reaches out and perceives. This is to ensure that they can provide timely rescue if Leah encounters any problems. This is another advantage. The user can use his mind to drill through the cracks and perceive. Intelligence and secrecy. This skill is fully utilized. What's even more special is that it only requires level 20 to master. One more thing. This skill was realized by Eric himself, which means that as he grows, this skill will continue to grow. This is the most terrifying thing. A chill that even the soul can feel. Is this the master's talent? Someone is coming. No need to do anything. An order was transmitted to his mind through the spirit outside. Understood. Eric nodded. Are there really people who are looking for death? Click, click, click. Like this, like this. Call. Leah exhaled a breath of cold air. He was completely white, with a faint hint of blue in his skin and hair. Like a god of ice and snow. Just sit there quietly. World, they are all frozen. I saw several figures coming from a distance. Those guys were right. This Leah is really arrogant. Are you ready for our surprise? Ha ha ha. That arrogant fellow must have a very pretty face when someone comes to his door. Get ready. Get ready. Chapter 100, Fight. All-out attack. Leah is finished. This is what happens when you tank. Ha ha. This guy is finally finished. That's not entirely certain. Maybe Leah is plotting against these guys. The audience was talking about it. Finally, it's getting exciting. The audience was all alert. The boring time before had already made them a little drowsy. Just the monster killing and the display of strength. I saw most of these yesterday. And among those favorites to win, Leah was the only one staying in the small dark room, and his strength was not shown at all. In the live broadcast room, here it comes. Brothers, don't sleep. The favorite to win is about to be attacked. You still say you're favorite to win. How many points does Leah have? 0. Hada. Yesterday's highest score was 500. The first here is all around 400. So what does Leah count as? Do you think a sneak attack can be successful? How could the sneak attack fail? He's just a necromancer. If he doesn't have any summons, won't he be useless? But I heard that necromancers are generally quite sinister. Negative? Then it depends on whether he is prepared, or his spirit can exist forever. Haha, what are you talking about? Summoned creatures all have time limits. How many days can Leah keep them alive? Leah's sneak attack was a hot topic. The company representatives were watching, too. Will Leah be eliminated? I think it's uncertain. How do you say that? Take a closer look at that room. Leah has probably already noticed it. The reminder from the Shanghai representative gradually attracted the attention of other representatives. The house. A subtle layer of white frost spread across the house. It is completely inconspicuous under the cover of weeds. Their presence at the scene could not be detected through perception, so the deputies did not notice. What's this? Some representatives of small guilds don't understand. It's not like they don't know what that is. A layer of hoarfrost. They couldn't understand why the Shanghai guild representative made that judgment, but Leah had already noticed it. What is the purpose of this layer of white frost? Being aware of it doesn't necessarily mean it can be avoided. The representative of the Dazzling guild snorted coldly. Is this white frost really powerful? I'm afraid it's some kind of defensive measure. Leah hasn't noticed it yet. The other guilds nodded. What Dazzling guild said makes more sense. How about a bet? The representative of the Shanghai guild smiled. Hooked. Bet. What's the bet? Dowlong's representative did not believe Leah. Aware? What did you notice? The screen was pitch black for such a long time that there was no picture at all. This can be reflected. He eats. The little necromancer had to escape even if he didn't die after being attacked like this. How about betting on a rare piece of equipment? Good. Then let's gamble. Please, representatives of the guild, bear witness. The representative of Dowling Guild said something in a pretentious manner. It was as if he had already secured victory and was afraid that the representatives of the Shanghai Guild would not admit it. Good, good. We were all watching. The other guilds started to boo. What a good show. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. The main thing is to have some fun during boring time. The Haitian representative looked deeply at the Shanghai representative. This guy definitely knows some information. It can be seen from the attitude of his guild president that there must be some secret information that is not known to the public, and it may even be known only to the two guild presidents. The Shanghai representative chuckled secretly. He just gambles. Through his communication with Shone, he knew that Lia's identity was not simple. Why not simple? A big shot has taken a fancy to Leah. He was a much bigger figure than even the city of Mu. Someone named Tianhai City could only aspire to be. Just deduce this point. More? Unnecessary. What makes Leah so popular? Talent and potential. That's the only thing. Could it be about killing the Abyss cultists? To those bigwigs, this matter is really not important. Leah himself is a public figure. His status as a top student in the top 6 universities. When he was specially recruited by Fonlon University, one of the top 100 universities, his family background had been completely exposed. Ordinary family. My parents have never left Tianhai City. I have never come into contact with anyone powerful. The possibility of an illegitimate child was ruled out. Then there is only one possibility, Leah's talent and potential. That's the case. What kind of talent and potential can be noticed by big shots? It must be the best in Tianhai City. Judging from the current scene, it is almost impossible for Leah to be successfully attacked by surprise. If that's the case, this big shot's vision is really problematic. This is not Leah's previous life. This is a world with superpowers. The stronger a person is, the stronger his vision is. It is almost impossible for such a person to make a mistake. On the contrary, if the adults made a mistake, it is normal for him to make a mistake as well. Live broadcast room, audience, and guild representatives. This time, all eyes are focused on those few pictures. Do you think it's a scam? One of the people who were planning to attack, Leah suddenly said. Is it a trick? Yes. Why did that man tell us the news? Didn't he say he had a high level of Taoism? Don't you think his words are very suggestive? It seems like he's trying to trick us into attacking Leah. It means he's timid. Even in this state, Leah is still so cautious. This is Leah. If we accidentally kill him. They shielded the token slightly so that people outside couldn't hear what they were saying. This is a great head of a genius. Having said that, several people were overcome with jealousy and greed. Killing Leah is enough to make them famous. They don't care whether the reputation is good or bad, even if it's bad. For some, it's a badge of honor. For example, the Dazzling Guild. Can they take advantage of Li Ya's death to enter the third guild in Tianhai City? This is Chuan Chuan's chance to change her fate. Now, it's only one step away from them. Doubt? Hesitate? This is when you should put it aside. We will go all out and not give up even a little bit of space. Kill him with one strike. We have also explained this to the authorities. A cruel smile appeared on the corners of several people's mouths. Leah, please be our stepping stone. We will remember your contribution. Only one. There is worry in his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, as if there was something terrible in that cabin. How is that possible? Phew. He was amused by his own thoughts. Let's go. From a distance between them, one of them was observing the younger brother and walked over to the sleepy older brother and said, "Let's get started." Those people finally took action. Chapter 101, Instantaneous. Snow and Ice. The eldest brother rubbed his eyes. His eyes were full of sleepiness. He hardly slept last night. Action in broad daylight. What a bunch of idiots. He cursed inwardly. We clearly told them so early, and with the help of the Dazzling Guild. It's safest to do it at night. It would not attract any attention at all. If the sneak attack was successful, it would take an unknown amount of time for Li Ya's body to be discovered. Take action at night. Reduce their exposure. If those guys fail to kill Li Ya, they will be the backup. Even if they weren't being broadcast live. They also don't want to be thought of as the ones who killed Li Ya. Not sure. Moose City will retaliate. Now what? They did it in broad daylight. Isn't this a live broadcast? The token can only block limited sounds and part of the image, and its usage time is limited per day. Even if used, were their actions not discovered? He understood the audience. They were all watching him. Part of the screen is blocked. It doesn't mean there is no picture at all. It's just a mosaic and can be restored through some means. Yes. Damn, a bunch of cerebral palsy. Can you try to find something out? It would be best if we could just kill you directly. Then I wouldn't have to rack my brains to think of a solution. The eldest brother's face was full of resentment. Look in that direction through the telescope. Those people first gave themselves a buff, then prepare their skills and rush towards the cabin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cool breeze blew by. Why is the wind a bit cold? My brother is still a little confused. Next second, fire, venom, vines, and those sneak attacks, shrouded in an icy blue. What's this? Isn't Leah a necromancer? Those level 40 ice mages might not be able to do anything, right? A necromancer with ice attacks? Is this normal? This is very abnormal. The same goes for those who launch sneak attacks. How is this possible? The burning flame was frozen just like that. He could understand venom and vines, but that was fire. Why is it frozen? There were many doubts in his mind, but he no longer had the chance. The power of frost swept through his body, and in a short time, he was transformed into an ice sculpture, until finally a thin layer of ice appeared on his body surface. Not to mention the others. Just a few seconds, the sky and earth around the cabin were frozen, and the one who felt the presence of terror in the cabin finally sensed it. What is this? He yelled in despair. In his eyes, the world was covered with an ice blue filter, slightly grayish. Ice element? No, it is the frost power belonging to Li Ya. Snow is falling. His mouth opened wide, and his entire being froze. The snow just kept falling. Plants, insects, trees, rivers, land, and even the sky turned an icy blue. Then add a layer of snow, gradually submerging several figures. 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. In this plain of 10,000 beasts, it is almost always spring and autumn, with a world of ice and snow, or even an ice and snow-restricted area. Gurgle. The eldest brother's atoms apple-rolled. If he gets in, is that what will happen to them? It's so scary. The younger brother's voices were trembling. Not only were they scared, but here they all felt a chill. The chill didn't last long. It seemed as if they were all attracted to the restricted area. The wind and snow were howling in it. Those who attacked Lee are no longer visible. Cabin? Also drowned in the wind and snow. I can't see anything. Bang! The telescope fell. The eldest brother's heart was trembling and his mouth opened and closed. Finally, everything went black. He actually fainted. I don't know if it was because I didn't sleep well last night, or because I was scared by the scene in front of me. Still thinking about some future. Big brother! The younger brother screamed miserably. Quiet. The audience and guild representatives were very quiet, with only sporadic comments in the live broadcast room. What did they see? Many viewers still don't understand what happened. When everything was frozen and snowy, they seemed to be in it. Their breathing and bodies were frozen. Silence. The impact of those images is huge. So is the despair conveyed by several people. Although he didn't make any sound or resist, the despair he felt was so real. My mind went blank. It brought silence to the audience, which had hardly been quiet for a moment. In the inner room, the union representatives and staff members were frozen in place. Because of gambling, everyone present focused their attention on that picture and prepared to enlarge it. That's it. That gave them the biggest shock. The representatives of Shanghai and Haitian looked at each other. Feel, they shouted at the same time. The two representatives who were the strongest and most knowledgeable said it in unison. What did they see? Seeing the emergence of a domain on an 18-year-old boy at level 20. Moment. The two felt that they were living like dogs at their age. I thought it was impossible in my heart. The facts are right in front of them. It's not just a prototype of a domain, but a domain that can actually impact the environment. The other representatives were stunned. They just stared at the screen motionlessly, and even the conversation between the two of them just now did not break the extremely silent atmosphere. Suck. Everyone gasped. The audience seats are the same as many people watching the live broadcast. Then I felt cold and wanted to find something to keep warm. What a domain. Mountains and seas represent lowered brows. Look, doesn't this complete the logical chain? Only, how did Leah, a necromancer, create a field of ice element? Could it be that the big shot has ice attribute? I can't figure it out. The Haitian representative also had a flash of inspiration. I see. Is this why the president instructed him? Such a terrifying talent. We must recruit him into our guild. He can be trained as the next president, and there is no need to wait too long before Leah is able to sit on the throne of their guild's president. What is the field? It's the ticket to true genius. It is a booster to become a demigod. It is a kingdom that belongs to you and a symbol of being able to fight across levels. How many people in Tianhai City have domains? It is the two presidents, Haitian and Shanghai, who have it openly. That's it. The positions of the two presidents are unshakable, and they are the true core pillars of their guild. What else? Maybe there are people in Moose City or the military. And those old monsters from the secret families also own it. Their president once said that whether there are 10 people who own territories in Tianhai City, both in the open and in secret, is a question. How is that possible? At this time, a sound of breaking defense was heard. It's Dowlong's representative. Chapter 102 shocked everyone. Dowling represents screaming at the top of one's lungs. Completely destroyed the silent atmosphere. Can't laugh. This contrast between the past and the present is beyond expected development. It makes people laugh. Want to laugh. I really want to laugh. Especially the Dowling representative who was about to give his victory speech and the Dowling representative who is now shouting at the top of his lungs. Was there even a minute difference in time? When I saw those people taking action, the Dowling representative felt that he had a complete grasp of victory. After, everyone knows it. If Dowling Guild was not the third guild and everyone was a guild representative, they would have at least considered Dowling Guild's face. Although I really want to laugh, I really can't. Looks like you won. The Haitian representative raised an eyebrow. Lucky. The representatives of mountains and seas do not easily curl their lips. In a short time, he had earned a rare piece of equipment. No matter what level it was a huge profit for him. Lucky. How can you say that? Most likely this guy had already figured it out. That's right. Most likely, this guy set a trap for Dowling representative. The grudge between Dowling and Leah. It can be said that everyone knows it, so is this all in your plan? Mountains and seas. That's impossible. It's obviously foolproof. How does Leah possess such power? The last sentence. Dowling said this with gritted teeth. Jealousy and hatred are surging in my heart. Yes. How could Leah, a D-level player, possess such strength? He is not convinced. The brothers of Dowling Guild are not convinced. Why do these geniuses exist? Why do ordinary people like them exist? Is it all to highlight genius? He really broke through. He couldn't understand why Li Ya's strength was beyond his imagination. Clearly the information from a few days ago. How many days have passed from the death of Lu Yidao to the current Li Ya? There's a change every few days. This is simply a blasphemy against ordinary people. In particular, he was no longer a human being and gained the power of a monster, but he was still no match for Leah's talent. He was still in that icy and snowy place, feeling threatened. What is this? You're not even human anymore, and you can't even beat a little kid. Can you geniuses just die? He knelt on the ground, his pupils changing from vertical to round, as if a monster was about to burst out of his body at the next moment. Kill Leah. I'm afraid it's more difficult than you think. Although this was not his main task, he still wanted to help President Liu Shandao solve it. He calmed down a little. I lost. Rare equipment. I'll give it to you tomorrow. The Dowling representative looked coldly at the Shanghai representative. Good. Just be willing to accept defeat. He probably wouldn't be in a good mood if he lost a rare equipment. What's wrong with a colder expression and a harsher tone? The benefit is that you get it. The Shanghai representative laughed twice. Cool. Leah, you are really my lucky star. Call. Everyone in the audience was stunned for a long time after seeing the screen dust settle. It's over? It's over. Is this Leah's strength? This is the strength displayed by an 18-year-old boy? Isn't he a necromancer? Does this look like an S-rank isotribute class? Mom, I want to be like that brother. So handsome. Leah's handsomeness is very attractive to children, and coupled with Leah's mysterious performance and the shocking movie made now, this directly allowed Leah to gain a group of little fans. Leah seems to have not left the house yet. Yes. Then what will it look like when he takes action seriously? How shocking it would be for Leah to use his full strength. Live broadcast room. Fuck. Dude, you weren't kidding when you said you won the championship. Outrageous. Frightened and fainted. Is this the strength to book the championship before the game? Leah killed the opponent instantly without even showing his face. Can others do this? How do we describe this kind of person? So terrifying. This boy is so terrifying. This child has the potential to be a demigod. The barrage started to appear immediately. This is barrage. When they blow you up, they will blow you to the sky. When they scold you, they wish you would die immediately. But this time, many people were impressed by Leah. This scene, it will be a topic of conversation for most of their lives. This experience, it will be deeply engraved in their minds, and they will not be able to forget it for a long time. Grandpa saw what a true genius was when he was young. Maybe they would say that. Leah's current strength is a level that most of the barrage cannot reach. A glimpse. This could be a lifetime. Public Security Bureau. If I had a son, I'd want him to be like Li Zhengye. Ha ha ha. You must be so happy. Of course, he's my son. There is also a cheerful atmosphere in the Public Security Bureau. Leah. Today, this name is remembered by many people in Tianhai City. A commoner genius. A true genius. A genius that appears once in 1,000 years in Tianhai City. Although it has not been 1,000 years since the arrival of the divine realm, this is what was said. Leah's genius directly brought a small shock to the people of Tianhai City. After, the reference for genius is Leah. Latecomer. Dom Leah. You're a fucking genius, right? I was wrong. Ancestor Leah, please let your descendants go. Who has your genius? This is something that is conceivable to happen in the future. Where's Leah at this time? Domain complete. An ice platform has formed under Leah's legs. The maximum release is 500 meters. If we maintain the range and power, we can only maintain it for 100 meters. If you continue to compress. Leah himself couldn't do it yet. The lowest diameter was 100 meters and the highest was 500 meters. This is the approximate scope of his domain. If you don't restrain yourself, he can change the weather in the center of Tianhai City within a certain period of time. Certainly, if it is completely released, the lethality will be completely weakened. If it really affects the city center of Tianhai City, then it will just be an ordinary snowfall. If I say so, how about I incorporate toxicity and undead transformation? It is somewhat inappropriate for him, a necromancer, to create a frost field. So how do you connect with the undead? Especially his undead scourge characteristics? Toxicity added. Isn't cold poison a poison? Plus the undead transformation. His domain completely turned into a frozen land of undead. All summons have frost effects. This is the correct path of development. He can't go astray. Speaking of the transformation of the undead, those people just happen to be the experimental subjects. Can cold poison and undead transformation be combined? The cold poison continues to erode, and at the moment of death, it will be transformed into an undead. These transformed undead can also be thrown into the Valley of the Dead. While strengthening the Valley of the Dead, it can also give the undead the ability to resurrect. Once this field is completed, it will be tailor-made for him. Chapter 103. Open. Enlightenment. Enlightenment. Li, you've figured everything out. Close your eyes again. Jiang Zhenhai, Lu Shandao, you have to wait a moment. Wait till my domain comes out. If you send monsters to attack me again, or send people to attack me again, then ha ha ha. How many souls will he gain? If it could be industrialized later? Li wanted to laugh. I want to laugh so much. What if we don't industrialize it, but use it with industrialized undead? It can also be used as the activation material for ice explosion. It only takes a certain amount of energy for him to summon the undead from the Valley of the Dead, and it takes another amount of energy to send them back. After being summoned, it doesn't require his energy to maintain. Just like Eric and the others, this can exist for a long time. Industrialized undead are also limited by summoning time. There's nothing we can do about it. Industrialized undead are equivalent to mercenaries. The undead in the Valley of the Dead are Li Ye's own private army. That's a huge difference. In particular, it also enhances the strength of the Valley of the Dead dungeon. If he could grow the Valley of the Dead to the size of Ishu's demiplane, even without using industrialized undead, he can still become one of the world's top strongmen, somewhere in the plains of 10,000 beasts. This monster, why is he so much more manic? Gatling looked puzzled. He noticed subtle differences between today's monster and yesterday's monster. Stronger, even more violent. Is this an arrangement by those guilds? Gatling thought about it, and felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. When he picked up the token to check the ranking. Udia, Dirt use dirt points. Instantaneous increase. Is it to steal other people's points? There were also several names whose points were instantly reset to 0. Why would these people bother Leah for no reason? That mental power. As someone who also works in the legal profession, he can understand its value. Spirit affects more than just mana. It is very helpful for skill control, understanding, and high mental attributes. Only Leah is definitely a threat. Originally, the strength of these favorites to win the championship was similar, and no one was much better than them. But their balance was broken. Leah, a guy who is extremely powerful at a young age. According to intelligence, Leah's value is pure hexagon. No, it should be a pentagon with a unique spirit. Such a monster. Gatling doesn't want to face it alone, especially if Leah blocks the door. Who can pass? Especially Leah was a little shady and didn't do it so blatantly. So, if we don't unite, who can be Leah's opponent? We need to take the initiative. Gatling started to think about it in his heart. Leah did nothing, but the existence of some people is a threat. The weak are afraid of the strong, especially the changes in Leah's points. Was Leah provoked and attacked passively? Maybe. Gatling didn't dare to gamble. On the first day, Leah's points were 0. The next day, Leah plundered other people's points. Do you believe that Leah is fine? Especially the one that shows the gesture of wanting to gain points. On the first day, no one had any points. The next day, they took action to reap the harvest. What's next? Leah would not do anything to plunder points. Although the points race is based on performance, rewards are given out according to ranking. Top 10. Basically, they are complete sets of equipment and training resources. Top 3. You can obtain an additional level 30 job transfer book and designated rare skills. First words. The rewards are the best. Many requirements can be met. There are certain rewards for the top 50 and top 100. The remaining people? Being able to enter this dungeon, level up, and kill monsters is the reward. Work together to deal with Leah. Then we'll look for the boss. Gatling looked towards the cave in the distance. Where are the bosses? A level 30 boss should be born here. He walked in and observed carefully for a while. It seems like he's been gone for a while. What is this for? Is it targeting Leah? Gatling suddenly remembered the grudge between Dowling and Leah. Maybe. They will attack from behind. That's good. It would be best if the Dowling guild could get rid of Leah. Gatling's eyes lit up. That way he wouldn't have to waste his energy. Another place in the plains of 10,000 beasts. Still haven't found the boss? It was a group of knights, led by a man with a cross on his body. Right. It seems like the boss has disappeared. That's right, Captain. Leah's points have changed. It seems that he plundered other people's points. Xia Shinjin nodded. Liya and the disappear boss. Is there any connection? Pity. He really wanted to test Liya's strength. If he only sparred with such a powerful immortal heretic and allowed him to sharpen his energy, he would surely make great progress. As for killing Liya, he didn't have those thoughts. As a paladin, try to have fewer dark thoughts. The virtues of chivalry do not have to be pushed to the extreme, but they still need to be observed in full, unless he wants to turn to the fallen knight. But as a paladin, once you grow to a certain level, you can join the Holy Order. Fallen knight? He is just a rat crossing the street being chased and punished by the Holy Council. Who is willing to transfer? I hope you can live and fight me. Xie Shinjin prayed sincerely. Let's go and continue killing monsters. Another place. Mao Zhu piled the corpses in the magic circle. Those guys, they never thought of it. As a curse walker, curse is his core method. Want to get first place? Just curse the other players. Because it's not a precise curse, these sacrifices are needed. Curse these contestants through the dungeon. This is the path of us curse masters. Cut your wrists with a knife. Blood is flowing, eroding the magic circle runes. There were piles of monster corpses and Mao Zhu sitting in front of them. A body covered with strange tattoos, covered by a robe. That's right. And Levi, he needs my special attention. That guy's his biggest obstacle this time. Necromancer. Strong spirit. The few strokes he added were to make some of its power more targeted. Liya. You can't imagine. I have this method. He also took out a token, wanting people outside to record this scene. Chilly Gabble. He chanted long strings of spells. A vicious curse. Bad luck curse. Chaos spell. The black light of the magic circle appeared, and the corpses of the monsters were transformed into the darkest light. At last, a huge black gas formed and rushed straight into the sky. It began to spread from the sky to the entire copy, like flowers scattered by a fairy. The largest black light among them rushed straight towards Liya. Liya, accept my gift. Even as a necromancer, you can't escape my curse. Unless... Chapter 104, all parties respond. Is Liya being targeted like this? The audience looked at Mao Zhu's scene. We had just dealt with those sneak attackers, and now here comes another one who casts curses. Can Brother Liya stop it? Should I? The parents who were asked could not guarantee it. I don't think so. Although necromancers can learn curses, they have few means to deal with them. Mao Zhu is a curse walker. Even if Liya is strong, and it doesn't have a huge impact on him, he will definitely be cursed. Right. That's the curse that others are best at. With so many sacrifices, it's impossible that Liya had no influence. In the live broadcast room, again, I sent this person afraid of death. Mao Zhu still quite strong. I think Liya is going to fail. Who knows what his current state is? Hida, after seeing Liya's strength, you still say this? Strong strength does not mean omnipotence. That's a curse. Stronger strength may provide partial immunity, but it will never be completely immune. Yes, Liya Qiang is very strong. Among the audience and netizens, I have hardly ever seen anyone below level 30 who is so perverted. Further up, most people don't understand. Many ordinary people have a relative at level 30, and level 40 is generally not related to ordinary people. And Liya is the strongest level 30 they have ever seen. Being strong does not mean being immune to curses. Many weak people with strange means have failed. Will Liya fail? If affected, can you see Liya's current condition? What is Liya doing? Are you really practicing? Plane of 10,000 beasts. Rays of black light fell from the sky. Grass. It's a curse. Mao Zhu, I'm CNM. Black spots, a confused brain, and black light falling from the sky. Whose method is this? It's so hard to guess. We are not fools. If we can do it this time, we would just curse Mao Zhu. A curse. Isolation barrier. Purification. Gatling responded calmly. Instantly unleash 2 skills. A transparent barrier first isolates most of the curse's power, and then purification is used to purify the remaining curse. The remaining residue does not affect his condition. Just use your energy to slowly remove it. Want to weaken us first. To be honest, it's a really crazy idea. But once entering the final round, Mao Zhu is the weakest. That's for sure. He is the great magician Gatling, who has accumulated many spells. Some of his skills can be cast instantly, multiple times, and with super magic. except that it is a little fragile. With all kinds of defensive spells, he is almost the most versatile one. No one knows what his next spell is. If he attacks with all his strength, he is also the most terrifying magic turret. Bloodline Warriors and Paladins. The Bloodline Warrior is a Berserker's transfer class. He has incredible resistance, and his attack, agility, and defense are all strong. He also has the ability to stimulate the power of his bloodline. Not to mention the Paladin. That pure curse nemesis. Can heal, can be a tank, can be the main attacker. It is an extremely comprehensive existence, and Mao Zhu cannot touch it at all. Not to mention Liya. Even if you don't have the skills to deal with it, you can slowly eradicate it with a strong spirit. There are several others. Each of them has their own advantages, but in a head-on battle, Mao Zhu is definitely no match. Curse the Walker. We do have the capability to engage in frontal combat, but most of the time, they rely on curses to fight the enemy, and many times on the front battlefield, they wait until the curses can exert their maximum power. The Curse Walker has fallen. Even those teams have the ability to defeat Mao Zhu. Mao Zhu seems to be attracting everyone's hatred, but how can someone who wants to win not take some risks? Doesn't weaken the majority. Can Mao Zhu make it into the top 5 in the final round? This bold and reckless act is actually a helpless act. Really, Gatling stroked it. I found out that Mao Zhu was right to do this. It would be enough to eliminate some of those people as soon as possible and have a certain impact on them. At least it was delayed. Except Paladins may not be affected. Others will be cursed to some extent, and it will take time to remove them. At this time, he can think of it, but others can't. I'm afraid it won't be long before a large number of people will be eliminated. What if I go to find Liya at this time? Gatling touched his chin. Why? He decided to play it safe. Being eliminated early by Liya would be a real disaster. Take action at the last moment. Even if he was eliminated, his ranking would not be low. It was exactly as Gatling expected. Ha! Wang Zhan, you are so despicable. I am despicable. We are all cursed. A strong man holding 2 axes stood in front of several men whose bodies were corroded by curses. Hand over the token. Good. A few people opened their mouths, but still took out their tokens. No way. Instead of admitting defeat, are you waiting for others to snatch it away? Or I will accidentally kill you. It would be better to hand over the points to save your life. Oomph. You're quite sensible. Wang Zhan snorted coldly. Mao Zhu really helped him a lot. He was cursed. But as a berserker, what does a mere curse mean? A vicious one. A mess. The first one was directly immune to his strong body and had no effect on him at all. The second mess? He still retains some of the characteristics of berserker, so it doesn't have much impact at all, especially when the power of blood is activated. The 2 curses were completely gone, and it seemed that neither curse had that much of an impact on him. He originally wanted to cause trouble for Mao Zhu. Is Wang Zhan the kind of person who wouldn't fight back when being beaten? But he changed his mind. Isn't this a good opportunity? As a bloodline warrior, he is not without shortcomings, one of which is his short legs. High agility means high agility, but he is naturally no match for those who specialize in agility when it comes to triathlon. Not to mention, there are also displacement skills. Those things couldn't do anything to him, but he couldn't do anything to the other party either. Now is an opportunity. Opportunity to harvest points. Holy Light Protection. Xieshing inside is even simpler. A huge Holy Light shelter will banish all curses. Paladin. He is the Curse Walker, the strictest father. Someone took action. It's that guy Wang Zhan. Do we want him? No. We can't take advantage of others' misfortune. But go find those cursed guys. If you want to remove the curse, spend points and come to me. As a paladin, Xieshinin would never take advantage of others and steal their points. But if others give him points, he can remove the curse. Indulgence. This is their fine tradition of holy religion. Chapter 105 Mao Zhu was attacked back. Unless... Poof. Mao Zhu spat out a mouthful of blood. What happens? What happens? What happens? The audience, the live broadcast room, and the guild representatives were all shocked. Is it Liya? Is it Liya? Is it Liya? At this moment, they instantly thought of a name. Liya. Could it be that he did something? Pity. Liya's picture was still pitch black. What are you looking at? What didn't you see? Maybe it was someone else, and then the performance of others would be presented to everyone one by one. Isn't it Gatling? Isn't it Wang Zhan? Xieshingen is even less so. That's right. Did you notice? Zhang Lei's image disappeared for a long time. Who? Beast Tamer Zhang Lei is also a favorite to win. The guild representatives saw this. The guy who was about to go find the boss at the beginning seemed to have encountered some attack, and the token did not send any images back. This is possible. The signal is bad. If you want to thoroughly monitor the copy, you need to have a high degree of control over the copy. How many are there in Tianhai City? If you have that copy, will you contribute it? At that time, there were more operations on the copy than you could imagine. Let's talk about Zhang Lei's disappearance. At first, I didn't take it seriously. I think the token image will reappear in a while. The points didn't change, and the picture just disappeared. It's a bit strange. Representative Dowling, what do you think? At this time, the Shanghai representative suddenly asked. Maybe he was attacked by the boss. Dowling Guild replied casually. Anyone could see that he was not in a good mood and seemed to be still immersed in the gambling fight just now. As for those unlucky guys who were attacked by surprise. In the trials, you didn't surrender, nor did you give the token, but you still joined forces to attack others and were killed by their counterattack. This is called self-defense. If you die, you die. Leah doesn't need to take any responsibility at all. This is an extraordinary world. Even in this kind of competition, your safety cannot be guaranteed 100%, nor will it be guaranteed to be 100%. Ordinary people just need to hand over their points. Say quit. If he wants to attack you again, then when he comes out, these guilds will cause trouble for him. Like an accidental mistake. This is also difficult to define. All I can say is that if you participate, you must be mentally prepared. Or rather, the moment you become a professional, the moment you decide to keep going. You have to be prepared for this. In some foreign competitions, the winner is the one who survives at the end. I'm not kidding. This is also a process of cultivating bloodiness. Like Zhang Lei, the picture disappeared for so long, but they still didn't take any action. Most representatives believe that he was attacked and killed by the boss, and the token was damaged in the process. 2. The representatives of Shanghai and Haitian looked at each other. Are you absent-minded? Zhang Lei's disappearance is definitely not that simple. As the people present, and knowing the most, they vaguely sensed that something was wrong with the plane of beasts. Where's the boss? There are level 10 bosses, but there are fewer level 21s, and no level 30 bosses at all. Is this normal? Definitely not normal. The answer given by Dowling representative just now sounded absolutely perfunctory to Shanghai representative. He probably knows something. Li is not their main target. Representatives of mountains and seas, another possibility came to mind. There are other people in the plains of beasts, guys who are not contestants. Zhang Lei mind him. He died. It was only his own bad luck. How did Li do it? Mu Zhu's condition clearly shows the curse backfiring, and he's seriously injured. You guys say this Leah is really evil. Yes, that's weird. Perhaps this is true genius. It's simply not something that us mortals can understand. Neither the Shanghai nor the Haitian representatives expressed their opinions, and the other representatives could not see anything at all. As for how Leah did it, Leah looks like a level 20 professional, but he is a divine creature, and his status is far different from that of ordinary people, even without divinity. Leah is a half-supernatural creature and is influenced by the future industrialized undead world. What is that world? It is Leah who can participate in the advancement of demigod as a mortal. Mao Zhu seemed to be cursing Leah. In fact, it is a curse on Leah and the world of the dead. You can say that. Leah is the most extraordinary person at level 20. There is not much divinity. The connection with the world of the dead is not very strong. But these two are too high. As long as you are contaminated by it, ordinary curses will be useless. If a counterattack is triggered, then you who are cursed are blessed. Ahem. Leah, why are you so perverted? He spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood. Mao Zhu's eyes were full of regret. Why did he provoke Leah? This is a personal counterattack. His teacher told him about the situation. Looking at the situation, if he hadn't targeted Leah, the backlash might not have happened now. It hurts. Leah, why'd he do that? I can't figure it out. This time the blow was too great. If Leah had taken the initiative to fight back, he would not have felt so bad. But he saw that Leah did nothing. That was the scene he saw a second before the curse touched Leah's identity, which completely broke his defense. Is this the gap? Is the distance between Leah and them really that big? Plop. Mao Zhu fell to the ground. Unconscious. In the cabin. Did I just encounter a curse? Li was a little confused. It seems to be solved. His divinity was touched, and he woke up from enlightenment. Watch the information it conveys. Curse. He really doesn't have many ways to deal with it. But with his own strong energy, he can remove most of them. It can even be used by me. Curses are also negative energy, but he has not studied them. If he can study it carefully. The question is whether the curse can pass through his negative energy cycle and negative energy affinity to affect him. Or maybe I'm too strong. The problem was solved without me having to do anything myself. Leah's eyes lit up. Some information flowed out from the expression. This is cursed knowledge analyzed by the divine. Exaggerate. Without taking any action, the danger was resolved and benefits were gained. Am I still human? Why? I always feel that there's an increasingly thick barrier between me and ordinary people. But this knowledge comes at a good time. Does undead transformation and curse have to be combined? And cold poison? Is it bad that the cold poison comes with undead transformation? Not shady enough. What about the curse? A curse that can transform living beings into undead creatures. This is quite sinister. Fine. What if the cold poison and curse both come with undead transformation? That's fine. It's one step further away from the traditional undead scourge. Chapter 106: The Unusual Movement of Dazzling Guild. Within a certain range. He is Caesar. Endless undead will serve as his sharp blades. Give him some time. A city of a small country could not be destroyed by Leah. Low on energy? Fear. Despair. These are all negative energies. As more undead souls transform, more negative energy surrounds him, and his own energy recovers faster. He doesn't even need to expend any energy. In the field, the gathered negative energy can accomplish all of this. In a previous life, Leah can destroy Mao by using only conventional thermal weapons. Just get it done. Maybe, when we completely merge, we might get some unexpected gains. Why? I'm growing so fast. Just sit there and your strength will continue to grow. Complete the field. With successful advancement and job change, coupled with future industrial upgrades, how abnormal will his strength be? Lu Shandao, I'm fucking here. I will bring you destruction and despair. Enlightenment. I wonder if it can be completed on the 4th day. There are still 3 days left, and he still wants to complete the advancement. Change job? Jiang Jinhai and Lu Shandao also need cooperation. Don't think there's still 3 days left. At that time, who knows how many bosses were eliminated. If Leo was not level 20, a level 20 boss would also count for him. He had already started taking action. Otherwise, he might not even be able to fight the level 30 boss. Advancement, job change. For Leah, completing these 2 advancements is a profit. Change jobs and complete several tasks. He can definitely join the guild and continue to change his job. Certainly. In Lu Shandao, the dungeon provided completing advancement and job transfers. That feeling is even more refreshing. This is a copy of his enemy. He made a lot of money from it. Wasn't it a kind of revenge? Leah still had a glimmer of hope. It would be even better if we could master this copy. Pity. Even if he's awesome, he can't get this copy. Unless the Dazzling Guild gave up. But how is this possible? They have so many industries in Tianhai City, and it is the 3rd largest guild in Tianhai City. Leah is unable to contend with the existence now. This copy is also an important asset for them. In a Shanghai guild office. Understand. Xiao Wanshan hung up the phone, turned his boss chair, and looked out the large floor-to-ceiling window. Are you actually selling off assets? I told the public that I wanted to go out and try my luck. If my son was still around, I would have waited until the college entrance exam. It's gone now. Let's give Tianhai City some gifts as a reward. Xiao Wanshan sneered twice. This is Lu Shandao's explanation. Does Thaxon believe it? He doesn't believe it. Neither can the guilds or forces that take over the assets. Those assets are so attractive. No matter what the reason is, as long as they can eat meat, they will believe it. Are you planning to run away? No. Isn't this too blatant? Who runs away like this? This is not a small force, nor is it Lu Shandao alone, but a large guild. Every move attracts the attention of a large number of people. Generally speaking, take it slow. Sold all the assets quietly. Unlike the current clearance sale, there was no opposition or bad mood among the members of the Dazzling Guild. They really need to go somewhere else to develop. It is a place many times better than Tianhai City. Is it possible? Does Lu Shandao have that ability? They're one of the 3 major guilds in Tianhai City, and they're not even ranked well in big cities. Matthew effect. The gap between a medium-sized city like Tianhai City and a large city is huge. Strange. Strange. Lu Shandao, what exactly do you want to do? Qiu Wanshan rubbed his eyebrows. Can't tell. There must be some key information missing, or something not connecting the dots. I'm afraid Mushi is also very distressed. Qiu Wanshan laughed a little. Never mind. In this clearance sale, official, Shanghai and Haitian are definitely the big winners. Who can compete with them? They also communicated privately, and the assets of the Dazzling Guild were divided among them. Some leftovers. It was left to other small guilds. There are so many things going on. The influx of powerful people, the Abyss cult acting in secret, and the unusual movements of the Swordwolf Guild. What the hell is going on? Then, even when the Abyss cult was at its most active, Tianhai City was not like this. Where will the future of Tianhai City go? This is a major change that has not happened in Tianhai City in 100 years. Liya. Maybe it's the one that was born out of necessity. Unprecedented changes, unprecedented genius. If there hadn't been a major change, there wouldn't have been a genius like Liya in their Tianhai City. Such a genius. It brought them a turning point. A new demigod. A holy god of the dead. Someone who is truly capable of preserving Tianhai City to a certain extent in the changing situation. I hope it doesn't develop in the worst direction. Qiu Wanshan still has unresolved worries in his heart. Knife Wolf Guild. Have they started to act? Lu Shandao stood on the rooftop, looking at Tianhai City quietly. President, is it okay to sell it at such a low price? We still have plenty of time, enough for us to make more money. Facing his subordinate's confusion, Lu Shandao said calmly, don't focus on small profits. The sooner we finish, the more time we'll have to prepare. People outside are probably still confused. Why did Lu Shandao do this? My reasons are quite poor, but as long as they digest what I throw at them, they will be short-handed. This makes it easier for us to do things. Lu Shandao sighed. It's the last step. It won't be long before we leave this place completely. Tianhai City. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. I wish us all a bright future. He said this from the bottom of his heart. Lu Shandao, he's a native of Tianhai. I have lived in Tianhai City for most of my life. Now you say you want to leave. It's impossible to have no emotions inside. Where's Liya? Lu Shandao suddenly changed the subject. Not dead. Its strength is a little bit beyond expectations. The subordinate replied. Never mind. Let's wait for Jiang Jinhai to take action. I hope he won't let me down. If he fails, then I will take action myself. Lu Shandao waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to retreat. Liya, what secrets do you have? If Jiang Jinhai didn't kill you, then I would wait for the college entrance examination the moment you come out. I will kill you. I hope you are truly gifted like a monster. The wind blew his clothes. The whole city seemed to be beneath him, and under the setting sun, he smiled lightly. He actually did this for an ant. Chapter 107. Day 3. The copy changes. Day 3. Most of the monster group was destroyed. The batch of levels 20 and 30. Only scattered monsters remained, scattered throughout the plains of 10,000 beasts. The earliest level 10 monsters will not be resurrected until tomorrow. Yesterday, the curse has come. Those who were weak left the dungeon early. Originally, these people wanted to kill more monsters and wait for the monsters to respawn. That maximizes benefits. Their purpose is very simple, to eat and take away. Contest? Hunking? Integral? None of it matters. The experience and drops from killing monsters are enough for them to earn. But a curse ruined everything. Don't think that Gatling and the others are so relaxed. They're the favorites to win the championship and are the top group of people at level 30 in Tianhai City. And what about these people? Ordinary. It's not too bad. If it were too bad, he would be seeking death by entering the plane of 10,000 beasts. Not too good either. Great, now I can think about the ranking. So, faced with the curse, they had no ability to resist. The curse cannot kill them. However, those affected by the curse may be killed by monsters and will not be able to continue fighting monsters. This is the important reason. These people retreated. In addition, there are people like Wang Zhan, some of whom continue to persevere even after their points are reset to 0, while others exit the copy. On the third day, Only 1/10 of the people are still competing. Otherwise, competition for monsters is now more intense. But that's how it is. Still not enough monsters. The fastest resurrection of a level 20 monster would be almost on the last day. What about level 30? After the game is over, no one will be resurrected. So, where's the boss? Gatling looked unhappy. The vast expanses of grassland are extremely empty. Those small hills, small wetlands, and large tree holes are where the boss should be, according to information given by people who have been to the plains of 10,000 beasts before. It's gone now. It's okay if there's not one, but there's not two or three. One of them has been abandoned for a long time. The other two, but you can see traces of life. Does that mean we're going to hunt other people? Gatling didn't want to start at this time. Nowadays, plundering other people's points is a minority, and such people can easily become the target of everyone's fire. As time went on, the majority of people were those who plundered points. That guy Lia has fallen into silence again. That guy Mao Zhu is silent now. I thought he was going to take advantage of the situation and rob people. Xie Xinjin started a curse purification business. He is indeed a paladin, and he is of the same lineage as those guys in the Holy Church. Wang Zhan is taking advantage of the situation. I heard that he was attacked and seriously injured while taking a break. Look, this is what happens when you plunder points. As the oldest among the winning contestants, he also has an advantage in connections. Plus, he's a nice guy. Many contestants who left were willing to share some information. Where is Lia? Gatling sorted out the information a little bit. Where is Lia? There was not even any information about Lia's sighting. Quit. Impossible. Or are you waiting for the opportunity? Or is he being entangled by some guys? Gatling considered Lia to be the #1 person to pay attention to, especially since Lia seemed to have not entered the plane of 10,000 beasts. He is nervous. Will Lia do another big one? Necromancer. They're all good at making big scenes. There are also level 30 and level 20 monsters, and the information on both is much less than originally reported. That was a piece of information given to him by someone who had entered the plains of 10,000 beasts many years ago. Logically speaking, after so many years of development, shouldn't there be fewer monsters in the plains of 10,000 beasts? Will the Dazzling Guild exhaust all resources? Isn't it funny? This is a special copy. Level 1 monsters can grow to level 30 here. General copy. It can only be limited to that stage. Every time you break through a stage, the value of their drops, experience, and corpses increases exponentially. That fool would drain the pond to catch all the fish? After so many years, this dungeon should have a lot more level monsters than before. Now what? Pretty much the same as before. But according to his judgment, there are definitely more high-level monsters. Just disappeared. Did Lia do it? Prepare to transform all those monsters into undead, and wait until the last day to catch them all in one swoop. But what about the boss? Could it be Lia who did it? It was obvious that they disappeared from this plane when they entered the dungeon. Where did you go? These were definitely not done by Lia. Dazzling Guild? If they did it, was it to deal with Lia? Does it really cost that much? Lia. How powerful is their strength to allow them to achieve this? Gatling blocked out the sound and sighed. Pity. The Dazzling Guild is so shameless as to deal with Lia. What else can Lia do? Lia is still a guy who hasn't broken through level 20, even if he breaks through level 20 in the next few days. Is there any room for resistance in the face of such a monster tide? He couldn't imagine it, even if Lia is an outlier among necromancers. How many creatures can it summon now? 100? 300? Or 1,000? Can they all reach the level of level 30 monsters? And how to deal with those bosses? There may be another person who has completed these. How could Lia resist when someone was commanding and guiding him? I'm overthinking it. After Gatling figured everything out, she felt relieved. Lia, this big mountain is gone. Anyone else? He believed that he could make it to the end. The third day passed uneventfully. Nothing happened. Wang Zhan licks his wounds. Xie Xinjin continues to do the business of purifying curses. Gatling has headed to the evacuation point. Mao Zhu was still lying there dead, with no sign of waking up. Lia continued to sit cross-legged in the cabin, where some monsters were buried. The eldest brother and his gang are still watching secretly from a distance and haven't left yet. After the big reshuffle on the second day. On the third day, it was time to rest. More people discovered that the monster seemed to be slowly becoming more violent. Everyone is thinking about future plans. The fourth day came. The tryouts are halfway through. A large number of level 10 monsters that were killed on the first day were resurrected, but they all broke through to level 20. This, Wang Zhan frowned. After using the life potion, the injuries were almost healed, but the status was still affected. Several monsters fell at his feet, his face full of confusion. If I'm not mistaken, these monsters should be level 10, right? Level 20 now? You dare to attack me. A bloodline warrior is like a ferocious beast. The pheromones he emits make those of lower levels dare not take the initiative to attack him. Now, this guy's a monster. It's like he's gone berserk. At level 20, monster intelligence begins to increase. But in these monsters, Wang Zhan only saw madness. It's also stronger than the average level 20 monster. If it's a tribe, Chapter 108, The Terrifying Realm. Wang Zhan may not be able to solve it. Even if he was in his prime, level 20 monsters are not strong, and level 20 monster tribes are not strong either, but level 20 tribes and violent monsters. That would be a disaster. Not afraid of pain, not afraid of death, extremely ferocious. This is something that ordinary monsters don't have. Once it reaches a certain scale, it will definitely be a disaster for these favorites to win the championship. If it was only level 20, it would be fine. If those level 20 monsters were just like level 10 monsters, that would be a complete disaster. He didn't dare to think about it. After drinking a mouthful of life potion, the external injuries on his body recovered quickly. What the hell is this? What's even more terrible is that these monsters have a kind of energy attached to them, one that weakened his own ability to recover. Want to leave? Wang Zhan asked himself. He was the one who got screwed yesterday, as he was enjoying the pleasure of plundering others. During rest time, no longer as vigilant as before, Xie Shinjin completely solved the curse problem, and those who were plundered by him joined forces to seriously injure him. Click, click, click. He clenched his fists at the thought. Thank you for your grace. He spoke high-sounding words. Those people dared to come back and attack him, mostly because of Xie Shinjin's instigation. Cleansing their curse is also free. To put it bluntly, just to cause trouble for him. Wang Zhan hated this kind of guy the most. He was clearly doing something despicable, but he tried to make it sound like it was a righteous act. I really want to deal with him and vent my anger on those people. Why doesn't Xie Shinjin go up himself? It's because they are afraid that if the two of them fight, someone else might take advantage of them. Am I willing to quit? But you have internal injuries? It won't be cured in a day or two. Even after taking the life potion, it only recovered a little faster. Especially his condition, which is probably known to many people, and he may be regarded as a soft persimmon. Especially with a ready-made reason. To avenge those who have been plundered. When people do things for justice, they always feel more confident. If you're taking advantage of someone's misfortune, saying this out loud makes you sound inferior, and I don't quite agree with in my heart. What a bunch of hypocrites, Wang Zhan said viciously. He had seen through these guys a long time ago. If things were really as he judged, then he might really be facing a life-and-death crisis. Why do I feel a little cold? Wang Zhan raised his head. The pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole. What did he see? On a lush plain, a piece of ice and snow suddenly appeared. He began to doubt his own eyes. Could it have a hallucinogenic effect? He couldn't help but suspect that the monster's thing might have a hallucinogenic effect. Otherwise, a world of ice and snow appeared on the plain. This is weird, isn't it? Isn't this illusion a little too real? The ice and snow seemed to be confined to a certain range and had no effect on the outside. At this time, he suddenly remembered something he had heard before. Field. Could this world of ice and snow before my eyes be the domain? This, even more incredible. A realm appeared in the game where the highest level was 30. I'm crazy. This world has gone crazy. Wang Zhan's face was dull. Hallucination or realm? He was willing to believe either one. If it was an illusion, then the monsters would become even more dangerous. What about the field? Doesn't that mean that some people below level 30, under 30 years old, have already comprehended the realm? Are you kidding me? Which professional below level 30 can comprehend a domain? He scratched his hair a little frantically. Who is this? Gatling? Still. Right. It's Leah, that monster-like guy. He still believed that what he saw was a realm, because he has already arrived in front of the ice and snow, and only one step away are two different worlds. Stretch out your hand slightly. See Dao. He gritted his teeth. He quickly withdrew his hand, and his 5 fingers had already turned blue. It took less than a second. He seemed to feel the power of freezing his soul. The flesh seemed to have died directly, and its existence could no longer be felt. It was no longer his finger. Wang Zhan drives the power of his own bloodline. Want to thaw those frostbitten fingers. Wrong. There's also cold poison in this. As soon as the blood power came into contact, Wang Zhan discovered something was wrong. Fortunately, I didn't walk into it wholeheartedly. If I wasn't injured, there were still those monsters from this morning. He might have walked in arrogantly. It seems so now. A blessing in disguise. These 2 things actually save his life. And what about my energy? The blood power and energy all rushed towards the blue fingers, and the entire arm took on a strange red color. Efficient. Looking at his blue hands, he felt a little bit back to normal. Wang Zhan smiled. But even so, this cold poison is terrible enough. The cold poison and the value are different. If the level is not enough, whether it is the life level, energy level, etc., just not enough. It's very difficult to deal with there. Simply put, it is a skill to bully weak opponents. Noob, there is no room for resistance. When dealing with masters of the same strength or higher level, the cold poison becomes a means of harassing and consuming the enemy. And Wang Zhan is obviously not a master. He is a loser. Even though he was a bloodline warrior, he was still like this and had almost no power to resist. If he put half of his body in it, there's really no way to save the situation. My energy and my bloodline strength seem to have improved. Wang Zhan's eyes lit up. Feel it again. That's right. Just by solving the cold poison, his energy and blood strength will be significantly improved. In that case, an idea suddenly came to Wang Zhan. He could have stayed outside this area and slowly tempered his energy and bloodline strength. He had already plundered quite a bit, so even if he didn't fight monsters later, he would definitely be able to get a good reputation. So, it's better to practice well. What's going on? Wang Zhan started practicing there? I thought Liu was going to. Field. What is that? The audience was talking about it. They knew that the ice and snow were caused by Liu. Unexpected. Looking through the Wang Zhan token, it was so spectacular. At the beginning, they also think that maintaining such a large range is probably just a show. It has no effect on Wang Zhan. They didn't expect that they would be slapped in the face the next second. Just reach out. It made Wang Zhan's fingers turn blue. Which contestant has the best resistance? Wang Zhan. Even so, just one attempt caused such injuries. What about others? This idea is too scary. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a group of crazy monsters rushed over. Chapter 109, The Storm is Coming. Are you here to die? The people in the audience burst into laughter. Are these monsters more resistant than Wang Zhan's body? Then they saw a shocking scene. That massive group of monsters actually rushed to a distance of more than 10 meters. Then, that's all. Turn blue. Freeze. After turning into a statue, it was covered by ice and snow. Is Wang Zhan really inferior to those monsters? After all, look at that performance. At this time, Wang Zhan didn't know that he had been labeled as worse than a monster by the audience, especially those monsters that are only level 20. You really don't know how to live or die. Wang Zhan looked at those crazy monsters and shook his head. Wait till you get that far. Actually, it's not surprising. I am the reason for that strange energy. The first 10 meters are just not strong enough to affect their movements and can support them to continue moving. If Wang Zhan doesn't want to live anymore, then he definitely ran farther than the monster. Pity. That's all these guys can do. Go on. As for why the monster rushed into the area, he doesn't care, as long as it doesn't affect him. In a cave somewhere in the plains of 10,000 beasts. Really? Jiang Jinhai smiled very ugly. Li has become stronger again. It's hard to imagine that at his age, he can own a domain. This time, it was his temptation, just to be on the safe side. According to Li Ya's growth rate, if we use past experience to face the current Li Ya, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Now, hasn't this been tested? The field is strong. But you're level 20 after all. Your own weakness is your shortcoming. Jiang Jinhai snorted coldly. The domain is to transform a piece of heaven and earth into your own domain and to carve out a small world of your own in the vast universe. The strength of this world is determined by its owner, and the energy of this world is not infinite. It only circulates to a certain extent. Once the upper limit of the domain is exceeded, the domain will naturally collapse. And what about Jiangxinhai? Looking at the densely packed monsters in the underground space. Where did the monsters in the plains of 10,000 beasts go? They are all here, many of them are boss-related tribes, and their strength is also the strongest in the 10,000 beast plane. Now, it has also been strengthened. The plains of 10,000 beasts. Then let's have a real run of beasts. Jiang Zhenhai smiled nervously. At this time, all the bosses he gathered had reached level 40 and had been strengthened as a whole. Monsters above level 30. 10,000 heads, all gathered in this huge underground space. Not to mention, there are still many monsters that continue to grow. There are hundreds of level 40 monsters. If such a large army of monsters appeared in the city, I believe Tianhai City would definitely have a headache. And who are these aimed at? Leah, an 18-year-old youth at level 20. Leah, only death. An eye, towards the future. His eyes gazed into the deepest void. There's also his trump card there. It is not just to deal with Leah, but also to deal with Lu Shandao. Once it grows up, the world will be changed. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. I wasn't mistaken. I've always been able to see clearly who is worth cultivating. My students, my school, I will prove that I am right. Roar. The being deep in the cave roared. All beasts are silent. All beasts surrender. Even a level 40 boss cannot avoid it. Jiang Zhenhai also knelt on the ground. Wait. Your arrival brings all beasts into submission. Jiang Zhenhai muttered to himself. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see Leah die. Just wait one more day. Just one day. But he was so impatient in his heart. Hurry up. Faster. Could tomorrow just come soon so he could get started? He can't wait. In the cabin. This energy, it's very similar to the one in the spider cave. Leah explored the contents of the monster's body. Another cult of the abyss. Come to think of it, how could Jiang Zhenhai have nothing to do with the abyss cult? Only, they want to replicate the spider cave? That's not right. I'm afraid there are other purposes. Besides, Leah took out a spider egg. He didn't expect that this unknown spider egg would react to the blood. Do you want to give it to him? Leah was a little hesitant. For Leah, these two things are full of unknowns. Who knew to do this? Will you raise a boss for yourself? Still want to try? Isn't keeping this spider egg a form of hope? Maybe it's a surprise. Leah was a little hesitant at this time. Think about it. Try it. After all, this is my pet. Leah made up his mind and decided to go with the panel. This is his pet. As soon as Leah took out the white spider egg, the blood-red energy gathered towards it. A short time, it absorbed all the energy. It seems to have grown a little. Leah observed for a while and came to this conclusion. It seems that in order to truly hatch it, a lot of blood energy will be needed. Maybe it can be successfully hatched before leaving the dungeon. Those monsters must be a test. He was well aware of the perverts in his own domain, and ordinary monsters would not break in. Unless you have limited IQ. Even if you come in, you will immediately realize that something is wrong. The monster will still run away. The monsters that come in first may not be spared, but those that haven't come in yet will definitely have a chance to survive. And what about these monsters? He was running towards his cabin. What does this mean? Isn't it just a small test? Those monsters are cannon fodder, used to obtain some information about Leah. Jiang Zhenhai, are you finally going to take action? Leah murmured. He's been waiting for a long time. Advancement and job change all depend on that guy. Besides, try your best thoroughly. See where your limits are and how strong you are. I hope you won't let me down. After Leah finished speaking, he continued to close his eyes. The concept of the field has been basically completed, but it still needs a real battle. Day 4. That's it. There were a large number of violent monsters, and many contestants died. Gatling and the others were also affected. Outside, the Dazzling Guild has completed the sale of most of its assets, and a large number of members have returned to their base. Outsiders continue to wander around Tianhai City. The Abyss cult continues to hide in the dark, and a sense of impending storm hangs over the hearts of many people. Leah's reputation continued to grow. The audience and guild representatives all discovered the problem with the Plains of Beasts. Maybe it was the ingenuity of the Dazzling Guild. Today was much more exciting than yesterday. Many people were still unsatisfied and wanted to see Leah actually take action. I want to see the big scene. The representatives of Shanghai and Haitian stared at the representative of Dowling. The 5th day is here. Chapter 110 Life. Can you let it go just once? Dragon Sword representative didn't come. The representatives from Shanghai and Haitian were a little surprised. Are they going to take action? Are those copies not being sold off? Or are they being moved away en masse? There is also the plane of 10,000 beasts. Do they really not want this special copy? Their heads are full of questions. Move the copy. The higher the authority, the faster the move. The lower the copy level, the easier it is to move. Generally speaking, they all use special props to move copies. A short time. If you want to move the copy to another city, you'll have to pay a huge price. Most of the time, it is enough to keep a few core copies. Those unimportant copies. You can exchange a copy of your city with certain national forces. There will definitely be some losses in the process. Or pay a small fortune. If it were really that easy to develop in big cities, I would have gone to Shanghai and Haitian long ago. Even if they move to a city better than Tianhai City, their ceiling will be higher. But it's been so long. They still didn't move? A guild is like a company. It is still a company that engages in real estate and production resources and is mainly based on industry. A single move can affect the whole body, not to mention the personal connections. Even fame in Tianhai City is a resource. A guild from outside. Who knows him? Their guild is not famous throughout the country. It is only famous in its own area. The transfer of the entire guild. There is also the issue of whether guild members should stay or leave. Most of them are locals, and their families are also in Tianhai City. Will they go to other places to develop? If you want them to go, then they will have to pay another price. The correct approach, in most cases, is to set up a branch first. Let's develop it first. If it develops, well, even surpassing the headquarters, then it is the headquarters. The Dazzling Guild never plays by the rules. The Shanghai and Haitian families have branches outside, but Dazzling definitely does not. No copies sold. All assets sold. What is this for? I don't understand. The two of them walked to a secluded place in tacit understanding and reported the situation to their president. Plane of 10,000 beasts. Today is exceptionally peaceful. What Wang Zhan guessed did not seem to happen. Those violent monsters disappeared, and the entire plane was silent. Boom! Boom! The ground is shaking. It seems to be making low humming sounds. What happens? A person near the edge of the copy, near the evacuation point, was the first to sense something was wrong. Earthquake. He looked confused. Why is there an earthquake in the dungeon? But what else could it be besides an earthquake? While he was still thinking and judging, the answer was told to him from a distance. The earth shook completely. Countless dust flew up 1, 2, 3, 10, hundreds, thousands. Monsters are moving around as far as the eye can see, and many of them are as big as hills. The body froze. Move faster. It was as if some invisible force was restraining his body. The mind is still working. A strong fear enveloped his heart. He lost control of his body. How is this possible? Where are all these monsters hiding? Today. This is the day he wants to quit. The monsters are already scarce, and those strong ones are ready to make a move. It is better to quit while the going is good. But why? He clearly wanted to leave. How could such a thing happen? Life. Can you let me go this time? The strong fishy wind made him feel suffocated. D. Already waving to him. Boom. Boom. He has closed his eyes. Bring on. Next to the ear. It was the chaotic footsteps of a monster, occasionally mixed with roars and the roar of the earth. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The sound gradually faded away, and the vibration became smaller and smaller. Death still did not come. He opened his eyes and saw the traces left by the passing beasts, and countless claw marks were left on the ground. A road was born. Only some sparse weeds remain. I survived. He also touched his body and found no wounds, except that my ears are still buzzing. The rest is good. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, not very much at first, and then gradually became more exaggerated. The joy of surviving a disaster. It was almost overwhelming his mind, and in a short period of time, the polarity between heaven and hell was reversed. The heart was beating violently inside the body. Due to the secretion of various hormones, his mind was a little unclear. Alive! I am alive! He shouted loudly as if he had been reborn, his face full of joy. The desire for life is in his eyes. I survived. Plop. He fell to his knees. After a short pause, he crawled towards the evacuation point. He wants to leave here. He would never participate in such a dangerous game again. While he was going through all this, the The foreigners were also not at peace. What's this? So all the monsters are here. How many monsters are there? There's no end in sight. Just running caused a small earthquake. Is this a surprise from the organizers? I think it's almost a shock. Who can beat them in a competition? There absolutely needs to be an explanation for this. The audience was talking about it. This is a tryout. Which selection competition has such a scene? An endless tide of beasts. It feels like it's going to swallow up the whole world, and there are many huge monsters. Like a small hill. Most people in the audience had never even seen a video of such a scene. That's the amount. Can those contestants solve it? So many monsters gathered together. What on earth are they trying to do? Grass. Is this so outrageous? Haven't you heard about the Dazzling Guild? Details. I think it was the Dazzling Guild that was behind this. Let me tell you, I didn't see a single member of the Dazzling Guild today. The entire guild was completely empty. Listen to my relatives. The Dazzling Guild has completely run away. This time, they definitely want to make it big. Yeah, they should be the top seeds. Eliminated all at once, including Chairman Lu's enemy Leah. All of them were eliminated, giving us a small shock. Real or fake? It's a pity for Leah. He's a top talent. Maybe he's too confident. Even though he knew they were going to get him, Leah still participated. It was this genius's arrogance that ruined him. Many comments expressed sympathy for Leah. If Tianhai City produces a genius who is ranked among the best in the country, it will be beneficial to Tianhai City. Otherwise, ordinary people won't pay much attention. What a pity. Leah, you will die there today. Chapter 111. 10,000 Beasts Galloping. Where's Dowling? Can't get in touch. Is the real person gone? Right. Xiao Wanshan's face darkened. So a big guild disappeared? Silently, the entire Dowling society disappeared in Tianhai City. News from the tryouts. Explain. 1,000 beasts are galloping. I don't know where tens of thousands of monsters came from. It seems someone is controlling them. 10,000 beasts. 10,000 beast plane. Did they really create 10,000 beasts? Xiao Wanshan sneered. Really? Now that the building is empty, do you start to cause trouble? What are the beasts planning to do? Maybe he's going to kill Leah. Oh. Xiao Wanshan's eyes widened. No other purpose. Possible. But now the intelligence has come in, it seems that they are really targeting Leah. 10,000 beasts copy. Grass. Gatling was in a very sorry state at this time. He is so unlucky. It happened to be on the way of Wanshou. Even if it was just passing by, it was indeed a big crisis for him. It took all my energy to get through it. Is this the way to deal with Leah? Gatling muttered to himself. I feel a little relieved. Just look at other people's preparations, and you can see how powerful Leah is. Those monsters, definitely not level 30. And those bosses, they should be level 40 bosses. A level 40 boss. He couldn't resist it at all. If there were two of them, he wouldn't even be able to escape and would die on the spot in a short time. But others still sent out so many monsters. Leah, still too weird. Gatling couldn't help but sigh. I was right not to take action. He stood up shakily. He was struggling inside. He really wanted to see how monstrous Leah was. This battle, what kind of scene is this? This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You can also see why Leah is so weird, and some of the things he shows may give him some inspiration. Maybe he can go even further. Walk. Stay. Reason told him that he should leave. There's no hope for Leah. It is just a devastating ending. He doesn't want to. Gatling wanted to see how high Leah's mountain was. I really want to witness this battle. If you miss it, he will definitely regret it. Just watching from the outside and being there are two completely different feelings. I want to go and see. If he doesn't even dare to watch, how can he go higher and further? Once he retreated, will Leah become his inner demon? He doesn't know. Gatling only knew that he wanted to see it with his own eyes. This is a peak battle. Another place. The knights lay in disarray on the grass. It felt like all the bones in my body were crushed, and I felt pain all over. Team leader, should we continue? The only good thing is that I thanked Shinjin. He was silent at this time. There were several obvious bruises on his face, and his eyes were downcast, hiding his inner anger. Damn it. How dare these evil beasts? How dare that guy? My face. My image. Isn't this all ruined? Besides, am I afraid? Am I retreating? As a paladin, how could I be so cowardly as to let my brother stand in front of me? Think about everything that happened in a hurry. The veins in his arms bulged. The energy in the body is surging violently. This accident was definitely not something he was willing to accept. I remember his confidence when he saw the beast tide. Has the monster finally arrived? This time, let's completely secure victory. Arrogant. It seemed that the first place in points had already been taken by him. Actually, it's not bad. He is number 1, but he wants more. They formed a square formation, rushed forward, and then... The current scene silently explains everything. It breaks at the slightest touch. After only attacking a few monsters, it was crushed by the tide of monsters. That moment. Broken. All broken. His pride, everything he had was shattered. Just like dust. They were not cared about at all. No one even stopped to look. It was as if they did not exist. And what about him? Under that hill-like monster. He withdrew. He was afraid that he would die here and would not be able to practice the holy way in the future. That's right. That's right. If I die, who will practice the holy way? The glory of the Holy Lord needs me to spread it. I'm dead. The light of the holy way will also dim. Team leader. Team leader. Team leader. A loud roar finally brought Xie Xinjin back to his senses. What did you say? Xie Xinjin said. Captain, should we exit the dungeon? Exit the copy? That's admitting No, I can't retreat. Can. Do we still have to stay in this dangerous place? That feeling. I don't want to go through that again. Xie Xinjin, his mouth opened and closed. Captain, you don't have to worry about us. Yes. Captain, we're out of consumables. It'll take some time to recover. We'll just be a burden to you in this dungeon. The team members were talking at once. It seems that there is no gap between them, their behavior at that time. Xie Xinjin's eyes lit up. I felt relieved inside. That's right. I quit for my brothers. I'm leaving with you. Xie Xinjin's eyes were full of affection. Brotherhood. We are one. We prosper together and suffer together. We advance and retreat together. He found a feeling and was full of emotions. After saying this, a group of people were moved to tears. Right, Captain, we advance and retreat together. The captain's kindness is not over yet. I still abide by the Paladin's code after all. I am definitely not a so-called villain, and I am definitely not someone who would abandon my brothers. I'm so perfect, so righteous. In another place, Mao Zhu is still lying dead. The entire copy was affected by the stampede of beasts. Death still appeared. Not everyone is as strong as Xie Xinjin's team and Gatling. A large enough herd of beasts. If you want to avoid it, you need enough strength. It's obvious. Many contestants are not talented. 1, 2, 10's digit. More than a dozen contestants died. In the face of the beast tide, there is no ability to resist at all. Once you can't leave, then only death awaits them. Gatling was behind, watching from a distance. The more he looked, the more he felt that the monster was not simple. There are no level 20 monsters. All of them are level 30, level 30s, or even level 40 monsters. More than 10 bosses above level 40. Level 30 bosses or more. There are also many bosses in the 30s. These bosses, even if all the contestants were gathered together, would only have one ending: total annihilation. Lia, can you really resist? In other words, can you hold on long enough? Once. If those monsters attack seriously, will Lia be? I hope his choice is right. Chapter 112, The Undead are coming. Why do you feel uneasy? Wang Zhan opened his eyes. Uncomfortable. My temples were throbbing. Is something bad going to happen? Practice for one night. There were some changes in his energy, and his bloodline power became stronger. Although it's small, it's already good. He is only 18. At this age, there are very few people who can transform their energy. Like Gatling, it's only at the age of 29 that my energy has changed significantly. Once a change occurs, he can follow the instructions and practice slowly. This will take a long time. Some job changes can speed up this process, but after one job change, next job change, it almost takes energy to produce a certain change. Wang Zhan had already found some feelings, and this time his energy completely changed. A small step. It really saved him a lot of time. He suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. What is that? There was a vibration in the distance. Wrong. What is that? Wang Zhan's body reacted faster, and he ran quickly into the distance. Field. Monster tide. None of them is something he can cheat on. Worry about people in the field? What is his strength? I have the heart, but not the ability. Save yourself first. The guild representative is in the room. Do you want to take action? Someone's dead. Wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't take action? But how do we get in? Dazzling representative, you didn't give us the permission to open the dungeon. Now, we can only exit the dungeon, but not enter it. The representatives were discussing this matter. They don't want to go in. Can they possibly cheat the beast tide? Who can solve it? Do they have the ability to solve the problem? They're here as representatives. Core force. They're all in the guild. What is the current situation in Tianhai City? Many guilds have more or less noticed the turmoil in Tianhai City. So this time, the representative. You can imagine the strength. In the past, the selection competition was equivalent to the Tianhai City Guild Exchange Conference. Many of the people who came were the main characters. This time, the guild representative was changed the day before. Now the guild's main focus is on the abnormal situation in Tianhai City. Those outsiders, they're all quite powerful. The core combat power and core decision-making level cannot be lost. Lose one. It could lead to a lot of chain reactions. Guild exchange conferences can be held in the future. If the guild is gone, Tianhai City will be finished, completely finished. One more thing. Those were just the participating players, not members of their guild, and there was also the Dazzling guild that took the blame for them. About this selection competition, all of this can be blamed on the Dazzling guild. Why be kind at this time? The main thing is to have the ability and be able to solve it, but who here can solve it? Take action together? This is the copy of the Dazzling guild. A guild whose members have all disappeared means that they have all gone in. There's no need to worry that it is a trap. Are the representatives really one of us? Who knows this? No one dared to gamble, so they just did nothing. What is this called? In addition, do nothing and don't want to make mistakes. Even the representatives of mountains and seas are the same as the representatives of sea and sky. They think more and are more afraid. Once they're gone, will those guild representatives cause trouble? Casualties. It's still within their expectations. The only thing that made them hesitate was Leah. Wait a little longer. The Shanghai representative murmured. He was a little hesitant. His strength is not strong, and he is still a supporting profession. He has only developed a certain amount of combat power. Facing the beast tide. That means going to die with Leah. If I had discovered it earlier, he could still give Leah a buff, but now he could only wait for the result. The Haitian representative didn't say anything either. Think fast inside. Protect Leah. If I rush over there myself, can I still catch up? If the dungeon entrance is still unobstructed, he might take action. The excuse has arrived. Even if they have the means to force their way into the dungeon, it will take a certain amount of time. That little time, the incident may have come to an end. Why? All we can say is that Leah is unlucky. As for what others said about being arrogant, he felt that Leah was not. If he had a field at Leah's age, that's just too crazy. The highest level of this dungeon is only 30. Even though he knows that the enemy may make some tricks, it poses no threat to Leah. Then why not go? There are also benefits to be gained. Destroy the enemy forces. No matter how you look at it, it's a profitable business with no possibility of losing money. Who knows? The Dazzling Guild is so shameless. It also costs a huge amount of money to increase the strength of a large number of monsters. This was something Leah had not expected. Who would have thought that they could do this? If he were Lu Shandao, he would not go to such great lengths to target Leah. I can only say that we were just one step behind. His words were full of regret. A genius has fallen. Today, they will witness it all. Is it to explode the most dazzling fireworks? Still, perhaps there will never be another genius like Leah in Tianhai City. Elder brother, Kai Bai prayed. Zhang Xiumei was full of worry. Li Jingye's face was serious. Leah, can you overcome the difficulties this time? Believe. Can it continue? In the face of such a beast tide, with no one believing in him, could Leah win? Brother can win. Kai Bai had tears in her eyes. Believe. If family members are unwilling to believe it, then who else is willing to believe it? Believe. It's the only thing they can do. Come on, son. In a space somewhere. Jiang Jinhai, have you started the action? A huge altar was filled with people. If anyone from Tianhai City were there, they would recognize at a glance that this was the disappeared Dazzling Guild. In the middle of the altar is Lu Shandao. Then we have absolutely no way out. Lu Shandao smiled evilly. Having come this far, have we considered a way out? A hoarse voice came out of his mouth. It was as if there were two consciousnesses in Lu Shandao's body. Let's get started. Our actions. The altar is activated. Everyone in the Dazzling guild roared. Ouch! The howls of wolves resounded through the sky. In this strange world without sun and moon, werewolves appeared one after another, and Lu Shandao completely turned into a huge werewolf. Everyone, please lend me your strength. A strange blood moon rises. The boundaries of the world have changed. In the cabin on the plains of 10,000 beasts, Li slowly opened his eyes, and the power of death was beating in his eyes. Are you here? He spoke slowly. It seems like an old friend who has been waiting for a long time. The blue-green color clung to the wooden house, and in a short time it turned into an igloo. The just loved Genti. Bang! A crisp sound. The entire wooden house turned into ice chips and flew into the sky. The raised hand swiped downwards. The immortal world was connected at this moment, and countless orchid spirit fires slowly lit up in the darkness. Undead Scourge. Coming. Chapter 113, Invincible Mechanical Dog. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The movements are uniform. The skeleton wearing military uniform and carrying a pack of explosives walked out first. It has a simple exoskeleton on its legs that allows it to move faster. Beside them, the mechanical dogs are ready to go. This is a zombie dog. Those skeletons represent changes after advancement and job change, while the zombie dogs are a skill he acquired after the job change. There is no change of course. Immediately following, those are the skeleton soldiers armed with rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, and Gatling guns. The cold gun emitted a cold light. Next up is the skeleton cavalry. Each of them rode a motorcycle holding a shotgun in their hands, showing their bold style. Then there were military trucks. Thicker armor, stronger power, and a structure more adaptable to various environments. And in the carriage, crazy zombies are ready to go. Just wait for the moment to start. Their madness will tear the battlefield apart. The values brought by that powerful prosthesis. Even in a crazy state, he is still terrifyingly strong. Not to mention the corpse explosion technique. As well as, he has 3 upgraded undead ravens. At this time, they're not only ordinary 6-wing drones, but also ones like peregrine falcons, ones like swarms of bees, and ones as huge as eagles. The initial undead raven was upgraded several times. The detection range has increased 5-fold, the speed has increased 5-fold, and the defense has increased 10-fold. As the level grows to 60 defense, it becomes 600. From a fragile little plane, it finally has some defensive capabilities, coupled with its current speed of 2,500 and a huge reconnaissance range. Not to mention, this is just a numerical improvement. Now the undead raven can see more information about the enemy, with infrared, thermal imaging, laser scanning, all added. This is a huge improvement. If it were still the same drone, there are many things that the undead raven cannot see. For his future combat and informationized combat system, this is simply a fatal flaw. Through spiritual connection, it can also deliver information to summoned creatures with a certain degree of intelligence. Summoned creatures can also transmit what they perceive through mental links. But Leah didn't dare. Even though the undead raven, a reconnaissance aircraft, already has a certain information processing capability, it can help Leah share some of the burden. But the information is still too complicated. All information, useful or useless, is accepted. Even if his brain could handle it, Leah didn't have the ability to process it, let alone the subsequent analysis. No analysis. So what is the use of this information? On the contrary, it is possible that he misjudged the situation. So, most of the undead summons are used to convey simple information, such as dangerous enemies, enemy annihilation, our request for help, etc. Simple and direct. Through mental connection, a certain individualized brain, and the undead raven reconnaissance, a real-time battlefield map, can be constructed. This way his brain will consume less energy. But this is definitely not easy, and many times he can only block out a lot of information. Very rarely. It will take a while to open. Even just this short moment would allow him to control the overall situation to a certain extent. Who else at his level can do that? As his undead cyberization is upgraded, this ability can continue to improve and become a real killer weapon. It is important to control information. A combat system like Lia's was proposed in his previous life in the United States in 2003, but unfortunately the technology was not mature at that time. Finally, for various reasons, this system is dead. According to the people in their think tank, It may not be possible to achieve it until 2025. We have arrived at the most hanging place. It can be said that if the West is dark, the East will be bright. The West didn't succeed, but the East will succeed in 2025. This is what is called future warfare and informationized warfare. This system, it's not about how strong the equipment is. We have information, both the enemy's information and our own information. Enables quick response to commands. Information from the front line is delivered to the decision-making level in a timely manner and then matched with modular equipment. Face various situations and enemies. Its core is the combat system. Lee can now achieve part of it through his extraordinary power. All this is thanks to the Undead Raven. At the beginning, Lee was still very conflicted about the upgrade choice. Bone Fortress? Undead Death Knight? Undead Assassin? In the end, Lee chose the Undead Raven. Why? Just want to control information. The lethality is enough. Poor functionality, poor detection. Like the Undead Raven, the Peregrine Falcon, this is the so-called cruise missile. Smaller than a Death Raven. Like a small airplane. There is a jet nozzle at the tail, and with its streamlined shape, it can reach the speed of sound at explosive speed. Able to operate outer layer flying knife. With wings transformed into blades. Cause unimaginable injuries to the enemy. It can also launch ice spells like small missiles. Although the energy is not enough to fire a few shots, the Peregrine Falcon consumes little energy. Various combinations. The maximum energy is 20 points, and the lowest it can be suppressed to is a few points. It's cheap enough. One can only fire a few shots, but what about 100? That's called saturation bombing. It has the power of ice explosion. These icicles are like missiles and can explode once they hit the target. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. Not to mention, it can also carry out suicide attacks. Or rather, it is designed for suicide attacks. The flying knives and ice missiles are considered alternative developments. There are also Undead Ravens, the Swarm, which can be oversummoned with 10 energy points. Extremely cheap drone. Not even as big as the palm of your hand. The speed is only that of the original Undead Raven. Not fast. There are no Undead Ravens either. They have the stealth of reconnaissance. The sound of one of the four-winged ravens is not loud, but once there are many of them, it sounds like a bee. Buzzing. It has some detective capabilities, but is not as good as the previous Undead Raven. It's just a camera. Accurate at 100 meters, but blurry at 500 meters. The explosive power is much weaker than that of the Peregrine Falcon. It can carry an ice missile, but cannot be launched and can only be dropped for bombing. However, its only advantage is that it is cheap and abundant. Hundreds can be summoned at a time. If it is summoned to the maximum extent, it can be described in 4 words. Covering the sky and the sun, it can cover the sky. There are nearly tens of thousands of small drones. Only if he has a smarter brain can he unleash their powerful strength. Now the words. Same positioning as skeleton summoning. Aerial cannon fodder. You can also do a drone light show. As for the last Undead Raven, Eagle, its consumption is the same as Undead Raven scouting. Large drone, just like any other bomber. The maximum speed is 3 times the speed of sound, and the general speed is at the speed of sound. It can be suspended under the wing, and when it does not break the speed of sound, it makes almost no noise and has certain stealth performance. This is the unmanned bomber. This is Li Yu's preparation. Chapter 114, I long for war. Everything is the result of my hard work and sweat. Li was quite pleased with himself. Necromancer and modern combat system. I'm afraid most people, they all try to use numbers to pressure others. This is the most brainless. It's almost the lowest level mode. The undead who possess future industrialization have a value far exceeding that of ordinary undead. Numerical crushing. Which necromancer starts to kill monsters alone when not a team? It has powerful values and low consumption. Just crush them with a huge undead scourge. But that's the lower limit. What about the upper limit? This requires research and real investment. Just let me see your strength. Leah stood with his hands behind his back. There's a feeling of being at a high altitude and feeling lonely. You, that's the challenger. Clatter. Once again, uniform. Nearly 10,000 undead troops are ready to go. And then there's his own private army. Eric is ready to go with the undead above level 20 in the Valley of the Undead. He won't forget them. This is his own loss. Just 2 words. Loyalty. In a battlefield like this, why don't we give them some experience? These have been upgraded, but it's a permanent upgrade. Comes with an enhanced copy. Leah did not take the initiative to attack, and he only sent out the undead raven, hanging in the sky. A moment. The situation within a few kilometers appeared before his eyes. The range can be longer, but it doesn't need to be that large. The data is jumping. 1,114 monsters. 14 high-risk individuals. That is a level 40 boss, an individual who can pose a threat to Leah. Can a level 40 ordinary monster hurt Leah? That's overestimating them. It is almost impossible to be able to come to him under the undead in the realm. At this time, those who were observing this battle were looking at the screen in horror. The scourge of the undead. Is this Leah's strength? It was an indescribable shock if the galloping of beasts was primitive, wild, and stimulated genetic fear. But Leah is completely different. It was a cold order, a war machine without a trace of emotion. Cold, efficient. It would be a war meat grinder. Especially the undead, they are born soldiers. A few years ago, those who have witnessed modern warfare can better understand the significance of Leah's soul. Yes, the war still exists. Yinsha is a peaceful country, but the world is not peaceful. In addition, the destructive power caused by extraordinary powers in front of demigods is not as great as that of modern weapons, except in very few special cases. And who says that people with extraordinary powers cannot join the modern military system? This world, ordinary people are the majority. If it weren't for Yinsha country's promotion of professionalization, the proportion of professionals in the world would be even smaller. And even if they don't advance, a level 10 professional's physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Plus the training system. In this way, the strength of ordinary soldiers is also extremely terrifying. Some countries even start training very early, and their initial attributes are ridiculously high when they awaken. Only a small amount of resources are required. Such professionals can change jobs quickly and build up sufficient combat effectiveness. This is the core force. What about the general troops? Ordinary professionals make up the majority, and some have modified modern weapons. This is horrifying. Those soldiers were likely Ya's undead ghosts. Such a huge army. With decent equipment, all you have to do is pull the trigger and the impact is terrifying. He is war. He is the army. A man murmured. Genius? Monster? These feelings cannot describe Leah. A genius, a monster. How can I compare to Leah? That special undead, all kinds of undead troops. In a sufficiently open area. Even if he is dozens of levels higher than Leah, he may fail if he fails to find Leah's real body. The weak defeats the strong. Achieve maximum damage at the lowest cost. This is modernization. It's just that there are too many undead. What's so great about it? Hida. The pure quantity is like this. But is Leah just a matter of quantity? Modern weapons and vehicles. You say Leah hasn't learned any modern strategies? Most of them use guns. This means that they can attack from a distance. Leah didn't show much. They can only make do with their analysis. Gun. This is a noble long-range weapon. Its firing rate and power far exceed those of ordinary long-range weapons. This is still the gun of the undead. Is it a normal gun and an ordinary gun? It is definitely blessed with extraordinary abilities, maybe something like unlimited bullets. Then the bullet fired. Just the number of bullets is enough to kill a large number of monsters. If those bosses can't completely defend themselves against bullets, then Leah will definitely have a chance of winning. As long as Leah's real body is not killed, Leah has a chance to win. Yes. Perhaps Leah has other tricks up his sleeve. No wonder the Dazzling Guild went to such great lengths to deal with Leah. If they hadn't spent such a huge amount of money, they wouldn't have been able to take Leah down at all. I declare that Leah is the #1 genius in Tianhai City. Let me tell you something you don't know. The guild representatives were also shocked. Is this Leah's strength? They were completely shocked. It's hard to imagine that this is the power that an 18-year-old boy can control. So powerful, so beautiful. Who would have thought? Leah is a necromancer, a weak necromancer in the early stage, but he can summon such a huge undead disaster at this level. At this time, Leah's territory has been released. Otherwise, his domain cannot accommodate these undead souls. It doesn't matter if it's less powerful. For Leah, he needs to expand his territory and confine the battlefield to his territory. If he died outside, wouldn't he be at a loss? Those are all his ghosts. With so many monsters, How many undead can be transformed? If it is sent to the Valley of the Dead, how much can the Valley of the Dead be improved? Far away, Jiang Zhenhai and his army of monsters are approaching. Looking at the expanding territory, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you desperate and trying anything you can think of? The weakened domain is only to expand its area. Do you want to rely on the domain to kill monsters? What a ridiculous idea. You didn't expect it would backfire. Once the field is broken, Leah, you are the lamb to be slaughtered. Resist, struggle, despair. Please me in the process. He didn't see the undead army that was outside the area and could not be seen. This is Leah's caution. What if Jiang Zhenhai doesn't dare to do anything once the undead army appears? Scare off the enemy. That was not his purpose. Va? A total battle. Leah's inner fire was burning as he watched the approaching tide of monsters. He murmured, "Gentlemen, I long for war." Chapter 115, Swarm, lost the initiative in the snow and ice. The cold currents surged, giving the undead a layer of icy blue glow. White mist rises. A faint chill emanated from the undead. Inhale and exhale, like breathing. Just strengthen the connection between the undead and the realm. It didn't take much time to industrialize the undead in the future, but it took longer in the Valley of the Dead. Come to think of it, Leah only needs to pay a summoning fee for the undead in the Valley of the Dead, and the future will become the undead. Leah's energy went deeper into some of them. If the summoned creature was created by Leah in the domain, this process would not be necessary. The same is true for transforming into undead. Once transformed, it becomes a special undead. You ask Leah how he knew that? Those unlucky guys and the monsters that broke into his territory told him. Among them, the Ice Mage still retained his profession and became an Ice Mage undead. Others, it's just inheriting some professional skills. The undead transformed in this way. Skills are definitely inherited, one or several. It all depends on the probability. As for talent, it all depends on luck. For example, the Ice Mage undead inherited almost everything. After transforming into the undead, he became even more powerful than when he was alive. Do you dare to think about this? Talents are also upgraded to a certain extent. Ice Element Affinity Level 1, Ice Element Affinity Level 3, as well as Undead Affinity Level 2. Its original skills have the characteristics of undead attributes and cold poison. A thorough and significant enhancement. To use an inappropriate metaphor, if Mu Qinghan's team is replaced by the Ice Mage undead, they will be able to defeat the Spider Queen and the others. If they operate better, they can do so without taking any damage. The undead transformed by professionals. Especially for magic professions, almost all of them can obtain affinity with the undead or ice elements. All are level 1, but it's better than nothing. Monsters are much worse. The transformed undead almost only inherited skills. With the addition of cold poison and undead transformation curse, its strength is quite good within the field. That's right, Leah's idea was completely completed at that time. Undead transformation, toxicity addition, and domain are completely combined, and then combined with the curse. Especially curses. There is still a lot of room for development. Now, it's just an undead conversion curse. Based on the transformation of the undead, Leah also thought that he could create a curse to enhance the undead. This is the buff skill he needs most. Especially when paired with the domain, the increase will be huge. Curses and blessings. In fact, the boundaries are very blurred. Generally speaking, it is composed of power and blesses the identity attributes of the releaser. Blessing of Undying and Curse of Undying. What is the difference? Essentially, it gives you the ability to be immortal. It's just that the power structure is different, so the consequences are different. What about the undead? Undead Curse. Eternal Curse. Strengthen the Curse. A Vicious Curse. Isn't this a blessing for the dead? And relative. The blessing of Holy Light is a curse to the undead. Even so, these curses can also give Jiang Zhenhai a surprise. At this time, Wang Zhan and Gatling stood together. Are we going to start? That area can actually be expanded. Both of them were talking, their eyes full of anticipation. What a coincidence. They both chose this perfect spot to watch the game. The beast rushed in, unobstructed, marched straight ahead. Could it be? Gatling hadn't finished speaking yet. A crack appeared in the sky, and a dense mass of small creatures flew out of it. What is that? Wang Zhan and Gan Ling didn't see it clearly yet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was like the sound of a bee flapping its wings. Russell rushed towards the entire monster. Perfect timing. Lia similit silaiti. If someone standing in midair could see that when the drone appeared, it would be the time when the monster tide completely entered his territory. Curse, cold poison, silent and invisible. And he is now. Just add fuel to the fire. Jiang Zhenhai sneered twice. What a clever trick. Do you really think you can compete with us by relying on numbers? Knock those things down. His words. Through the boss next to you, it slowly spreads to the entire monster wave, waiting for the command to be delivered. The palm-sized plane has already flown close. Kill. Kill. Used his own means of attack. Bang. One time. Dead. Next second. Boom. Ice blue explosion. Exploded. Use ranged attacks. Jiang Zhenhai hurriedly wanted to change the order. But it's too late. Boom. 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 It looks like little ice blue flowers blooming. Some monsters that reacted were ready to use long-range attacks, but there were simply too many drones. They haven't noticed yet. Even the drone that was shot down in the air turned into countless ice blue fragments and fell down like ink when it landed on the monster. Leave it with small ice spots. Then, da, da, da. That's a lot of running noise. The skeletons, who had been prepared long ago, carried their bags and ran as fast as they could. When Jiang Zhenhai discovered it, it has already rushed into the monster formation. This moment, the hidden undead army appeared before Wang Zhan, Gan Ling, and Jiang Zhenhai. Gurgle. The three of them had their Adam's apples rolling. It's horrible. Gan Ling was still frightened. Looking for trouble with Leah? Can that group of people really beat Leah? The undead army. Monster Legion. This is a war. Wang Zhan murmured. One treated it as a war, the other didn't. He said again. Is this the necromancer? Gunling smiled bitterly. I was tricked. That monster was definitely tricked. The person who controlled these monsters underestimated Li Ya's strength. Maybe it's not a miscalculation. I just didn't expect it. If they were in that position, would they feel that they were sure to win and that they had the advantage? Plan? Intend? Just run over it. But Li Ya is different. He has definitely made sufficient preparations, and every step should be planned. Icicles exploded in the monster tide. It was a peregrine falcon that had been secretly hiding in the swarm of bees. At this moment, it launched its own attack among the somewhat chaotic group of monsters. Fire. Li gave the next instruction. The bullets were fired with the same curse and cold poison. Under the wave after wave of attacks, eagles and crazy zombies were airdropped behind the monster tide. As soon as it landed, the crazy zombie's eyes turned red. The prosthetic body was instantly loaded to its limit, causing a large number of level 40 monster casualties in just a moment. Fight back! Fight back! Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were bloodshot. What's going on? Why was I beaten so hard that I couldn't fight back? Too fast. Too tight. The entire monster opposition fell into chaos. Jiang Zhenhai thought quickly. Think quickly. Think quickly. What should I do? He wasn't panicking, but his brain was overloaded with information. This is a war. Jiang Zhenhai has lost the initiative. Chapter 1:16. This is wisdom, but we lost the opportunity. It doesn't mean losing. Leah's fierce bombardment did not actually damage the foundation of the monster dynasty. Those bosses. Golden Lion. Jiang Zhenhai shouted. While his words were still being conveyed, there was a new reaction from Leah. A swarm of bees is moving upwards. A swarm of bees rushed forward with increasing noise. The formation changed in an instant. The next second, roar! Lions roar. A huge sonic attack went back into the sky. Exploded. Exploded. A large number of bees were turned into ice flowers by this attack. Ice chips fell like snow. Is this the power of a level 40 boss? A roar. The sky cleared. The drone that seemed to cover the sky and the sun had a big hole roared out of it. An extremely gorgeous fireworks display. Wang Zhan murmured. This blow is enough to make him lose his ability to fight. Even if Leah predicted it, he still couldn't avoid these losses. Gan Ling's eyes were solemn. Were Leah's methods? Before the big lion roared, Leah responded. There is a part. It was indeed caused by the lion's roar. But there is still a part. It was the final sprint, diving down before the roar. Even though he yelled, it still caused harm. How did Leah find out? Gan Ling looked into the distance and could not see Leah's figure at all. He could even see the person who controlled the monster tide. But what about Leah? Where is he? He has such a keen insight into the battle situation. Just look at the comparison between the monster tide and the drone reaction. Modernization. Gatling uttered a word, and an incredibly powerful spirit. Wang Zhan looked at Gatling in confusion. What is this person saying? Why doesn't he understand? Snort. The profession of a reckless man. You're also a reckless man, right? Gatling snorted coldly. Wang Zhan wanted to explode, but he didn't know what to say. I will show my mercy and tell you. Leah said is based on his powerful spirit, and is constructed with different summons to build a combat system. No. Gatling narrowed her eyes. That's the war system. So what? Wang Zhan nodded his head. To be honest, most people won't understand this. Oh, Gatling zuchglet. You. Wang Zhan gritted his teeth. Please speak. Gatling Kai smiled slightly. This thing is useless to us. In a military system, this requires multiple professionals to build a system, but Leah can build it alone. The summoned creatures are Leah's soldiers. Leah is a commander who hides behind the scenes. The enemy can't find his location at all, but he can control the overall situation and make quick judgments. Leah's summons are far beyond his level. This means that there will be many tactical combinations and tactical options. Wang Zhan, yeah. Then what? He still doesn't understand. Fist to fist, hand-to-hand combat. That's what he loves most. What tactical system? I don't understand. This tactical system itself can only be implemented by major powers. Ordinary people, you won't understand this at all. Especially since this is a world of supernatural powers. Most people engage in personality cult. Various competitions. This is what everyone likes. Militarized warfare? People living in big countries generally cannot see it. Or a short report. Will everyone pay attention? Especially young people like Wang Zhan, who have been studying before and had no idea about these things. You'll be facing a well-disciplined army. It can cause maximum casualties at the lowest cost. Like you, others don't need to rely on numerical pressure. All they need are some drones and self-defense cannon fodder to deal with you. After Gatling said this, Wang Zhan finally understood. Is this the reason why Leah is so powerful? It seems that I don't quite understand. The one who didn't understand as much as Wang Zhan was Wang Zhenhai. He was very proud of himself at this time. Do you really think numbers equal strength? True strength lies in this powerful force, an existence that truly transcends ordinary individuals. Look at the majestic golden lion. It obeys his command. This feeling is so wonderful. Click, click, click. What is that? Gatling and Wang Zhan widened their eyes. Before they could take a closer look, several ice missiles came flying towards them. It's too gloomy. Wang Zhan felt a chill. Is this Leah? Echoing his stereotype of the necromancer. This is a tactic. Gatling snorted coldly. Even if you know that the enemy is transforming, but don't interrupt him. As long as he can affect a certain state, you will make a profit. This is a mage. This is wisdom. Especially some modern combat systems and some combat equipment. It is worth learning from. That's the result of years of research by the country. Gatling already had an idea. And what about Leah? These waves were all identified through reconnaissance by the undead raven. This is informatization, especially with Leah's spiritual exploration. We can go further and see the situation at the local core. The next side is the highlight. Leah similet. Loss of a bee colony? For Leah in the field, it was just a sprinkle of water. Even if another round is summoned, Leah still has some energy left. No need. The swarm of bees is to catch the enemy off guard. Looking at the black mass, it is actually the consciousness of powerful brick flying, but it is just the simplest usage. Use with other products. Or, like flowers scattering from the sky. The second one. Leah is fine with small batches and focused operations. But if the quantity is large, Leah will have no way to deal with it. At this time, Jiang Zhenhai, Wang Zhan, and Gatling didn't notice. A group of trucks came quietly to the front of the monster tide. The carriage opened. Pairs of red eyes light up. Crazy zombie starts. A large number of undead retreated collectively, and compared to the undead, flesh and blood bodies were more attractive to these zombies. The beast is out. Lia similet kurukedli. Did Bing Ling interrupt Jiang Zhenhai? Yes and no. It will be fine as long as it can have some impact on Jiang Zhenhai. The main thing is to distract their attention. The core commander of the monster tide is Jiang Zhenhai. Those bosses still have a certain degree of autonomy, but most of the monsters are crazy. So, isn't this a good opportunity? Let that group of big killers go in and kill as many people as possible, eliminating a large number of local manpower. Leah. In the white fog, Jiang Zhenhai roared. You just do some little tricks? A monster-like figure slowly emerged from it. Mysterious inscriptions, in 9 colors, are arranged on its body. The giant hand waved. A giant deer stood up and opened its scarlet eyes. Chapter 117, Return the Money. What is that? Wang Zhan and Gatling opened their mouths wide. Half human, half monster? The answer is already obvious. The Abyss Cult. What is Leah known for? Kill the Abyss Cultists. This incident completely brought Leah to the public in Tianhai City. This moment, countless thoughts flashed through my mind. All kinds of speculation. Leah Lui Dao, Lu Shandao, Dazzling Guild, and Abyss Cult. What is the relationship between these? It seems like there's some thread connecting these together, but when you look closely, it feels messy. What's going on? Wang Zhan murmured. A terrible idea popped into his head. Is this copy going to go wrong? He had a bad feeling in his heart. The same is true for Gatling. Killing Leah and blocking the live broadcast can also solve the problem by finding some excuses and paying some price. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Mu City's direct retaliation? That's also unlikely. Officials do have some concerns. If the Dazzling Guild pays enough, this matter will be over. It didn't work. They have excuses too. There's still a price to pay. After all, he didn't do it personally, so he has an excuse anyway. But what about the cult of the Abyss? Especially those who saw that guy transform. Can I still leave this copy? Gatling said slowly. It's okay for Leah to win. If we lose, it will be a bloodbath. Just as they expected. Isn't it completely cold here? Looking at the empty plane, the contestants were stunned. What is going on? Is the game over? Am I left in here? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But what about the door? Just like that, it's gone. The scene outside also completely disappeared. That's what's going on. Isn't this exciting? Can you win? RNM. Give me back. No. What did you organizers do? The audience was in an uproar. It's similar online. I've already prepared the popcorn, and you tell me there's no picture. Please, I want the picture. Leah versus Monster Tide. Tang Tang is discontinued. I think this is just to build momentum for Leah. Hida. And he has great wisdom. I think you're the fools. Even the White Eagle Nation hasn't produced such a genius. How can Leah be so strong? Oh, Hada. Funny. It makes you laugh. When this person said this, the topic went straight off track. After all, no money was spent, and even if it was gone, only a small number of people would want to see the follow-up as soon as possible. Most people don't care that much. In the inner room, it still happened. The representative of Shanghai sighed. Go appease the audience first. If necessary, use some tricks. The Haitian representative explained. Besides, he thought about it and continued. Put all the blame for what's happening now on the Blade Wolf Guild. If those people want to cause trouble, then they can go to Dazzling Guild and release a statement online, putting the blame on Dazzling. Finished. The representative's eyes lit up. Understood. There was an accident during the Xianbai competition, but we also had a traitor. That Dazzling Guild is so evil. It's all the Dazzling Guild's fault. Our representatives have been deceived and harmed by evil people. Not to mention, subsequent possible division. This must be done under the banner of justice. Although Dazzling Guild has cleared out its inventory, who knows if they still have any left? Wait for those representatives to go out. Only the 2 representatives of Shanghai and Haitian are left. Did you expect this? Haitian looked at Shanghai. Certainly. There's just no evidence. Time was very tight, and Lu Shandao himself was also decisive and made some mistakes in judgment. The Shanghai representative said, It seems there's a variable. The Haitian representative gave a bitter smile. The 2 said in unison, The Abyss Cult. There's definitely the influence of the Abyss Cult behind this. Without any hesitation. Lu Shandao, they are so familiar with him. The presidents of the first 2 associations all have some background and are supported by their families. And Lu Shandao is a civilian. A commoner who is not outstanding at all in the past was able to reach his current position step by step. Do you think he is worthy of being studied? There are no external forces. Does Lu Shandao dare? I just don't dare. That's why he has been the vice president for so many years. The president is a disciple of the family and had long been sidelined in this process. but he is still the president. This is the card that the family needs to put forward. The family didn't want to say that they had lost control of the guild. Adding Lu Shandao could indeed bring them benefits, and after struggling a few more times, they gave in. No way. The family itself is an alternative guild. Lu Shandao used some tricks to win over a group of people to speak up for him. The family started fighting among themselves. There's no core character. Decline is also natural. Can you believe that there is no Lu Shandao behind this? That's it. Lu Shandao is valued by many people. The identity of a civilian means having no background. In the eyes of some people, this identity is definitely a good one. And Lu Shandao is very smart. Survive in the cracks. Through various means, step by step to today, Dazzling Guild has become the third guild in Tianhai City. And the first two. It's not something he can shake. Haitian and Shanghai have a transcendent status in Tianhai City. It is the white glove of the top wealthy family and a place for family disciples to gain experience. The relationship behind it is quite complicated. They have close ties with the government, have a first-mover advantage, and possess many resources. Original. The Dazzling Guild gradually developed the same foundation as them. There used to be 2 major guilds. Later it became 3 major guilds. This already shows how terrifying the Dazzling Guild is. It seems so now. I'm afraid Lu Shandao is going to go in another direction. I hope he is okay. The Shanghai representative side. Once something happens, someone needs to pay the price for the demigod behind Leah. Then it could be them. Why? If I had known this earlier, I would have gone in earlier. Plain of 10,000 beasts. Roar. The huge beast roared, resounding through heaven and earth. Today, Leah, you can only die. The deer man shouted. The 9 colored patterns on the body emit light. 9 color blessings. Feel my blessing. Like a miracle, the deer man opened his arms. All monsters receive blessings. He was originally seriously injured and dying, but is slowly recovering. Those who were originally in good health are now seeing their values improve. The group release is even increased by 50%. Leah's face was full of surprise. So strong. Even though he killed a lot of monsters, there's still a lot of monsters left. That's all. Jiang Zhenhai actually just spent a lot of energy. That's right. In this way, Jiang Zhenhai was exhausted. Fortunately, Chapter 1, 18 Mushroom Cloud. That curse helped him a lot. The curses lurking in the monsters' bodies had already begun to slowly erode them. Leah also learned about the blessing. What about curses versus blessings? No one would have thought that he had such a skill. If not, I'm afraid. Leah lukit embarasit. It's going to be a little harder. It will be a little more difficult. For Leah, simply improving the numerical value just requires a little more effort. Blessings are not invincible. This will generally subside over time. Want eternal blessings? There must be restrictions. If there are no restrictions, it means you are strong enough. If you bless the master, you can bless him forever, even once a day. Then this profession is definitely not an auxiliary profession. This is simply a top-notch resource. Permanent improvement. What concept? If it can be stacked, it would be even more incredible. Plus early awakening. Start blessing yourself early, and when the college entrance examination comes, what a monster it will be. The longer the time, the stronger its power. There's almost no bottleneck. Let's get back to the topic. He was originally planning to give Jiang Zhenhai a big blow. Those ice chips, those explosions. Is it really meaningless? This is accumulation. He only has the undead transformation curse, but different undead curses are slightly different. All cause the transformation of the undead, but there are some subtle differences in its composition. Like a virus, under different environments, there will be a certain degree of variation. One mutation is nothing, but there are so many? I don't know if it's because of the toxicity, but the manifestation of his curse is more like a virus. There will also be certain mutations among monsters. It all adds up. Once it breaks out together with the cold poison. If he didn't want this group of undead, he could even use corpse explosion and ice explosion. And the effect of undead transformation. Even though it only transforms the undead, it is essentially a spell of death. Causes serious harm to living organisms. What would happen if you used undead transformation on a living person? Corruption of flesh and blood. Life is withering. It can cause damage without transforming into undead. Take action. Jiang Zhenhai took a short rest, looking at the crazy zombies slaughtering in the distance. Even if the monsters were blessed, they could only provide a slight resistance. It's time. We can't wait any longer. The bosses are starting to get impatient. Roar. Various roars were heard. Those dozen huge monsters rushed directly over. Golden lion, giant rock elephant, black water rhino, Decepticon, shadow leopard, green python, firefox, flame ox. Flame, plant, water flow, dirt and rocks. There are also their powerful physical stats and the buffs of blessings. The giant rock elephant flicked its trunk. The nose wrapped in rock armor smashed the crazy zombie to pieces. The golden lion's claws shone with golden light, and the black water rhino rushed forward. A moment. The battlefield has completely changed. The numbers are still a little off. Lia Seekit. Boss panel. Plus level 40 attributes and blessings. Crazy zombies are not what the opponent should be. But it doesn't mean. Crazy zombies are the ones that are mowed down. These crazy zombies have already reached the end of their lives. One of the crazy zombies' strongest. After a few seconds of activation. Just activated, many functions are starting up. Just a few seconds later. Don't underestimate these few seconds. After the crazy zombie is activated, these few seconds will feel very long due to its speed. Boom! Good luck is coming. Sprint. Sprint. Military trucks charged towards the bosses. Then the crazy zombies in the rear carriage rushed out and left scars on the boss's body in just a few seconds. Skeleton knights shuttled across the battlefield, relying on its mobility and the high power of the shotgun. One shot. Bullets with blue flames can cause heavy damage to the enemy. Peregrine falcons flew across the battlefield. The eagle continued to drop, occasionally helping some undead escape from the battlefield. The melee begins. Swarms of drones, launching sneak attacks. What is this? Stuck. Gatling's face was full of confusion. How? Wang Zhan looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Those bosses are really strong, but Lia's summons don't seem to be that strong. He asked doubtfully. Sure enough, that's all you know. Gatling sneered twice. Didn't you notice? Those bosses have slowed down in killing Lia's summons. He hit the nail on the head. Wang Zhan looked again. It's true, so don't underestimate those summons. Gatling continued. Didn't you notice? Those monsters have more and more ice blue dots on their bodies. Wang Zhan looked again. It seems to be true. What is that? Who knows? Perhaps this is Lia's backup plan. Suddenly, the vast area suddenly shrank. Li can't hold on? Impossible. Wang Zhan hadn't finished speaking yet. Then a raven of the dead, an eagle, suddenly took off into the sky, with a small ice blue ball hanging below it. What is that? Gatling sensed it slightly and showed a look of horror on his face. Get down, he shouted hurriedly. The ice ball fell down recklessly, and the negative energy compressed to the extreme exploded with a loud bang. Huge impact. The entire 10,000 beast plane is shaking. Rolling white fog. It was like a wave sweeping across the city or a catastrophe that destroyed the world. Gatling hit in time. He also added defense to himself. And what about Wang Zhan? He was a beat slow to react, and half of his body was covered with frost. Cold. He shivered and spoke tremblingly. Energy bomb. Gatling was still frightened. He didn't react in time, and his fate was definitely much worse than Wang Zhan's. A gray, white, and blue mushroom cloud slowly rose. Everywhere you look is covered with a layer of white frost, and those that are close are frozen. Waited for half a minute. The aftermath of this incident slowly dissipated. The two felt the air around them gathering in a certain direction. The ice has dissipated? Wang Zhan opened his mouth. Not only the ice on his body, but also the white frost on the ground, and the plants that had turned into ice sculptures all turned into blue air currents, gathering towards the sea like big rivers. Field. Taking shape again. The entire battlefield was in a mess. Click, click, click. A giant deer broke through the ice. More than a dozen bosses also shook their bodies and struggled out of the ice. Are they all dead? Jiang Zhenhai couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe what he saw. All gone. His army of beasts was gone in a short time. Lia, you deserve to die. He roared. The eyes of those bosses were also filled with hatred. Next second, something exploded inside them. The frozen monsters around suddenly exploded. The earth shook and the sky was shaking. Jiang Zhenhai and the others were once again enveloped by the explosion. Chapter 119 is over. It's too gloomy. Wang Zhan's eyes almost popped out. Is this a systematic battle? He looked at Gatling, who was silent. It's indeed shady. After a while, he nodded in agreement. The cold wave passed by them again, and Gatling and Wang Zhan clearly felt the temperature drop a lot. I'm afraid it's not just them. The entire copy. The temperature has dropped a lot because of this battle. It's so scary. Is this the mage's fighting style? Wang Zhan asked Gatling. This time, he has changed his opinion on the profession of mage. No, it should be Liya. Gatling looked unhappy. He can't be so sinister. One bad buckle and one bad buckle, and be extremely cautious. You can learn it. Liya's idea is worth learning from. Wang Zhan looked at Gatling lost in thought and felt a chill on his back. Why do I feel a chill on my back? He just stuck his head out and looked into the distance. Is it over? This battle really opened his eyes. He is one of the top students in #1 high school, but his family is not among the top students in the school. His strength has not been developed to its full potential. But Wang Zhan still believed that he was definitely a genius in Tianhai City. You can see Liya. Genius? Who is he? Liya is like this. What about the other geniuses in Yinxia? Those true geniuses, even if they are a little worse than Liya, are definitely not too far behind. Especially family life is not simple. If they were trained with those resources and had the same talent as Liya, how terrifying would these people be? At this time, Liya breathed in and out. The breath of death was secretly launched just now. The monsters that were killed were quickly transformed into undead creatures, even if it was blown to pieces by the ice explosion. But in the field, everything is possible. Beside him, undead skeleton monsters were reforming around him. Liya wiped the sweat off his face. This is an extreme operation. At the moment of the undead transformation, stabilize their souls, and then use the domain to recondense their bodies, and then return the spiritual fire to their original state. They've just become skeletons. The undead are not necessarily skeletons. Maybe zombies and so on. There are quite a lot of categories of undead creatures and undead creatures. Liya manipulated him. Then they will all turn into skeletons. The only thing, those blessings became curses and remained. That's right. Curses and blessings collide, and a little accident happens. Turn blessings into curses. 9-color curse, permanent. Increase all attributes by 10%. The power of the undead will corrode your body. Eternal curse. The transformation into undead itself is considered permanent. As for the negative effects, you're already a ghost, so why are you afraid of having your body eroded by the power of the ghost? Isn't it funny? This negative effect might be a different kind of blessing. Nothing can be seen for the time being. Do all this. Even Liya, who was in such high spirits, still felt mentally tired. As long as there is a pillow, I will lie down. A pair of eyelids were twitching. There's no way. The previous nuclear explosion in the field and the operation of recondensing the body all required Liya to consume a lot of energy. Is it over? Liya calmed himself down and rubbed his temples. Very tired. This was the first time he felt so tired. My body is fine, but my spirit can't hold on any longer. Liya was really surprised this time. He's still alive? I can't believe it. After these 2 explosions, Jiang Zhenhai was still alive and able to move. Take a closer look. There are a few bosses with weak breath around. I see. Are you relying on those bosses to resist? I'm afraid there are other means. A small number of the dozen or so bosses died, but most of them were dying with the cold poison and undead transformation in their bodies gradually taking effect. It doesn't take long. These bosses can become his undead souls. In Jiang Zhenhai, the deer man's body was covered with wounds, some of which revealed bones, and blood was flowing from his mouth. Miserable. It's horrible. A pair of hateful eyes. The hatred is overwhelming. Why did it become like this? The direction of things. It shouldn't be. What went wrong? He had clearly prepared all the necessary equipment, but still ended up like this. He didn't even see Liya. In this army of beasts, I should have the advantage. An army of beasts. He is the only one left. The remaining few bosses are about to die. There was no way he could recover at this point. He was just a level 40 blessing master. How could he save these monsters without much luck? He can survive. It was all thanks to those monsters and his enlightenment. Use your own blessing to permanently weaken it and achieve a super blessing. Only then could he survive. I just survived, and my condition is not very good. As long as you can move. He still has hope. Continue fighting with Liya. He is not a fool. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to resist. Escape. As long as you escape, there is still hope. Lu Shandao has probably already started to act. Just escape. As long as we buy time, he will definitely come back for revenge. His mind was full of thoughts of escape, and the opportunity would be created by himself. Lia, you wouldn't have thought of that. That's my escape route. Again, Wang Zhan and Gatling looked into the distance. There are actually quite a few monsters rushing towards this side. It's already like this. Do you still want to continue fighting? Wang Zhan was impressed by the man's courage. If it were him, it's like this, I might as well wait for death. No, can't wait to die. Wouldn't that turn Lia into an undead? Just commit suicide. This is actually the best solution. What's the use of having so many monsters? Your most elite army of monsters was beaten into this state and was plotted to death by Lia. In terms of overall strength. The monster is slightly stronger. That person doesn't know how to play at all. For Gatling, this is the huge gap between the commanders on both sides. A crushing defeat at the IQ level. Those monster bosses haven't even shown their power yet. If you train well, if the monsters can be slightly coordinated, their strength will definitely change dramatically, and even that person may take it a little more seriously and be more cautious. It won't turn out like this. Defeat. The two purest words, defeat. Lia's losses were all self-destructive, cannon fodder, and consumable undead. Those who fired guns, rode motorcycles, and drove trucks suffered quite a lot of losses. Some of it was friendly fire. There's also a part of the troops that are always sneaking around to finish off the enemy. It is equivalent to the core troops not being damaged, but only a large amount of material was lost. For an army, it is just a decline in combat effectiveness. Is this serious? Those drones and cybermaniacs, give Lee some time. It is possible to recover. But that guy might want to... Chapter 1, 20 copy mutation. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Then I saw the monster rushing towards the undead. Just at this moment, the deer man shook off the corpse beside him and shrank quickly in a short time. Escape in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Ember. Lia kalit softly. Jin pulled the trigger, and a bullet went through his brain. Undead transformation broke out again. Li. Yeah. This was the last sound he made. The entire body was being rapidly transformed in a short period of time, and vitality quickly turned into undead energy. He's dead. It came back to life as a ghost. 9-colored deer man. Occupation. Curse master. Conversion completed. A monster like a Wendigo appeared. The flesh and blood on its body did not completely melt away, but turned into a skinny body with darker, 9-colored lines on its body. The entire deer head was only covered with skin. Really? Gatling Siket. Lia has such a plan and also has that special reconnaissance ability. How could he not notice? He has no backup plan. It's completely over. The earth is shaking. What is going on? Wang Zhan and Gatling both had a bad feeling. Lu Shandao. It must be Lu Shandao. The entire copy was shaking. This is different from Lia's nuclear explosion. It seems like something is pressing on the copy. Look, the sky. Gatling looked up at the sky with a look of horror on his face. Wang Zhan also looked up. What is this? Today Wang Zhan's head is full of questions. This is outrageous. Everything that happened today impacted his cognition. In the sky, that is a reflection of another world. It's like chaos, like the starry sky, or maybe an unknown world. It seems to open its big mouth. Get ready for the next bite. On the ground, countless blood-colored energies were emitting faint light. The plane of 10,000 beasts is also approaching that world. This was done by someone with copy permissions. Gatling looked desperate. What are you doing? I thought that things would take a turn for the better and I could survive. Unexpectedly, this time it's completely over. Lu Shandao is a veteran strongman in Tianhai City and is not someone that you can touch. And that person can transform into half-human, half-monster. What about Lu Shandao? And that bloody energy? What is it exactly? What role did it play in this process? Is it over? Wang Zhan asked blankly. Lia, can you save us again? Li was also staring blankly at the sky at this time. I saw. He seemed to be passing through the sky and seeing the scene of that world. He saw Lu Shandao, see the members of the Dazzling Guild. They all stood on an altar, and that world was a huge world made up of many copies. Now, they want to swallow up the plains of beasts. What to do? First, Lia panicked for the first time. This was far beyond his ability, and he couldn't think of a solution. That's beyond the scope. Leah withdrew his gaze and rubbed his eyebrows. Do I have to fight my way out of that world? Leah didn't panic. He still has a way out. His connection with the Valley of the Dead has not been severed. Unless Lu Shandao was able to completely integrate this copy and become a master of these copies. Or it is the master of the plane of 10,000 beasts. Is this possible? Tianhai City is very difficult. Leah can leave, but he can't take the spoils with him. Leah is not in good condition. If you're in good condition, you can still do this. But now, Leah can't do it. Struggle? Can. What can we do? The monsters summoned by Jiang Zhenhai are being quickly eliminated. And, Leah looked back. The spider egg began to siphon, and the blood-colored energy was being absorbed quickly. There seems to be some hope. Leah was slightly stunned. The spider eggs were like a bottomless pit. A large amount of blood-colored energy was absorbed, but no special changes were seen. The more it absorbs, and the faster it absorbs. Even Wang Zhan and Gan Ling noticed the changes. Is it Leah? Wang Zhan showed a glimmer of hope. Don't think about it. Gan Ling sighed and sat on the stone bench, spreading his legs and putting his hands down. It's done. It's really set. If it was Lu Shandao who led his men to attack, he would probably still trust Leah. But this is a contest on a higher level. What is the use of Leah's power? He can still control it. Does this belong to the Dazzling Guild's copy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Let's wait and see if there's a chance. Now it's just a waste of effort. Why? Wang Zhan also sighed. He still has a good impression of Leah. He admires the strong, and the field also helps him. In the heart, Leah is mysterious and powerful, able to do things beyond common sense. Even though Gan Ling said so, Wang Zhan still believed it. Maybe. Zhan Lia succeed. The monster was defeated and began to transform into the undead. Leah looked at the spider eggs in front of him. After the last monster transformed into an undead, he seemed to sense something. This is copy. That's right. That strange vision just now was given to him by the copy. I have a connection with the copy. Leah's face was full of confusion. What happened? That's right. Leah thought of monsters and the Valley of the Dead. For the copy, monsters are important, and he transformed this into undead. And with the addition of the domain, he was equivalent to having the authority over part of the copy. There's still hope. Leah assimilet crookedly. It's so scary. Is this my luck? Just like Uncle E, at certain moments, his life went smoothly. Just like the protagonist. If it were in the real world, Leah might have questioned it. But this is an extraordinary world. Is it fate that favors you? Perhaps. Leah had some guesses, which might require further verification. The other side. The plains of 10,000 beasts actually put up resistance. Lu Shandao, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them, his eyes full of surprise. Leah. He thought of it immediately. But how is this possible? He would rather believe that it was Jiang Zhenhai's doing. At this time, the demiplane they controlled had already consumed a lot of copies and wanted to continue. That requires the plains of 10,000 beasts. This one is a special copy. No, the subsequent risks are too great. This is the plane fragment that Lu Shandao's body helped him find. Just a small piece. But it has always been his hope. And the Abyss cult helped him complete the last piece of the puzzle. It is this altar now, the plane fragment that can help him absorb the copy to grow, and he is the master of that plane fragment. Once completed, he will become the lord of the demiplane. Demigod. They will all wave at him. And the plains of 10,000 beasts is an important piece of the puzzle. But now, something unexpected happened. Then swallow it forcefully. Chapter 121, The Furious Lu Shandao. So what if you get permission? The spatial positions are already close. At this time, you can't just refuse. Jiang Zhenhai and Leo are both good. You can't stop me. Lu Shandao gave a sinister sneer. But he didn't notice. A figure came silently to the location of the plane fragment. But Lu Shandao seemed not to notice. Everyone present turned a blind eye. This strange scene just happened like this. Swallow it. Lu Shandao issued an order. Plane of 10,000 beasts. Grass. If soft tactics don't work, let's try hard, right? Leah was convinced. He is not the master of the copy of the plains of 10,000 beasts. He obtains certain temporary permissions through the monsters transformed into undead. If you want permanent permissions, Leah needs to spend time to convert these temporary permissions into permanent permissions. Now the words. It's too late. Even with those permissions, he can't do anything. Its authority has not exceeded 50%. Lu Shandao probably has about 30% of the authority, which will also become an obstacle for Leah. Are you leaving? Leah is ready to run away. The other side is ready to use force. In the process, when we return to the Valley of the Dead, I am afraid some accidents will happen. Just at this moment. Can there be a sudden turnaround? Leah's eyes widened. He was shocked by himself. He seemed to have become the master of the plains of beasts, but how did he achieve it? They're spider eggs. The spider egg is the real master of the plain of beasts, and Leah is its owner. So he is also the lord of the plain of 10,000 beasts. And the instincts of the 10,000 beasts plain took over. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Leah actually gained 100% authority. Have I really become a copy master? Outrageous. It's just outrageous. He originally wanted to avoid the spotlight for a while. Now, still have to force the edge. You give Lu Dayo. Want a copy? Then can't I just take the copy with me? That's right. As someone with 100% authority and also the master of the copy, he can move the copy at will. Even hide the copy on yourself. The next moment, Gatling, who was giving up, Wang Zhan, who still had hope, and those who were staring blankly at the sky and looking at the evacuation point, all had their eyes blurred. This is... Observe your surroundings. Gatling widened her eyes. Isn't this the contestant room? Are we back? He looked at Wang Zhan. There's also a group of people who don't understand the situation. We're out. I survived. This can't be a dream. Those guilds must give us an explanation. Some are confused, some are happy, some are bewildered, and some are angry. Many people are ready to die. Wang Zhan's back was still covered in cold sweat, and his heart was still uneasy. Where's Leah? He asked quietly beside Gatling. Gatling bolted. There. Wang Zhan looked over and saw that Leah was standing in the same place where Leah used to stand in the contestant room. Expression is calm. I saw that he was one step behind us. Gatling said at this time. A step late? Wang Zhan withdrew his gaze and exchanged a glance with Gatling. The astonishment in his heart could not be expressed in words, and his pupils were trembling slightly. Is it him? It must be him. Wang Zhan didn't believe that they would come back for no reason. But how is it done? He didn't think about it, because this kind of thing happened too many times to Leah. The same is true for Gatling. Leah's methods are so mysterious. He was very skeptical. Is Leah really a commoner? Or maybe Leah is no longer a civilian now. What Leah showed was amazing. Even if it is a goal, you don't know how to achieve it, and there is no trace at all. Is this a civilian? Considering how perverted Leah is, there should be a big shot who will take a fancy to him. Gatling hit the mark unexpectedly. I actually guessed Leah's current identity. This identity, it's no secret among the upper echelons of Tianhai City. If Lao he hadn't wanted to make a big move, Leah's identity would probably have been known to most people. A younger generation of demigod. That's it. People in Tianhai City are not someone they can mess with. Lee was slightly surprised. They should have guessed something. How could these two spectators not be noticed by Leah? But there is a powerful enemy ahead. These two seem to be just watching the fight, so Leah ignored them. It seems so now. They should have guessed something. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need to be too secretive about certain things. Even if I guess some, they definitely think about the real situation. Even he couldn't believe it. Was the matter resolved just like that? Look at the little ball inside your body. That is the 10,000 Beasts Plains dungeon. I participated in a competition and picked up a copy. Huge profit. There are other gains, which Lee has not yet listed. He was too tired at this time. The only thing I can think of is, what expression would Lu Shandao have? Lu Shan's eyes were about to burst. Where's my copy? What if I have such a big copy? Just like that, it disappeared before his eyes. Am I hallucinating? He smiled miserably. Without the plains of 10,000 beasts, what would happen to his plan? Is it Jiang Zhenhai or Lia? They are both a nuisance. They should all be killed. Regret. Deep regret. If it was Jiang Zhenhai, it would be fine. But if it was Lia, Lu Shandao was about to have a mental breakdown. A guy whom he didn't even take seriously actually dealt a destructive blow to his plan. President, shall we continue? The other guild members also opened their eyes one by one. We can't stop. Lu Shandao said coldly. Do you really think the ceremony comes without cost? Once turned on, it's impossible to stop. Let's bet. Keep devouring. I believe we can make it to the end. A small copy of 10,000 beasts will not affect us. Although my heart is bleeding, I still need to calm people's hearts. Lu Shandao had no choice. If a large number of people are shaken, it will completely end his hopes. Yes, President, we will succeed. The members are still full of confidence. Because why? Lu Shandao himself did not mention any specific plans, and he was also under the influence of the Wolf King. They're always wild. Lia, it's still Jiang Zhenhai. We will settle this account sooner or later. I believe this day will not be too long. Tianhai City. Fail. The man in black robe asked the woman next to him. It worked. That person successfully entered the dungeon, but failed to absorb the beast from the plains of 10,000 beasts. All other plans went smoothly. A pair of scarlet eyes with circle-shaped pupils. The woman just watched. It's as if I'm passing through the void and seeing the scene over there. That's good. If that person could be resurrected. Chapter 122, the selection is over. Yes, the Abyss cult will be great again. Finished. The two disappeared again. They just came to see if the plan was going well. If not, they don't mind using some coercion. The entire venue. No one knew that these two people had been here. Only the representatives were delighted. They did nothing, and the people came back on their own. Dead people? That was just bad luck. It was also the fault of Dazzling Guild and Lu Shandao. Their guild representatives tried their best, but the enemy's methods were too unsolvable. Even if you operated, they have done something meritorious. Despite the obstruction of Dazzling Guild and Lu Shandao, they were still able to hold the selection competition perfectly. Isn't this a win? The Shanghai representative glanced around. Leah is still here? That's fine. Otherwise. But how is the matter resolved? The end of this event was not the automatic opening of the copy, which allowed so many contestants to come back. Instead, the contestants suddenly appeared. Where's the copy door? Or disappeared? Is Lu Shandao so kind? All the extra people should be sent out, even if it's a little more rational. Who knows what kind of information these people have obtained? The behavior of Lu Shandao and Dazzling Guild can be said to be extremely bad and can be reported nationwide. They were going to do it. It is impossible not to consider these. Lu Shandao is not a straw bag, but a hungry wolf disguised as a dog in normal times. Rule out this possibility. So, someone caused everything that happened now. Lia, this was his only choice. All contestants have done some background checks. This was like a big interview. There was no way they could have done some preparation. Once these people join the guild, I have been a member of the guild almost all my life. There are very few changes to guilds, either because of restrictions on development or because of profit-driven reasons. But this is a minority. For most people, their entire lives are spent struggling in the small pool of the guild. Do you really think everyone is a pervert like Leah? Even for someone like Gatling, without any special adventures, it would be difficult to grow to the limit of Tianhai City. This is determined by the overall resources of Tianhai City. Wang Zhan may be able to go further. I'm already 18 years old, so I should find a guild to make a transition. In essence, this type of person is looking for an investor. Allow them to make further progress in the remaining time and achieve better results in the college entrance examination. This type of thing can easily yield good returns. These are their personal connections, which are of great help to the guild. Mountains, sea, and sky. They are Tianhai's largest angel investors. Certainly, their requirements are much more stringent than those of the official Tianhai Guild, and they will customize contracts based on the investors. Anyway, they won't lose. There are far fewer official restrictions and requirements. That's getting off topic. Only Leah has a demigod backer, which can rule out other options. Only demigods. Only then can this crisis be resolved. Could it be the trump card that the demigod gave to Leah? Who knows? Demigod. That is something that ordinary people cannot even touch. The world's top strength. Any connection needs to be treated with caution. This is a demigod. Leah will probably be a person in another world soon. Leah's talent itself is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, not to mention that he has a demigod as his backer. Representatives from various guilds comforted the contestants. We will give an explanation for this incident and provide certain compensation. The Haitian representative apologized sincerely. The contestants quieted down when they heard about the compensation. That's a deal. A few people were muttering, afraid that others couldn't hear them. Haitian patted his chest and promised. It will be fine. representatives of mountains and seas. This is what we can guarantee. For such a big matter, if you don't give us an explanation, we won't be able to argue with you. After these two people made the promise, those people calmed down a little. Compensation is definitely a good thing. What they fear most is that these people want to cover up their mouths, not reward them, or even target them. How many people with strong backgrounds are there? If it's really strong, others don't need to participate in the trials at all. Come in when you want to, leave when you want to. The guild is their home, and their home is the guild. They still have to join the union. There is huge room for maneuver in this matter. These contestants actually need the help of these guilds, unless they are willing to go far away or stop in Tianhai City. Noisy, just to negotiate terms. It's nice to be compensated. This is far higher than these people's psychological expectations. Some people just want to get some preferential treatment when joining the guild. There's compensation. Or if the compensation is promised by the other party himself, that would be even better. As for how much, aren't they really afraid that the other party will make things difficult for them? Those who have been able to hold on until now are not bad in strength, and there is a high probability that they will be able to join the guild. After all, there are big and small ones. For some guilds, that's enough. For example, if Leah came to their guild, could their guild bear it? Okay. The Shanghai representative clapped his hands, causing some of the people discussing to quiet down. This time, the trials have ended early. We'll have a day off tomorrow, and the ring competition will begin the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Shanghai and Haitian left. They also need to give an explanation to the internet and the audience. Is that Mao curse? Wang Zhan looked surprised. This guy was lying on top, covered in blood. If it weren't for his chest still rising and falling, one would probably have thought he was dead. Healing profession is here. If you have any questions, please ask them immediately. Several people in white coats rushed in. One comes. Then I saw Mao Zhu. Without saying a word, he put him on a stretcher and covered him with a cloth. It was originally hanging on the body. There was a slight deviation due to the wind. It just happened to cover Mao Zhu's face. Several people in white coats were in a hurry and didn't care about these trivial matters at all. They picked up Mao Zhu and left. Wang Zhan just watched all this quietly. The person is still alive, but he has been gone for a while. If it was carried out like this, it would inevitably be seen by some people, especially some of Leeuwenhoek's guys. Wait until he wakes up. Maybe that's when we learn of his death. Wang Zhan found it funny when he thought of that scene. But who hurt that guy like that? Also, it doesn't seem like it was caused externally, but rather caused internal injuries. Wang Zhan's question was answered by a voice. It's Leah. He cursed Leah, and Leah cursed him back. Wang Zhan looked back and saw a tall man with a righteous look on his face. Thank you for your grace. That annoying guy. I didn't expect you to be second. What about the first one? Leah. Chapter 123, Xie Xing'an's thoughts. Leah. Wang Zhan nodded. So how many points does he have? He asked the question he wanted to ask most. Almost 1 million. Xie Xing'an's eyes dimmed slightly, and he said a general number. What about mine? 5,000 points. After Xie Xing'an finished speaking, Wang Zhan also fell silent. He even felt that Lia's points might be too few. Aren't those level 40 monsters all calculated as level 30? Level 30 monster, 30 points. There are tens of thousands of them somewhere, so that would be 300,000. And those bosses. There are also hundreds of level 30 bosses, which means 500,000. Add the two together. It's close to 1 million. In that war, even a level 30 boss was only slightly better than an ordinary level 40 monster. In the game, that is a super soldier. Is it strong? Powerful. But for those who truly dominate the battlefield, it is just a small monster that dies when caught in the battle and is slightly difficult to kill, especially the nuclear explosion. The strengthened level 40 monsters were blown to the point of being on the verge of death. Not to mention anything else. This is pure lethality. It is easy for humans to launch attacks that far exceed their own strength because they can use the power of their brains. Did you see it? Xie Xing'an suddenly asked. You figured it out? Wang Zhan asked back. Yes, you were nearby at that time. Did Liu really win that battle? Did Liu truly triumph amidst that overwhelming tide of beasts? Xie Xing'an's words trembled slightly, and his hands were clenched tightly. Huge gap in comparison. He was like a wild dog, but Liu was able to defeat him. This is a huge gap. It's like an insurmountable gap. As someone who came out early, he witnessed the battle with his own eyes. Right? It's a battle. It wasn't a fight at all. Both sides had a scale of more than 10,000 people, and fighting was everywhere. Who would have thought? This was caused by a professional who had not yet broken through level 30. None of the hundreds of contestants could compare to the monsters killed by Liya alone. He won. He calculated everything. We didn't even see Liya. He was just behind the scenes and won the final victory. Gatling came over and interrupted. Is that so? Xie Shinjin digested it silently. Is this Liya's strength? Fortunately, Liya is a necromancer. No matter how special he is still restrained by him, and his physical fitness will not be too strong. As for Liya, he relied on his physical strength to defeat those playboys. What does that mean? There's a world of difference between him and those people. Xie Shinjin must consider whether this is his only chance. Defeat Liya. It is equivalent to defeating the beast tide. Although it was a substitution of concepts, he felt that it would make him feel more comfortable. As long as I can defeat Liya, then everything will be different. He firmly believed it. Looking at Xie Shinjin's leaving back, Gatling sneered twice. How? Gatling, do you hate him too? Wang Zhan asked doubtfully. That guy has some unrealistic ideas. Gatling looked like he was enjoying the show. What is that guy going to do? Wang Zhan still didn't understand. That guy probably wants to challenge Liya. Wang Zhan opened his mouth wide. Who has the guts to challenge Liya? Anyway, he didn't have it. During the ring match, with the venue restrictions and professional restraint, he felt he had a chance. Gatling explained, crossing his arms. After all, he is almost 10 years older than these people. It's still thanks to the paladin, Shengyin, that he's not very good at hiding his emotions. How could he not see it? Do you really think it is easy to not show any emotion when you're happy or angry? Most people can't do it. This is true even if you're already very old. How could he think he had a chance? Even if it's a ring match, it's not just a few meters away. That's not that big. Wang Zhan put himself in his shoes. Countless drones are attacking, and those rows of undead infantry opened fire. Can he get close? After being able to move a few meters, it was directly sent flying backwards by the impact of the gun, and then the drone exploded. Beat? Fight. There's almost no chance of winning. Not to mention the method Liya used to kill that man in the end. Stealthy and powerful. A fatal blow. Can he withstand it? Not to mention that Liya also has such a perverted ability as domain, even if this ability may have some limitations. If he was right next to Liya, there might still be some chances. Even at close range, do you think Liya is unprepared? Gatling sneered twice. He's an extremely cautious person. He knew his own weaknesses, but he had no preparation at all. Yes. After all, Liya is so smart. Substitute in Liya's shoes. Wang Zhan felt that Liya had definitely taken precautions. And Xie Shinjin, who probably saw that Liya was not in good condition. Gatling raised his chin in one direction. Wang Zhan looked over again. Liya was drowsy at this time. His face was very pale, and he seemed like he was about to fall asleep at any time. I'm afraid some people think that we were able to get out because Liya paid a price. This is an opportunity for Xie Shinjin. If he misses, he should understand that he may never be able to defeat Liya in his lifetime. Gatling told the story slowly and leisurely. Really, Liya paid a huge price for us? Wang Zhan's eyes were a little moist, and he was deeply moved. Think about Liya's character. Gatling interrupted Wang Zhan's fantasy coldly. What are you thinking about? I think it's just excessive mental exhaustion. He may have paid some price, but he probably also gained a lot of benefits. Wang Zhan wanted to say something, but Gatling interrupted him. Don't forget, there's still one day left until the ring match. One day? This can do a lot. If Liya is seriously injured, he should just not participate. Is he afraid no guild will want him after his performance? Gatling directly pointed out the core issue. Yes, the purpose of participating in the trials is to join the guild. Liya's performance. Do we need another ring match? Even though Liya himself is quite weak, everyone is vying for his undead scourge ability. There really is a problem. Just don't come to participate. It's just that there's one less reward for the competition. It's nothing at all. So Liya has been invincible for a long time. Wang Zhan seemed to understand something. Right, Gatling nodded. There's a feeling that this child is teachable. I hope Liya can participate in the ring match. I can't wait to see Xie Shinjin get beaten up. Wang Zhan smiled. Just thinking about that scene makes people feel excited. I really hope the ring match comes sooner. Chapter 1, 24 Demigod. Leah. Is it that kid? He hadn't expected that someone he just met would be so powerful. I don't know if I can. The howling messenger had not yet finished speaking. A huge gray cavity appeared, and a bony hand stretched out. The howling messenger felt as if he was frozen in place. This pressure. Demigod. Senior. When on earth did I offend you? The howling messenger's eyes were blank. Demigod? How could a demigod appear in Tianhai City? He is a demigod of the undead type. If it was any other type of demigod, he could still struggle a little. Undead type. The higher level has an absolute suppression on the lower level. Resistance. There's no way to resist. Snort. You're targeting the wrong person. The voice casually explained. Someone you shouldn't be staring at? Could it be that? He remembered what he had not finished saying, which was that he wanted to get that person into his pocket. If he couldn't get him, then he would destroy him. We can't let the holy order of the undead take advantage of this. Leah, it's that little devil. Remembering my first encounter with him. Perhaps. At that time, he had already been targeted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so perfect. This demigod had been staring at him the whole time. If he hadn't become interested in Leah, he could have lived a little longer. Time being pulled into the gray cavity. The howling messenger figured all out. He couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Was his fate already determined? The howling messenger was captured. The cavity slowly closed, and the howling messenger died silently in the abandoned building. The other side, many people who were secretly observing showed some interest in Leah. Leah. What a monster. Only a few people want Leah to join. No matter how talented Leah is, he is still a necromancer. Can he be trained well if brought back to the organization? Moreover, is it true that no one pays special attention to a monster like Leah? Takeaway? Isn't it funny? If such a thing happens, Yinxia country will definitely let them see the strength of one of the strongest countries in the world. This is also the reason why they didn't cause any big trouble. No one wants to attract the attention of Yinxia country. Wait for that opportunity to come. At that time, I can't care less about that. But the news about Leah was still passed on. Many secret organizations know about a monster necromancer named Leah. What is this genius doing at this moment? Go home and sleep. Leah was too sleepy at this time. If it weren't for Jin being by his side, helping to support and guide him, he really wanted to just lie down and fall asleep. A copy inside the body. It also puts a certain burden on him. This made Leah even more tired. Physically tired, mentally even more tired. No way. That is a special copy equivalent to 3 copies, and I want to carry it on myself. This is very stressful for Leah. It is equivalent to him carrying this copy. Unlike the Valley of the Dead, it is not borne by the space itself and cannot be moved. Leah is like a person carrying a heavy load. Every step will put a burden on his body. Change job? Advance? At this time, Leah was no longer interested in caring about it. Come home quickly. Leah held on and returned to his home. He didn't notice. A figure was behind him, keeping a clear view of his condition. Knowing the enemy's intelligence doesn't violate the code of chivalry. Xie Jin comforted himself. Just as he expected, Leah had problems with himself, and he definitely wouldn't be able to adjust in just one day. This time, I must win. Only by winning can my inner demons be eliminated. As long as we can win, everything is worth it. That's right. I still have some preparations to make, and I must ensure my victory. Xie Yin's eyes became narrow. A faint black gas rose from his body, but Xie Jin was completely unaware of it. He was completely immersed in the idea of defeating Leah. It seemed that Leah had become his inner demon and the source of all his current pain. He didn't want to look at himself at all. Think about whether it is your own problem. Perhaps, if he faced it calmly, he might not be so persistent. Pity. Xie Jin has fallen into obsession. Reason? It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever he thinks is what it is. At this time, Lee was already lying on his bed, next to the bed. Then he fell into a deep sleep. After he fell asleep for a while, a figure appeared. The look is complicated. Why? I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Who would have thought? Lee was originally just a necromancer genius in his eyes, but now he has become a necromancer monster. Perhaps this is the best thing I have done in all these years. The black robe covered his entire body. Leah, grow up quickly. Otherwise, you can't protect your sister. Watch for a while. It disappeared from the spot again. The next moment, It appeared in the president's office of a small guild and slowly blended into the shadow of the person lying on the boss's chair. The abyss will come sooner or later. I'm sorry. Laoyi, Liya. Lu Jing opened his eyes. There's still some things that need a result. I can't implicate you in what happened back then. Said. A golden mark appeared between his eyebrows. It was a dark golden diamond. If Lao Yi were here, he would probably exclaim, Lu Jing, you have also become a demigod? You all think I'm just a piece of him. But I didn't expect that I myself am him, and I myself am the backup plan left behind. He stood up slowly. A pair of eyes flashed with golden light. I am the descendant of God. A soft voice conveyed a huge amount of information, reluctant and entangled. As time got closer, he no longer knew what to feel. How should he face it? How should Lao Yi face it? Never mind. Let's go on. Lu Jing said silently in his heart. Lao Yi has already broken through to the demigod level. And there's also this pervert Liya. He is gone. The holy ritual of the dead will continue to get better and better. In the future, only then can you have the qualification to exist. Somewhere in space, a giant beast, like a statue, just stood there quietly. Ahead, Lu Shan swung his sword like a madman. Swallow. Keep swallowing. We will succeed. The entire space is like a piece of porcelain that could break at any moment. Next second, it might fall apart, especially when some copies were about to fall off. The blood gold energy from the giant beast stuck to them. If you look closely, it can be seen that the blood gold red energy is present in the seams of all sizes on this piece of porcelain, helping Lu Shandao maintain the stability of the shaky porcelain. Continue. Lu Shan's knife looked like a madman. I knew we could do it. He gave a ferocious smile. The next day, it's time to advance and change jobs. Chapter 125, Inventory and Planning. Liya opened his eyes. From yesterday afternoon to now at noon. He has been sleeping for almost a whole day. Even so, Liya still felt tired. The only thing, his spirit was enhanced, and without counting the equipment, it reached 650 points. The value increases again, but it still can't solve Liya's current predicament. In this state, do we need to advance? Liya was a little hesitant. This time, it is definitely another huge improvement. Undead Mage level 20 breakthrough trial. Kill 10 bosses of the same level or higher. Completed. Completely understand and transform an undead skill. Completed. Personally transform an undead or create an undead. Complete. Change the properties of energy. Completed. Just talking about advanced. He killed many more bosses than 10. Not just level 20, level 30, but also level 40 can be satisfied. That's all. Liya's evaluation will not be low. The second one. Think of that battle. Liya also far surpassed them, except for the breath-holding technique, which he did not research due to time constraints. All the original plans were achieved and even exceeded. The third one. How many undead souls did he transform and create? Tens of thousands. At that time, he had only a superficial understanding of the transformation of the undead. You can say that. At that time, most of the monsters were simply transformed into undead, without any further transformation that could have made the undead transformation more perfect. Tens of thousands of undead, this will take time. It started with one-click operation, and now it is refined operation. This is different. Even if he ignored the ordinary undead, there was only the level 40 boss and Jiang Jinhai. It also takes a lot of time. As for the last one, his energy is far beyond his level. Any one of them can reach S level or above. You can say it's casual. Once this is added up, what is his rating? This is still the advanced level of the undead mage. I'm afraid the advancement time will also become long. Just like when he changed his job to the archnecromancer, as he changed his job and advanced, and his score became higher, the advancement time will become longer. To put it bluntly, this is a transformation. The greater the degree of metamorphosis, the more time it takes to digest itself. Not to mention, there's also job change. Second job transfer to Undead Lord. 1. Complete the level 20 breakthrough trial. 2. Obtain a lord. Complete. Explanation. Obtaining ownership of a piece of land, such as obtaining more than 50% of the rights to a copy. 3. Win a small battle. Complete. Explanation. A battle involving more than 1,000 people, with a level no lower than 10. 4. Obtain 100 undead residents of the territory. Completed. 5. After completing the battle, Perform a sacrifice ceremony and drink the potion in your territory. Optional. 1. Kill a lord and seize his territory. Complete. 2. Perform multiple overkill summons. Completed. 3. Command a battle and receive an A-level rating or higher. Completed. 4. Complete transformation of energy complete. Completion of the above requirements, or exceeding them, will have a certain impact on job transfers. He had already completed the sacrificial ceremony. The potion is in his backpack. As for the first option, it seems that his authority to obtain the plane of 10,000 beasts and eliminate Lu Shandao was also judged to be completed. And that battle, es plus, Leah thought it was even higher. The panel explains a little bit that the battle rating takes both sides into consideration. I just think Jiang Jinhai is not good at cooking. Leah's operation was perfect, but Jiang Jinhai did not perform well. There is not much difference between the two sides. Of course, from a comprehensive perspective, it is just like modern warfare. Even if you have a tank with weird stats, it will still be destroyed by a cannon fodder drone. Taking into account a certain restraint relationship, the strength of both sides is similar, plus Leah's command. Jiang Jinhai was left completely powerless to fight back. There are many options to complete in this battle. All of a sudden, the improvement from changing jobs would probably be huge. The time it took for Li Ye to advance and change his job would probably be counted in days. How about we just forget about the ring match? Li Ye hesitated slightly. Never mind. The competition was completed in 1 day. It won't take too much time. Now we need to solve the copy problem. This thing has always been a burden to Li Ye, if not resolved. Perhaps this problem will be alleviated after advancement and job change. Or another option, place the copy next to the Valley of the Dead, and maybe some chemical reaction will happen. Demiplane. Leah also wants one. By the way, is Lu Shandao like this? That scene. Leah recalled that Lu Shandao was working on a half-plane. At least something similar. Did I ruin his plan? Leah realized it later. In particular, the uniqueness of the 10,000 beast plane is probably a more important part of Lu Shandao's plan. Levels 1 to 30. This is a special copy. Wrong. It's now level 1 to 40. After a selection competition, Leah became rich again. A special copy is already stronger than many small guilds. A level 30 copy and a special copy of levels 1 to 40 are both available to very few individuals. In Tianhai City, it is even rarer. It's only been a short time. Recalling my own experiences. How long has it been? His status, wealth, and strength all made a leap forward. Identity, demigod descendant. Wealth, 2 copies, legendary equipment. Just these 2 have already ranked among the top richest people in Tianhai City. What about strength? Below level 30, he is invincible. Level 30 and above. He can fight against opponents of higher levels. Ordinary level 40s are no match for him. The only thing, his level is not even ranked in Tianhai City. Most of the level 40 people in Tianhai City have exhausted their potential and cannot complete the breakthrough trials. Too weak. Even though Jiang Jinhai is half human and half monster, he is not considered strong. It is a forced improvement in itself. Including those monsters, their strength has not been fully digested, and their strength has not yet reached the standard. Give Jiang Jinhai some more time. Li would never win so easily. All this is a bargain for me. Li assimilated slightly. It was mainly the blood-colored energy, part of which was absorbed by the spider eggs, and part of which was digested by the monsters and remained in their bodies. Even if Li does not advance or change his job, his strength can still take a leap. The strength is too strong. Ring match? Li didn't take it seriously. Even with the burden of the beast planes, he could still fight his way through. The strength is not on the same level. Only, what are you doing today? Want to resolve the copy? Or should I just use the time to advance? Forget it. Leah lay on the bed, with no intention of moving at all. It's done. Take a short break. He still has plenty of time now. Speedrunning tournament tomorrow. Chapter 126, the arena competition begins. Next to the sports hall. Is that Leah? So handsome. The live broadcast looked cool enough, but I didn't expect the real person to be even more handsome. It's very handsome. It's just that some. I heard he was injured. There were other contestants who were able to come out in that battle. I heard it was related to Leah. People outside were talking about it. Arena. Type. Special building. I really thought it was a gymnasium. I didn't expect it to be a special building. Come to think of it, The destructive power of their level is far different from that of level 10. Level 30. At another job change. This is beyond the scope of human beings. Gatling and Wang Zhan are both considered top masters in the low-level martial arts world. Maybe not as good as those at the peak of low martial arts. However, there are few enemies in the world, and after a job change, his lifespan has increased somewhat. Life, especially just lifespan. There is no immortality, no death. This is very easy to achieve. It can be said that ordinary people can extend their lifespan with the help of technology. Not to mention the extraordinary ones. In some fairy worlds, the lifespan is only 120 years. It is equivalent to the limit of human lifespan, which is lower under the extraordinary system. Apart from, extraordinary power is harmful to the body. Why is there a lifespan limit? Isn't it for the continuation of the race and reproduction? In the previous life, many studies have shown that humans are able to live longer after losing their reproductive ability. In the world of extraordinary powers, in theory, there are many ways to prolong life. The first point is that the energy changes. Just having energy can allow you to last longer, which essentially means having better physical fitness. Changes have occurred. Then the body began to move towards the extraordinary creature. Some professions can significantly increase your lifespan, while others can significantly reduce it, depending on your energy level. But most of them, life expectancy will be increased. In a low-level martial arts world, there are people who live for 300 years, and some even live for 800 years. A world with demigods. How could life not be extended? Let's get back to the topic. Below level 30 means the peak of mortals. There are already some extraordinary characteristics, and the gap between them and ordinary people has begun to widen. In ordinary athletes, after a battle, I'm afraid everything will be destroyed. I just don't know what the magical use of this special building is. Colosseum. It sounds like it's prepared for a ring match. Leah walked into the contestant passage. The bronze door was decorated with ancient Roman patterns as soon as he entered. There are also several pools. It's like a bathhouse. Many contestants were already chatting on the side. Far away, through the fence gate, you could see a large open space with some obstacles on it, equivalent to a football field. Even bigger. Leah is here? The condition is really not right. Do we have a chance? If someone else is hurt, it's still not your fault. Maybe it's just those few people. It might be an opportunity. If Leah holds a grudge against you, you'll be in big trouble when he recovers. Defeating Leah can make you famous. This is not a good name. In addition to Leah's talent, whether he will be punished when he grows up depends on Leah's mood. Especially making a fuss about defeating Leah. Who wouldn't mess with you? But if we don't make a fuss, what's the point of defeating Leah? Isn't it just a reputation? By operating through reputation, you can gain some benefits for yourself. General genius. If you are offended, then you are offended. But what about Leah? Everyone can see that Leah is abnormal, but no one knows how long it will take for him to recover. Now his mouth is full of oil. The next moment, it's Lu Yidao. Yes, everyone has blamed Leah for Lu Yidao's death. Although it was indeed Leah who did it, there is no evidence. But as Leah's strength was revealed, looking back, there's something wrong with this. Lu Yidao was most likely the work of Leah. That's it. Many people gave up the idea of gambling. Black Hand, let you fly. You are very cool in the ring. I hope you can be as tough in private. Died inexplicably. Given the relationship between Director Wang, Mayor Mu, and Leah, it became an indisputable ironclad case. How to fight, or be prepared to fail. This competition is different from the qualifying competition, but there is a referee if he cannot be killed instantly. As long as Leah could react and sense their murderous intent, they might be the ones to die. One glance. It only took a short while for Leah to look at him. They haven't forgotten. Leah did not communicate with other people. It can be said that they were just passers-by. Even if it's communication, what can be communicated? It's not that Leah is getting carried away. The level is indeed different. It's better to close your eyes and wait for the competition to begin. Gatling, Wang Zhan, Mao Zhu, and Xie Shenzhen all arrive one by one. Mao Zhu after treatment. He just lost his memory of that day and didn't remember what happened after he released the curse. He scanned the room. Suddenly my heart skipped a beat. That is, Leah. Could it be that Leah did something? He watched the replay and found that he suddenly vomited blood and fainted. Being backfired? That's impossible. Is there anyone at this level who can retaliate against him? Especially when the backlash reaches that level. He must be encountering an iron wall, no matter how strong Leo is. How can you do it if you don't know how to curse? Were we attacked by surprise? Leah has a special kind of undead called the undead assassin. Could it be that thing that did it? Never mind. He will settle the score in this ring match. This time I fainted. After he woke up, he actually had some realization. His strength has improved slightly, especially his special understanding of curses. That's all. Reuse your own injuries as waste. If he really came up with it, it would be a curse that would enhance combat power. The shortcomings have been resolved. His strength. It can be said that it has made a leap forward. Strength fills the whole body. No matter who attacked him, he would make them pay the price this time. The whispers between Gatling and Wang Zhan. Leah really came? Of course. You look so bad. Won't it be a surprise? His coming here shows that he has the confidence. Look at Xie Xinjin and Mao Zhu. They are both targeting Leah. Mao Zhu still has the courage. Who knows? I think fighting in a ring is different. Xie Xinjin is full of confidence. Let's wait and see how he performs. Waiting for everyone to arrive slowly. Let's start grouping. There is nothing much to say about this, as several seated players were grouped together. Leah came on the court as soon as he saw it. Even if they wanted to launch a sneak attack or a sudden attack to end the battle quickly, Leah could solve it with just one glance. Everyone else is pretty much the same. Mao Zhu cast several curses, Xie Xinjin crushed him head-on, Gatling used magic turrets, and Wang Zhan crushed him numerically. The gap in strength is too big. The round-robin tournament began next. First match, Leah versus Wang Zhan. Chapter 127, Surrender and Defeat. After the group elimination round. It's a round-robin tournament. This is how to determine the noun. For the group elimination tournament, a round-robin tournament will be held to determine the next noun. It is the top 20 participants in the selection competition. The progress is very fast. The organizers also intend to speed up the progress. Otherwise, it may not be possible to finish it in one day. It's mainly a matter of treatment and rest. If you keep hitting it, it might be resolved in half a day. Is the first game going to be so explosive? Wang Zhan is quite powerful. Look at Leah's appearance. With Wang Zhan's sudden attack on him, he might have a chance to win. Everyone was talking about it. Then a sound was heard. Wang Zhan abstains. Oh. Wang Zhan is so weak. Leah just stood up and prepared to go to the entrance. Give up. Never mind. Let's take a break. Leah didn't think much about it and continued to lean on the stool, closing his eyes and resting. The scene in the lounge sparked discussion among people outside. You don't even dare to do this. Look at Leah. He's seriously injured and has been resting the whole time. This is a good opportunity. Coward. Facing the audience's boos, Wang Zhan remained silent. Leah, that pervert. Whoever wants to go, let them go. Second match, Mao Zhu versus Gatling. Come on. Wang Zhan patted Gatling on the shoulder. Rest assured, no problem. Gatling smiled slightly. Mao Zhu, he didn't take it to heart. Elemental bombardment. Isolation shield. Put up your shield and start bombing. It's a lot faster. Gatling's expression became slightly serious. The magic in his hands never stops, and he even adds some tricks. The trick is not strong, but sometimes it can play an unexpected role. All of a sudden, Mao Zhu was in great pain. No way. What means does he have? The curse had no effect on Gatling. The curse strengthened his body, allowing him to barely move around in the magic turret. Unexpected. Gatling actually wanted to perform some magic tricks. Appear in person. Sneak attack. Limit. Conceal your true intentions. There are many different methods, coupled with those skills that are already powerful. Can you imagine? All over the venue, there are slime, slippery oil, spell traps, illusions, fog, and various skills with low power, low consumption, and some troublesome to it. One is not a big deal. Too much is torture. In particular, there was a person with various high-powered skills, staring at him covetously. It's so bad. He had no choice. Many curses cannot attack Gatling at all. Those fantasies, those restrictions. He couldn't beat Gatling at all. Even if it hits it, it won't cause any harm. At this time, this reveals the disadvantages of the Curse Walker. And what about Gatling? Cool. So cool. Especially when Mao Zhu stepped into the trap and was tricked by him. That kind of refreshing feeling. It's definitely more satisfying than crushing him. With the help of such magic tricks, Gatling, The artillery mage seemed unexpectedly flexible and strange. Want to attack him? That must cost a lot. Trick. He never paid much attention to it. As a great magician, he knows a lot of spells and has learned quite a few tricks. In Tianhai City, he was able to find spells and learned almost all of them. At the age of 29, and only at level 30, you can already see his research on spells. Even so, magic tricks are still not taken seriously. There are very few people who can use magic tricks well. Most of them are guys who can't break through level 10. Although Gatling is not as talented as Wang Zhan, he reached level 30 a long time ago, while I was in my early 20s. It's 2 years late for Wang Zhan and these geniuses. Although he is not a genius, he still stands at the top of Tianhai City. Powerful magic is his love. This time, he seems to have figured it out. Just like Lia's drone, as long as the magic trick finds its correct position, it can produce effects beyond imagination. Just figure this out. Gatling suddenly became enlightened. Those tricks can be used in battle with just a little thought. These tricks do not take up skill slots. Low consumption. Release is simple. It can be released without any effort. This is very important. As long as you have a smart brain, these things can play a huge role. Just like this time, he was just trying it out. Just avoid being just a spell turret. Boom! A fireball hit hard. Mao Zhu was blasted against the wall. Lost. Mao Zhu was somewhat unable to accept this. You've become stronger, haven't you? Why did I still lose? In particular, Gatling has become much stronger, which has broken his defense a little. I paid such a huge price. This is the result we got. Are you still going? Gatling did not reveal his figure, and the voice was transmitted to Mao Zhu's ears. No, I give up. Mao Zhu admitted defeat immediately. If we continue fighting, there is still no hope. Both he and Gatling consumed a lot of energy, but his consumption was definitely higher than Gatling's. Mo's who's Gatling Vins. Rest for a while. Next match, Xie Shinjin and Liya. Is it over? Liya opened his eyes. If he were in perfect condition, I'd really like to let them go together. Direct speed pass. Now words. It's hard for Liya to say whether he will fail or not. Thank you for your grace. That paladin. It seems that there is still some restraint towards him. Pity. If it were an ordinary necromancer, it might be really troublesome. But who is he? Liya. Even if there is restraint, the gap is too big. Liya has already thought of how to end the battle quickly, hoping that it won't be too much of a blow to that guy. At this time, Xie Shinjin was full of nervousness. Finally, it's finally his turn. He can't wait any longer. Liya would never have guessed what preparations I had made. This time, I must win. As for Wang Zhan, I originally had hoped that I could see some of Liya's abilities through it. I didn't expect to surrender. Didn't even try. But it's okay this way. Otherwise, the first person to defeat Liya might be Wang Zhan. Xie Shinjin gave a cold smile. Liya, you're too arrogant. If you don't participate in the ring match, I will find a way to make you accept my challenge. Now, you brought this upon yourself. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand, as well as the ring that suddenly appeared on his hand. The break is long. This is true for both Liya and Xie Shinjin. Xie Shinjin was very impatient and nervous. He had rehearsed countless times in his mind just to give Liya a surprise. And what about Liya? He was afraid that he would really fall asleep during his break. The whole head is doing this little by little. Xie Shinjin saw all of this. Snored. Liya, you will pay the price for your contempt. Please invite Liya and Xie Shinjin in. Now begins the third match, Liya versus Xie Shinjin. Chapter 128, Another Instant Kill. Liya walked into the venue yawning. Fuck, Liya is so lazy. I'm really not afraid of overturning. Xie Shinjin is not weak. Liya is so arrogant, I'm afraid. The audience in the stands whispered. Arrogant? He is really sleepy. Liya listened to everything they said. Family members. Who among you knows how tiring it is to carry a copy on your back? The hardships involved cannot be explained to outsiders. Just think of it as weight training. Anyway, this competition won't take him much time. Liya's face was calm, but he looked a little dazed. Liya. Xie Shinjin kept staring at Liya. Pay attention to Liya's expression and posture to judge Liya's condition. Is Liya really that simple? At this moment, when he was about to decide the winner with Liya, Xie Shinjin was actually the most sober. His mind seemed to be spinning at top speed. That's right. It must be true that Liya is not in good condition. Even He felt that Leah was about to fall asleep at any moment. Ha ha ha. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. A godsend. Leah, don't blame me. Your sacrifice is worth it for the sake of the divine way. Stand in the designated position. Players, take your positions. The competition begins. The voice just fell. Holy descent. The ring in Xiexingen's hand glowed faintly. The whole person turned into light and disappeared on the spot, and people exclaimed in surprise. As fast as lightning. Soon, there is light in the sky. It was like a god descending to earth. Among the clouds, a golden light was aimed at Lia's position and struck down fiercely like a divine punishment. Oh, the audience exclaimed. It is like a path of light that penetrates the heavens and the earth, carrying unrivaled power. Bang! Lia just raised his head slightly. Mental pressure. This was the first time he officially used this skill. Raise your eyes slightly. Unrivaled spiritual power gushes out. It collided violently with a ray of light. The aftermath of Lia's failure to control the situation made the referee a little dazed. Even with protection, some people in the audience were still affected. Broken. The light broke into pieces and slowly turned into light fragments all over the sky. Xiexinjin, who was wrapped in the light, rolled his eyes and fell heavily to the ground like a rag bag. The referee only reacted when Xiexinjin came into close contact with the ground. First, he hurried to Xiexinjin to check on him. Once something happens, this is his responsibility. Fortunately, still alive. Only then did the referee announce the long-awaited victory. Li Yeshen. The powerful voice of the verdict still failed to break the silence of the audience. Is it over? The gap is too big. It could be seen that Xiexinjin was prepared, but he was still defeated in one move by Liya. Liya Yonid Again. The whole person looked like a young man who had not woken up yet, as if he was forced to move around by his parents. Now the event is over. It's time to go back to sleep. This feeling is very raw. Leah, do you want to ruin the future of the young people in Tianhai City? If everyone takes Leah as their role model, won't the next generation constantly question life? Living in an era with geniuses, this is the most tragic. The brilliance of other geniuses will be obscured, and ordinary people will begin to doubt themselves. This is genius. As long as Leah does not die midway, this will be a huge mountain weighing on the heads of the geniuses in Tianhai City, unless there is another genius who is close to or surpasses Leah. Then, this mountain will exist for a long time. General genius. Maybe it will be forgotten in just a few years. Talented people emerge in every generation. Generally speaking, it is difficult for a genius to emerge in a small place. In this extraordinary world, genius can definitely be inherited. It is true that a dragon gives birth to a dragon and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. It is not obvious below level 30, but it is obvious above level 30. The awakening profession will not be bad, and the talent will not be bad either. It is somewhat hereditary. This determines the number of strong people in a place and the number of geniuses. Tianhai City. Xiexinjin and Wang Zhan. Their talents are already at the top. Go further. That's family training. Both of his parents are the strongest people in Tianhai City, and his family is quite powerful. Where is Leah? It has come to the point where they can no longer understand. Is the necromancer really that weak? This doubt appeared in their minds. Leah was really too strong. It gave some people the wrong impression. The necromancer is actually very strong. The audience remained silent until the referee began to announce the players for the next game. Next one, Wang Zhan versus Mao Zhu. Leah leaned on the stool, drowsy. There is no suspense between Wang Zhan and Mao Zhu. It can be said that Wang Zhan is the most obvious person to restrain Mao Zhu, and he was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. The king wins. No suspense. Next match, Leah versus Gatling. Waited a few seconds. Gatling admits defeat. Leah wins. Leah raises eyes. Give up? That's good. No need to get up. Next match, Xiexinjin versus Wang Zhan. At this time, Xiexinjin, who had been treated, returned to the field. His face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. It seems to have been a big blow. The whole person exudes a listless aura. Wang Zhan smiled inwardly. This is Xiexingen's own fault. He knew Leah's strength better than anyone else. Even if Leah was not in good shape, they could not cheat him. Take a look. This is the end. It was a good deal for him. If they had fought head-on, it would have been difficult for him to defeat Xiexinjin. mainly because Xie Jin is more comprehensive. The two have similar physical fitness, which means that the one with more means will have more advantages. That's the advantage. It's enough to secure victory. Thanks Liya. This was indeed the case. Xie Jin was in such a bad condition that Wang Zhan quickly took him down. Next match, Liya versus Mao Zhu. The referee waited. Mao Zhu admits defeat. The next match is Xie Jin versus Gatling. Mao Zhu was scared. Xie Jin's pale face seemed to have activated some psychological shadow. I originally wanted to try it, but when he actually heard Liya and his name being called out, he began to tremble. It was as if Liya was some kind of monster. His remaining courage was shattered. He could only bow his head in front of Liya. Mao Zhu understood it in his heart. This made him think of a guess. Could it be that he was really being retaliated against by Liya? Otherwise, he has never had any contact with Liya. Why does it leave such a huge psychological shadow, even like it is engraved in the soul? What is Liya's identity? He looked at Liya deeply, but Liya was just sleeping. The games continued one after another. Liya took the lead. Wang Zhan took the second. Gatling took the third. Mao Zhu took the fourth, and Xie Jin took the fifth. Congratulations to Liya for winning first place in the competition. Chapter 129, Join Tianhai Guild. Oh, Liya. This ring match was not very exciting, but no one could deny Liya's strength. 3 people abstained. One tried it and became the 5th one. Only one won. Liya is still the undisputed, uncrowned king. Liya slowly opened his eyes. It's over? Stretched lazily. Under the guidance of the staff, Liya walked to the podium. Just a transition. A medal and 1 million yinxia coins were given, and the remaining rewards would take 7 working days to obtain. The first place winner, Liya, was rewarded with a piece of common rare equipment. Anything else? For Liya, most of them are useless. Come to think of it, this is just a competition to select guild members, and your own interests must be taken into consideration. Selling tickets, selling live broadcast copyright. These can recoup some of the costs. In addition, these members themselves bring income by joining their guild, which is equivalent to the selected personnel joining the mentor company. This process, it's a kind of momentum building in itself. So most of the reward is provided by the head. They gain the most, so naturally they have to pay a big share. A rare piece of equipment. It's already acceptable. The first few guilds can produce epic equipment, but they're the bottom of the box, or they're useless in the guild, or they're very useless. Even if he takes it out, Liya may not be able to use it. Liya's standards are too high. After all, I only have 1 legendary equipment. Rare? It's nothing. As for the reward for first place in the selection, Liya's still got a rare piece of equipment. Let's improve our strength a little more. Once he completes his advancement and job change, he'll have to consider the level 30 job change, but thankfully he won't need to look for a job change scroll. As for whether it can be upgraded to level 30, let's take a look at the experience Liya has accumulated. It's enough to go from level 30 to level 40, not to mention from level 20 to level 30. That's a lot more. What was his strength at that time? Thinking about the fact that he still had to take the college entrance examination, and then thinking about the strength of the people in the same class as him, Liya felt like laughing. Who else? Even now, Liya is confident of getting into the top 10 universities. Not to mention that time. I don't know. Which guild is Liya planning to join? Haitian? Or mountains and seas? Who knows? The guild representatives were discussing the matter. Shanghai and Haitian did not move, but looked at Wang Zhan and others first. Which guild does Liya belong to? It has already been decided. As soon as I came down from the podium, the surroundings fell into chaos. Only Liya was full of peace. Without that guild, if they approached Liya, the small guild would not be able to bear the weight of this giant Buddha. Others were improving their strength at such a speed that they would not care about a small guild like theirs. The gap is too big. They're not on the same level. Even if it costs a huge price, let Liya join the guild. Wait until the college entrance examination is over. Without much help from them, Liya could rival their entire guild. At that time, Liya returned the favor and said goodbye. You mean Liya is taking control of their guild? That way they would wake up laughing even when they were asleep. Liya's strength alone would be enough to gain enough benefits for their guild. But what about Liya? One person supports the entire guild? As for their entire guild supporting Liya, that was a bit too much. That kind of strength. Can their guild provide the appropriate resources? Isn't it funny? As for the representatives of Haitian and Shanghai, they had already known the news. Leah, which guild do you want to join? Leah walked towards the door unsteadily. Suddenly someone shouted, Leah Similet. I'm joining the Tianhai Guild. Leaving a word, Leah left. Tianhai Guild. Isn't that the official guild? I didn't expect Leah to choose this. The guild representative seemed to understand something. No wonder Shanghai and Haitian didn't move. So the officials are here to advertise. Think of Li Ya's behavior. I heard that Li Ya is a low-key person. Most people don't bother him, and he always behaves like a modest gentleman. It seems to be Mu City's mission. It all makes sense. Judging from Li Ya's attitude, he doesn't care much about this selection. Mom, I want to join the Tianhai Guild in the future. Dad, what kind of powerful guild is Tianhai Guild? Li Ya announced it publicly, and the effect was immediate. Are you sure? Wang Zhan nodded. I'm sure I'll go to the Tianhai Guild. I am sorry. He declined the invitation from the Shanghai representatives, even though they made generous promises. All right. I didn't expect that you wouldn't be tempted by a complete set of rare equipment and a free copy that allows you to advance to level 30. The Shanghai representative secretly thought it was a pity. He understood that it was not that the Shanghai Guild could not compare to Tianhai, but that they could not compare to Li Ya. Tianhai Guild has good resources. Now we have Li Ya as our big shot. For Wang Zhan, who has not yet taken a college entrance examination, this is definitely an opportunity to curry favor with someone powerful. Xie Xinjin was taken in by Haitian. Gatling and Mao Zhu joined Shanghai, and the other players were also divided up. You're not going? Wang Zhan raised his eyebrows and looked at Gatling. How old am I? Gatling said unhappily. You can cultivate relationships first, and then take the college entrance examination and go to the city where Li Ya's school is located. What about me? He also wants to cling to Li Ya, but reality doesn't allow it. Gatling is 29 years old and needs to break through to level 30 as soon as possible. After the age of 30, the breakthrough will have a certain impact. Not aging, but before the age of 30, you're still in the growth stage. After 30 years old, you are in your maturity stage. Before the age of 30, a level 30 professional can continue to develop and all attributes will grow rapidly. After 30 years old, growth starts to slow down. It means you are a ripe fruit. Breaking through level 30 means that you have to start transforming into a non-human. Do you think it is easier before you grow up or easier after you grow up? Breakthrough before the age of 30. We need to walk faster on the road ahead. Over 30 years old, the longer you delay, the more you will be affected. Gatling plans to reach the peak at the age of 29 and then change his career before he turns 30. That way he can shorten the gap between himself and the genius. Fast is not necessarily right. Many have broken through level 30 early, but their potential has not yet been tapped. I started to regret it when I reached level 50 or 60. There are many people like this. For example, Gatling had already met the worst requirements for changing jobs, but he doesn't want to. Then there will be a time for regret. Wang Zhan smiled proudly. All right, put away your face. Gatling said unhappily. I hope you won't slack off. Gatling gave some instructions, and the two of them said goodbye. And outside the gym, Ankel Mukropka. Leah greeted him. I found a good person, didn't I? Mu Chankong said. Leah's mouth twitched. I knew it. Chapter 130, The Threat, is approaching. It turns out that it was someone arranged by Uncle Mu. Leah felt something was wrong just now. Why is it so perfect? Leah originally thought that Uncle Mu would come in person. No way. If I go there myself, it would be a slap in the face of the guild. Mu Chankong spread his hands. 2. Leah thought about it. Tianhai Guild is not participating in the guild selection competition. Due to its special nature, it will not participate in such private guild competitions. Uncle Mu appears. And Leah. When these two things are combined, it's hard not to make other guilds think wildly. Put pressure? What does it still mean? For someone at Mu Chankong's level, attending certain events represents an attitude. The sea, sky, mountains, and sea are stronger. It's still a private guild after all. This attribute determines that you are still the weaker party when facing the local leader. Uncle Mu did not show up. A little better. This matter itself is not authentic. But this kind of competition method, as long as it does not violate the rules, is what we call wisdom. I'll take you to see the Tianhai Guild tomorrow. Uncle Mu looked at Li Ya with satisfaction. No, I still need to advance and change jobs. I don't know how long it will take. Li Ya refused. Mu Changkong was slightly surprised. So soon. Advanced. The job change is complete. I should consider the level 30 job change. Lia continued. Mu Changkong touched his chin and thought for a moment. Let's wait until you reach level 30 and see what the requirements are for your job change. The Tianhai Guild will help you find a suitable dungeon. Okay. Lia's eyes changed slightly. Thinking of the undead lord, what will be the next job change? He had a premonition. I'm afraid that this time, the job change at level 30 will not be easy. Especially since he has such a big promotion this time. Who knows what kind of perverted requests he will make. Do you really think those tasks are that easy? Leah asked about it. Other people's job changes and breakthroughs at level 20 are not as abnormal as his. This time, Leah directly made a big one. As you can imagine, the level 30 breakthrough job change combines breakthrough and job change together. Grass. Just thinking about Leah makes me sweat. Alright, Leah briefly talked about Lu Shandao and the Plain of 10,000 Beasts. Except for some details that are slightly concealed. Leah said everything else. Mu Changkong was the person he trusted most in Tianhai City, not because he trusted Uncle Mu as a person, but because Uncle Mu had met Uncle E. Just a demigod. That will keep him safe. Uncle Mu has a good family background, and his status and abilities are not bad. A little more important, Lu Shandao is their common enemy. How could it be impossible for Leah to exchange information and ask how to solve the problem of the Plain of 10,000 Beasts? You say. After listening to this, Mu Changkong looked at Leah deeply. So cruel. You participated in a competition and got another dungeon. Or is it the Plains of Beast dungeon? So jealous. What kind of luck is this? Mu Changkong couldn't help laughing. He couldn't understand why there were people like Leah in the world. Let me think about it. Mu Changkong fell into a long period of thought. I'll have to discuss this with Demigod E. I don't know much about this. All right. Leah nodded. The two exchanged a few words and then went their separate ways. I told Lao E about the matter through the communication software. Uncle E, you're the true child of destiny, right? Uncle E, according to what you said, that person wants to create a half-plane. Uncle E, the demi-plane can be said to be the ticket to becoming a demigod, and the reason I was able to grow to this point so quickly is because of the help of the demi-plane. Uncle E, there's a difference between demi-planes. Uncle E, my demi-plane is almost becoming a true plane, and if Lu Shandao goes well, he'll barely reach the level of a demi-plane. Uncle E, I'm mainly worried about the Abyss cult behind us. Leah, the Abyss cult? Leah, that is indeed a problem. Thinking of the huge formation pattern and what Mu Changkong said about the actions of the Abyss cult. And my own pets. That spider egg that was moving slightly. Lu Shandao's purpose has basically been revealed. Just become stronger. Just one step closer. Just like that werewolf warrior. But what about the cult of the Abyss? What exactly is that bloody energy? Pity. The spider egg was eaten clean. Uncle E, according to my estimation, there are still people coming before the college entrance examination. Uncle E, the Abyss cult has been spreading rumors that there is a demigod-level opportunity in Tianhai City. Uncle E, some people have already believed it. Leah, who? Leah, will the demigod come? Uncle E, demigods won't, but I'm afraid many level 90s will take action. Leah's heart sank. This is not good news. After all, Uncle E is a newly promoted demigod, and his strength has not yet completely formed a generation gap with the level 90. There are more than 90 levels. Uncle E may not be able to suppress it. Uncle E, let's not talk about that for now. It might be the same as what the Abyss cult said. Uncle E, there must be something in Tianhai City. Uncle E, these people won't go crazy until the very last moment. Uncle E, by the way, once you've advanced and completed your job change, I'll help you with the dungeon issue. Uncle E, perhaps the two copies can be merged. Leah, okay. In the chat with Uncle E, Leah felt a little heavy in his heart. The Abyss cult, the matter of Kai Bai, the matter of the school, and his matter, their grudge has become very deep. There is also Tianhai City. It has completely turned into a powder keg. Those things that are obvious are nothing. Behind the scenes, the hidden opportunities of the Abyss cult and Tianhai City are the most terrifying. Anyone know what that is? The strength is still too weak. Leah Sigit, Wang Zhan, who had just caught up with Leah, staggered when he heard this. Weak? I didn't hear it wrongly. You're still weak. Then what am I? Is this Leah's world? Do all monsters think like this? Really? I slacked off. Even someone as powerful as Leah still feels that he is weak. What about me? Still far inferior to Leah. Work hard. We still have to keep working hard. Leah glanced at Wang Zhan. What's up? He was a little surprised. Boss Leah, we will be a guild from now on. Please give us your guidance. Wang Zhan was very humble. Oh, Leah didn't expect it. This time, I attracted a talented person for Tian Hai. In his opinion, Wang Zhan's talent is actually stronger than Mu Qinghan's. This sage, if he had the background of the Mu family, his strength would probably be far ahead. Then please give me more advice. Leah replied politely. That's right. I'll tell Uncle Mu, and I'll definitely give you some good resources. Just let me know if you need any help. This moment, Leah's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Wang Zhan is a talented person. Why not pocket it? Chepter stocicet jedna mukvinganes shok. Ah. Wang Zhan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Leah to be so nice. As soon as these words came out, he felt dizzy, as if he had been hit by a pie while walking on the road. To be honest, he was prepared for Li Ya's indifference. It's mainly because of Li Ya's experience and his strength. Don't talk about being high and mighty. It's still a bit indifferent. I didn't expect Li Ya to be so enthusiastic. Thank you so much. Wang Zhan was full of joy. That's a great favor. But why did Leah look at him with such a burning gaze? What's going on? Could it be that Leah has a special hobby, a love for talent? He's a talent in his own right. At this time, there were only two words in Wang Zhan's mind. Loyalty. He thought he was being reserved and didn't bow down directly. Especially the sentence, tell Uncle Mu. This directly hit his heart. Leah could call him Uncle Mu, but they could only call him Mayor Mu. Even if Leah was just talking later. But as long as he tells Mu sure, he will fight for his reputation a little more. He will definitely be trained intensively by the Tian Hai Guild, mainly because his talent is inferior to Leah's. And what about Leah? Take a look. He is not that concerned about the Tian Hai Guild. Even without a guild, Leah's current ability allows him to get a good ranking in the college entrance examination. You can get into any of the top 10 universities. It's not that Wang Zhan hasn't heard of geniuses from other places. Even among the geniuses in Beijing and Jiangnan, there are very few who perform like Leah. Some of them have already been specially recruited. Some people thought of taking the college entrance examination to test all kinds of heroes. Filter like this. Even in his current state, Leah is almost always killing people. As for whether he can become the top scorer, Wang Zhan didn't know that some people were just like Leah, and he couldn't understand them. Such a person, Tian Hai Guild can provide little help. And what about Wang Zhan? It would be a great thing for Wang Zhan if he could just ask the military and the police officers to explain things to him and give him some pointers. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. Wang Zhan acted as if he was following Leah's lead, and he kept saying sweet words one after another, which made Leah feel embarrassed. Leah really didn't expect that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes could speak so well. After leaving, Leah actually felt a little itchy. No wonder everyone likes to hear nice things. Leah Sigit. Wang Zhan looked like someone who had seen the sun in his previous life. I hope he didn't make a mistake. He shook his head. Get out of that feeling of floating. This is the difference. In front of Wang Zhan, he is the boss. This time, he can better appreciate the difference in his identity and how much power he has in Tianhai City. But in the eyes of others, am I not also an ant? Leah knew that he was still far from perfect. Wang Zhan was just a casual move on his part. Leah is ready to manage the small group of undead well. Wang Zhan this. Just some preliminary ideas. There are many roads. As long as you have the energy, you can do it. In essence, it is his resources and strength that are transformed into influence. This is crucial. Having strength alone is not enough to make you invincible. He is just a small fry. He needs power to be called a big boss. On certain things, these people can exert invisible influence. Not to mention the exchange of resources. Leah understood that the trials for his future advancement and job change would become more and more abnormal, and he would need more channels. Let's take a look. Leah rubbed his temples. There are so many things to do. The undead side hasn't even started yet. This way, there was no trace of it. The most likely possibility is that Leah will try it after the college entrance examination. I receive a reply from Lu Tao. I'll go meet him after I advance and change my job. Jin has already started collecting the necromancer's job transformation. A batch of renewable resources in the Valley of the Dead is used to exchange for funds for job changes. Now, Jin has 2 of them in his hands. Then this matter can indeed begin. Leah thought about it briefly. Also, his reward will arrive in 7 days, and the Public Security Bureau's reward will be around the same time. I heard it's also a piece of equipment and some kind of renewable resource. This was communicated with Moose City. No way. There was another evaluation standard in the past. But now, this is the Abyss Cult, more than 10 years after it disappeared. Discover an Abyss Cultist. Kill an Abyss Cultist. That's 2 achievements. There is also the relationship between Director Wong and City Mu, as well as the news of Leah's progress from time to time. There is also the bickering in meetings. It may take a month to delegate the rewards. This is because Leah is still a college entrance examination student, so he has sped up a certain amount of work. Otherwise, a few months to half a year. When the flowers were really distributed at that time, they would have already wilted. Leah is at least level 40. Can his 2 skills be exchanged for a good level 40 item? Unrealistic. Uncle Mu ordered the car to speed up. Just get something general and decent, so that Leah can improve his strength before the college entrance examination. That's okay. More? When Uncle E appeared, all those problems were solved. Gone. Leah walked quickly towards home. Mu family. What? Leah has another copy? Mu Qinghan's expression control failed again. Her cherry mouth was opened roundly, and her beautiful eyes were wide open, full of surprise. How long has it been? She hasn't even reached level 30 yet. Leah only obtained 1 copy, which was a special copy of the Plains of 10,000 Beasts. She originally said, Leah won't be delayed by the selection competition, right? Then she would have to upgrade beautifully and catch up with Leah. Unexpected. Leah directly got a copy. Who can stand this? This was actually used to deal with Leah. Leah not only eliminated the threat, but also snatched the enemy's tools. Envious. The 10,000 Beast copy is well known throughout Tianhai City. The best copy below level 30. This is indisputable. According to Leah, that copy is the same as the Spider Cave, and it has been advanced. Level 1 to 40 copies. What concept? Leah brought in a batch of level 1 monsters, and after a certain period of accumulation, he would be able to get a batch of level 40 monsters. This is just awesome. Not to mention, Leah said that once he completes the trials for advancement and job change, he will probably be able to reach level 30. Is this human language? That is to say, Leah solved the trouble with Jiang Zhenhai, thwarted Lu Shandao's plan, completed the level 20 advancement and job change, and obtained an extraordinary copy. How come all the benefits are his? Mu Qinghan scratched his hair in frustration. I thought the gap between me and Liu was getting smaller, but it turned out to be getting bigger. Once Liu advances and changes jobs, how far will its strength grow? Mu Qinghan no longer dared to think about it. He was afraid that he would soar to the sky and rank among the best in the entire Tianhai City. What a monster! Chapter 132, Fame in the Sea. Mu Qinghan sighed softly. If she doesn't work hard, she won't even be able to see Lia's back in the future. It's not just Mu Qinghan. Lia. This name once again resounded throughout Tianhai City. Since the awakening of the profession, this name has often appeared in the ears of people in Tianhai City. What? Lia joined the Tianhai Guild. Let me tell you, Xie Shinjin, the one known as the most talented paladin in Tianhai City, was instantly defeated by Lia with just 1 glance. Yes, what other skills do you have? Holy Advent. Yes, that was a trump card prepared in advance, but Lia killed it instantly with 1 glance. That's nothing. Let me tell you, Lu Shandao sent someone to gather an army of beasts to deal with Lia. Guess what happened? What's going on? That Lia waved his hand, and it turned out to be an army of undead. The undead army. That's right, an army of undead that's just like a modern army, but it's even more numerous than the enemy. So he won. That's inevitable. Beasts are beasts. What's an army if they keep doing that? Lia didn't even show up. He just sat in the back and gave orders, defeating the army of beasts without any chance of fighting back. It seems that Lia is not only strong, but also smart. Of course not. Let me tell you again, the son of the Shanghai Guild was instantly defeated by Lia at a glance. The son of the second guild master? That's really scary. Yes, everyone says he's the #1 genius in Tianhai City. He will definitely be the #1 in our Tianhai in the future. When you say thank you for Shengyin, many people may not understand. The son of the second guild leader has been completely materialized. Although Qiu Wanhai is very different from Xie Shinjin and is not worthy of being compared with Xie Shinjin, his identity as the son of the president of the second guild, is easier to understand. There's also the army of beasts. Just thinking about it brings up a picture. Not to mention, there is indeed a picture. There's also a scene where Leo waves his hand, and an army of undead appears. Handsome. Beneath the gray hair, the chiseled face, and a melancholy temperament, lies an unrivaled strength and a command that far surpasses that of ordinary people. Mom, I want to be like Brother Leah when I grow up. Many children said this innocently. It even made the necromancer a little famous in Tianhai City, especially in Leah's class. Some necromancers were awakened. They had originally given up on becoming combat professionals, but at this time, they unexpectedly ushered in a turning point. Everyone knows that Leah is special. But what if? What if there's a genius that is buried? Besides, training a necromancer is not a loss for most guilds, as long as it can be cultivated. The ideal careers of many people have quietly shifted. Warriors charging into battle are good, as are mages using magic turrets, but they are no match for the necromancer's undead army. That picture, it's so beautiful. When I think about it, I can't help but put myself in Leah's shoes. Even though they had a good understanding of what a typical necromancer looked like, they still thought that they and Leo were special. Before professional awakening, everything is possible. It's popular. Leah is completely famous. On the video website, all the videos are edited by Leah. Most people in Tianhai City know a man named Leah, who is the most powerful genius in their Tianhai City. Leah Semit Unajare. I returned home early and fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Let's get some sleep first. He was already very tired today, and more importantly, Leah needed to conserve his energy so that he could face tomorrow's advancement and job change in a better state. No words were spoken that night. There are no emergencies. No one showed up at home. Leah slept until early morning and felt much more energetic. He didn't know whether his body had adapted or had indeed recovered. Had a simple breakfast. Leah's figure flashed, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Valley of the Dead. At this time, the Valley of the Dead is bustling with activity. A large number of trees were cleared to make way for planting fields. Buildings are rising from the ground. There are also workshops under construction, and the entire Valley of the Dead looks like a wasteland. Eric had already arranged everything before escorting Leah, and things have been progressing in an orderly manner over the past few days. It does look a bit territorial. Leah couldn't help but sigh. I felt a little ashamed inside, as if I had not provided any help at all and just became a hands-off boss. At the edge of the field, an elven undead and his deer mount are busy. There are also several undead who are obviously professional and are training ordinary undead. It seems that they want to train a group of undead with certain professional skills, such as mages, warriors, guards, etc. There is a chance for these undead to gain enlightenment before they are fully formed. It is also equivalent to a screening. Screen out the talented undead. After being influenced by Leah, these undead spirits have gained some intelligence. Can only become intelligent. It's not even wisdom. It's like an artificial retard, but being able to comprehend professional skills will make it easier for him to become an artificial intelligence in the future. Eric and the others were already waiting. Owner, Leah just took a glance. Those who participated in that battle were almost all level 30. It now looks a bit like a level 30 dungeon, with a group of level 30 monsters filling the scene. Are you all ready? Leah nodded. I'm ready, master. Eric led the way and walked all the way to a cave. Some gray-white runes formed a magic circle with a cushion in the middle, and some offerings and incense placed around it. Master, look. Eric pointed to the circle. This can improve your energy conversion efficiency and utilization rate. The incense and cushion can slightly enhance your spirit and improve your understanding. Essentially, it helps you to focus your mind more. Yeah, not bad. Leah was very satisfied. Is this what it feels like to have subordinates? You don't need to worry about anything. In fact, just helping yourself is enough. This is still relying solely on the resources of the Valley of the Dead. The cushions and incense burners. It originally belonged to Eric, and he was the one who took out the formation. Leah just asked a question. So I'll start then? Leah said. Eric and the others retreated automatically. As soon as I go out, Eric sat cross-legged outside. This advancement and job change was also an opportunity for them. What was Eric working so hard for? Isn't that the case? The master eats meat, and he can drink some soup. Even a little soup was something Eric had never dared to think about before. This is for Leah. There is no loss in itself. The strength of the undead in the Valley of the Dead has been enhanced once again. If this continues, perhaps one day they will surpass the industrialized undead. Chapter 133, Mao Zhu's Death. Li Yao. Xie Shenjin stared blankly at the sky. My heart is broken. He himself was like a clown, preparing everything, and his strength was definitely barely enough for Leah. It seems so ridiculous. That blow not only shattered the light, but also shattered his heart. It's over. He is completely finished. He didn't sleep at all last night. Defeated Leah. He could still find excuses and anchors for himself, but he failed to defeat Leah, causing cracks in his heart. The scene at that time. Over and over again, it appeared in his mind. He is a coward. He is a coward. He is not a so-called paladin at all. It's all his disguise. It has been like this since the beginning. Follow the paladin's code. The more you follow it, the faster you grow. At the beginning, he is just motivated by profit. I deceived myself. Xie Shenjin gave a miserable smile. So, I have never been a paladin. Everything is just a disguise. The black aura on his body became thicker and thicker. The holy light turned black. It only takes a short time, and it only takes a few seconds for a person to fall. In that case, Xie Shenjin smiled. Melancholy? Guilt? Everything disappeared. There was only clarity in his eyes, as if the clouds had been cleared away. Thank you, Leah. You made me see myself clearly. Xie Shenjin expressed his sincere gratitude. Paladin? No need. A brand new job transfer appeared in the job transfer. Black Knight. Master, at my level, is there really anyone who can turn against me? Mao Zhu knelt on the ground. In front of him was an octogenarian. He slowly raised his head, his cloudy old eyes slightly focused. How? You met a monster like that? His voice was hoarse, as if he had expected it. Master, do you know? Mao Zhu suddenly raised his head and his eyes lit up. Looking at your expression, I know what's going on. The old man laughed sinisterly twice. This is the fate of us, cursed masters. One day, you will encounter an existence that can turn against you. After he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something. It's only a matter of time. The only thing is, you met too early. His tone was not calm, and black energy emanated from his body, surging around him. Really, as expected, my wait was not in vain. Tianhai City is definitely not a simple place. The sinister smile made Mao Zhu shudder. Especially what the teacher said. He couldn't understand a word. What's going on? Mao Zhu's heart was beating wildly. But a moment. Cough. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. The Black Death Curse. Mao Zhu looked horrified and couldn't understand why. Teacher. Before he could finish his words, the old man turned into a black gas and rushed towards his face. Moment. Mao Zhu's consciousness fell into darkness. A sound like a broken throat came out of his mouth. It seems that it is still adapting to this body. Mao curse. What a pity, my good child. I really wanted you to be my successor. Pity. At the end of my life, the opportunity presented itself to me once again. He flipped through Mao Zhu's memorization. Leah. He must have received a gift. That would be my next step. Before he could finish his words, a gray cavity opened up and a bony hand passed through his chest. This is demigod. Before he could finish his words, his flesh and blood began to decay rapidly. Uncle Lee slowly showed up. He has been observing them all the time, especially Xie Shenjin and Mao Zhu. Any threat to Leah must be nipped in the bud. I didn't expect that. The descendant of the Black Deathbird was hiding in Tianhai City. Black Deadbird. He is the demigod of the Royal Federation. Because of a major disaster, he was killed by several demigods. Its heritage has been inherited by some people all over the world. One of them, it's the person in front of you. He is the descendant of the Black Deathbird of their Yinxiao lineage, and he even gave himself the nickname of Deathbird. Very early on, he did this several times in Yinxia and was surrounded and killed by a group of people. In the end, he was allowed to escape. You can say that. At that time, the Deathbird was the strongest among the first tier below the demigods. Before advancing to demigod, Lao Yi may not be able to defeat him in his prime, which is why he is so cautious. This curse master, who knows what comes with his words? It is best to kill it instead of letting it speak. Why? If you don't become a demigod, you will end up being an ant. He sealed Mao Zhu's body, and Lao Yi sighed. The several powerful men who surrounded and killed the Deathbird back then have all advanced to the demigod level, and their descendants have all grown to the level of the death bird. And what about the dead bird? I can only survive in this corner. If he hadn't come, if it weren't Leah, this dying bird will die here in obscurity. No one knows, no one knows. Becoming a demigod is only the first step towards becoming a chess player. After the college entrance examination, I'm afraid he needs to practice hard. By that time, the issues in Tianhai City had been resolved, and Leah had grown to the point where he could stand on his own. He could feel a little relieved. Lao Yi knows better than anyone that demigod is just the starting point. He needs to digest and transform it, which takes a lot of time. So he protects Leah. He didn't want to leave the country, but he learned of Leah's death. Tianhai City is still too complicated. Lao Yi Sigit. No one expected it. No one expected it. Tianhai City actually hides so many secrets. Even the death bird wants to give it a try. Under this land, there might really be an opportunity to become a demigod. Lao Yi had some guesses about the experience of suing the dead bird that year. At that time, Kaesidio was seriously injured and got the information about Tianhai City from somewhere. Years of searching yielded nothing. He had already given up in his heart, but he still accepted an apprentice. His job should be to ask the death bird for help. As a curse master, he has such means. Tell the dead bird, just want to leave a legacy. Unexpectedly, there was a turning point. Leah. He believes that Leah's specialness is related to that opportunity. Because of divinity? This is the key. If that opportunity contains ownerless divinity, it can indeed be considered a demigod opportunity. But is Leah's peculiarity really the influence of Tianhai City? Lao Yi verified it from many sources. It has been made clear what that opportunity is: fragments of the battlefield of the gods. Although it was just an unimportant fragment, it was enough to attract a level 90 person who was one step away from becoming a demigod. Only, aren't those demigods tempted? This is Lao Yi's doubt. Even if demigods cannot be easily moved, these are fragments of the war between gods. No one is interested? Or is it just a trap? Or does the above already know something? Chapter 134, 7 days. Leah disappears. Advance. Leah muttered silently. The array pattern slowly lit up, and a stream of energy slowly flowed into Leah's body. A moment. Leah entered into a state of meditation. The Valley of the Dead and the Plains of Beasts were trembling slightly, as if joining in the resonance. Here we come, Eric said to himself. This force quickly swept across the entire Valley of the Dead. This moment, the undead stopped what they were doing and slowly moved towards Leah. Leah was right. His advancement will cause a big stir. Even the plane of beasts within his body was affected. Those undead spirits slowly moved towards Leah's cabin and surrounded him in circles based on where he was sitting in the cabin. Leah felt very strange at this time. This time, he didn't see the future, an industrialized world of the dead, but in a gray space. No, this isn't some kind of space. Li Yimingrui noticed something was wrong and looked at everything in front of him in shock. I become smaller? Gurgle. Lias Adams epulrolet. He is now in a microscopic state, and this world is undead energy. At this moment, Leah seemed to have a sudden inspiration. A thought came to my mind. Ice explosion. This ball of energy slowly changed, allowing Leah to see for the first time the skill from such a perspective. Stop. In an instant, the skill stopped at a certain point. Disassembly. Leah's mind moved. Ice explosion. Structures were peeled off one after another. A top-level skill and energy research site. If he could break down and fully understand all the skills, Leah would definitely gain a lot and have a deeper understanding of his own energy. And there are the industrialized undead. Could he use this opportunity to find out something? Outside, Eric was the most aware. The energy of the undead has become active. He sensed it. He sensed it. His eyes widened. At this moment, he fell into ecstasy. This is a kind of congratulations. That's right. And skills. By running it in your own body, you can see its trajectory more clearly. This is simply good news for the mage. Eric wasn't the only one to discover this. Some undead were also discovered. Those skills that were only intellectually demanding, those obscure and difficult to understand, actually showed signs of being mastered. And those resurrected dead recalled more knowledge from their previous lives. The same is true for the plains of 10,000 beasts. Those undead souls began to recall their past. This is a carnival for the dead. And in the resonance between the two copies, the energy actually began to be purified. The plains of 10,000 beasts began to change slowly. Many plants began to move towards the Valley of the Dead. Various plants, insects, and the entire environment began to mutate. Lee felt like a long time had passed. It seems like he has been in seclusion somewhere for many years. When he opened his eyes, he felt as if he was in another world. How long? I felt the gray, jade-like ground beneath me. Lee felt like the world had changed so much. Could it be that he has been in seclusion for 1,000 years? How did the ground become like this? This time, he has reaped a lot of rewards. He iterated all the skill structures, comprehended some skills, and thoroughly improved the skills he had comprehended a few days ago. In the past, there were still loopholes in the eyes of certain beings. This is his obvious weakness, and the enemy can use it to seize control of his skills. The side effect of leaving certain hidden injuries has been solved. Although the side effects are minor, Lee will not ignore them. In essence, it is to optimize his own skills and energy. Now, his energy has completely turned into mist, mixed with a hint of black and a little bit of gold. This is the biggest gain. When it comes to utilizing divinity, Li Ya's energy is enhanced with a hint of divinity. At this point, seriously speaking, not even a little bit. It's actually divine power. It can greatly enhance his skills, and by definition, it can even be said to be a magical skill. But it is far from being a divine skill. The real magical skills are essentially different. Leah's magical skill is just a skill that uses divine power. But this is enough. Leah didn't hesitate and drank the job-changing potion again. A moment. Leah trembled all over. He closed his eyes once again and resonated with both copies. This time, the industrialized world also got involved. Leah, Plain of 10,000 Beasts. Valley of the Dead. The future industrialized world of the dead. The undead from the two copies also joined in, as if they were all integrated into the future industrialized undead world. Indistinguishable from each other. Leah has the strangest senses. He seemed to have become the Valley of the Dead, the plains of beasts, and those undead souls. The plains of 10,000 beasts and the Valley of the Undead gradually began to merge together, not like Lu Shandao's force swallowing, but a slow fusion, indistinguishable from each other. Mu family. How many days has it been? Mu Qinghan felt uneasy. 7 days. Mu Changkong took a sip of tea. Leah had said long ago that this time might take a long time, but I didn't expect it to be this long. 7 days. Who can spend 7 days to advance to level 20 and change jobs? Generally speaking, even if you change jobs one more time, it will only take about 1 to 3 days based on the job change at level 30. The two members of the Mu family also thought so. 3 days at most. But when the time came, Leah still hadn't come out. Mu Changkong originally wanted to go and take a look. After all, he still had the authority to the Valley of the Undead. Go take a look. I found that I couldn't open it at all. His authority seemed to be completely taken back, and the next day, the entire copy of the Valley of the Dead disappeared. Whose advancement and job transfer would be like this? The copies have disappeared. Leah said his job change was a little special, but I didn't expect it to be this special. The copy disappears. Mu Changkong couldn't think of any job change that would allow him to do this. Or did something unexpected happen? Think about Leah. It doesn't feel strange at all. It's been 7 days today, and there's still no news from him. Mu Qinghan frowned, her beautiful eyes full of worry. She was really afraid that something might happen to Leah. After spending these few days together, Leah has gained a certain weight in her heart. Like? Not really. More like a friend with whom she has a slight crush, someone to pursue, the most talented person she has ever met. Admiration for the strong, affection, friendship, rationality, etc. After all, they invested in Leah, so they naturally hoped that Leah could go further. And what is the prerequisite for going further? Alive. This is how Mu Qinghan developed complex emotions. Since you're so worried, let's go take another look. Mu Changkong sighed. Can. Mu Qinghan is scared. I'm afraid that once I get there, it won't be good news, but bad news. Let's go. Mu Changkong didn't give Mu Qinghan a choice and pulled her into the car, galloping all the way. Open the door of the room and go in. The two people from the Mu family were stunned. This is Chapter 135 La Oie Surprise. Mr. E, a figure was already waiting. The two people from the Mu family were shocked. They never expected that the demigod would come in person. Is Leah so valued? It's not that Leah is not valued. But Leah only advanced and changed his job. The fact that he was able to find this place meant that he had been paying attention to it for a long time. Demigod. He is also the leader of an organization. Although I'm not overwhelmed by the daily affairs, there are still many things to do. That's all. He is still paying attention to Leah. Are you here? He had anticipated this. He didn't expect that Leah would actually accept this job change. Undead Lord. A copy of the profession is required. This is a job change that has not appeared for many years, but there were some in the early days. You can change jobs early and need a copy. This means that this job change is not very popular. Moreover, the copy requires extremely high authority and monsters with a certain level of intelligence, and they must be converted into their own subjects. This is an extremely difficult thing to do. Even with family help, it will be difficult. After becoming a lord, he still focuses on the undead plague. Combat is not its forte. When you change your job at level 30, there are more options. Otherwise, you can wait until level 60 to change your job, when you'll have more options. Only job change is available at level 20. This is the best time. Even if there is no subsequent job transfer book, there are still 2 chances and a 3rd chance at level 90. You can still go far. At that time, you are equivalent to the master of a small underworld. This is the strength of this lineage, which has absolute suppression over other undead in the territory. Undead Scourge. It's their standard configuration. The quality and quantity of his undead scourge far exceed those of ordinary necromancers. And control of space. This type of profession is also the absolute pinnacle. Thinking about Leah's special undead, He also understood why Leah chose this path. Especially the requirements are not difficult. For Leah, I just didn't expect that Leah could get the job transfer book. Mirei, Leah's situation. Mu Qinghan couldn't wait to ask. Fine. He shook his head. Leah is just in another dimension. He will be out soon. Space. Mu Qinghan and Mu Changkong looked at each other. He nodded and began to explain. It should be the undead lord's job. A special resonance phenomenon will occur with the instance. During this period, the person who changes the job completely controls the instance. After the job change is completed, there's a certain probability that the person will completely control the instance. Is there still such a profession? Mu Qinggan sighed. Mu Changkong sighed lightly, and the Valley of the Dead was completely gone. He had this premonition. This kid Leah is still too evil. Leah didn't let them wait too long. A huge black cavity appeared, and a figure slowly walked out. A surge of pressure poured out. Real objects are affected. My completely gray hair has started to turn black in some places. Skin is white as jade, exuding a soul-chilling coldness, yet indescribably soft. A pair of eyes with a hint of golden light. In the eyebrows. It's like an eye in heaven. Even though it was just a fleeting moment, it left a deep impression on everyone present. Illusion? It would not be considered an illusion. That feeling, it's like looking into the eyes of a god, a different feeling. Lee was slightly stunned. Uncle Mu, Mu Qinghan, and Uncle Yi are all here? It's out. Laoi lukit atlia. Really? The spirit underwent a second transformation. The energy in the body once again underwent significant changes, which led to the changes in Leah. Gray to black. Did the breath of death work? Gray is immortal. Black is death. Although not all of them are like this, but most of them are like this. Don't underestimate the undead class, as they can acquire death class skills. In fact, the death class restrains the undead class. The undead type is restrained by the natural type and the death type. It's like fighting on both sides. It's like a zombie, not within the 5 elements, not within the 3 realms. The same goes for the undead, but it also gives them many options. The undead can come back to life or die completely, and they can go further on these roads. This is their advantage and also their disadvantage. Whereas Leah, its energy carries the breath of death. Now, the undead of the same level are really no match for Leah. Pure restraint. Leah seemed like a superior being. There is a significant suppression on general undead types. It may also trigger the probability of instant death, which is a natural nemesis for the undead. For ordinary people, it is equivalent to a special poison. When it reaches a certain level, the enemy will die suddenly. That's all for now. By the time Leah reached the later stage, serious injuries would put him on the brink of death. Even the 2 words, death. It can create a dead zone, not to mention that after becoming a demigod, this ability is even more abnormal. Not a demigod, In front of Leah, he is just a minion. This kind of crushing is almost absolute. For example, the Black Death bird must have a certain amount of impure death energy, which is why it sent out many demigods to besiege it. This is why it caused so many tragedies. But Leah already has this level, and divinity, and the breath of death. The combination of these three can pose a fatal threat to anyone seriously injured below the level of demigod. Death is a path. No matter what level, pure is the suppression of personality. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Death is fair to most beings in the world. As long as Leah's status is high enough, you will still die if you're below demigod. That's all. Leah made a lot of money by advancing and changing his job this time. Not to mention the improvement in Leah's various stats and talents. Another huge improvement. Why? Leah is much more perverted than before. Leah, are you okay? Mu Qinghan asked. A pair of eyes looked around, and it seemed that Leah's feeling had changed. Changing jobs also brings about an improvement in temperament. How come she hasn't changed so much? Could it be that? Think of the battle between all beasts and all spirits. What was Leah's advanced rating this time? He even changed his job again. Is that what you mean? Such changes can occur with a high rating and job change. Want to? Mu Qinghan felt that he could try harder. I didn't feel that way before. Now look at Leah. He was an ordinary boy at first, but now he has become the melancholy male god. Who doesn't say he's handsome? And Mu Qinghan wants to become beautiful, and that otherworldly aura is so captivating. Mu Changkong was also amazed. This time, Leah is really invincible when he is below level 30. There is such a monster in the college entrance examination. He will definitely be able to make his face grow long and slap the faces of those people at home. Take a look. This is Leah. The earlier they place their bets, the greater the returns they can get. Now, Lao Yi is here. What do they count for? World, are you ready? Chapter 136. The waters of Tianhai City are too deep. Back home again. In Leah's mind, he was thinking about what Lao Yi had told him privately. Tianhai City. Fragments of the God War. The possibility of a demigod coming. The trap of the Abyss cult. There are also matters concerning the Black Death bird, the Death bird, and Mao's curse. The water in the entire Tianhai City is becoming more and more muddy. Some idle people in society disappeared, and some ordinary people were attacked by professionals. For those people, it is a small punishment but a big warning. There are even fewer thugs on the streets. It is said that the dandy disciples were all confined at home. It is said that one of them provoked an outsider and was seriously injured and dying. His family was helpless as he suffered collateral injuries. These people are still restraining themselves. Not dead. He was just seriously injured and dying. His actions were so secretive that others thought he had fainted. I didn't expect it to be so serious. How could Tianhai City be so worthy as to be able to accommodate all these monsters and demons? Isn't there any information from above? Fragments of the God War. It was actually the Abyss cult that knew it first. But if you think about it carefully, you will realize that even if some people discover it, they will have to explore it on their own. That's a message in itself. In fact, up to now, it is uncertain whether this fragment exists under Tianhai City. Who knows where the fragment has gone after so many years? Like a dead bird. People in the last century were active in the 1980s and 1990s. What era are they in now? It's been 25 years in the 21st century. 40 or 50 years. The dead bird stayed in Tianhai City. Excluding the subsequent abandonment of the search and the treatment of injuries, it must have been at least more than 10 years, right? But that's it. Still not found. The death bird is the first tier below the demigods. Is he ignorant? That's impossible. At that time, Tianhai City was much weaker than it is now, and private guilds were still prohibited. The entire Yinxia country has very few resources. The dungeon's arrival is still unstable. Riots often occur, and monsters pop out from time to time. How many masters are there among the people? A large proportion of the strong ones are official personnel. At that time, Deathbird was one of the best people in the world. Now words. That's nothing. At the same level, now we are crushing the past. This is not like some novels, where the older the universe is, the stronger it is. After all, those are universes that are constantly declining. And what about them? It was only 100 years ago that he achieved extraordinary status. Extraordinary power is a process of continuous growth and development. This shows how powerful the Deathbird is. But such a strong man did not cause any big stir in Tianhai City, and even had the idea of accepting disciples to inherit his legacy. This is enough to show how deeply this divine war is hidden. But the Abyss cult knows. Given the history of that sect, it's really possible. According to Lao E, the Abyss cult is the #1 professional organization. Earlier than the country. Can you believe it? It is unlikely that they have no secret knowledge. Only, why now? And regarding my own abnormality, do you think it's related to the fragments of the divine war? When Lao E talked about it, Li was actually still a little hesitant. But change your mind. How is that possible? Just a fragment of the war between gods can bring him the talent for future industrialization? Funny. That world of the dead is no worse than the realm of gods. At least for now on. Then my talent was definitely not created by the divine realm. But Leah knew it. Laoi also believes it. Where are those people? What about those who are stuck at certain stages and cannot make any progress? As long as there is a little hope, those people must seize it. This is what Lao is worried about. This time, the main purpose is to remind Leah and also to tell the Mu family. Not sure. Those people will attack Mu Qinghan. I can't kill him, but I will definitely use some means to force him to tell me something. Uncle Mu also talked about the situation in Tianhai City, especially Wang Zhan. Before entering the dungeon, Leah notified Uncle Mu through a message. He dare not forget. For Wang Zhan, love may turn into hate. Just a mention. Don't neglect Wang Zhan. According to Uncle Mu, he is already preparing to break through to level 30, and with the help of Tianhai Guild, he should be able to complete it before the college entrance examination. His talent is still not bad. Leah fed somehat relievet. He was not wrong about Wang Zhan. This can be considered as a reward for Uncle Mu and the others. Along the way, he ate and took everything. Even the copies were eaten up. The Valley of the Dead is gone. The Plains of 10,000 Beasts is gone too. Only the Plains of the Dead remains. A fusion of 2 copies, a brand new copy. It is also his territory as the Lord of the Undead. The entire dungeon area is about the size of the center of Tianhai City. There are only more than 10,000 people in the entire territory, all concentrated in the area where the terrain of the Valley of the Dead is preserved. Essentially managed by Eric. Too big. It used to be a plain of beasts equivalent to the African savanna, but now it has become a territory. These all need to be developed. You know, the Valley of the Dead will take a long time to develop. The Valley of the Dead accounts for only 1% of the entire plain of beasts. Unless you count the caves, the mountains are flat. That's barely close to 10% of the area. That's not all. Leah discovered a huge cave in the plain of 10,000 beasts. This is the calculation. Leah's entire territory is ridiculously large. If you want to develop it thoroughly, I don't know how much time it will take. There are fewer undead. There are also fewer undead like Eric. The 2 copies were merged into one and are still on Leah. However, this problem was solved after he changed his job. I have to think carefully tomorrow about what changes have been brought about by my advancement and job change. Leah told secretly. He felt, I can compete with the average level 50 or 60 players. Insufficient value. The skills are not bad, the talents are not bad, and the job change is even better. Why am I weaker than others? Leah is equivalent to a top-level Kryptonian. He has charged all that he can. Beating some high-level civilians, isn't that easy? Especially this world. In essence, it is a pay-to-win game. As long as you spend enough money, a garbage profession can become a god-level profession. Leah is not just an ordinary Krypton gold boss. He is also a high-level player. The combination of the two makes his strength reach a terrifying level. He can't fight head-on. As long as he sits in the rear and defeats the strong with the weak, it will be easy. Let's forget about it today. Look outside, the sky is half white and half dark, and a full moon is peeking out. It's getting late. Eat something and get some sleep. My body and spirit have undergone a transformation these days, but my senses are tired. Like a false god. Looks very energetic, but feels weak. Now that things have come to this, it's better to go to sleep first. Just have a good sleep. It can also maintain a certain degree of humanity and consume those senses. In order to avoid personality problems without him realizing it, this is what Leah needs to worry about. In another place, Leah hasn't been found yet. Chapter 137, Targeting Family. Lu Shandao had a cold face. The subordinates were silent as a cicada, like a little quail facing a predator. Without. Then hurry up and find it. Lu Shandao said viciously. He left a backup plan outside and searched for a week, but Li seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Disappeared? How is that possible? No, he still has a lot of anger and nowhere to vent it. Who knows the pain? Liya, why don't you just die? He never thought that Liya could ruin his plan. Who would have thought? This is a devouring copy. Liya was able to find a way out, which prevented him from getting the key link. Now he is almost going crazy. Without the advanced fusion material of the plane of 10,000 beasts, their fusion became extremely difficult, but fortunately, it was successful. Now all that's left is to digest it slowly. The prototype of a demiplane is completely formed. That's it. With such a demiplane, their Dazzling guild could go anywhere in the vast world. Obviously, everything can be more perfect. The side effects of forced integration have begun to appear. Lu Shandao felt that his body was overdrawn, his spirit had become distorted under such high pressure, and his perception was full of problems. He's like a madman. Disturbed perception of time and space, mental problems. What makes him crazy sometimes is that he is no longer the President Lu of the past. That's why he hates it. If it was Jiang Zhenhai, he would still accept it. Liya was something he could never accept. Liya, the person he had never taken seriously, had such a huge impact on him. He refused. That ant-like fellow. Why you can grow so fast? Why? It seems like everything is on your side. He wanted Liya to pay the price. He wanted revenge and wanted to kill Liya. Stop. That's when the subordinates are about to step down. Lu Shandao suddenly shouted. Since we can't find Liya, let's go find his parents and force them out. No harm to family members. He used to have some concerns. The bottom line isn't that low. Now he no longer cares at all. He is willing to do anything as long as he can kill Liya. Clear. Those scarlet eyes made the subordinates tremble in their hearts. Liya's parents. Isn't that in the hospital and the sheriff's station? Where to attack? The president is really crazy. By the way, I will give you enough manpower, so prepare well. Lu Shandao's eyes relaxed a little, and his eyes gradually became clear. He sobered up a little. Sheriff's office and hospital. No matter where the attack is, the main purpose is to force Liya to come out. Liya, don't you care about your family the most? Lu Shandao smiled nervously. This time, Liya, you must die. Hasn't there been any news from Liya for a long time? Xia Xinjin listened quietly. Mao Zhu is dead. Gatling broke through level 40 and took up a position in Shanghai. There's no news about Liya. It's like it disappeared. I heard that Liya had advanced and changed his job, which was something Xia Xinjin and others did not expect. Liya is not even level 30 yet. Can you believe it? Where's Wang Zhan? In the Tianhai Guild, it is highly valued. And what about him? In the Haitian Guild, he is considered important, but not as important as Gatling and Wang Zhan. Sweet spirit. There are only a few steps left. He is not 18 years old either, and can be trained to become the backbone of the guild. Not to mention Wang Zhan. It was said that Liya had given a greeting, and he was given special care. I really envy Wang Zhan for clinging to Liya's thighs. Don't look at what kind of talent Wang Zhan has. If it weren't for Liya, Wang Zhan would be considered the #1 genius among commoners. Even Xie Xinjin from our guild can't compare to him. That family is truly common people. I didn't expect there would be something about him. Xie Xinjin remained non-committal. Wang Zhan's talent was indeed better than his. He's just a genius in disguise. Now that he has found his own way and met a black knight who can guide him on the path of true knighthood, perhaps he will not stay in this guild for too long. It's just Liya. Xie Xinjin felt complicated about this. Hey, no hat. Liya did nothing. It's him. It was his own problem, but he was woken up by Liya without Liya's knowledge. Do you like it? It's not like. That was the pain in his heart. But is that true? Liya may be related to the secret of Tianhai City, which is why he is so powerful. This is a rumor told by the Black Knight. In Tianhai City, many outsiders believe that this rumor is partly true and partly false. But when some guys really wanted to take action, they mysteriously disappeared, and it was like a curse to attack Liya. The Black Knight is a little more certain. Those people didn't disappear, they must have died. At that time, he asked, "Did Liya do it?" The Black Knight said with a smile, "How was that possible? There's a powerful existence behind Liya." Is there a powerful existence? There is a mysterious master behind Liya. If both things are true, then his failure is almost inevitable. But can your teacher, Liya, always protect you? Liya's home, Call. Leah let out a long breath. Unable to control his spirit of the second transformation, he could hear voices outside. Breakfast solicitation. Busy crowd. Get up and fight couple. Leah heard all of this. Sometimes being too strong can be a bad thing. Leah Sigit. It's so early. It was just dawn, a little after 6 o'clock. He was woken up. Once he woke up, he couldn't fall asleep again. After a quick wash, I went downstairs to prepare for breakfast. Leah has absolutely no shortage of money. Leah. Look, let me tell you, Leah often eats breakfast at my place. Has Leah become more handsome again? So handsome. The real person looks better than in the video. That's brother Leah. You should learn from him in the future. The breakfast shop owner was talking loudly. The people around also looked at Leah, as if he was a big star. Leah's expression froze, especially the remarks made by some crazy fans, especially those made by men. Where are your faces? Leah, can we take a photo together? As soon as these words were spoken, the enthusiasm of the people around was ignited. Leah, can you take a photo with me? A moment. A good breakfast turned into a photo session. Finally, Wang Yang, Uncle Wang, arrived late and brought the sheriff to maintain order. Everyone, please don't gather around. Other people have their own lives, too. While the sheriff was handling the matter, Leah had time to eat breakfast. Then the man walked outside. In a few breaths, he disappeared in the crowd. Waited for a long time. A figure appeared in his home. Chapter 138, Advanced Improvement. It's so scary. Once enthusiasm exceeds the limit, it will be a disaster. Leah Sigit. What's going on? Is this how things have become in Tianhai City? Being too famous is not a good thing. Those fans don't seem like enemies, so they can just be killed. Leah could only deal with it hastily. Even so, he was very tired in the noisy environment. Is he weak? No. It is spending time on things that you are not familiar with and are not good at. You will feel tired. Do you want to find a new house? He is fine. In just over a week, he would take the college entrance examination. But what about your family? Who knows what those people will do? The fans are coming. Then the black fans followed. Just a little bit extreme. With the strength of a professional, you can really do a lot of things. And there are things about my sister's school. He is so famous now. Can he still stay in the school, knowing his sister's family background? It's not that he discriminates against ordinary schools. It is the difference in status that creates a certain fantasy. The child has no interest. What about the teachers, principals, and parents? Can my sister handle it? Even if he could handle it, how old is his sister? As an older brother, he wants to give his sister a good childhood. My parents are fine. Even if you don't go to work, you can still live a rich life with his money. But are his parents the kind of people who can afford to sit still? Leah also wanted to increase their strength so that they would have some ability to protect themselves when encountering certain situations. These things need to be resolved as soon as possible. I still have to buy a house. Leah thought about it. Ask Uncle Moo. Can their family move to live closer to Uncle Moo? I believe Uncle Moo would be willing to deepen the relationship between the two families. I'm afraid I'll need to disguise myself when I show up next time. Leah Sigit. It should be better once the heat passes. But can you really get through it? In a few days, the college entrance examination will begin. How can Leah not show off? Even if he gets a good ranking, it will be enough to add fuel to his fame. 2 months during the summer vacation. Because of the efficiency of information dissemination, it continues to ferment during this period. To university. Can Leah just be content? Even if he is willing to settle down, his talent won't allow it. We are all young. In college, I'm afraid no one is willing to give in to anyone else. Never mind. Leah ignored it for the time being. Look at your panel information. Complete the Undead Mage Level 20 Breakthrough Trial. Rating SSS. Advancing. Advance completed. Data panel is updating. Spirit plus 300. Health plus 1000. Purify your energy once. Construct a metamagic rune overdosage. Overload, when not activated, increases the number of summoners and has a chance to double cast spells. After activation, a guaranteed overload effect can be obtained in a short period of time. 5 talents are being drawn. Random skills are being drawn. Gain special ability, Enlightenment. Enlightenment, stored daily inspiration. When actively used, it consumes inspiration to upgrade skills. Looking at the numbers alone, the increase isn't that much. Certainly, this 300 spirit value is far beyond the reach of ordinary A level and S level. 300 points. There's still 1,000 lives. For example, Cho Wanhai's equipment bonus is 1,000. 300 points of spirit is actually the least worthwhile reward in this advancement. Purify your energy once. This is the most fundamental improvement. Even in those professions that rely on physical effort, the purification of your energy can still bring unexpected benefits. Energy. It could be chi, magic, or chakra. Changes in energy can affect all aspects of the body. It is one of the fundamentals of supernatural power and can affect all aspects. A short-term numerical improvement is nothing. This is still a passive effect. After the energy is tempered once, the active effect brought about can make the skills even better. This is a huge bonus to combat power, even if you're stronger in spirit and have more energy than Leah. But the quality cannot be compared. The power of the skill is much worse. In the battle of spells, Leah will have the advantage. Then there are the metamagic runes. Check out the description of the excess. For Leah, this is simply the most suitable ability. Just double it. For Leah, that means his combat effectiveness has doubled. The summoned creature is Leah's combat power. Head-on combat? Leah is not a bully. He will never face the enemy head-on. 5 talents. Random skills. I won't talk about these two. We can only analyze them in detail after seeing what they are. Look at the special skills. Enlightenment. It is equivalent to unlimited skill upgrade opportunities, as long as there is inspiration. So where do you find inspiration? University, especially university libraries. Teacher Tang. Lee suddenly thought of Teacher Tang, who had been so kind to him. The Tang family is an expert in this area. If he could use his connections to visit various libraries and information rooms, he would have accumulated so much inspiration for his enlightenment. How many skills can be upgraded? Top-level growth talent, becoming more invincible in the later stages. Talent extraction completed. Negative energy affinity level 1 to 2. Negative energy cycle level 1 to 2. Ice element affinity level 3. Dark element affinity level 3. Dark knowledge level 1. It is equivalent to 2 epic talents, 2 level 3 fine talents, and 1 special rare talent. The first 2 are numerical improvements. The 2 are friendly. There is nothing much to say. Only dark lore. Dark knowledge. Ability to transform other professional skills into skills that one can learn through elemental and energy affinity. Introduction. You possess a vast amount of dark knowledge and are able to do things beyond the reach of ordinary people. There's no shortage of skills. Directly break through professional restrictions and learn skills from other professions. Certainly, because of affinity talent limitations, Leah could only look at the affinity of dark elements, affinity of ice elements, and affinity of negative energy. Other professional skills in these 3 aspects could be changed. The higher the affinity, the more skills you can change, the faster the time will be. If I can make skill scrolls in the future, I can sell these skills to other necromancers. Leah's eyes lit up slightly. Isn't this just adding to his power? This talent is not that important to Leah. But what about power? This is simply the top attraction for the undead. As long as Leah chooses carefully. He still has so many skill slots. He can totally waste some of them and get some low-level skills from other professions that can improve the early strength of the undead. Especially the necromancer. If you have a few mage-type skills, can't you act like a mage? If it can curse or bless. Isn't this just a supporting profession? With the addition of your own undead, the combat power will not be so weak. Chapter 139 Epic Building. Rare is rare. It's more useful than epic poetry. An epic talent to increase Leah's combat power? The Arch-Necromancer still mainly relies on spells. Whereas Leah? Most of the time I stay behind. Summon the creatures first. And what about dark knowledge? Summons can also be diversified, not just undead. Skills can also be diversified. It can also become the foundation of one's own power, which is very attractive to many necromancers. Even if he no longer focuses on magic in the future. Same. Can become a very powerful magician. The combination of enlightenment and dark knowledge is even more terrifying. No futurism. With this panel, Leah is still confident of becoming a demigod. This is just an advanced improvement. There are also 20 by 10 free points. These are Leah's upgrade points from level 20 to level 30. 200 points. It can also increase the value by 1 more wave. It doesn't count as a job change. Leah is at level 30 and is also a numerical monster. No equipment. Compared with those rare or even uncommon sets, the values are extremely terrifying. And job change. This is my extraordinary talent. Lia Sigit. So strong. It's just advancement. How many people in Qinghai province can achieve such an abnormal improvement by changing jobs and advancing before level 30? I'm afraid there are only a few. This is still Li Ya's overestimation. Their Qinghai province doesn't rank high in the hot summer. There are very few S-level reviews, but Li Ya is an SSS. It becomes increasingly difficult to evaluate later on. Just one more plus sign will significantly improve it, not to mention the 2 more letters, which already show its specialness. The bosses killed by Li are all rated SS level. They're also skills of comprehension. This is completely beyond the imagination of most people, mainly because Li Ya is only level 20, which is the most critical point. Who's level 20 is like this. Now, I have to say something. Who's level 30 is like this. Now I'm terrifyingly strong, not counting the talents that needed to be developed and the skills that had been extracted. When he faced Jiang Zhenhai's beast tide again, he would be able to crush them directly with numbers. Skill extraction completed. Aura of Fear, Phosphorescence, Curse of Decay, Wisp, Escape into Shadow, and Shadow Orb. 6 skills. 2 epic ones, Aura of Fear and Curse of Decay. 2 rare items, Escape into Shadow and Shadow Orb. The last 2 are boutique grade. The 2 premium ones just have more fire means. Into the Shadows. Escape weapon. This is what Lia values. Able to enter the shadow and make a leap. Dark Orb. As the name suggests, it is a dark elemental magic ball, which has a special attack on the flesh. There is dark element erosion. It affects both the mind and the body. The remaining 2 are the key points. Fear Aura. Just look at the name and you will know the effect. It can mainly be released in groups. Yes, this is a group skill. His undead army all has a fear aura that can continuously apply the fear effect. Gathered together, the fear effect is stronger. It's a perfect match with the military. The undead army has no morale, but most armies do. This ability is to accelerate the defeat and reduce the enemy's resistance during the defeat, rather than resisting stubbornly and exploding one's own little universe. This is the most annoying. It is obvious that life is already a candle in the wind, but the enemy exploded and launched a counterattack. That was the case in esports competitions in previous lives. Because there is no way out, we can give our all and unleash our potential. It's different with the aura of fear. Fear. It is enough to destroy part of the enemy's combat effectiveness. Curse of Decay. Everything that perishes the living, even the dead, cannot escape it. Simple and direct. If combined with the undead conversion curse, the efficiency of converting undead can be further improved. Not to mention, it also has a certain special attack against the undead. It is mainly due to Li Ya's energy that is contaminated with death. Why do you keep hitting your allies so hard? Why? Li Ya raised the corners of his mouth. The undead can't even raise their heads in front of him. Read the advanced upgrade. Li Ya couldn't wait to see what the job change was like. All the beasts are kneeling down again. In his own dungeon, all the undead were still digesting the impact of his job change. Procting job change. Resonating with the territory. Job transfer completed. Data panel is updating. Health plus 10,000. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 100. Attack plus 100. Defense plus 100. This job transfer value is quite balanced. Li Ya shook his head. The main reason for the huge increase in the first value is the cyberization of the undead, which transforms them into semi-supernatural creatures. If cyberization is not upgraded, its value will not be so explosive. 400 points, and a life of 10,000 bloods. Judging from the pure numerical value, is also very high. It's just very average, not like a spell that focuses on mental values. Come to think of it, this is the Undead Lord, not the Mage class anymore. Balanced. It's actually a good thing. 3 architectural drawings. Immortal Fountain to 1. Library of the Dead to 1. Graveyard to 1. 3 architectural drawings, 3 buildings. It is indeed the Lord. They are not rewards for increasing combat effectiveness, but things that increase territory. The 3 blueprints are Undead Transformation Factory, Undead Construction House, and Undead Planning House. 3 of the existing buildings are the most impressive. Immortal Fountain. Type. Architecture Epic Undead. Introduction. Legend has it that this tributary of the river Styx slowly transforms the environment. Drinking its waters can raise the level of the undead, greatly benefiting undead classes. Have a look. Undead resources. It's like having an endless supply of cultivation materials, and it can also directly increase the level of the undead. For ordinary necromancers, the latter effect is of little use. But for Leah, this is very useful, isn't it? The undead plains are full of hungry creatures. Improving the large number of beings stuck in bottlenecks is equivalent to helping the dungeon to advance. It itself has the effect of improving the copy. Library of the Dead. Type. Architecture. Epic Undead. Introduction. The undead can generate books based on their skills, talents, and insights. The more books they have, the greater their comprehension bonus and learning efficiency. Another perverted building. It can also be used actively to force an undead to comprehend a skill, talent, etc. Now it's once a year. As the number of books increases and their value increases, this effect can be shortened. If I acquire skills through dark knowledge, can I make them into a book? Creating a book requires expending one's own energy. In a short period of time, a part of your spirit will be missing. This is the only flaw, but it is not a big deal for Leah. And then, Chapter 140 Legend. Another legend. Graves Cemetery. Type. Architecture. Legendary. Undead. Introducing the legendary tomb of the Bone King. Simple and direct, but it reveals its extraordinariness. Bone King? Could it be the one from the previous life? Leah shook his head. This is most likely unlikely. It's just the same title. Is there also a legend about the Bone King in that world? Building capabilities. 1. Undead Sky. A dark cloud that hangs over the cemetery, forever shrouding it. It carries the aura of death and can weaken the energies of holiness, light, and righteousness, while amplifying all undead and undead creatures. 2. Wall of Size. A wall forged by countless ghosts. It can weaken the enemy's attacks and will, causing them to give up. 3. Endless Army. Outside the cemetery, you can spawn infinite levels of various undead. 4. Gathering Inland. Gathering negative energy and purifying it. Subsequent entries are not unlocked. Outrageous. This is outrageous. He also saw a line of small words. Note, this building is sealed and needs to be unlocked. So, the sealed states are all at the legendary level? Then what level is it to be completely unsealed? Leah rubbed his eyes. He is a little unconfident. Legend has it that it is just a seal. If the seal is removed, won't this thing fly to the sky? Looking at those 4 entries again, they are indeed very basic. Wall of Size. Isn't that the exterior wall? Sky of the Dead. It's equivalent to a suspended ceiling, a place where gathers. Building Foundation Effect. The last Endless Army. Isn't this the gatekeeper? If one day he can build this building, then all the abilities of the Endless Army will be useful. Generally speaking, they're all in the copy who can break in, or pull the enemy into the dungeon. This is one way. Among them, the Endless Army is the most useful to Leah. It can generate infinite undead and continuously replenish the population. Now the speed is very slow. 1 is generated per day. If you consume energy to upgrade, you can kill 1 undead per hour. Never mind. Let's save it slowly. With the enhancement of dungeons and buildings, this skill will become even stronger. Don't underestimate this one day. With Leah, you can train to level 40 as long as you have enough time. Level 1. It represents plasticity. Add to that the library, and he's perfectly capable of diversifying the undead. I can even disguise myself as an ordinary necromancer. Compared to those industrialized undead, aren't these undead that he cultivated himself just ordinary undead? Leah is making advanced preparations. Industrialized undead will definitely become his standard configuration. Sometimes you want to hide something, and that's a huge flaw. Although these undead are not ordinary, it is enough for them to look like ordinary undead. Maybe he can even cultivate many necromancers. In that case, he can summon the necromancers first, and the necromancers will then summon the undead. That's simply a super army. Not to mention, he also has the Undead Transformation Factory, which is where the undead are transformed. Undead buildings. As the name suggests, this is a building that trains builders and provides undead construction equipment. Undead Planting House. This is a place dedicated to growing plants. These 3 require materials to build, And if you build the undead building, first, you can leave the blueprints in the building house and wait for the undead in the building house to build it. If you build directly, more materials will be consumed. And it was originally a template house, but the construction house will have some special effects added according to the builder. Leah asked Derek, I have almost all the materials, except for an architect job transfer book. An architect, if it is not an active awakening, then this is a secondary profession. Generally speaking, after the first job change, you can start a secondary job. Or, if you don't have a profession, you can directly change your profession through the profession scroll. This is a good choice in some families. But by changing jobs and obtaining a profession in this way, you will not gain any talents and the numerical bonus will not be high. Experience gained is less than automatic awakening. There are fewer job changes at levels 30, 60, and 90. As a secondary occupation, its experience bar is calculated separately. Characters like architects and blacksmiths can gain experience through construction and forging, so the experience gain will not be lost. If it is a combat profession, then the experience of the secondary profession is twice that of the main profession. Depending on the profession, the compatibility between the main profession and the secondary profession will produce various effects. Most of them are side effects. Last point, the upper limit of the secondary profession is generally only half the level of the main profession. There will be a certain degree of decay in the points earned. Few people would have two combat professions. Generally, the secondary profession is something like architect, and this kind of job transfer scroll is often produced. This thing is not expensive and easy to get. Lee touched his chin. For the other two, there is no need to change jobs. All needs can be met in the plains of the dead. But these 6 buildings still need planning. These things, leave it to Eric. Talent is born in the process of generation. Skills are being generated. Territory rewards are being generated. Talent generation completed. Sharing. You can share your talents, stats, and skills with others, and your subject can also share their talents, stats, and skills with you. Special sharing. For a short period of time, gain a 1% bonus to the citizens. Reminder, please pay attention to your own situation when sharing. It's big again. What kind of talent is this? So perverted. There are limitations. After all, this is the real world. If it were a game world, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He has tens of thousands of subjects. Except for spirit, the basic values are all above 10. Thousands of values are not small. After all, they are transformed from monsters. If he can bear it. His numbers are conservatively estimated to be over 100,000, not to mention his health, which is sky high. Not to mention, and more personalization options. What talents, what skills. Leah can take over all these people. It's nothing at all. When will Leah confront the enemy head-on? The most perverted thing is that he can lend it to his own people, but it's a pity that he can't share it with his future undead. Otherwise, that way this talent would be even more abnormal. Do you dare to imagine? A crazy zombie, plus unlimited sharing. Justy, there's also corpse explosion technique that can be used. The shared corpse explosion technique is simply a super nuclear bomb. It just gives numerical bonuses to crazy zombies, and they kill randomly among the enemies. That's sharing. The ability of this legendary talent. This is really a bit too scary. Leah grunted. Roll your Adam's apple and swallow your saliva. We can actually practice together. Chapter 141, The Undead Lord. Shared practice. It is equivalent to treating him and his subjects as a whole. Like a pyramid. Those at the top will share their cultivation talents to a certain extent, while those below will share what they have gained from their cultivation. I can level up just by lying down. So perverted. Of course, this is based on the high quality of Leah's people. A bunch of people. It's impossible to achieve what Leah has done. Shared. In itself, it is very strong, but not to the point of being invincible. Mainly look at Leah's subjects. At level 30, he has a large number of subjects at level 40, and there are also many powerful ones. A level 40 transformed boss undead. In the hands of an average level 30 mage, it's like worshipping an ancestor. In the eyes of a level 40 player, that is also the best. Whereas Leah, more than 10. There are also hundreds of undead transformed from level 40, and the number alone is terrifying. Not to mention, lots of level 30 bosses. Most of these stats are stronger than the Spider Queen. Do the math. How terrifying this is. More importantly, it's about sharing and combining with the endless army. Just a shared practice. These undead will be able to grow quickly. Even Leo was a little more cowardly. In some place, if you grow up in a humble way for 100 or 200 years, you can become a demigod by relying on the undead army and the undead planes. The only thing, anyone know what the subsequent job transfer will be like? Unless it's just right. There are still some people outside who can exchange certain resources for Leah. That talent alone is worth it. Leah Sigit. Now there are 2 legendaries and 2 epics. Leah Gisud. It's because he completed his job change so well. There were too many options to complete in that battle, and most people wouldn't be able to complete a battle with tens of thousands of participants at level 20. That's why this job change is so terrifying. Lord's Pressure, Spatial Perception, Standard. There are 4 Tianhu in total, all of which are level 1. Lord's Pressure accumulates pressure based on the number and level of the Lord subjects. This is equivalent to the domineering color. It's still the pure one. It's not like mental pressure, it's more like spiritual pressure. Cautious pressure is the pressure formed by the spirit. And the Lord's pressure is a kind of force. It is a kind of momentum that comes from being in a high position for a long time and commanding others. But it is mixed with extraordinary power, and its power becomes intuitive. Many people were like this in previous lives. Soldiers have their own power, and entrepreneurs also have their own power. It may not be obvious on the web, and when I actually face him, I can clearly feel that feeling. More importantly, it doesn't consume much. This is the inherent momentum, which may fluctuate, but there is no such thing as exhaustion. Unless Leah is no longer the Lord, there's no one here. Then the natural momentum will be gone. My power. Leah thought about it and gave up the idea of trying it with his people. He was afraid to try it himself. He instantly became a terrorist. Under pressure. The person is really dead. This is no joke. In his area, how many people can withstand his pressure? Leah didn't even have to try. According to his subjects, his pressure was absolutely terrifying, and no one at the same level could withstand it. Even if it's 10 levels higher. Not necessarily, there's no impact at all. Then, in this area that is almost all at level 10, one can imagine how much pressure it releases. Spatial Perception. Simple and direct. It's a talent similar to spatial affinity. Improve Leah's spatial talent, and be able to perceive more spatial changes. Avatar. When encountering a fatal threat, a substitute will be generated. This stand can also be used actively. Once a day, not cumulative. But later on, Leah can use his subjects as upgrades, and can use them 5 times a day. Add another life-saving skill. The most important thing about this skill is its passive release. Leah has many active life-saving skills, but almost no passive ones. At the critical moment, passive life-saving can have miraculous effects. When Leah is unconscious, he can save Leah's life. Skill generation completed. Soul Pulse, Soul Fire Tempering, Soul Contract. 3 skills. All 3 are epic skills. Soul Pulse forms a green pulse of light that can be released in groups. In other words, I can cast a group Soul Pulse. Leah took a look. Soul Pulse. As long as you have a soul, you can perform it. The undead and the immortal can also carry the breath of their own souls, which is an erosion to the living. If you gather the undead army together and cast a Soul Pulse, isn't that a celestial strike? Green light falls from the sky. Leah could imagine that scene. A green pillar reaching the sky, the breath of the undead, erodes the world of the living. That scene, it's so beautiful. Soul Fire Tempering, tempering the soul. Perfect pairing with Soul Pulse. This skill is not so much a skill as it is a means of cultivation. Able to temper soul fire. It can be done by yourself and by others. For Leah, it is a means to enhance the strength of the soul, and through sharing, it can also allow most of the undead to practice. Cool, Leah said. After he accumulates for a while, the Soul Pulse plus the Soul Fire Tempering can achieve an effect that Leah dared not even imagine. The last one is Soul Contract. Soul Contract. Able to sign a soul contract. Leah read the detailed introduction carefully. Is that so? Soul Contract. Leah touched his chin. Anyone with a soul can sign a contract. The soul contract is a general term and also the name of the highest level contract. Able to bind to one's own undead. When the undead die, resurrection can be achieved through this contract. Give important undead souls an extra layer of protection. Like embers. Wouldn't it be nice to have one more way to do things? For example, The resurrection of the copy is not absolute, and there are ways to prevent it. So this is a backup plan. Leah now only has 5 places, which can only be given to the most important undead. The contract itself can do a lot more. It's a panacea skill. Now that the skills are done, the only thing left is the territory. Territory entry generation completed. Underworld, Soul Spring, mutated plants. Still 3 entries. These 3 are used to generate special soil and special springs in the plains of 10,000 beasts, and also to increase the probability of plant mutation. Both are pretty good. The specific effect depends on the generated situation. It's just that the Underworld and the Soul Spring are special resources in themselves. Mutated plants. It depends on what kind of mutation it is. The above illustrates that the mutation is moving towards benign direction and negative mutation rarely occurs. That's enough. Given enough time, you can generate some pretty good mutant plants. Finally, it's done. Leah Sigit. He spent a long time looking at this data panel, not to mention that his strength had actually improved. Chapter 142, Abnormal Conditions. There's something more important. Future Industrialization Level 1. Future Industrialization Level 2. It's upgraded. The entry has changed a little. That is to transform the original preliminary industrialization into further industrialization. That's it. No, Lee sensed it. It's really different. Those industrialized undead began to move from the World War II style to the Cold War style. The equipment has been upgraded to some extent. It's gotten a lot stronger. Lee still needs to go and see the specific changes one by one. Too many. In the next upgrade, break through level 30. So simple. Wrong. 10,000 monsters doesn't seem that difficult. Look back. With the help of the industrialized undead, the requirement of 10,000 monsters is a piece of cake. Instead, it broke through to level 30. For many people, this is the real problem. For Leah, maybe it's not that simple. Check out your level 30 job change. Lich Lord, Death Marshal, Underworld Lord, Plague Lord, Skeleton General. That series of job changes. It's simply a dazzling array. For example, the Lich Lord is a dual cultivation of a mage and a lord. The Death Marshal goes even further on the path of death, also taking into account a certain degree of undead natural disasters. The Underworld Lord is an upgraded version of the Undead Lord. Death, Scourge of the Undead, Territory, Undead Magic, Curse, Ice Element, Negative Energy. It's a combination of these. Some of them simply stopped being human. Most of them still look like human beings, but in essence they are no longer human beings. 3 job changes. He is not a human being. First job change. He took the first step towards becoming inhuman, and now his body is very different from that of an ordinary person. Next step. That means you are completely inhuman. But there are too many people who don't behave like human beings. If it was an elf or something, Leah could accept it. Like the Plague Lord. As the plague increases, the people become more and more bizarre, like 4-dimensional creatures. The skeleton and the lich both look relatively human. Bones become skeletons. Liches are emotionally indifferent. There are also those who devour souls, stitch together the undead, develop into bone dragons, and completely transform themselves. It's simply a collection of non-humans. It's so weird. If someone can do it, why do you have to be a monster? If Leah had taken that path from the beginning, he would not have hesitated to continue. But Leah is not. He is qualified to make the choice. Isn't it good to be a human being? Leah looked again and again. The Lord of the Underworld is actually the safest. Do you want to follow the path of the Undead Lord? Finally become the master of a world. Think about the future industrialization of the undead, and then be able to futurize and industrialize their own territory and become the master of this world. How strong is he? The main reason is that Leah agrees with futurism and industrialization. God? Very strong. In the future, when industrialization reaches a certain level, everyone will be like a dragon. With fewer resources, we can create stronger individuals, and through the collective, we can release terrifying power. Kill gods. For futurism and industrialization, it is absolutely simple. The destructive power it releases far exceeds its own strength and defense. Like Leah's undead, the destructive power is stronger than the self-defense power. This is not an attack value, but the destructive power it can cause. With just a little comparison, you can find that the Lord of the Underworld is applicable to Leah in all aspects except spells. This is Li Ye's best choice. What are the job transfer conditions? Li took a look. One of them is to transform all the land in the territory into the underworld. Isn't this too outrageous? Thinking about the size of the 10,000 beast plain, Li Ye's eyes went dark. It turns out that a large territory is not a good thing. Certainly, and Leah has already achieved it. The number of level 30 undead reaches over 100. Completed. Gain death-related skills, abilities, or talents. Complete. And the most outrageous day, build a cycle of life and death, and make your territory the place where souls of an area are reincarnated. The corner of Leah's mouth twitched. What is this condition talking about? The place of reincarnation? It is equivalent to creating a small underworld. Creating a small underworld is not a big deal, but it requires a piece of land that agrees to become its reincarnation place. This is the difficulty. Generally, there is no need for reincarnation in dungeons. Or Tian Hai City. Leah didn't dare to imagine what Uncle Moo's expression was when he made this request. Who would be willing to do that? Even for small countries, it is unlikely. The current world situation has been reshuffled. The small countries that can still exist are always backed by the shadows of big countries, major forces, and large organizations. What about him? Only level 30. Can you compete with others? Is anyone willing to give this thing to him? If Lowy goes, there's a possibility. Then what? Leah thought about it and wondered if there was any other way. For example, other worlds? Or a special copy? Where can I find these? Leah had no idea at all. In reality, it is almost impossible to do so, and Leah is well aware of this. Count the birds, count the birds. Leah had the idea of giving up and looked at the others. I found the underworld lore to be quite simple. Leah was very obedient. What are the other job transfer conditions? Like the Lich Lord. You need to completely transform yourself into a lich, have several liches in your territory, and sleep in the territory for 10 years. This condition is even more outrageous. The Plague Lord is even more different. He controls several plagues and can create a major plague. He carries several plagues for a long time. The other inhuman conditions are more outrageous than each other. Slightly less outrageous. It's a matter of time limit. It often takes several years, and some professions even take hundreds of years. Leah was able to live that long. But what about Leah's family? To change jobs. What did Leah want after disappearing for so many years? Even if he doesn't change his job, after a few years and various accumulations, I should be able to be on par with them. After changing jobs, I will have to be on my own, right? Level is level. Strength is strength. It's just job change and advancement, which is generally the fastest and gives the biggest improvement. But Leah is different. He has so many ways to improve. The spirit has the queen's crown. You can continuously improve your physical values, and your energy will be continuously purified during the practice. Leah's other stats are much better than most people at level 40 or 50, except that he cannot use level 40 or 50 equipment. Leah's numbers are not bad. This does not include the improvement brought by energy purification, the hurdle of level 30. I'm afraid it will take him some time. For Leah, if his strength is not there, there will be no growth. Take your time. I have plenty of time. Chapter 143 lưu tao sơ sót. Digestion. This is Leah's primary goal. Get familiar with who you are now and everything that has been added. This takes time. Changing jobs is difficult, so wait until you have digested it first. Tidy it up well. See who needs Uncle E and Uncle Moo's help. He looked impossible. In Uncle Ye's eyes, it might not be that difficult. Let's consolidate it. Somewhere. What? Lu Tao has a big mouth. Is this the one? The girl next to her widened her eyes. Leah never said his name, but Lu Tao knew Lu Zhang's identity. Tian Hai City. Undead genius. An extremely outrageous strength. Isn't this a perfect fit? We are not fools, and we can still use our brains. Let's take a look at Li Ye's deeds. It is almost confirmed that the genius next to Lu Zhang is Li Ye. It's horrible. Both are undead professions. Lu Tao can better understand the value of Li Ye, especially since he is also a member of the Undead Scourge. It's not just the undead that are strong. His own command and strategic qualities are both top-notch. Lu Tao couldn't help but sigh. Is this genius? Who is still a genius? Look at the back. The girl pointed out what was going to happen next with her slender jade finger. Is this the Holy Descent? Lu Tao paused the video as soon as he clicked it. As if to confirm it, He said the name of this move. This brought back bad memories for him. This move, like a divine weapon descending from the sky, appeared in front of him and defeated him in a short time. No way. If you go with the undead scourge, you have to be a little more cautious. Once someone gets close to it, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult to defeat the opponent. See how Leah responds. Lu Tao felt a sense of emotion in his heart. I also want to see how this genius copes with it, so I can learn from him and see if I can learn from him. The video plays slowly. When the two of them saw Leah, they dissolved the holy descent. The two looked at each other. I opened and closed my mouth, not knowing what to say. Is he also a necromancer? The girl looked skeptical. This is completely different from the necromancer she is familiar with. Mental pressure? Lu Tao saw the skills Leah used. His spirit power is probably over 500, and he can only do this by using mental pressure. He expressed his guess. 500. The girl was stunned. How is this possible? Even if he's level 30, and he puts all his points into his spirit, and adds the stats for advancement and job change, he might be able to reach 100/150/200. The total is 450, plus the value above 10. You still need to advance and change jobs. Generally speaking, even if someone specializes in one thing, they will still know a few other things so that they're not too bad. So, 500 points of spirit is very difficult to achieve when the equipment has very little spiritual attributes. Leah isn't even level 30 yet. Lu Tao added, 200 points off. This is even more difficult. It's really hard to imagine how Leah did it. The girl thought about it. At level 20, can she have 500 spirits? Not likely. Let's take a look. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always things better than you. Lu Tao also sighed. The domain, the spirit of the supermodel, the special undead, and he has many talents. This is outrageous. Lu Tao saw a lot of things. Field, there should be talent to help. Spirit, and perhaps talent too. Special undead might be blessed with talents and may not be that strong from the beginning. That battle, it can be seen that Leah must have a talent similar to doing two things at the same time. Bits and pieces. Leah has at least 4 or 5 good talents. Combined with Leah's own strength and wisdom, this monster was created. Do you still want to challenge? Lu Tao asked. I heard that Leah changed his job and advanced. Now he is even more terrifying. Well, the girl ruffled her hair. Let me think about it. This genius is a little too perverted. According to Leah's talent, he had already changed his job for the second time. Even if she changed her job and advanced for the first time, could she still be Leah's opponent? Look at those special undead, and those bosses who were transformed into undead creatures. The level 40 boss transformed into the undead. Even if the boss was forcibly upgraded and there were losses after the transformation into the undead, it was still not something that she, who had just changed her job and advanced, could deal with. This is the naked gap. Not to mention, this was revealed by Leah. Mental pressure. This is the first hurdle she must face. Never mind. Never mind. The girl shook her head. Let's wait until I grow up a little bit. She was still a little unconvinced and retained a glimmer of fantasy. All right. Lu Tao nodded gently. Wait for Leah to bring the career book. It doesn't matter if children are a little competitive, but the main thing is that after they know the gap, they will still be stubborn and refuse to give in. Besides, the stronger Leah is, the better. This girl and Leah will probably be tied together for a long time. Lu Tao believed what Lu Zheng said, even if it's a bit exaggerated. But Leah's strength can explain many problems. Leah is definitely not simple. One more thing. Leah's special undead can be rented out. It will be given priority to our own people. This alone is enough to attract the necromancer, not to mention Leah's own potential. He is favored by both Lao Yi and Lu Zheng. That's the background. Isn't that the celestial dragon from the Holy Order of the Dead? Let's take a look at its strength. The next demigod is likely to be Leah. Be good friends with Leah. Lu Tao thinks it is necessary, and it is definitely better for the girl to follow Leah than to follow him. And these two are not mutually exclusive. If Leah can become a demigod, will she be the next one? Somewhere in Tianhai City. What about attacking the sheriff's station and the hospital? Are you crazy? Those people looked horrified. It was just a fake attack. Don't worry, we're behind you. Those people were hidden in their cloaks, and their voices sounded a little hoarse. Or are you afraid? As soon as these words came out, it was as if I'd stepped on the tails of those people, and they almost jumped up. Afraid. How could we be afraid? Isn't it just a fake attack on the police station and the hospital? We, the Cat's Claw Gang, will take on this job, but the leader's eyes rolled. The reward must be paid first. Who doesn't know what he is thinking? So anxious. The man under the cloak chuckled. This is different from what I expected. Isn't it a matter of bargaining? The leader was a little confused, and the younger brothers noticed something was wrong. In the shadows, the bodies of several people swelled rapidly. Don't you want power? We will give it to you now. Several wolf heads bit their shoulders fiercely. Pain. Wailing. Ouch. Chapter 144, Revenge. Click, click, click. Muscles are twisting and bones are deforming. The sound couldn't help but burst out from the throat. Strength. What a powerful force. Pairs of scarlet eyes, hands raised high, power surging in. This is monster power? Just do what you should do. Looking at those guys immersed in power, the men in black robes said coldly. The body moved. A space door opened and several people entered one after another. Just stay. A few thugs slowly came to their senses. Boss, what are we doing? A younger brother seemed to have just noticed it. Monster. The eldest brother smiled crookedly. This is a werewolf. We are now the Cat's Paw Gang, and we have changed our name to the Wolf's Paw Gang. The man said without hesitation. That's right. This group of people all became werewolves. It is not a wolf that looks like a human, but a human that looks like a wolf. It is somewhere between humans and wolves and has certain characteristics. Far away, a group of people put down their binoculars. Brother, are you still involved in this matter? When I think back to the experience in the dungeon, I still feel scared. That great battle. They are nearby. Originally, Jiang Jinhai wanted to get rid of them, if Liu was not more attractive. They are all dead. You think we should just let it go? The eldest brother glared angrily. This time, I really fell flat on my face. In Liu Shandao's plan, this team of people is not worth mentioning at all, and it doesn't matter whether they can reach Chengdu or not. Slightly pleasing to the eye. They will all die. If they took action, they would still end up dead facing such a perverted Liya. That war. Let them realize the gap between them and Liya. Originally, they were thinking about whether they could take advantage of the situation and complete their mission. Unexpectedly, is that scene something they can intervene in? There is no way to intervene at all. Want to launch a sneak attack? Let's get closer to the battlefield first. They are not strong enough to even get close to the battlefield. At last, the huge changes in the copy were like the sky falling for them. Can Liu Shandao do such a thing and still fulfill his promise to them? Everyone ran away. Who are they asking for payment? At this moment, only then did the eldest brother finally accept that he had been completely deceived. He doesn't want to let it go like this. Revenge. He wants revenge. Just in these few days, they found that someone was asking about Liya's news. After Liya became famous again in the world, many people want to know about Liya, but he is as special as those people and is rare. The main thing is that they know one of them, member of the Dazzling Guild. Did the eldest brother, who originally thought that revenge was hopeless, get excited when he saw that person? He didn't expect it. Liu Shandao still wants to deal with Liya. This is definitely an opportunity. What else can I do? The younger brother sighed softly. Jiang Jinhai is dead, and Liu Shandao ran away. In his opinion, it didn't matter if Jiang Jinhai died. Can they deal with Liu Shandao? The arm cannot bend the thigh. If the eldest brother wants to do something, they can only obey. The main thing is not to work hard. We are just gathering information now. When it comes to deciding what to do specifically, that is when differences of opinion arise. Liu Shandao probably didn't run away. The eldest brother said firmly. Are you sure? I was somewhat surprised. Now everyone in Tianhai City thinks that Liu Shandao has completely escaped. Liya. The eldest brother looked at me with a leisurely gaze. This guy, who is extremely cruel, is still alive, according to his judgment. At that moment, Liya definitely destroyed Liu Shandao's plan. With people like Liu Shandao, if the plan had not gone wrong, he should have been completely out of touch by now, instead of having some members still active outside. Is this possible? People like Liu Shandao. Unless Liya gave him a big one, and even with his chi cultivation skills, he couldn't bear it. Liya must be killed to vent the hatred. Let's go take a look. At such a distance, they couldn't hear what those people were doing. They didn't know exactly what happened. I just saw the guys from Dazzling Guild come into contact with that group of thugs. After a while, those thugs grew taller and then walked out. The people from the Dazzling Guild disappeared. This is happening. Plains of the Dead. A building that looks like a huge coffin stands tall, with dark clouds covering the sky above it, and tiny dots of faint blue flames can be seen in the clouds. Is this the cemetery? It looks like a huge coffin. There isn't much space above ground, but it's still as tall as a 6-story building, and the lower part isn't open yet. Next to it is a library-like building, a little more amplitude. It is still a Gothic-style stone building, and is overall smaller than the cemetery. Like a small coffin, Leah touched his chin. Perhaps this is the characteristic of undead architecture. For a living person, especially a traditional Oriental person, there are still some taboos in this regard. Think about it. In his own territory, the buildings looked like coffins of various sizes. The entire territory. Isn't that a real cemetery? At that time, I should be fine. If Leah wanted to develop to that level, he would no longer be a human being. At least, it is a pure, undead creature. Coffin? That's his home. All kinds of concepts will change in this process. The immortal fountain was placed in the spring of the original Valley of the Dead. It merged with the water source of the plain of 10,000 beasts and became the water source of the entire plain of the dead. Now, the fountain of immortality is integrated into it, and the entire copy benefits. No matter where in the territory, the water is mixed with a trace of immortal spring water. That's fine. Leah originally wanted to build a separate pond. Based on this, we will create a core area and concentrate our efforts on major tasks. He communicates with Eric and the other undead. We did get it, and we hope that it will benefit all the undead rather than just a core area. Actually, it's pretty much the same. The core area will still appear. The library, the cemetery, and the fountain of immortality are all located in the original Valley of the Dead. Very close. The buildings are placed at the bottom of the valley, and a spring is on the mountain. Under the transformation of the immortal spring, the first place to show obvious changes was this valley. The two buildings also have certain effects. The gathering land and the undead sky curtain are also affecting this valley. Not proactive, but its existence will not easily have an impact. Near the library, the intelligence of the undead will slowly increase. This is what Eric observed. As the undead's strength increases and they are inspired daily, their intelligence can slowly grow. It's faster near the library, not to mention the cemetery. The gathering land can make the energy in the valley denser, and the undead sky curtain itself is a side effect. Here, Leah felt that the air was so sweet. It's like soaking in a hot spring with a comfortable temperature and medicinal bath effects. It's so comfortable. Chapter 145, Lu Tao and Lu Meng. A blessed place. Perhaps this is why those practitioners like to stay in paradise. Leah Sigit. This is just the beginning of the buildings being installed. No wonder there are no entries for the 2 epic levels. These are its passive effects. Just this passive effect can affect the entire area, making Leah want to stay a little longer. It may also be related to the fact that Leah has become even more inhuman. The next step is to find the architect's drawings. Only in this way can his territory develop. This time, not only Leah needs to be digested, the entire territory also needs to be digested. Throughout the plains of the dead, I don't know how many resources have mutated. The undead, how much improvement have they made, and which ones have gained intelligence? These all need to be checked slowly. Fortunately, Leah has Eric, so he doesn't need to worry about these things. Calculate the time. It's almost time. Leah returned to his home. Waited a moment. There was a knock on the door, and Leah opened it. Coming. Yeah, here I come. Are you ready for your job change? But whether it works or not, at least show us your stuff. Lu Zheng walked in casually. I'm ready. A job transfer book appeared in Leah's hand, and he waved it in front of Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng took a closer look. It really is the job transfer book for the necromancer. I didn't expect you to actually get it. Lu Zheng looked surprised, but his tone was calm. Please. This has already been experienced. Now Leah just took out a job transfer book, which is nothing at all. His threshold is already very high. Let's go. Don't keep others waiting. Lu Zheng greeted. The two used the token and went to the transit station in Jinghai province again. Lu Zheng. I didn't expect there was someone there. Leah was a little surprised. The man didn't come over, but just said hello. He was also surrounded by several young men like Leah. What is that? Lu Zheng from Tianhai City. The man replied casually. No, the one behind him is Leah from Tianhai City. Several young men recognized Leah. Leah. He is well known in Jinghai province. Especially for these necromancers. This is their role model. That undead scourge. A young man who looked similar to them could summon an army of tens of thousands of undead with a wave of his hand and kill an enemy in seconds with just a glare of his eyes. Young people doesn't have such thoughts, especially their necromancers. Who hasn't thought about the scene where a horde of undead would appear from the sky with a wave of their hand? Leah is the perfect material for their fantasy. This is true. Look at Leah, the handsome representative among the necromancers. It is more immersive. Leah. The man was a little confused. Who is it? Several people began to chatter. After hearing this, the man's face was full of question marks. What are you talking about? Is this something a necromancer of their level can do? Don't lie to me. How could we possibly lie to you, Sensei? During this period, Leah's video has spread among us young people, especially in our necromancer group. Leah, I remember this name. Thinking of President E who broke through to become a demigod. This person must be the one they focus on training. The next demigod. Maybe it's this Leah. Fuck. Finally this day has come. Why have you been sticking to the undead profession for so many years? Isn't it just that you were deceived when you were young? Yes. When I was young and ignorant, I turned from a good wizard into a necromancer. From then on, there was no turning back. Who can understand his suffering? What to say at that time? The necromancer has great potential for development. Your talent as a mage is nothing. Among necromancers, you are a genius. The fool was stunned. He made up his mind. Just transfer it. I didn't expect that the holy grail of the dead at that time could be said to be, well, better than his local guild. But at the beginning they said it was a national organization. Fortunately, a hunk descends from the sky. With the arrival of President E, they've gained half a plane and their sphere of influence has expanded. Except there are no demigods. At level 90, they are no worse than those national organizations. And Leah, will he be the next Lao E? The other side. Who is that man? Lu Zheng seemed to be trying hard to recall. That person seems to be the first person I tricked, invited to join the Order of the Dead. Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. Leah's mouth twitched next to him. Did he hear it right? Hoax. Considering Lu Zheng's age, the Holy Order of the Dead was probably just a small organization at that time. At least not compared to now, where the main profession is necromancer, which is a crappy job. If you join the Holy Undead Mage now, you will be better off in the early stages. At that time, the necromancer is pure sewerage, and the Holy Order of the Dead is much the same. Same process as last time. Wearing a black robe, he and Lu Zheng walked towards the agreed location. Bone Soup. Is this name really okay? Leah looked at the sign, speechlessly. What the hell? Look at the big bones stuck in the dark green soup, which is the trademark of this restaurant. So weird. Think necromancer and bone broth. What kind of big bone is this? Aren't you a little scared? This is genuine bone soup, made from the bones of powerful monsters. Most of us necromancers love it. Lu Zheng explained. As they got closer, a fragrance reached their nostrils. Rich bone flavor. There is not even a trace of fishy smell. All of a sudden, this aroused Leah's appetite. It smells good, Lu Zheng said proudly. This is the pride of us undead people. Fragrant. Originally, Leah wanted to be tough. But, gurgle. Saliva began to be secreted unconsciously. Want to eat. I want to eat it. This must taste amazing. As soon as I entered the door. This way, Lu Zheng. A man was waiting at the bar. It's Lu Tao. The dishes have been ordered. Lu Tao was leading the way in front, still talking. I haven't had bone soup in a long time. I have to enjoy it this time. Don't be polite to me. Eat as much as you can. Good. This time, I'm going to make you feel bad. Lu Zheng said with a look of displeasure on his face, and Leah had to hold back his polite words. Walk to the end of the corridor. That's a secret box. Push the door open and go in. A girl had already sat there, her round eyes staring at the gurgling bone soup. Lu Meng. My distant relative's daughter. Lu Tao gave a brief introduction. This Lu Zheng, you should call me Uncle Lu. This. Lu Tao pointed at Lu Zheng, then looked at Leah. My name is Leah. Leah Gang hurriedly gave his name. Is this bone soup? Snow white soup and plates of crystal clear meat slices on the side. It's so tempting. Chapter 146, signing the contract. Yes. Leah just wanted to eat it this time. Lu Meng? He didn't even look closely. What a coincidence. Lu Meng was still a little slow to react and was still immersed in imagining how delicious the bone soup was. Lu Meng. Lu Tao shouted in a serious tone. Lu Meng finally reacted. Uncle Lu, brotherly. Good. Sister Lu Ming, okay. The two of them replied politely. Then I sat down, and the smell seemed to fill my nasal cavity. If it weren't for the extraordinary world, Leah really thought that this bone soup was added. In a previous life. This is so scary. No matter how much we stimulate natural materials, there is still a limit. It's either technology and hard work, or technology and hard work. It's different in the extraordinary world. Even the food is so different. If Leah had not been sure that the piece of meat was meat, he would probably have thought it was crystal. There are also several different vegetables. It looks no different from normal, but the overall color is like some treasure. Even when processing meatballs, they exude a feeling of nectar. Have no idea. Lu Tao was focused on his business and looked at Leah. He didn't finish what he was saying. Leah read it immediately. Job transfer book. He just reached out and handed it over. Lu Tao and Lu Ming both took a look and found that it was indeed the level 10 job transfer book for the necromancer. What are your conditions? Lu Tao went straight to the point. Leah looked at Lu Zheng. Why are you looking at me? This is your business. You decide for yourself. Lu Zheng said, yes. Only, I glanced out of the corner of my eye and saw a girl over there. I wonder if the conditions I mentioned are a bit bad, as they make him look like a black-hearted person. On second thought, this is just a deal. In essence, Lu Ming got the upper hand. The job transfer book may not seem like much to Leah now, but to them, it is an important item that concerns the past and the future. One more job change. After changing your job at level 30, you can completely transform into an extraordinary creature. And such extraordinary creatures still have more room to grow. Most people change their jobs at level 30 and transform themselves into extraordinary creatures at level 60, so their potential is very limited. The job change at level 30 is very important. Or rather, level 30, level 80, and level 90 are all transformations of life levels. Change jobs earlier. The more benefits you gain from these changes, the greater your potential will be, and the further you can go. It takes 3 job changes to achieve this effect. Second time, still not perfect. Changing jobs 3 times is a hurdle. Just like Leah, if he changed his job to the Arch-Necromancer at level 30, and if he changed his job to the Lord of the Underworld at level 30. Which one do you think is stronger? So this job transfer book is actually very important. It is priceless in the outside market. Leah thought quickly in his mind. This requires reflection. I almost showed useless kindness. What happened, Xiao? That means she has high potential and is suitable to be his cattle or horses. No, partner. I'm going to form a small group. Leah thought about it. Now that he's recruiting the first member, he might as well come up with a name for his group, right? Genius meeting, right? You need to join this. It's like a communication platform. And once you're strong enough, how about helping me for 5 years? Leah finished speaking in one breath. Genius? Just a random name. Although it was said casually, it also revealed Leah's ambition. In fact, all it takes is genius. Lu Tao and Lu Ming exchanged a few words in a low voice. Good. We agreed. Lu Tao and Lu Ming both agreed. This is a great condition. In their opinion, it is already a great discount. Usually 10 years. If there is a shortage for a period of time, the price will continue to rise. Even if Lao Yi becomes a demigod, this situation cannot be changed unless the Holy Law Society obtains some special items that are specifically used to make a level 10 job transfer scroll. That may also affect the market. Then sign a contract. Lu Zheng took out the parchment he had prepared long ago. Leah took it and looked at it first, making sure there was no problem before signing his name. It's not that I don't trust Lu Zheng, but I simply think that Lu Zheng is unreliable. This contract. Leah's expression suddenly changed, and then he quickly controlled his expression. Fuck. Leah couldn't help but swear in his heart. Does the soul contract have such an effect? This contract itself can be considered a soul contract, and those who possess the same ability can influence it. Certainly, Leah cannot influence this soul contract now. It should have been made by Lao Yi. Can. When his soul is strong enough, he can make certain modifications. This is consistent with Leah's guess. Contracts are meant to be broken. The world is essentially chaotic and unorderly, as long as it's strong enough. Even the contract of the god of contract can be broken as long as the contract is understood thoroughly. Is the contract a lamb to be slaughtered? These thoughts flashed through Leah's mind for a short time. Lu Ming also signed his name, and an inexplicable connection was formed between the two of them in an instant. Once the contract is violated, they will suffer severe consequences. Instinctively, I don't want to violate the contract. Really, means of influencing the mind. When a contract is reached, it is necessary to release the defenses of the soul and mind to the contract, which gives it the opportunity to exert influence. How this works, Lee is not too sure either. This method alone does ensure compliance with the contract, as long as you don't want to. And the contract can be always observed. This is a kind of psychological suggestion which is beneficial to both parties of the contract. Guarantee the fulfillment of the contract. All right. Lu Zheng greeted, the chopsticks in his hand couldn't wait. Eat start. Wait until night. Li returned to his home. Belch, I ate too much. Is this extraordinary delicacy? As a Yinxiao person, food is the most important thing for people. Eat. It's just a very good feeling. Li seemed to have returned to being an ordinary person, eating to satisfy his appetite. This is what it feels like to be human. Li somewhat understood why the necromancers liked it. This is maintaining humanity. The higher the level, the less human nature. Eating, drinking, and having fun are ways to awaken human nature. Eat. The most capable one. He recalled the slices of meat dancing on the tips of the meat and the bone soup that made him see hallucinations. A variety of novel food experiences. Leah is still savoring the moment, and he even feels that something in his body has become more lubricated, not as exclusive as before. Perhaps this is progress. I hope I can remember how I felt today. The feeling of being human. Chapter 147, Epiphany in Attack. The improvement is too fast. Leah really felt like he was not a human being, but he is still human. It's like a cyber psycho. After installing too many powerful prosthetics, he even had problems with his self-awareness. Leah didn't show it. He just kept it in his heart. But there has always been that worry. Think about those professional players who won the championship, and those bosses who took off on the cusp of the trend. In the very beginning, there is something wrong with their understanding of themselves. There are still people who can grasp these two. After all, I have put in my own efforts and have certain abilities and experiences. In a lottery wins, random stock wins, and Bitcoin appreciation. In simple terms, it means making quick money. Or is it just quick money that you made without any effort? Most people have changed. For example, many people, after winning the lottery, spend their money on wine and women and end up being burdened with loans. This is especially true for stocks and Bitcoin. After getting rich, people's hearts have changed. These are just external things. Leah has an extraordinary ability. This kind of gratitude is even more obvious, even if you know that this thing is pushing you into the abyss. But you can't help it. Is there anything more fascinating than possessing extraordinary powers? This is not a joke. It's like being addicted to fitness. Leah's situation is even more serious, and his personality distortion begins to affect him unconsciously at this time. His heart doesn't match his strength and body. He still retains a lot of human habits and cognition. What now? Leah sensed his body. He gained further control over his prosthetic body, and the impact it had on his body was reduced. Those are starting to really come together as a whole. Instead of the prosthesis being the prosthesis, Leah's body is Leah's body. The energy is also jumping. No progress. But Lee is still truly integrated his own abilities into his body, forming a real whole. Not just the panels. It is something that Leah truly owns and is inseparable from his body. That's all. Leah unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment. Just when Leah was in enlightenment, a figure slowly appeared. How horrible! Lu Zheng was shocked by Leah again. This time, it was he who noticed Leah's abnormality, so he asked Lu Tao to arrange for him to make bone soup. That meal, it was Lu Zheng who paid for it. It is to solve Leah's problem. An ordinary person's heart, combined with an extraordinary soul and an extraordinary body, is bound to cause problems. Being extraordinary, you have to think extraordinary. The mind is like the driver. Can an ordinary person drive a mecha? But he didn't expect it to be so effective. Leah suddenly had an epiphany. Can you believe it? Maybe this is a monster. This is something that neither he nor Lao Yi can do. Perhaps. Lu Zheng showed hesitation and indecision. Then, he shook his head violently. Never mind. This matter has nothing to do with them. Lu Zheng strengthened his belief. Now, it was a beautiful day. At this last moment, he actually saw a lot of hope, but it was still too late. Help Leah guard for a while. After confirming that Leah was fine, Lu Zheng left again. The other side. Ha! Look at our gear. The Wolfclaw gang leader laughed heartily, showing off his equipment. The boss is mighty. Should we start taking action? The younger brother bared his fangs. It will be fine tomorrow. I can't help but make a scene. Now that they have such power, small hospitals and the Public Security Bureau cannot stop them at all. They are the kings of Tianhai City. In the distance, what did Big Brother say? The younger brother withdrew his gaze and looked at the older brother next to him. Remin Lia. The eldest brother said, "This group of guys is definitely going to cause trouble. It's probably Lia, the Lia who suddenly appeared." At this time, the news that Lia appeared again has spread on the internet. The members of Dazzling Guild just missed it. They are very busy. The food, drink, defecation, and urination of so many people are all borne by them, and they still have to make no difference to the Tianhai City officials. While finding out the news, it's not just about Lia, but also about the situation in Tianhai City. Now we have to find a way to deal with Lia. Lia's strength is obvious to all. These people might really fail, so they must be fully confident in order to have a chance of success. Lia appears. It's still a small-scale news. It is mainly spread on the internet. Those people happened not to read the news when they were outside. Even if they knew, I'm afraid I'll let the plan go ahead. The attack itself was just a bait to lure Lia into the trap. So what if Lia appears? The plan still needs to be carried out. It's just to let Liu Shandao know. But President Liu can't leave there at all. The real backbone. Early in the morning. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs were heard. The entire Tianhai City was shocked. Attack! Tianhai City Hospital and the Public Security Bureau were attacked by a group of half-human, half-wolf monsters. The attack and the secret Li you had to tell. Various news came out on the internet. Director Wang, you're not hurt, are you? Mu Changkong had a gloomy face. He never imagined how arrogant some people could be. Explosives. Even though it was low-quality explosives, it still caused enough damage. Those guys. Mu Changkong was very angry. He knew that it was those outsiders who did it. It wasn't them who attacked the hospital and the police station. It was them who sold low-quality explosives to those people. They don't mess around. But that doesn't mean they won't help those who cause trouble. Phoenix. No one was injured. The attackers were indeed a group of monsters, but they were just a bunch of thugs. Let's do something. Those people dispersed in a hurry, leaving only one sentence. Wang Yongbao said, "What?" Mu Changkong asked. "It's about Lia." Wang Yang said, "There's nothing bad to say." Mu Changkong said, "All right, this attack is aimed at Lia's parents. If Lia doesn't show up, then the attack will continue." Wang Yang said. Mu Changkong was silent for a while. Is it really necessary, just for Lia? Wrong. If it was Liu Shandao, then it would be a big deal. According to Uncle Yi's judgment, Liu Shandao was definitely affected. Liu Shandao, Mu Changkong and Wang Yang said in unison. He's anxious. That's why this happened. Should we inform Lia? Lia's father. Let me forget it. Wang Yang said. Never mind. Mu Changkong chuckled. Liu Shandao, do you know what you have provoked? That demigod. How many people were killed in Tianhai City? No. Mu Changkong said coldly. Be informed, this is a chance to catch them all. Chapter use Kurksiki's Lia Takis action. Then the hospital called. Fine. Still targeting Lia? Yeah, I understand. Mu Changkong hung up the phone. That's really cruel. Attacking the hospital and the Public Security Bureau. Is Liu Shandao crazy? Fortunately, dynamite is low-quality goblin explosives made by certain goblin classes. Not very powerful. It's cheap, convenient, and loud. The 2 attacks caused several people to suffer minor injuries, which are caused by their own people who were frightened by the noise and acted in a panic. And those werewolf monsters. Werewolf. Wolfsbane. He recalled an incident that had happened in Tianhai City. Werewolf rampage. Some people were infected and transformed into werewolves by the wolfsbane. According to the descriptions from the Public Security Bureau and the hospital, the attackers turned into monsters like that. At that time, he's not even the mayor. He also learned about this matter from the files. The reason was not found. It remains an unsolved case. Now there seems to be new clues, especially the time, which highly coincides with the rise of Liu Shandao. It seems that the layout has already started. Is it Liu Shandao's good luck, or is it the plan of the Abyss cult? Mu Changkong didn't know. If it's just luck, not bad. If this is the layout of the Abyss cult, then it is impossible for it to be like this in one city. When you find a cockroach, The whole house may be full of cockroaches. The Abyss cult was not wiped out, but disappeared for unknown reasons. Disappeared inexplicably. That's the main reason, rather than a siege. These years, what are they doing? Researching and improving his own method of fusing with monsters? He's been secretly plotting this all along? Tianhai City. What role did you play in it? The previous mayor. Mu Changkong thought a lot. Especially the previous mayor. He had some problems. Don't think about that for now. If we can catch Lu Shandao, we can get more clues. Mu Changkong shredded the draft paper, filled with his thoughts. Leah's home. Beep, beep. Leah slowly opened his eyes. Look at the big sun outside and the surrounding environment. I feel very comfortable. Energy flows more smoothly in the body, and the whole person feels like an old machine that has been maintained and cleaned up. Hello. After feeling it for a while, Leah quickly answered the phone. What? Lias Pulpishirak. What did he hear? They attacked the hospital and the police station and were targeting his parents. Okay, got it. I'm glad you're not hurt. This Lu Shandao is really looking for death. Leah was filled with anger. Nothing happened this time, but that doesn't mean Leah is no longer angry. This requires him to strike hard. Move family members. It just touched Leah's sore spot. If he doesn't launch a thunderous revenge, others will follow suit, and one day something will happen to his parents and Kai Bai. Li. Call the strongest one directly. Mu Changkong told him that this might be a trap, so how could Leah go in alone? This time, it feels like showing off muscles. Li. It's his muscles. Those of you who have ideas about Leah should be wary of the mysterious and powerful person around Leah. As for the specific realm, as long as Uncle E doesn't use his demigod methods, who would know that Uncle E is a demigod? What detection? What perception? It has no effect on Uncle E. It's to create this kind of mystery. Besides, the word demigod is too far away from many people, and they will not associate demigod with Tianhai City. Even if there are guesses, that doesn't matter. After a brief communication, a gray hole opened up and Uncle E emerged from it. What are you going to do? Uncle E asked coldly. Find the people and make them pay. Leah responded. Good. I found those guys. In an abandoned building. So exciting. Ha ha ha. Those guys must be scared to death. Leah must be scared too. Our Wolf Claw gang must be famous all over the world. Let the people of Tianhai know the name of our Wolf Claw gang. That's Leah. Next, we will unify the underground world of Tianhai City. A group of hooligans chatting. They blew up the police station and severely damaged the hospital. The sheriff was trembling with fear. It was because they were kind-hearted that they let them go. Something like the mayor is having a headache, the higher-ups are paying close attention to it, etc. It's like an honor. They didn't seem to understand the huge crisis that lay behind it. Even Leah, in their eyes, even the strongest genius has to submit to their intimidation. Lias Revenge. The sheriff's response? They didn't consider these at all. Or, with their brains, they can't think of anything else. Dark place. Two figures watched quietly. Leah was speechless. Group. Mentally retarded? Leah could only think of this word to describe it. Are these people crazy? Leah lukit at unli. Uncle Lee was silent for a moment. It's true. Their brains are affected by some kind of curse. Huh? Really? Leah and the others have been here for a while. They wanted to see who could do such a thing. The more I listened, the more I felt that these people might have something wrong with their brains. How dare they? The attacks on the police station and the hospital were because people had been living in peace for a long time and had relaxed their vigilance a little. Generally alert. I can't say that all of these people were caught, but they definitely won't all escape. Practice a little. Is there anyone among these people who can run? Too weak. I remember Uncle Moo, the damage they caused was caused by that inferior goblin gunpowder. Anything else? There is none left. So, will they know who's behind this? Leah was very suspicious. Just ask and you'll find out. Lao Yi smiled slightly. Yes, just ask and you'll know. Leah raised his eyebrows. The Lord's pressure. Boom! There was a silent roar and explosion. The gangsters who were still chatting and laughing and looking forward to the future felt as if their hearts were attacked by a nuclear bomb. A look of eyes, foaming at the mouth. Instant second. Uncle Lee was slightly surprised. He realized that this was not mental pressure, but pressure on the spiritual level. This is a real weapon for bullying weaklings. The two men showed up, and Uncle, he waved his hand. A little gray light. Get into their heads. Uncle E closed his eyes and carefully read through their memories. As a demigod, he is also a holy mage of the dead and has done research on the soul, mind, and memory. Soul searching is simple, in an abandoned spot somewhere in the suburbs. Unlei spoke, but it should be a trap for you. Just look through their clothes. Leah listened and did as he was told. He pulled out a note from each person. There was a provocative statement on it, followed by an address. If you don't want your parents to be attacked again, then come here, right? Is this a sure win for him? Leah need it. By the way, show up over there. Chapter 149 Intelligence. Trap. Leah and Uncle E both looked in one direction, huddled for a while. A group of talents slowly walked out. Is it them? Leah raised his eyebrows. He had seen Wang Zhan and Gatling, so how could he not have noticed these people? Hello, Leah. Hello, Sir. The eldest brother's attitude was extremely humble. Before they could react, the guys they were monitoring suddenly started foaming at the mouth. Then Leah and another one appeared. They don't know whether they are male or female. The whole person was shrouded in gray shadow, like a human mosaic, and no one could hear what he said. They had never heard of such a method. This moment, many doubts that have been bothering them have been resolved. No matter how talented Leah is, how could he grow so fast without any background? Like a field. That's the stuff of rumors. Leah came up with it just like that. How could it be possible without any theoretical basis? And its supermodel spirit. Is this something that a genius without any background can do? Now it makes sense. Such a strong man is definitely not a native of their Tianhai city. This also explains it in a disguised way. Why doesn't Leah care about the special recruitment qualifications? Others just have the confidence and can grow no matter what. It doesn't matter whether there are special recruitments or not. Is the strongest person in your school stronger than the one behind Leah? That moment, they made up a lot of imagination. Pity, none of them is right. What are you doing here? Leah looked curious. His current spirit can be felt, so I roughly know what these people are doing. It seems that they are monitoring those guys. We're keeping an eye on these guys. The eldest brother answered immediately. I'm afraid that if I'm a little late, it will be cleared out. This is what weakness means. I feel like my life is in the hands of others. This scene. This reminded Leah of the time when he faced Lu Shandao. Things and people have really changed. We were originally hired by the Dazzling Guild to deal with you, but we sensed something was wrong and held off until we discovered that Jiang Zhenhai had even killed us and that Lu Shandao was simply inhuman, so we want to give them some trouble. The eldest brother finished speaking in one breath. Leah nodded. He knew that this guy probably didn't tell the whole story, but he doesn't care about that. Do you know more about this? The more information you have, the more you understand. Leah is not a reckless person. If possible, he still want to take revenge with his own hands. Even if he had to leave Lu Shandao to Uncle E, he would definitely kill the person who ordered those thugs to act with his own hands. The eldest brother thought about it and sorted out his thoughts. He told everything he knew in one breath. Mysteriously disappeared. Have you been trying to find out what's going on outside? It seems they're Lu Shandao's channel to communicate with the outside world. Leah suddenly laughed. Got you. Through those guys, we can find Lu Shandao's current location. You guys go first. Leah waved his hand. The eldest brother and his men were very happy and slipped away without any hesitation. Go out very far. Then he said with lingering fear, Do you feel the pressure from Leah? Several younger brothers nodded. It's so scary. My legs were shaking at that time. Compared to the mysterious strong man, Leah, who exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression, made them feel afraid. Leah, he's probably gotten stronger again. The eldest brother sighed. At that time, his pressure was not so great. If before the tryouts, he even dared to bare his teeth to Leah, but now it takes a certain amount of courage for him to stand in front of Leah. Never mind. We will not get involved in the rest of the matter. The eldest brother once again followed his heart. Next time, if he met Leah again, he was really afraid that he would kneel down. Revenge? Leah can help him solve it. Back to Leah. Uncle E, have you found it? Leah waited for a moment. Wait for Uncle E to sense it a little and determine what is going on. A few level 50 half-human, half-monster guys are ambushing you. Uncle E said, You're really well prepared. There were several level 50 monsters, half-human and half-monster. If Leah had not advanced or changed his job, he would have been attacked by them and might have suffered a serious setback. Now, he has many tricks up his sleeve. Then let's see how much they weigh. Lia similet sinisterli. Like a villain, now the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark. There's a lot of room for maneuver. Let's go. Leah's tone became much lighter. Uncle E opened his mouth again, and Leah took the first step. Uncle E waved his hand. A bony hand appeared under the fallen gangster and grabbed him into an unknown realm. Very good research material. These thugs still have a lot of value. The Wolfsbane curse can be studied. One's own soul and body are both good materials and can even be transformed into the undead. For the undead, this is full of treasures. Suburbs. Will you come? What if he gets scared? Several men in black robes were chatting casually. Rest assured, the person in charge patted his chest and said, Leah will definitely come. You know, when Leah was still very weak, he killed Louis Dao because the president's son targeted his sister. This is a man who cares deeply about his family. So this is his weakness. If he informs others, we will just leave. They had planned all of this. Anyway, those thugs are just consumables. In Tianhai City, they can get as much as they want at no cost at all. The underground world of Tianhai City. What mess those outsiders made. Who is most affected? That group of punks. In the past, he could still be arrogant, but now he can only hide somewhere with an endless desire to show off in his heart. These thugs are difficult to deal with. They are essentially a bunch of bad kids. Many actions are just to make them stay in the police station for a few more days. But once you provoke them, it's like a pile of dog shit that you can't get rid of. To enjoy the feeling of being feared by others. Then do something that you think is cool and walk on the edge of the law. What can the Public Security Bureau do? There's no way. Another point is that these people bully the weak and fear the strong. Maybe I'm emotional. Most of them are afraid of death. The Wolfsbane curse was easily resolved. Their remaining brains devoured the last bit of their rationality. Transform into a beast with a certain degree of intelligence. It's quite powerful. Even most families are not too bad. Do a few more times. Leah will come alone sooner or later. At that time, several men in black robes smiled grimly. Genius? Monster? In the face of absolute power and strategy, Leah is nothing. Yes. At this moment, a voice sounded beside them. Chapter 150, Crush. All broken into pieces. What? They turned their heads in horror. In this gap, mental pressure, Lord pressure. Boom. Two bombs that did not belong to the material world exploded. Fear. Decline. A severe headache accompanied by a strong mental shock. My head turned due to inertia, and I saw a gray-haired figure who recited the words twice with an expression on his face. Fear strikes. The curse has come. An inexplicable fear rose in their hearts, as well as a feeling of life weakening and approaching death. Superimposed 2 by 2. It directly activated the fear of death that was engraved in their life instincts. I want to live. Several people with distorted faces shouted. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Leah, and he exerted force with his back legs and pounced towards Leah. After being bombed serially, they are unable to activate their skills, but they still have strong bodies. In the process of rushing over, his body changed rapidly, and in a short time, he turned into a wolf standing upright. He opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Leah's limbs, throat, and head. Tear you to pieces. A fishy wind blew in my face. Next second, Leah seemed to be torn into pieces. A sneer appeared on his face. Not good. Several wolf monsters thought something was wrong. The wisdom that was temporarily suppressed by ambition began to work. Small black cavities appeared one after another. A swarm of bees appeared right in front of them. Boom! Blue-green flames swept up. What? It's actually flames. They are wearing ice-resistant equipment designed for Leah. With a look of astonishment. Vitality is burning. Will-o'-the-wisp? They thought of this skill. The phosphorus fire on their bodies continued to burn, as if it would never stop, and an unknown poison was eroding their bodies. Bear with it. As long as they can kill Leah, everything will be worth it. Can pass through flames. Leah had disappeared from the spot long ago. Where? Where are the people? Several of them looked anxious. Their pointed ears and big noses were all running at full power. Found it. A figure emerged from the shadows. There were a few black balls following them, and before they could react, those balls came towards them. Get out of the way. Several people shouted. Snort. Leah, you underestimated us. Our value is beyond your imagination. Soul pulse. Sharing starts silently. Undead, please lend me some strength. Moment. Leah's eyes emitted a faint light, and his body exuded the aura of the soul of the dead. The dark green pulses hit indiscriminately. Fast speed? As long as my attack is wide enough, you won't be able to dodge it no matter how fast you are. Phew! The entire building was enveloped in pulses. Countless insects and mice died instantly and turned into nature's fertilizer in a short time. The wolf monsters froze in their tracks. Dark surf covered it. Sizzle. Their flesh and blood were corroding, and they had lost all reaction. Plop. It fell to the ground like a rag. Solved. Leah wiped the non-existent sweat. These people's resistance is higher than he thought. His original expectation was that he would be able to almost destroy their combat effectiveness in the first wave of attack. Unexpectedly, they can also fight back. How horrible, Leah said expressionlessly. Only appeared beside Leah speechlessly. Who is more terrifying? Don't you have any idea? A very clean and neat battle. Leah also took advantage of a sneak attack and gave those people enough restrictions from the beginning. Otherwise, Leah would not be so relaxed. Not a single skill was released. That's why it looks so overwhelming. Also, they had somewhat misjudged Leah. He had mental resistance, but not his mind and soul. Leah attacks. Almost all of them affect one of the three: spirit, mind, and soul. Leah's attack has special effects. Can debuff the enemy. And the final soul pulse, is it really something that Leah, at this level, can perform? What is talent? Or what skills? He was actually able to borrow the power of the undead. The percentage that could be borrowed was not much. Leah's soul was so mixed at that time, but with Leah's will as the commander, it formed a whole. Leah, I haven't used it much yet. If you become skilled, confusion can be eliminated. The consumption is not that big. It may be because it lasted for a very short time and did not cause too much burden to Leah. That's soul pulse. Those with weak souls simply cannot bear it. Although it is nonsense, it is enough to illustrate its perversion. Most people in the extraordinary world do not major in the soul. That is to say, this is a skill that allows you to fight across levels. Even if it is level 90, if the soul is not strong enough, it will still be affected. Soul. As one's rank and social status rise, one develops a so-called strong mentality. Instead, it can only be used to bully the weak. It has no effect on the strong at all. The same is true for the spirit. In the later stages, most of the spirits will not be too low, and they have a certain level of mental resistance, and are more often used as interference skills. But the soul is different. There are few resistance equipments. It is difficult to practice. As you level up and change jobs, you will gain a certain amount of souls. The soul of a strong person is generally not weak. But this is not absolute. Leah's soul pulse is an attack on the soul. You didn't expect that to a certain extent you would not be able to be immune to this skill. Unless the soul defends. Then there is Leah's talent. If it were just the soul, it would be fine. Although it is already perverted enough, it is still limited to the soul realm. Not just the soul. Then Leah is the real hexagonal warrior. The soul is broken, but the body is still intact. Uncle Lee took a glance. Even at level 50, with a monster soul still inside his body, he was still shattered by Leah's soul pulse. And those level 40 players outside were not spared. Destroy them all. Leah similed confidently. Revenge can really make people feel refreshed. He had an estimate of his own strength. One-on-one. Even if you have changed your job twice and reached level 50, you are no match for him. Group attack. If he launches a sneak attack, facing multiple level 50 enemies will not be a problem. He was able to achieve such an impressive record without using undead summons on a large scale. If you use your full strength, Leah felt that even a level 60 player would not be his match. If he didn't know what level 70 strength was, Leah would have wanted to make a bold statement, saying that most level 70 players would not be his match. Uncle E, who was checking his memory, frowned. What a smash. As soon as these words were spoken, Leah's face froze. My soul is broken, my heart is broken, and my brain is broken. The main reason is that there is a wolf monster inside them, and your soul is polluted. Many memories cannot be accessed. After Uncle E finished speaking, Leah was stunned. No way, am I too strong? And that's why I can't find Lu Shandao? It hurts. If I had known this earlier, I would have let Uncle E do it. Fortunately, Uncle E took out something. Chapter 151, Lu Shandao breaks the defense. It was a small token. Leah, who had seen many similar ones, reacted instantly. Is this a copy of the certificate? That's right. To be prepared, it's a space certificate. Unleishuk. From small storage spaces to large demiplanes, they all adopt this form. A simple explanation. It seems that Lu Shandao, you can't escape. Lia similit silaitli. Don't be too happy too soon. Uncle Lee said. That guy turned off his permissions and just stared outside. Lee was speechless. If he had known earlier, he should have taken it. If you had taken it, Lu Shandao would have been scared to death. Oh, forget it. Some people have been avenged. Lu Shandao, it's not too late to settle the accounts slowly. You still underestimated me. Uncle Yi's eyes lit up slightly. Empty. A space door was opened. Let's force it and see if we can find it. Uncle Lee grabbed Leah, who was leading the way. Me first. Uncle E wanted to take a look first. Kumain. A voice came from inside. When Leah walked into the space gate, he saw a desolate world. There was no sky in the whole world, and he could look out into the infinite space. This is Leah Lukit Konfusit. Cut off your tail and survive. Uncle E replied, and he even touched the ground. It cut off a part of space to avoid my tracking. Its space is now completely in a chaotic area. Leah understood. So you can't catch up? No. Let's have another reversal. Yes. Unlei nodded. However, their connection with the outside world has been completely severed. If we want to re-establish contact, we have to wait until the prototype of the demiplane is created. That's not bad either. Leah's eyes lit up slightly. It's best to break it off. It can eliminate some of the danger. At least Lu Shandao will not send anyone to cause trouble in the short term. In a short time, there is no need to worry. My parents and sister can be guaranteed a certain level of safety. What should we do in this space? Leah's expression suddenly became strange, and he asked Uncle E what he thought. Uncle E keenly noticed the changes in Leah. Are you useful? His tone was full of curiosity. Is this space still useful to Leah? If Leah didn't want it, he would probably integrate it into his own demiplane. He broke through. It's time for the demiplane to continue growing. Certainly, this piece of space is better than nothing to him. It is something that can only be accumulated over time and will bring about changes to his current demiplane. If Leah is useful, give it to Leah. Leah nodded. Outrageous. Discover unowned territory. Do you want to occupy it? Is this correct? That's right. His territory can also become stronger through this. Then this space is yours. Is there anything you need my cooperation with? Uncle E said indifferently. No. Leah shook his head. Occupied. Changes have occurred in the unowned territory. Let's go. Is that all? Very quickly, as the two of them left, that little bit of flesh and blood tissue stuck to the edge of space, about to fall into the endless space at any time, started to multiply wildly. In a short time, it turned into an eye. He was looking around. Make sure Leah and Uncle E have left. Humph. I was still fooled. As long as I pass through this bit of flesh and blood, I will be able to reconnect with this space springboard. Leah, just wait for me. I will destroy your family and everything you have bit by bit. Eye-stimulating ability. What's going on? Why is there no response from space? Did something unexpected happen? Or did the main body not respond? Click, click, click. What sound? The eyes slowly looked up, and the world was reflected in the sky. This is... How could he not understand what the scene before him represented, considering all these things he had been doing? Only, he had never stood at this perspective. Damn it, that I was full of despair. There is no room for resistance at all. He can only wait quietly for his fate. The space collapsed bit by bit. A little bit, then a little bit. Just like eating a cookie, one bite after another until the whole thing is gone. That eye at the last moment. Use all your strength to turn into a mouth. Make your final cry. Leah, I'm so cruel to you. The other side. Congratulations, the unowned territory has been absorbed. Leah's ears moved. Uncle E, did you hear any sound? Uncle E shook his head. Leah's face was full of confusion. How did he hear someone say, I am cruel to you? What's going on? Even Uncle E didn't hear it. Could be that space? Leah touched his chin. Is this Lu Shandao's backhand? He solved it by accident. At this time, among the plane fragments that have begun to gradually merge, countless things like blood vessels are spreading throughout the space. Lu Shandao was still frightened. What level is that person? So strong. Even for him, just being slashed was like seeing the god of death. Is this Leah's background? You should have told me earlier. Lu Shandao felt a deep sense of regret. Why? Why do you want to provoke Leah? Damn it. It's damn right. Leah has such a strong talent. Why don't you show it earlier? You have such a strong background. Why don't you speak out earlier? Why did you show up only after I provoked you? Think of this. His eyes were about to burst, and he almost wanted to eat someone. Oh, he lowered his head, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. You didn't expect that. I've left this backup plan. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to do anything about space. Space. Even if you're a demigod, if you don't understand, you don't understand. As long as the copy is not completely destroyed, then it is his chance. He seized this opportunity. The message came long overdue. Intermittent images appeared in his eyes. How was that possible? The defense is really broken. He had planned everything, but why? Oh my God, can't you just be kind to me one more time? He was breathing heavily. He felt extremely uncomfortable with that feeling. This month, all kinds of problems arose, as if God was against him. It can be considered as a last-ditch effort. In one go, I completed the prototype of the demiplane. Luckily, I was prepared and purchased some extra materials. This is not too bad news. Most of the members of Dazzling Guild are warriors, and they also need to spend a lot of energy and physical strength on dungeon synthesis, resulting in an astonishing daily consumption. No se place. They can only live frugally. Hope it's enough. Lu shoned outside. The hatred towards Leah in his heart grew stronger. Leah. A pair of fists were clenched, making a crackling sound. Everyone will understand. Even if God favors you, there is no way to avoid it. Chapter 152 1 week. Leah sighed. Exchanged confidence with Uncle Moo and Director Wang. Is the matter resolved? What a pity. There is no permanent solution. Wang Yang sigid inwardly. They're very busy these days. The person who feels the most for outsiders is their sheriff. They are all top-level experts. Wang Yang may not be able to compare with others. What is the cult of the Abyss doing? Mu Changkong only needs to say it verbally, and the actual execution is done by their sheriff. It is also their job to investigate Lu Shandao. Not enough staff. This was the first time Wang Yang felt short-staffed. Why? And the college entrance examination is coming soon. Busy. Too busy. They have been really busy this month. The main reason is that I haven't produced any results yet, or it's because of my own lack of ability. This matter. It's not something they can handle. Never mind. I hope Mr. E can help them with their support. That was all he could think of. Are there any other options? Mobilize the army? It's not that urgent yet. They have no evidence at all to prove that Tianhai City is in life-and-death crisis. Even now, Wang Yang himself is not sure. There are many dangerous elements, but they can't get much evidence. Even if they do, who knows what those people will do? Catch them all in one swoop? Unless Lowy makes a big fuss, the time, place, and people are all right. Only then can I say that I can catch them all in one fell swoop. I can't say for sure, but I can make them lose their chance to resist in an instant, if they cause some damage. And they must be able to find them. Even Uncle, he doesn't dare to say that he can find them all. Several people killed by Uncle E. He is good at hiding, and coupled with the aura on his body, he is very sensitive to the necromancer. After these people got into trouble, everyone hid. Uncle E can still find it if he looks carefully. Just find one. It's easy to alert the enemy. Not to mention, there is an abyss cult behind them. With those weird methods, who knows what they want to do? If it is a sacrifice, isn't that what they wished for? The situation is too chaotic. Not much information. Not strong enough. Sometimes I can only do random things. There's no way. Mu Changkong's situation is similar to Director Wang's. He really thought he could take down Lu Shandao in one fell swoop. This is Lu Shandao. Be cautious enough. For now, don't worry about that. It was this week that the cult of the Abyss completely disappeared. I have a feeling they're going to have a big one. Mu Changkong had this feeling. You're good to go. The storm is coming. The other side. Leah and Uncle E returned home separately. Will we Jinghai take the college entrance examination separately this time? I remember what Uncle E said. This might be the work of the Abyss cult. I don't know what they want to do. All he can do now is to improve his own strength. Take your time. Thinking of his job change requirements, Leah felt sad. Before the college entrance examination, it's almost impossible to break through level 40. He had asked Uncle Moo and Uncle E, and his request was too outrageous. Want to achieve? Leah might as well go to an uninhabited island. Otherwise, after he had a high understanding of death, he established a connection with a copy he owned. These two requirements. It's a bit far away for Leah, The oceans of this world are dangerous. Between great powers, every inch of the island must be fought for. Finding an uninhabited island is harder than climbing to the sky. Even if found, it will take some time to establish contact. Should Leah take the college entrance examination? This is a very realistic problem. Uncle Moo and Uncle E asked if there were any other options. Leah said they felt that the Lord of the Underworld was actually quite simple for Leah. Both of them called him pervert. Is it easy for Leah to change his job? No, none of them are simple. It was because Leah's previous 2 job changes were too outrageous. Overlay twice. Plus, this is advancement and job change together. All of a sudden, it becomes extremely perverted. Let's see if there's any chance after the college entrance exam. Leah thought about it. This is the only way. Just digest it well these few days. Lu Shandao, the Abyss cult, forget about them for now. Next week, Leah went to the Valley of the Dead every day to meditate, familiarize himself with his skills, and conduct tactical simulations. Plains of the Dead. Enough for Leah to display his skills. He would check on the development of his territory from time to time. After absorbing the ownerless territory, the underworld and soul springs were rapidly generated, forming multiple springs on the plains. The underworld is concentrated in the valley, where the energy is so dense, a gray tinge emanates from the air. You know, this energy is generally not observable to the naked eye. Not to mention this, Leah had never enjoyed such a high energy concentration before. As soon as he returned home, he felt uncomfortable all over. I can't adapt. What's the energy concentration of his house? Even if all the negative emotions in the entire building were added together, the energy concentration would not be as high as the edge of the plains of the dead. So, Leah often went there to practice and meditate. My energy is being purified step by step, and my skills are also being gradually improved. As the college entrance examination is getting closer, Leah feels that his condition is getting better and better. As he began to become familiar with various skills, some clever ideas emerged in the process. In large-scale battles, Leah gradually developed various tactics through repeated drills. It's like a military exercise. On one side is Leah in command, and on the other side is Eric. Just connect them all, and the spirit of the second transformation can achieve this perfectly. The Queen's crown continues to play a role. No increase in spirit, but the spirit has become more concentrated and pure. Leah's mental pressure now can affect reality according to his thoughts. It's like telekinesis, or what people often call superpowers. Being able to pick up objects through the air, even just some small things, is enough to make Leah excited. This is another method. It is still weak now, but it can become infinitely stronger. The same is true for the soul. After just a few days of tempering, Leah's inspiration has been significantly improved. Inspiration. That is the perception of the soul. Leah can sense the strength of his own soul and the souls of ordinary people. It seems that the sixth sense has been enhanced. Leah has a keen sense of death, at least below level 30. Leah can see that some people are about to die. It is a strange intuition, and sometimes a little picture appears. This is what happens when a living thing dies. At first, Leah was not sure, so he went to the suburban dungeon to check it out. That's really accurate. He tried to change it several times, but only one person was lucky enough to survive. The rest of them would have died anyway, and they might have had a better chance of survival without his reminder. But what use is it to him? Change others. Leah shook his head. Since he can see the moment of death of others, can he also see the moment of his own death from time to time? It's equivalent to a death warning? If so, that would be great. Chapter 153 Equipment. This hut. It's a life-saving measure, but Leah still wanted to develop it. Can the breath of death and this perception be combined? At the right time. Let him die early? Leah hasn't figured out how to develop it yet. This ability can only be put on hold. However, the rewards for the guild selection and killing the Abyss cultists have arrived. There are 3 rare equipment in total. 2 for the tryouts, plus 1 for the Sheriff's Bureau. Lightning Ring. Type, Equipment. Quality, Rare. Level, LV 30. Restrictions, Mage, Spirit 300 or above. Abilities, Lightning Chain, Thunderstorm, Lightning Shield, Chidori. Introduction, Master the Lightning. This is one of the rewards for the selection competition. Lightning Chain, memories that made Leah want to laugh. Lightning 5 Whips. Leah had used it once, and it was exactly the same as the Lightning Whip in the spoof. What a pervert. What's the use? It can be considered a long-range attack method. Thunderstorm, this is quite strong. A thunderstorm forms around Liya, amplifying his lightning skills and sending lightning down to randomly attack enemies. What if I cast it with negative energy? Yin Wulei? The lightning shield is a lightning energy shield that not only protects itself, but also provides lightning attacks. Used during thunderstorms, it can improve its endurance, attract lightning strikes, and increase the frequency of lightning strikes. The last one, it's not some idiot Chidori. Instead, it uses a little bit of electric sparks to form flying birds to attack the enemy. During a thunderstorm, it can attract lightning when hitting the enemy. At its core is a thunderstorm. Without thunderstorm, this can only be considered a rare equipment, not at all rare. It can be considered as expanding my attack's surface. The attribute bonus on equipment mainly increases the power of thunder attribute. 10%. What uses it to Liya? Dark bracelet. Type, equipment. Quality, rare. Level, LV 30. Restrictions, negative energy mage, spirit 300. Abilities, dark curtain, dark shield, dark chain, madness aura. Introduction, fall into darkness. Same as above. They are all given in the selection competition. There is no rare equipment for the necromancer that is suitable for Liya, mostly useless. Even if it is exposed, it will stay in Tianhai City for a while. See if anyone wants it. No, then sell it quickly. And the necromancer of Tianhai City, not Liaquang. He can beat them all except Lu Zhang. The entire Tianhai City. There's a master like Lu Zhang. This master is also very low-key. Anything else? The highest level is 40, and after one job change, the potential is exhausted. I'm suffering a lot. Rare equipment? These people simply can't afford it. The rest. They are all below level 30, and their lives are harder than each other. If Liya hadn't appeared, the situation of the necromancers is slightly better. Otherwise, they would still be a group of miserable people. Dark side. It's actually the art of darkness. It plunges an entire area into darkness, which can affect other people's senses to a certain extent and erode their minds and bodies. Dark shield. It can absorb magic power, reduce spell effects, and significantly resist spell-type skills. Put in simple terms, it's the magic shield. It's just that it's impossible to do that in the game, where you're immune to spell damage. Dark chains. This is the easiest. The energy forms dark chains that can restrict the enemy's energy flow and absorb other people's physical strength. And this most core, Frenzy Aura. This is an aura skill. Within a certain range, it can make summoned creatures and professionals go berserk. For Liya, this is simply a supermodel skill. Gain attribute improvements while losing sanity. Very good. Most of my undead are irrational. Or rather, most of them just have intelligence. A group of machine-like guys, after receiving the final order, went into a frenzy, completely avoiding the situation of being out of control during the frenzy. After frenzy, the industrialized undead can still be commanded, but they cannot be operated in a refined manner. That's the only drawback. Only some big instructions can be issued. For me, it's not a disadvantage. The crazy zombies go berserk again, and the suicide attack swarm goes berserk again when attacking the enemy. Does it have any impact? Not much impact. This might be useless to ordinary mages, but to me, it's a magical skill. I wanted to give it to him with this intention in mind. A bracelet and a ring. It doesn't take up too much space. You can bring more equipment, but most of it will cause a certain burden. Like robes, they are lighter than armor. Bracelets are heavier than rings. It is possible for a wizard to appear with 10 rings on his hands. The burden attributes are different. Mage equipment mainly focuses on spirit, warrior equipment focuses on life, and so on. The strong become stronger. The weak become weaker. The attribute blessing of equipment does not bear any burden. The higher the quality of the equipment, the heavier the burden. If Liya had not advanced and changed his job to get a big improvement, especially to remove the cyberization of the undead, a queen's crown would have taken up most of Liya's burden. Now, Liya could only say that these two pieces of equipment were just useless. And then comes the main event. Death had to be unblocked. Type, equipment. Quality, rare. Level 2. Restrictions. Necromancer, Spirit 500. Abilities. Mist of the Dead, Resurrection of the Dead, Magical Invigoration, Magical Fury, Spell, Amplification. Introduction. Only by mastering death can you gain its recognition. It's generous of the higher-ups to make a move. Lia similet krukedli. This time, he seems to have found a bargain. Death Cap looks like a rare piece of equipment. It's still level unrestricted equipment, but it's actually not unlocked, so its true appearance is not revealed in the eyes of unqualified people. In fact, it is just a level 30 equipment, and there is no so-called unblocking. This was what Leah asked indirectly. Only Leah can see this panel, which means he is qualified. D. This is the key. Leah carefully injected the energy of death into it. A moment, the gray hat changed, and a touch of black spread across it. It works. Das hat 001%. Ah. Lee was slightly surprised. He thought he could unblock it directly. It looks like it will take quite some time to completely unblock it. The main reason is that Leah doesn't have much energy left after his death, and he can only produce a little bit every day, which can only be described as a work of ink and wash painting. This happened the day after Leah killed those members of the Knife Wolf Guild. Now, 7 days have passed, and there are only 2 days left before the college entrance examination. Das hat 29,9%. As Leah slowly injected death energy, the panel jumped and the entire hat. Chapter 154, this horrible class. Leah, is that the necromancer? In a mansion somewhere in Jinghai province. Recall the monster in the video. The necromancer, who can summon countless undead. Snort. The man snorted coldly. Who knows if it's true or not? Is there any special situation? Video? What reference can I make? Li Yaqian. He is certain about it, but whether it really exists or not is debatable as it is so perverted in the video. The spirits shown now are very high, over 500. Mental pressure. Undead magic. Special summon. He took a pen and wrote down these key words on a piece of paper and finally circled the special summon. As for the field, for an immature field, there are plenty of ways to solve it. Drone. Cyber madman. Undead armed forces. In the undead armed forces, there are self-defense soldiers, motorcyclists, and transport soldiers. Drone. It is divided into several types. The first is the swarm of bees. This is easy to solve. In fact, if a swarm of bees appears alone, most of them can be eliminated by using methods like the Golden Lion's roar. What are you afraid of? Combination appears. This is the key point. A medium-sized drone, which is very fast, and a large drone, which is even faster and can be used as an airdrop machine. And Lia's command and combat system. This is the key. Those special ones are just like that. They all have obvious weaknesses, and if you can find the weaknesses to target, there are many ways for a true genius to solve them. As a genius, either it is a hexagon, or you can go to the top along a path and reach the level of breaking all the laws. There will be no weaknesses that can be easily targeted. Maybe there is a restraint relationship. That is also someone else's strength, attack is weakness. Leah, in his opinion, the weakness is obvious. This is just what Leah showed. A monster like this appeared in Tianhai City. No one can force him to use his full strength. A sudden rise. In this college entrance examination, Leah is definitely the biggest opponent. I don't know the content of the college entrance examination yet. You can learn about your competitors in advance, which is what an intelligent seller should do. This information is enough to sell them at a good price. I don't know if Leah's strength has changed in these days. This session, Leah is a dark horse. It is not clear how deep the situation is at the moment. I heard that some family members are participating today, and some forces have sent young people of appropriate age to participate in the training. This session is not easy. What's going on? This happened just as I was about to take the college entrance examination. College entrance examination. Anyone under the age of 30 can participate. If you're not a high school student, you will need to pay an examination fee. Many powerful forces and families will send some members to participate even if they are not going to college, and regard it as a trial. This time, there are especially many in Jinghai province. And Duo postponed his exams for 3 years, but he woke up early and started working in the information integration business since his freshman year of high school. Until today, relying on selling information can no longer support his cultivation. He needs a bigger platform. Wait another year, 1 year. That would be enough to create a big enough gap. He has reached a bottleneck. Once he has the right resources, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. 1 year late. Who knows what will happen next year? Produce. I retreated and was afraid this time, but this should not be the path I will take in the future. Mainly he analyzed rationally. This time, even danger is an opportunity. This abnormal college entrance examination, as well as the separate college entrance examination in Qinghai province, both illustrate the abnormality of this time. He is quite capable. My profession also has advantages in intelligence. Qinghai province. The college entrance examination candidates all notice Liya. Do you know? Tianhai City has produced a genius. His strength is soaring. Such a niche necromancer. This year is the year of the necromancer. How come several necromancer geniuses have appeared? There was a lot of discussion on the forum. Liya will be a dark horse. Among those necromancer geniuses, who is the #1 necromancer genius in Qinghai province? I heard that there are still many disciples of the family, and some external forces. Fuck, isn't this one pretty good? That's absolutely true. There are too many monsters in this class. The top pick in the previous class is just mediocre in this class. We already know of several monsters like Liya. Not to mention those with no information. Who knows what else is hidden? Oh, I really hope Liya can become the top scorer. Tianhai City, is just asking for trouble. It's your bad luck. It just so happened that this was a special college entrance exam. In the past, Liya was almost guaranteed to be the top scorer. In an apartment somewhere in Tianhai City. Liya let out a sigh. It's a pity for Liya. They both have the surname Li, and Liya has strength and the style of doing things he has shown. He likes it very much. As a sophomore in high school, he is also a junior of Liya from #6 high school. These factors add up. He likes this senior very much. The hard drive was full of various candid photos of Liya, as well as screenshots of Liya during competitions that were rendered into animated graphics. So cool. So strong. Liya likes it very much. The hard drive used to contain all the goddesses. Now it's all Liya. Every day he would imagine that he was Liya, strategizing on the plains of 10,000 beasts and showing his might in the ring. There are also calculations by the Dark Side and the Sword Wolf Guild. So cool. It's simply a realistic and cool story. He was a top student in school, but after awakening his career, he embarked on the path of writing face-slapping novels. Especially the conflict with Lu Yidao. It really feels like a master's attack. Why did you mess with Liya? Liya clearly ignored you, but you went up to him anyway. Not only did you die, but your father's kung fu also ran away. I heard that. His plan was also ruined by Liya. The attacks on the hospital in Jianzhou were also directed at Liya, and they retaliated with official help. If you don't run fast. Lu Shandao has been caught. These are all rumors circulating on the internet, especially that Liya has a mysterious master. Oh wow, less than a month. Liya's identity and status are different now. It is a model of a poor family's counterattack, with a leap in strength, status, and money. He became the top scholar in Qinghai province again. It was something he could only dream of. Pity. This class is probably not going to work unless Liya can attend the class in the evening. If it's an evening session, is that still the Liya he likes? No. How could I be shaken so quickly? Liya gave a suggestive look. Snored. No matter what you say, I will always believe in Liya. That's right. I can't just say it verbally. He quickly used the computer and opened a website on it. College Entrance Examination Prediction. This is a lottery website, and Liya's name is on it. Believe. Chapter %1. Liya, just a stepping stone. Limited to 500 Yinxia coins. A 10-fold return, but you can only invest 500? The user is a minor. Oh, it turns out I'm a minor. Looking at the money he had saved over the years, 10,000 Yinxia coins. Not much, but 500 Yinxia coins were just a drop in the bucket for him. All in, 500 Yinxia coins were equivalent to his monthly living expenses, but he still chose to go all in. He also posted a message. Wait for Liya to explode. Snort. After sending it, I dropped my phone. He believed that once this post was published, countless people would make sarcastic remarks below. Necromancer. This sewer profession and Liya's identity are so glaring in the eyes of some people. People are more willing to trust those who have status, background, and talent. Scared. Those people were scared. They have been at the bottom of society for a long time and have been completely solidified. The stronger one gets, the stronger he becomes. The weaker the weak, the weaker they become. What is even more terrifying is that the weak have lost the will to fight. Why can't you believe it once? Liya, keep going. Qinghai province. Hi family. Haitian looked at the information in his hand. Liya. That holy mage became a demigod and found a qualified successor. Ili. I didn't expect that I could get to this point. Thinking of that classmate who was blessed by luck, he seemed like a child of destiny and was a legend all the way. Demigod? He shook his head. It's only one step away, but the difference is like heaven and earth. Years ago, he successfully reached level 90 and prepared for years to become a demigod, but still had no clue or progress. And now, Eli became a demigod, his disciple, and once again stood with his son. It's as if their past selves were projected onto the next generation. What a monster! Even he couldn't help but sigh. Leah's strength was like a monster. When they were at Leah's level, they definitely did not have the strength that Leah possessed. Even Eli is the same. It's just, times have changed. Is Leah like you, blessed by fate? That's possible. He allowed a small chuckle. My gifted son, and an even more powerful high family, a monster was born, a man who was trained from a young age, awakened early, and had all his classes changed at level 10. Haitian's eyes were full of fanaticism. This is my most outstanding work. What do you mean by destiny? It's just that one's strength cannot change destiny. Hee. This time he must win. College entrance examination. This is the first battle after the beast is released from the cage. He wants to use the countless geniuses of Yinxia as stepping stones for his son. Palas Liya. That would be even more perfect. Dad. A cold voice sounded. Come. The door was opened. A man with azure hair and a trident pattern between his eyebrows. He exudes an otherworldly temperament. What do you want from me? A pair of purple gold eyes made the surrounding space somewhat distorted. Ha ha ha. Haitian laughed out loud. My dear son, let me tell you about our next opponent. Jinghai Province, Jingnan City. Yinman, necromancer. Such a small character. Do I need to pay attention to him? A man with a frivolous look on his face threw Li Yu's information into the trash can. What the hell is this? What undead army? Isn't that my own business? His mouth was full of disdain, as if Li Yu was not worth mentioning. Hua, you still have to take it seriously. The middle-aged man next to him smiled gently. Mel? They have a capital to be crazy. As a hidden sect, they have a demigod ancestor. The entire sect is in a small plane, and there are special means to help them find talents outside. No awakening required. As long as they develop to a certain level, they will be able to detect it. In addition to the small planes suitable for their cultivation and copies from level 1 to 90, there are enough copies for them to choose from, and there are also many positions to choose from if they want to obtain positions outside. This is the hidden sect, even if he's a demigod. Xiao Hua, their most talented one. It's a demigod seed. He was the leader of their younger generation, a guy that even the middle-level members of the Yin sect felt was terrifying. Lia, a necromancer. In the face of its flames, there is no ability to resist at all. I know. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking at his expression, you can tell that he doesn't take it to heart. Okay. There's no need to worry about him, but you should pay close attention to the other guys who are hiding in the world. Secluded from the world. To put it bluntly, the landlords, gentry, local tyrants, as well as the financial tycoons, academic tycoons, military tycoons, etc. 100 years ago relied on their early first-mover advantage to occupy a large amount of resources and became a trivial matter. There's no way to target it. They're all hidden in their own demi-planes and planes. There are also means of capturing copies by yourself, but cooperation in some aspects is the general trend, and able to hide from the world. The basic requirement is a demi-plane. There are also enough copies and copy capture technology. People who grow up in the plane are inherently stronger than those outside, and are more likely to obtain a career that they are good at. Those geniuses should not be underestimated. Only then did Xiao Hua nodded seriously. I understand. Maybe some guys are not as good as me, but who knows what they have? An invincible aura was revealed, but he was not completely blinded by his own invincibility. Those unknown hidden geniuses could definitely pose a threat to him. A genius from Jinghai Province? Can those be called geniuses? If it weren't for that opportunity, who would be willing to participate in this boring competition? Not on the same level. Even he looked very scary. In Xiao Hua's eyes, it really was burned out in a fire. This was a man who possessed all kinds of flames, like a little sun. The necromancer was originally restrained by them. What's the use of summoning a group of small fish? The purgatory-like flames will teach Liu a lesson. High family, Yin clan. The situation of these two families occurred in all families at the same time. Everyone is ready to go. Lia, they didn't take it seriously at all. It's a feast. It was a feast that belonged exclusively to them, and those geniuses from Jinghai province were merely stepping stones for them. And there is also the hidden opportunity. That is their goal, and that is their stage. It's not just them. Those outsiders will also join in, welcome this carnival, and become the final winners. They will receive attention from the whole world. That's what they want. While Liu was digesting. It's not just Tianhai City. There are more and more outsiders in the entire Jinghai province. Somewhere in Jinghai City, Jinghai province, a gray space door opened, and several black-robed figures appeared. No news yet. Chapter 156 God. Who knows what that madman is going to do? A man in black robe sneered twice. His soul is already terminally ill. If he can't make further progress, he will become a monster in our copy. Maybe he went crazy somewhere and was killed. Several people started talking at once. Where's Leah? That guy, is he from the Holy Law Society? Suddenly someone changed the subject. I'm afraid so. If not, we'll take it away. Such a genius shouldn't belong to the group of saints in the Holy Law Society. Only in our evil law society can he have a broader world. Since when did the necromancer become a holy profession? The eyes of several people were full of desire for Leah. As for why they don't package themselves like other evil organizations and come up with some high-sounding reasons to whitewash their actions. Laughed. In the West, the necromancer is itself a symbol of evil. Evil. This is their core competitiveness in the West. The strong prey on the weak. This is how they attract talent. That place is simply a fertile ground for them, the necromancers, just like the Holy Order. Why do they still have to uphold humanity and bottom line? Except for the Holy Mage. Their strength is generally stronger than that of the Holy Law Society. But they were still a little short. Demigod. They are an evil society. They practice very quickly and are very powerful, but it is very difficult for them to break through to the demigod level, even if they have demigod means. But without a demigod, they still have no qualifications to sit at the table. Some resources are occupied by others, and they have been coveting them for a long time. Leah, that's their hope. We'll talk about Leah later. Let's see how he performs in the college entrance examination first. Let my people test him and see how strong he is. Don't forget our goal. A few of them exchanged a few words with a strong desire in their eyes. God, if I could transform into the undead, if I could get a little corpse, if I could get a little soul fragment. They just need to possess a certain amount of divine power. Then the evil cult will definitely be qualified to sit at the table, and they will be able to gain so many benefits. Those talents. It will definitely add fuel to their evil cult. Wait, there are opportunities for us to fish in troubled waters. Some things that others don't value are good things for us. Several figures flashed by. Just disappeared on the spot. Capital city. What's going on? The waiters were whispering to each other. There are no foreign countries visiting. Why are there so many important figures? Besides, there's another room inside. It gave off an unsettling atmosphere, as if the air had frozen. The entire capital was under martial law. A large number of big names appeared on the scene. Well-known demigods have shown up, and many powerful people have gathered in the capital. What is God? In the room. I am God. In a huge meeting space, a figure announced shocking news. The gods appeared. This is something that has never appeared on this planet. All the demigods were on high alert, looking at the newcomer cautiously. They had no idea the purpose of the contact. Is it good intention or bad intention? It's like the first contact. Everyone was feeling uneasy. The pressure of God, hanging over everyone's head. Not a match. Not on the same level. Is this what God wants? How long has it been since you last sweated? How long has it been since you felt this nervous? How long has it been since you felt this kind of pressure? Some demigod bottlenecks were actually shaken under such pressure. This is a meeting that will decide the fate of Yinxia country and even the entire request. Jinghai province. In the corner, a waiter was saying something. Go down. Jinghai province, we have no way. The other side. Holy religion of Jinghai province. Archbishop. A young girl is paying her respects to the archbishop. Do you understand the purpose of this time? The white-bearded archbishop said seriously. Clear. The girl nodded respectfully. A paladin favored by the Holy Church has fallen, and he is also a heretic who destroyed the Holy Descent in a horrific manner. The archbishop's voice was filled with anger. This is unforgivable and has affected my Holy Church. The second half of the sentence is the key point. It was okay for a paladin to be defeated, but to be defeated by a necromancer, and even in such a humiliating way, was to lead to his own depravity. That's the problem. Thank you, Shengyin. I no longer have the demeanor of a paladin. According to the observation of the Holy Church of Tianhai City, Xie Shenjin, the person they have been focusing on has made an unforgivable deviation. This is a symbol of depravity, and the culprit is Liya. Which heretic? If Xie Shenjin really fell, it would have a certain impact on them in Tianhai City and even Jinghai Province. Then what else do they preach? There will definitely be a lot fewer people. Clear. I will punish that heretic on behalf of God. The girl said in a deep voice. Yeah, very good. The archbishop smiled. If necessary, kill it. Yes. Somewhere in Yinxia country. I didn't expect that my senior brother actually has a successor. He was a man covered in tattoos, with no white in his eyes and strange lines on his teeth and gums. Deadbird. This senior brother of his did not die. Or, he left behind a successor. Tianhai City? No wonder it took so long, and we didn't find that guy. My good senior brother. Why can't you let me eat it? Let's restore our teacher's glory. I'm here in Tianhai City. Hope you are still alive. As for your disciples' enemies, I will help you deal with them. Liya. It still looks delicious. Eating him would be a nice little dessert. It's so tempting. When great changes were secretly taking place in the capital, many eyes were focused on Jinghai Province and Tianhai City, and more people appeared on the streets of Jinghai Province. Countless forces are watching in secret. Tianhai City. Are they all here? Several men in black robes looked at Lu Zheng. We're all here. We will not let our guard down if that person is resurrected. And next is you, Son of Death. Several people said respectfully. Son of Death. Lu Zheng fell into reminiscence. It had been a long time since anyone called him by this name. Yes, the abyss is approaching. It's time for me to take back my power. Black feathers gradually emerged and wrapped around Lu Zheng, and black air currents swirled around him. The shadow beneath him was moving strangely. Bump! The feathers exploded, and a pair of huge black wings slowly opened. Behind the wings, a pair of eyes like the abyss spots slowly lit up. Someone has to pay the price.